Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The main character lowered his head, opened his mouth wide and said that even 10 years later, he still does not understand why he was so narrow-minded. A moment appeared in his head as a book was lying on the table, and a comic was lying next to it. Then he said that isn't the fantasy world an outlet for introverts and other social outcasts, because in manhwa and light novels this is how everything happens. Kan smiled broadly, looked carefully at the screen and asked him to listen carefully, saying that he grew up on Earth, an ordinary otaku who was content with reading manhwa and watching anime. The main character looked straight ahead furiously, opened his mouth slightly and asked why he was being treated like some kind of loser, but they didn't think they were very wrong. Kan sat dissatisfied opposite the warrior and silently looked at him. Then he began to slowly get up and noticed that while they were alive they talked so much. Well, it was their fate anyway. The main character put his hand on his side, turned his head and, smiling broadly, shouted that the devil's turn had finally come. He needed to end this quickly. Kan took out his sword, put it to his side and, starting to walk towards the huge door with red eyes, said that in this world the strongest rule, a real utopia for barbarians. He is the chosen hero who brings justice. Of course, it was not he who came up with a name for himself. The local residents themselves, they chose him, called him into this world, and they gave him such a nickname. The main character knocked down the door with a powerful blow and stood up heroically and thought that now he would be called the legendary hero who saved humanity from the devil. Kan stopped and stared attentively at the devil sitting opposite on the throne. Pedinar smiled fiercely, looked carefully at the protagonist and, letting off steam from his mouth, noticed that he had finally made it here, the chosen hero. Kan calmly looked at his opponent, opened his mouth slightly and asked if he was the devil. Pedinar flew up sharply, put his hand in front of him and, smiling furiously, shouted that that's right. He stands at the top of the hierarchy of demons, the lord of darkness of this world. The devil clenched his fist tightly and looked sarcastically at the protagonist. Kan held the sword in front of him with a smile and noted that apparently this would be an entertaining show. All these 10 years he had been fighting boring fakes, but now he got to the original. Kan then smiled creepily, jumped slightly and shouted that he had reached his ticket to the ground. Pedinar put out his palm with purple energy, looked at the protagonist with a smile and shouted that he liked the sparkle in his eyes and the desire to win. He accepted the man's challenge. The main character abruptly stopped the start of the fight, stuck out his hand and noted that before they started fighting, he wanted to ask something. Kan looked at the devil carefully, opened his mouth slightly and asked why he just sat back and watched his servants die for 10 years. The devil looked at him furiously and curled up. Then Pedinar came a little closer, looked carefully at the man and replied that it was a shame. All this time he had been sending the strongest servants to him to take revenge. The main character looked carefully at the huge columns, heard the devil add that after he killed them, he sent even stronger ones, and replied that he killed them too. Pedinar doubled over with anger, looked furiously at the protagonist and asked if he thought that luck was just smiling on him. Kan tightly grasped the hilt of his sword, smiled sarcastically and replied that he wanted to say that if he had entered the duel from the very beginning, he would not have gotten here. A jewel, coins and a sword appeared in the protagonist's head. Then Kan noticed that over these 10 years he had lost many servants, and even his property. Meanwhile he was only becoming stronger. He was his best sponsor. Pedinar put his hand in front of him, pointed his finger at the protagonist and shouted that this is a meaningless assumption. How does he know the politics of the demons? If he doesn't know, then it's better to keep quiet. The sword in the hands of the protagonist trembled slightly and he thought that the devil did not understand his words. All 10 years he was tormented by doubts that he would not be able to solve all the issues, but now that he is here, he should not have any problems. The main character sharply raised his sword behind his head, jumped off the ground and, looking at the devil with burning eyes, added in his head that he would get out of this world at any cost. Pedinar also jumped back from his seat and stared furiously at the protagonist. The devil put his hands in front of him, leaned back slightly and summoned purple energy, and the main character flew into his hands and shouted in his head that he would return to the life of an otaku on Earth. A moment later, the throne cracked and pink energy began to glow from it. Pedinar flew into the wall with his arms cut off and lowered his head powerlessly. Kan stood opposite him, moved his hand to the side and thought that he didn't need dirty tricks. He wasn't lying when he said that he had been suffering all these 10 years. The devil smiled with a bloody mouth, looked down carefully and noticed that he was brave. The protagonist's team appeared in the devil's head with a smile and Pedinar noticed that his powerful strength arose from anger for his lost comrades. The main character gritted his teeth tightly and said furiously that this was not true. Then he turned his gaze to the devil and noticed that this was the result of preparation. Pedinar began to laugh loudly, closed his eyes and noticed that this is how it is. Then he lowered his scorched hand and noted that one way or another it was a wonderful fight. The main character looked carefully at the disappearing devil. Then he stared at him in surprise, put his sword aside and asked what was all this. There would be nothing more. Kan sharply raised his head upward and began to laugh loudly. Then he spread his hands to the side, looked carefully at the bright light above and shouted that, as they agreed with the deity of the fantasy world, he destroyed the devil, now they must send him to Earth. The main character began to laugh even louder and thought that he was sorry for his time wasted on that useless devil and his minions. But now, when he returns to Earth, he will be respectful to his parents, he will be able to find his love, play games, eat delicious food, will see the Olympics. Then Kan imagined a toilet in his head, spread his arms wide and shouted in his head that he would finally be able to use a comfortable toilet. A moment later, a dark silhouette with a purple edge appeared behind the protagonist and asked if he liked the adventure. The main character turned his head sharply and looked at her in surprise. The girl spread her arms, and the main character shouted who it was. Kan put his finger in front of him and, making a frightened face, shouted that she was not really a hidden boss, and the girl laughed and replied that it was unlikely. Then she spread her arms to the sides, flew up slightly and added that she had been watching his journey for 10 years, or, as he said, the goddess of this world. After her words, the main character put his hand to the back of his head and looked nervously to the side. The goddess spread her arms to the sides, opened her mouth and, looking carefully at the protagonist, noticed that even though the real hero was not easy, he did not give up his dreams and hopes, because he had those who could support him in difficult times. His squad appeared in the protagonist's head, looking at him, and the goddess added that he learned what love and friendship were and finally defeated the terrible devil. The goddess put out her finger, called up the scoreboard and said that she congratulated him with all her heart. And now she needed to look at his grades, and Kan lowered his head, smiled and made an approving sound. The main character, without changing his face, asked the goddess again. Then he sharply raised his head, nervously looked straight, took out his tongue and shouted that she said grades. And the goddess, holding out her finger, pointed out that he should carefully check the scoreboard. A board appeared in front of the protagonist's face with information about his skills and a note about why he killed all his comrades. The main character looked carefully at the note. Then he started sweating and looked straight ahead furiously. A dead swordswoman appeared in his head. Then a fairy queen with a sword in her chest and a dead sage with a broken head. In the protagonist's head, the mercenary king lay pierced by his sword. Kan clenched his teeth nervously, turned his gaze and thought that before he killed the devil, he considered his comrades to be an obstacle on the way to his goal. In his head, the protagonist remembered how he cut out all his friends with a terrible face, and then added in his head that that's why he suddenly attacked them and killed them. Kan put his fist in front of him, opened his mouth wide and shouted furiously, in what sense were the innocent? All these 10 years they had belittled him and there was no end to this injustice. The main character remembered how they yelled at him and beat him. Then he added that they interfered in all his personal affairs. Under the guise of training, they mocked me and neglected human rights. Then the main character remembered how he looked into a room with a naked red-haired girl. A moment appeared in his head of how she, covered with a towel, was running after him with a sword, and Kan said that this was a crazy woman. Due to her own carelessness, she came out in the clothes her mother gave birth to, and then she also began to swing the sword. It was fair retribution. The goddess put her finger in front of her, pointed at the protagonist and noted that he failed the test. Possessing enormous power, he must also be aware of his responsibility. His character, however, does not correspond to the power he possesses. The goddess looked attentively at the protagonist and added that in the name of order and peace in the whole world, they were returning him to the first day of the test. And the protagonist put his hands in front of him, looked at her in horror and shouted what this still meant. The next moment a magic circle appeared under the protagonist's feet, and he shouted that they wanted to say that he would have to hang out again in this landfill, where there is not even a flush toilet. A moment later, the main character teleported and shouted that meeting the comrades he had killed again gave him goosebumps. In the place where the protagonist had just been, a sword, a breastplate, and a cloak remained. The main character began to fall in the void, put his hands to his head, and the goddess noticed that their administration wished him further success and victory. He was assigned an instructor, and he was given the status of an amateur hero. The main character appeared in the middle of the magic circle. People in robes stood around. It was a retake. The first day, and Kan stared straight in surprise and opened his mouth in fear, and asked what they were kidding. The main character was sitting in class, looking carefully at his phone, and told his comrades standing around that he wanted to quit his studies and get into a fantasy world. Khan carefully reads the comic and added that he would like to save the beautiful princess from the clutches of the terrible demon king and marry her, and his comrade noted that just one, he would go on an adventure with several beauties. Another guy folded his arms on his chest, imagined in his head a huge explosion next to the rocket, and, smiling, noted that it was so boring, and the history of science had not taught them anything. You could invent nuclear weapons and take over the whole world. The bespectacled guy looked straight attentively, imagined in his head a magician summoning fireballs, and said that unless someone with only 30 points in all technical subjects could invent nuclear weapons. If this is a fantasy world, then wouldn't it be better to use forbidden magic? 10th circle. The guy with glasses smiled broadly and added, the one that will destroy anything with one blow. And the guy dreaming of a nuclear missile shouted that magic is bullshit, a military feat. This is the real truth of the world of knights. A moment later, the two turned to the protagonist and, with their mouths wide open, asked what he thought. Kan lit up, looked at them in surprise, and wondered what he would like to do if he found himself in a fantasy world. The main character looked carefully at the ceramic toilet on the phone and began to answer. A moment later, he began to teleport and dropped his phone. Then said that 10 years later this was his last conversation with his friends before he was transported to another world. The phone hit the ground loudly. The main character, all sweaty, landed on a burning magic circle, and magicians in robes stood around. Kan looked carefully at his hand and thought that the same place as 10 years ago. There could be no mistake. The magic circle moving and abducting the heroes. Kan pulled back his jacket sleeve and looked at his arm, then remembered his muscular forearm from before. Then he put his hand to his chest and began to breathe heavily. A moment later, he put out his hand, screamed loudly, and thought in a panic that he was back at the very beginning. All his equipment and even his muscular physique, everything was gone. Nothing remained but the memories accumulated over these 10 years. A goddess appeared in the protagonist's head and repeated that he had failed. The main character gritted his teeth sharply, looked straight ahead furiously, and thought that this was not a joke. 3,650 days, 87,600 hours, 10 years, 10 whole years. Kan imagined in his head a graduate, a girl with children and himself in dark glasses, and then noticed in his head that this was enough to get married, have children, and send them to primary school, during which time he could finish school and become a university graduate. The main character abruptly put his hands on the back of his head. With horror imagined his squad with glowing eyes in his head and thought that every day he tried just to get into his world and humbly endured the humiliations and insults of these damn partners. A moment later, the main character froze and heard a sweet voice behind him. Lenubel folded her arms across her chest, looked carefully at the protagonist, and blossomed all over. The main character turned his gaze on her displeasedly, sweated slightly, and thought that if you think about it, when he first got here, the first person who spoke to him was she. The girl clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and, descending to the protagonist, inquired that he had already come to his senses, and he opened his mouth wide and shouted that he had not come. Kan abruptly looked away straight, looked displeased, and thought that she was an archaeologist and the organizer of the summoning ritual that brought him here. Lenubel abruptly pulled back the curtain and said that he was probably confused because he had been called so unexpectedly, but she asked him to quickly pull himself together. The girl put out her hand, showed him the city, and noticed that this was a fantasy world, a world different from the one in which he was born and raised. The main character was in the tallest building with towers and flags. Kan folded his hands on his chest and said that it was necessary to take stock. The devil Petinar had awakened. Humanity was on the verge of a crisis. A great catastrophe was approaching. The main character looked carefully at the girl next to him and added that that's why they called him. She wanted to say this. Lenubel put her hand to her mouth in surprise and noticed that he completed her speech perfectly, and Kan looked away with a displeased look to the side and thought that it couldn't have been any other way. The main character began to cry, imagined a dead devil in his head, and noticed in his thoughts that he had already gone through all this. He killed this damn demon and reached the epilogue. And Lenubel became covered in sparkles and noticed that she had completely forgotten to introduce herself. The girl lit up brightly, put her hand to her chest and introduced herself, then said that during one of the expeditions to search for ancient legends, she received a prophecy, and therefore called on it. From the language of the ancients, Lunebel is translated as truth. Kan blushed slightly, looked carefully at the girl, and thought that now, 10 years later, he sees right through her. Then he was only a teenager, so he lost his head from her appearance. The main character looked at her carefully and asked her not to pretend, and Lunebel backed away, and looked carefully at the protagonist. Kan looked at her rudely, pointed his finger and, with his mouth wide open, added that she had pulled a calmly living person out of his usual environment, and now she was also asking for help, to have fun. Lunabelle was all sweaty, her mouth was wide open in surprise, and the protagonist added that she wanted to smile from the mere sight of his face. Let her not scatter words about the truth, if you can't even justify your name. Lunabelle lowered her gaze and apologized, blushing, and the main character, smiling sarcastically, noticed in his head that she now had the proper appearance to continue the conversation. A moment later, a knight appeared behind the protagonist and said that His Majesty was waiting for him. The main character nervously turned to him, looked at him with a crazy look and noticed that he couldn't wait. Lunabelle and the knight looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked again. Kan stood up sharply, looked at them carefully and asked why they were surprised. The main character pointed his finger at the knight and asked how many heroes there are in this world who can challenge the devil. And the knight tightly clutched the spear in his hands and nervously replied that Kan is the only one. The main character stared at him sarcastically, opened his mouth wide and shouted that that's it. There is only one hero, there is no one else, and without him this world will end. Lunabelle and the knight sweated from nerves. The girl put her hands to her mouth, and Kan asked what they understood now. The main character sat down on the floor, smiled sarcastically and noted that if he wants to see him, then they should tell the king not to take him out and quickly come here. Kan raised his head and added that if they have any objections, then let them catch their demon lord themselves. And Lunabelle and the knight stared at the protagonist in surprise. Kan looked carefully at the dark ceiling and asked what he was worth. His time was valuable, and the knight noticed that he would now give it to him in return. The main character looked attentively as the knight ran to the king and laughed and wondered how they were speechless with such an amazing statement. A moment later, the main character froze, hearing words behind him to calm down. There is an old proverb. No one will bow his head before a hidden treasure. Those who bowed will rise, while those who rise will fall down. The figure of a girl appeared behind the protagonist, and she, removing her hand, added that nobility and modesty are the simple qualities that a hero should have. Kan opened his eyes wide, looked at her carefully and wondered what it was. The situation had somehow changed. Had he met this woman the last time? The main character looked at the woman in surprise and asked who she was. Professor Morality opened her mouth wide and introduced herself with a smile. Then she put her hand to her chest, looked carefully at the protagonist through the mask and noticed that she was sent to him, since he received an unsatisfactory assessment for his behavior, and would try to do everything possible so that he could become a worthy hero. The main character suddenly flew up in surprise, and Moral added that she even had special qualifications. A message appeared in front of the protagonist that Professor Morality had arrived in Fantasia. The professor sank down to the protagonist, looked at him carefully and said with a smile that the heroes who successfully passed the exam did not even know about the existence of professors, so it is not surprising that he was so dumbfounded. Even in case of failure, they retake the exam without their intervention. Cases instructor interventions are so rare that they can be counted on one hand. Kan smiled sarcastically and noticed that one of them was touching him, then thought that she was sent to this world to interfere in its affairs. Morality straightened up, looked carefully at the protagonist with his hand on his side, and the main character added in his head that not only would he have to go through everything again, but he would also be under surveillance. Kan gritted his teeth tightly and looked straight ahead fiercely. Then he spread his arms to the sides and shouted that no matter what, he heroically defeated the Demon Lord. He perfectly fulfilled his destiny. The main character looked at the professor in surprise, and she noticed that this was the problem. The main character was lying on the ground facing her. Pedinar stood next to him with his hand raised and a smile, and Morality noticed that he constantly made the same mistakes and should have been defeated in the battle with the Demon King. Kan stood with red eyes and a smile, carefully looking at the defeated devil, and the professor added that, however, he easily defeated him. Professor Morality put her finger in front of her, looked carefully at the protagonist, and, with her mouth open, noticed that, as they say, failure breeds success, but he also could not analyze his actions, since he did not know the taste of defeat. The main character nervously looked straight and understood what was going on. Kan straightened up sharply, looked at the professor in surprise and noticed that she came here to grumble because he did not reflect on his actions, and Morality replied that everything was true. A bright clearing with animals and a river appeared in the professor's head, and then she added that correct and good people are like water. They never argue and benefit all things. Professor Morality began to hide behind the wall, looked carefully at the protagonist, and finally said that she expects him to become an endless sea for his comrades. This is where theory ends and practice begins. She will come tomorrow at the same time. He must work hard. Kan abruptly threw his hands to the back of his head, shook all over, and gloomily shouted in his head that it would be easier to deal with this devil. Lunabelle looked attentively at the protagonist. Kan at that moment hunched over and added in his head that his comrades gave him a headache, and asked if he felt bad, because he suddenly grabbed his head. The girl put her hand on her chest, looked at the protagonist with eyes full of experience, and noticed that the magic of transference has not yet been fully explored. They don't know whether any unknown side effects will appear. If something is wrong, let them be sure to let them know. Kan looked at her with displeasure, clenched his lips, and thought that if he told her, it wouldn't make it any easier. The main character looked straight attentively. Imagine Professor Morality in his head with unknown people in dark capes, and thought that the teaching staff was something like a group of professors who educate the hero. The main character imagined in his head how a girl in dark glasses stood behind him with his phone in his hands, and noticed that this is when a student is locked in a school or course and forced to study all day. Then he imagined how he was training with a sword, and Professor Morality was carefully watching him, and added that they kidnap people from the ordinary world, call them heroes, and try to educate them. The main character put his hand to his mouth, looked thoughtful, and noticed in his head that he did not know the goals of this organization, but they clearly did not feel hostility towards him. Otherwise he would not be standing here now. They easily returned him to the past after that. How he defeated the Demon King. If they are dissatisfied with him, they can kill him without difficulty. The main character drooped, lowered his head, and noticed in his head that he had no other way to survive. So for now he decided to cooperate with them. And Lunabelle leaned over the protagonist with worry and looked at him. After a moment, the main character smiled widely and thought that until he had a backup plan. Lunabelle blossomed and looked at the protagonist in surprise when he said out loud that it was useless to be angry with her and blame her for all the troubles. One way or another, their relationship now is the same as in the first round. The main character slowly stood up, leaned his elbows on his feet, and asked the girl to take him to the king. Lunabelle and Kan followed the knight along a long corridor, and the protagonist thought that first of all, this is a struggle for influence. He is not a citizen of their kingdom and is not obliged to obey the kidnappers. He will fight for his fair human rights. The main character quickly followed the guards, looked carefully straight ahead, and added in his thoughts that if he died, he would not be able to return to Earth. So there was nothing left but to find mutual understanding with this incompetent king, who only does what he does, sit on the throne, and issues decrees. The knight carefully looked directly and noticed that the main character was legible in his words in front of his majesty, and Lunabelle and Kan looked at the back of his head in surprise. A moment later, the knight turned and a warning glance appeared through a small gap in his helmet. The main character turned his head away from awkwardness, wondered what he was doing, and then his thoughts came out, and, opening his mouth, asked why he was staring. He wanted to hit. The main character raised an arrogant face and, closing his eyes, noted that he was their only hope, a hero who could defeat the Demon King, so even if he did something wrong, would he dare? A moment later, behind the protagonist, the man opened his mouth wide and shouted that this was insane courage. The main character began to turn around in horror and realized in his head whose voice it was. A moment later, the knight in red armor raised his hand and, shouting that he would hit him as he wanted, raised his hand for a powerful blow. Kan dodged sharply and a powerful blow flew past his ear. The main character clenched his teeth tightly from tension and wondered why this warrior here had relaxed too much. Now, being in this body, he would not be able to resist him. Lunabelle opened her mouth wide, hunched over, and, covering her eyes, shouted that he had decided to kill their hero, the commander-in-chief of the kingdom. Alex turned with a fierce smile and looked carefully to the side. The commander-in-chief folded his hands on his chest, looked carefully at the protagonist, and, laughing, noted that this was just a test of courage. Kan carefully wiped his cheek, looked displeasedly at the warrior, and thought that he didn't like it. These barbarians kidnap innocent people, and then also abuse them. The main character remembered in his head how Alex kicked him with screams, and added in his head that they were assigning the title of hero, and they themselves were using him as a toy or a hound that could simply be thrown away. Kan began to quickly reach for the pen in his pocket and noticed in his head that this time everything was different. The main character's eyes glowed red with rage, and he added in his head that this was self-defense. Kan suddenly fell to the ground and crouched. Alex winced sharply and stared attentively at the protagonist. A moment later, the main character slipped between the commander-in-chief's legs. Then he turned and looked carefully at his back and thought that his body could not keep up with the technology. But he was a hero with 10 years of experience. A moment later, Alex watched closely as the protagonist cut his pants on the upper thigh, and Khan thought that this was why he was confident that he could inflict damage. Alex looked at the protagonist furiously and called him names. Khan tossed his pen in his hands, winked at the offender, and noted that he would have made a good eunuch. The protagonist had a moment in his head when he met the commander-in-chief for the first time and thought that they met in training during the first playthrough. A moment appeared in the main character's head of Alex beating him, and Khan said that under the pretext of practice, he constantly beat him like a worthless dog. The main character furiously squeezed the pen in his hands and added in his head that even though he was his fencing teacher, Lunabelle clenched her fist tightly, opened her mouth furiously, and shouted for him to immediately apologize to their hero, and Alex, pointing to the torn pants, told them to look at it. The commander-in-chief clenched his teeth tightly in a smile and thought that with such a dead physique he would still be making an attempt on his life. It was interesting. Khan shook violently with rage as Alex called him a stupid hero. Alex pointed his finger at the protagonist, opened his mouth wide with a smile, and noted that if he could defeat him, the commander-in-chief of the Knights of the Kingdom, he would kneel down and apologize, swearing on the honor of the knight. The main character became gloomy, remembered how he beat him in a past life, and noticed in his head that he was lying. He would not apologize until his death. Khan put 2 fingers in front of him and asked that he swear on his head, and Alex shouted not to be a fool. The main character turned his head to the side, put his hand to his chin, and thought that he didn't even know if this return was so bad. Maybe this was some kind of divine revelation, a chance to relieve all the stress accumulated during the first passage. And Alex furiously retreated into the corridor. Khan began to twirl his hand, examined it carefully, and added that it was absolutely clear that he had lost all the skills acquired the first time. But this did not make him weaker. The main character clenched his fist tightly, looked at him, and noted in his head that he also did not know what the teaching staff was like. Khan sarcastically clenched his teeth into a smile, looked straight ahead, and thought about what they wanted to say. His 10 years of experience had sunk into oblivion. But this is ridiculous. A cloudy and bright sky appeared above the castle, and the herald noticed that His Majesty was demanding an audience with the hero, and Khan thought that he had never demanded. The gates to the throne room opened wide and let in a bright light. The king sat on the throne, a red carpet lay in front of him, and knights and servants stood around. The blue-eyed king with a lush beard looked carefully at the protagonist. Khan looked at him displeasantly and thought that this king, he still looks like a dumpling. A ruler in his youth appeared in the protagonist's head, a slender warrior in shining armor, and Khan said that they say that in his youth he was a brave warrior who had been in many battles, but somehow turned into a dumpling with a crown. The nobles looked at the protagonist with displeasure, and he noticed in his head that there were a lot of annoying faces here. The knight behind the protagonist lowered his head slightly and noticed that he was standing in front of His Majesty the King. The main character remembered bowing to the king in the past and said that during the first playthrough, he greeted the king very politely, although no one appreciated it. Khan looked carefully at the sitting king and added in his head that maybe because he already knows what will happen in the future, now he doesn't feel the need to present himself in a good light in front of this dumpling. Death appeared behind the king, and Khan noticed in his head that he would be killed soon anyway. The main character remembered Professor Moral and noticed that he would become a deep and endless sea as she wanted. Khan clenched his teeth tightly in rage and wondered what was on the agenda today: modesty. A huge flood began to drown the entire city in the protagonist's head, and he noticed that, having become the sea, it would flood the whole thing. Khan put his hand to his chest, bowed, and said that his name was Khan and he was grateful for the warm welcome. The nobles opened their mouths wide, looked carefully at the protagonist, and noticed in their heads that his movements corresponded to his manners, and he thought that he was just an ill-mannered savage. His manners were even better than those of his son. The main character raised his eyes in a bow, looked carefully at the king, and thought that 10 years spent in the fantasy world. He did not do it because he liked it. For all the time, he just had to learn all the etiquette and culture. The king puffed out his reddened cheeks and looked sweetly at the protagonist. Lanuvel lit up with happiness, clenched her fists, and remarked that it was a great honor after the king noticed that she had done a good job. The ruler extended his hand in front of him, pointing at the protagonist, and asked if he could see his abilities. The main character put his finger in front of him, a purple screen appeared, and thought about what this means. That he wants to confirm his status. Nothing new so far, everything is developing exactly the same as during the first playthrough. Information about the protagonist was written on the screen. His level was first, and his skills were rated satisfactory. Kan put his hand to his chin, looked thoughtfully at the screen and noticed in his head that if everything was repeated, then there would be no changes in the skills. Plus, with increasing skill, the rank of the skill would increase, and also its effectiveness would increase. Level a translator. During the first passing, this skill was also given as the main one. Lanuvel looked carefully at the protagonist, waiting for an answer, and Kan, without looking away, added in his head that there are changes, courage, and Class F murder. The main character remembered how he walked into the feet of the commander-in-chief and noticed in his head that this was the effect of the test of courage carried out by the warrior. Kan took a sharp breath into his lungs through his slightly open mouth. Then he clenched his trembling fist, became all gloomy, and thought that from level to skills, absolutely everything had been completely reset. The main character looked carefully at the king and replied that he sees everything. His specialization is a first-level hero, and the ruler, with his mouth wide open, asked if it was possible to find out his special talent. The main character put up a 5-finger in front of him and replied that the experience bonus was 500%. The king opened his mouth wide in surprise, jumped on his throne, and shouted again. Kan turned his surprised glance at the crowd of nobles and noticed in his head that then, as now, there was a rather violent reaction, and it was really impossible to do without it. The main character imagined a diagram in his head with 2 characters, one high, the other low, and said that this means that regardless of talents, he will develop 5 times faster than others. Then he imagined that he was lying with chopped firewood, and the second chopped only a few logs, and Kan added in his head that if you repeat any action for 1 hour, it will be equivalent to 5 hours. The main character took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and thought that this was the special talent of the legendary hero. Lanuvel began to circle around the protagonist and shouted that the 500% experience bonus was so impressive. She was not flattering him, it was true. The main character sharply opened his eye after he was called the chosen hero. The king put his hand in front of him, twisted his face, and shouted with his mouth wide open. A crisis has come in their country. Located near the lands of the devil, he must strike at the demons by increasing his abilities. The ruler imagined a demon with a horde of monsters in his head and added that he would destroy their king, Pedinar. Kan looked away with a dissatisfied look, opened his mouth slightly, and thought about what he doesn't want. Why how much they will pay him. He blames the demons for everything. The main character looked carefully at the king, who stood up from the throne and extended his hand, and noticed in his head that it's not about them. All the problems of this country lie elsewhere. There's no point in blaming the demon lord. You just need to see what's going on around you, useless dumpling king. Kan clenched his fist, imagined in his head that he was floating on a wave, and calmed himself down and thought that first of all, modesty, now he is a deep sea. The main character put his hand in front of him, looked carefully at the king, and asked what kind of support he would give him. The king pouted all over, looked at the protagonist in surprise, and asked what kind of support he was talking about. The main character drooped, lowered his head, and heard the answer that he called the hero in order to save humanity. This is the highest support. Kan, in his head, fell off his surfboard from being struck by lightning after the king asked what else he could do. The main character made an arrogant face, turned, and looking displeasedly at the king, noticed that he was refusing. Let them look for another hero. The king opened his mouth wide and yelled furiously at the protagonist. The nobles sweated from nerves and looked at the protagonist. Lanuvel put her hands to her mouth and looked at the protagonist in horror. The main character put his hand in front of him, opened his mouth slightly, and, closing his eyes, noticed that the crisis of the state was none of his business. Then he shook his finger in front of him and added that he didn't know at all how to treat heroes. He needed to beg him on his knees, and not give orders, and the king looked at him in surprise. Kan carefully put his finger in his nose and asked the dumpling king to listen to him. The king curled up with anger, clenched his teeth, and heard the main character add that he was not even a citizen of his state. One of the nobles opened his mouth wide and shouted, "How dare he talk to his majesty like that?" A moment later, a pen was already sticking out of his forehead. Kan stood with his hand withdrawn, and Lanuvel behind her grew gloomy with horror and began to sweat. The main character looked carefully at the hand, under the screams of the nobleman, and thought that the throw was not the same as before. But if he had concentrated, he would have hit him right in the eye. The guards sharply put their spears in front of them and aimed them at the protagonist. Kan sharply threw back his head, stuck out his tongue at them, and said that if they could kill him, then let them try. The guards backed away sharply, became nervous and noticed that he was abnormal. The main character began to slowly approach the guards and noticed that if you kill the king, a prince will take his place. If there is no prince, then a princess will take his place, and if she is not there, then one of his distant relatives will take the king's place. Khan came as close as possible to the guards and took the last step. The tip of the spear cut into his throat and he continued. Then he smiled fiercely, looked carefully straight into the eyes of the guard and asked that if the hero was killed, then who would replace him? Who would then deal with the demon king? After such words, the king clenched his teeth and began to sweat. Khan looked displeased at the guards who pointed the weapon at him. He thought that it meant nothing to these barbarians. If it was just left like that, they would continue to use it. He pictured the dog on a leash in his head and thought that isn't this the same as dragging a dog into the hunting grounds and letting it off the chain without a single command. They consider this the best support. Afterwards, the image of the demon lord appeared in his mind, and he thought that compared to the king, even the demon lord seemed like a conscientious gentleman. He never left him empty-handed. Khan remembered how he took the breastplate from the orc and thought that every time he defeated his subordinates, he gave him a reward. Sometimes there was so much loot that he even felt embarrassed. Then he put his hands behind his head and imagined coins in his head, thinking that even if he counted, what should the hero eat? One of the guards bowed his head and approached him, and Khan continued to think that if someone dares, he doesn't care what happens to this world. The spear was at the very throat of the protagonist, and he, without giving into panic, confidently looked ahead, thinking that if he died in these lands, he had no guarantee that he would be resurrected. Then he smiled broadly and, baring his teeth, asked if His Highness might want to say something else. Hearing these words, the king became furious, drops of sweat appeared on his face, and he looked ahead indignantly. Afterwards, with his thick fingers, on which there were 3 rings, he squeezed his throne and, rising, said that the hero was called here to protect their state. Behind the protagonist stood a little girl who looked ahead in confusion, and the king continued to say that he orders all the aristocracy and merchants to purchase magical catalysts, and Lanuval to summon a hero to their lands. Khan looked ahead in disappointment. Unable to bear such insolence, the king clenched his fist and, jumping up from the throne, opened his mouth and shouted that he was the property of their kingdom. The protagonist spread his arms and, looking at the king, replied that, having caught a fish, the fisherman can call it his prey, but he is not a fish, but a hero, the property of the kingdom. This is funny. With his eyes wide open and smiling, he extended his hand and then shouted that maybe he should officially announce this to the whole world. Then what will happen to his precious kingdom? Hearing this, the king ground his teeth, distorting his face with displeasure. The queen, standing nearby, also looked at the hero with displeasure. All the boyars present were at a loss from such statements. Then suddenly Khan raised his hand up. Smiling widely, he shouted that he would go to the country that would honor him as a hero, and even if they caught him or locked him up, it was useless. He wouldn't lift a finger. After that, he imagined how the crown was breaking into pieces, and then threateningly added that the moment all humanity learned about such treatment of him, they would lose all hope and their country would come to an end. Grinning devilishly, the protagonist extended his finger forward, adding that this applies to everyone who supports this ridiculous king. The guards and boyars immediately turned pale, shocked by such a performance, after which the king closed his eyes and grabbed his forehead with his hand. He turned to the protagonist, to which he turned around, and then asked what kind of support he wanted. Khan smiled widely. Raising his hand, he said that clothes, housing and food of high quality, equipment, potions, geographical map, immunity, room service. The king, having heard the demands, leaned over and asked for room service, to which Khan clenched his fist with a smile, extending his little finger forward. The king turned pale at such statements, and then the protagonist, spreading his hands, added that he wanted something else. The monarch, frowning his eyebrows, shouted that he still had requests. The protagonist smiled and winked and raised his hand and said that he also needed money. Hearing this, the king turned pale, imagining his expenses. Khan imagined himself running across the field with a shield and sword, thinking that going through a game that he had already completed a long time ago was boring. So why not take a more fun route by using cheats? We are taken to the castle. A girl in a red dress stands around the pigs, grabbing their foreheads, and then says that she didn't think that he would be able to learn something else in one day. They've heard the following proverb: pigs who live at someone else's expense grunt incessantly, no matter how much give it to them. It's still not enough. Looking at the protagonist sitting on the bed, she extended her hand and added that the king who provides them with financial support will demand an appropriate return from him. Greed will destroy him. to which Kan extended his hand and replied that this was not too much. The girl, folding her hands, replied that an unfavorable agreement was better than serious claims. She, looking at her ward, added that even if he wins, there will definitely come a time when he will have to suffer losses. Turning around dissatisfied, she exhaled, adding that if she had more time, she would have been nearby and stopped him. But she was so busy because of the flow of students. She then imagined the field in her head and added that the owner of the mill thinks that the wheat grows only for his sake. Student Kang Hansu. He is not the only candidate for the role of the hero. The protagonist looked in front of him with displeasure and continued to listen as the girl opposite him added that there were already quite a few graduates. She imagined the planet in her head and said that they were calmly returned to Earth. After which, an image appeared in her head of a guy leading his grandfather across the road with a smile, and she added that they help those who are in difficult situations and live a happy life. She then began to disappear in front of him, adding that she hoped he would try too. Kan grabbed his head and thought that he, the owner of the mill, was not the only person who ended up in this world. Afterwards, he imagined a planet with a huge oak tree on it and pondered what it meant. There were other candidates, each of whom had their own practice room in which they were raised as heroes. He fell on the bed, shocked by such information, and then began to think that an educational institution the size of the whole world, intended for one person, what a fool he was to think so. He had no sense of reality. Then suddenly he looked in front of him, hearing a voice asking him what was eating him. Lanuvel appeared in front of him, hovering over him and peering into his eyes with interest. Khan's cheek turned red from the chest nearby, and then he jumped out of bed, grabbed a pillow and swung it, shouting that he told him not to start a conversation so suddenly. The girl from the village was not far from him, and he, looking away, thought that since yesterday she had not left his side, not counting the time to sleep, before being in such a situation, his heart would have jumped out of his chest. But because of what Professor Morality said somehow makes him worry. Then, looking at the surprised Lanuvel, he asked that he was definitely the only hero called to these lands. The girl replied that this was absolutely certain. He imagined the Demon Lord in his mind and thought that she said that she was too busy with the flow of students, which means that even now there are many people fighting against the Demon Lord. But he is the only hero. Frowning his eyebrows and lowering his eyes, he indulged in thoughts that there are parallel worlds. He imagined many identical planets and people, and then wondered if the number of exactly the same worlds corresponded to the number of students, like an offline role-playing game where one person enjoys the gameplay. After these words, the protagonist grabbed his head and began to twist it, thinking that the situation had become even more delusional for him. After all the thinking, he clenched his fist, thinking that he needed to forget about it and think about how to quickly to return him to Earth. The professor told him that the graduates were returned to Earth and are now living a happy life. There must be some way for him to return. Then he turned to Lanuvel and extended his hand, told her to follow him. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked where they should go. To which the protagonist smiled and replied that he would receive the long-awaited support. He should really enjoy it. A king appears in front of us, raises his hand up and says that he has one condition, to which Kan thinks that the day before the king, as promised, opened his treasury to him and provided him with financial support. Lanuvel looked in front of her in surprise, and the monarch added that it was she who would control his expenses. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that there was nothing he could do about it. He would have done the same thing himself in the place of the Dumpling King. After which we are transferred to the city. She points her finger at the glowing ball, saying that it's okay if they buy this magic ball. She's wanted one for a long time. Kan turned pale, but continued to smile, and then thought that, apparently, the king had chosen the wrong observer. He looked closely at the price tag that was under the magic ball, 200,000 gold. And then, stepping aside, he replied that she should buy it. Lanuvel clenched her fists, and, blushing, cried out that she was grateful to him. The protagonist, looking at the magical items, thought that this is not his money. And, by the way, this world is the center of trade for the entire kingdom. There are many things of excellent quality, but due to the very high rent, the prices here are terribly high. Looking at the small scroll with the staff and sword, he thought that all goods with the word magic in the name were incredibly expensive. He then introduced real-world technology and thought that they could be compared to advanced technology products on Earth. Lanuvel approached the protagonist and, glowing with happiness, said what she bought. She pulled out a multicolored magic ball in front of her, and it began to shine brighter. Kan turned to her along with the rest of the onlookers, and then, taking a few steps forward, he replied that if she had finished, then they needed to go faster. He imagined how he was walking around the city with a bag and a smile, and then he thought that during the first walk he was walking down the street in his school uniform, which attracted unnecessary attention, and he would not want to repeat this experience. A store appeared in front of them, in the window of which a red dress could be seen. Lanouville walked around the store in surprise, looking around. Suddenly she beamed and with a smile on her face said that it suits him. Kan appeared in a long blue coat with a large hat and a red jacket. Then the hero's companion looked at his suit in surprise, to which he frowned and replied that he himself knew that it was just a fashion disaster. He smiled and added that it was all for the sake of shopping. Then he and Lanouville walked around the city. People looked at him in surprise, looking at him from all sides, after which they began to whisper that he had such a luxurious suit. Apparently he was an aristocrat. Smiling widely, he looked to the side, then thinking that, as he had expected, the common people would not treat the aristocrats haphazardly. This way, they would also get behind Lanouville by seeing her with him, and they could focus on shopping. The girl approached the protagonist from behind and asked that where they were going. He was missing all the famous forges and alchemical shops. This was his first time here. To which Kan, smiling broadly, replied to the black market. Lanouville, hearing this, jumped aside and, raising her eyebrows, shouted that he was going to have a hand in illegal trade. Looking at his dissatisfied companion, who had a magic ball glowing on her belt, he continued to say that she, too, had bought it illegally because she had acquired it for her own benefit. He smiled maliciously and added that although he allowed her, she did not refuse. The girl turned pale, and the protagonist added that they were accomplices with her. Then she pursed her lips in displeasure, and a few drops of sweat dripped from her cheeks. After her cheeks turned pink, she pressed her hands to them and, smiling, replied that it seemed to her that in the name of world peace, then the black market would work, because even in medicines they often use deadly poison. Then Kan, walking forward, added that if she understood, then let her remain silent and follow him, to which the girl asked how they would find the black market. The protagonist imagined a tent with knights in his head, and then said that even he, who had lived here for a long time, had only heard about it through rumors. They constantly change the location of the auction, so it is very difficult to detect them. Squinting his eyes, he continued to think that a newbie hero who had just come into this world, who knew more about everything than the locals, looked very suspicious. He then looked at the puzzled Lanouville and asked who he was, to which the girl replied that he was the chosen one of the heroes. After that, the protagonist imagined the monsters in his head and replied, so that she would then think carefully about whether the hero could be an ordinary simpleton. If he could defeat the demon lord only with the help of his skill 500% of experience, then he would have been defeated long ago by what some dragons, fairies, and other mystical creatures that live for thousands of years. Let her listen to him carefully. He frowned, poked himself in the chest with a finger and added that the true face of a hero who can crush the devil himself does not lie in some numbers. Lanouville looked at her hero in surprise and, blushing, replied that now she understood. Satisfied, Kan walked forward, answering that she should then keep quiet, and they would go, and then thought about what, as he said, where the location of the black market was. Looking at the sky, through which white clouds floated, he thought that, however, it was easy to find out if you went to some local pub. A building appeared in front of them with a wooden sign with a picture of a beer mug on it. He walked inside with his companion. When they entered, they saw two pumped-up guys who were competing in strength with each other while screaming loudly. On the other side of the bar, a girl approached a drunk man, asking what he would drink, to which he waved his hand and shouted for a glass of beer. Somewhere off to the side sat a guy with a large hat covering his face, holding a guitar in his hands and playing pleasant music. Looking at the people around, the protagonist smiled and thought that nothing had changed, which is understandable, because he returned to the past. He then walked up to the bartender, who was polishing a glass of beer, and addressed him as Tony. A man with a well-groomed beard and styled hair turned to him and asked what the honorable nobleman knew, to which Kan, placing his hand on the bar counter, smiled and replied that he knew very well. He then remembered Tony showing him how to throw a dagger at a target. He thought about how he was a former assassin who quit his job and opened his own bar. During his first playthrough he was a lost drifter, and he taught him how to survive in this world. He was not only a good friend, but also a teacher. He would like to make friends with him again. But that's not what he's here for, and the annoying Lanouville is hanging around. Having looked in front of him with dissatisfaction and folded his hands, he stood silently for several seconds, and then Tony replied that he was very glad that Kan and the wonderful beauty visited his modest establishment, and that he wanted to order. They have all types of alcohol that are sold in their kingdom. tilting his head. The protagonist thought about whether it was worth using the secret language now. Looking at the bartender, he asked that he had not received some good alcohol today. Tony turned around and replied that if he had enough money, he could pour it for him. He was lucky, to which the protagonist thought that that was great. Afterwards, the bartender returned, holding 2 golden glasses in his left hand, and put a large glass on the table, saying that today they received dark beer Black Dragon aged 27 years. He advises him to order fried lamb to fully reveal the taste, which there will be a black market today. The Black Dragon is the trading venue, and some additional information depends on how the bartender pours the alcohol. A candle was burning in the corner of the bar, and Khan said that by chance he had not yet opened the bottle. The bartender replied that he could advise him of another alcohol. The protagonist apologized and replied that he was a little greedy, and then, looking at the worried bartender, he added that he would like to ask one more thing. With a wink, he extended his finger to the side and asked what about the quality of the lamb. Tony replied, pouring beer into a glass, that his guest could not even doubt it. Hearing this, Khan imagined a beefy guy with a lot of cuts and a girl in a cage. He thought that roasted lamb meant that although it was illegal in the kingdom, this time the main item of the auction would be slaves. He smiled broadly, then added that he would then like to order 2 portions of lamb. We are taken to the street in front of the bar. Suddenly the door opens with a loud bang. Kan and his companion run outside, shouting for them to run faster, to which the girl asks why they are in such a hurry. The protagonist looks at her displeasedly, gritting his teeth, and then shouts that she is still asking for lunch because they reserved seats and still had time before the auction started, but she said that the lamb they served her was too fatty. Pointing his finger at her, he shouted that they were waiting for her to prepare a new portion. Out of breath, Lanival ran after him, and then asked how he knew the bartender, to which he replied that to others he looked like an ordinary bartender. He remembered with a smile how he and Tony were at a banquet, and then thought that for him, a naive schoolboy, he was a real friend who taught him the laws of the jungle of this world. If he were not a hero, they would have opened some kind of business with him. Walking down the alley, Kan said that, by the way, there is still something she shouldn't tell the king. In addition to the 5-fold bonus to experience, the hero has one more ability. He turned around and saw purple system windows above the city residence, and then thought that from the moment he came into this world, he can see information about anyone. Why only he can do this, he wondered this question many times. But after the words of Professor Morrill, he understood a lot. He remembered how he was lying in front of a huge goblin covered in blood, and then he thought that in the early stages a candidate for a hero is not able to distinguish the strong from the weak and can get involved in a battle that is obviously losing for him and die a stupid death. Fortunately, this ability is everything still effective. Then he winked and pointed his finger upward, adding that is it illogical for a hero whose goal is to kill the Demon King to have such a skill. Lanival answered with a smile that then he could see her characteristics. The protagonist turned to the girl and replied that, of course. A system message appeared in front of him that her race was human, level 200, specialization scientist, skills magic, witchcraft. He then imagined the demons in his head and thought that she was level 200, not even the level of the weakest minion of the Demon King. Kan, looking at his happy companion with concern, thought that her skills were of the highest rank, and despite the fact that he had frightening potential. Then he turned away from her and continued to think that when he remembered the first circle and her future, Lanival, looking at his back, shouted that why he was silent, to which he replied that it was not important and they should hurry up. Then the girl took a step forward and turned to the protagonist. Suddenly a guy rushed past her. Holding a dagger in his hand, her magic ball began to glow. The light from it emanated in different directions, foreshadowing trouble. Lanival turned around in fear. She saw a guy in a red bandage grab a bag of gold from her and rush away, and her magic ball began to fall down to the ground. At the last second, Khan grabbed him, and then he swung it with all his might and threw it. Suddenly the thief opened his eyes wide in fear. The magic ball hit him right in the back at great speed. A second later he fell to the ground and the ball rolled to the side. The protagonist, grabbing the ball, said that it hit between the 4th and 5th lumbar vertebrae. Then, standing menacingly over the thief, he threw the ball up and added that the lower back was a rather important place, and if this injury was not addressed, he would have problems. Looking ahead with displeasure, he added that his daily life would become more difficult because his legs would lose sensation. Then he approached with a smile and added that he was brave. He looked at the thief in front of him and saw a system message that his race was human, level 8, specialty thief, escape skills, state nervous. Kan, the magic ball, thought that his characteristics had dropped, so all he could do was throw himself at everyone. Looking at the indignant thief, he continued to think that between him and this idiot there is a difference of 7 levels. He is stronger than him. The first time he tried to avoid maniacs and bad guys, but now he is different from himself. Looking at the caller with a smile, he continued to say that if he gives up and returns the money, and then runs away, he will pretend that nothing happened. The thief opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with hatred, and then he screamed not to be looked down on. Khan exhaled and, straightening his hat, thought that it was time for him to show the experience of the past 10 years. His opponent lunged forward with his dagger, to which Khan simply pulled out his hat in the eyes of the thief, and he screamed protractedly, after which the protagonist appeared behind his opponent and struck him in the neck with 2 fingers. The thief, gritting his teeth, began to fall unconscious on his back, and Khan, standing behind him, said that the blow came between the 6th and 7th cervical vertebrae. He acted on the same principle as with a vertebra, there is always a weak spot. His opponent fell to the ground, unable to move, and Khan continued to say that if he did not want to suffer from the loss of sensation in his hands and the curvature of his neck, then he would have to take good care of this place. This was his punishment for going against him. After some time, the thief was pulled out by 2 guards. Lanuvel approached her hero and said that she explained the situation to the guards. Of course, the fact that Khan is a hero is a secret. The protagonist put his head on his hand and thought that even if so, in a couple of days rumors would spread throughout the kingdom. But for now it was better for him to hide this status to make it easier to move around the city. He then turned pale when he heard her say that it seemed like he had already killed people. Hearing this, Khan looked at his companion with displeasure and shouted that she should not call him a murderer. He remembered his past life and thought that he had already become a habit of killing those who were perceived as enemies without the slightest hesitation. He had carried out various assignments for 10 years. Turning around with dissatisfaction, he turned to his companion, and then asked if she knew what the average level of an ordinary adult was. Turning to the girl, he added that the 3rd one. Then he imagined a farmer in his head and said that if you give an ordinary person a gun, it will add about 2 levels to him. Then a thief appeared in front of him, who attacked him, lying on a cart. He said that he had an 8th. Remembering his characteristics, he continued to say that according to his skills, he was neither a soldier nor a hunter, so apparently. The protagonist did not have time to finish speaking when Lanuvel clenched her fists and screamed that he knew that the thief had committed a crime and killed many townspeople, and the respected heroes decided to completely exclude the possibility of other victims. She extended her hand and, closing her eyes, continued to shout that before defeating the Demon King, Kang nobly decided to save the lives of civilians. This was the first great accomplishment of a respected hero. She, holding her head high, approached him from behind and asked how much his level had increased, to which the protagonist replied that he needed to check it, since he had a 5-fold increase in experience. He waved his hand, and a system window appeared in front of him, which stated that his race was superhuman, level 4, specialization hero. Lanuvel raised her finger upward and said with a smile that all animals and plants have inner strength. Some become stronger as they evolve, but most increase this strength through theft or absorption, and the accumulated strength is displayed in the status as a level. Khan lowered his head and imagined athletes in his head, and then thought that the 4th level corresponded to them on Earth, a system where you become stronger by killing others, quite consistent with some kind of role-playing game. He raised his hand and then continued to reflect that his enemy was a thief and a murderer anyway, so he had done a good deed. Clenching his fist and smiling widely, he added that he felt great. And then he approached Lanuvel and told her to take care of the bag of money. The fairy queen appears in front of us, standing around the corner and eavesdropping on their conversation. We are transported to the slums. The protagonist and his companion walk along small streets. Then suddenly he sees someone appearing around the corner. Frowning his eyebrows, he carefully looks ahead. A smiling guy in a suit appears from around the corner and asks that Tony's client is in front of him. Khan, with furrowed brows, replies that he is not a client, but his sworn enemy, to which the man smiles affably and replies that he should follow him. Walking through the streets, the protagonist begins to think about the fact that the black market operates secretly. Behind the scenes of the entire continent there is no easy enemy lurking. Their safety is really close to a clinical case of misophobes, because even he could not reveal their identities during the first playthrough. As he walked forward, he thought that, in any case, this password was still valid. Then suddenly the guy turned to them and said that she was here, inside. A dilapidated building with a collapsed roof appeared in front of them. Going inside, Lanuvel asked in a whisper that this place didn't look like the general's house. Khan turned to her and replied that she should look down. A magic circle was drawn on the floor in front of them, and then he added that this was a spatial transfer seal. The materials it was made from must be very expensive. Looking ahead in surprise, he whispered that people from the black market are very meticulous. His companion came up from behind and said that she didn't know, but all this time she thought that the black market was hidden somewhere in the capital. The protagonist, looking at her displeasedly, replied that she should not be surprised at everything. Like a hillbilly, then suddenly a man approached them and told them to put it on. A wolf mask appeared on Kan's face, and Lanivel put on a rabbit mask. Then, walking around the room, the protagonist said that sometimes there are people who boldly walk through the black market without a mask, but as a future hero, he cannot afford this. He then approached the man and said that he wanted him to hurry up. Their guide smiled and, breaking the magic chalk, replied that he understood. The seal on the floor lit up, and Kan and Lanuvella looked at their feet in surprise. Then a bright light blinded the entire room. Two pairs of eyes appeared, looking at each other in surprise. She said that it was so dark here, they were transported underground, to which the hero replied that she should not turn on the light carelessly. After getting used to the darkness, they saw a few more masked people around them, and then he added that he didn't want to deal with the guards lurking around. Looking in front of him, he thought about how he was here during his first passage. The black market is located approximately under the forest in the western part of the capital. He imagined the guy standing on the magic circle praying to the statue, and then went on to think that until some idiot cult leader came here and summoned the devil. This place was sometimes used as a black market. Also, this is the place he visited as a guest several times. A purple light appeared and someone said that they were honored to have visited their market. A guy came out holding a flashlight with a purple glow in his hand. Looking at him, Kan asked what this auction was. His new acquaintances replied that it would start soon. The elderly, friendly man added that there was little time left. He would lead them to their places after a short explanation. He introduced the place where the auction would be held and said that if they wanted to bid, they should lightly hit the bell in front of their place. He then thought about the various precious materials and said that they should pay in advance with gold or precious stones. They would not be held responsible if they suffered trouble or loss as a result of their identity being revealed or the mask being lost. Then the protagonist looked at his companion and, calling her Miss Extra, said that she heard the words of the guide and looked in front of her with displeasure. Lanuel shouted with displeasure that she was not extra. At that second, the protagonist covered her mouth and told her to shut up already. He imagined the image of Lanuel in his head and thought that she was a famous beauty in the middle continent, a fantasy, trying to reveal herself on the black market. The older man smiled and told them to follow him. Kan, turning to his companion, told her never to create problems here. A red seal appeared near her leg, and then exactly the same one appeared above her head, and the protagonist added that she should do this if she did not want to be buried alive. They entered the dark room again, and Lanuel said that explosive magic circles are located throughout the dungeon. Kan looked at her displeasedly and replied that the words never create problems here have a very deep meaning. If she does not want to be buried for 5 floors underground. Then suddenly the lights on the ceiling lit up and a stage appeared in front of them with many masked people around it. Kan sat down at a table and an elderly man approached him and bowed and said that he hoped they would have a productive time. The guy on stage extended his arms in different directions and shouted that they would then start their auction. After a few seconds, a big man bound in chains appeared on stage, and the host shouted that the first product was a war veteran who had survived from the land of demons. Looking at his scars, he shouted that they saw wounds all over his body, near death after defeating a strong demon. They found him in time and healed him. The big man looked calmly in front of him, and the leader continued to shout that he was a warrior who offered himself as a slave to pay off a debt. He was ideal as a gladiator or bodyguard. Kan, gritting his teeth, looked in front of him displeasedly, and then thought that the war veteran was a complete zero. No matter how much they praised him, they couldn't fool him. Looking at the big man, he saw a system message that said that his race was human, level 11, specialization warrior, skills luck, state alarm. Kan thought that his state was the only highly rated skill he possessed. It was unlikely there is a fool who will buy with money someone weak, strong only in spirit. Suddenly, bells rang throughout the hall. The protagonist turned pale and thought that it seemed that everyone here had money. Lanuel approached him and answered with a smile that she understood his plan. She raised her finger up and added that he would buy the best slave, make him a comrade. Hearing this, Kan turned pale and looked in front of him with displeasure. He remembered how on his first playthrough, an elf appeared on the stage and he started banging the bell non-stop. He thought about what he did differently on his first playthrough, trying to save the slave, and rather became a pain in the ass. Remembering how she addressed him arrogantly, He thought that if he only knew about her annoying nature and hatred of people, he would not have made the bet at all. Lanuvel, looking at the scene in surprise, said that he was sold, but he seemed to be a very strong slave. Khan replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Calmly looking ahead, he added that the real auction will begin now. If you spend money thoughtlessly at the very beginning, you will only lose your advantage when a more valuable item appears. A girl shackled with green hair appeared on the stage, and the host shouted that this is their second product. Just let him look at her delicate and smooth skin. She is a respected daughter from a noble family that was captured by demons. Lanuvel leaned over to Kan and said that this was a girl, but he interrupted her and replied that he would tell her in advance. But they did not come to play with toys, it was not their job to save the nobles. Then he remembered the elf queen, who was waving her sword, and thought that if she were here, she would forcefully stop the auction without asking his permission, and would insist on the release of all the slaves. Clenching his fists and lowering his head, he thought about how he would remember all the trouble he went through to clean up after her. Then the presenter's voice sounded that this was the next product, and a man shackled came onto the stage. The protagonist raised his head and looked in front of him in surprise, and then he lit up with happiness and thought that this was excellent. This is what he needed. Then he shouted for his companion to place a bet, and Lanuvel hit the bell with a hammer. Where the auction was being held, the presenter shouted and he began the countdown. Kan put his hands behind his head with a smile, and the presenter shouted that he congratulated the buyer in the wolf mask. He had purchased an excellent product at a low price. Lanuvel approached the protagonist in surprise and asked him to check the status of this mercenary. Kan replied that he was level 286, to which the girl shouted that he could even compete with Mr. Alex. The protagonist imagined in his head a warrior in heavy armor with a long sword, and then thought that such a remark would upset the future king of the sword. But since the moment had not yet arrived when Alex became much stronger and was nicknamed the king of the sword, the mercenary has such a high level for a very simple reason. He imagined a beefy guy standing around a large number of monsters he had killed, and then thought that he had been to a lot of places and killed a lot of people, although it only sounded simple. Then the presenter handed Kan a paper with a key and said that it was a contract. The protagonist replied to leave it on the table. Behind him appeared a tall, skinny man in shackles with a lifeless look. Lanuvel smiled and, approaching him, asked that they were returning, exhaled and replied that she had a headache. This was just the beginning of the bidding. A goblin appeared on stage and someone banged a hammer. Then the girl appeared and the sound of the bell sounded again. Lanuvel, bowing her head, whispered that she was going to throw up. Kan, turning to her, told her to be patient a little longer. A decrepit old man came onto the stage and said that he would also be hanging around for a long time. Since the price of the bet falls as competition decreases, the black market begins to offer only nondescript goods. Looking at the skinny guy with long hair, he thought that today's result was one mercenary slave, and that's already good. Taking off his hat, he looked ahead in surprise and said that he had better leave slowly. He suddenly looked in front of him in shock. An elf girl appeared in front of him, shackled, with long ears. Looking at her, the leader shouted that this is the elf they found in the famous forest of the southern continent. As they can see, her mind is slightly broken, but her appearance and breed speak for themselves. The host looked at her closer and added that besides, after he maintained a short pause, and then, looking at her legs, said that she was innocent. Hearing this, the crowd looked at the stage with delight. Khan looked in different directions, hearing the sounds of bells everywhere, and the presenter shouted that if he was the kind of buyer that was looking for something from the second generation, then here it was. Their chance was 1 in a million. The protagonist, looking at the girl, thought that the elves are the highest race and the sharp-edged stone of all human desires. It would be strange to treat all this as fantasy if there were no elves here. The sounds of bells were heard everywhere. People beat them desperately, shouting that they should not miss this opportunity to acquire an innocent noble elf. Kan, smiling, grabbed his head and thought that they were idiots. Just as he thought, the elves were noble. Looking at the girl in shackles, he continued to think that it was because compared to their life expectancy, their fertility was a joke. Their birth rate was so low that you would think that all races of them were on pills, and their libido no higher than that of a eunuch or a monk. Then he said that they say that the elves who lost in the territorial war with the people. Lanuvel, looking at the scene, interrupted him and added, saying that they had taken refuge in the darkest corners of the forest. They had fallen to the level of mere prey. Looking at the scene, she said that this elf was very strange. Khan thought that he had finally noticed her. He leaned over and said that she seemed sick, and then thought that, being an excellent magician, she probably felt it too. Looking ahead carefully, he thought that she was definitely special. A system message appeared in front of him that her race was Elf, level 851. Profession Archer, curse status, poisoning, exhaustion, magic neutralized, numbness. Then he grabbed the hammer and thought that he had no reason to worry. If he didn't buy it, he wouldn't forgive himself. Looking at the girl, he thought that her appearance did not matter to him. Level 851 was so close to the level of an ordinary ranked demon. Afterwards, he imagined in his head the demon lord with his dog and thought that, however, the superior race compensates for everything, and the skill levels are so high that it can be recorded somewhere between the average and high rank. This puts it on par with the Lord's pet demons. Looking at the system message near the elf, he continued to think that the truth is that the girl's general status is more like a hospital discharge. The first curse is probably the last work of some demon. She is alive physically, but not mentally. The presenter continued to shout something with a smile, and Kan reflected that everything that followed the curse was, without a doubt, the merit of the merchants who captured her so that she could not fight back. Then he raised the gavel and hit the bell, and the host shouted that there was another bid from the buyer in the wolf mask. He was starting the report. No one wanted to challenge him. The guy in the raven mask put his hands on his belt and said that you don't often see such a beautiful elf. The man standing next to him grabbed his chin, and, after thinking, said that it would be more profitable to buy another warrior. Looking at them, Kan thought that they're probably thinking about something like that. Looking around, he continued to think that they did not know its level, and therefore no one risked going beyond a reasonable price. The presenter raised his hand with a smile and shouted that there was no one else, then he would sell to the buyer with the highest bid. He raised his hand and started shouting countdown. Suddenly something exploded behind him and the room was covered in dust. Kan and Lanovel looked ahead in fear. The customers and presenter began to sweat. Then they saw the destroyed tunnel and shouted that this was clearly not a natural phenomenon. The entrance was destroyed. What were the guards doing? The protagonist, looking at the tunnel, thought that if the hidden guards could not stop this, then this means an invasion. Lanovel grabbed her face in fear and said that the tunnel was about to fall. They would all be buried here alive. Kan replied that she should not panic and look into both eyes. Suddenly magic appeared around the stones. A loud scream was heard from the tunnel, and then animated stones appeared. Looking at them, Kan thought that these were earth elementals. If they were here, then there was no doubt they were attackers. A squad of armed elves emerged from the tunnel. The leader, looking at them, shouted that this was an elven invasion. They needed to be intercepted, and more guards. The elf, standing in front, replied that thanks to the stupid nobles, who do not know modesty, they were able to easily break in here. The elf queen pulled out her dagger and, frowning, added that they should not miss the moment and everyone would go on the attack to save their sister. The elves pulled back their bowstring and shot several arrows forward. Several guards immediately died in a second, emitting a prolonged scream. Then the rest of the survivors rushed with their weapons towards the elf queen, shouting that they needed to protect the clients and capture them. Even if they killed them, they needed to make sure that there was not a scratch on their bodies. A magic crystal appeared in the elf queen's hand and she spoke to the elemental. Several blue rays shot out from her staff, hitting 3 guards at once. They rolled head over heels on the floor, endlessly screaming in pain. Kan gritted his teeth and grabbed his hat, thinking that some of the royal family had come to this flea market. Looking at the magic-wielding elf, he thought that it was the elf queen Sylvia. A system message appeared in front of him with her characteristics that she is an arch-elf. Her level is 284. Her profession is shaman. He then imagined the princess standing calmly with her arms stretched down. He thought about how she was a princess now, but once the elf king died during the coup, she would retire from adventuring and take the throne. He then remembered the last time she looked at him and he thought about her being the future queen of the elves and a member of his group. Afterwards, he imagined how the elf was lying on the ground and thought that in order to save several of her sisters, she sacrificed the majority, which was typical of her last time. She pulled out her blade, which contained a magic crystal, and it lit up red, covering everything in flames. Looking at this, the protagonist thought that she had just yet to join his group, so her level is quite low, but she was born gifted, which means her skill rank is as high as in her heyday. The elf queen pulled out her blade with the backside and released the flames forward. The guards within its radius immediately became covered in fire and began running around the room, screaming in pain. Kan thought Elemental S was one hell of a skill. The older man then shouted for him to run after him. The man waved his hand, and looking at him, Kan thought that even in this situation, they don't think about evacuating clients first. What kind of professionalism is so touching? Lanovel looked at the protagonist and asked how they could help with their rescue. She lit up with happiness and clenched her fists. Looking at this, Can lowered his head and thought that this look meant she wanted to help the elves and teach the black market a lesson. After which he replied that his companion should go to the shelter and wait there. She indignantly asked why. The protagonist looked at her menacingly and replied that she was stupid to help with the rescue. He looked at the real slave behind her and answered what they should do with the mercenary whom they saved a few minutes ago and left to die. He extended his hand upward with displeasure and then added that he couldn't believe that she wanted to abandon their comrade who would fight side by side with them. Shame on her. Looking at the overturned chair nearby, he thought that they were the only customers who had not yet escaped. Then he looked to the side at the dead slaves and continued to think that since the coffins were chained during the turmoil, they were forgotten about and they died. Extending his hand towards Lanuvel, he added that he is a hero. Now he will completely figure this out himself. Let him wait for him in the shelter along with their comrade. His companion and the mercenary retreated into the passage, and Can looked confidently ahead. He saw the presenter on stage and shouted to him, to which he turned around. And then, looking from the stage, he asked why he didn't run away. The protagonist replied that he should answer his questions. The presenter was surprised, and Can, looking at the elf, asked that she belonged to him. The presenter answered correctly. Then, looking at her ears, he added that the rules state that you have to pay first. But in such circumstances, the elf's life is in his hands, the buyer in the wolf mask. Looking down from the stage, he added that they should go to the shelter together. She was drugged and would not resist. The protagonist smiled, and then thought that the presenter was not a fool. He imagined in his head an elf fighting with a guard, and continued to think that the presenter realized that the elves are here for that girl, and they are clearly losing. And since he doesn't have time to worry about the drugged elf, it's easier for him to shift this burden to him. Then he smiled and, looking at the presenter, replied that he was not a mistake. He turned around and replied that he should not be overpraised. He then took out a golden claw and smilingly replied that he was forced to run and attend to his other duties. Suddenly an approaching elf appeared behind him. But the leader was not taken aback and, making a quick jerk back, cut the elf's neck in one fell swoop. Can, looking at how the leader was killing elves right and left, thought that from the outside he looked like an aristocrat's jester. But the guy was strong. Then more guards burst into the room and he continued to think that the black market guards who had finished placing clients in the safe house were running to help. He thought he knew how this would all end. Looking at the elf in front of him, he thought that the future queen of the elves would be captured here and turned into a slave. With the clock behind his head, he continued to think that, given the price they would charge for her, they would not punish the girl for the sake of revenge. Part of the earnings at the auction would go to the families of the dead guards. This is not the worst outcome. Then he grabbed the elf he had bought by the chin and greeted her. Then he added that he would say it straight. She would live. Sylvia would surrender. She understood what he was talking about. The elf looked at him in surprise, and then she answered that yes, she was a soft girl. Then he remembered how the leader put a knife to the elf's throat, and Sylvia was melting in front of him. He thought that she did not give up, and when the leader was left alone, he took the slave hostage. She was overwhelmed with guilt for what she exposed her people to such risks, and she surrendered and was then sold as a slave. He remembered how in a past life she told him this around the fire. Then, looking at the elf's face, Can began to take off his mask, thinking that he knew this expression on her face. She was ready to sacrifice herself. He grabbed her by the waist, and then he kissed her on the lips. Sylvia, seeing this, opened her eyes wide and was afraid. The elf blushed, eyes wide, and then she covered them, giving into a passionate kiss. Can, looking at her, thought that her heart was now his. Sylvia looked ahead in fear, holding out her hand. A tear rolled down from the elf's eyes, and the protagonist thought that Sylvia should not give up because of a slave like him. He doesn't want her to experience the miserable life of a slave even for a second. Let her always be happy. He pictured in his head the elf queen looking at the little girl with a smile. A tear rolled down the elf's cheek, and she thanked Can. He put the mask back on and replied that it was not worth it. Sylvia cried to the teacher, bursting into tears. And then the protagonist, looking menacingly in front of him, added that he even liked it. The elf began to fall, and Sylvia stood in a stupor, looking ahead in fear. Can looked at how the elf fell at his feet. He thought that it was just thanks to the curse. He killed a level 852 elf, which means a system message appeared in front of him with his characteristics. And then another one appeared, saying that his level was now 165. He smiled broadly, grabbed his head and said that this system is just tough. Hansu looks at his raised palm, thinking that by killing, his level increases much faster than standard methods, which would take a year. He imagines himself standing on bones and holding a sword above his head, and thinks that there is a world where you can become stronger simply by killing someone by any means. Hansu looks at the bright light, realizing that this requires effort and luck, but this opportunity is given to everyone, because this is a fantasy world. The guy smiles, his face looks terrifying, and understands that all this will only work if he himself wins. One of those conducting the auction calls out to Hansa, who is standing on the stage, asking why he killed the elf. The guy, turning his head, replies that he will pay the full amount for it, and thinks that some people who do not know the system may think that it would be more profitable to use the slave as a subordinate, rather than kill him. Hansu represents an equality in which one elf of level 851 killed by him is equal to 5 of the same elves for others, because all his experience is multiplied by 5 times. He dodges the projectile flying at him, thinking that there is still a lot of experience in this room. In front of the scene with corpses lying around, someone aims a small glowing dagger at the dodging Hansa. An angry Sylvia, with tears rolling down her cheeks, screams at the guy, asking him how he dared to kill her teacher. Hansu jumps off the stage. He picks up a sword lying next to the corpse. He picks it up, swings it, and says it's not the type of sword he prefers, but it'll do this time. Hansu raises his sword to his face, preparing to attack, and reflects on his level and the possibilities at it. 2 elves cover Sylvia. One throws several daggers, the second shoots arrows. Hansu jumps, objects flying at him pierce the stone floor. The guy flies over the archer. His shadow falls over the frightened elf, and he realizes that his body cannot keep up with his thoughts, and tries to understand whether these sensations are similar to what he felt at the peak of his abilities. Hansu grins and decides that everything is relative. He looks up information about the dagger-wielding elf, who is actually an archer, and realizes that she is using her skills incorrectly. He hits her in the head with his sword and lands on her feet, thinking that her movements are too predictable. Another elf runs up in horror to the bleeding archer. Her dagger flies off to Hans, who threw his sword, and in his thoughts he scolds her for the fact that she does not know how to use her weapon at all. The guy, having caught the dagger, decides that the elf either has not fought with people before or is used to archery from a distance. But he does not care, because he now has a high-quality dagger in his hands. The second elf, clutching a sword in her hand, screams at Hansa with tears in her eyes. Having heard her, he turns his gaze and asks, rather rhetorically, if there is an even bigger idiot here. The girl rushes forward screaming. Hansu tightens his grip on the dagger, dodges the elf's sword. In a split second he is right in front of her. He grins angrily. His dagger is pressed to the girl's throat. There is a look of fright on her face when the guy greets her. She looks down. Hansu punches the elf in the jaw, causing her to fly off. The guy grabs her by the front of her cloak, brandishing a dagger. The dagger sticks into the elf. Hansu stops. Continuing to hold the wounded elf, he turns around. His clothes are burned on his side and a burn is visible. Behind Sylvia, holding a sharp sword in her hands, is a magician who created a circle of fire. Hansu gets angry. A vein appears on his face, and continues to hold the elf, angry that he was mistaken for a stake. Sylvia orders the magician, standing opposite the fighters, to concentrate the spell on one point. Hansu grins. He jerks the elf who was already passed out. He announces a deadly attack. He takes refuge in the elf, considering her the meat-elf shield of friendship. Sylvia and the magician stand in shock, looking at this. Hansu starts running towards Sylvia and shouts, asking if she will shoot again. He accelerates, continuing to hold the elf in front of him, throws it at Sylvia, saying that the girl is still alive. He grabs the flying sword and says he'll borrow it for a while. Sylvia turns around to see Hansa swinging his sword. She's screaming. The guy, thrusting a sword into the head of one of the elves lying on top of each other, reports that Sylvia's cry is beautiful, and she must sing well, and adds that he will no longer hear it. Hansu winces. He kneels before the wounded elves, saying that they cannot die from some kind of blood loss. A gloomy Sylvia stands behind. The guy continues, saying that if the elf dies a natural death, then the experience intended for him will simply disappear. Hansu smiles and says that if this happens, then their friendship will be over. An order is heard to kill the guy. An angry Sylvia points her sword at Hansa, screaming for him to be killed. He remembers the teacher of the elf queen, telling her in his thoughts that her sacrifice will not be in vain. Hansu smiles wickedly, holding the sword in front of his face, glad that now there will be no outcome in which the princess becomes a slave. The guy suddenly starts running towards Sylvia, shouting that the time has come for his dream to come true. The elf archers pull the bowstring, the swordsman grabs his weapon, and shout that they cannot forgive Hans. Magicians conjure purple glowing stones and yellow balls. Hansu scratches his head, remembering that elves are easily emotional. He paints a picture of their family, reflecting that because of their long lives they live as one community. What can be their strength and at the same time their weakness? The guy smiles, realizing that the death of his comrades causes the elves to lose their composure, leaving a gap in their defense. He understands that he is not alone here. The man running the auction yells at two guys to block the doors. Two armed men stand next to Hansu as they are ordered to provide cover and assistance to him. The men stand in front of one of the elves. A fight breaks out between the people from the auction and the elves, and streaks of fire appear. Hansu is sad that he won't get all the experience from killing. An explosion occurs behind him, causing some bodies to be thrown to the side. Gritting his teeth, he turns towards the explosion, and he understands that even when driven into a corner, the elves remain just as strong. Sylvia, holding the sword in her hand, screams as she attacks, and Hansu decides that she is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The guy takes the dagger out of the corpse lying next to him, realizing that if he doesn't continue to raise the level, he will be buried today, and now is not the time to be careful. He is determined to fight, preparing to lose a couple of fingers. Blood begins to flow from his hand. He looks at the bleeding place where a piece of his finger is missing. An elf stands behind him. He turns around and hits her, causing her to fly away with blood flowing from her mouth, and swears why she cut off his finger right now while he was trying to collect his thoughts. Hansu finishes off the elf, shouting about compensation for the damage with her own experience. He sees a piece of his finger lying there, and, picking it up, he puts it in place. The finger instantly fuses with the hand holding the dagger. Tired Sylvia looks at a pleased Hansa, who is trying to figure out if his finger looks crooked. Sylvia frowns, asking the guy if he is a demon. He, smiling madly, says that it is sad that she thinks so. Behind Sylvia lies a pile of corpses of her comrades, and Hansu notices about the massacre they caused. The elf is breathing heavily, and the guy thinks that she is again the only survivor, but with one difference. Hansu grins, realizing that his intervention has changed the course of time. Looking at the wounded, bleeding guard, the guy decides that the black market was on the verge of destruction, since they could not cope with Sylvia. Hansu throws the dagger in front of Sylvia and tries to guess how many people died here. He scans the angry elf's information, noticing how her level has risen. The guy opens his eyes, realizing that she has risen several levels, but so has he. Hansu stands happy, holding a dagger in his hand, and information about him says that his level is 203. The guy bows to Sylvia, expressing his gratitude to the elves who turned to experience for him. She gets even angrier, and Hansu points out that experience can only be gained from her. He smiles insidiously, deciding to himself that he cannot miss her. Sylvia, raising her sword, shouts that Hansu will die here with her. She sticks the sword into the floor, along which waves spread out, destroying it, and summons the earth elementals. The surviving men, grabbing the wounded, hurry to the exit. Hansu scratches his head, telling Sylvia to restrain herself. His eyes begin to glow, a smile appears on his face, and he reports that if she does what she planned, then the corpses of the elves will become useless. Sylvia freezes, small stones fall behind her, and realizes that the guy knew everything. Presenting the corpses of elves lying in bags, he says that they can be sold at a high price to create magical catalysts. Hansu smiles dangerously as he runs his finger along the blade of his dagger, comparing the butchered corpses of the elves to a first-class butcher's work. Sylvia screams that his words are true, but she cannot escape without taking into account the deaths of her comrades. Hansu grins and asks if she wants to turn this place into a cemetery. Frozen, Sylvia looks at the guy, who says that it was she who brought her comrades here. He smiles disgustingly, asking if that's true. Closing her eyes, Sylvia once again calls Hansa a demon and shouts that everything is because of him. The gaze turns to the hand lying in the blood, and the elf continues to shout that if they had won, there would be no problems. Hansu lifts his mask, telling Sylvia not to involve her comrades, who are not prepared for defeat. He throws his mask to the floor, remembering that the elf had still insisted that he was a demon. Hansu stands up, looking straight. The guards are surprised that everything has stopped. Sylvia, with a trembling voice and a frightened face, asks the elementals why they stopped and ignored her. Sweat dripping from her face, she screams, asking why they are protecting a demon. With a malicious expression on his face, Hansu plunges a dagger into Sylvia's stomach. Taunting her, he says that the elementals consider a hero more important than someone who uses her comrades as a killing tool. The reflection of Sylvia's teary eyes shows a grinning guy, and she, not believing that he is a hero, asks again. The elf falls, holding the dagger stuck in her stomach, and Hansu explains that the elementals love nature and want to protect it. He remembers Pedinar saying that the elementals cannot do without a hero to fight him. Hansu steps on the hilt of the dagger, asking if it would be worse if he was just buried alive and died. He presses his foot down on the dagger, telling Sylvia not to meet him a third time. Hansu recreates the battle in the likeness of a cinematic film, at the end of which the future queen of the elves became one step completed for the hero. She died, and for her it was a truly worthy end. Great and beautiful. Professor Morality stands with a sullen expression, arms folded, looks at the nervous guy. He sits on the bed, with his hands on his knees, his eyes closed, and the professor clarifies whether he killed those elves. Imagining 3 girls, she says that when revenge and anger combine, they give birth to a daughter whose name is Cruelty, and she is terrible and difficult to control. The professor compares goodness to heavy lead, and evil is as light as a feather. Hansu looks blankly at the professor, who is talking about fighting the demon lord. The guy is speechless, opening his mouth when the professor tells him that if he defeats the demon lord, he will still fail the test. Hansu grabs the blanket with his hands, indignantly telling the girl standing opposite him that this is unfair. He remembers the battle with the elves and says that they attacked him first. The professor, withdrawing his hand, says that patience brings peace and impatience brings regret, and asks if everything would have turned out for the better if he had endured, to which the guy does not understand why he had to endure when swords are crossed. The professor imagines a man sitting in front of a blossoming flower and says that patience and time can do much more than force and anger. The girl extends her hand to the surprised guy, asking what he sees around him. He thinks about it. The professor, having heard the answer from the hesitant Hansu, was that this was an experience. The guy remembers Alex, believing that he can kill him now, to which the professor tells him not to look at his comrades as flasks with experience. Imagining a branch with an ant sitting on it, she says that a gnome sitting on a giant's shoulder can see further than a giant alone. The professor imagines a field of wheat with a scarecrow standing on it, a man praying, and says that when a priest and a farmer are together, their shared knowledge is many times greater than that of each individual. The professor raises his finger up, points to Hansa and tells him about his homework, the essence of which is to live peacefully and smile even at those he doesn't like. A bright light blinds the face of a guy who is thinking about the complexity of the task. The professor, on the other side of the portal, says that they will meet again in 2 days. The portal disappears and Hansu, sitting in the same position, begins to sweat as he tries to comprehend the task. He leans back on the bed and whines because the professor hasn't specified who exactly he needs to live peacefully with, so he'll have to worry about that. Hansu notices Lanuvel, who has come in, and asks what he needs to worry about. A smiling girl stands in the doorway, holding a craft bag in her hand. Hansu asks what she forgot here, to which she receives the answer that the girl is accompanying the respected hero. The guy shouts at the frightened girl that he left her to take care of the consequences on the black market, and her job of delivering elf corpses should not have been easy, to which Lanuvel, in a trembling voice, reports that she came only after completing all the instructions. She, visualizing the bags of corpses, asks about the fact that he could not leave them to the black market. Hansu, imagining a cow put together like a puzzle, says that he simply did not want the elves to be cut into pieces and sold. The guy grins evilly while Lanuvel, thinking about his respect for his enemies, shines with his palms to his mouth, and he decides that he will not allow his friends to profit from the spoils. Thinking about the families of the deceased black market guards, Hansu asks the girl about them. He imagines guards carrying corpses and thinks about how amazing it would be if there were elevators here. Hansu thinks that he used all the gold he had to get the corpses at a low price, and that he paid the black market for safe transportation. The guy goes behind the screen, starting to undress, and turns to Lanuvel, who is looking at him, and asks her how the negotiations with the Elf King went. She recalls their meeting, saying that she told everything through the magic ball that she holds in her hand, and the elven delegation will soon visit the kingdom. The girl rejoices, throwing her hands up, informing about the money that the elves will come with. Adjusting his sleeve, Hansu, with a serious expression on his face, thinks about how difficult it will be if no one replenishes his wallet. A smiling male merchant offers a treat, thinking that even if he is a hero, they will not give him anything for free. Stepping aside, the guy chews a treat, looking at Lanuvel, who is paying, and thinks that it was enough for him that they didn't try to rob him, and understands that if he didn't have money for the trip, he would have died of hunger. Having taken a bite, he closes his eyes and thinks that everyone is mistaken about his level. Hansu chews, grinning, believing that he is still level 4. He remembers the Elf King, who does not know that his daughter attacked the hero and was killed by him. Surprised, Lanovel stands next to the serious Hansu, thinking that no one knows that it was he who killed all the elves. Someone behind him slaps Hands on the head, causing him to drop his treat, and a voice says that there is a rumor that he has changed his profession to an undertaker. It turns out to be Alex, smiling with all his teeth. Feeling discomfort, Hansu turns his head towards the man, realizing that he is still powerless against the rumors. The treat lies on the ground, and the guy decides that he doesn't need to respond to these childish provocations. Folding his arms across his chest, Alex asks what Hansu forgot at the royal training ground, to which he replies in his thoughts that he was just passing by. 3 couples are fighting in the arena, and Alex reports that there are 2 days left before the hero's debut. Smiling evilly, the man says that he is looking forward to it. Constrainedly, Hansu replies that he does too. A sparkling tension forms between the men standing opposite each other. Hansu, raising his eyes upward, looks carefully at his opponent. He looks at the characteristics of a man who stands in anticipation of battle. Hansu remembers the professor and her words about homework. The guy answers the surprised Alex that he really changed his profession to an undertaker, and with a happy face, he says that this is in order to make a special coffin for the man. Alex grins. His face was distorted with anger, his eyes filled with red. The professor, watching this, gets angry. The massive figure of a man in armor. He has short brown hair, his temples are shaved, he bowed his head, put his hands on the hilt of a sword, which he stuck into the ground in front of him. This is Sword King Alex, a born tank. However, those who are excellent with a sword are not always become great swordsmen. Opponents fly in different directions. He looks to the side, bending over in a fighting stance, with a sword in his hand. In war, swordsmen are valued who are capable of simultaneously protecting allies and killing enemies for a long time. Defeated enemies lie on the ground. Alex, raising his sword, walks into the sunset, red flags ahead. Even if he is surrounded or left behind, he will be able to come back as someone with amazing sword skill and durability. He has flames around his head, bulging veins on his face and neck, eyes glowing red, extremely angry. He will be called the Sword King if he is capable of performing solo missions besides protecting his allies. Alex, in the form of a small nesting doll, is inside a large Matryoshka doll with the appearance of the main character, and is outraged because the hero is higher in rank than the King of the Sword. The man in the purple shirt put his hands on his hips and leaned over, looking sternly at the guy. He said, with such a sharp tongue, he could defeat even the Demon Lord. Can walks with a satisfied grin. Remembering his words, Lanovel runs after him with a displeased face. The stage, the spotlights illuminate Pedinar in a cap, black glasses, with a medal on his chest. He raised his hand up. The hero sits on the floor in the shadows in shock and incomprehension of what happened. In his first playthrough, the Demon Lord turned out to be more eloquent than him, and if it was verbal duel, he would have suffered a crushing defeat. Khan turned away and waved his fists in triumph, a purple aura surrounding him. A man with black hair and stubble, embarrassed, turned to him, informing him that he could start mentoring him right now. The guy stopped and froze. Alex leaned towards him and mockingly asked, if he so wants to receive his apology early, is it necessary to go to the market now? The hero put his hand on his side and turned his head towards him, indifferently replied that he was in no hurry and ordered him to disappear. The guy and the girl leave. She looked back in fear at the man in the purple shirt, who was engulfed in flames. He was so angry. Kan sighed, raised his eyes tiredly. He thinks that if he starts practicing, his level will be revealed, so that the Elf King does not suspect anything. He needs to act as if he is at level 4. Forest. There is a dead bull on the ground. The guy climbed on it, raised his sword. The hero plans to soon be acquitted. As soon as he can enter the ancient forest ruins, he will be able to say that he has raised his level there. Lanovel looks in surprise at Kan, who put his hands on his hips and raised his head. He is proud of himself because he has grown a little and learned the instructions of Professor Moral. Alex is in the sea. A giant wave covers him. In fact, the hero simply endured this. If he had been here in the past, the man's throat would have already been cut. But now the provocations are passing by. The girl nervously called out to the hero, who was admiring his reflection in the window, confident in his genius. She excitedly asked what he was going to do today. Khan looked thoughtfully at the smiling girl. He noted that she looked a little worried. Perhaps she was so shocked by yesterday's incident with the black market. The guy stands below and looks at the men who lifted the bag, which is stained with blood. At the mountain of the same ones, the hero thought, not that it was he who then collected that mountain of corpses. He pointed his finger upward. Lanovel opened her eyes wide. He asked what happened to their new comrade. A thin man with sunken cheeks, stubble, long hair, trembling, looked at them with a question. Initially he was supposed to be inexperienced, but the hero was warned not to perceive his comrades as flasks, so now he is a porter. Sunset. The heroes are looking at the structure on the edge of the cliff. On top is a map with a mark, on orders to find the legacy of an ancient civilization. In the first playthrough, Khan went on an expedition to the distant lands of Fantasia. This time he does not need to wander from place to place. The guy burst into a smile because he could go straight there. Castle towers, red flags on the roofs. The hero reported that the slave was able to recover. He became motivated after he was told that he would become his comrade. A table with many dishes, surrounded by stacks of empty plates. A large man angrily bites into a ham. Holding a bowl of soup in his other hand, he quickly regains his strength as he eats quite a lot, which greatly frightened the palace chef. Kan crossed his arms over his chest and nodded his head. This is good. After all, he is level 286. A drawing depicting a man in a circle in two positions superimposed on one another. Captions with parameters and skills. Status. Effects obtained from levels are very important for survival. All are pumped up at once, unlike RPGs. Lunaval looks with concern at the guy, around whom there are waves of flame. He raised his fist. It infuriates him to think that he raised the level for 10 years, and he was reset due to being sent to the past. Among the people in black robes with hoods stands Professor Moral. The hero is convinced that if the teaching staff, or whoever leads them, wants to. He looked at his palm thoughtfully. They could reset his level or skills at any time. Burning heads, stones in a purple glow fly to the side. Two guys in robes stand below. The hero took a fighting stance. His eyes glow with white light. Khan thought that if he, with a bonus of 5 times experience, tried a little, he could get excellent skills. He frowned at his hand, thinking that they were nothing more than a figment of his imagination and would disappear if some entity intervened. Magic, witchcraft, martial arts, elementalism, blessing, all this is not his. Khan clenched his fist. Science is the only truth and power. He walked over to the weapon and suit rack and decided it would be best to cut down on equipment and dependency on it, since there was no point in having it taken away when returning to Earth. A white sword with golden elements and a thin hilt with a red ball, also with a unique hero's sacred sword, because it is impossible that the heroes who returned to Earth after defeating the Demon Lord received atomic weapons. The guy looked around. A bald man with a prominent chin stands behind a counter with bread and sausages. A woman with long braids and a bandana, with a scar on her cheek, polishes the blade of a sword in a weapons store. Lunaval looked out from behind the guy in joyful anticipation. He rested his hand on his side and scratched the back of his head. Disappointed by the number of useful stores, she asked if he was going on a trip and where he planned to go. Kan turned around, showed 2 fingers and replied with irritation that this distance cannot be covered in a day on foot. It will take at least 2 days, even if you use the royal magic circle of spatial transfer and shorten the distance. She listened to him with intense attention. He said that from now on they need to hurry up with preparations. They will leave as soon as they receive compensation from the Elven delegation. He looked ahead confidently, thinking that the best way to travel was the one that was faster and more comfortable, even if it was more expensive, and he would have a lot of money. In front of the hero stands a huge humanoid monster with green skin and fangs, who will grab the man and woman if the villager leaves the village and brings trouble upon himself. Khan is concerned about people standing by the barrels talking. Their face is hidden by hoods or a gang of suspicious guys. He doesn't want to be involved in it. A gold coin was thrown and it froze in the air. During the first playthrough, the hero learned the lesson that money can buy time and safety. The guy pulled back his hand when Lunaval approached and said that the king's permission was needed for the long journey. A small ball was spinning on his index finger. He turned and declared that he knew very well what the Dumpling King wanted, and therefore would definitely receive his approval. The girl looked at him, frowning. He raised his eyes with a sly smile. In his thoughts, the king was sitting on the throne with a satisfied face, because if he promises that he will return immediately after completing his business, he will obediently be given permission. Alex turned around with an evil grin, but it was unknown whether he would follow them to follow them. The girl ran after Kan. He walked forward with his hands on his sides and his head bowed. She asked if they would go to the ruins. He answered no. He looked at her, giving her a terrifying look, and said that they would meet with a powerful creature. In the red aura, the bartender in profile, like his reflection, is the dark figure of a bald man in the blue aura. If Tony is the spiritual mentor of the hero, then the creature he is looking for can be called a mentor in physical strength. The guy's lips curled into a smile. He accidentally met him on his first playthrough, and now he can immediately go there. Lunaval raised her index finger. In her mind, a large dragon with a gray beard, horns and small wings lies on the ground. The hero rolled his eyes. She assumed that they would meet an old dragon, but he replied that this was an insult. Compare it to a flying lizard that doesn't even act his age. Suddenly the girl's eyes lit up. She leaned over with interest towards the hero, who nervously asked what was the matter. He angrily walked away. She hurried after him. It was simply surprising to her that a respected hero admired someone, since Kan usually looks down on everyone. He justified this by the fact that they deserved such an attitude of his. The guy raised his hand angrily. Sparks were coming from him. He imagined a white toilet and was indignant that they didn't even make it flushable with their magical magic. How can you look at those who live among the dirt as equals? He hit Lunival on the head with a notepad, cleared his throat and said that he would explain to her what needed to be prepared for the expedition. They were suddenly interrupted by an exclamation. The hero looked around with indifference. An excited knight in armor was running towards them, raising his hand, shouting that his majesty was looking for Kant. The guy froze in surprise. The girl hid behind him, covering her face with a folder. The elven delegation from Elfheim had already arrived. The crown, consisting of a thin golden hoop with a white gem in the center, framed by two curved stripes. Not even a day had passed, and representatives of the elves had already arrived. Perhaps it was so due to the death of their beloved princess. The guy grinned and looked to the side, thinking that all the better for him. He didn't have to wait too long. He coughed into his fist and with a serious look asked the knight to tell his wise majesty that he could deal with them as he wanted. He just needed to get the money. He replied that the delegation was asking for a personal audience. The knight became nervous when the guy put his palm out in front of him, asking him to say that he was refusing. He opened one eye in surprise and slightly lowered his fingers on his outstretched palm when the man started talking about the delegation. Along the red carpet, among people in black robes with hoods, there is an elf girl with red hair gathered in a ponytail and an elf with short blonde hair and a white cape. The first prince of Elfheim accompanies this delegation. Kan opened his eyes wide, grimaced and shuddered. He turned away, grabbed his head with his hands, panicked that the insanely strong mid-boss was calling him, and had no choice but to go. Castle against the background of the sunset sky. There are chandeliers with candles on the ceiling. Men are talking at a round table with desserts and drinks. One is bald with a gray beard, the other is short and stocky, with brown hair and a mustache. Lunival approached the hero, who was standing leaning against a column, head down, eyes closed. He opened one eye and looked at her. She waved her hands in fear. He asked what she needed. The girl replied that it was just the first time she had seen him so worried. Kang bit his lip and looked ahead nervously. He didn't know that the first prince would want to come. A large tree, an elf with long blonde hair stands with his back turned. Another in front of him with a short haircut puts his hand on his side. Royal elves or high elves are theoretically one of the strongest races to ever exist in this world. Their main feature is eternal youth. After raising the level, they are immune to diseases and will not die until they are killed. The huge monster is dead. He lies on his back covered in blood, his tongue sticking out. An elf with a sword in his hand is walking along him. There are not many creatures in this world that can kill this race. The hero looked at the piece of cake with strawberries on top. He remembered that he was told that the level would never decrease on its own if it was raised. Sometimes it could be removed or it would disappear due to the effects of some special abilities. Layers of the earth in cross-section. Experience accumulates like sedimentary layers and forever makes them stronger. The guy looked up. Skills can disappear or weaken over time, but like the level, they can grow if they are constantly practiced. The door opened and light entered the hall. The elves entered. A guy with short blonde hair and light eyes walked in front, in a white robe and a suit of brown shades. Information about him was displayed in the purple window. He was a swordsman. The main character thought that such monsters are born. He paid attention to the characteristics of race and level. He is able to see the level of the others. If it is not higher than 999, in another case, an additional plus is shown that this elf had. In a white window with black stripes towards the center, the inscription "Luck" is written in large letters. From now on, all that remains is to rely on it and on instinct, assessing the combat abilities of the enemy. A man in a purple shirt stands with his arms crossed and shouts at a boy with short black hair with a chest guard. He furiously hits a straw effigy with a stick. Khan was always afraid of this invisible level, so he believed the rumors spreading and devoted a lot of time to training and adventures to become stronger. Pedinar sits on the ground with his head bowed. He clenches his teeth. Blood is coming from his mouth. He turned out to be much weaker than the hero expected. The elf talks to the people in the hall. Khan believes that he poses a greater threat, possibly because he did not prepare for him as much as he did for the demon lord. While walking along the red carpet, the elf noticed the main character standing against the wall. He smiled, put his hand to his shoulder and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the legendary hero, whose glory precedes him. He introduced himself as Nasus and admitted that he did not know how to express gratitude for the protection of his younger sister and brothers. The guy looked at him in surprise. He clenched his fingers into a fist and laughed, urging him to forget about formalities and just call him Nasus. Khan was slightly confused as Sylvia appeared in his memories, with a scowl and a weapon in her hands. He didn't interact with this guy properly in the first playthrough, so he didn't know if he was actually that nice. Maybe not everyone elves are cruel. Lanival was shocked by Khan's behavior. He put his palm on his chest and with a friendly face replied that he was glad to meet him, that he sincerely prays for the prosperity of the world, where people and elves will live in harmony, reminiscent of their meeting. The blonde smiled, agreeing with the hero. Those gathered in the hall watched with delight as they shook hands. They raised their glasses, calling for a toast to peace. Kan stood with a glass in his hand, smiling good-naturedly. Next to his shoulder was the spirit of Professor Morality, who lowered her head, crossing her arms over her chest. The hero thought that he had successfully used her instructions. How could there be anything bad in friendship with the intermediate boss? There were empty trays and glasses on the tables. Nasus put his hand with a glass on the railing. He talked about how his homeland, Elfheim, was slowly but surely heading towards its collapse. The hero standing behind looked at him curiously. The elf regretfully reported that the current king turns a blind eye to what is happening and looks down on people. Nasus looked down thoughtfully and continued, "Eternal life is both a blessing and a curse. Once you become careless, you will not be able to realize that time has stopped." He did not notice how the glass in his hand turned out to be tilted, and part of the drink spilled out. The elf looked at the glass puzzled. Kan handed him a napkin and said that he had been through a lot. Nasus was wiping his hand. The hero, resting his hands on his hips, laughed when he admitted that they had to see not the best side of him and that he must have drunk too much because of his worries. The guy replied that it was nothing. The main character looked with a sly face, thinking that he liked him more and more. Level, appearance, abilities, tastes, philosophy, manners, there was nothing to complain about. Nasus stood with a beaming smile. He was so well-mannered that one could believe that a modern man from Earth had moved into him. The Elf King sits with the crown in his hand, head bowed. Kan thought that the eyes of the current ruler were just decoration, so he died after putting effort into something so useless. The guy raised his hands. Next to him a man with a beard holds a backpack behind his back. Archers sitting in the trees aimed arrows at them. The elves did not interact with the people who inhabited the central continent of Fantasia. They lived on their lands, adhering to a policy of complete isolation for many centuries. Sylvia pointed her sword forward with a furious scream. The worst thing was that the king introduced her as the first heir. The teacher stands at the blackboard with a book in his hands, angrily looking at the elf girl with a crown on her head, who fell asleep at her desk. Sylvia was not fit to be a queen. She never studied the art of ruling a kingdom, which was a natural trait of a ruler. Forest. Sylvia is running away. A tired guy is behind her. She always went outside the kingdom to have fun. Bar. Men with mugs of beer in their hands looked back at the girl who entered, noting her appearance. With an offer to have fun, her level was enough to be beaten by a mid-ranking demon, but if a weaker person began to flirt with her. Kan froze in horror, watching as Sylvia stood with her sword raised, and men were running around on fire. She became a cruel narcissist that burned them alive. On the throne, which is the trunk of a large tree, sits the first prince. On the ground next to the crown lies Sylvia with a sword in her back. She is dead. It is not surprising that he did this, carried out a coup to take the throne. Nasus looked down thoughtfully. He told Sylvia several times not to underestimate people, but she always grinned back. He bowed his head and put his fist to his chest. The moon was shining brightly behind him. This day had come, but its coming saddened the prince. Luneville looked at him, almost crying, her lips pressed together. Kan frowned. The information window shows the status satisfied, and the hero noticed this. Well, everything is logical. The Elf King strokes his daughter on the cheek. Nasus is watching them from afar. The current head treasured her. She was like him and hated people so much that it could be called a mental illness. The hero considered that this was a sufficient reason to steal the throne from the ideal elder son. The prince turned his head with feigned sadness and closed his eyes. When the hero suggested that he must be heartbroken, he replied that he feared that Elfheim would repeat the fate of Sylvia's. He grabbed the hero by both hands and asked him to help them. Kan was embarrassed. The elf held him tightly, promised to provide any support so that he would defeat the demon lord. He waved his hand towards a guy in a black hooded robe who was holding a long thin box, ordering him to bring it here. The main character opened his eyes wide. In the case held by the servant, on an emerald pillow lay a sword with a blue hilt. It was the precious sword of Nasus and Dimon. The glow from the weapon illuminated the faces of the heroes. Kan excitedly extended his hand to it. The prince said that this was one of the treasures of their kingdom and should be returned as soon as he received the sacred sword. The hero stood against the backdrop of the moon. He extended his hand with the sword and looked with delight at the glowing blade. Luneville was delighted with the beauty of the sword. Her eyes sparkled. She blushed slightly. Kan bowed to Nasus, emphasizing that he would not forget his generosity. A smirk appeared on his face. He raised his head slightly, his face showing obvious mockery. The hero had no intention of returning in Dimon. Kan, looking at his new sword, thought that this was the elemental sword Endymion, the first time he helped Sylvia defeat Nasus, and even though he seated her on the throne, he failed to get this wonderful sword. He remembered how the elf, taking the sword in her hands, said that she didn't want to listen because it was the treasure of the kingdom. Holding it in his hand and smiling, he thought that he couldn't believe that he had gotten it so easily. Looking at the smiling Nasus, who put his hand on his chest, he thought that he was truly capable of becoming a worthy king. Then, smiling maliciously and turning away from his comrade, He thought that he even had a little conscience, but because he was not going to return the sword, this did not mean that he was going to undermine their mutual trust and friendship. He imagined a white sword in his head and continued to think that Prince Nasus asked to return Endymion after he takes out the holy sword, but he is not going to do this until he kills the demon lord. He imagined himself drawing his new sword at the demons, and then thought that it would be enough to chop the demon lord into pieces. Nasus then waved his hand with a smile and said that he was glad the hero liked it, to which Khan smiled and said that he was great. Then the scabbard for this blade appeared in front of him. He thought that it was made of blue dragon skin. Imagining a small red blade with an eye in its head, he thought that in general he preferred wild demonic swords because they promoted a more aggressive fighting style. But a pure sword was also good, he just needed time to get used to it. With trembling hands, he sheathed his sword and thought that for some reason he thought they would make a great team. Suddenly Nasus turned to the protagonist and said that he was very strong. Smiling, he added that with the 4th level it is difficult to hold Endymion in his hands. Kan turned around, puzzled. He looked at his comrade for several seconds without saying a word. And then, smiling, he replied that he was just a lot. His friend replied that he had no doubt about it. The protagonist turned pale, but continued to smile. He thought that Nasus had burned his real level. Then we are taken to the elf, who lies in a coffin. Kan thought that the prince might have guessed that he was the one who killed his sister. He watched the elves in dark capes dragging the coffin out of the castle from below, and then thought about the fact that Nasus gave him the treasure to test his guess. If so, then he needed to be more careful. Then he turned pale, smiling, looking down, and thought, leaning his head on his hand, about how he knew that he had a weakness for worldly pleasures. He looked at the elves crying below, and then we are taken to the king, to whom Nasus bows. 3 white carts left the castle. Kan, smiling, thought that this was a good deal. In 3 days he got rich literally from scratch. Looking at the bag of gold, he saw his characteristics on the system message, and then thought that a decent amount for travel expenses, level 204. He then looked at his belt and thought that he had also obtained an elemental sword. And then, smiling, he remembered his comrades and said to himself that he also had a porter and an archaeologist. Now he can easily go to the village where the Supreme Being lives. Alex appears in front of us, with veins popping out on his forehead. He, with his mouth wide open, shouts that he is against it. How can you let a rookie hero, who was called up 3 days ago, go on a trip? Isn't this something you have to do after a lot of training? The king, resting his head on his hand, replied that he was sure that the hero had his reasons. He did not need unnecessary red tape, which is why he postponed the test for 10 days. Kan looked at Alex with a smile, who was looking back at him, gritting his teeth, and said that they would see each other soon. He left the throne room and approached Lanival, telling her to take him to the magician's tower. The girl began to run around him displeasingly, asking that he really wanted to use the magic circle. Wouldn't it be better to go on foot and look for adventures along the way? Kan looked at her displeasingly and shouted that he didn't need all this, just let her take him where he was told. Someone approached the protagonist and said that everything was ready. A tall guy in good shape appeared in front of him with a backpack on his back. Khan remembered the decrepit guy he had bought at an auction and thought that he looked much better washed, fattened, and gained weight. Now he could use him as a porter. In his direction, he asked what his name was, to which he bowed and replied that after he fell into slavery, he abandoned his previous name and let him be called whatever he pleases. Kan closed his eyes and thought. Then, frowning, he thought about how he didn't want to spend a lot of time working. He pointed his finger at him and said that since he would be handling their luggage during the trip, he would simply be called a porter. He thanked him, lowering his head, and the protagonist, throwing his hands behind his head, added that then they would rush to the magician's tower. We are taken to the streets of the kingdom. Lanival turned to Kan and said that they were there. This was the magician's tower. A tall, narrow building appeared in front of the protagonist. He thought that this, like an airport, an establishment called the Mage Tower serves to use the magic circle. It is called Magnus for short. But why exactly the tower? He imagined in his head a cute girl in a hat and thought that, according to the words of the sage who was one of his party members last time, a magician is a profession that requires a lot of money for research and the purchase of rare materials, in which then they will inevitably have to look for a sponsor. They have no choice but to live together where there are many supplies, or where their work is in demand, and this is a problem, because, like water and oil, magic and the city do not get along very well together. A bundle of paper appeared in front of him, and he thought that these are the reasons. He read on the piece of paper that magic tends to cause explosions. Because of the noise outside, it is difficult to concentrate. Gas waste covers the stars. They need to beware of thieves. Purity and efficiency magic is declining. Ancient magicians tried to solve this problem. The tower gates began to open. He thought that the high towers were the way out. Going inside, he continued to think that in this world you rarely see anything higher than 3 floors. Even in big cities, if you build a tower 10 floors high in the middle of the city, the top will be isolated enough for the magician to live in peace, and since when in this situation, meeting a girl is almost impossible, virgin archmages do not become virgins very quickly. Suddenly 2 girls appeared and greeted him warmly. The protagonist watched as a girl in a short dress with a long hat in front of him winked at him and said that she was grateful that they decided to visit their magician's tower. After that, he now understands why only the sage was able to become an archmage. The girl then ran up to him and said that she was asking him to show his documents. Kan handed her a book and said that here was His Majesty's seal and permission to leave. The girl jumped to the side and shouted that this was a letter from the king. Looking at the smiling Kan, she added that she would immediately lead him through without checking, to which he, feeling dissatisfied glances behind him, thought that this is what the power of money with power means. An old man with a long staff appears in front of us, sitting on a pedestal. The girl runs up to him and screams loudly. The old man opens his eyes in fear and then asks where he needs to send them. The girl, coming closer, told him to get ready, to which the old man cleared his throat and, apologizing, replied that he was a little carried away by studying the unknown abyss. Then the protagonist turned away with displeasure from the short skirt of the girl in front of him, and the magician said that after work he would buy her a cake as an apology. He stood up from his pedestal, and the girl, extending her hand to the magic circle, told them to stand in the center of the room. Kan wondered that he didn't care if the old man activated the magic circle correctly. A second later, the magician extended his hand, in which a blue glow appeared, and cast a spell in an unknown language. The magic circle under the feet of the protagonist and his team began to glow, and he began to hear unintelligible speech. Then the color of the circle changed to yellow, and a girl appeared in front of Kanui, who, smiling, said that the transfer was completed, and greeted him. The protagonist thought that he had shortened the year-long journey to 1 second. Clenching his fist, he smiled sarcastically and continued to reflect that he had gotten rid of any unnecessary problems that would have arisen during the trip, and this was just rubbish. Ancient buildings appear in front of us, and we are transported to a past life in ruins. The swordswoman turns back and shouts that the temple is being destroyed. They need to run to the exit as best they can. Kan, frowning, runs, shouting why she even bothered to climb here. Lanival runs behind him, closing her eyes. She shouted that as an archaeologist she could not pass by such a place. Then suddenly she looks ahead in surprise. With her arms outstretched, she pushes Kan in the back with all her might. A second later, the protagonist is bombarded with stones. He miraculously manages to jump to the side, and looking at the task in front of him, he calls Lanival. The swordswoman puts her hand on his shoulder and shouts that they cannot save her. Gritting her teeth, she looks at the rubble and adds that if they don't hurry, everyone will remain here. Suddenly he sees Lanival's hand and a thin voice telling him to run. She stretches out her trembling fingers to him, and a thin voice says that she wanted to be with him until the very end of their journey, but all that remains for her is this last wish. Her whole face is covered in blood. She smiles and adds that she asks to defeat the demon lord and bring order to this world. Then the rocks around Kan begin to collapse again. He looks ahead in shock and hears someone calling him to run faster. He takes a step towards the light. The sage is upset. They look at the protagonist, and he runs forward, gritting his teeth. Then, smiling broadly, he thought that this was what she needed. He remembered the image of Lanival and thought that she was the main villain who dragged him into this world. He was still waiting for the moment to take revenge, but she died anyway. He continued to think that he was tired of her beauty, which healed him while he saved time, and there would be no more tediousness and observation, and now he would need to drink to it today. We are taken to the fire, which stands under. The warrior hands over the dishes and says that she is hungry and let Kan prepare the food. Then the mercenary king smiles and hands over a basket of laundry and adds that he wants to ask you to wash his clothes. The sage pulls out the papers and adds that, as soon as the protagonist manages, let him set up camp and sort out his luggage, and so that he does not forget to write down their expenses for today. Kan looked displeased at the tasks assigned to him, and then he threw the things that were extended towards him and shouted that he was a hero. Why are they making him do such nonsense? All 3 of them stuck their finger out at him and said because he has the most time. Looking at the angry protagonist, they added in unison that after Lanival's death, the only one suitable for such work is him. Kan sat near the fire and, looking at the paper, thought that they were all bad at housekeeping, and he forgot about it because Lanival was doing everything. Then, smiling broadly, he clenched his fist and shouted that he definitely had a slave. How could he forget about her? The elf queen appeared in front of him, folding her hands in dissatisfaction, and then she said that she may be a slave, but she was still a princess, so she shouldn't do such nonsense. Then she, with her mouth wide open, shouted that in general there are stereotypes in the head to blame the entire household on the woman. Kan, desperately looking ahead, wondered what if he had known that everything would be like this. Tears flowed from his eyes. He thought that he would never even let her die and would never leave her. In tears, he saw his assistant Lanival, who with a smile said that it was time for them to eat. Suddenly he opened his eyes and saw Lanival in front of him, asking him if everything was okay. The protagonist frighteningly touched his body, looking in front of him, and then thought that it was a dream. He was dreaming of the past. He imagined Lanival in his head as an angel and thought that now this fool seemed like a real angel to him. Looking around, he saw several people dressed in a robe and a long hat, and then asked where they were. Lanival replied that they were in the rest room of the magician's tower. Can fell asleep after the procedure. The protagonist, clutching his head, thought that he was so happy that everything was going as it should that he fell asleep. Then, feeling the presence of his happy companion, he wondered what he was lying on. Could it be his knees? But Lanival on the other hand, then this. He realized with fright that all this time he had been lying on the porter's lap. He looked at him with a smile and said that he was glad. It helped Can sleep well. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile, trembling. He shrank his face and, looking displeasedly in front of him, thought that he needed to endure this. If he broke his legs, then how would he carry the luggage? He would not repeat the same mistakes that he made last time. Then we are transferred to the street. The protagonist thought that the Union country looked like this 10 years ago. Lanival sighed heavily, lowering her head. Can, throwing his hands behind his head, looked at her displeasedly and asked why she was sighing. Was she really dissatisfied with something? The companion, looking at the protagonist with disappointment, replied that this was not quite like a journey. To which he, looking angrily at her, replied, raising his voice, that she was dissatisfied with something. Although she was transported here instantly thanks to his money, maybe she doesn't like breathing. That's also simple. Looking at Lanival roaring, he wondered if he didn't get rid of her just because she could use magic and handle housework. Then the porter approached them and said that he thought that Lanival was right. By constantly teleporting, they could not increase their levels and skills, to which Khan turned around and angrily shouted that he did not remember asking him anything. Then, lowering his head in dissatisfaction, he thought that he had spoiled the slave, and now he thinks that he is an equal comrade of the legendary hero, after which he added that he should shut up and follow him. A coat of arms appeared in front of them, depicting a shield and a sword, and Lanival said that she had been here before and knew everything here well. He was a mercenary guild there. Can, turning around with dissatisfaction, asked that the mercenary guild, why would he go there, to which his companion replied that there might be a group of merchants there with whom they were on the same path. Then she imagined in her head how they were attacked by a huge orc, and said that they could acquire horses and even a cart. If they were lucky, they would help merchants in need of protection. Kill evil monsters or bandits on all dangerous paths, make money, reputation, and will increase levels, make friends with people, and stand guard in turns. The protagonist, looking at her displeasedly, asked that he did not have time for any part-time work, she knew. Walking around the city, Lanival added that he said that they did not have time, but they were not in a particular hurry. To which Can replied that they did not have time. They were not in a hurry. The demon lord could resurrect and attack them at any moment. Suddenly a man in expensive red clothes appeared. He stretched out his arms and shouted that they needed help. Because monsters had captured the trade route, they needed a group of brave adventurers. The protagonist, smiling broadly, thought that the truth was that he was in no hurry at all. The demon lord, like a gentleman, had been waiting for him for 10 years. Walking through the city, he heard many cries for help, but not paying attention to them, he turned to Lanival, saying that they don't have time. If they rub shoulders with merchants and soldiers who have a lot of luggage, it's too much for them. Will slow down. She understands, and even if not, then she should just close her mouth and follow him. We are transported to the evening. An owl sits on a tree, and then a moral master appears before us, who says that no, how can a hero avoid heroic deeds? Can, smiling broadly, replied that she liked it when he suffered. The moral master, displeasedly folding her hands and looking at the protagonist, said that she didn't mean anything like that. Let him not abuse his 500% bonus to experience and raise the level with ordinary adventures. Since he has already started traveling, he should have some kind of done the goal. The heaviest load for a traveler is an empty pocket. Khan thought that she was finally right. He, with folded hands, looked confidently in front of him. Lanival stood behind him, catching her breath, and then asked what they needed here. The protagonist thought that if she wanted to know about his goal, then he would show her. In front of them was a small village in the middle of the high hills. Lanival, looking ahead, said that Can said that they were in a hurry, and they walked to this mountain village for 2 days. Could there be some clue here to resolve the plans of the evil Lord Demon? To which the protagonist replied that she should just walk and be silent, at least in this sacred place. He approached the small house, thinking that this landscape was the same as he remembered it the first time, although this time he came 9 years earlier. After which he knocked on the door and asked that the master was there. The porter and Lanival looked ahead in surprise, and the protagonist, lowering his head, added that the unworthy hero wants to ask him to become his mentor. Surprised, Lanival turned to Master Malin. Turning around, Hansu asked her to be quiet. They stood in front of a tall house and the main character said that this is the place where a great man lives. The door to the house began to creak open. The girl looked out and looked at Hansa and asked who he was. With a frightened look, she asked how the main character knew their Malin. Hansu noted in his thoughts that this was the daughter of the head of this village. He looked at her and did not know what to answer. He noted thoughtfully that now he could really understand that 10 years had passed. Hansu emphasized the fact that when he found this place on his first pass, this girl was not a child. He remembered how she held the child in her arms and said that today the respected hero was all glowing. She asked if something good had happened to him. The main character noticed that she was mature, married and with a child. Hansu took a knee, causing his comrades to be surprised. The main character said in his thoughts that now he came 9 years earlier than that time and all the memories from the first playthrough are nothing more than obsessions. Hansu noticed that the fact that the Great One was still living in the village head's house had not changed. Stunned, Lanival asked for forgiveness and turned to the hero. She began to talk about the great creature that he spoke of after giving up all adventures and spending 2 days to get to the northwest of the central continent. The girl held the slug in her hands while Hansu, with an enraged look, shouted that Lanival needed to shut up. She asked if it was a slug. The protagonist stated that he did not ask for her cheeky remarks about the powerful being. Lanival looked at the slug with bewilderment and said that she could collect some grate for the respected hero in a bag in the royal sewer. Hansu cried out loudly and assumed that her eyes were just for decoration. He pointed his finger at her with a very angry look and declared that this was no ordinary slug. The girl screamed that the main character was right and Malin was soft and this was not the same kind of softness as ordinary slugs. Looking at his puzzled comrades, Hansu came to the conclusion that it would be faster if, instead of explaining, he directly showed these brainless barbarians. Sitting on his knee in front of the girl, the main character with a smile on his face asked if he could hold her sweet and good friend. She looked at the slug in bewilderment. She held out Malin and asked if Hansu would harm him. The main character replied that he promised her. She handed over the slug and said that everything would be fine. The main character began to hug Malin. He imagined mucus particles. There was a smile on the slug's face. He noticed that this is an ideal creature that he knows. The main character presented glowing eyes. He and the slug began to glow. Hansu thought about this feeling. He imagined drops of mucus and noted that the human body is not perfect and a prison called bones and joints, a shackle called aging. The main character emphasized that the weakness is the inability to restore lost body parts. His being is a weak prisoner stuck in this form called the body. He imagined how light energy entered his body. Hansu stated that foolish and desperate people, helpless in the face of this weakness, are only desperate to borrow the powers of fantasy. He introduced fireballs, a sorcerer and a blade. The main character began to reason that martial arts, magic, elementals, psychic powers, demonic sword, holy powers, god powers, gaming abilities, dragon heart, elf wife, and so on. Hansu stated that this was all wrong and futile. He reported that these things could not overcome the body that locked him in prison. Hansu imagined a slug that spread. He stated that the body is not a prison for a slug. Although the body does not have a brain, it is rich in emotions and intelligence and can move its jelly body at will. He came to the conclusion that the slug's body was not a prison, but a spiritual gift. Taken aback, the protagonist emphasized the fact that this is true and this creature is giving him scientific insight beyond imagination. He noted that this is something that the barbarians of this world cannot even dream of. His accomplices stood in front of him with surprised faces. Hansu stated that it was the power that created the refrigerator and the flushing toilet, sent people to the moon, to the stars, and beyond the limits of imagination. Holding Malin in his hands, Hansu thanked him, adding that in his first playthrough, he did not study his technique seriously. He began to stroke the slug's head. The main character said that then he was exhausted by the humiliations of the barbarians of this world for 9 whole years, but Hansu reported that this time he carved his teachings into his soul. He noted in his mind that this was automatic control of the system. He was enveloped in dark energy, causing his friends to be shocked. Veins appeared on the main character's body, and his clothes began to tear. Hansu noted that these were skeletal muscles. His body became very muscular. He cried out that his muscles were gaining mass. Lanival and his accomplices were shocked by what they saw. She hung onto Hansu's arm and asked how he did it. The main character screamed for her to get down, noting that Master Malin might get hurt. She continued to hold his hand. Hansu asked if she knew about the function of protein assimilation and what about growth hormones. The main character, in thought, suggested that perhaps this is knowledge that the barbarians of this world cannot understand. He emphasized that since the human body is initially based on an automatic system called the autonomic nervous system, he imagined the human body and brain from which powerful streams of energy emanated. Hansu noticed that the heartbeat, stomach peristalsis, hormone release, and things like muscle formation all happened regardless of his wishes. The main character wondered what if he could control them at will. He introduced many slugs and noted that it was natural for them to have complete control over their bodies, and it was too obvious that other races could not be taught this. He noted that there is only one creature. He introduced the yellow slug and emphasized that it was a special creature that was soft all day long. A picture emerged in his imagination of him and the slug stretching their hands towards each other. Hansu said that with the primitive rhythm of being soft, this knowledge can be transferred to people. He held Malin in his hand and noticed that after feeling its rhythm, an impressive technique was created based on the scientific knowledge of the real world. The main character said that rational analysis, language, probabilities that are not contained in the book, knowledge of intuition, which was created by Plato. The slug's face was pleased. Hansu stated that this powerful gentle being could spread his great enlightenment throughout the entire world without self-awareness. The main character noted that he made contact, ignoring the will of the master, and comprehended noble knowledge. Tears began to stream down his face. Hansu continued that he was touched by the magnificence of the master and thanks him, for he, sitting on his knee, the main character loudly thanked Master Malin. Professor Morality laughed and said that was good. She looked at the statistics of the main character and noticed that the level of skills was gradually increasing. She noted in her mind that now he just had to wait. She asked if this was an achievement with his adventure and if the slug was a great teacher. She stood with her arms crossed and declared that it was an absurd thing that she could not understand even after seeing it. Hansu sat and watched her closely. The moral told us that to get to the almonds, you need to remove the hard shell. She asked who would try if you could gain skills without even trying. Sighing, the protagonist asked why she was asking him this. Looking down, Hansu stated that other people's problems were not his concern. He wondered if she was saying such things to a man who spent 10 years trying and was forced back. Frowning, he said that she had no right to mention efforts, even if she were not a professor, but a god. Morality bit her lip and remained silent. She looked at Hansa and admitted that he was right. She noted that he was the face of the entire teaching staff. She sincerely apologized, and student Hansu was the first to receive a grade of 5 in combat ability. She noticed that the main character put in an unimaginable amount of effort, although they turned a blind eye to it during the re-examination. She said that she would not argue about this topic anymore. She began to disappear into space and said that she apologized again. Holding his head, the main character noted that he did not know that he would receive a real apology. He closed his eyes and sighed. Hansu looked at his hand. His hand began to grow in size. The main character noted in his thoughts that this was an amazing effect. Looking at his characteristics, he noted that despite the fact that he was not at the last stage of the master's teachings, he was able to kill the Demon King. Dawn was setting over the horizon. Hansu emphasized that next he needed to create an alibi for his 204th level. The dragon flew in the blue sky and he noted that he had one good friend in this area. He wondered if he needed high scores in all 4 subjects, combat ability, achievements, reputation, character, if he wanted to go home. The dragon began to scream loudly. Smiling, the main character suggested to himself to hand over everything. Daylight illuminated the mountainous area. The main character reasoned that there are 4 criteria for evaluating a hero: combat ability, achievements, reputation, and character. He noticed that his fighting abilities at the end of the first playthrough were simply amazing. Hansu remembered standing in front of the monster's corpse. He emphasized that his abilities were so amazing that he was able to defeat the Demon Lord on his own. He remembered standing in bewilderment among a crowd of people. The main character noted that he also had no problems with achievements and reputation. Since all those 10 years he was exploited by the hero's duty, various quests, and adventures that naturally raised them. He moved with his comrades through the gorge. Hansu stated that now he is focused on completing the game as quickly as possible in order to end this hell, and now he has neither the time nor the desire to voluntarily accumulate achievements. Hansu emphasized that therefore, even if he had enough combat ability and character points to defeat the Demon Lord, it meant that he might fail this time due to reputation. Turning around, the main character looked at Lanival, who asked if he had finished what he came for after meeting a powerful being. She said with a puzzled look that since something bad could happen during the journey, they should head towards the Lai capital. After interrupting her, Hansu replied that he knew what she wanted to say. Taking his sword, he asked her to think for a moment, answering that the world was infested with bandits and monsters in all corners, but in this village close to the border, deep in the mountains, there was no protector and even knights did not appear there that often. The main character asked if they would also fulfill their hero's duty, even if they were a little late, if they cleared the dungeons for the sake of these inhabitants. She was delighted by Hansu's question. Lanival noted that it was amazing. They looked at the back of the main character. Lanival cried out that the respected hero had finally taken his duty seriously. A guy from his squad said that he was proud to be able to carry the spear of a great hero. She admitted she was worried the draft hadn't gone according to plan. A smirk appeared on Hansu's face. He noted in his thoughts that the duty of a hero is stupidity. He wondered who cared about clearing out the little dungeons. He looked at a cave in the thick of the forest. Hansu said that the cost-benefit ratio works for achievements. The main character said that there was an ideal target for him. He remembered how the enraged fairy queen screamed at him not to dare. Taken aback, Hansu asked again. He looked at the people from his squad. The main character thought about it during one of the adventures during his first playthrough. Hansu introduced a small blue dragon. He told us that not far from the village where Mentor Malin lives, they found a young dragon. In his memories, a picture surfaced of Sylvia covering the dragon with her hands. Hansu asked if she was going to let such a dangerous dragon live near the village, noting that it would become a huge problem in the future. Sylvia screamed and asked her to stop making fun of her. She began to shout loudly that dragons are creatures close to elementals. She asked if Hansu thought that she would let them suffer for the good of some people. Taken aback, the main character thought about this infuriating hatred of people. He turned around and looked at Lanival, who addressed him. Pointing her finger upward, she suggested that they didn't need to kill him, noting that if one remembers throughout history, dragons were quiet creatures and they tended to follow that way of life. The mercenary king said with a smile on his face that violence is not the only solution. A girl from his squad said with a serious look that a hero should bring hope, not death. He stood with a smile on his face among his comrades and thought that this was true. Veins appeared on his face. In his thoughts he asked what he expected from them. He imagined a dead dragon and a blue crystal. Hansu thought that the vast experience he could gain from killing this dragon, as well as the essence that filled the dragon's heart, could be a huge contribution in the fight against the Demon Lord. He introduced many shapes of people and emphasized that this useless cargo called Comrades says that they must destroy the Demon Lord at any cost, while preventing him from becoming stronger for 10 years. The main character said that all they do is get in the way. Smiling and flexing his fist, Hansu said that this time no one would interfere with his easy passage. He asked if such achievements still existed in this fantasy world. A picture of a sleeping dragon appeared in his imagination. Hansu noted that since this quiet young dragon had not actively hunted, his level was quite low, but once he caught it, he would be able to quickly and easily gain experience thanks to the dragon heart. The protagonist emphasized the fact that this would therefore be the perfect excuse for his current level. He noted that, moreover, this is an ordinary hunt, so there is no reason for criticism. He imagined the dragon's face and wondered if Professor Morality would have any reason to complain. Hansu said that otherwise she has no conscience. The night sky enveloped the canyon. Looking at his comrades sleeping by the fire, Hansu wondered what. Sitting in front of the fire, the main character noticed that these two were problematic. He looked at his excited comrades and called them experienced interceptors. He watched the sleeping Lanival and noticed that she was a fairly famous scientist, and if she met her tragic end 5 days after joining the heroes group, then Professor Morality would lecture him again. He thought that this was not the problem, but that he might fail due to the reputation assessment, and then again meet with stupid Sylvia. He remembered how furious Sylvia wished death on the pitiful people. Smirking, he noted that he was going to go through that place anyway, so it would be better if he left them there for a while. The sunny forest made its way through the treetops. The orc moved the tree branch away. A crowd of monsters moved through the forest. The main character said that these were orcs. He said that if translated literally from Korean, it would be something like a goblin pig, although they only resemble pigs with their nose. He imagined a huge orc and noted that in reality, they had the muscles of a bodybuilder. He looked out from behind the trees and watched the monsters. Hansu noted that as expected, he could not understand the language these brats were using. Holding his sword, he thought about the fact that most monsters, like orcs, are a natural source of experience. They gather in places where pure mana accumulates. Hansu told us that they have a short lifespan, and they cannot learn, much less use, intelligent languages subject to the skill of interpretation. The main character noted that, like ordinary monsters in video games, they have no special purpose for existence other than to provide others with experience points. Lanival screamed that these were orcs from the exploration group. He and the porter appeared behind Hansu, saying that they also wanted to help. He wondered how dare this useless weight steal his precious experience. He walked up behind the orcs and called out to them. The monsters turned around and looked at the main character. Hansu noted in his mind that his current level was 204. He began to take the blade out of its sheath. He noted that even if his prey is a young dragon, now it is a difficult test. He pulled out a blade from which a bright light emanated. Hansu stressed that he needed to level up a little in this nearby orc settlement. His comrades shielded their faces from the light emanating from the blade. Lanival said that they also want to help. Hansu noted that when they were left behind to clean up his mess, he would go straight to the dragon hunt with peace of mind. Stunned orcs looked at the bright light. Hansu began to look at the characteristics of the orcs. He reported that even though they were scared shitless from the Endymion, their desire to fight had not faded. Smirking and holding his sword tightly, the protagonist asked if this was the effect of his provocative skill. He noted that this was even better anyway, since it would be easier for him to kill them. Hansu noted that this was the third time. The orc was furious. They rushed towards Hansa. He looked at the monsters from underneath. There was a crowd of orcs standing in the thick of the forest. They surrounded the main character. He came to the conclusion that there were more than just intelligence officers there. Holding the blade in front of his face with a smirk, he stated that even if they were just a snack, he would gather all the experience present there. The main character cried out that this was the type of leveling that Professor Morality would undoubtedly approve of. Lanival, standing behind the porter, holds a book of spells in his hand, telling Hans that they will support him. Angry, the guy turns on them, shouting that he told them to stand still. Lanival and the porter stop and look at him awkwardly. Hansa is surrounded by armed ogres. He understands that if the guys provoke them, he will not be able to work here. Fierce ogres begin to attack. One of the ogres shoots with a bow, the others move toward Hansa, screaming. The guy grins. The arrow flies quickly. The raised hand of the confident Hansu stops the arrow, which crashes into the elbow and breaks in half. He raises his head, looking at the huge ogres attacking him from both sides. Imagining himself in the body of a bodybuilder, Hansu easily dodges low-level attacks. As he poses, he hardens his skin to withstand blows from pitchforks, spears, and hammers, thanks to Malin's teachings. Hansu looks at his stats, realizing that by using his body to protect the ogre's attacks, his stamina is skyrocketing. The monsters surrounding him swing and hit, and the guy remembers friends who love to fight without getting hit. The ogres that surrounded him before fly away from the blows of Hansu, who understands that such clumsy bodies are just a good pile of experience. Suddenly an arrow flies into the guy's butt. Behind him, in the forest, stands a frightened ogre archer, and in his thoughts Hansu argues that it doesn't matter how good you are in martial arts or the same evasions. The guy turns around with pain on his face, breaking the arrow with his backside, and realizes that you never know where the arrow will come from. Hansu looks at the information of the frightened ogre, who is now terrified. The ogre takes off running, with Lanival and the porter watching him from behind a tree. Taking the book in her hands, the girl begins to cast a spell, telling Hans that she will deal with the others, because she must do something as an assistant. A dirty guy covers the upset Lanival with a sword, repeating to her to stand still. Looking at the ogre running into the forest, Hansu says that he needs to leave one alive so that he can collect all the remaining ogres, because searching for them throughout the forest will not be a good idea. Lanival draws attention to the ogre's blood on the guy, offering to clean it, but he refuses. He grins, saying that it will be needed for camouflage, because orcs have sensitive noses, as sensitive as a dragon. A flag is attached to a bone, a fire is burning at the bottom of some kind of flagpole, and loud screams of ogres can be heard. A crowd of ogres stands, saliva dripping from their fanged mouths. On a certain stage stands the largest ogre, next to which another ogre, dressed in a red cloak, speaks loudly. A huge ogre fighter growls. His approximate level is 200. The cloaked ogre is a wizard, whose level is 300. While at the top, the guys observe the ogre settlement, and Hansu reports that there will be another ogre leader, about level 400. Watching what is happening, the porter notices that the number of ogres is approximately 5,000, to which a smiling Hansu tells him to listen carefully as he will explain the strategy and how they will surround the ogre colony with the power of friendship. Imagining some kind of scheme in which the ogres find themselves surrounded by the team, Hansu begins to tell a plan in which he will go first through the northern gate. Lanival will go through the western, and the porter through the eastern, but the southern gate will remain empty due to the lack of power of friendship. Nervous, Lanival asks Hansu about reinforcements, but he tells her not to worry because the south is cut off by the river and it will be a dead end for the ogres. With a gloating expression on his face, Hansu, imagining his power, says that the ogres will have no way to escape, so he asks the girl and the porter if they are excited that they will be able to level up without any obstacles like reinforcements. The silent guys decide not to answer or ask other questions when Hansu asks about them, and he shouts with enthusiasm that he needs to show the ogres the power of their friendship. In front of the gate, from which the ogres begin to crawl out, stands Lanival, miniature in comparison with them. The ogres look at her, shouting something in their own language, and with a loud scream they begin to run towards her. Shaking, Lanival looks at the number of ogres running out. A crowd of ogres runs towards her, and the girl worries, wondering if she performed the summoning ritual correctly. Lanival closes his eyes, sighing. Her palm begins to glow and she introduces herself. The eyes light up green, the face below is illuminated by magic. Lanival rises above the ground, magic accumulates in her palm, and the girl calls herself an assistant who insisted on becoming a comrade of the legendary hero. The ogre opens its mouth, from which saliva flows, and growls. Lanival casts a spell, shouting that he will wash away today's shame right here and now. The ogre holding the shield looks at the girl whose magic is glowing brightly. There is a glow visible on the western gate. A magical explosion occurs. Hansu watches the electric cloud from afar. The guy jumps off, smiling, thinking about the ogres that are heading to the attacked units. Hansu grins, realizing that ogres are too predictable. The guy runs up to the tent where the chief should be, because he has a strategy to reduce the threat from the ogres by killing their commander. Hansu opens the tent slightly, silently looking inside. An inverted elf will appear in front of his face, screaming with tears in her eyes that her rescuers have finally arrived. Dissatisfied, Hansu listens to the elf's complaints that she will give him everything he wants if he saves her. He draws attention to the yellow "help me" mark that has tormented him for 10 years. Gritting his teeth, Hansu frowns at the elf, realizing that she will clearly become an irritant. Looking at this mark, the guy thinks about the feeling that has appeared. He looks at the elf and thinks about the feeling that he is connected with such people who leave danger and battles to him just because he is a hero. Hansu is silent, realizing that in return he receives some kind of worthless compensation from them. Giggling, the guy sneaks away, telling the elf to sit quietly, to which she happily continues to hang, rejoicing that she will go home, to which the guy notices in his thoughts that she will only go home if she gets out. Hansu moves closer to the chieftain, thinking that he will destroy the demon lord quickly to end this whole thing. In front of Hansu, the leader is snoring, lying on his back. The guy thinks that he can get some bonuses if he sends the elf home, but decides that he doesn't need it. Hansu looks at the characteristics of a sleeping ogre with an open mouth, whose level is 387. The guy narrows his eyes at the chief, deciding that his level is lower due to the fact that the guy came 9 years earlier. Smiling maliciously, Hansu pulls out his sword, deciding to make up for his lack of experience by killing the rest of the ogres. He holds a glowing sword in his hand, which is a gift received from the first prince of Elfheim. The elf pays attention to the weapon, while Hansu is thinking about the ogre accepting death and disappearing from this world, becoming an experience. Surprised, the elf silently looks at the sword. The elemental feeds the sword with power. Getting nervous, the elf begins to speak. She, still hanging head down, shouts at Hansa, who has stopped, that he is a thief who stole an elven treasure. An angry elf calls the guards, shouting that the royal treasure has been stolen. Having fallen into a stupor, Hansu, with an ogre rising behind him, looks at her, deciding that she has gone crazy. The guy turns his head to the ogre and, when the elf screams that the sword belongs to the elves, he replies that the prince gave it to him. Looking at the chief, Hansu asks if they made a lot of noise. The ogre stands in front of the guy, saying something in his own language, and throws his hand back. Hansu gets angry, thinking that the chief is angry because they disturbed his sleep, and tells him that because of the failure of the plan, he is as furious as the ogre. The leader grabs his weapon, and Hansu, closing his eyes, swings his sword. The angry leader clashes with a weapon with a guy who is several times smaller than himself. The ogre growls with his mouth open, and Hansu realizes that he looks intimidating as he swings his huge sword with only one hand. The guy, holding a sword in his hand, grins, knowing that he has few skills and they are all too weak. Hansu hits the leader, shouting for him to become his experience. From a strong blow, the ogre flies to the side. Putting the tip of the sword to the ogre's nose, the guy orders him to stand still. Smiling ominously, Hansu tells the leader that this way he will die quickly and painlessly. The sword presses into the nose harder, and the guy clarifies whether he is right. The elf, continuing to hang, shouts that Hansu is a thief who stole the treasure. The elf continues to scream and call for help until some kind of glow appears at the entrance to the tent. Hansu and the leader look warily in that direction. There is a loud fiery explosion, from which the suspended elf flies off, and Hans has to cover himself. The wizard who caused the explosion is standing outside. The wizard stands in front of the entrance and gesticulates. The leader leaves the tent, standing in front of the crowd of ogres. Steam is coming from him. He is talking about something in his own language. The leader approaches the frightened wizard. The ogre clenches his fist while the wizard asks him something. The angry leader hits the unaware wizard. The ogre begins to shout something to the crowd, moving away from the wizard lying on the ground. Burning boards crush the cursing Hansa, who did not understand why the ogres attacked the chief's tent without warning. The guy gets up, putting his hand on his head, and talks about why he tried to figure it out quietly and quickly, while someone groans nearby. The elf lies on the ground, continuing to call Hansa a thief, and he, angry, shouts that this all happened because of her. The guy is looking at information about an elf whose level is 892. Hansu looks blankly, not understanding what a level 800 elf is doing here, and assumes that it is because of a curse. He remembers the elf from the black market auction, and realizes that this was not the case on the first playthrough. Hansu looks at the race and level, but realizes that he is not interested at all. A guy with an absolutely indifferent face pierces an elf with a sword. Taking some fabric, he realizes that the elf is in critical condition and she will die in agony if she is not helped. The guy covers her with this cloth, on which a blood stain spreads. Hansu leaves, deciding that the best outcome for the elf would be to test her experience for the benefit of the hero. He chuckles darkly, remembering his contribution to the suppression of the demon lord's troops, as well as passing the test. the leader stands in front of a crowd of ogres. Hearing a sound, he turns around. Hansu smiles slyly. The sword sharply pierces the leader's chest. Hansu imitates the ogre's screams, smiles, and shouts for him to give up his experience. A malicious orc making incomprehensible sounds is pierced by someone from behind, forcing him to stop his sounds. He falls dead in front of his relatives, sticking out his tongue on the ground. The silhouette of Hansu with his sword is displayed against the background of the moon, standing directly behind the orc who fell from his sword. He thinks that the experience he gained from defeating the level 892 elf and the level 387 orc chieftain is also increased by 5 times due to the hero bonus. History tells us that the hero's race is superhuman, level 346, hero specialization. The main character notices that his level began to grow very quickly. Stepping on the fallen orc's face with his boot, he tells the others that he wanted to deal with them quietly and one by one, but now he doesn't need to. Holding his sword straight in front of him, showing his hostility to the other orcs, he says that this is just a waste of time and let everyone attack at once. The orcs, as if maddened, rushed with burning eyes towards Hansu, making hostile sounds. They quickly run to the guy standing opposite with a sword, who, as if jokingly, calls them, showing that he is nearby. Crouching on the ground with a malicious smile, he begins to giggle. Suddenly the guy left his place with lightning speed. Leaving behind only a whirlwind of dust, he quickly runs towards them with a crazy smile and giggle. The orcs open their mouths and also fly towards him. With a lost look, he throws out his last laughs. In a moment, dozens of orc heads fly off their shoulders, flying in the air from the sword of the guy who continued to run forward. One orc head twisted its face in confusion, trying to say something. Hansu thinks to himself that it's like he's back to the level he was on his first playthrough, since the average level of the opponents is only 1/10 of what it was before. To the side, 2 pig magicians conjure fire, holding staves in their hands. The guy turned towards an unknown source of light. The orcs begin to fire numerous fire charges at him. One of them hit the guy, causing him to distort his face. The explosion opposite the magicians thundered very loudly. The guy's location was filled with dust fog. Suddenly, a satisfied face of a guy appears from a cloud of fog, giggling again. He flies up to the pigs and with one swing of his sword cuts them into pieces. The guy thinks that no matter how many times he is pierced, cut, burned, or breaks bones, he can quickly recover with Master Malin's skills, and he can not only survive, but also quickly upgrade his defensive skills. Hansu stands with a sword in his hand, watching the sky. Notices in the story say that the skills are Stamina A, Evasion A. Suddenly someone calls out to the hero, causing him to turn around. The couple is surrounded by orcs, trying to fight them off. The girl screams at the main character to help them, and they can no longer hold them back. Lanival bitterly says that she has no more mana left, and the porter behind her trembles and says that there is no strength left in his hands. Looking at the noise behind him, putting his sword on his shoulder, the guy says that he completely forgot about them. The orcs begin to get closer and closer to the couple, opening their mouths and scaring them to death. The main character notices that these monsters are making such a noise. His foot quickly leaves the ground towards the gathering of orcs. In an instant, the bodies of the orcs scatter across the night sky, causing some to flee in fear. The porter, together with Lanival, thanks Hansu, who is standing next to the corpses of the orcs, saying that he saved their lives, calling him a respected hero. Holding his hands behind his head, the guy sternly addresses the porter. The man looks at the savior and responds. The main character asks why he tried so hard to hold the position, because his command to attack 1,000 orcs initially did not make sense, and he could retreat, delaying them a little, showing the battle plan in front of him. The bearer, holding his spear and smiling slyly, is silent. He says, looking at his spear, that the respected hero freed him from the life of a slave, and from that moment his life became a guy. The guy, still holding his hands behind his head, looks at the porter without interest. Hansu thinks to himself that he heard him and never thought he would hear such words. Remembering the image of the elf who called him names with aggression and said that he was just a person, the guy thought to himself that he actually wanted to hear this from stupid Sylvia. The couple asks the main character if he is really okay. Lanival and the porter, who is holding the elf, says that if he sends them back to the village, and Lanival continues that the respected hero needs rest. The guy replies that there is no problem. Walking towards the forest and waving his hand at them, he confidently says that he wants to get rid of the remaining orcs hiding deep in the forest, but the 2 of them are exhausted, so they won't be able to help much. The guy suddenly thinks about how he can miss the perfect chance to accompany the 2 of them. He tells them that once they arrive in the village, they should contact Prince Nasus. Pointing his finger at the porter with the elf in his arms, he says that they need to collect the reward for taking care of the elf who was attacked by orcs. Suddenly, an incomprehensible aura appears and a woman in a mask, folding her arms on her chest, tells the guy that he said that he would come without any comments. The guy standing in front of her with his back to her says that the respected Professor Morality has arrived. The guy turns to her, showing her a thumbs up, and says that there are no problems yet, to which morality says that, unfortunately, there are. She sternly asks Hansu if he did not hesitate to take the life of the poor elf. Hearing this, the elf opened her mouth with laughter. The professor says that as long as there is life, there is also hope. They say that life is a journey to death, but this does not mean that you should give up so easily. The main character looks at the elf lying on the floor. Raising his finger up and looking at the teacher with confidence, he says that she is wrong, and he did not abandon the elf from the orc colony. He tells Morale that the level 892 experience was the experience of a venerable hero, to which the professor covered her face with her hand, remaining silent. She tells him that a person with a stubborn heart will become unhappy, and if he does not seek happiness, he will not be able to enjoy it. Finally, leaving for her portal, she advises him to take care of his new acquaintances. She says that he can find the happiness he has never known. Looking to the side, Hansu sighs tiredly. He is thinking about making new acquaintances. Scratching his head with his hand, he says it's difficult. Suddenly, he says to himself that what difference does it make to him, and he will only do this after eating the dragon. Bright blue lanterns fly in a deep cave, illuminating the way. Satisfied, Hansu runs forward with a sword in his hand, thinking in his head that then he thinks he will become happy. The dragon sleeps serenely, when suddenly his eye opens, revealing its bright red color. The guy thinks that he has found the right address, and this is the cave where the young dragon lived. Standing next to the face of the awakening dragon, the main character looked with interest at its awakening. Suddenly the dragon grew taller and taller, making the guy just one little ant. Towering over Hansu, the dragon begins to growl furiously. The story notices say that the creature's race is Chaos Dragon, level 999+, specialization Supreme Ruler, skills Chaos, Destruction, Oblivion, Morale, Poisonous Breath, state Sleepy, Foggy, at the end of life. The guy says to himself that, however, the owner has not changed yet. The main character's face fell into confusion. The shadow of the dragon is cast on the main character. He says to himself that his first meeting with this hell was not so long ago. A hostile evil dragon reaches out with its huge paw towards the guy. She steps on the place where the guy was, but he successfully jumps away from him. The main character thinks about what he understood with this head, but still could not accept. Holding his sword, Hansu curses from the force of the blow. He keeps telling himself that it's only been a week since the second call. The dragon's mouth opens, making very loud sounds. Remembering a moment from his life, he sees Lanival in front of him, who tremblingly asks the guy if he is okay. The girl turns to Mr. Alex, telling him that he is making too much of a gesture, even if it's just training, to which he responds with a laugh, saying that the healers cured him. The guy lies on the ground with incomprehension, mindlessly looking up at the moment when the man says that the reason why the hero cannot get up is not because of his wounds, but he simply does not have enough fortitude. The protagonist continues to remember that in the week after his first enlistment, he was suffering from injuries left by beatings during testing and training. The hero's face turned blue. He remembers the contented face of the man and the sad girl, thinking that he does not know what happened and who left the world at that time. A strange creature is flying in the sky above the city. The guy calls it a black dragon with 3 pairs of wings, the supreme dragon of Oblivion, Nobius. People look at the creature from above, running away from it. The guy says that he was demoted in rank due to the revival of the demon lord Pedinar, but he is one of the 5 disasters according to the inhabitants of fantasy. The dragon, destroying everything in its path, spews its fire directly into the city. The main character continues to say that, however, when he traveled fighting against the disasters in the first playthrough, he inexplicably died, so he only heard a couple of frightening rumors, imagining the ominous face of a dragon in front of him. The dragon looks at the guy standing right in front of him. The guy turns sharply away from the terrifying dragon. He thinks that plans are now changing, and he needs to retreat as quickly as possible. The main character runs as fast as he can from the dragon. Hansu, reading information about the dragon, thinks that since his condition shows the end of his life, this ancient dragon does not have much time left, and the young one will take this place after his death. He continues to tell himself that even if he is on the verge of death, fighting a monster of this level is impossible for him now, and people will laugh at the hero who, instead of a hunter, became the prey of a dragon. Puffing out his cheeks, Hansu continues to run forward with all his might. The dragon's shadow towers over the running guy. He turns back for a second to see what's going on, when suddenly the dragon's huge mouth opens right in front of him, causing him to scream and run even faster, shouting to the dragon that he should leave him alone. The main character continues to shout to him that he was mistaken and did not think that the dragon was the owner of this place. The dragon's paw steps on the ground, throwing the guy's body into the air. The main character thinks that the dragon will not understand no matter how much you tell him, because dragons do not have the translation skill, and his race has a tendency to violence, and in this world, if you have SS rank skills, it means that you have taken away more than 100 lives for the sake of experience. The majestic dragon rises above the ground, showing its ominous image. The guy runs out of the cave into the street. He continues to think that the creature is a dragon with a short temper, which means that he will not let the intruder go. Suddenly, loud sounds of a dragon are heard from the cave. He bursts out of the cave with a grin, growling the phrase "Dire Valen." He looks around and inquiringly pronounces the phrase Valen. A small man runs into the gorge right in front of him, causing him to get angry and growl more and more. Suddenly, a huge dragon flies above the ground, spreading all its many wings. Hansu continues to run forward, but wonders out loud that his steps can't be heard, and maybe he gave up, saying that this can't happen. The dragon above prepares a charge in its throat. The guy ran on without saying a word when he suddenly realized. The dragon gradually begins to emit smoke from its mouth. Suddenly, with all his might, he begins to destroy what he sees and hits Hansu's body, causing him to incinerate. The cozy building with jugs on the shelves begins to shake. One water jug breaks, spilling water to the sides. The girl with Lanival and the porter look towards the outside of the building. The whole group looks at the mountains, from behind which purple, ominous smoke can be seen. Lanival calls out to Mr. Hero and asks what happened there. Purple smoke circles the forests. The smoke begins to eat away at the trees. The guy, swearing, says that if he had caused damage to his head, he would have died immediately. Hansu's silhouette appears among the purple poisonous smoke, and he says that his physical change is a full recovery. The guy's hand is burned and toxic smoke comes out of it. He thinks about it. That blood pressure and liver function were stabilized, and the poison was successfully removed, because it closed the wounds with the help of platelets and accelerated tissue regeneration. And he removed the pain with the help of endorphins. Holding his hand in front of him, Hansu confidently says that with Master Malin's instructions, as long as his brain is fine, he can restore himself instantly. Looking at the killed nature and animal bones around, the guy says what the poisonous breath skill means, noting that this is an incredible monster. Holding his hands on his belt, the main character looked up and said that if he was unlucky, this poisonous gas would reach the mountain village. Looking at the dragon flying in the sky, he says that he doesn't care about the trash in the village, but he can't let Master Malin get hurt. Hansu calls out to the dragon, causing it to pay attention to him. The guy yells at the dragon, addressing him like he's a fat old lizard, asking him if he's blind, and his aim is terrible. Shouting to the dragon, putting both hands to his mouth, he asks the monster, how can he call himself a disaster or a dragon of oblivion with such terrible skills, and it will be better if he stops disgracing himself and sleeps in his lair, becoming food for worms. A dragon flies over a guy from the ground. The main character thinks that since he does not have translation skills, he, of course, will not understand what he told him, but it gets on his nerves. The dragon, opening its mouth, gives a new charge of its power to the guy. The hero thinks that there is someone here who can resist this poisonous breath. A bright pink explosion occurs on the ground. Hansu runs to the side laughing, telling the dragon that this is good work and to let him follow him. Suddenly, a new explosion almost touches the guy. He keeps thinking that as long as he doesn't hurt the guy's head, he can continue to produce antibodies to neutralize the poison. Giving a thumbs up with his burnt hand, he smiles as he voices his technique for regenerating skin using poison, immediately chuckling. The main character says to himself that he managed to keep him away from Master Milano's house. Suddenly, an explosion of poison hits the hero, causing him to burn completely, and he immediately asks how much longer he can hold out. The remaining orcs look at the explosion blazing behind them. Running next to the orcs, the guy shouts at them to move aside. He runs away into the forest with a light blue sky, leaving the orcs alone with the dragon. Immediately, the two of them are incinerated by toxic smoke. Turning around at the spectacle, the guy laughs and calls the pigs stupid, adding that they should not stand in his way. Hansu says that he said this with adrenaline and dopamine flooding him, and he had an idea on how to take advantage of the situation. The guy's face looked back in madness. Purple smoke can be seen rising into the sky from behind the hills. Suddenly, there was an explosion right from the point where the smoke was coming from. The orcs looked at the sight of smoke from behind the mountains, communicating with each other. The head of the orcs with red hair and a mask orders something to his relatives in their language. Suddenly, right from the place where the smoke appeared, a person runs at great speed. The orc leader turned his attention to the quickly rushing figure. Hansu jumps over the jagged fence with great speed, raising his leg high. His shadow falls on the stupid orcs who do not understand what is happening. The guy looks at them with a crazy smile, giggling nervously, and thinks to himself that the target has been detected. Having landed behind the fence, the guy is watched on both sides by standing orcs, and at the same moment, a huge dragon flies from above, casting its silhouette in the sky. The main character runs past their leader, laughing nervously. Left unattended, the orcs look after him with incomprehension, asking questions among themselves in their own language. Unexpectedly for them, the dragon spews its flames directly at them. Immediately, the flame leaves its mucus on the monsters already burned to the bones. Only one single orc rests his trembling hand on the ground next to the poisonous mucus. The orc leader, with his face half burned, tries to say something in shock. The story tells that the monster is an orc race, level 265, profession fighter, skills attack, brutality and resistance, and status poisoning, burns, paralysis, and on the verge of death. The main character chuckles and approaches the leader of the orcs. He swings his sword at the orc with madness on a white background, saying that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion presented him with experience points on a silver platter. The shadow of the sword remains on the shocked face of the orc, and at that moment, the guy wishes himself a bon appetit. Hansu tells himself that it doesn't matter who did the damage during the fight. He thrusts his sword into the orc lying opposite him. The guy continues to say that experience goes to whoever deals the final blow. With his hands on the handle of his sword, the protagonist chuckles with a wide smile. He tells himself that he was able to dodge the dragon's attack, but the orcs around were poisoned by his poison skill. The guy is standing next to a dead orc on the ground. The hero explains to himself that they simply become carcasses from which he can take experience points with one blow. A roaring dragon that appears in the sky makes itself known, attracting the attention and gaze of the main character. The dragon continues to hover menacingly over the guy. Looking sarcastically in his direction and smiling, the guy says out loud that none of them would want this, but they can become a good team. The monster immediately begins to release its charge of energy from its mouth. He points it directly at Hansa, causing him to jump and run away. Furiously flapping its wings and destroying everything in front of it, the dragon roars incessantly. The darkness over the city began to thicken. The bell began to sound harshly throughout the city, attracting the attention of citizens. People on the streets begin to get scared, shouting about the dragon, about his attack, and that the High Dragon of Oblivion has appeared again. All the people shout to each other to run faster, otherwise they will all die here. Dark clouds are approaching the roof of the bell tower with other houses. Someone starts asking, shouting, "Where is the Dragon Slayer?" A huge silhouette of a dragon with wings towers over the city. People run, looking back, the shadow on which falls from the monster. The monster noticed these people and snorted. The next moment, the Dragon of Oblivion with all its strength began to splash fire and poison on people. The dragon's charges destroyed houses. They burn the screaming people to the ground, leaving them to die in fear. A charge flies straight at the guy, but does not touch him, and he continues to rapidly run forward against the backdrop of screaming people, thinking that something was running nearby. He thinks that it's good to run on adrenaline, because this way his body doesn't get tired, but it's inconvenient that his vision is narrowing. The guy only looks forward. The hero continues to tell himself that he needs to concentrate so as not to lose experience points. Before Hans's eyes, a road into the forest opens, surrounded on both sides by poisonous fumes. The main character runs up from behind to the Cyclops monster, crying with fear. The story goes that the monster is a Cyclops race, level 633, cannibal profession. The next moment, the Cyclops' head was cut into two parts by the guy's blade, as does the head of a hissing snake, which he laughingly tells everyone to look at. Looking at the dead half-goat half-lion, the hero notices that because of the poison, all these high-level monsters are lying around like garbage. Hansu's stats begin to gain momentum and add to his experience and level, to which he laughs madly with satisfaction. The dragon flies over the guy, growling, and he, jumping towards the target from below, says that this is his first time. The dragon angrily flies forward, while the main character continues on his way with a smile and a gentle atmosphere. He notes that they have good compatibility, so they travel day and night through the fantasy world, and no one could block their path. Standing with the dragon opposite the three-eyed demon with horns, the hero raised his sword to point at the enemy. At another moment, a dragon was burning a living tree right in front of him. Leaving the knife and shield stuck in the ground at sunset, the guy thought to himself about demons, forests and monsters, mercenary squads, and many others. Against the backdrop of purple smoke and bones emerging from it, he says they have all disappeared, like specks of dust swept away by a vacuum cleaner. With a relaxed and pleased face, Hansu remarks that it is so fresh here. Remembering the information from history that his race is arch-human, level 903, profession hero, skills stamina, insanity, muscle strength, endurance and agility, status satisfaction. The main character says to himself that in just a few days his skills have increased to the limit, and if he increases them further, he will have to fight the Demon Lord, and here he will need the help of demons, who give a lot of experience points. The Dragon of Oblivion with a heart-rending roar beckoned the guy's attention. Suddenly the guy was covered in the shadow of a dragon. The monster fell to the ground, exhausted, as the little man looked on. Hansu begins to talk to himself about how the Chaos Dragon and Supreme Dragon of Oblivion, Nobius, has done something. The main character looked at the dragon with a kind look, saying that it was fun, and looking at the monster's body, he called him a friend. The dragon lay on the ground with its mouth open, making its last roars. The guy continued to say that a few days later at the end of the flight, he collapsed from old age. Purple smoke appeared from behind the mountains. Khan took a step forward towards him. He looked around in surprise, and then he looked at the dead body of a huge dragon. A system message appeared with his characteristics, and he said that age was still making itself felt. Looking at the dead soul of the dragon, he wondered what kind of fortitude he had, since he attacked him until he damaged all the joints. In order for his name to be known as one of the 5 disasters of the fantasy world, you need to be like this. The protagonist bowed, and then added that their acquaintance was not long, but very cheerful. He had greatly increased his level. As the moral professor said, new connections are important. Then he looked away somewhere to the side and thought that there was one problem. He turned around and added that it could be a crushing blow to his reputation. He saw in front of him a spreading purple liquid that filled everything around. The purple substance began to flow out like a river. She completely cleared the bodies, leaving only bones. Then Khan appeared in front of us, folding his hands in dissatisfaction. Professor Morality said that due to the breath of the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion, many cities were destroyed. Half of the central continent burned and was contaminated with a deadly poison, so everything there could not be restored. Khan replied that, as he expected from the Demon Lord, without lifting a finger, he was able to plunge humanity into the abyss of despair. Then, frowning, he added that he was incredibly scary. The Professor of Morality, looking at him contentedly, replied that only he was scared here. Kang scratched the back of his head and replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. And the girl, clutching her head, replied that due to the dangerous situation, she could not intervene. It would be terrible if everything went wrong because of her. She imagined a dragon in her head spewing out a purple substance, and then said that that's why she waited for the battle to end. But the end came not only to the battle, but also to the continent itself. Khan imagined a map in his head and wondered what the end was. It was too early for them to give up. These were the northern and western continents of the fantasy world. The map below appeared in his head and he thought that there was a southern and an eastern one. Having imagined in his head a complete picture of where the central continent was struck by poison, he said that although half of the central continent was incinerated due to the chaos caused by the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion, the other continents were intact, so 90% of the lands were saved. She told him not to give up easily. Then, with a smile, he extended his hands towards the card and added that there was still hope, to which the morality professor replied that for a hero, hope is an important moral principle. The protagonist turned pale, continuing to smile, and his mentor said that in any case it is impossible to remove the ride from a beautiful horse. This incident occurred due to the fact that he blindly trusted the memory of information from the first passage. Khan, with his hands on his belt, looked in front of him. He thought that he would not deny this. He had previously assumed that a young dragon lived there, but no one knew that in his place there would be a dragon in a dying state. Thanks to him now you don't have to worry about personality. He was going to increase his achievement, but in the end he lost his entire reputation. Looking at the huge dead dragon, he thought that he still had something left. He carefully examined the monster's eye and added that he needed to return to the cave or fold his wings and rest and ultimately live for another year. Touching the dragon with a smile, he asked that he was happy because he had finally burned everything. In response, he heard a menacing roar. Then the dragon began to gradually rise, looking ahead with displeasure. Khan, raising his head, said that he did not even have the strength to nod. He grabbed his sword and added that this was the power he was talking about. Stretching the sword in front of him, the protagonist frowned and added that he even had fun. The dragon narrowed his eyes and growled. Then Khan, swinging his sword, lunged forward, thinking that no matter how much spirit power Endymion had in his sword, he couldn't easily take the life of such a creature. As he plunged his sword into the dragon, he thought that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion had given his all in a fierce struggle to burn half the continent. This was only possible because he had made his last choice. Bubbles appeared around the sword and began to increase. Khan looked ahead in surprise, not understanding what was happening. A second later I watched as the dragon's entire head and body became covered in blisters, and then it exploded, throwing out all the purple liquid that was in it. She scattered in different directions at great speed. Khan, plunging into it, said that he had more willpower than Pedinar. He made the lake with the poisonous liquid tremble with horror until the last moment. The protagonist raised his head and then laughed. He, looking at his characteristics, where his level was 999, thought that the enormous power that the Supreme Dragon had accumulated. All his experience points passed to him. Smiling widely, he clenched his fist and added that he also left him an element of chaos in the name of the race, in status and skills, chaos everywhere. He saw small filled squares in the system window, and then asked what kind of mosaic was in the skill window. Looking at the system message with a smile, he asked what it was. Professor Morality, who was standing behind him, replied that this was simply impossible. She extended her hand to him and added that the hero cannot hunt the Chaos Dragon. While the hero grows and gathers reliable companions, the Hasa Dragon dies a natural death. Khan replied that this is true. His mentor continued to say that this is simply impossible. Such an achievement impossible only because he went back in time. A purple heart appeared in front of the protagonist. He smiled, turned around, and then said that this is how a simple student like him would know this. Looking at the dragon's heart, doused in purple liquid, he said that he was only going to hunt the young dragon. If he knew that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion was there, he would never have come. Then, with wide eyes, he added that he did not know about him and defeated him only thanks to a lucky coincidence of circumstances. As he extended his hand towards the dragon's heart, he heard Professor Moral shout for him to wait. She ran to him, asking what he was doing. Turning around, Kan replied that, as she saw. Grabbing the dragon's heart, he added that he would learn about the new skill on his own. Even if he asked her, she wouldn't tell what kind of mosaic it was. He imagined in his head a dead dragon in which there was a crystal, and then said that the heart of the dragon contains his attributes, skills. This is how it is accepted in this world. He caught the Supreme Dragon and acquired this skill, so if you use the heart of the Supreme Dragon Oblivion, then a hint may appear. Professor Morality, looking at him in fear, said that it was not that she didn't want to tell him, she just couldn't do it. She was seeing this for the first time. Looking at the surprised protagonist, around whom purple energy appeared, she continued to say that don't they say that you can't chase a dog if you don't know who its owner is? Isn't it better not to touch him until the higher-ups figure it out? Stretching her finger forward, she continued to shout that she would quickly learn about the skill that was covered by the mosaic. Let him wait a little. A second later the professor disappeared, and Kan, looking at the heart in his hand, said that he should not chase the dog. Although it is strict, it does not understand something. The protagonist imagined a small golden chest in his head, and then thought that Pandora's box existed to be opened. If it did not need to be opened, then the contents should not have been placed in the box in the first place. This box was given to him by the teaching staff. They themselves sent him to the past. He is not guilty of anything. Looking at the chest from which violet light poured, the protagonist continued to reflect that the more something is forbidden, the more he wants to open it. Curiosity is what drives the progress of mankind. Smiling, he looks at the shining heart of the dragon. Kan, holding the heart in his palm, thought that it was only the size of a fist. Smiling, he continued to think that it contained the power and attribute of the Supreme Dragon, after which he said that it was very soft. Then he opened his mouth wide and brought his heart to it. Closing his eyes and chewing, he said it tasted like ginger jelly and raw beef. After that, he opened his eyes wide and looked ahead in surprise. He felt a dragon roaring in his head, and then purple smoke came out of his eyes and he screamed. Dark smoke surrounded his body, and he stretched out his arms in different directions, and then wondered that the chaos attribute that the dragon contained began to rage within his body. Smoke surrounded his hands and veins appeared on them. Looking in surprise at his right palm, he thought that it was as if he had been twisted into a meat grinder. The perverted Muram and sword masters from fantasy books dreamed of exactly such pain. He imagined in his head a man in a white coat, with his arms outstretched, shouting that he would endure any pain if it allowed him to become stronger. After which he thought that now he understood their pleasure in becoming stronger. Then Kan breathed out a sigh of relief. There was a dragon next to him. The protagonist, looking dissatisfied in front of him, said that, unfortunately, he is not such a pervert, so he does not want to just tolerate it stupidly. While in the smoke, he thought that he had activated the release of endorphin in his body. He felt as if he was under anesthesia, and he was waiting for the completion of the operation. He was so bored when it would all be over. The dragon's head looked at him menacingly, and then she closed her eyes. Kan, looking into the clear sky, put his hands on his belt and asked that it was all over. He then extended his hand and a system message appeared in front of him and he said he needed to test his skills. He saw how one of the squares was filled and the letter F appeared there. Smiling and looking at the system message, he said that since he had a rank, it means the skill was activated. That's good. Who cares about the name? The most important thing is what the effect is after that. He thought he needed to take a look at the skill window. A system message appeared in front of him, which stated the characteristics of this skill after reading the last line, which said that it cannot be forgotten. He wondered what that meant. Having examined the message more closely, Khan said that this could be some kind of mistake. Throwing his hands behind his head, he began to think that it didn't matter to him, even if he had at least the most unique effect. Remembering the professor's morality, he continued to think that the skill was already good only because it puzzled the teaching staff, who sent an ordinary person back in time in this stupid world. Just from this thought alone, his mood improved. Smiling maliciously, Khan laughed. Looking at the sky, he thought that he needed to maintain this mood and return to the village where the greatest creature lives. We are taken to the house. Lanival, with her mouth wide open, holding a fish on her fork, shouted that Khan was late. The rapist sitting next to him, eating pieces of meat, shouted that he was worried that something had happened to him. The protagonist, smiling, entered the room and said that it seemed that they were very worried, after which he asked what kind of food it was. Did they really embarrass Master Mullen? Lanival, stretching out her hand on the table, said that the employee of the parish office gave them a large monetary reward. He said that it was sent by Prince Nassus. The slug on the table was eating a loaf of bread with a smile. Khan smiled and thought that he didn't like that they ate with the money he earned, but he decided to forgive the dummies as soon as he saw how happy Master Mullen was. Then Lanival, looking at the protagonist in surprise, said that in any case everyone was worried, because there was no news from him for a whole week, which is what he did all this time. Khan, looking in her direction in surprise, replied that they did not know what he was doing. Lanival, looking at him upset, replied that he didn't tell them about his plans, so how could they know? Then she, looking displeasedly at the protagonist, added that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion had appeared, from whom there had been no news for 500 years. She imagined herself in the head of a huge dragon releasing a poisonous cloud, and said that it was a huge disaster, so much so that it seemed like the end of the world had come. There was no news from him, and they were already beginning to think that the hero was dead. The girl, with tears in her eyes, grabbed the pieces of meat and added that because of this stress she was overeating. Khan wondered if she really didn't know. The porter, who was sitting on a bench nearby, folded his hands and lowered his head, saying that many heroes went out to stop the dragon, but none of them returned. And half of the central continent became uninhabitable. Such destruction. And the demon lord had not even fell. Khan looked at his comrades, smiling. And then the porter added that if there is hope for humanity. The protagonist imagined in his head the dragon he was standing next to, and thought that the fantastic duet of the hero and the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion, their tour across the central continent. They did not leave behind survivors. Then he imagined the dragon spreading poison across the sea, and thought that if anyone had seen them, they must have been so far away that the dragon's body seemed small to them, and even if they could see it. He imagined how he was running among the poison with a smile, and then began to think that no one knew him as a hero yet, because he had been called up quite recently, and his very face was stained with poison. Then a lot of skulls appeared in his head, and he thought that because half of the central continent had turned to ashes, he became desperate, and thought that he had lost all his reputation points. Smiling widely, he thought that there were no survivors, which meant there were no witnesses, and that meant there was no justification for deducting points, and he still had hope. After that, he thought that points for reputation had not yet been cut off. He still had hope of increasing points for reputation and achievements. His comrades looked at him in surprise, and then he told the two of them to listen to him carefully and not be surprised. Smiling, he proudly looked at his subordinates and said that the Supreme Dragon had been defeated. His allies looked at him silently for a few seconds, and then drops of sweat appeared on their faces, and Lanival asked that he was able to defeat the Supreme. Khan extended his hand to his surprised friends and said that in the end the dragon fell at the hand of the hero. Smiling widely, he thought that it was natural that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion calmly spent his last days in the cave and woke up because of him. He lowered. If this was revealed, then his reputation would be over. His comrades listened to the end of the story with open mouths, and then the whole house heard shouts that it was incredible to single-handedly overcome one of the 5 disasters, as expected of a hero. Khan then snapped his fingers and said that he thought they wouldn't believe it. Lanival replied with a smile on her face that they did, and the porter said that as soon as he saw it at the auction, he immediately knew that it was incredible. Khan imagined himself looking at the menacing dog in fear, and then he thought that it was a brilliant crime committed. But except for these 2 fools, no one else would believe that he defeated the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion. In his first playthrough he was inexperienced, therefore, around this time, he only reached the 10th level. He did not want to kill a lot. he had doubts. Smiling and looking at his comrades, he continued to think that for the sake of reputation points, he needed to catch someone important, someone who would give him more experience than 5 disasters. We are taken to the house. Ken says that they need to go hunting, to which Lanuval asks what kind of hunting we are talking about. The protagonist opens the door and, putting his hand on his belt, says with a smile that one of the 5 disasters caused such enormous damage. Shouldn't a hero, for the sake of the inhabitants of this world, destroy these others? Frowning his eyebrows, he added that this would increase his points for achievements and reputation. Lanuval shouted, "What should they do then about returning to their homeland?" Can turned around, puzzled, and his companion replied that there was only 1 day left before the promised meeting with Alex. The protagonist imagined a smiling Alex in his head and thought that how could he forget? He thought about achievements, reputation, and completely forgot about important companions. He imagined in his head how Alex drank him out, and then thought that he would have met that guy. If Lanuval hadn't reminded him, he would have ended. Smiling maliciously, he thought that he was grateful to his companion. He folded his hands and looked at her, and then told her to speak, because he was in a good mood now. He thought about how he should deal with Alex in order to be praised. Lanuval imagined the elves in her head and said that she learned from them, whom Prince Nasus sent. She imagined the elf placing the sword in the coffin, and said that the elf whose corpse they handed over was one of the queen's knights. She had an image of an elf girl lying in a coffin, and she had a sword on her chest, after which she added that Weathercan knew what surprised her most. The protagonist put his hands on his belt and replied that the elf from the black market was also one of these knights. Lanuval, with her mouth wide open, asked in surprise how he knew this. Can, imagining elves in his head, thought that it was easy for him to guess that elves live a long time. But rarely do anyone reach level 800, because this is not a race that constantly fights, like the same dragons. He imagined an elf in his head and thought that their average level was about 100, so it was only natural that elves with a level of 800 should also be in the royal guard. He put his hands up in disappointment, looked at his companion and thought that, as he had assumed, this was connected with something troublesome. The girl lit up, clenched her fists, and said that yes, this was really a long-awaited adventure, to which the protagonist shouted that he had already listened to her and now let her shut up. Lanuval disappointedly extended her hand to him, saying that she had to tell him something else, to which he, turning around contentedly, replied that she should keep the rest in her heart. Then he turned around and added that he knew what she wanted to say. The wife of the Elf King was kidnapped by demons, and all the knights guarding her were missing, but this had nothing to do with him. Looking at the shocked Lanuval, he asked what kind of look she had, and she screamed that how did he know about this. Khan, walking along the path along the cliff, said that he was going to become a hero with 10 years of experience, so just after hearing the introduction, he already understood everything. Then the protagonist, looking at his companion, who extended her fingers somewhere to the side, thought that she, as in his first playthrough, was a master at finding trouble, and he was keeping an eye on her so that this wouldn't happen. The second playthrough was already incredibly difficult. Kan, with his hands behind his head, turned in the direction in which Lanuval was pointing. Someone asked what was happening there. The companion pointed her finger at a black dot from which thick white dust was emanating. Wheels appear in front of us, and then we see a cart drawn by white people, which rushes forward at great speed. 3 horsemen armed with a crossbow and spears run behind her. One of the bandits raises his crossbow, taking careful aim. The arrow hits the coachman's shoulder, and he grabs his head. Frightened, looking ahead, he shouts for them to hold on a little longer. The protagonist, looking down in surprise, thought that this was a very expensive carriage, and it seemed to him that he had seen it somewhere. Then Lanuval said that they were really being pursued by robbers. Khan closed his eyes and thought about how he needed to use body control. His pupils enlarged and he opened his eyes wide, using the enhanced vision. He took a close look at the yellow carriage. Then, looking closely, he saw on it the coat of arms of an account with a small dagger, and after that he thought that it was impossible to forget it. He imagined in his mind a girl wearing a green dress with a small crown, and then thought that she was the daughter of the Emperor of the Divine Empire, and she was crossing the border on a cart, the personal coat of arms of the next successor. The girl looked out the window at the robbers in fear, and Kan continued to reason that if such a person leaves the country, then there is only one reason: political regression. He imagined in his head a man with a mustache in a red coat and a large crown, and then he thought that he looked like her uncle. And this time he managed to carry out a coup, just like in his first playthrough. Frowning his brows, he thought about the fact that the only thing was that the Emperor of the Holy Empire was supposed to die in 5 years. Why now? Khan then remembered their battle with the Great Dragon and thought that it had flown over the capital of the Holy Empire as well. The companions behind the protagonist began to say that he should meet with Alex, but they have time to save the poor people in trouble. Then Khan extended his hand to the side and shouted that the dragon had become a zombie and was now flying here. The porter along with Lanuvel turned around in fear, looking in front of them in shock. The girl started running up to the edge and saying that they needed to evacuate people faster. And in front of Khan, a system message appeared that the poison breath skill was activated. After a second, he released a purple liquid from his mouth. She flew towards the carriage at high speed, and then it exploded sharply, splashing in different directions. A white horse lay on the floor, foam flowing from its mouth. Then a man was lying nearby, pulling a cart. Broken glasses and an outstretched hand appeared from the carriage. The porter, looking into the distance, said that it was good if they were mistaken. Lanuvel, who was standing nearby, replied that she did not see any zombie dragon, and Khan smiled and said that, apparently, he was really mistaken. He imagined the princess's uncle in his head and thought that in the first playthrough, the wise emperor of the Holy Empire gave his younger brother the title of feudal lord and sent him to a distant region. But he did not lose heart and became stronger, and after the death of the emperor, he kicked out his niece and took the throne. He then imagined how he and his team met the princess. He continued to think that the heroes group saved the imperial daughter from death. All of its members became vassals of the direct heir to the throne. Then he imagined himself attacking the emperor's youngest son, after which he thought that by force the power of the usurpers had been overthrown. The girl, smiling maliciously, looked in front of her as they put a crown on her head, and Khan thought that this smart empress would lead the country to success. They thought so, but it was necessary to understand that this was not so, even when she, without understanding, asked them to kill all the invaders. He was shuddering, and he said that he remembered again, for the first time in his life he was scolded like that. Then she further approached the man, saying what happened here. They turned away for just a minute. Why are all these people dead? Khan, folding his hands, smiled, looking down, and said that this time the Holy Empire would be calmer, although half of their lands were poisoned by the dragon's poison. Looking at the dead princess, he continued to think that after regaining the throne, the emperor's daughter became extremely suspicious and began to use her smart head for other purposes, which is why she became known as the Bloody Empress and was eventually killed. Today they prevented troublesome matters. Smiling widely, he added that while it didn't seem to be his problem, he thought it also redeemed his first playthrough. The main character looked carefully at the small cat and asked that they were just joking. Khan held his sword in front of him, looked at the animal in surprise and added that they wanted him to kill it. Lanuvel put her hand in front of her, looked at the cat in surprise and asked that Mr. Hero said that it was difficult for him to kill humanoid monsters. And Khan turned a nervous look at her, opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was also difficult. The small cat opened its mouth, its eyes glowed red, and growled towards the protagonist, and the main character twitched in fear and shouted, trembling. Alex clenched his teeth tightly, folded his arms over his chest and noted that it seemed like he didn't put in enough effort. And Lanuvel looked at him carefully and asked again. The commander-in-chief smiled broadly and, looking carefully at the protagonist, replied that during his training at the royal training ground, he needed to give him more fortitude. The main character took his sword with his hand and trembled all over. Then he turned a frightened glance at the commander-in-chief, and he added that he would conduct a couple more training sessions with the hero. Lanuvel looked furiously and, with her mouth wide open, shouted that she would not allow him. Mr. Hero had just recovered from a recent injury, and Alex, looking carefully at the protagonist, noticed that this also happened due to a lack of fortitude. The commander-in-chief smiled fiercely, scrunched his face, and said that the strength of a real hero does not lie in level and skills. The main character looked at the warrior in fear, opened his mouth and opened his eyes wide, and Alex added that he had the ability not to give up, no matter how many times he was beaten. The main character was on the top floor of the tower, looked displeasedly at the girl and noticed that the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion had gone mad. And this place had not even changed, and Lanuvel answered with a smile that the heavens had helped them. The Dragon of Oblivion had not touched their kingdom. If we also add the hero's call, it seems that the heavens themselves blessed his majesty. The main character put his hands in his pockets, confidently walked forward, and with a dissatisfied face said that they just don't know that all this is thanks to a master named Malin. And Lanuvel asked who he was. The girl made an arrogant face, covered her face, and noted that they were lucky to arrive here in 2 days, since the teleportation network was still working, but they were still a day late, and that she should report to his majesty. He promised to come in 10 days. The king put his hand in front of him, pouted all over and noted that even if he was a hero, He must fulfill his promise to the king. A moment later, the main character released a huge amount of energy and, looking furiously at the king, asked again. And the king, twitching in fear, replied that he shouldn't pay any attention to anything like that. The main character approached the training site and noticed in his head that only the same training from the commander-in-chief was missing. Bare-chested Alex looked carefully at the protagonist, put his hands on his sides and noticed that his skin was so soft. Just like a baby's, it looked like he had never really trained before. A moment later, Alex smiled fiercely, looked carefully at the protagonist and added that he would make him the best swordsman in the kingdom. The main character slightly moved his dissatisfied face and heard that he would do it as soon as possible. Spectators gathered near the columns of the training ground and watched carefully, and Khan looked at them carefully and noticed in his head that, as in the first playthrough, even with the delay, many spectators had gathered here. The main character noticed 2 priests and added in his head that the priests also came, who are needed for the cruel show of the commander-in-chief. They have a very important role. It is to treat the victims and so that they can be beaten further. The main character raised his head, looked at the coach with a smile, and noticed that he was speaking in the shortest possible time. Alex looked at the protagonist with a crazy smile and said that they didn't have any extra time right now. Pedinar appeared in the head of the commander-in-chief with a squad of powerful demons, and Alex added that martial law has been introduced in the country, since they do not know when exactly the demon lord is going to attack. Even if he has to sacrifice something, he will teach him as quickly as he can. The commander-in-chief folded his arms across his chest, smiled broadly and noted that the best way to enhance abilities is, of course, intensive training, and the main character looked at him displeasedly and asked what would happen if he died. Alex scrunched his face, looked pitifully at the protagonist and asked what he thought, that he was not able to control the power when fighting a weakling. He told him not to worry as long as the priests were around. He seemed desperate to escape, but he had no right to refuse. The commander-in-chief's eyes suddenly became crazy, and he added that the fate of humanity is at stake. He does not want to hear the whining of the recruit. The main character looked carefully at the information about the commander-in-chief and noticed in his head that this guy couldn't wait to beat him up. Khan noticed the evil parameter in his state. The main character folded his arms on his chest, narrowed his eyes arrogantly, and wondered what he was thinking. This didn't happen the first time, and then called the commander-in-chief and asked that he didn't think that he needed training. Alex scrunched his face in anger, and the main character asked how he, with level 292, could teach someone. Khan looked carefully at the trainer, opened his mouth slightly and noticed that he had probably already heard that he destroyed the orc settlement and killed the supreme dragon of oblivion. The commander-in-chief squinted slightly and pursed his lips. Then he spread his arms to the sides, turned to the audience and shouted that if they want to come up with something crazy, let them do it too. The main character looked slightly to the side, heard that he was trying to deceive in order to avoid training, and noticed in his head that the dumpling also reacted. Khan then brought up the screen with his information, saw more than 999 levels, and noted in his head that he would not lose even to 1,000,000 commanders-in-chief. Then he glanced at the F-grade hidden skill and thought that the mysterious skill obtained from the Oblivion Dragon was a black box grade F, so it was at the end of the list. A moment later, the commander-in-chief's fist appeared in front of the protagonist's face. Then Khan sharply dodged, and Alex shouted that in a real battle, you do not warn the enemy, but attack unexpectedly. The commander-in-chief began to deliver a quick series of blows. The main character dodged everyone, and shouted that it was just like now. Khan watched carefully as Alex tried to beat him and thought that he said the same thing as then. But now he is trying to strike in other places. The main character calmly turned his head away from the powerful blow, and noticed in his head that he was distracting him with simple serial blows, and then would hit him right in the dignity. The commander-in-chief's fist flew sharply below the belt, and the main character looked attentively at it. Alex lit up with rage and smiled widely, and the main character noted in his head that if he had aimed for the stomach, he would have shown him the strength of S. Then Khan sat down with glowing blue eyes and thought that he would feel lousy if he'll hit it right there. The main character sharply tripped the commander-in-chief, causing him to look sideways. The crowd of spectators looked at this in surprise and began to sweat. Alex fell to the ground. The main character folded his arms on his chest looking at this and noticed that stop fooling around. The enemy would not wait for him in a real battle. Alex, foaming at the mouth and with tears in his eyes, slowly began to rise. Alex tried to stand up with trembling legs and shouted that he would finish him off. The main character put his hand on his side, looked carefully at the warrior trying to get up and thought that in a few years he would be called the King of the Sword. but now he is an ordinary person who, at best, will slay 1 or 2 low-ranking demons. Kan smiled fiercely and, looking at his opponent, added in his head who he wanted to kill. The main character roughly grabbed the commander-in-chief by the head and began to lift him up. Kan raised his crooked head and noted that he himself could use training, but he was trying to train others. The protagonist's face became dark, red eyes opened in a fierce smile, and he noticed that he should not judge a book by its cover, because some people hide their abilities and intentions. Battles have only one outcome, victory or death. Alex clenched his teeth tightly in anger, looked furiously at the protagonist, and he added that he, stubborn as a sheep, who ignores such a simple truth, will die early. Kan sharply slammed the commander-in-chief's face onto the ground. The priest put his hand in front of him and shouted that at this rate Captain Alex would die, and the main character replied that in a real battle someone usually dies. Kan, shaking off the dust from his hands, looked at the captain's trembling hand and replied that he had taught him an important lesson, and he does not stop denying reality. It seems pointless to continue his instruction, so we need to immediately move on to the most important lesson. The main character knelt down. Opposite him, Alex looked at him with a bloody face and noticed that he looked like a teacher who respects his students, unlike him. Alex saw a bright light in front of him, and the main character asked if he knew what was most important in a real battle. The main character powerfully hit the guy in the back of the neck and knocked him out. Then he put his fingers to his mouth and answered with a smile that getting rid of future problems. Alex lay in his own pool of blood, face down and not moving. Kan found himself in the purple world, put his hand to the back of his head and nervously noticed that Professor Morality had returned early, and she noticed that he had killed the princess and the king of the sword. The professor folded her hands on her chest, looked carefully at the protagonist and pursed her lips and said that she was telling him to forget about the past and boldly step into the future. He should not ignore the failures of the past, but they should let them go for the sake of the future. The main character silently looked at the woman, and she added that he couldn't lead to a better future if he had failed once. Kan extended his hand in front of him, looked carefully at the professor and noticed that he was not sure of a better future. But don't worry about failure. No one noticed that he killed the princess. There is no problem with his reputation. The main character imagined in his head how a crown was put on the princess's head and said that this was a happy ending for the innocent people of the Holy Empire. Instead of crowning a princess who was paranoid and blind from the desire for power, getting rid of her was much safer and more successful. The main character lowered his head, looked straight attentively with a smile, and said that the solution was the easiest way. Professor Morality put his hand to his forehead, lowered his head. Kan added that Alex was not even worth mentioning, and said that she told him to let go of all grievances from the first playthrough. The main character opened his eyes in surprise, put his hands at his sides, and Morality remained in the same position and added that the greatest victory is a triumph over his heart. If a sage is angry, he is no longer a sage, and he does not think that he should give this a chance. Stubborn people. The main character remembered the elf and the commander-in-chief after the professor's words that tolerance is the virtue of a hero. Morality still had her hand on her forehead. She heard the protagonist notice that she wanted to tell him to tolerate the Demon King too, and said that this was neglecting the reason for the existence of the hero. Kan sharply turned his head to the side and smiled silently, then noted that they would wait and everyone would see. The priest pulled back the commander-in-chief's eyelids and looked carefully into his eyes. Then he placed his hand on the pulse in his arm and began to listen silently. After some time, the two priests became gloomy and stared in surprise at the captain's corpse. The main character folded his arms on his chest, raised his head arrogantly and smiled when he heard that he was dead. The leader of the Imperial Knights, Alex, was dead. The crowd of spectators began to sweat and nervously looked at the battlefield. Kan folded his hands on his sides, looked carefully at the cloudy sky, and the spectators said, "How could the most powerful swordsman in the kingdom die?" The main character sharply extended his hand to his side and shouted to them not to worry. Then he turned towards them, spread his arms to the sides and began to walk, adding that there was no need to worry, simply because the man who protected the royal family and the kingdom had died. Kan smiled sarcastically, looked carefully at the audience and asked if they understood that they had a hero. The spectators backed away, became gloomy and began to move back. The main character stopped, stood with his arms outstretched and thought that the best weapon he had trained for 10 years is a hero. A bright smile that brings people a sense of calm did not work. He was quite sure of that. A bright idea suddenly appeared in the protagonist's head and, looking straight ahead, he shouted in his head. Then he looked at the dark faces of the spectators and thought that it seems that they are not afraid, because they are not helpless. He is sure that their insides are filled with rot and dirt. You need to remember their faces. The main character imagined the commander-in-chief in powerful armor in his head and thought that Alex was a bad guy who he would kill without hesitation if he had another chance. But he was also one of the royal knights who are in charge of the military forces of the empire, so that his death is a huge loss for the kingdom. Since he killed the commander-in-chief without any regrets, he will take responsibility for the consequences. A moment later, Khan raised his finger, pointed to the sky, and shouted for the royal knights to gather. The crowd of spectators quickly began to run towards the protagonist, and the main character noticed that if he wants to die, he does not need to. The crowd stomped their feet on the ground, causing the stones on the ground to bounce. After some time, the warriors stood in a row and straightened up. The main character smiled slightly and looked straight ahead. Then he opened his mouth wide, began to walk opposite the column and said that, as they had already seen, Alex died during training. Death during training sometimes happens. Khan walked past the sweaty, bald warrior and added that the most important thing in a real game is not the use of violence, it is intuition. Baldy looked carefully at the protagonist, and he noticed that Alex died because he ignored it. Then the protagonist's evil gaze looked at the warrior, and Khan angrily asked if there was anyone who wanted to die for something they did not understand. The entire squad hunched over, pressed their lips in place and froze silently. The main character folded his hands on his belt, looked carefully at his shoulder over the squad and thought that since no one answered, it seemed that they understood his teaching very well. This atmosphere of respect and admiration towards him. It took him 10 years to pass the first passage, but this time 10 days. Khan turned to the frightened squad, spread his arms to the sides and remarked that his direction would end here and now they would all get rid of the problems that make this country suffer. They look like they don't quite understand. Khan sharply threw his hand to the side, opened his palm and added that then he would answer questions at the cost of their hand. If there are any knights who have questions, raise the hand they want to cut off. The entire squad lowered their scared heads and were completely drenched in sweat, and the main character noticed that everyone understood so quickly, as expected from the elite royal soldiers. Lanival looked attentively at the protagonist, surrounded by royal guards, and Khan noticed that they would now be divided into two teams. Half of them would follow the royal magician, and the other half would follow him. The main character pointed to the gate with a purple banner and noted that the goal for the magician's team was the queen's villa. Khan imagined a crowd of knights around an open purple cabinet in his head and said that if they opened the third room, there would be a secret passage inside the purple cabinet. The knights began to quickly descend the stairs, and the main character added that if they follow this path, there will be a cave there. Lanival looked straight ahead in fear and saw Her Majesty. The queen stood next to the tied corpse, touched its dignity, and looked at the girl in fear, and Khan noted that they should get rid of all the Satanists and collect evidence. Two bouncers in purple capes suddenly jumped out in front of the guards and shouted how the royal knights got here. They need to save the high priestess. A moment later, Lanival's squad jumped and killed all the opponents, and the queen shouted why they called her high priestess right now. Khan turned sharply with a smile at the girl, put his hands on his hips and noted that she could kill her if she resisted too much. She would be executed anyway. The others would follow him and clean up the castle. The main character knocked down the door with a powerful blow and shouted that the hero of justice had a delivery. Khan stood in the passage and carefully watched as two guys beat the old man, then ordered all these people to be locked up, and the warrior noticed that these were the children of the chief judge. The next moment, the main character turned his crazy gaze and asked what was wrong with this. Everyone was tied up and began to be taken out of the room under the supervision of guards, and the main character thought that, as a rule, this is a service for which he should be paid. But he has a responsibility and duty for the murder of the commander-in-chief. The high judge's children looked at the protagonist with displeasure, gritted their teeth furiously. And Khan added that even if the barbarian king of swords was not here, he would cleanse the kingdom until it became peaceful and make sure that there would be no problems. The main character folded his arms on his chest, carefully looked at the prisoners with a smile, and thought that he would show his skills to the citizens of the Holy Empire who criticized him when he was training. Then morality appeared and asked what made him change his mind. The main character suddenly found himself in the purple world, turned his gaze to a serious woman with her hands on her chest and said to take a good look and let her not forget to give him a good score for his reputation. He worked hard. She saw how he acted in the first playthrough, to which received a positive response. Khan extended his hand directly, pointed to the floor, and pointed out that even though he was kidnapped into this barbaric world, he still solved many problems, mostly for free. The main character remembered how Lanival cried next to him and said that, to be honest, he cannot say that he solved them perfectly, but at least he knows a lot about the problems of this kingdom. Then Khan put his hand in front of him, clenched it into a fist and said that those deep inside and even all their decisions. Isn't it great that he has the opportunity to compensate the citizens for the fact that Alex died? Professor Morality pursed her lips and silently looked at the protagonist. Khan smiled widely, clenched his teeth and carefully looking directly at the bright light added that before everything turned into a mess like in the first playthrough, he would solve all these problems himself. The main character folded his arms on his chest, looked straight ahead furiously, and shouted for no one to move, and next to him 2 furious guards ran forward. The aristocrat put his hand in front of him, looked fearfully at the tips of the blades in front of him and shouted what they were doing to the aristocrat. The aristocrat began to quickly run away from the guards, and the soldiers shouted for everyone to be arrested. 5 days later, screams were heard in the main tower of the castle calling for His Majesty. The aristocrats stood tied up near the tower. A crowd of people looked at them carefully and shouted for the king to help them because the hero had gone crazy. Ordinary citizens looked closely at the aristocrats and asked why a government official was there, even a count next to him. And Khan thought that during his charity in the first playthrough, he realized one important thing. There is a flaw in the structure of this barbaric world. The aristocrat opened his mouth wide, sweated and shouted how dare he humiliate the aristocrat in front of the common people. The main character imagined 2 people in his head, one of the 5th level of large size, the other small and of the 1st level, and said that this is a system of levels. Usually after raising the level, beneficial effects are given, slowing down aging, increasing endurance and much more. He can match the strength of an athlete who trained hard, just reaching the 5th level in this world. The big man hunched over with anger and put his hands out in front of him, and Khan added that the only problem was that the methods of gaining experience to raise the level were limited. The big one grabbed the little one tightly and began to choke him, and then Khan noticed that it all depended on how hard he would kill. The main character saw how a knight fought with a huge lizard, and thought that those who are interested in a healthy and long life naturally raise their level. There are no complaints about warriors who have frequent battles, since in this wild world battles between there is no end to people and monsters. Then the problem is those who have nothing connected with the battlefield. The aristocrat opened his mouth wide and loudly began to call His Majesty, and the main character saw a sign in front of him with information and thought that since his youth he had regularly kidnapped and killed commoners. He dealt with him in the 6th year of his first passage, completing one quest. Khan sharply turned his head to the crying girl in a black dress and noticed in his head that she sacrificed her father and daughters for the sake of rejuvenation, was captured in the 7th year of the first passage. A fat aristocrat with a thick mustache opened his mouth wide and shouted that this was a conspiracy. The hero was trying to change power, and Khan noticed in his head that he died for the same reason, also in the 7th year. The main character folded his hands on his chest, smiled broadly and looked carefully at the screaming aristocrats and thought that he was thinking about drowning them in the ocean. But he found a better use for them, which would compensate for the death of the commander-in-chief and would not pollute the environment. The main character sharply opened his mouth, looked straight ahead thoughtfully and called the porter, and the man behind leaned on his spear and answered with his head down. The porter looked at the protagonist with eyes glowing with joy. Khan asked that he had listened to him carefully about how much he valued experience points, and smilingly replied that he understood him well. The main character gritted his teeth, turned a crazy look at the servant and laughed terribly and thought that after this purge is completed, he will need a replacement commander-in-chief to prevent future pollution. Therefore, he will give this kingdom a new cleaner who will undoubtedly replace the old one. The porter quickly moved the sharp spear to the side, pressed confidently to walk towards the bound aristocrats, and they, in turn, began to look at him with terrible fear in their eyes, and Khan noticed in his head that he would give all these experience points to his obedient porter. The porter put a spear in front of him. The notification said that the porter was attacking Noble A, and the protagonist's servant chose the ability to pierce. The porter suddenly took a heroic pose, carefully looked straight ahead, and next to him lay the corpse of an aristocrat. And the notification said that aristocrat had died. The porter gains experience points. Blood began to flow from the spear, and a severed head lay next to the bearer. The crowd of spectators sharply raised their hand up, shook all over and began shouting that they deserved it and the hero was well done. The aristocrat opened her mouth wide in horror when she watched the porter pierce the chest of the next aristocrat, and groaned. And Khan thought that he was able to complete all those annoying find and take revenge quests in just one breath. how effective it is. The guards began to drag away the corpses of the aristocrats, and the main character added in his head that the execution of these aristocrats, after all, was just an appetizer. He made a lot of effort to bring the guests of the main celebration. The queen was tied to a huge stone pillar and screamed that she was innocent, and the prince hanging next to him crouched on the next pillar and shouted for the king to stop it. The queen began to sob, stretched out to the maximum, and, with her mouth wide open, shouted why they abandoned her, and Khan began to think that the queen was sentenced to execution because of devil worship. The dark-haired prince opened his mouth wide, looked straight ahead fiercely, and shouted that the criminal hero who insulted the royal family, he would pay for it. And the red-jacketed prince hanging next to him tried to get out of the ropes, and Khan added in his head that the two princes who committed more than one crime for the sake of obtaining resources for the upcoming battle for the throne. The main character sharply kicked, stood in front of 3 columns, and furiously looking at the 3 criminals noticed that their useless mouths would not close in any way. They were accused of conspiring with demons, murders, illegal business, corruption. Their actions brought so much suffering to the common people, and they still call themselves the royal family. The queen clenched her teeth, trembled all over with fear, and heard the protagonist add that they were the children of a devil worshipper. So the actions of these two, she thought, could be understood. Khan then began to pick his ear, opened his mouth wide with a smile, and nonchalantly ordered them all to be executed. The main character abruptly removed his finger from their ear and turned to the porter in surprise, asking if he had heard correctly. After the servant, looking at him, asked if he could give them another chance. The porter looked carefully at the protagonist, slightly moved his lips to the side, and noticed that the royal family considered the murder of the queen and 2 heirs sacred to them. The entire crowd of spectators backed away sharply, looked fearfully in the direction of the protagonist, and gasped. Khan turned sharply to the servant with a gloomy face, opened his mouth wide and looked straight with crazy eyes, and asked what kind of stupid and weak-minded thing he just heard. A moment later, the main character lit up with rage, opened his mouth wide and shouted that it looks like he needs to straighten his brains. Their crimes became known, and he wants to give them a second chance because they are the royal family, who after this will trust this country and to the hero. Khan pointed his finger at the bowing porter and added that the queen is a priestess of a demonic cult, and the prince is the children of the queen who sold this country to demons. All citizens know that they betrayed the country and renounced the sacred royal family. They are traitors. The main character doubled over with anger, opened his eyes madly wide, and added that following this, he must execute them. As the law of this kingdom dictates, they understand. The next moment the bearer raised his sharp spear and replied that he understood, and the queen looked at her executioner in horror. A moment later, the spear pierced the queen's body and came out the other side. The crowd of spectators froze in surprise and could not move, and the blood flew straight at them. Then several notifications appeared, which reported that the porter had killed the queen. Prince A and Prince B, 3 souls with halos on their heads, began to fly straight into the sky. The next notification announced that the porter was gaining experience points. The main character carefully scratched under his nose, looked carefully at the sky, and, smiling, noted that he hoped that in hell the princes would not fight and would obey their mother. The bearer raised a spear with a shiny blade and drops of blood above his head, straight into the sky. And Khan thought that after exposing all the crimes of the royal family, no one had anything against that public execution, since the royal family was brought to trial. Then who would complain about the elimination evil and useless aristocrats? The main character looked carefully at the porter with an exposed spear. A board with information appeared in front of him, and after carefully studying the board he thought that everyone was just waiting for the porter's act of justice. The more dissatisfied aristocrats there were, the more experience he gets. Thus, an ordinary slave, who 15 days ago was level 286, began, with the support of a respected hero, to look like a hero in the eyes of others. Khan sharply put his hand on the porter's shoulder, and he opened his eyes in surprise and turned to him. The main character showed his finger up, looked joyfully at the servant, and, smiling broadly, noted that now he needs an ideal wife. The porter opened his mouth in surprise, turned sharply to the protagonist, and asked what he was talking about, to which Khan replied that he was going to make him a king, instead of this arrogant king who looks like a dumpling. He will be a real king who will bring peace to the kingdom and calmness. The king sat in bed, sadly bowing his head, and burst into tears for his wife and heirs, and the main character noticed in his head that the dumpling had become useless since they executed the queen, and did not lock her in prison. Khan remembered how the king fell to his knees in front of him and said that it seemed that he wanted to solve everything by inventing a story in which the queen was killed by demons and she would hide in the dungeon so he could protect the princes. Khan looked at the king with crazy eyes, pursed his lips and added in his head that the big problem for him in the first playthrough was precisely these princes. Why did he have to leave this stinking garbage when he cleanses the kingdom? The king shook all over, opened his eyes wide and looked at the protagonist in fear, and noticed that he was the devil, and the main character thought that now all that was left was to give a new guardian to the purified kingdom. The huge bell on the tower began to thunder to the sounds of the holiday. A porter in an expensive outfit stood with a dissatisfied face under the arch, and Khan, with his mouth wide open and arms spread to the side, asked why he was making such a gloomy face in front of so many people. Lanovel looked at the protagonist in fear as he folded his arms on his sides and laughingly noticed that he had forgotten how to laugh. Today was his day. The porter sadly lowered his gaze, closed his eyes and, exhaling, asked that everything would be okay if he married her, and Khan immediately replied that he was trying to say that he was worthy of being her husband. The princess stood all wet and looked frightened at her future husband, clutching a bouquet in her hand, and the porter said that he killed the princess's family. Marrying her is not a big deal. The main character sharply put his hand out to the side, calmly looked at the groom and shouting. He noticed that let him speak correctly, not murder, but execution. Besides, following the law, he carried out justice, and her mother and brothers are still alive in his heart as experience. The queen began to walk directly under the gaze of the angry crowd at her, and the porter looked at this carefully and noticed that the princess herself would not be able to get rid of suspicion and shame, because she was the daughter of a devil worshipper, even if she did not do anything wrong. And the main character noticed, which is true anyway, so he's more than worthy. Khan stuck out his thumb in front of him, sarcastically stuck out his tongue and shouted to trust this hero and be more confident. The madwoman's bearer opened his mouth, opened his eyes wide and noticed that he might be poisoned on the very first night. A huge fireworks display exploded over the main tower of the castle, and the plot noted that news of the hero's grand purge spread throughout the continent, and at that time there was a wedding. The gray-haired man clasped his hands, looked straight attentively and, with his mouth wide open, wished the hero endless victories. Then he extended his hand towards the bowed servant with an open chest of gold and noted that this was a modest gift from the Empire. He hoped that it would serve him in overthrowing the demon lord. He hoped that he would accept it. The main character carefully put his head on his hand, looked attentively straight with a smile, and noticed that there was no need to prepare gifts for him. Now he feels awkward. The porter sat next to the princess at the banquet table, and the main character added that the porter and the princess should be the center of attention today, not him. Khan, sitting on a red sofa, surrounded by a huge number of chests, and moving his hand to the side, said that he thought he should someday visit the Empire to express his gratitude. The gray-haired man suddenly became gloomy, sat down slightly and, extending his trembling hand, said in horror that there was no point in bothering himself. Lanovel sadly looked at the protagonist with trembling lips, and the gray-haired man shouted that he did not need to worry about such things, and Khan looked at him carefully with a smile. The man then fell face down on the floor and, all wet, added that there was nothing in the Empire that could be worth the hero's time. Their crime rate was low, and their citizens lived happily. The gray-haired man showed a luxurious armor made of white material and a red cloak, then said that this is magical armor into which the best masters of their duchy put their heart and soul. He thinks it can be useful in the battle against the demon lord. After which the man looked at the beautiful girl, who stood with her head down and smiled, and noticed that having heard that the respected hero was not married, they brought her. Let him not think they do not want to force the respected hero or oblige him with anything. The crowd of other people opened their mouths wide, sweated and jumped slightly forward and said that the Holy Empire recently had problems, but now they are calm. They cannot cause them problems. The island number is in perfect order. Their aristocrats always fight with pirates. There is no intention to force him to accompany him to the insignificant ocean. He does not need to visit their lands. The main character fell on a huge pile of ash and looked up with sparkling eyes. Khan began to twist his arms and legs while on a pile of gold and said that he didn't start everything for this. I wonder why everyone felt guilty at once. Lanovel sadly looked at the protagonist as he tossed coins with his lips and noted that he seemed to be having fun, although she believed that this was better than being depressed. Khan threw the coin on his cheek, looked roughly at the girl and, narrowing his eyes, asked why she was unhappy this time. Lanovel sharply lowered her head, shed a little tears and replied that past heroes were more respectful, They were indifferent to wealth. The main character, with a wide smile, sharply tossed the coin forward with 2 fingers and said that they still wouldn't be able to take anything with them after fulfilling their duty as a hero. Kang imagined in his head how he stands with a sword in his hands and crouches slightly, and then thought that he was trying to entertain himself. But in fact, not many gifts can help him, but his durability and recovery skills of S rank Endymion is quite enough for a weapon. The main character looked carefully at the 2 flasks with blue liquid, thought that these were elixirs for increasing experience, an extremely rare thing, and said that if they would help him, if he had level 300. The main character hovered over the chest with the elixir and, casting a careful glance to the side, said that he needed to think about how to get rid of them. The porter sat on the chair, trembling all over and moaning drooling, and the main character noticed in his head that this was the answer. The spear with the precious stones moved sharply. The magical armor suddenly appeared on the bearer's chest. The future king abruptly put on his helmet and stared straight ahead with fury. Then he stood up in a heroic pose, grabbed the spear tightly in his hands and began to shine all over. The porter turned to the protagonist and asked that he was sure that he could take it all, and Kan moved his hand to the side and, closing his eyes, replied that of course he could. Then the main character smiled broadly and added that he could do whatever he wanted with these gifts, and the future king smiled broadly and, looking carefully at the chests and mountains of gold, thanked the protagonists. Then Kan raised his finger above himself and remarked that he should only mean it. The main character looked carefully at the porter in full armor and, with his mouth wide open, said that he could use or sell the equipment and all other things, with only one but. Kan pointed to 2 flasks with blue liquid and added that he should not sell elixirs to increase experience. He should drink them. He would kill him on the spot if he was caught selling them. Kan put his finger in front of him, looked furiously at the future king and menacingly remarked that when this happens, he will immediately become his experience points. The bearer sat up sharply in his heavy armor and nervously replied that he understood him. The main character put his finger to the bottom of his nose, blushed slightly and noted in his head that from now on his work here was over, which means that he had sorted out his debts to the kingdom. The main character imagined a porter in luxurious armor in his head and thought that if the porter armed himself with high-quality equipment and used all the elixirs, he would easily replace the previous commander-in-chief. He cleared the kingdom of garbage, so that it would be safe there while they kept order. There's nothing more to do here. The main character, looking attentively, directly called the magician's girl, and Lanuvel, putting her fists in front of her, lit up and shouted that she shouldn't worry, she doesn't need to give her anything. Lanuvel became sharply upset and lowered her eyelids after the main character noticed that he had not intended to. Kan folded his arms on his chest, began to turn back and said that she should follow him. He would show her who a real hero was. She would just have to tell everyone what she saw and felt. Lanuvel put her fists to her chin, looked at the protagonist with bewitching eyes and asked what he was going to do, and Kan replied that it was a very good question, but 0 points for trying to look cute. The main character sharply reached for the hilt of his sword. Then he turned with a malicious smile, looked carefully to the side and replied that he was going to earn achievements. Lanuvel sharply put her finger to her chin and thought deeply, and the main character noted that he would find out if he followed him. The main character began to climb the tree after the cat and thought that now he should prepare more seriously for the test. He accumulated a variety of achievements in the first playthrough, searching for missing cats. Then he remembered how he walked through a field of wheat and asked whether he was a hero or a farmer, and then added, helping lonely old people with the harvest. Kan remembered how he brought a love letter to a disgruntled lady and she inquired that helping stalkers was also part of the hero's job. It was the delivery of a love letter from a shy young man. The main character remembered how the entire squad laughed at him behind his back and thought that it was a useless waste of energy and resources, because no one cared about his merits. It was wrong to call it self-satisfaction. Rewards like satisfaction and pride were for his comrades. Kang in the past stood with a downcast face as the squad members behind him laughed horribly at him and pointed fingers, and then added in his head that he was the one who wasted time and abilities and this caused stress to accumulate. The main character in reality smiled broadly, looked straight attentively and said that this time everything is different. He will only do what is considered real achievements. Kan looked carefully at the tall tower with a golden spire and thought that he needs to wait another whole year for his benevolent sponsor, the Demon Lord Pedinar, who will send him different types of experience points and tests to obtain achievements. He has no desire to stall for time until the moment delivery, so he will take part in another event, which is not inferior to the murder of the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion Nobius. After all, he chose the fastest path. Lanival looked carefully at the protagonist and asked why they were here, and the main character, with his mouth slightly open, replied that he had come to solve the problem. The girl and the main character looked carefully at the huge tree with fans nearby, and the magician asked about the problems in the land of the elves, and the main character noticed in his head that this was the square in front of the magic tower, the capital of Elfheim. Two elves turned their heads sharply towards the protagonist and looked in surprise. Lanival grinned slightly, joyfully closed her eyes, and, withdrawing her hand, asked that he was going to conquer them. And the main character, looking directly, noticed how unusual it was for her. A moment later, the main character turned his furious gaze on her, opened his mouth wide and replied that she was right. Lanival froze in one position with her arm outstretched and was all shiny. Then she opened her eyes wide, looked them aside and began to process the information. A moment later, realization dawned on her and she became gloomy and opened her mouth wide. Then her head began to spin. She stared at the protagonist in surprise and screamed that he really wanted to conquer this country, alone. And the protagonist turned on her, put his finger to his mouth and told her not to scream, then wondered how he could use to keep this imbecile close for so long. Respects her, he is from the first pass. Can froze abruptly. Lanival put her hands to her mouth in surprise, and stared attentively when he heard a voice that noticed that they had been waiting for him. The elf with chic boots walked through the mud straight to the protagonist and added that they had been waiting for him since they received the message, and Can noted that he was grateful to them for allowing him to set foot on these lands. The blonde elf extended his hand in front of him and, looking at the protagonist with a smile, noted that it was a great honor to be useful to Mr. Hero. Two elves hold a tray of food while participating in an elven banquet. An elven girl plays the harp while Khan reflects on the fact that he was present here on his first playthrough, so this experience is not new to him. Lanival sits awkwardly at the table. She looks at the main character eating lunch and notes his carefree manner, while Kang ponders the amount of ingredients in the food. Lanival asks not to spoil the mood of those around her with her thoughts. Elves generally do not use meat or leaves when cooking. Baskets with loaves of bread. The main diet consists of grains and fruits, a piece of meat and lettuce leaves. If elves kill an animal or pluck a plant, they believe that the elementals will become furious when they find out about it. Holding a glass in his hand, Nasus said that Sylvia enjoyed cooking meat. That is why she often angered the elementals. A shot fallen bore next to Sylvia. Sylvia, holding a dagger in her hand, expresses deceit when talking about meat. Nasus was worried that she would never get married. He relaxedly replied that now there was nothing to worry about. Kan replied that everything was clear to him. Holding his glass to his lips, Khan noted that this discussion could take the whole night. They traveled together for 9 years. He knows that she loved meat. Unlike other elves, as the future queen, she was very impulsive and cruel. Sylvia's crazy face. Perhaps Sylvia simply enjoyed the meat because she did not care about the rage of the elementals. Sighing, Khan noted that he felt disgusting when he thought about it. Shining Nasus turned to the hero and noted that he had become stronger. The slightly smiling Kan replied that just a little. He thought that Nasus was smart as always. Nasus pours his interlocutor another glass. He says that he is surprised that Kan managed to defeat the Supreme Dragon in Oblivion, using this a little. Nasus asks to drink another glass. He holds a count in his hands and says that the elemental tree produces one fruit every 100 years, and if you make wine from them, you get a wonderful drink. A smiling Nasus notes that they thought that the legendary hero who slayed the disaster, the High Dragon, should try the drink. The grinning Khan noticed that Nasus was much better than Sylvia, because at least he thanked him. Khan regrets beating him on his first playthrough. The red-haired girl stands behind Nasus. This is a familiar face. The red-haired girl noticed the look of the main character. She is a guardian knight who always protects Nasus. She is the third most powerful in the country, after the king of the elves and Nasus himself. Her statistics: half-elf race, level over 999, knight specialization, skills S fortitude, a fencing, a elementalism, a magic, a archery, condition, she is full of determination, and inspiration. The rebellion of Prince Nasus succeeded only thanks to her. 2 blades and blood near the crown. Even the Elf King, the strongest in Elfheim, would be powerless if the second and third strongest attacked at once. The red-haired girl holds a sword in her hand. She alone was able to crush the entire group of the hero. Using her fighting skills and toughness, she succumbed to the power of friendship in the end. Kan drinks from a glass, trying to remember her name. He remembered her as Alpha. Laughing, Nasus corrects the main character, calling the name of his subject. Her name is Iris. He says that she is the most loyal knight. You can't tell from her, but she understands the real strength of people very well. Khan remembered her name. Red hair covers part of her face. Khan recalls that Grandma Iris was a person of superb talent. This is proof that humans and elves can coexist. A smiling Khan, with a glass near his mouth, thinks about the reason why Iris supported Nasus in the rebellion. The whole point was that the Elf King and Sylvia were racists. The doorway illuminates the figure of the king. Nasus understands very well the meaning of all the king's actions. A serious Nasus looks forward as he is furiously addressed, asking what he is doing. The voice says that he has turned the immaculate palace of Elfheim into a den of wild animals. Alarmed, Lanuvel and Khan look ahead. A voice asks Nasus how he can be so corrupt. Foot in gold shoes, only one can address the prince like that. This was the father of Nasus, the great ruler of Elfheim, the king of the elves. He is dressed in a majestic robe, looking forward with a stern expression on his face. Confused, Khan finally understood why Sylvia had that look. Nasus, facing his angry father, asked him to calm down. Nasus said he saluted the hero. The father expressed his anger by questioning him furiously and pointing out that Kang was just a man. The screaming father pointed forward with his hand. Khan noted that this was the first time he had met him in person since he later died after the rebellion in his first playthrough. Khan asked himself if he should look at his abilities. Father is still screaming. Khan's eyes widened in surprise. King statistics: race high elf, level over 999. Specialization: King of Elves. Skills: Elementalism SS. Archery C. Fencing C. Greatness D. Politics D. Condition: currently in a rage. Getting stupid. Khan pondered the strength of the Elf King. He noticed that if you do not take into account race and specialization, the king looks like an ordinary elf who has reached more than level 999. Top view of the swearing king and Nasus. The king asked Nasus how long it had been since he lost his sister due to such parasites. He asked if Nasus had feelings. Can nevertheless noticed that in front of him was an elf who had lived for an eternity, and his level must be enormous. The king's index finger is pointed at Cam. The king asks if Nasus felt the heart, through the elementals, the humiliation and fear that overwhelmed Sylvia in the last minutes of her life. Can, with a tired face, continues to listen to insults from the king. He thought that the king's cognitive functions had deteriorated because he had been on the throne for too long. Nasus turned to the king and said that people were not to blame for Sylvia's death. Spreading his arms, he said that her arrogance and unwillingness to understand the hierarchy led to her destruction. The king shouted his son's name. Illuminated by the light, Nasus continued to say that she felt humiliated and afraid at the end, but it was already too late. Illuminated by the light, the king and Nasus. He said that he was proud of his sister because she grew up before her death, and even if only a little, this fact makes him happy. The king looks forward in surprise. His eye widened. The king stands in the midst of a bright flame and says that Nasus is no longer his son. Dragons formed from flames. He pointed his hand with a bright light forward. The king insulted the people and Nasus and said that they should all be erased. The king's mouth opened slightly due to the sharp pain. Blood poured from his mouth. The sword pierced the king's body. He tried to say Adnian. Dragon's tongue of flame gradually dissipated. Nasus watched his impaled father. Can turned to the king. Smiling, Nasus closed his eyes. A grinning Khan sarcastically said his hand slipped and asked for forgiveness. The king lies in blood. Prince Nasus carried out a coup d'etat in the first playthrough. He killed his father, the king of the elves, with his own hands. The elven king lies on the ground covered in blood, and Nasus stands nearby, drawing his sword. Nasus seized the throne and crown. Nasus's hand holds the crown. He told his father not to worry about the country or the future of the elves and wished him to rest in peace. Nasus puts the crown on his head. Iris stands behind Nasus in armor. She addresses him as Mr. Nasus. Nasus turns and looks with a slight smile. Iris looks slightly embarrassed. Iris bows to Nasus. She congratulates the new king and wishes him glory. The hand reaches down. Nasus tells Iris to stand up. The era of endless reign of the new elf king has begun. Nasus extends his hand and announces the beginning of a new era of Elfheim. Due to the intervention of the hero and his group, the era lasted only 100 days. Emptiness. Stone face. The voice says he is devastated. Sylvia and Khan look up. Khan thinks about the hero and the rightful heir to the king of the elves. He asks to be freed from this burden. They stand in front of rocks with faces carved into them. Khan says he warned Nasus to be careful. He notes that action should have been taken when he started being nice to people. Everyone who had anything to do with the elven king was unhappy with the coup. Khan stands next to the trembling king. The king thinks that if this happened in the kingdom of the elves, then if everything is left as it is, then there will be the same traitors who will try to do this in his kingdom. It was the same with human rulers who felt guilty. Nasus and Iris stand back to back. Eventually Nasus and his henchmen were cornered. They had to fight the hero group, which was supported by the rest of the countries. The hand lies on the ground next to the blood and the crown. The voice says that he is the king of Elfheim. Second playthrough. The king looks out the window and says that the king of the elves has died. The hero killed the ruler of Elfheim. The king with the mustache sits with the other kings and says that it looks like it has begun. He believes that the hero has finally shown his true colors. The king with a gray beard, touching his forehead, says that the murder of the king of the elves with an incredibly high level was true. He also mentions defeating the high dragon of Oblivion. Starting with the elf king, he will gradually get rid of all the rulers of Fantasia or turn them into his puppets. The crown lies in blood. He will subjugate the entire continent. The knight listens to the plot of the kings. One of them says that the hero who is called to stop the demon lord will cause the end of the world. Rulers of Fantasy. Announcement on the square of the magic tower. Khan made a statement. The hero's face is projected on the tower. He says that the elf king attacked him because he is human and he had to do it. Khan says with a red background behind him that the elf king's death was an accident, an act of self-defense. He is very sorry for what happened. A silhouette of a figure stands in front of the rocks. Someone's voice says that attacking a guest who came in peace was stupid. This would make anyone angry. Face on the rock. Badly. The king with a mustache and his advisors. He asks if this means they can prevent the end of the world. A flag with an elf's head crossed out by a cross. The voice furiously demands responsibility for the attack on the hero in Elfheim. Flag of equivalence between elves and demons. The question is why they attacked the hero. Are they in secret agreement with demons? People with flags shout that the long-eared demonic ruler, the king of the elves, has been defeated. They want to get rid of the rest of the elves. People shout calls to exterminate the elves and take over Elfheim. Kan lies with his hands relaxed behind his head. He notes that everything is fine. The supporters of the Elf King, unlike the first passage, are sitting quietly. Since no one blames the hero, everyone understood that it was self-defense. Kan extends his hand, and next to him, Professor Morality covers his face with his hand. He concludes that his reputation will not suffer. Professor Morality covers his mask with his hand and says that Kan killed the Elf King after he fell into the prince's trap. She adds that it is not words that convince people, but actions. Kan lies relaxed, listening to her words. Professor Morality wonders if this was too much self-defense, and compares the situation to a bowstring that is stretched and can break if pulled too hard. Professor Morality crossed her arms. Kang asks why she appeared so suddenly. She replies that she came because of an unexpected event. Professor Moral says there have been cases where mistakes have occurred before. Nasus was crushed by a stone. Case 21. Nasus died due to a mistake by the hero's group. Another case 194. Iris becomes the hero's lover and refuses to join Prince Nasus. Iris asks about the rebellion, thinking it makes no sense. Professor Morality talks about preventing the prince's coup d'etat, but she remembers how Kan killed the Elf King, and it happened too quickly. Professor Morality stands in front of the purple light. She has come to find out what went wrong. Kang, lying down, smiles and winks. He replies that he understood. He attracted their attention, adding that he would be grateful if he could graduate with a special diploma. Professor Morality notes that this is a bit complicated. Kan lies with a surprised look, raising his finger. The professor promises to return after he has dealt with important documents, and says that he will come before tomorrow. Professor Morality turns around and worriedly asks Kana to take care of her comrades until she returns. Kan assures with a smile that he only has 2 comrades, so there is nothing to worry about. The furious Professor Morality shouts that he has forgotten about his old comrades. Against the background of the doors, an indignant Kan is indignant at his teacher. He doesn't understand what she doesn't like. Kan remembers the huge night. He made the porter so strong that he could take over Alex's duties. Kan concludes that there is no problem with this, since he filled the empty place of his partner. Crossing his arms, he doesn't understand why she's so worried. A familiar voice says that people will obviously be worried about this. Iris, standing behind Kan, says that he is a hero. The hope of humanity was attacked because he is a man. Kan looks at the box in Iris's hands and asks what is inside. She says it is a gift from the new Elf King. Iris describes what exactly is in the box, such as ancient elven rings that enhance the effects of skills, 2 bottles, and hoops rings, elven circlet of the Great Duke, which increases experience gained, the resin of the world tree, which conceals the secret of the beginning of the world. A joyful Kan looks at the treasures, saying that they will help him raise his level. He asks if Nasus has fulfilled the conditions to become the second sponsor after Pedinar. Confused, Iris remains silent while Khan looks at her. She is turned in profile, says that she did not have a good interlocutor in Elfheim, and asks to forgive her rudeness. Hair covers part of Iris's face. She says that human blood flows in her veins. She has always been a creature stuck between two races. That is why she was unable to cross the line to become closer to her elven relatives. She remembers Nasus standing proudly, and says that he was well aware of the capabilities of people, so he valued her abilities and made her a knight. But he didn't have enough strength. He remembers the evil king. He was aggressive towards people, was ready to declare war on them at any moment. She was always ready for war. Nasus stands behind the wall and overhears the conversation. Iris continues to remember when she saw Endymion slip from his hand and pierce the heart of the elven king. She stopped and mentioned that she knew it was a vile thought, but then it popped into her head. Nasus smiled. Iris spoke a thought. Now I don't have to worry about the war. Iris continues to say that this attack from people looked like punishment for them because of such dirty thoughts. Can picks his ear, asking what she means. Iris peeks at him as he says she shouldn't worry when he's on her side. He states that there is no way he will miss the opportunity to increase his reputation and gain achievements. An inspired Can explains all this to her. Hall with climbing plants and a round table. Palace guest hall for meeting delegates. A gloved hand holds a glass with pink liquid. The hero wants to address honorary delegates from different countries. Khan sits on a chair and points with his finger. He asks her to stop waving such things as it doesn't look good. Several delegates are sitting on chairs with signs in their hands. The delegates discuss what kind of nerves it takes to bring something like that to the elf residence. Khan sits at the table talking to a delegate. The delegate expresses dissatisfaction with the unfair treatment of the hero because of the elves. Khan replies that they've already dealt with it and doesn't understand why they're reacting this way. The elf king shouts, pointing his finger. Khan states that not all elves are racist towards humans, unlike the former king. Can and Nasus stand nearby, talking. Khan explains that many elves want to live in harmony with humans, just like the new king. Nasus adds that the Guard Knight squad is led by a half-blood, and talents cannot be lost just because of their origin. The delegates watch Can and Nasus talk. They are surprised that the new Elf King is a friend of the hero. They understand that this means the new Elf King is officially recognized as a hero. Khan raises his finger, explaining something. He reveals that several countries are preparing for war, using him as an excuse. Khan, with a sinister smile, offers to help if the delegates are having difficulty governing the country. The delegates react with fear. They declare that they must deal with the problems themselves and not bother the hero. They call for peace between humans and elves. The delegates decide to announce the coronation of Prince Nasus as soon as they return to their homeland. Nasus smiles, raising his hand. He thanks the delegates and promises to arrange a banquet and prepare gifts in honor of the coronation. Large tree against the blue sky. The delegates express great honor and shout slogans of glory to the king. The upper part of the head with a crown. The expedition to the kingdom of the elves ended peacefully, thanks to the tolerance and mercy of the hero. The hero received a huge amount of experience points by defeating the king of the elves and the dragon of chaos, and also got a new sponsor. Nasus with closed eyes and a slight smile. Khan adds that he also achieved peace between elves and humans. Flames and screams. People rush to burn everything that resembles anti-elven propaganda in order to avoid punishment from the hero and save their country. Burning people with frightened faces. People order printing houses and artists who made anti-elven propaganda to be burned. The hero receives the achievement of ending the war and a reputation for courtesy and thoughtfulness. Khan with a sly smile, he considers this a huge step for a quick release. Suddenly, the hero is called. Lanuvel, with a book in his hands, addresses the hero standing in front of him. She asks the hero to fulfill one request. Can asks if she has packed her things and is surprised by her outfit, as they are about to leave the elf kingdom. Lanuvel shows her index finger. With shining eyes, she asks to stay another day. Stone arches decorated with climbing plants. Lanuvel speaks of the monuments and culture of the elves, inaccessible to humans for thousands of years. There are also traces of the ancients here, which are not found on human lands. Khan stands. Lanuvel falls in front of him. Lanuvel asks for one more day to explore and write everything down. Khan remembers that she is an archaeologist. Lanuvel, with shining eyes, exclaims, pronouncing the title of hero. Khan smiles. Closing his eyes, he replies that he would never approve of this. He says there's no point in looking at historical sites when graduation is so close. Lanuvel cries. She calls it cruelty. The hero reflects that his reputation and achievements should have already reached a rank, because the time has come for graduation. Castle with towers and lightning on the background. Someone talks about their poor child, princess and king. The king reports that her father is powerless. She turns to him. The king sits on the throne, with the princess standing next to him. The subject apologizes to the princess, saying that His Majesty's life, like theirs, depends on this marriage. The king, with a frightened face, says that the monster has dealt with the king of the elves and the dragon of chaos. The main problem is no longer the demon lord, but a crisis that the kingdom and all fantasy cannot cope with. The king bows before the princess. He says they must obey him. He asks the princess to endure and get married. Princess with a discouraged face. The king says that it doesn't matter whether she wants it or not. He claims that she must become happy. The porter sits alone in a bright room. Profile of a porter looking forward. Someone calls him, calling him the guardian of the kingdom. Khan is standing near the door, with Lanuvel behind him. The porter looks at them. Khan stands in front of him. The porter notices that they have returned from Elfheim. Khan confirms this. He congratulates the porter on his marriage. The porter looks sad and depressed, to which Khan asks, puzzled, if his reaction is due to an arranged marriage. The porter bows his head to them and replies that he married the princess thanks to Khan's kindness, but is not sure that they did the right thing. Uncomprehending, Khan looks on. According to the porter, he realized that something happened during the wedding ceremony. The porter remembers how a man bursts into the hall and shouts that he is against marriage. The princess and the porter look stunned. The man shouts that he has come for the princess, as he promised. The princess is shocked and holds her face. The porter looks at the princess in confusion. He noticed the moment he saw her. With his head bowed, the porter said that this man was the one whom the princess loved. The unknown man was running away from the guards. His attempt to disrupt the wedding failed, and now he could only flee. The consequences of his intervention were serious. The porter's hair hung down. He became depressed and felt depressed after what happened to his wife. Khan remembered the words of Professor Morality, who begged him to take care of his comrades. The porter, sitting, lowered his head. Khan put his hand on his shoulder. Khan confirmed that this was true with a serious face and said that he never leaves a problem behind. Night, the man who tried to disrupt the wedding is hiding behind the rocks. The castle rises against the background of the night sky. The young man says that the princess needs to wait a little longer. The sinister Khan with violet eyes, right behind the knight. The redhead says he will save her no matter what. Khan tells the red-haired man that this is his punishment for destroying his family. The man falls to the ground and breathes heavily. He lies and asks who is in front of him and how he learned about this path. Khan stands holding his hand. The guy recognized the hero. The sinister Khan stands in front of him and says that he remembered him, because it was he who ran away at night with the princess in the first playthrough. The red-haired man doesn't understand what he's talking about, asking about everything. Kang insults him by saying that he doesn't know how to control his lust and desires. The hero sprays purple smoke from his mouth, adding that the red-haired man is finished. The hand is visible against the background of smoke. The man makes dying sounds. Smoke spreads across the entire earth. Khan is interested. He notices that getting rid of this person will not help him, but despite this, he feels great. He wondered why. Smiling, Khan, walking in front of the smoke, hopes that the porter will now be happy. He notes that this is a good feeling. It must have been a sign that he had done a good deed. He thought he was getting closer to the epilogue. Iris extended her hand towards the bright moon. There was bewilderment on her face. She looked at the sky from the castle window. Purple mana spread from the depths of the forest. The plot tells us that the hero brought justice by secretly killing the one who destroyed the family. Now the porter does not have to worry, but only be happy. Hansu happily told the porter that he should remember what he did for him and be happy. He noted that he was leaving the future of this kingdom to him. Stretching out his hand, the porter wished good luck to the main character. Looking up and raising his hand, Hansu cried out that it was time to go home. Lanuvel asked to wait for her. The main character turned to Lady Earth in his thoughts, noting that he was already coming to her. Bright lightning struck in the sky. The plot takes us far to the south of the central continent. Human skulls hung on wooden stakes. Hansu turned to his companion. Turning around, the main character said that she had a very important task. Taken aback, she asked him to speak. Standing in the middle of the wasteland, with a grin on his face, Hansu said that from now on she was forbidden to go forward. He asked to stay safely behind him. Lanuvel agreed to his request. We are transported to the border of the Demon Lord's lands. Residents looked at the projection of the main character. Hansu asked himself to use magic to show them the fantasy of what a valiant hero he was. The surprised guy asked where Hansu was and whether this was their kingdom. A projection of the main character hung in the air. He noted that this is the projection of a hero who gets rid of demons in a land saturated with evil. Many demons stood on the street. Lanival asked herself if she could handle this, noting that no matter how stupid she might be. The stunned demon looked at the sky, and his fellow tribesmen called him to go eat. The monster with a smile on his face said that the castle of the 4 demonic kings was serving hostages, and they could fill their bellies well. The demon watched the birds in the sky and noted that he was getting goosebumps. Suddenly one bird screamed. They began to fall to the ground. The monsters looked at the birds in shock. They stood on their corpses. The demons approached the corpse of the trembling bird. Poisonous smoke began to flow from her mouth. He began to head towards the demons. The monsters began to scream in pain. The poison began to envelop the demon settlement. They fell to the ground, and veins appeared on their bodies. Lanival said that she had never seen anything like this before. Standing in the clouds of poison with a mask on her face, she noted that she had not seen anything like this in the records of the heroes of the past. Exhaling smoke, Hansu replied that they were too weak to do such a thing. Monster settlements were shrouded in purple clouds. The main character declared that he would spread his poison to every corner of the demon lord's land. The villagers looked at the projection of the dead demon. Hansu noticed that he would infect the sky, earth, rivers, and lakes with poison. White foam began to flow from the monster's mouth. The main character emphasized that he would poison everything so that not a single living creature could survive. Frightened people asked God to protect them. Lanival watched Hansu as he continued to spread the poison. She asked if he thought it was wrong. The main character replied that there was no reason to worry. Smirking, he said that less experience is given if you kill indirectly, but this is too insignificant for his current level. The monster hit the ground with his hand. Hansu noticed in his thoughts that it was unfortunately impossible to kill them all using poison. The huge demon stood in the clouds of poison, looking dumbfounded. The main character thought that, unlike small fry, high-level creatures could last much longer. The monster asked if the world was ending. Hansu replied that this is not true and that it is not that large scale. The frightened monster asked who he was. Hansu thought about where to find and how to kill high-level demons. He cut off the monster's head with a smile on his face and replied that he was a hero. The main character emphasized that he mastered this after numerous battles with them in the first playthrough. Lanival stood in front of the demon's corpse. Hansu began to say that the extermination of all the demons of the central continent, and asked if not a single hero had yet achieved this achievement. She replied that this was so and there was no hero like him. The main character, with a crazy grin on his face, said that this time the achievements and reputation will certainly be S rank. Professor Morality said she didn't even know where to start. Seeing her behind him, Hansu said that of course she doesn't know, noting that everything was too perfect for there to be any problems. Turning around, looking pleased, the protagonist asked if she remembered how ineffective it was on the first playthrough. He noted that he could not become stronger because he had to take care of his comrades. He remembered his friends from the previous playthrough and noted that thanks to them, he could not calmly kill high-level demons, and because of whom, their path to the Demon Lord's castle was so delayed. Hansu added that after every minor victory won through the awesome power of friendship, they threw a party as if they had accomplished a great deed. He looked at Morality, who had a serious look on her face, and asked her to notice that this world would no longer have to worry about the threat of demons. He asked if this was something no hero had ever managed to do. She replied that she would agree with him and now he could only wait for the results. He and Lanival stood in front of a huge dark castle. Professor Morality stood behind him and said that she finally wanted to give the student one more piece of advice. She asked him to accept the world as it is. She emphasized that if he takes care of the world will take care of him in return. She wished the main character good luck and successful delivery. Smiling widely, Hansu thanked her. Taken aback, he asked how many points there were. Morality replied that she did not know and assessment was not within her jurisdiction. She noted that his training went faster than expected, but she was grateful that he listened to her lectures. He and his companion opened the castle gates. Hansu noted in his thoughts that he was also grateful to Professor Moral. Crossing his arms, the main character said that Lanival could already take off his mask and they would walk to the end of this corridor and find themselves in the Demon Lord's room. She started coughing and asked how Hansu could be so sure of this. The protagonist replied that it was quite difficult to get information about the layout of this castle. Lanival looked after Hans, who said that the last time this place looked terrible, and there were bones, flesh of people and demons scattered everywhere. He emphasized the fact that his weakness was to blame. He turned to her. Lanival responded with an enthusiastic look. Turning around, he said that thanks to her hard work, he was not bored during the trip. With a smile on his face, he asked her to meet a rich guy who would pay her expenses, and she would give birth to a child who would not be like her and she would live happily. Stunned, Lanuval asked why she felt like he was criticizing her in a veiled way. He replied that she was just imagining things. Continuing to walk down the corridor, Hansu declared that he would go on alone. She asked if he would be okay. The main character noticed that if she dares to destroy his reputation by dying while peeking, then he will not forgive her for this. She looked after him and asked him to be careful. Hansu replied that it was necessary. A smirk appeared on his face. He thought that compared to the first passage, now everything is just perfect. He lowered his hand and noted that his fighting skills were a little weaker, but they were enough to defeat the demon lord. He approached the gate on which the demon was depicted. The main character reflected that thanks to the achievements and the broadcast of the campaign to the demonic lands, which Lanuval made, all fantasy praises the hero's exploits. Hansu noted that it is obvious that all the requirements for reputation and achievements have been met, and there should be no problems with character either. He kicked down the gate and, screaming, turned to the demon lord and asked why he was so quiet when he had such an important guest. Grinning widely, Hansu noted in his mind that there was no reason that he would not give up if he defeated the demon lord right now. He asked the demon to come there and get ready. He was taken aback by what he saw. His gaze fell on how the demon lord kissed the elf. The main character asked if he was on time. The demon looked at Hansa. Taken aback, he asked why he was there so early. Holding the back of his head, the main character replied that he would apologize first. Holding the girl in his arms, the demon asked if Hansa had been taught to knock. He assumed that the hero did not know about good manners. Smirking, the protagonist stated that he believed he was wrong in thinking that the demon lord would be bored sitting on the throne all day. He asked why the rumor was spreading everywhere that the elf queen had been kidnapped by demons. An angry Sylvia said it was a big misunderstanding. The main character began to consider Sylvia's characteristics. She said Pedinar and she respect each other. Pedinar began to hug her tightly, after which she stated that they were in a serious relationship. The demon asked her to speak more reservedly, noting that it was a little embarrassing. Taken aback, Hansu asked if she was the wife of the elf king. He remembered the enraged Sylvia from the first playthrough, who said that her mother was brutally killed by these evil creatures and she must take revenge by cutting the throat of the demon lord. The main character thought that it was just Sylvia's situation about being killed by demons. Pedinar kissed Sylvia and asked if she could wait safely in his room, noting that he would return quickly. She asked him to be careful. Hansu watched as Sylvia and the demon touched their fingers to each other. He thought that instead of murder, it would be better for her to show this scene of a royal romance. Pedinar put his hand to his chin. He asked Hansa to listen to him. Sitting on the throne, he asked if the main character had arrived too early. Hansu listened to the demon with a dumbfounded look. Taken aback, he said that he thought for a second, adding that he found the scene of adultery fascinating. Taking out a sword from which pink light emanated, he asked if there were problems in his early development. He said that where he was from they said, if you are too slow and limited, your friend will ask about the health of your parents. Holding the blade in front of him, Hansu noted that for a respectful son, speed is a must. Frowning, Pedinar began to talk about this sword and asked if the main character had come when he was not even able to wield the sacred sword. A smile appeared on the demon's face and he began to laugh. The main character listened to his laughter with a straight face. The demon began to laugh very loudly. Rising from the throne, he declared that Hansu was a stupid hero and not a single hero who had defeated him before was in such a hurry and always brought his comrades. Pedinar raised his hand and said that they always shone brightly before him, carrying with them hopes and dreams after countless adventures, as well as the suffering they endured together. A powerful aura enveloped the demon and he said that it was not worth mentioning that the 5 disasters and the heavens themselves and the protectors of humanity would not even be able to touch him. Hansu stood in front of a huge demon, who said that he was standing in front of him with only a month of life in this world behind him, without comrades or even a sacred sword. He asked what could be hidden behind such a useless and stupid act. The main character noticed that a month has not yet passed. Pedinar was taken aback by what he heard. Hansu emphasized that to be precise, he was called up 22 days ago. Smirking, he asked why he came now and what kind of stupid question this was. He asked if the demon knew the answer. Pedinar was tense. A huge stream of purple mana enveloped the main character. He stated that even without companions or a sacred sword, he could defeat the demon. He reviewed Pedinar's characteristics. Hansu noted in his mind that this time, he calmly looked at the demon lord's abilities, as he said, there is no equal opponent for him in this world. He noted that, however, this stupid specialization is the only thing that holds him back. He looked at the demon's statistics. The main character noticed that because of her, a penalty is imposed on the level that he raised all his life if he fights with the hero. Pedinar was scared. Hansu thought about how he didn't know the ins and outs of this debuff, but it must be related to why a hero needed to be summoned to get rid of the demon lord. Standing in front of Hansu, Pedinar called him a stupid and arrogant hero. He suggested that his bravery was worthy of praise. The demon began to hide his blade in space. He said that in this case, against a hero without a sacred sword, he does not need to use the primordial evil demonic sword. Clenching his hand into a fist, Pedinar declared that if he used this powerful weapon against him, then his pride as a demon lord would be destroyed. Laughing, Hansu asked how long he would continue to look down on him. A purple light emanated from his blade. The main character noted that he may not have a sacred sword, but this blade should not be belittled. The demon became wary of what he heard. A powerful stream of energy began to emanate from the blade. Pedinar asked what it was. The spirits began to scream that they were in pain and asked to save them. The stunned demon said that since the beginning of time he had never seen so much anger and resentment. Taken aback, he asked what name this demonic sword had. Hansu looked at his blade with a smile on his face. Examining the sword, the protagonist replied that it was the elemental sword Endymion, one of the royal elven treasures. Looking at Pedinar, he said that all the souls of the demons he killed had defiled the souls of the elves, and now lived together in this sword. He noted that it was difficult to pacify their discontent, but he succeeded. Hansu's face began to glow with a purple light and he pointed his blade at Pedinar. He declared that this was now his lovely partner, Endymion. Hansu asked if the demon had already cooked. The souls began to bite the demon. Pedinar asked how they dare to do this. The protagonist said with a serious face that especially for this arrogant demon lord who looked down on them, they would show their fantastic teamwork. Pedinar began to scream in pain. His eyes glowed red. Hansu mentally noted that it was time to return home. A powerful red glow emanated from the main character. There were drops of blood under Hansu's feet. Standing in front of Pedinar's corpse, he stated that the demon was weaker than in the first playthrough. After another battle with him, he realized what the demon lord's penalty was. Hansu noted in his mind that the degree of Pedinar's weakening was proportional to the difference between their levels. He considered the demon's specialization. He introduced the red and blue people of different levels and emphasized that this meant that the level of the demon lord was adjusted depending on the level of the hero. Looking at his corpse, Hansu noted that this is why the battle with him in the first playthrough was delayed and he allowed him to increase his level. Frowning, he declared that all his efforts were in vain and this was a garbage adventure. A purple sign appeared asking if his adventure was exciting. Hansu replied that the adventure was exciting and he would live diligently even after returning to Earth. A notification popped up that the path of a true hero is indeed not easy, but despite this, he managed to find countless connections with people thanks to whom he did not lose his hopes and dreams. He learned from them what friendship and love are, and after evolving together, he finally defeated the demon lord. Hansu stated with a smile on his face that he had learned a lot. The main character noted in his thoughts that these were the same words as in the first playthrough. A notification popped up saying that he was being congratulated with all his heart. Smirking, he noted in his mind that he would like to complain about the sincerity of the speaker, but it would be better to remain silent so as not to lower his grades. He was asked to look at his grades. The inspired protagonist noticed that the moment of truth had come. The hero clenched his fists, looked anxiously at the screen and screamed, begging to be sent home. A message about checking your report card was displayed in the purple window. The hero was happy because he passed. His information was reflected in the window. His achievements received an SS grade. Well, now he definitely passed. Reputation was equal to E. He froze, eyes wide open. Personality score F. The line note noted that if he was allowed to escape, the land and the heroes would be in danger. He knelt down in front of the screen, spread his arms. He shouted to the inspector to let him explain. He would live quietly and peacefully on Earth. He threw up his palms, desperately asking them to think about why he should destroy the land on which he was born and grew up, and where he would live if it disappeared. The purple window says that the hero failed the exam. He clenched his teeth, tensed his fingers, and veins appeared on his skin. The hero jumped, feeling extreme indignation and injustice. The window reported the reason, which was that not only did he not repent of his past actions, but he also abused his power. He stood in a daze, looked with empty eyes, his mouth open. The messages wrote that with his actions he horrified people. They decided so in the name of order and peace throughout the world. As a result, he will be returned to the first day of the exam. Under the guy's feet, the purple platform began to divide into parts. He dropped his hands and looked in front of him in confusion. everything began to collapse. They said that the teachers would make changes to the upcoming course. He was in a daze. A bright flash of light illuminated everything around him. The teaching staff promised to pray for his success. The floor broke beneath him and his leg fell into the void. The slabs flew down. Surveillance of the hero will be increased. The figure of a guy flies backwards on a white background. A special instructor will be assigned to help him. He lies with a lost face on the floor with a circular pattern. The hero glanced sideways when someone greeted him. Lanival folded her palms and looked at him with a smile, blushing slightly. Knight stood next to them. He buried his face in the floor, continuing to lie. This was his third passage. The girl came closer. A shadow fell on him. She said, "He must be surprised that he was called so unexpectedly. This is a fantasy world and it is different from the one in which he was born and raised." He wondered if similar replays didn't happen in fantasy novels and comics when the loser protagonist was given another chance. She leaned over, placed her hand next to her shoulder, and enthusiastically said that she would explain everything gradually, since they understand that they cannot demand to understand everything at once. He thought that he had already been able to defeat the Demon Lord twice. The heroine continued to explain. He got up from the floor, thinking that if this was the plot of some work, he would already be inundated with angry reviews. With a beaming expression, her hand on her chest, she introduced herself as Lanival, an archaeologist, and said that while traveling and studying ancient ruins, she had found a prophecy and called upon it. She folded her hands and, smiling, explained to the hero that in the ancient language her name means truth. The guy stood with a benevolent look, raising his head, crossing his arms in front of him. He thought that he was hearing this for the third time, and if he killed her at the very beginning, maybe events would proceed differently. A girl in a red dress with a gold belt appeared behind the hero and urged him to wait. Just as one word can ruin a matter, so one person can save an entire country. The woman's face was hidden by a mask. She crossed her arms over her chest and explained that he should not kill an innocent companion because of a bad mood. The hero sat cross-legged. He said that they met again, and it was Professor Morrill. She agreed that it was unfortunate, but tried to console him with the fact that he was the first student to receive an SS grade. She raised her palm, addressing the hero sitting with his back, because he was able to defeat the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion and kill the Demon Lord in just 22 days. She folded her hands and smiled nervously, telling him that his name would be inscribed in the Hall of Fame and would remain there forever, and sincerely congratulated him. The guy clenched his teeth angrily, wondering when everything went wrong. He sat on the floor in his thoughts. Lanival stood in a blurry background, trying to understand what was wrong with the master. He thought that he had achieved the best result in the shortest possible time and with minimal sacrifices, and this is not his subjective opinion. The cards depict events. On one there are criminals in the castle that he dealt with. On the other there are green one-eyed demons whose mass atrocities he prevented. And finally he defeated the Demon Lord. You can't argue with such facts. A shadow fell on his face. He was completely defeated and looked ahead, not understanding why his reputation score had dropped. His eyes flashed, fell from D to E. He sat on the floor, eyes wide open. In the background there was a huge dragon with horns. He seemed to understand that this was because of the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion. Purple cloud. The hero jumped, putting his leg forward, pointing forward. A dragon is flying above him. No one knows that it was he who woke him up. The dragon breathes purple fire. Many people were hurt due to its destruction, and they decided to find a scapegoat, and the hero fit the role. He chewed his thumbnail and thought hard about how his reputation began to fall as soon as people started dying, and what these savages from the fantasy world wanted from him, because only 10 days had passed since his call. Lanival leaned towards the hero, smiling shyly. There were waves of flames around the guy. He remembered that in the first playthrough, if you save someone, they ask you to find missing relatives, and if something goes wrong, then it's the hero's fault. The girl began to speak what awaits him, but he could not stand it and, trembling with rage, shouted at her to shut up. She began to cry. She pursed her lips and looked back as a knight in white and gold armor approached and said that although he understood that the hero was confused, they did not have much time. The guy looked at him with a questioning look. The knight turned his head to him and repeated that his majesty was waiting for the hero. He had to go. Kan sits on the floor, looking at the girl and the knight standing next to him. He noted with a grin that the only one who is waiting here is him. Smiling nervously, he looked at the knight. A vein bulged on his temple. He called him a tin can and asked how many heroes there were in the world who could destroy the Demon Lord. The warrior, tilting his head down, answered that there were 2. The guy raised his hand, put the other one on his side, confirmed this with a smug expression on his face, and began to talk about how even the king has a successor. But suddenly he froze with a question. Opening his eyes wide, the hero turned around, noticing a guy standing next to him. He could not understand why there were two heroes. A guy with short dark hair, glasses, a brown suit, holding one hand on the back of his head, timidly greeted and said that he had been calling the hero all this time, but he did not respond. In the information window it was reported that this was an archman, a hero, his level 1. Kang looked at him in surprise, his mouth parted. He said that he was an ordinary high school student and that he lived in Seoul. He smiled kindly and continued, he is 17 years old, enjoys games and reading. Lanuval laughed as she watched him run with his arms spread out like wings. He laughed too. Khan thought that this guy's skills were like those of an ordinary summoned hero, and the anticipation, hope and excitement seemed to him an abnormal reaction. The hero looked on, almost crying. It was unclear to him where this joy came from. When he was kidnapped by suspicious individuals, this hero bee was so strange. A phone with a peach-colored case depicting a girl with long pink hair in a white dress with cutouts, with a staff in her hand. The hero noted that she looks luxurious, tights, a garter on her hips. He looked perplexed. The new hero stood in front of Kan with a phone in his hand. He said that he started talking and completely forgot to hide it. Hero B picked it up and showed it, proudly declaring that this was also one of his hobbies. Khan also played this game. He remembered the garter on the girl's leg, but she did not captivate him enough to carry such accessories with him. He grinned smugly, thinking that this guy was not as simple as he seemed. The knight stood opposite the talking heroes. The guy with glasses asked his name. He answered and began to say that he was also from South Korea, but the knight interrupted them. They had to hurry. The man leaned over and said menacingly that His Majesty was waiting for the hero. The guy looked at him indifferently, put his hand in the inner pocket of his jacket. He thought that he was a stupid tin can. He couldn't understand that he had met a fellow countryman for the first time in 10 years. He took a pencil out of his pocket, and the thought flashed through him to beat him. Hero B watched Kan with interest. He bit his tongue and thought with regret that the situation was not suitable to do this. If they got rid of him, like Hero A, another hero would remain and be able to save the world. The king and his subjects knelt down in front of the two heroes who sit on their thrones. Khan tilted his head and asked with this attitude they still want them to save their world. The hero arched his eyebrows and pointed at them with his hands. The eyes of the guy sitting next to him sparkled with anger when he heard that the king of the savages who stole them was asking for their help. He screamed, indignant at how they could do this to ordinary schoolchildren. Sweat was running down the king's face. He was confused. He continued, this is a terrible crime, kidnapping people into a fantasy world like this, but the purpose of the crime is even more terrible. He threw up his hands in extreme indignation and continued to shout accusations. They kidnapped children and forced them to fight the demon lord. It is a terrible crime to send children to war. Hero stood aside in his thoughts and laughed evilly, but Hero B walked up to the knight and urged Kan to hurry up. He clenched his fist in joyful anticipation, thinking about their mission to defeat and save this world. The main character turned his head and opened his eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. He looked in despair at the guy with glasses, who raised his fist. Lanuval covered her mouth with her hand. Blushing, he said that since it would probably be difficult for the locals to pronounce Korean names, let them call him Zig. He turned to the hero, waved his fist, and asked if he also wanted to change his name. Kan was blinded by a flash of light. He thought how fast this guy's speed of adaptation to this world was. A knight with short brown hair, with a metal bandage on his head, stood next to a girl with long pink hair. The hero quickly guessed where he got the name from. That was the name of the main character of the game, the character of which was the saint depicted on the phone case. He substituted Zig's head for the knight's head, and thought it was immediately clear what the newcomer wanted. Hero B frowned, looking at the hero, who extended his hand to him and called out to him, without calling him by name. He reminded him of his name. He agreed. Kan raised his hand and nervously asked if he didn't want to see his parents and friends. His hands were sweaty, and the guy looked away and was silent in response. He continued, they were probably very worried. Zig looked at him and thoughtfully replied that not really, everything suits him. An arrow with the word everything is fine pierced the hero's forehead. Zig winced when Khan knelt down. The main character thought that the guy was simply incredible. He sat with his mouth open, with empty eyes, thinking that he had neither respect for his parents nor friends, that he had cast aside the past without any regrets and was ready to live in this world. The hero looked in surprise at the hand that Zig gave him, asking him not to worry. Extending his palm, he placed his hand on his side, knitted his eyebrows and declared that he would protect him. Kan froze with indignation on his face. He was greatly hurt by these words. He looked ahead, frowning and eyes wide open. He grabbed his head and screamed. The Demon Lord, Sylvia, Alex were floating in the air, laughing, with evil looks. He again found himself with Professor Morality, turned his head, with horror in his eyes, shouted where they found such an outcast of society. She spread her arms to the sides and began to explain that this hero candidate had been carefully selected specifically for such a problem student, then noted that he had never even been here yet, but showed incredible adaptability. The guy turned away, lowered his head. The joy of meeting a fellow countryman for the first time in 10 years disappeared in 10 minutes. There were beads of sweat on his face. The corners of his lips were downturned. He was very upset, and in addition to surprise, all this also caused him culture shock. Professor Morality smiled and waved her hand, told him not to worry. Kan even recognized the pedagogical advice. He looked wearily at his departing comrades. The teacher said that they had come to the conclusion that the hero could succeed as long as he had a friend who would direct his efforts in the right direction. Lanovel turned around and said with a smile that she would lead them to the audience chamber. Zig looked at her with a loving gaze. Blushing a little, he agreed. The guy ran after the girl who was following the knight. The professor said that people are greatly influenced by their environment. She hopes that he will follow the example of his friend and become a glorious hero. Kan grimaced as he watched Sieg's behavior. He thought that he had completely lost his head because of Lanovel. He would not like to find out that he was the same in the first playthrough. The guy with glasses looks with delight at Alex in armor, who crossed his arms over his chest and asked not to exaggerate in response to the fact that he called him incredibly cool. When the main character saw this, he vomited. This time there were no events with Alex thanks Zig, who was friendly with the kidnappers. The castle door opened. The two heroes stood on the red carpet in front of the king, his figure on the throne illuminated as he greeted them politely. Kan bowed, bending his hand slightly and placing it on his chest, while the other hero made a full bow. Kan listened with a satisfied smile as the guests in the hall admired the bald man with a mustache. How perfectly it was done. The short, dense woman with a bun on her head suggested that he grew up in an aristocratic family. Sieg was embarrassed by the disappointment with which they looked at him. The elderly man asked if he had not been taught before being allowed into the audience hall. This was the third playthrough for the main character, so he knew what was needed. The king raised his hand slightly and asked if they could see their skills. Hero B clicked on the purple screen in front of him. He said that his race is arch-human. His profession is hero. He also has 5 times experience and interpretation skill, and the status says that he is extremely friendly. Kan looked at his screen indifferently. He replied that everything was clearly visible. After thinking, it was so clearly visible that it was even annoying. A purple screen with information about the hero. He was depressed that all the skills were reset. Would he really have to start all over again? He stopped his gaze on one of the lines. 2 white squares and a great F. This inscription began to break into fragments. The SSS score disappeared. He looked at the screen in surprise. His lips formed something like a smile. He realized that he had not forgotten. Kang's screen said that he was a man of chaos, a hero, various skills, and a return status. He compared this with the information of Hero B, so this is the effect of the black box. The king extended his hand forward and excitedly announced that they were chosen heroes, and a threat loomed over the country, and demons were already at the borders. Kan stood in the dark aura with his hand on his side, confident. Zig clenched his fists and rejoiced. The king shouted for them to destroy the demons, develop skills, and defeat the demon lord. The hero stood with his head bowed and smiling. Zig turned to him with an important look, offering to try together. Kan squinted his eyes with an evil grin, assured that his majesty would trust them and calm down, mentally adding, forever. Against the backdrop of purple magic, Hansu says the word good to his majesty. He tells him to trust and calm down. The story is reminiscent of the hero stat, Chaos Human Race, Level 1, Hero Profession, with the skills Morale, Dark Energy, Tenacity, Chaos, and Deadly Poison, with the status of Return. The guy covered himself in a strange purple atmosphere, thinking that this would last forever. Profession Morality looks at the back of the guy with an aura, asking in confusion who he is. Opening her mouth in surprise, she asked how his skills were preserved despite being reset. The guy turned to her, thinking to himself that this reaction, and even Professor Morality does not know about the black box effect. The main character grinned, showing a smile with teeth. Extending his hand in a questioning gesture, he turns to the professor standing behind him, telling her that he is a student who has received the SS mark, and this is his third time passing, so it is not surprising that he is extraordinary and cannot be compared to this newbie. The shy guy with glasses looks away. Shining Lanival looks in his direction with questions. Zig, blushing even more, sharply turns away from the blonde, causing her to smile kindly in his direction. In consciousness, Hansu asks Professor Morality that if he was like the others, wouldn't it be a serious problem? The masked woman put her hand to her forehead, sighing heavily. She, holding her head, lowers her head, gritting her teeth, and answers that she doesn't know. The guy answers her that how can something like this happen? Beautiful stately castles with red flags are illuminated by a bright blue sky with clouds. The guy looks at his hand, thinking something to himself. Suddenly he squeezed her with all his might, letting the veins in his arms swell. He looks at his clenched hand with a mad look and tells himself that the teachings of Master Malin work perfectly, and in the end, knowledge is something that cannot be reset. He should have raised the level from the very beginning, but he has one thing. A malicious smile rose on his face, holding his fist in front of him. He continues to think that if his previous skills are still with him, then raising him a couple of levels will not be difficult. Laughing evilly with crazy red eyes and a wide open mouth, the guy begins to think that this Professor Morality, the teaching staff, and even the fantasy god will all see his greatness. Behind him, Zig asks Mr. Hansu if something funny happened to make him laugh so much. Rolling his eyes in the shadows, the guy with hidden joy tells the boy that the whole current situation is so incredible, to which the boy, with zeal in his eyes, answers the mister not to worry and let him rely on him because he won't let the hero be offended. The main character begins to think to himself that he should calm down, and even though it is comical, Zig is still his ticket to graduation, which is what Professor Morality promised. Making an angry but very pleased face, the guy turns to Zig, saying that from now on, he can call him Hansu, and they are comrades who dream of returning to their beloved land, because after all, civilized people live there. Filled with happiness and zeal, the guy with glasses, opening his mouth wide, responded positively to the hero, calling him comrade. In the moment, clasping his hands in a firm handshake, Zig says that now then, down with the formalities, calling him Hansu, to which he replies that he will be glad to work with him. Shy, smiling, and holding his hand behind his head, the shy guy admits that he's not sure he wants to go back to Earth. Still in a handshake, the main character aggressively squeezes Zig's hand, asking the question what, to which he begins to scream in fear. The boy screams about his hand, and that it hurts him, to which Hansu, standing opposite and looking down at him, asks with a hint of passive aggression, which means he is not going to finish off the Demon Lord. The guy's face changed into an insanely shrinking smile when he heard the boy answer no, and he still wants to defeat him. The main character calmly lets go of Zig's trembling hand. The guy with glasses, smiling and rubbing his hand, tells Hans that he is quite strong, even if they are both level 1 and have identical skills, thereby causing a surprised reaction from the aggressive guy. The main character looks at the boy in surprise as he tells him, analyzing that because of Hansu's physique, he begins to think that during his time on Earth he trained hard, and if only he knew that he would become a hero. The hero thinks to himself that the boy can't see his skills, noting that in this world heroes can see the abilities of others whenever they want, which means this guy can't see his skills, the black box. The guy looks at Zig's notification stat, remembering the moment when the morality professor shouted that she would find out about this mistake as quickly as possible and asked the hero to wait until then. Hansu continues to think that it seems that Professor Moral's surprise was not fake. A wide-eyed Zig asks about the black box, saying that it's an item that comes out of a lottery of things. The main character understands what is happening. The system is not aware of the effect of this skill. The guy looks ahead, thinking about this topic, to which Zig calls out to the guy, seeing that something is wrong, but Han thinks that he should not tell him about it. Against the backdrop of a building with a blue sky, the main character asks a guy with glasses why he is trying to defeat the Demon Lord if he is not going to return to Earth, and for what? Filled with determination and clenching his fist from below, the boy replies that this world is in danger precisely because of the uprising of the Demon Lords. There was an awkward silence, to which the main character, against the backdrop of the blue sky, says with interest that this is true. The hero understands what it means. The boy does not plan to return home. Two colleagues pass through the arch to other numerous roofs of buildings. Going forward, the guy with glasses suggests that Hans look for his comrades outside the castle, and they should gather a party, to which the hero boringly answers clearly and let the boy have a blast there. Zig asks why isn't he with him. Han answers the questions in his head by asking that he wants to fight to protect the world he intends to live in. He keeps telling himself that later, he promised Zig that they would meet in 5 days. On the walls of the arena hangs a red coat of arms with 2 swords. The main character duplicates his location, saying that he is now at Alex's very exciting and safe training session. A huge man with shaved temples looks forward with a crazy smile. The story's notice states that his state is impatient and angry. Gritting his teeth and looking at all this, Hansu asks him in his head that he doesn't even want to look around, and imagines himself as a tourist or something, adding that he can't hear such a thing when he lived here for 10 whole years against his will. The girl behind the guy asks him, calling him a respected hero, where he is going, to which he questioningly said the girl's name Lanival. Lighting up with happiness and bringing 2 fingers to her eye and blinking them, she says that it is she and the same Lanival, to which the hero replies that he told her not to pretend to be so sweet. Looking to the side with fatigue, he says out loud that he still hasn't had time to say this in this walkthrough, but suddenly the girl calls him by name again. Against the background of a building with a blue sky, the guy asks the girl what she is doing here and whether she should be with Zig now. Bringing her finger to her mouth, the girl asks in surprise why, causing a silent reaction from the guy. Against the backdrop of the arena, the canopy of trees and the blue sky, Lanival tells him that she is an archaeologist pursuing legends, to which the guy asks what. She replies that everything connected with heroes in the past summoned into fantasy is also part of his research. Remembering the image of Zig, the girl says about him that he is the hero she imagined, and he is unremarkable, in general, like other heroes. Walking along the path of the forest, Lanival behind the guy tells him that, unlike Zig, the hero Hansu has some kind of zest, and a good scientist is always interested in new phenomena around him. The main character thinks that Lanival is probably one of the reasons why he cannot graduate. Putting her palms together and looking guilty, the girl turns to the guy and says that she needs to tell him something. Hansu tells her to start with a confident look. Standing together in the middle of the forest and looking at the huge blue sky, she says that they cross the boundaries of the closed zone, and entering the royal hunting ground is a serious crime, and she should have told her earlier. But the guy walked so confidently that she could not do anything. Poking out with a guilty look from behind the guy's apathetic face, she says that if they leave now, then His Majesty will not quarrel, to which the guy sharply replied that she herself knows the way back. They found themselves in front of the building. Hansu said that this was the Queen's mansion, to which Lanival asked him if he was really only called today. An angry black dog on a leash runs out of the shadows directly at the main character. He quickly flies soaring, opening his evil mouth. The assistant, with misunderstanding and fear from what she saw, calls out to the hero, to which he serenely blew his poison steam towards the dog. Walking further, leaving the dog's bones and mucus on the ground, he tells the girl not to worry, because a guard dog is nothing to him, to which she, looking at the dog with fear, replies that this is not what she meant. Opening the gate with one hand, Hansu looks at his partner with a confident smile, telling her that since she will follow him anyway, will she help him? At first she answered hesitantly, then, as the main character opened the gate with great force, she screamed that she would help. A maid appeared in front of the guy, standing on a red carpet. Looking at her, she casts her gaze at the hero with contempt, and he asks in his thoughts that only a maid is looking after this mansion. With a relaxed smile, Hansu says that he seems to be on time. The maid's face twisted with anger. The history notice tells us that she is a human race, level 34, maid specialization, charm skills, housework, dark energy, physique, anxious state. Against the background of a building with red elements, the guy talks about how the Queen's mansion is located in the isolated royal hunting grounds, and it is not as huge as other aristocratic residences, but there is only one maid who takes care of the place. A maid is standing in front of the guy on the red carpet. The guy says to himself that it is possible. Everyone wonders how this is possible, but still in fantasy, those who have reached level 5 will have physical abilities on par with professional athletes from Earth. He represents famous athletes, a football player and a runner. He continues to say that if they also make a contract with the demon, looking at the notification stat with the description of the maid's character. Looking at her evil grin, he tells himself that with level 34 they will be able to jump like an actor in a Hong Kong movie. Lanival tears her palms away, showing them to the guy standing with his back to her, apologizing to him, and saying that Hansu is not yet accustomed to their world, so they should leave as soon as possible, but there was no reaction from the guy. The girl asks him if he thinks the maid is starting to look a little crazy, to which the guy just grins. At that moment, the maid's grin became even more aggressive, and she began to growl. She took one step forward, and now she is already flying with all her speed towards the main character and screaming that they are very sorry, Lanival. Against the background of frightened girls, Hansu looks at the maid without interest. The maid, spreading her arms, screams at the guy to die, but surprisingly, his hand calmly grabbed her forehead. He hurriedly pushes her head into the ground with his hand, asking her to be quiet. The girl's neck was abruptly broken by the impact with the ground. Lanival calls out to Mr. Hero with shock, and looking at the back of Hands, who is kneading his shoulder, he asks him with fear that isn't he only level 1. The guy, looking forward with confidence and clenching his fist next to him, answers in the negative and says that now he has 12. The girl noticed something and began poking her finger at that place, calling out to the guy and telling him to look. On the back of the lawn that had fallen to the floor there was some formless living creature emitting dark magic, to which the girl suggests that it could be dark energy. The face of the little worm looks directly at the heroes, being on the body of the maid. Communicating in the background of the hero with the worm on the maid, she tells him that this man has entered into a contract with the demon, to which the guy sternly calls out the name Lanival. He begins to tell her that if she wants to continue with him, then she should shut up and not ask anything, to which the girl, clasping her hands towards herself, says okay. Looking at the purple door in the building, the guy thinks that every time he levels up, all skills slightly increase their effectiveness, and usually that would be all there is to it. Walking further down the stairs with the girl, he thinks that, unlike the previous passage, he still has his high-ranking skills, and let him raise the level in the same way, the effects will differ in power, and to simplify, he will use mathematical equations. Imagining the image of Seek, he calculates that his total combat power is 160, and in the case of the maid, the total combat power is 860. He continues to think, and says as for him, calculating that his total combat power is incredibly high, causing the guy to look surprised with a shocked smile, to which the guy again thought that he seemed to be playing on the admin's account. A large door appears in front of him with 2 torches on either side. Lanival touches some demonic sign on the wall with his hand. She removes her hand from the mark with incomprehension, and says that all these are traps, and the maid that she made a contract with the demon, asking what is going on in the queen's estate, but the guy behind her confidently walked to the door. He carefully placed his hand on the door. Having unlocked it a little, he and the girl begin to look deeper into the room behind the door. Suddenly, someone's hands begin to play the drums with homemade sticks made from bones. The couple sees a man with a helmet and a wig against the background of the rest of his relatives, saying that they are awaiting the indulgence of a gentleman with one heart. Holding his hands in front of him and gritting his teeth, the cult leader talks about eternal youth and endless pleasure. He stands in front of the altar with a skull from which blood flows into a wooden bowl, and says that he who bestows limitless powers, let him accept this sacrifice. Lanival looks forward in shock, saying that it is impossible that in the center of the city, right in the queen's mansion, just think, demon worshippers were hiding, asking the smiling guy standing next to him how he knew about it. Hansu confidently walks inside with Lanival, who holds her hands together, suggesting that maybe this is due to some kind of heroic ability, to which the guy says that didn't he tell her to keep her mouth shut if she wants to go with him. The main character calls out to the leader, causing him to turn around in fear. Looking at the arriving guests, Han standing confidently with his hands folded on his chest, and Lanival hiding behind him, he asks who they are and how they got here. The guy thinks to himself that he needs to see who is there. He turns his gaze to the side. He sees people frightened by their lack of understanding, and their notices with stats with the human race. The hero realizes that it seems that all the cultists are human, continuing to look at other people with their notices. Looking at the enraged masked cult leader, he thinks about it and says that the leader is clearly a demon. The story reveals information about him, and it turns out that he is a demon race, level 194, specialization mage, skills dark energy, magic, magical power, transformation, and preaching. The head with his demon points his finger at Hansa, angrily shouting at him that there is no turning back for whoever sets foot on their sacred lands, and let him rejoice, because he will become a sacrificial offering for their master. The guy, folding his hands on his chest and looking emotionlessly at the head, thinks that it turns out that he took the form of a man in order to lead this cult, and says the word okay. Focusing his gaze on the cult leader, his eyes glowed with a purple light, telling him to keep talking, be rank. The image of the head suddenly began to fade. All his subjects looked at this picture with open mouths in surprise. Lanival, leaning out from behind the guy, covers his mouth with his hand in surprise. Remaining silent, Hansu proudly stood opposite the exhausted head with a smile. Suddenly, the man fell to the ground and began to beg the guy, calling him great, to forgive the ignorance of this servant. Looking at the man's shaking hands, the main character thinks that the Society of Demons is based on a solid hierarchy, and absolute submission to the stronger is their law. The guy's dark energy skill is something that only powerful demons can possess, so it's like an ID card for demons. The notification tells us that the dark energy skill has been activated. A guy wearing only slippers approaches the body of the head of the cult and informs the rank that he will then take command. With a frantic expression on his face and a tense atmosphere, Hansu tells him that instead of being in charge, he will deal with troublesome matters while he gives orders, asking if he has any complaints. Standing with Lanival in the middle of the place, all the cultists begin to say that there are no complaints, calling him the venerable and great demon archduke. Lanival, shocked by what is happening, turns to the guy with a desire to ask a question, to which the main character rolls his eyes and tells her to shut up. Throwing a statement among the cultists that amused everyone, extending his hand forward, Hansu tells everyone to listen carefully, calling them worms, they will rule the kingdom from the shadow of chaos. Confidently clenching his teeth in a satisfied grin, The guy says that in order for them to carry out their plans, he will explain what is needed for the first step towards this, and this kingdom will become his. The main character remembers his first playthrough. He furiously draws his sword with all his might at the enemy, screaming in pain, telling him to feel the revenge of the people sacrificed to him. A ghost emerges from the gray-haired man. The hero says that dark energy is oozing from him. The three of them standing in incomprehension. The mercenary king asks everyone that man also worshipped demons, to which Lanovel says that the influence of demons has spread throughout the kingdom. Looking at the dead man with disgust, the guy asks if their situation is too lousy, because even without the demon lord, this is already a place of entertainment for demons. The guy says that the true state of the kingdom was terrifying. Various characters steal people, threaten with a knife with evil smiles. The guy says that apparently the occultists were committing crimes like murder, theft, drug and human trafficking, and all sorts of other crimes, but the deeper you dive, the more clear it becomes that it wasn't just commoners who were involved. He presents before himself images of aristocrats and a queen sitting on her throne, enveloping everything around with demonic energy. The hero continues to say that thanks to the distinctive reign of the Dumpling King, the kingdom has become a place of entertainment for demons. A plump king with a thick white beard holds his head with his hand, looking forward, saying that demon cult has become a serious problem, so he asks Hansu to fix everything. The guy tells himself that the hero must naturally solve this problem. The same head of the occultist clan stands in front of the bloody altar. Suddenly, the main character loudly comes out from behind the door, shouting to everyone, and the hero has come, and everyone must stand still if they don't want him to beat them. Ordinary people look at the guy in the same way in shock, and listen as he says that they will be killed for worshipping demons anyway. The cult leader begins to grin with anger, calling the guy names, and telling him that he will regret in hell for invading their sanctuary. Lighting up with his energy and showing a real demon from behind his back, he begins to shout to the main character to bow before the Lord of Hellfire, and let him remember the face of blazing fear and accept his death. Hansu unceremoniously starts yelling at the monster to shut up, and he has no idea what he had to go through because of the monster, causing the monster's eyes to run in different directions in shock. Aggressively stomping on the head of the cult, he shouts that stupid demons should just die, asking him if he knows how much the stupid king humiliated him because of the head. Grinning even more with anger, the guy shouts at him to just die, calling him a demonic worm. The guy says that as soon as he got rid of the head of the demon in the queen's mansion, something happened. Demonic energy was evaporating from the building, against the backdrop of the guy's cries for the head to die. He continues to say that because of this, all the occultists of the kingdom disappeared in the blink of an eye, and since the demon that fed them with dark energy disappeared, showing this redistribution of magic, there is no point in further worship. Closing his eyes and returning to the moment, holding his hands on his chest, the guy continues to think about what he believes. The main weakness of this group was its dependence on only one leader, but thanks to this, he easily overthrew the leader and took his place. A guy and a girl are standing right next to the altar opposite a crowd of occultists shouting to him, the Great One, to have mercy on these worms, because they will only worship the Great One. The guy thought that in the end, it became possible to capture the occultists without resistance. Hansu put a crazy smile on his face. He started laughing like a villain again, giving his eyes a red tint, and looking at this, Lanovel says that she has a bad feeling about it. The guy puts his little hand up and says not to worry and let them leave it to him. He tries to raise his hand higher and higher, standing on his toes, telling them to trust this hero. He enthusiastically jumps up with his hand, saying that the hero Zig has solved all problems. The guy with glasses is in the clouds with happiness, which the main character looks at with contempt and thinks about what they told him to study with Zig if he wants to graduate. He says in his head that he made a decision after observing it for a while. Blowing a rainbow out of his mouth as lightning thunders, he reasons that if he does everything for free, it will improve his reputation. Sitting on the altai bowl, with his hand under his head, the guy says that this veteran hero should become generous in the third playthrough. Holding his hand on his cheek and smiling maliciously, he says that he will solve all the problems completely free of charge, continuing to think that so that the king will not worry about anything anymore, forever. The beautiful castle walls with red flags are illuminated by the clear blue sky. The king looks down, asking the Lord Chancellor what happened. The servant, sitting on one knee, says that this information is about the hero Kang Hansu, to which the king sitting opposite on the throne asks that he did something bad. The king sat on the throne, looking away, remembering that he did not like him from the first meeting, and his presentation of etiquette was perfect, but something was wrong with him. To which the enchanted Lord Chancellor, who raised his head, answers the king that everything is completely opposite. He begins to tell, presenting many pictures, that the hero Hansu began searching for criminal gangs and also played a crucial role in their arrest. In another picture, the main character scatters gold coins with a pistol, and the servant says that, moreover, he distributed all the confiscated wealth to the people. Lord continues to say that the hero that was summoned just a couple of days ago deserves nothing but praise, and if you compare him with the hero Zig, who is wasting his time. The king cowers and grumpily tries to sit on his chair. He continues to say that the hero Hansu is capable of saving their kingdom as well as an entire fantasy. Suddenly, the queen comes out from behind the king's throne and asks the king that he doesn't find the hero King Hansu's sense of justice and achievements distinctive, to which the king, in surprise, asks himself that his queen thinks so too. King Dumpling sighed in understanding and shook his head as he heard the queen's words that the guy radioing his prey among their people is simply amazing. But she worries if the hero has enough funds for himself, asking the elder why don't they reward the hero for his achievements. The angry king turns to the queen behind him, asking why she is so willing to spend his wealth on something so useless. Suddenly, something skipped a beat in the heart of the plump king, and he opened his eyes in surprise. The enchanted queen, approaching him, changing the past atmosphere, humbly asks him to provide funds for the hero's adventures. The queen has a demonic star in her gaze and continues to tell him that if a hero is to save the world, then how the one involved in his summoning must shine much brighter. The hypnotized king slowly but surely said that the queen was right. He hands the key to the queen, slowly saying that the Lord Chamberlain must go to the secret basement with this key for the sake of the hero King Hansu. Then the queen abruptly takes this key from the king's hands. He hesitantly tells her that they can take from the vault as much as they need for the hero's needs. The queen responds with gratitude. Bewitched and terrifying, the lord and queen look directly at the king with an incomprehensible intention. Coins are pouring into one continuous mountain, and the main character tells his servants that they should not have gone so far, and he did not even dream of receiving this money. Lying on a mountain of money right in the altar opposite the lord and queen who were sitting, the guy with a smile says that he will put it to good use, addressing his majesty. Remembering the moment from the conversation with the king, the guy thinks that unlike the second passage, when they argued until their faces were blue in the face, now he was able to receive these funds quite peacefully, and this time it will not affect his character assessment. The guy tosses coins with one hand and thinks that he has really grown compared to whoever he was in the second playthrough. While wallowing in a mountain of gold and tossing coins, the hero happily says that all these treasures were given to him by the king, so technically it's like a donation to charity. His servants, the queen and the Lord Chancellor, look at their master with joy. The guy thinks in his head that the queen whose dark energy he improved is a joker, and vassals like the Lord Chancellor also have their benefit. The Lord Chancellor begins to tell the venerable great hands that they are ready to sacrifice everything for him, and all the riches of the church now belong to him, but they cannot understand why he gave them to these earthworms, talking about the common people. Lying calmly on a mountain of gold and pushing his chin with his hand, the guy orders the Lord to give him a report on the sources of income of the church, to which he receives a positive response from the Lord. Standing in front of a huge sheet with the distribution of money, Lord says that this is a detailed graph of the flow of income of the church, and naming in descending order, you get first drugs, then usury, kidnapping, smuggling, donations, scams, and the rest. Continuing to lie on the mountain of money, the guy sighs sadly, suggesting that judging by his words, 99% of it is dirty money, and if he even touches it, then his assessment of character will surely hit the bottom. The Lord and Queen look at the guy incomprehensibly, asking his words about what they heard, to which the guy thinks that he doesn't know what the teaching staff or Professor Morality might find fault with next time. He tells himself that he must be extremely careful in order to finally graduate. Against the backdrop of a stately castle with red flags and a blue sky, exclamations about the hero Hansu can be heard. A knight in golden armor runs up to the guy and tells him that he has finally found him, to which the guy turns around emotionlessly and asks him what's wrong, calling him a blockhead. The knight, confused, extends his hand forward and asks Hansu to stop him. The warrior says that the hero Zig is acting recklessly, to which the guy, looking to the side, asks the word what and what happened there. After which we see Khan walking down an alley. A knight in golden armor was running next to him directly towards the crowded people. The protagonist did not understand what it meant that Sieg had gone crazy. He looked forward and heard someone from the crowd begging the gentleman to calm down. After which we see how Zig pointed his finger at a disgruntled overweight guy who was being hugged by a girl in a pink dress, and meanwhile a knight in golden armor put his hand in front of him and said that the girl was completely fine. The protagonist's friend pointed his finger forward and shouted that the girl said that because he scared her, and it was quite obvious. He said that she was very afraid and that the person would take revenge on her if she told the truth. Those who did not understand the knight looked towards Zig and told him to be prudent. A dissatisfied man stood and clenched his hand into a fist, while the girl with her eyes closed held his hand. He did not understand what he had done to deserve the accusations aside, and the girl, in turn, apologized since everything happened because of her. The protagonist stood with the knights, listened to everything they said, and covered his ears with his hands from their screams. Zig called him an evil hack and asked him to immediately let the lady go. Khan looked at the displeased face of the accused man and realized that he had seen his face somewhere before. After which a system message appeared in front of us, and Khan realized that he was one of those guys who participated in the religious ritual in the basement of the royal villa. His race was human, level 21, profession nobility, pedigree of grace. His skills were conducting business, etiquette, gluttony, grace, dark energy, obesity status, anger, humiliation. Then we see how an unknown terrible creature began to crawl out of the head of a dissatisfied man, which emitted dark energy from itself. The protagonist realized that he was the demon worshipper of F rank. Then we see many houses, and beyond the field there was a castle. These were the defense possessions in the kingdom of the Dumpling King. Thanks to the fertile land and high population, this particular place became very rich. We then see a man taking a bite of meat from a bone, this abundance becoming a big problem for the Baron. He sat at a luxurious table that sparkled with cleanliness, and on the table there were many golden plates with cutlery, and on them there was plenty in which he carefully devoured, but, unfortunately, he was rich enough to satisfy this voice. After which we see him sitting on a chair with a sad mood and with a heavy exhalation. He did not understand why he was feeling so lethargic lately. When he was able to inherit the title, he was suffering from diabetes, hyperlipidemia, arthritis, bladder stones, cancer, and many other diseases that affected him. We then see how an evil being with a red circle on his forehead stood in front of a man who told him to bow down to the one who bestows eternal health with the power. The protagonist said that, however, no matter how powerful the magical medicine of fantasy was, it was not omnipotent. After which we see how the Baron was kneeling with an incomprehensible face in front of a huge monster, which covered him with her shadow. She called him a stupid soul, and he continued to nod at everything he said. The masked monster looked forward, and his eyes glowed with a bright red light. He pointed his finger forward and asked if he was ready to follow the orders of his master and take this difficult path. The Baron, with glowing eyes, kneeling, raised his head and said that he was ready to follow the path, and he swears that he would not turn aside. He said that he would follow the one who gives him eternal health and strength, after which the monster touched his head with her hand, and an unknown monster began to flow down his hand, which was more like mucus. He said, to restore his terrible health, the defense will have to start worshipping demons. Because of the effect, the dark energy became very cruel and began to commit very evil acts, and at the moment when he entered into a contract with the monster, a huge monster appeared in front of him, who stood and looked at him, frightening him with its appearance, and all this continued until he did not reach justice. After the protagonist was lost in his thoughts and remembered all this, he crossed his arms in front of him and called out to Zig with a smile. He asked what he was doing here. Then the protagonist's friend pointed his finger at the evil defense and asked for help. He said that he definitely saw how this worthless Baron was dragging the girl by the hand. At that moment the girl, holding his hand, looked forward with horror. She said that it was all not true. The protagonist greeted her and said that he was glad to see her again, since in 2 years she would marry the poor patient. He again plunged into thoughts and remembered how an unknown garbage stood in front of the Baron, enveloping him with his fear. He remembered that this girl would become one of the victims of the weighted defense due to the fact that he worshipped demons. The protagonist exhaled with his eyes closed, and in his thoughts he understood that he shouldn't worry about it now. He asked what evidence he had, to which Zig said that he saw it too, because the dark energy skill that is tied to this person is clearly meant that he was one of the demon worshippers. After which the demon who was sitting inside the Baron thought and realized that the protagonist had an SS rank dark energy skill, and all this time he looked down at the protagonist while he scratched his face with closed eyes and a smile. He then looked straight at Zig and called out to him. He said that just because a person had dark energy, it didn't mean that he was necessarily one of the demon worshippers. Kan thought about it, remembered how he stood opposite the demon. Holding his sword in his hands, he told his comrade that if he eats the demon's heart, then dark energy will forever settle in his body. After which he imagined a pink potion in his head, a container that looked like a skull with horns. He said that demonic energy could also be obtained through special training or by drinking this potion. And there were also many ways to get this darkest energy without being demon worshippers. The protagonist again remembered how the demon looked down on the Baron while he was on his knees and said that it was not good that he had dark energy, because dark energy that cannot control a demon can become extremely chaotic. And she is also capable of transforming into a demon that will take over the personality of the owner who possesses it. If this happens, then the demon that breaks out will grab his master with a chain, and he will watch all this in horror, holding his head in his hands, where people receive special power by absorbing dark energy, but the demon can even torture the user to the last. Dependence on all this develops. Thus, demons control people and do whatever they want with them. Zig, after hearing this, looked at the protagonist in surprise and proved that the Baron was a real demon worshipper, to which Kan simply looked forward with a beaming smile and eyes closed. Then he smiled displeasedly and looked at his comrade with a sly look, and in his thoughts he noticed that he was quite insightful and continued to stand his ground and bombard him with facts like a real coward. Civilians passing by looked with displeasure at Sieg, who still stood his ground. They did not understand how they could suspect a good defender of worshipping demons and call him derogatory nicknames, since he was their regular customer. The protagonist's comrade was the center of attention, and there was a feeling that everyone around him felt sorry for the poor defense. They were surprised that this particular guy was also a hero and continued to laugh. They said that just because he was a hero, it didn't mean that he could get to the bottom of absolutely any harmless person, and at that time Zig stood silently and looked forward with a serious face. The girl continued to hug the Baron's hand and, with her eyes closed, shedding a tear, told the heroes that this was just a misunderstanding, because in fact the Baron had shown great generosity to her family. She told how the kind Baron sat next to her father, who was lying on the bed with his leg suspended, which was 50 bandage. The Baron forgave her father and showed him his kindness. He gave him food because of his bad leg, and he was even able to call the doctor, who was able to examine the leg and take action. After the girl told all this to the heroes, she said that she fell in love with him very much and now she follows him everywhere. But now she has become so intrusive to him that because of the situation, Zig took everything incorrectly, and after hearing what he heard, he stood in bewilderment. Then the evil knights approached the protagonist's comrade and put their hands on his shoulders. They asked if he had said everything, and if so, then he had to go with them. After which Khan turned around, and the knights dragged Sieg straight down the street. They said that they would discuss how he would compensate the moral damage to the Baron, and the hero's master had nothing to worry about. The protagonist looked at the defenseman who was comforting the crying girl. He understood that this guy's reputation was still good, and his complete transformation due to dark energy would only be in the distant future. The protagonist looked at all this from the outside and realized that if he did not have evidence to send a person to jail, then he should have thought twice before accusing anyone of what he had done. At the same time, Zig, with complete despair, while the knight was dragging him away, shouted that he was not mistaken and this guy really was a demon worshipper. The protagonist wondered in his thoughts whether this hero would be of any use to him. Then we are transported to another place and see a fire burning, and a voice is heard that tells our protagonist that a weekly report was made on observing the hero Zig, that he recently received a quest. Kan, with a tired look, sat next to the girl, who looked at him with a smile and said that the hero quickly recovered from that incident, but he wondered if there were still any quests left here. We then see someone put their hand on the roof, and then we see how the hero Zig pulled himself up and grabbed the cat on the roof, and the child on the ground looked at it all with delight. Kan looked forward with a malicious smile, while the girl hugged him with her eyes closed. He understood that there was a lull in the kingdom now and there was no heroic work as such, only small assignments. I remembered the demon squads who enthusiastically said that they were working so that everyone could sleep peacefully, since the cult of demon worshippers now follows the hero, and he has turned into a city militia that solves the problems of the kingdom from the shadows, because demon worshippers can do many different useful things. We then see two guys talking to each other, and one of them says that our protagonist was just great, and to prove to his friend and guy that it was because he worked very hard on his reputation in the city. After which we see the towers of the castle and a voice that asked if he knew that the princes were involved in the land business, and his majesty knew about it, but did nothing. The protagonist understood that if things continued like this, his character points would not decrease. The girl looked at Kan with a smile and said that everything was exactly as the master had predicted, because yesterday a group of elves attacked the black market, and their insight was simply incredible. Kan asked how it went, and then we see an angry elf girl with an evil face swinging her sword, and most of them died, but the cruel leader was also captured, and if the auction house gets rid of her, it will be very profitable for churches. We then see how the memories began to fade, and the protagonist was happy with all this, because now the future elf king will leave the scene, and Professor Morality will not be able to say anything because he did not bring up this topic. We then see Alex standing in armor, developing his cape, and looking into the distance, Kan realizing that he was the future king of the sword. After which the future king of the sword looked to the side and asked if he was a fool, and the protagonist understood that he never liked this guy, and he got rid of him in the second playthrough, but this time Alex will be very useful to him because that's why he's still alive. We then see the masked girl clasping her hands, very happy that he finally understood the value of his partners. Kan, in turn, with his eyes closed, standing opposite Professor Morali, agreed with everything that was said. We then see the pink light begin to fade and the protagonist asks if they accidentally said that dog waste could be used for medical purposes. After which we see a flag hanging from the roof and laughing voices can be heard welcoming the heroes and inviting them to the royal training ground. The protagonist stood with a smile and looked forward along with Zig, who was amazed by all this. He said that Alex's orientation was stunning, it was time to meet a new player. After which we see how someone took a step forward in armor. The protagonist said that this day has come, and, having dealt with Demon's fans, he returned to the kingdom from the front line again. Then Alex appears in front of us, who was without outerwear, and with a smile said that, unfortunately, the orientation was pushed aside, after which a system message came out and his status was pending, malicious. After which we see a flag hanging from the roof and a voice that laughed and called out to the hero. Then we see a lot of people who were looking through the columns. They said that they were completely green, and it was time for them to have a real training session. The protagonist and his comrade stood and did not understand anything. Alex clenched his fist with a smile and said that the best swordsman in the kingdom would make real men out of them in no time. Zig raised his hand in front of him, clenched his fist, and said that he would give it his all, and Khan looked at him with a stony face and incomprehension. Alex extended his hand towards the queen, who sat and watched all this with her guards. He said that the hero and knight of the kingdom should be shown respect. Then the queen, sitting behind her throne, said that she was honored to meet the legendary heroes. She raised her hand to her chin and said that since there were 2 heroes here, she was sure that this would be of great benefit to their kingdom, but she could not contain her curiosity. She said that among the 2 heroes who were summoned to kill the demon lord, she was very interested in who was stronger among them, after which she looked at Kang and Zig, who were standing in front of her. The protagonist looked and said that if this was the queen's wish, then they would fulfill it, to which Zig also agreed. After which Kanna's comrade looked to the side in shock and did not understand anything. Alex looked at the heroes with a smile and said that since the heroes had given their consent, they could pause the training, and the queen, extending her hand to the side, said that she would like to watch their duel. Alex approached the heroes and put his hands on their shoulders, saying that let the strongest defeat them. He also changed his smile, and he was very interested in watching all this. He said that if someone gives up or runs away in front of Her Majesty, then his fist will definitely not spare anyone. A frightened Zig then called out to the protagonist and asked if they were friends, to which Khan, with a calm face, said that he did not want to fight his friend, but he had no choice. After which the protagonist straightened his arms and Zig clenched his teeth. He said that the queen wanted them to fight, so they were not destined to refuse. Zig was in despair, did not understand what to do. Besides, this was one of the ways to help the kingdom, and Zig wanted exactly this. The queen began to smile, holding her hand near her chin, and realized that it was terrible what they had come to, but listening to people's problems and fulfilling desires was part of the hero's job, and doing it for free was quite normal. After which Zig took off his shirt and laid it on the ground, and put his glasses on top. The protagonist stood opposite his comrade and rolled up his sleeves, which is why don't they listen to the worthy and beautiful queen and do what she wants, Khan said. Zig clenched his hand into a fist and said that he would do it. The protagonist listened to all this and remained silent. Then Khan's comrade took a step forward, after which he ran up and began to swing with a confident face to strike. But then the protagonist was on top, and Zig found himself in a bad position. Then there was a punch and Khan threw a hard kick that made him jump. The protagonist's face changed, and he began to smile maliciously. He asked what Zig was doing, after which he added that he should not give in to him, and that he should hit with all his might, but in his thoughts he did not understand how to restrain his laughter. The protagonist's comrade jumped up and began coughing, spitting out drool. The people who were watching all this were shocked, and everyone repeated 1, 2, 1, 2. The queen looked at all this with a smile and listened to how the protagonist said that Zig should not give in to him, and that he should not constantly stand in protection. Khan was lost in thought and remembered the cheerful face of his comrade, and then he began to raise his hand for the next blow. He understood that if he had known that performing a hero's duty was free, then perhaps he would have done something so fun and exciting for you earlier. Then Zig stood on his feet, or rather, everyone was shaking. The protagonist looked and with a calm face asked when he would stop being so careful with him. At the same time, Zig stood and spat out drool. In fact, only Khan was careful here. If he had hit with full force, there would have been nothing left of him, and he would have died long ago. After which the protagonist threw one more hit and his comrade was sent flying into the air. And if he died, it would bring down a huge amount of reputation and character points on him if he landed a crushing blow. The protagonist stood with a smile and looked at Zig's beaten body, after which the healers ran up to the hero and looked at his exhausted and beaten body. His wounds began to be healed with magic, and he needed some time to apply treatment for both physical and moral damage. After which Alex approached the protagonist and asked if he could distinguish a real fight from light sparring. After a second, Alex's face changed and he had a fierce smile. He realized that he liked to mock the weak, but he would show him what a truly strong person means. After a second, Khan became angry at these words and was lost in thought. He couldn't figure out if this guy really had a brain. Then Alex began to warm up his fist, stood opposite the protagonist. This was the main event of the orientation. A realistic training fight with Alex began. Alex looked at him, instilling fear, and said that this was not enough for a real strong man, after which a system message appeared with characteristics. The race was human, level 291, profession swordsman, and many skills for physical characteristics. The status was funny. Khan looked at all this and realized that he had the same abilities as in the first playthrough. This was a very high level for him, especially considering the current world time. The protagonist again lost himself in thoughts where he defeated many enemies, realizing that his body had survived countless battles and gone through many hardships. Then Alex looked at the protagonist with a smile and did not understand why he was laughing. He asked if he had really given up because he was afraid of a powerful warrior like him. A second later, he began to swing his hand with enthusiasm in his eyes and uttered the phrase, "Left crown, right funeral." He then struck and there was a red flash. Kan watched all this with a smile and nothing happened. Alex looked at this with confusion and was shocked when the protagonist made fun of his punch. Then Khan knocked Alex down and began to trample her into the ground. After that realistic training fight with Alex, a duel with a truly strong man, he understood everything. The protagonist began to laugh and smile widely. He realized that this was even more fun than in round 2. Since then, Alex stopped calling him to training and decides he had enough of his own to do. We are then transported to the castle and hear a voice complaining about the heat. We see a girl who said that with this heat, if they don't have enough water, then things will turn out very badly. Khan lay and propped his head on his hand. He said that due to lack of water in the middle continent, there could be a food crisis, so we need to think about solving this problem. The protagonist lay on the chest of gold and asked Landvule if she was used to them. We then see the subordinates smiling and repeating the words "all great." The protagonist continued to lie there and said that the lack of food was due to drought. After a second, he smiled, pointed upward, and said that if he started a war and reduced the population, it would be a fairly effective solution, to which the girl did not react very well. We are carried to the training ground. Someone shouts at him to quickly get up. Alex hits the floor with his crutch and continues to scream that until he takes revenge on him, rest will be a luxury for him. Zig clenches his teeth and says in a trembling voice that he can't do it anymore. His teacher, clenching his fist, looks displeased and shouts at him not to give up, and then he will achieve everything. Let him not be afraid and give it his all. Gritting his teeth, he added that magic and healers are always there. Suddenly, Alex fell to the floor and began to puff. He, gritting his teeth, looked in front of him with displeasure, whispering that he would kill him. He then looked at the trembling Zig and shouted to him, who answered yes. Then Alex, frowning, added that the broken leg would heal sooner or later if he did not take revenge on him. The scar on his pride would never heal. Looking at the worried Zig, he added that what he would do when he was healed early was just forget about it. Remembering how Khan kicked Zig in the stomach with all his might, he added that will he still have pride when he remembers every day how he was beaten like a mongrel? He must defeat the demon lord, but the hero who has no pride. Suddenly Zig loudly opened his mouth and shouted for his teacher to shut up. Alex began punching his student in the stomach with all his might, shouting that he had left his body open. Looking at the castle nearby, he continued to tell him to remember if he gives free rein to his emotions, he will die. Kan, with his ear turned, listened attentively. He smiled, looking down from the window, and said that it was only early morning, and they were already making a fuss. This Alex, when he swore at him, he could knock him down well. Alex appears, holding onto his crutch and slowly walking forward. He has noticeably changed since the orientation. Zig appears in front of us with his head down. Alex drags him around the city by the collar. No matter how often Zig skipped training or cursed at Alex for his cruel methods, he never got angry and never hit him. He continued to drag his student down the street. Suddenly, Zig clenched his teeth and tears rolled from his eyes. Then he rose to his feet, panting heavily, and they went forward together. Alex endured his student finding her and focused on hard training. A system message appeared that as a result, Zig has noticeably changed and grown. His race is arch-human, profession is hero, level 3. Kan, looking from the balcony, smiled and, putting his hand under his head, said that this is simply amazing. If he trains like this at the same pace for another 3 years, he will be ready to enter the world of demons and defeat the Lord, and he has it took 10 years. Looking at the training, he added that he thought there was something special about the hero from the faculty. He thought that there was no point in the fact that they presented him with an exemplary student and told him to study with him. He continued to look down when suddenly Professor Morality appeared behind him, and then he said that he must understand the professor's plan because everything is not so simple. The girl asked what was happening here. The protagonist, turning around, replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. As she saw, he was watching an exemplary student. Professor Morality, looking displeased at her subordinate, frowned and shouted that this situation did not seem normal to her. She, presenting the image of a dissatisfied Zig, added that they say that when you pour cold water into a boiling cauldron, you only kill the heat. And that's it. The candidate hero she recommended should be at the teenage stage of development. but soon he will grow in these circumstances. Suddenly Khan interrupted her. Looking at his pumped up arm, he said that she was saying that this was not normal, which means he should kill him right now. He had long suspected that he could prevent him from completing this passage. Professor Morality extended her hand to him and told him to wait and calm down and first listen to her. She wanted to say that the candidate was having difficult times now. She was careless. Khan, watching Alex train Zig, added that it's true. Alex's one-sided love seems to be wearing him out. Smiling widely, the protagonist raised his hand and added that maybe he would kill Alex, to which Professor Morality, folding her hands contentedly, replied that they could do without killing. The sun was high, it was already about noon. The professor said that it seemed to her that the heroes were now very exhausted, the weather was too hot. Khan, standing with his back in front of her, replied that that is why they must kill Alex, since he does not give a minute of peace to Zig. The professor replied that she means that student Khan also looks tired. Suddenly, the protagonist stared in front of him, puzzled, and the girl continued to say that it is normal for a person to have violent and aggressive thoughts when they are tired. How much rest have they had over the past few days? Khan, turning around, replied that she was right, he had not thought about it. Then he imagined how he was sitting on a throne, near which there was a lot of gold. He thought that even if all he does is give orders to other people, sitting in one place making a decision is very tiring, especially if he is a person who has to deal with all kinds of problems and take care of people who are too drunk on dark energy is actually a burden that a king must bear. Then, spreading his arms, he added that it was no wonder he was so tired, considering he was doing this for free from the place of the useless King Dumpling. With a smile, closing his eyes and clutching his face, he continued to say that he took responsibility for the kingdom as well as heroic duty. It seems that the hero is suffering from burnout syndrome. Professor Morality asked what about going to the countryside with his comrades. Khan turned around, puzzled, to which the professor replied with a smile that despite the severe drought, Fantasia remained a wonderful place. Thanks to the magic towers he could instantly visit most tourism destinations. She imagined seas with dragons in her head and added that, for example, he could look at a beautiful sea dragon if he visited the mysterious northern sea. She then introduced the floating rocks and added that she also recommends exploring the floating islands. An image of a huge beautiful lake appeared in her head, and she said that the Lake of Mermaids is a very interesting place. He was there during the first passage. It is a place that retains its beauty even during drought. Khan, looking ahead in surprise, replied that the Lake of Mermaids sounded very nice, to which the professor asked what he decided. The protagonist, smiling broadly, replied that he was grateful to her and then said that he needed to quickly gather his comrades. The professor, folding her hands, replied that it seemed like he had made a quick decision. We are taken to the lake. Khan thought that the kingdom is suffering from a severe drought. If this continues, the harvest will suffer and many people may starve. But this does not mean that there are no people at all. Zig, looking in front of him, asked what is this lake? He thought it was the sea. Khan, crossing his arms while looking at the smooth water in front of him, replied that this was also a reservoir of clean water. There would be enough water to supply farms, and then people would not starve due to drought. Then, imagining how the mermaids, holding tridents in their hands, swim forward, he added that they are quite cruel creatures and force people to suffer by monopolizing this water. They need to get rid of these evil fish and save people from drought and famine. He imagined the creepy face of one of the mermaids and added that it was their duty as heroes. Then, without smiling too much, he thought about how he could even raise Sieg's level while eating sashimi, and maybe he should kill his old comrade, but isn't he a genius? Suddenly, Zig, looking at the protagonist, asked that there were mermaid princesses, to which he replied that of course, and his student was happy, and a system message appeared in front of him that his curiosity status had been increased. Red flags appear in front of us. Zig turns around and, seeing a huge army in front of him, asks why they have so many companions, to which Khan, putting his hands on his belt, replies that he simply did not want to take active action in a small group. Looking at the Golden Knights, he thought that these were all the royal guards. Behind them were people in white coats, and he continued to think that there were even elite battle magics here. Looking at all this huge army, he continued to think that if he gathered all the soldiers, he would get an army of 30,000. Smiling broadly, he said that he did not come here for peaceful coexistence or useless negotiations. This is a game of survival. The main character looks at the officer with a beard on a horse and thinks in his head that there are only 3 officers with level 200. Then there are people in robes with their hands folded in their sleeves, and these are 5 magicians with level 150. Afterwards there are knights in armor, and these are 20 palace knights with level 180, 100 ordinary knights with level 130, and 300 trainee knights with level 100. Looking at the entire army on the mountainside above the sea, He believes that there are only 10,000 level 10 elite soldiers. Looking at the farmers with pitchforks, one of them turns to him and asks if they will give them food if they join the army, to which the guy simply thinks that there are still 20,000 conscripts with level 3. Looking to the side, the guy continues to think seriously in his head. Standing on the mountain with Sieg and looking at the full army, he says to himself that the military power is quite modest for a country close to demonic territories. Covering his tired face with his fingers, the main character thinks that even though he bears the burden of the crown, he will inevitably suffer and says that his shoulders are becoming heavier. Looking at the parched ground with almost dead plant and the bright sun in the blue sky, he says that he needs to find a solution that will not only secure his surrender, but also save these suffering people from the drought. Looking at the armored knights, he also adds that this will preserve military power in the event of a demon lord attacking the Dumpling King's kingdom. Remembering the king's displeased face, Hansu thinks that every time the Dumpling King made a mistake, he used his universal excuse that the kingdom was in this state because of the demons. Imagining the red demon scratching the top of his head, the guy continued to think that this was completely unfair for demons, but in fantasy everyone would agree with this. Presenting a small picture of a king and his subjects being attacked by a demon, the main character says that neighboring countries did not get into conflict with the Dumpling Kingdom, since it was a sacred shield that the demon lords would attack first. Holding his hand on his chin and looking down, Hansu says that due to the lack of conflicts, the soldiers have weakened and become inexperienced in battles. A guy with glasses standing behind him says with interest that the main character knows so much, but what will happen if you get rid of the mermaids? The protagonist's face changed to a smile, and he replies that by doing this they will not only solve the problems with the lack of water, but also prepare the military for future battles against demons. One of the officers addresses the protagonist standing opposite him, telling him that they must hurry up. With a serious face, he begins to say that the soldiers are already exhausted due to lack of food and water, and they must immediately decide what to do next. The story notice tells us about the character's stat, that he is a human race, level 204, general specialization, martial arts, fencing, leadership, elegance, and riding skills, and the condition, he is experiencing discomfort. Calmly throwing his hand to the side, Hansu tells him, looking at him, that in order for the water to stop flowing into the lake, the dam must be raised, and this will force the mermaids to come out of the water. The main character looks at the majestic image of the officer, and thinks that his name was difficult to remember. For example, let there be Count-A, and Count-A is the officer who leads the expedition, and he is one of those who did not succumb to demon worship. Creating an intimidating atmosphere around himself, the guy emotionlessly with empty eyes says that if they cannot use water as an advantage, then no matter how tired the soldiers are, it will be difficult for the mermaids to resist. Presenting a map of the area, he says that the 3 rivers that flow into the lake belong to the kingdom, so this is territory that is not discussed with the neighboring Holy Empire, and they will simply block it at will. The officer, turning around on his horse, tells the guy that his plan is logical, but for the hero, proposing such a thing is like declaring war. To which Hansu, standing behind with his hands in his pockets, replies that he is doing this for the well-being of the kingdom. He looks at the back of the departing officer, exclaiming in his head that he chose the only commander that did not succumb to the temptation of a demonic cult. Remembering the enchanted images of the Queen and the Lord, he tells himself that the Queen, the Chancellor, and the B-rank demons, on the contrary, want to seize the remaining power of the kingdom, forcing it to enslave our church. The officer looks away, and the main character says that he wonders how Count-A would react if he learned that his entire family worships demons. The guy confidently asks everyone if they should start negotiations, to which Zig exclaimed the word negotiations, and Lanivel behind the hero began to scream that, as expected from the hero's master, all this time he was trying to solve this problem peacefully. Hansu displeasedly tells the girl that she is reacting as if war is inevitable. Shining with happiness and holding her fists in front of her, the girl tells the guy that she really thought that he was going to fight with the mermaids. The main character turns his back to the girl and tells her that it seems like she doesn't know him at all and he's kind of a pacifist, to which the girl behind her exclaims even more. From behind, a guy with a crazy smile and a blank look of satisfaction argues that if he puts pressure on his enemy's weakness so much that he cannot resist and makes him an offer that they have no right to refuse, then he will deal with this matter as easy and without sacrifices. Looking at the 3 heroes, one of the knights asks his officer what he thinks, to which Count-A asks again what exactly. The knight, standing next to the serious officer, tells him that interfering in the affairs of the mermaids has always been prohibited, and after the resurrection of the Demon King, they both agreed to cooperate with the hero, to which he replies that, as he ordered them, they will attack the mermaids. Count-A, looking forward with hope, admits that he will say this, he is not the only one who dislikes the hero. Looking at the red flag, the officer adds that His Majesty trusts him completely. The farmers are discussing among themselves the fact that they have joined the army because of their ruined crops. One man, holding his hat, says that they are having a snack and go out into the streets for a long time, and his friend asks him if he heard that they are going to build a dam, and if the hero's plan works, it will save a lot of people. An officer in a black glove points his finger to the knight in the other direction, ordering him to look at the other side of the shore. On the opposite bank there are blue flags and a small army in the forest. The officer says that these are the armies of the Holy Empire who have gathered to observe their actions, and if they fail, they will fall in their eyes. He says that it is no longer a question of whether to trust the hero or not, it has become a game of survival. Against the background of an axe chopping a tree, the officer says that this is a game where people are against mermaids and even people against people. Men are carrying heavy tree trunks, foremen are shouting at them, telling them to move quickly and not to shirk, and if they break or injure something, a healer is ready, so let everyone put all thoughts aside and give it their all. Looking at the river with the dam, the foreman shouts that they need to have time to block the river this week. Looking at the water surface illuminated by the sun, the knight asks Kanta that he is really going to start a war against the mermaids, to which he receives the answer that everything depends on their reaction. Hansu listens with no interest as Lanival behind him uneasily talks about how the heroes of the past always had friendly relations with mermaids. Putting her palms together, the girl lights up after she says that the love between a hero and a mermaid is so romantic, to which the guy replies that a pervert remains a pervert. In his head, the guy says that Lanival is right, and it is possible, and it looks romantic when you don't know anything about it. He recalls a story where the same hero went out onto a slope to the surface of the water. The main character begins to tell that 100 years ago the hero came here. In the moment, the armored hero suddenly heard the vibes of the song. He looked at the mermaid sitting on the slope nearby. The hero continues to say that the guy was attracted by a song that led to the mermaid resting on the shore of the lake. A mermaid with green hair sat on the shore and sang with her mouth wide open. Hansu says that she was the mermaid queen who ruled the lake. Suddenly the girl stopped her singing and looked sharply towards the hero. They sat together under the moon in complete silence watching the stars. Soon the hero and the queen became lovers, but in the end the mermaid was unable to leave the lake and the hero was unable to defeat the demon king. In the background of the story is the memory of a bloody gloved hand lying on the ground next to the sword. The main character notes that this is a relationship with a sad ending. Telling his colleagues further, the guy summarizes that now, on the eve of the hero's death, a sad melody can be heard near the lake, and that is why this place was called the City of the Sad Mermaid, to which Zig behind was shocked by the story, and Lanival began to tell the hero that it's her job to tell stories. Imagining the image of the Demon King, the guy asks in his head how stupid the hero was to lose to the Demon King, who already has no advantages over the hero. Zig, against the backdrop of a city building, tells his colleagues that even though this is a mermaid city, he doesn't see any mermaids here, to which Hansu irritably replies that mermaids don't appear where people are. Zig looks at the crowd of men walking around the city and says that maybe it's just his thoughts, but why are there so many men here? Looking at a sign with a mermaid on one of the buildings, the main character replies that it is because there are no mermaid men. Opening the door for himself and Zig, the guy replies that he says that most of the townspeople are candidates for husbands of mermaids. The hero looks forward doubtfully. They say welcome to the building. The woman puts the huge wooden glass down hard, asking him that he is a traveler crossing the lake. Looking at her fins instead of ears, she tells him that he has arrived at a rather difficult time. A girl with green hair, in a beautiful dress and fins on her head, joyfully asks the hero that there is a whole army on the shore and he doesn't care about it. Hansu thinks about how long it's been since he's seen her. The mistress of this house and the daughter of the mermaid queen is the second most powerful mermaid in the lake. With a crazy dark smile and closed gasps, he tells himself that she is also one of his companions in the first round, calling Princess Aqua names. Looking through a telescope, a servant of the Holy Empire looks at the shore with red flags and says that they are separating the troops. The elder removes the spyglass from his eye, suggesting that this seems too exaggerated for a diplomatic meeting with the mermaid queen. The servant girl replies that she does not know what their intentions are. Suddenly, the blonde with the staff asks the elder what the saint thinks about this, to which he, turning to her, asks if it is possible that they are trying to invade the Holy Kingdom. The girl looks down, admitting that she cannot predict anything, to which the old man tells her that at the moment it is best to consider all possible options, when suddenly a subordinate commander calls out to him. The soldier runs towards the couple with a letter in his hand, shouting that there is urgent news from a spy, to which the commander says that he is praying that it is good news. Reading the letter, the old man chuckles a little, causing the saint behind him to be confused. He looks at the girl as he gives her the letter and says he thinks she should look at it too. The saint reads the information from the letter with surprise, to which the elder says that he can only hope that this unprecedented situation does not lead to a crisis that they cannot resolve. Against the background of a sign with a mermaid, Princess Aqua's questions are heard from the building about the fact that they came to look at the lake at such an alarming time for everyone. The guy with a sunny smile looking at the princess answers in the negative. Through the silence, the princess, looking at him in the same way, cunningly asks that then they came to target them. The guy's face immediately changed, and he now looks at the girl with a more insidious gaze, and answers positively to her question, adding that they are targeting the lake too. The mermaid's eyes widened in shock. She took her mop, swinging at the guy as he pulled out his sword. With their weapons facing each other, the guy says to himself that Aqua, the mermaid princess and owner of the city inn, was also the guardian of the lake and mermaids, and unlike from Alex, who focused on strength and combat, Aqua specialized in speed and attack power. A red spark began to fly between the colliding guns. They instantly jumped away from each other. He looks at her with an evil grin, thinking to himself that she is such a loud fish. Looking at the image of the mermaid with a broom, he says that her broom looks like a normal one, but it is a weapon made entirely of steel, an item that cannot be easily picked up even by a bunch of high-level heroes. Looking at her bare feet, he adds that her free movement on land is unique even among other mermaids. Recalling the story of the hero sitting with the mermaid queen in front of the month, he says that the previous hero who visited the lake 100 years ago was a foolish man who couldn't even defeat the demon king, but succeeded in leaving two things in fantasy. First, this is a love story that archaeologists and minstrels would pine over. At the moment, Lanival, worried about the situation, begins to shout to both of them to calm down, and it would be better for them to solve this peacefully. The guy continues to talk, saying that the second one is the monster sashimi that the mermaid queen gave birth to, looking at Princess Aqua, who says that she is getting more and more irritated just by looking at Hansa. The main character holds his hands in his pants and whistles, not showing any interest in what Aqua is saying about how her father, the previous hero, was a kind man, and now for the first time she sees a bully calling himself a hero. He calmly asks the princess that she knew that he was a hero. With a hostile look directly at him, she asks in response that he really thinks that they only get information from the lake. Looking up and speaking neutrally, the guy says that then they should know about the state of the human kingdom right now. Presenting the image of a mermaid above the land and against the background of the blue sky, the main character says that while the ex-heartless race selfishly monopolizes the water, humanity is on the verge of starvation. Remembering the previous hero's hand lying deathly on the floor with blood and a sword, he says that he thinks his efforts to save humanity make him a more worthy hero. Smiling widely, he says that he is a better hero than the idiot who couldn't even defeat the Demon King. Green drops fly towards the main character, but he dodges them, closing one eye. Zig and Lanival look down at the floor at the falling drops. Suddenly, like acid, they begin to burn through the floor of the building, causing loud surprise from the couple. Dropping green drops from her eyes and wiping them with her hand, hiding her face, Aqua turns sternly to Hans. She, cowering from her grin, with glowing red eyes, tells the guy not to expect an easy death. The princess swoops down on the guy, waving her broom at him and screaming for him to die, but the guy successfully dodges. Confidently standing away from her, the guy says with a smile that it means she showed her true face, a monstrous fish. Aqua suddenly spits green saliva at the guy, creating tension. The main character successfully dodges her and chops the saliva in half with a sword. The innkeeper again jumps at Hansa in a hostile manner, swinging her broom. She hits with all her might the place where the guy was standing, but the main character easily dodged. Dropping the dagger in which the mermaid's saliva fell from his hands, he looks at her and thinks what kind of princess she is, and no matter how you look at her, she is either a stranger or the highest risk. A story appears with a princess character statue that she is a mermaid race, level 318, hero specialization, spear skills, heat resistance, running, singing, omnipotence, angry and psychotic state. Hansu thinks that she is quite strong because of her blood, but he memorized all her movements. The princess with an angry grimace does something with her hand, clearly wanting to strike. He instantly calmly grabs the angry girl's hand and says that he memorized all the movements in the first round. Veins began to appear on the guy's face from anger, and purple poisonous smoke began to come out of his mouth, and he added that the girl was not the only one. Aqua's face changed to one of surprise. Bringing her hand closer, he presses his mouth to hers, saying that she is not the only one with poisonous saliva, merging in a kiss with open and shocked eyes from what is happening. The girl panicked and lost her real gaze. With her veins swollen, she falls head down as surprised Lanival and Sieg watch, asking if she is dead. Wiping his mouth with his hand, the guy replies that no, but she is on the verge, and he cannot kill the precious child of the mermaid queen. Looking at the face of the fainting princess with purple mucus flowing from her mouth, the guy tells himself that a living hostage would be more useful for peace negotiations. But what's more important is that if he wants to easily defeat the Demon King later, then it is more profitable for him to keep your level as low. The guy remembers the statue with the information of the Demon King. Suddenly, a saint from the Empire flies into the princess's hotel, shouting to her from the doorway that something bad has happened, and they received information that the heroes are trying to catch the mermaids. She says that if she prepares for it now, something will happen, but suddenly her face changes to complete shock. She sees Hansa in front of her with the princess's body on her back, causing questioning sounds from the girl. The main character with Aqua on his shoulder looks emotionlessly towards the saint, and the guy with glasses behind him looks at her with burning eyes, asking if she is really a real saint. The girl looks at Aqua's face, who is clearly not feeling well, and asks what's going on here. A girl with a shocked face takes the guy by the shoulder, to which he, with an innocent and sweet look, tells her that the hero ran out through the back door without showing his face, to which she exclaims that it is impossible for the saint not to recognize the hero. Against a dark backdrop, the fact rings out that the path to becoming a hero is difficult. A warrior's sword is stuck in someone's body. Hansu's face catches the light and he looks quite lost. Standing in front of the slain monster, the guy thought about how the students who were kidnapped to become heroes in this world were more familiar with the use of phones and keyboards than dangerous weapons like swords. And the most daring situation they faced, there was an attack of mosquitoes in the middle of a summer night. The guy looks into the dark starry sky. The main character turns his head in the other direction with a frightened face. Lanival, along with another employee, looks towards the hero with a worried face. A red-haired warrior in golden armor covered in blood lies on a cold stone. The guy continues to say that they are used to a peaceful and safe life. Hansu's look became even more lost, his thoughts saying where their decisions would not lead to the death of the people around them, and in a world as uncivilized and barbaric as this. The girl shouts to everyone that it's still not too late. On a white background, the guy looks to the side with dumbfounded eyes. The girl holds her hand with magic on the head of the red-haired guy and says that he can still be revived, and he continues to think that it is very important to have insurance that can protect the weak-willed hero from collapse. The main character tells himself that, for example, a person who can resurrect the dead, accompanying the hero on his adventures. He stands against the backdrop of a saint's hand with the head of a murdered guy, looking directly at the entire restoration process. The blonde, closing her eyes, concentrated all her energy on resurrecting the murdered man, spreading her arms to the sides. Hansu says that as the title implies, this is not only the weak-hearted hero's backup, but also their guardian angel. There is a sign with a mermaid on the building. The main character looked ahead gloomily, remaining silent. Zig, on the other hand, looks ahead with excitement and quiet chuckles. And Lanuval, in principle, closes his eyes and hangs his head and is sad without saying anything unnecessary. The girl's hands transfer their energy to the belly of the mermaid princess. The saint looks at the girl in shock and says that she cannot believe it, and Aqua is in serious condition. This has never happened before. Hansu with an ominous smile says that he did not think that the hero would kill the mermaid princess, to which Lanival says that this would happen even in his wildest dreams, but the guy objected that he said that she did not die. Looking at the girl's healing hands and her energy, the main character says that he simply fed her some poison, from which her internal organs refuse, and even he does not want to unnecessarily increase his level, but suddenly says that it is better to let her forget what he said. Princess Aqua suddenly sits up screaming at the top of her voice, to which the saint kindly and hopefully called her name. The princess, sitting with the blonde, aggressively turns towards the guy, wanting to say a couple of curses about him. Suddenly the girl begins to cough up blood with all her might. The saint warns her that she should not strain herself, and she has barely recovered from the fatal injury. Aqua's blood on the ground spews out the remnants of purple magic. The blonde adds that the princess's level has dropped significantly. She asks by how much. Grabbing the princess under her, she drags her into another room, answering her question that the level had decreased to such an extent that she was not sure whether she could revive her. At about 10 levels, Aqua in response begins to curse the main character. Hansu says in his thoughts that, of course, reviving a person who is on the verge of death is not as easy as it seems. Placing the daughter of the mermaid queen on the bed, the saint touches her forehead and says that she needs to rest and she will deal with this situation, to which she simply groans in pain. Calm looks at the saint and asks himself how healers who help the wounded get enough points to raise their level. The notice reveals her status information. She is a human race, level 124, specializations are holy and resurrection, skills are faith, healing, captivity, virtue, preaching. The state is suspicious, worried. The guy answers to himself, saying that the answer is simple, pointing to a diagram with a green cross that they absorb the experience points of their patients. Against the backdrop of a knight in clovers and a nearby medic, the hero says that the higher the patient's level and the more significant the injury, the more experience he loses. And there are cases when the player's level decreases, despite the fact that he constantly earns experience by fighting, because that they rely on a healer. An angelic circlet appeared above the warrior's helmet. What can happen if the patient is at level 1 and has no experience points left? There is a wooden beer mug on an oak table, and a guy in glasses addresses the holy lady, to which she politely responds with attention. Zig, Saint, Hansu, Lanovel are sitting at the round table, and Zig asks the same question again. The guy with glasses is sitting covered in blush. He begins to laugh incomprehensibly, to which the main character and Lanovel look at with incomprehension. The Saint looks at Sieg, who is laughing strangely, with a hint of discomfort. In his head, the strange guy imagines a picture of the hero holding the Lady Saint behind him, threatening his enemies with a sword and shouting that she called him by name. The picture in the imagination shows a huge demon who is laughing right in front of them and says that only the power of love can stop him, to which the hero says that he is too strong. Holding the girl with him, he shouts that the only thing that can save the world is love, not a sword, and the Demon King is nothing in front of their true love. The demon with glowing eyes shouts at him that he can't defeat him and he lost, adding what a despicable and enviable couple they are. The monster gradually collapses on the ground in front of the couple, saying that he will put a curse on them that will bind them together and make them live happily ever after, and now he leaves. With a blush, looking at the monster defeated by his love, Zig turns to the Lady Saint, noting that their adventure together is over, to which the lady responds negatively, and she will be with him for the rest of her life. Looking at him lovingly with a blush on his face and a gold ring, the girl corrects that he is now dear to her, to which the guy begins to laugh joyfully. In the background of the guy, Lanovel, together with Hansu, whispers that Sir Zig is behaving strangely, and this guy is obsessed with the word saint. With an irritated face, the main character listens to Sieg's ravings about how he wonders what he should do with the ring, and shouldn't it be an object of fantasy, something like a fairy diamond. To which Hansu thinks to himself that like this guy may be a model student recommended by Professor Morality, and do they really have to behave like that in order to escape from this barbaric world? The main character asks a rhetorical question that he is interested in what crime he committed in a past life to deserve this, to which the Lady Saint sitting next to him calls him by name. The blonde sternly asks the guy why he attacked Aqua, and if he could explain it to her, bringing his eyebrows together. Khan holds his hand to his head, tilting it, languidly says that he did it for the sake of peace. The saint intensified her gaze even more, asking him what he wanted to say, that Aqua was a threat to the world. The hero puts on his sinister smile again in the shadow of his hand, and answers with the word no, explaining that she is a hostage for the sake of peace, and after all, the Mermaid Queen values Aqua very much. The guy with glasses stood up from the table angrily, shouting Hansu's name, adding that this is not what a hero should do. The guy with the glasses stands looking at the guy who looks away, telling him that even using a helpless princess for blackmail doesn't matter how he looks at it, because it's wrong, and because it's what a demon king would do. Khan, with his sinister energy and dark eyes, looks at Sieg, telling him that he said what thousands of starving people who cannot water their farms would like to hear. Straining his gaze with anger, letting his veins swell, he continues to tell him that why doesn't Sieg himself go and tell him, and let him say what he just said. The main character will even prepare a stage for him, to which the guy with glasses replied that it was a little harsh. The hero continued to say that he doesn't want to do this dirty deed with his own hands, and if he can't do it, then let him shut up and not interfere, finally calling him an idiot. The blonde at the table starts screaming about how no matter how bad the situation in the kingdom is, he can't be like this, especially when it will affect the lives of the mermaids. Hansu tells her that they won't die just because there is less water in the lake, it will become a little tighter and that's all. Lady Saint looks at the hero with shock at his words, at the moment when he asks that he will simply watch from his spacious lake as her neighbor dies, to which the girl says that this could be resolved through negotiations. With a wide smile in his dark aura, the antagonist replies that that is why he came to negotiate, to which the Lady Saint lays out the whole situation of negotiating a profitable deal by blocking the flows and using a hostage. Holding her hands and fists in front of her, Lady Saint asks if Hansu really thinks this is the only way out. The guy stares into space with irritation, telling her that if she doesn't know about the miracle that will cause rain, then of course it is. Suddenly someone exclaims that it exists. Attention turns to an Aqua crawling along the wall. She, clutching her face in pain, says that there is a miracle that can cause rain. Air bubbles rise from the depths. Among the reefs, Aqua says that there is a legend about a divine guardian who sleeps at the bottom of the lake. Multi-story buildings, clear sky. A shadow fell on the ground. The man raised his head. In the past, on the site of this lake there was a city of people. A huge body blocked the sun. This happened one ill-fated day. The city is in the shadows and a giant catfish swims in the sky. The light comes from the round eyes of this creature. A drop of rain fell on the surface. It started to rain. The buildings were underwater, a divine guardian was floating among them. The endless rain quickly flooded the city and he created a lake, a safe refuge above that city. The head of a fish with glowing eyes and an open mouth, his name is Ululu, he caused that downpour. The girl flips through the pages of a book with illustrations about those events. She says that the mermaids of the lake continue to sing lullabies to him so that he does not cause even greater disasters. They do not allow him to wake up. Kang sits with his hand on his cheek and looks at her in confusion. He thinks this is the first time he's heard about this. He asked Lanival, who was writing something down in a book, if she knew anything about it. She replied that she had never heard of it and asked the princess for permission to ask her a few questions. Aqua closed the book and agreed indifferently. Lanival asked why they called it a divine being if it was very dangerous. Kan rested his hand on his cheek and looked at the princess, frowning. She didn't know why. They had called him that for generations, and she assumed that they hoped he would become that. The hero again introduced a giant catfish swimming among the buildings in the dark. Aqua continued the story. Ululu is able to make rain whenever he wants, but for almost 500 years they have been doing everything possible to prevent this disaster from happening. The princess held the book in her hands, her hair fell over her eyes. The songs they sing have a unique magical power. She clutched the book. On the cover was a picture of a frightened mermaid with long green hair, without the help of the outside world. They laid down their lives to prevent a disaster from happening, taking turns continuing to sing a lullaby, sacrificing themselves to prevent a disaster for everyone. She gritted her teeth and glared at the hero, shouting that despite their efforts. Aqua felt bad and lowered her head. A worried nun ran up to her. Kan put his hands under the table and looked to the side as if he had nothing to do with it. The blue-robed nun with long white hair looked at them seriously and said that they could resolve this matter peacefully, and Aqua was not lying. The princess sat with her eyes closed, trying to catch her breath. The hero asked if Ululu disappeared, the drought would end. She replied that she was sure that the rain would return, but it was unknown in what quantity. The nun looked sternly at the heroes and asked if everyone understood. They must kill Ululu. The human kingdom will be saved from drought, and the mermaids will be freed from their duty to restrain it. Kan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He thought something was wrong here. Zig clenched his fist and said decisively that this seemed like a perfect solution to the problem. Everyone would benefit. The veins on his face appeared from the tension. He looked upset at Hirobi, who laughed and cheerfully told the saint to rely on him. He exhaled a cloud of steam, putting his hand on his head, completely tired, and suggested that he think it over. He again remembered about the catfish swimming among the buildings. Firstly, there is a giant catfish called Ululu. According to legend, it has such power that it can turn an entire city into a lake. View of the buildings underwater, the guy continued his reasoning. Yes, people really lived on the side of the lake. To confirm this, it is enough to examine the place where the deity sleeps. The cover of the book features a mermaid, and secondly, the mermaids can't do anything to Ululu, so they keep him asleep. Kang extended the third finger on his hand and said that finally, the most important part, he asked the mermaid princess what her level was. The girl, with a puzzled look in her eyes, clenched her teeth and turned to him. Can't he see her level for himself? She rested her forehead on his head with an evil grin. The guy also grinned and looked at her. She said that she realized that he was a false hero, so it was not surprising that he was such a bastard. He noted that he was not asking this for himself, calling her a half-breed fish. Lightning flashed between them. The saint looked at their quarrel in confusion and politely asked to calm down. The princess put her hands on her hips, knitted her eyebrows and pursed her lips. The hero said that she was level 310. She replied that the level had dropped because of him. A girl with long green hair and a crown, and the Queen of Mermaids has a level of about 500. Kan bent his fingers, listing, the Aqua Sisters and other mermaids have an average level of 250. 3 mermaids are swimming underwater. The queen and on both sides of her are princesses with blue hair. Ordinary mermaids have a level of about 50. He bent all the fingers on his hand, clenched his fist, raised his eyes to Aqua, asked with disdain. She offers them 2 beginners' heroes to kill the monster from which they, the mermaids, have not been able to get rid of for 500 years. He looked at her seriously. To be honest, what chance do they have? The princess looked away and was silent. He raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, turning to her. When she replied that they were quite low, he shouted, "Why then did she tell them about this?" and threatened to make sashimi out of her right now. The saint looked at the main character in fear, pressing her fist to her chest. Zig, making a big ear, heard her doubt that he was truly a hero. The guy's glasses sparkled. He blushed and clenched his fist. He raised his fist. With an excited face, loudly declared that they would not know until they tried. Khan replied, "Let him be the first." The guy was petrified, frozen in the same position. A crack appeared on his head. Sweat appeared on his face. He looked in bewilderment at the main character, who sat gloomy and irritated, thinking that he was sticking his nose into somewhere he didn't want to go. Zig sat down at the table in fear, removed his hands, and quietly said that he was still level 3. The hero thought that if he simply died in battle, his reputation and assessment for his personality would not suffer. The hero froze, eyes wide open. This thought was like a flash. He delightedly imagined that Hirobi was in the mouth of a huge catfish and was screaming in horror. This was exactly what he needed. The guy looked at Kang with a silent question when he told him not to worry. The main character put his hands forward with a finger up gesture, smiled broadly and said that you will never know until you try. He supports the idea of killing Ulula. Lanival clenched her fists and raised her hand in victory, announcing that she would have the opportunity to study a legend that no one knew about. Kan, continuing to stand in the same position, turned to the girl. She was very upset. He said that he didn't ask her, but she could help with magic. The saint placed her hand on Aqua's shoulder and offered her help to the heroes if it would lead to peace. The princess took her hand in hers and sheepishly thanked her when the nun said that she would also do this for her friend. The hero thought, sometimes love and friendship means let's go and die. Kan smiled maliciously and narrowed his eyes slyly, since the plan for the death of the hero Zig was promising for him. The team folded their hands. The decision was made. Their goal was to defeat the Divine Guardian Ulula. Lanival was excited. She said that she would finally go on an adventure with the right hero, and asked the guys what they thought about this legend. The nun turned to her, frowned and replied that she must fulfill her duty to preserve peace and friendship. Zig lowered his head and stammered that he would do everything he could to help the saint. Aqua placed her hand on the table and stated with a serious face that she was willing to do this for her sisters. Kan stood with his hand outstretched, smiled contentedly and was silent. He thought, what a bunch of fools. Reefs at the bottom of the lake. Red flags flutter in the wind. Kan sat with his cheek resting on his hand. His head bowed. He smiled kindly and greeted those who came, saying that he was already tired of waiting. The hero was sitting at a wooden table surrounded by knights. In front of him was a dish with a lid. On the opposite side was a scroll with a red seal. He waved his hand and said that he had prepared an agreement, which indicated everything necessary and they only needed to sign it. Opposite him sat a mermaid with long green hair, wearing a crown. She asked where Aqua was. He replied that she was fine. It was the mermaid queen. She pursed her lips and looked at him nervously. He asked not to worry about the princess. He took the lid with a smug grin and asked him to simply trust the hero. He removed the lid from the dish. The queen, sitting on a red throne, surrounded by two mermaids, looked at him. The guy said that no one would lay a finger on the young princess, whom she treasured so much. The queen shuddered and opened her eyes wide. On the plate were 2 fish, baked whole, with a slice of lemon. He agreed if she would sign the contract. She took the contract with a trembling hand. Kan leaned over the plate and looked up at her, the smile never leaving his face. He bears a certain responsibility for this kingdom. The figures of the knights and the hero turned black. The red eyes glowed in the dark. The sky turned red. The flags fluttered. She took the agreement in her hands and began to read. This honest and generous agreement that would confirm the cooperation between the mermaids of the Lake of Sad Songs and the Kingdom of People. The hero thought that he would not be fooled by the tales of Zig and Lanival about love and friendship. The princess standing behind the queen's throne shuddered. The first point was announced. As part of the Kingdom of People, the mermaids of the Lake of Sad Songs must obey their laws. Lanival and Sieg stood next to the main character in nervous tension. The second condition was the transfer of the 3 princesses to strengthen friendship and trust. A man with dark hair, sideburns and a mustache and armor, standing next to Kan, looked with a serious expression. They would be handed over to a specially created lake in the royal gardens as special guests. Through the glass, people watch the mermaids who swim in the water. The queen herself must choose them and decides. A mermaid with long lilac hair looks up at the light penetrating the water. If they try to cheat, they will be held accountable for it. The hero moved the covered dish to the side. The knight looked at him, thinking that these were suitable demands from the occupier. The queen clutched the piece of paper in her hands. She looked at him angrily, gritting her teeth, and, after a pause, asked why the demands were such. The hero opened his eyes wide. 2 strands of hair on his head took the shape of horns. He replied that if she didn't like it, then a war would start. Map with markings, cities and lake with branches from it. He said the dam project is almost complete. Aqua is sitting on the bed, leaning her back on the headboard. Next to her, on a chair, is a nun. Kan noted that of their kind, only this princess is capable of fully fighting on land. Aqua closed her eyes. There were beads of sweat on her face. The nun was concerned about her condition. He added that he was talking about the queen's youngest daughter, who was now healing her wounds in their camp. He said that he expected her to make a wise decision. The queen examined the text of the agreement again. The guy continued, the war does not bode well for them, but if they choose trust and coexistence, they will be under the protection of the kingdom and the heroes of the legend. The hero, who was sitting surrounded by warriors and comrades, folded his hands to his chest and smiled. He said that, moreover, the divine guardian Ululu would become their sole concern. The queen, gritting her teeth, declared that they had always remained neutral, and they forced them to choose between their kingdom and the saint. Kan made big eyes and said that it was time to choose. The queen sat with a scroll in her hands and was silent. The mermaids with blue hair who stood behind looked at her. The hero said that he was even pleased to fulfill his duty as a de facto ruler because the borders would be safe. She sat bending over the contract and said that it was different from the hero she loved. The guy grinned. Of course. Khan stands with a sword in his hand, black armor and robe, looking at the demon lord who is lying on the ground. He fell with such force that a crater formed around him. He is different from the past hero because he has never lost to Petinar. He negotiated the agreement and announced with a triumphant look that the mermaids of the Lake of Sad Songs were becoming part of their kingdom. He pointed the scroll at Sieg, who raised his hands and opened his mouth wide in shock that he had appointed him as a protector. The hero moved his face to the frightened face of Hero B, looked at him with a crazy sparkling gaze and said through clenched teeth that he had done all this for nothing, from military support to these negotiations, and then asked if he was the only hero here. Sieg helplessly spread his hands and said that he only had the 3rd level. The guy assured that he was a hero and was already capable of much and should not force his friend to do all the work. Sieg turned away. Waving his arms with a cry of despair, Khan looked up, smiling insidiously. He thought that the basis for the operation to kill Ululu was ready. He would fight like a hero and leave his legacy to the people. Large gray tents with red flags. He thought that in fact it was just an overpraised huge catfish, even if they called it the Divine Guardian. He put a pencil on the illustration of a catfish in the book and said that they would have a chance if they could get it out of the water. The hero and his comrades stood around the table with an open book. He explained that they would free the ruins from the water where he sleeps and move it to the dry lands. The knight raised his hand and said sternly that this was a good plan, if only the soldiers could breathe underwater to complete the preparatory work. Kan put a pencil to his head and replied that they already have such soldiers. The mermaids, together with the queen, descend to the depths. According to the terms of the agreement, this race becomes part of their army. The queen became worried and moved her hands forward. They sank to the bottom of the lake, to the reefs. They stopped. A huge dark figure and 2 glowing round eyes appeared in front of them. The mermaids raised their hands and began to sing. Kan thought that his plans, as always, were ideal. A strong flow of air knocked down the mermaids. Clouds of smoke appeared on the surface of the lake. The hero reflected that he had always been successful in finding the best solutions in situations with pitfalls, but somehow his plans for release always fall through. The catfish with glowing red eyes quickly rose to the top. The guy believed that failures happened because of those who stubbornly pulled him to the bottom. The creature had dark, wide pupils. Kang stood with a calm face, closed his eyes and remained silent. This time he had a good feeling. There was a nun sitting by Aqua's bed. He thought everything was going according to plan. The princess put her head on the pillow and covered herself with a blanket. Winced in pain, the nun looked around in fear. Everything was going as it should until they screwed up. The main character clenched his fist and raised his hand. He shouted irritably that the lake looked strange. They answered him, stuttering, that he should look for himself. The guy looked with confusion, protecting his face with his hand. The sky was dark red. There were strong waves on the surface of the lake. The hero looked at him from the cliff. He loudly asked what was wrong with the lake. Right in front of him, the mermaid queen jumped out of the water. She lay down on the stone and with an unhappy look said quietly, "Divine Guardian." Her tail began to foam, and she shouted that he had woken up. Instead of a tail, legs appeared. She shouted that they needed to run away from here. Kan looked at the queen. She, trembling, tried to get to her feet. He frowned, opened his mouth in surprise, and asked what it meant that the Divine Guardian had woken up. He stepped back, looking ahead. A huge catfish appeared among the high waves. His eyes glowed ominously red. The hero thought that his suspicions were justified. A purple screen with the characteristics of the main character. He thought that the 3rd playthrough was unfairly ruined. Sieg has his arms spread out to the sides, radiating love. Behind him is a case with the image of a saint, and this exemplary student is only getting in the way. Lanival holds 2 fingers to her eye. Behind her are Sylvia and Alex with angry expressions on their faces. The hero is tired of the same faces. View of the castle, towers with flags. Every morning, opening his eyes, he wants more and more to leave this barbaric fantasy world. Kang is confused, looking ahead with his eyes wide open, the dark red sky behind. Despite all this, he did not give up and did his best. He froze, thinking about how he saved the people from the oppressive and useless king, even tried to solve the drought problem to help them. Storm. Ululu looks at him from the water. He wonders why everything is getting worse. The main character stands with his back turned. Someone behind him timidly said that he thought he should watch it himself. The guy turned his head. Aqua was standing leaning on the nun. She said that no matter how much they sang, the guard did not want to fall asleep again. He asked why. Aqua raised her head and looked at him darkly. Perhaps because the emotions in the songs had changed, as songs draw power from their emotions. Sam closed his eyes. In front of him is the mermaid queen. She sings with her arms outstretched. There are stripes of light around her so that the song can put you to sleep. It should radiate warm and happy emotions. This shot became black and white. Aqua explained that if others interfere, the song loses its soporific power. The hero stood with his head down, clenching his fist. The princess added that they controlled Ulula. They knew better than the rest how strong he was. She shouted out furiously, asking if he knew it that he had awakened the Divine Guardian. A mermaid with long green hair is turned in profile, singing. The princess said that the melody of the lullaby has changed and became a song that her mother would sing at the end of every month. It is filled with longing and sadness instead of happiness and warmth. The hero turned around. He looked in amazement. Aqua explained, all because their territory was captured, and the princesses were forced to leave the house, and he was the reason for their sadness. The hero looked at his palms in surprise. He paused, and then said that he understood everything. He realized that he had done wrong. He looked at the open palm, slightly bent his fingers. No matter what he had done before, he finally realized his mistake. The nun timidly turned to the hero standing in front of her. A shadow fell on Kan's face. Only his eyes glowed ominously. He thought that he had conducted the negotiations too softly. This was a miscalculation. It was necessary to put pressure on them using force and intimidation. The mermaid swam ashore. The princess with short blue hair tried to stay on her feet. The queen shouted for them to get up and run faster. She replied that she could not walk on two legs. Kan mentally cursed them for trying to disrupt his perfect plan by performing the lullaby incorrectly. He clenched his fist. Lanival and Zig ran towards him from different directions, shouting that they were near and with him. A knight with brown hair and white and gold armor raised his sword and menacingly shouted to the archers and magicians to line up. The armored archers aimed their arrows. Their target was the monster. A magician in a white and gold robe and a hood raised his hands above his head, from which a stone rose in fire, and gave the command to aim. Arrows and burning guns flew at the huge catfish when fire was commanded. The shells hit his body, creating explosions. Kan looked at this thoughtfully. A cloud of smoke rose upward. The flames went out. There was no damage to the catfish's body. The hero looked at the information in the purple window about this monster. He decided that it received a special buff while in the lake. Lanival opened her mouth wide. A shadow fell on her eyes. She was in despair when he said that she should take responsibility and try to pull Ulula out of the lake with her magic. She stood motionless and sweat ran down her face. Kan reminded that she had agreed to hunt the monster for her research. The guy looked ahead with a grin. The girl stretched her hands forward in fear. He hinted that otherwise they would be accused of destroying the entire city. Lanival shouted that she would try to pull him out with the help of anti-gravity magic. She closed her eyes and forcefully directed the stream of light. Figures of a girl and the main character on a rock. The catfish is still in the lake. He began to rise from the water. The girl waved her arms and screamed. The guy looked up in surprise, covering his eyes with his hands. Lanival was delighted. He was amazed. Was it all for real? She shouted that she had done it and was happy. The hero demanded to stop acting nice. He strained his vision. Kan covered his head with his hand, and a huge foot appeared. It crashed down loudly, raising clouds of dust and smoke. The main character raised his hand to his chin. A soft light illuminated him. Lanival asked if he was okay. The heroes were in the air, in a large bubble. Zig was lying face down. The girl put her hands in front of her. Kan replied that for now, yes, and asked what happened. He looked ahead puzzled. Lanival became nervous. He asked what it was. The bubble with the heroes was next to a huge gray limb. He swore at Aqua because she didn't tell them everything. This creature has the body of an athlete and the head of a catfish with glowing eyes and red lips. The hero clenched his teeth and froze in surprise. He noticed a leg, but they said it was a catfish, but he saw a giant with the head of a catfish. The night sky burns with red fire in an urban village. A huge silhouette of a monster rises above the village. He steps onto the territory of the village with his huge feet. People who saw it tried to run away in haste and fear. The monster lifts his huge foot to take a step where other people are running. He suddenly lowers his legs, pressing them all into the ground. A man flies past one red gas monster. He appears in all his glory in his image, crushing the entire human village with his feet. The girl shouts to him that they are here, to which the main character asks the word what. She answers him again, being altogether in one bubble behind the monster, that they are there and everything is fine with them. The saint, along with Aqua sitting on the ground, waves her hand to the characters, to which the girl says that they were not harmed, despite all this chaos. Lanival pushed out Sieg and Hansa, starting to go towards Princess Akka and the saint with aggression, turning to her. Aggressively pointing his finger at the princess, he asks her, calling her a stupid fish, if she didn't say that it was just a giant catfish. Then she, opening her mouth wide, angrily screams for him to shut up, and she never said that the guardian deity is a giant catfish. The guy remembers a moment from the past where the princess showed him a book with a story with a drawing of a huge catfish, asks what about the picture she showed him. She tells him with an aggressive look that this is from a children's fairy tale and it was just a symbol. He imagines a picture of a catfish running and the mermaid children crying next to him, asking her if she doesn't know how sensitive children are and if she can imagine how shocked the children would be if they knew about his true form. Lanival and the saint begin to feel worse and worse, listening to their conversation. Hansu shouts at her that besides, there should be no problem to hide these disgusting catfish legs, asking her if the problem is clear to her now, to which the girl is the same shouts back that every time the main character says something, it always sounds suspicious. both heroes suddenly turned around towards the sound. Behind a huge black catfish in human proportions, Lanavel asks what they should do now, to which the guy replies that they will have to follow the plan anyway. Putting on an ominous grin, Khan says that Zig, the legendary hero, will become the vanguard and will fight for them. The guy with glasses in the back begins to drawl out the word "what" in shock, adding that he is only level 3. The officer points his hand forward, giving the order to the archers standing ready behind that everyone should aim for his ankle. The officer shouted the fire command, and arrows began to fly straight at the monster's feet. They bite into his skin by the thousands, like mosquitoes. Sam looks down at his leg questioningly. The officer, in tension, says that this will not work. Suddenly, the shadow of a monster began to fall on him and his entire army, causing everyone to tense up even more. The officer shouts to everyone to retreat, but the monster's foot has already destroyed the army, throwing others aside from the force of my step. The officer shouts to his soldiers for the last time for everyone to save themselves. The main character's gaze has become bluer and he covers his eyes with his hand, trying to see something in front, thinking that Master Malin's skill is strengthening vision, and you can get the vision of any inhabitant of the Mongolian meadow, which exceeds 6.0. The guy looks at the monster's leg, shot by arrows, noting that the arrow definitely hit the target. Lanavel, standing behind the guy and looking at how he covers his eyes with his hands trying to see something in the distance, asks him what he can really see from such a distance, and did the Sir Hero study magic, to which he replies that it's not magic and science. Aqua, sitting behind the two heroes, with her eyes closed, tells them that this is not an opponent who can be defeated with arrows, and they will not be able to pierce his thick skin, to which the main character, standing with his back to her, says that she is still not understands. The guy turns to Aqua with a smile, telling her that the arrows are in his skin and they didn't bounce off. Remembering the moment he came out of the Lake of Mermaids, Hansu reveals that the blessing of the lake has disappeared since he left the water. Looking at his huge, statuesque bust, the guy continues to say that he put himself at a disadvantage, although he doesn't know why. Lanavel, against the backdrop of the saint, asks the hero with incomprehension that isn't he so angry that he's chasing them on land, to which the blonde says that she's not sure about that. The blonde looks towards Soma's head, who is saying something in his language, and asks if he doesn't seem pretty calm for a creature whose sleep has been disturbed. Holding his hands and fists next to him, Zig begins to shout that this is exactly what the saint said, to which the blonde turns in the affirmative. The guy, looking at his making sounds, says that instead of attacking people, he is probably looking for something. The guy with glasses, holding his fists and blushing, begins to dream that they could find a peaceful way to defeat him, to which the main character puts his hand on his shoulder and says that this is their chance, and it's better they fight him now. Zig looks questioningly at the main character, and he confidently shows his thumb, saying that it is best to attack the enemy when he is not ready. Taking the stronger guy with glasses by the collar, he says that after this battle a legend arose about the hero Zig, who fought with such fury and died with honor. In the name of love and friendship will live forever, to which he stops the guy in the story and with anxiously asks that he died. The main character takes Zig by the collar and runs straight ahead, but he asks that they can't do this peacefully, to which the guy shouts at him that he needs to go and let glory await him. Aqua and the saint watch the guys go off into the distance, and the princess asks if they can go too, causing surprise from the lady saint. Aqua stands up, leaning on her mop, and says that this guy doesn't deserve to be called a hero, but despite this, there is something else. Looking forward with a smile, she says that she has to admit, but he has courage. Lady Saint looks at the princess and says to Lanavel standing behind her that it seems that Aqua has changed, to which the girl says that it is true and there is something special about the hero. The main character runs forward as fast as he can in flip-flops. They are already running up to Titan Samu. Hansu, holding the guy in his hands, begins to shout to him that they are already here and will do something now. The guy shoots Zig straight towards the huge catfish, shouting at him to try to distract him as long as possible, to which Zig only shouted out of fear and strength to Hansu. The guy flies almost at the head of the catfish, continuing to scream, to which the main character simply laughed. He looks from the ground holding his head in his hand and thinks to himself that everything will go according to plan if he is caught and killed by this monster, and he can get rid of Zig without lowering his reputation and personality points. Looking down at the huge body of the catfish, he asks himself what is the best way to kill it. Suddenly, lowering his hand, he realized something, sighing confidently. The guy's hand began to tense, letting his veins swell. The guy tells himself that Master Malin's body strengthening skill is of maximum power. He presses his feet into the ground, breaking the rock beneath him. Sitting down on the ground and resting his hand on it, the guy is about to do something with a smile. Unexpectedly, he flies up with all his power, leaving behind a huge explosion and sparkle of magic. The guy's silhouette flies up right above the catfish's head. The guy swings his fist at the catfish's head with all his might. He thinks that even if he has a fish head, he looks and moves like a human, which means that his bone and muscle structures are similar to those of a human, and his weakness will also be the same, looking at the bones of his neck. A guy with a confident look and a smile looks exactly at the target, continuing to ask himself that we can believe him in this. The flying guy swings his fists, screaming with all his might. He, with a tense fist with veins, hits the body of the catfish. The guy hits the catfish directly in the neck, behind it, causing a blinding light from the force and energy of the blow. The catfish begins to make peculiar sounds inquiringly from pain. The catfish's eyes became even redder. The monster, without further thoughts, continued on its way. Sitting on the monster's soft flesh, the guy with a thoughtful face says it didn't work. He thinks to himself that his skills are not enough to defeat him. He removes his fist from the point of impact, from which steam is already coming, and thinks that he can make him stumble, but he cannot break his bones and muscles. Imagining a picture of a fly flying up to a man, he thinks that in order to kill someone, you only need to know how to break his neck, but even this requires some kind of force. The fly tells the man that he will break his neck. The guy on the catfish's head says that he looks like a fly, asking himself what he should do. Notifications show us the stats of the characters. Soma, whose race is Chaos Titan, level 99+, specialization Water King, skills Destruction, Blessing, Tenacity, Running, and Chaos, and the state is annoyed and confused. The main character says that he needs a higher level if he wants to defeat him. Sitting propped up on his feet, Hansu swears out loud in frustration, wondering how he can level up now. Remembering the image of the Demon King, he thinks to himself that it will be unpleasant if his level becomes too high when he tries to defeat the Demon King. Zig flies high in the sky, pulling his body weight towards the forest. He falls onto the tree branches and starts coughing. With his head stupefied from the flight, Zig turns to Hans with a languid look, telling him that he is leaving him so suddenly. Suddenly, a huge red eye of a catfish looks at Zig's lying body, making some sounds. A huge catfish looks at the man with great interest, moving its whiskers, and the hero with glasses begins to scream in fear. Standing on the catfish's head, the main character shouts to the guy that he is doing well and let him continue to distract the catfish, to which the guy with glasses, standing right in front of the catfish's huge mouth, continues to scream in fear in response. The guy holding his face in his hands and crying calls out to Hansa, saying that he doesn't think he can last even 0.1 seconds, and the catfish will only need one bite to eat him. The main character gives Zig a thumbs up and says with a smile that he will remember him, adding in his thoughts that he will only remember for an hour. Han wishes good luck to the hero Zig from Legends in his head, and the huge mouth of the catfish begins to open more and more. The guy with glasses screams to save him. He, covering the catfish with his hands and crying in panic, says that he only managed to meet the saint and travel a little in this fairy tale world, and he does not want to be food for some fish. Suddenly, the shadow of the monster went back, forcing the guy to open his eyes in misunderstanding. The huge catfish turns away from Zig in the other direction, saying something in his own language. Lanival flies in a bubble to the guy sitting in the trees, saying that he was here, at the same time asking him what about the hero King Hansu. The couple, watching the huge back of the monster, communicate with each other, and the hero Zig answers the girl that the guy is there on his head, to which the girl asks that isn't he calmer than they thought, to which he responds positively. Hansu, remembering the majestic bust of the catfish god, says that he thought it was making a big noise since he was forcibly awakened, but it seems very quiet. Looking at the destruction all around, the guy says that of course he has already caused enough damage, even just walking around you can see it. Continuing to sit with his arms folded across his chest and looking at the monster below him with incomprehension, Han voices out loud his thoughts that this guy is even more useless than he thought. Displeasedly touching the catfish's skin, he resents the fact that he was supposed to be brainless, and also had to kill such a young hero as Zig in one fell swoop. Waving his arms around, and being on the catfish's huge, satisfied head, he screams that they woke him up, and why he doesn't care, to which the contented catfish simply utters its incomprehensible sounds. He waves one of his whiskers at someone and also hums. Sam remembers the image of the red sword. The energy of this sword enveloped him, and he seemed to fall into prostration, floating with the flow with this energy. Suddenly, at that moment, the catfish begins to roar with its mouth wide open, causing the guy to be surprised with fear. The deity begins to walk faster and faster, crushing and breaking the stone under it. The guy begins to be thrown to the side on the catfish's body, and the creature itself very aggressively says something in its own language. The guy tells himself in his thoughts that there is a saying, "Be careful what you wish for." The catfish is already starting to run with huge steps. The creature is already starting to run, jumping away from every place, scattering everything nearby from its jumps. The monster flies and jumps over the mountains with ease, to which the main character asks where he is going. Han tries to grab onto the monster's flesh, screaming for it to stop. A reminder notification appears with stat information about the catfish. Suddenly, a new notification appeared about the additional skill of destruction, to which Khan exclaims in displeasure. The creature flies down with all its strength, about to land very hard, pressing all its limbs towards itself, continuing to make its strange sounds. His feet almost land on the ground. He landed with all his strength, breaking all the stone and all the earth around him. He continues to run, destroying everything in his path from his strong steps. The main character does not understand how this huge monster has the skill of destroying rank. Sam runs further and further, and Hansu on his back notices that every step he takes is like an explosion. The creature's face begins to become more and more enraged. The main character admits to himself that there is another problem that he could not predict. The girl in the bubble flies over Hansu, who is trying to hold on to the monster, calling out to each other. She looks at the guy with tension and relief, saying that thank God he is safe. The girl begins to tell the guy holding the monster's body that they have a problem because this monster is heading somewhere, to which he aggressively says that he knows. The catfish is heading towards some target ahead of him. The guy explains that the direction in which this guy is moving is the center of the Dumpling Kingdom, and he is also running towards the most densely populated area. Remembering the Dragon of Oblivion releasing his fire, the guy tells himself in his thoughts what this means, with such speed that it will be a repetition of the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion Nobius. The main character shouts to the girl to do everything possible to stop him, to which she distorts her face in shock, saying the word what. Trying to hold onto the body, the guy swings his hand at the catfish's body, making a face from the weight, and shouting at Lanival that she must do her job correctly if she wants to remain around as a hero, to which the girl sharply responded positively. Swinging his hand with all his strength, letting all his veins on both his face and hands swell, the hero thinks that he cannot let him go into populated areas, and immediately shouts to activate his skills, the skill of strengthening the body and the maximum limit. Hansu points out that although he did well this round, suddenly the guy's attention was distracted by the flying bodies of orcs above him. Looking at the defeated faces of orcs and other monsters, Khan asks himself that he really just stepped on the lair of a monster and is in the case with the Supreme Dragons of Oblivion, but nothing can be done about it. Sighing and sitting calmly on the monster's head, gritting his teeth, he thinks that he was trying to avoid gaining useless experience points, but if he ruins his reputation and achievements here, then it will all be in vain. The guy takes off from his seat, jumping forward. The guy flies along with the bodies of the orcs in the red-blue night sky, heading towards the city along with the Somos running underneath him, offering in his thoughts to release together. Gritting his teeth and rapidly directing his gaze forward, he tells himself that this time everything is fine present. The orcs look away in fear against the backdrop of the forest and the morning dawn. Suddenly, a huge giant catfish appears right above them. In a moment, he crushes the location of the orcs and, as if nothing had happened, moves on. Hansu flies right behind him, watching the explosions of his steps, thinking about the SS rank skill that erases everything his foot touches like an eraser. The guy thinks that if he can't stop him right away, something will happen. Ruined people hold protest signs for the protagonist, shouting that irresponsible heroes must leave. Professor Morality looks at the history, notices that the hero's reputation is in ruins, like all his achievements, folding his arms on his chest. He says that the hero's reputation in fantasy is the worst, and Kang Hansu will not be able to graduate this time either. She looks towards Ziga's back, saying that she brought an exemplary student to prevent such things. She admitted that she is disappointed with Kang Hansu, to which the guy with glasses, spreading his arms to the sides, says that it is not the main character's fault. The guy with a crazy look turns to the woman and tells her whether this can be called a difference in talents. The protagonist's face turned into a grin from strength and from the thoughts that he would never let him go. Orcs are lying on the ground in the middle of the forest, looking up. Unexpectedly for them, Khan brutally flies over them, making them very scared. The experience score appears on the screen with the numbers 14, 17, and 21, to which the guy shouts that it is too slow. Looking at this and rushing forward, the guy curses and thinks that compared to the effectiveness of the Demon King, the experience is simply pitiful. Suddenly Kang Hansu notices Lanival flying behind him, trying to shout to him, to which he tutted irritably. The saint standing with Aqua and Zig tells him that they will help him. Aqua adds that all the surrounding areas are in chaos after the monsters suddenly broke out. Zig assents that they will help. The main character looks to the side with a furious look, thinking that this is a curse, and he hesitated and could not track it down quickly enough, and now, speaking of the company of the saint, these pieces of garbage immediately stuck to him. The guy imagines the disfigured faces of Aqua, Lady Saint, and Zig with bright red eyes. He keeps telling himself that these hyenas are just waiting to suck his experience points. Aqua, looking at the hero, opening his mouth wide with fangs, turns to him, asking what he is going to do now and how they can help. The girl looks at the back of the main character running away in the light, but at that moment he tells himself that nothing can be done about it. The guy shouts at Lanival flying above him, ordering her to tie his legs somehow, to which the girl asks how. The guy shouts back at her to just do his best she can. The girl screams at the top of her lungs, creating a magic ball between her hands, telling the hero that he trusts her so much, and she says that she will do everything in her power. She lines up pattern magic in front of her, aiming for the creature's legs, shouting that her title as an archaeologist is on the line. She releases her powerful blue magic from her hand with all her might. Suddenly, a mountain of ice grew right under the Titan's feet. The deity's foot wants to land on the ice. She confidently stands on its surface. Lanival, on top of the irritated protagonist, asks him if this is enough, to which he clenches his teeth and says that he is to blame for trusting. The creature's foot wants to push off the ice and continue on its way. Suddenly, his foot slips from the surface of the ice. The main character looks at this picture with a shocked and incomprehensible face. The huge catfish fell forward, falling face first straight to the ground. He fell to the ground with a huge explosion from his body. Princess Aqua covers her face from the flying dust, and the hero Zig is basically blown away. Without taking his eyes off the fallen creature, the guy turns to the mermaid's daughter standing behind him. She looks at the white-lit back of his head and he tells her that he needs her help. Aqua, with an incomprehensible and awkward face, asks the guy what he was saying, and she had no intention of helping him when suddenly the main character himself grabbed the princess by the shoulder. He looks at her with hope and informs her that he will take full responsibility for the consequences, to which Aqua asks about the last word. The guy replies that he will explain later. Hansu gently presses his lips to hers, causing her to blush in shock. The Lady Saint lost her eyes in horror and began making sounds of surprise with questions. The hero Zig is the same, being even more shocked. Suddenly, Aqua notices something from behind the main character. She sees a notification with a deadly poison from Khan. The princess of the lake falls to the ground unconscious as Lady Saint and Zig look on in complete shock, and the main character plan to do this. The blonde turns to the guy, asking him what he did and why he did this to Aqua. The saint looks with blank eyes at the hero who wants to tell her something. He turns his back on her and asks her to resurrect her, to which she asks in shock that he is actually saying this right now, and despite her illness, Aqua has come here to help him. A very dark, dead energy comes out from behind Hands. He replies with ice that he knows. Looking at the unconscious princess lying on the floor with purple mucus coming out of her mouth, he says that he will replenish all the levels that she has lost. With a crazy stern look, he turns to the Lady Saint and orders her not to bark like a dog anymore. More and more dark energy is pouring into the guy's body. He says to himself that he does not have time to go around the high-level hunting grounds before Olyulu wakes up. The guy tells himself that, however, if he opens the lunchbox with 318 experience points, he can easily make it on time. The notification shows that the guy's level is getting higher. The notification shows the stat of the main character with level 85. Taking a step on the ground, the guy tells himself that he has risen from 21 to 85. In terms of level, he has become almost 4 times stronger. But in his case, with all these high-ranking skills, the effect of his growth cannot even be calculated. The giant is still lying on the ground, trying to mumble something in his tongue. Raising its head, the catfish looks at the harm, again asking something in an incomprehensible language. Completely silent, but picking up great speed, a guy flies up to the creature from above, leaving a trail of his own energy behind him. With an ominous face, he aims his knee straight at the monster's back. His face becomes more and more frantic, and he begins to adopt an animalistic grin on his face. The guy hits the catfish's neck with all his strength, forcing it to bend. The guy thinks that this is the first blow. Hansu fell from the sky at lightning speed. A huge monster lay in clouds of dust. The main character was preparing to hit him, and his eyes were glowing red. Smiling, he noted in his mind that this was the first one. He dealt a powerful blow to the monster, from which light began to spread. The monster's spine was cracked. Hansu jumped up from his corpse. Sitting on the demon's head, the main character thought about the sound of breaking bones and muscles. He emphasized that the effect of snacking on experience points is amazing. The monster began to rise to its feet. Hansu swung his fist at him. Veins appeared on his arms, and energy began to swirl around his fist. Swinging his arm, the protagonist used Master Malin's skill, Body Control. He presented a list of all his skills and ordered them to be activated. A huge flow of mana began to emanate from him. He shouted with a smile on his face that this was revenge for Aqua and this monster was the one who killed her. There was a powerful magical explosion. Clouds of dust began to rise from the monster in different directions. The girl sat above Aqua and called her. Squinting her eyes, she asked if Aqua could hear her. She brought her hand to her stomach and began to concentrate green mana. Aqua started coughing with a straight face. She stood up and began loudly calling for the hero. The girl held Aqua on herself. She asked about what happened and where this guy was. The girl replied that she did not know, noting that she did not pay attention to him because she was busy rescuing him. They looked at a huge monster. Zig assumed that the main character stopped Alulu. The monster's hand was on the ground. He raised his hand. The monster started pointing. Hansu stood on his head and said it was a disappointment. Looking at his comrades, he noted that if he had met him before Nobius, then perhaps they could have become a good couple. Swinging his leg, the main character said that not now. He noted that he refused to have a second high dragon of oblivion. The monster began to tremble with fear. Hansu ordered him not to try to escape. Having hit it, the main character screamed that this was all for the sake of his diploma. Steam surrounded Hansu's body. He looked at his stats and noted that his level had risen sharply. Crossing his arms with a surprised look, the protagonist said that until now it was easy for him to deal with Padanar due to his low level, and it seems that his skills have not changed much. This is probably due to his high ranks. He was surprised looking at his statistics. He watched as his skills improved. Hansu noticed that there was a skill that increased his rank. It was thanks to these black boxes that he inherited the second circle skills. Squinting, he asked if its effects had also increased. Looking at the description of the skill, Hansu asked if it was possible to destroy it. He made a cut on his arm with his finger. He watched as his wound healed and noted that this did not mean his body could be destroyed in the first place. The main character thought that even if he still gets injured, his body will in any case recover thanks to natural healing. Lanival rushed at Hansa with loud screams. He pushed her away with his hand and asked her not to try to act nice. She held her nose with her hands and said that she was in pain while the main character looked up. It started to rain heavily. Hansu thought about this and wondered if this meant the legend was real. He noted that he killed Alulu without much thought. His friends looked at him from the ground. The girl looked at Aqua with interest, who said that she didn't think this guy could really handle it. Looking up, the girl asked if Aqua was really okay, noting that there might be some other side effects. Aqua replied that she was fine, just feeling a little weird. She looked at the corpse of a huge monster and said that the guardian deity Alulu held back her ancestors for about 500 years, and even her father, who was one of the previous heroes, abandoned this idea. Hansu had a smile on his face. Aqua asked if this guy was strong. Looking at him in surprise, the girl replied that it looked like that. Frowning, she turned to Aqua. Her face was red. The stunned girl screamed and asked not to tell her what she was doing. Aqua looked at the unexcited girl and asked what was wrong. The heavy rain continued to fall. The girl stated that she would always protect Aqua. She asked why the girl was acting this way, but thank you anyway. Sprouts began to emerge from the ground. The main character noted in his thoughts that, as the legend said, the rain fell like a broken dam and now they don't have to worry about taking water from the lake. Powerful lightning struck near the castle. Hansu emphasized the fact that in one fell swoop the terrible drought that had occurred in the middle continent had ended. Torches illuminated the room. The main character asked if they wanted to say that every country in the middle continent praises heroes. He was told that this was so. Lying on the mountain of gold, Hansu thought that this time he would finally be able to graduate. Two people were kneeling in front of him. Lightning struck the destroyed settlement. The main character asked why it doesn't stop raining. A ray of light broke through the clouds. The wreckage of houses floated in the mud. Hansu noticed that after 10 days the heavy rain turned into a large flood. The sunny sky illuminated the castle. People called for the hero, saying that the rain had already stopped. The main character thought about the reputation he hoped to raise. Sitting in the corridor, Hansu announced that he was there. He noted that his reputation instantly turned into disrepute. His face was exhausted. Surprised, Aqua asked if he was still like that. The girl replied that every time she checked on him, he looked worse and worse. Standing in front of Hansu, Aqua asked why the human palace was leaking like this and whether it was due to poor design or the technology there was so undeveloped. The girl asked her to be careful with her words. She noted that they could cause a diplomatic incident if Aqua did not filter her speech. The plot takes us 10 days ago, immediately after the death of Alulu. A huge corpse of a monster lay on the ground. Lanival and Hansu raised their hands with a happy look. The main character shouted about achievement and graduation, and Lanival about how amazing he is. Standing in the rain, Zig stated that he couldn't just stand still. He clenched his hand into a fist. He said excitedly that it was his time to shine. She and Lanival jumped from Alulu's head. Aqua addressed him, calling him a thug hero. Smirking, the main character asked who the fish called a thug. He noticed that he was in a good mood now, so he would pretend he didn't hear it. Aqua approached him saying that he killed her twice. Frowning, she asked if he really thought she would turn a blind eye to this. Smiling and closing his eyes, Hansu said the amount of experience she lost after her resurrection. Smirking, Aqua interrupted him and asked if he thought she would leave everything as it was. She asked him not to be so stupid. She held out her hand next to his face. She hugged the main character and said that if he kills someone and then saves him, he is responsible for the rest of his life. Stunned, Hansu thought about being like a lion who finds his prey. He momentarily forgot why Aqua was working in the lake town. She was smiling and her face was red. The protagonist noted that this is to find suitable partners for the mermaids, and this includes Aqua's own pair. Turning around, she looked at the low-level people. The protagonist added that since Aqua is the hero's daughter and also a member of the mermaid royal family, their standards will be very high. Hansu emphasized the fact that she would be satisfied with a partner of at least level 600. He looked at his characteristics and noted that another unpleasant thing had stuck to him. Aqua began to kiss the frightened Hansa, and Zig ran towards him. She asked if he was trying to escape, noting that then she would hunt him until the end of the world. Frowning, he asked Zig not to hold back and just say it. Placing his hand to his chest, Zig announced that he had decided that he would go on a journey to find the legendary sacred sword. Taken aback, Hansu asked about the sacred sword. Zig remembered how the main character grinned and said that he thought about this after seeing him defeat Ululu, what kind of hero he wants to be. Zig noted that if he didn't change, he would only fall behind and become a burden to him. Clenching his hand into a fist, Zig cried out that in order to find the sacred sword, he would be reborn into a real hero. He pointed his hand at the girl and added that he was with the saint next to him. The stunned girl asked if she was a saint. She asked with a frightened look if they were talking about her. He approached her and asked if Lady Saint would join him on a heroic journey. The girl replied that this was impossible and asked for forgiveness. Inspired, Zig asked again. She hugged Aqua and asked Zig to understand correctly that from today she will protect Aqua, the descendant of the hero, and she will not let this dirty hero touch her. She noticed that Zig could find the sacred sword on his own. She looked at the stunned Zig and said that his journey in search of the sacred sword would also contribute to his growth. The main character noted in his thoughts that this is how Aqua and the saint joined his group. Sprouts began to climb out of the ground. Hansu said that the drought was solved in one fell swoop by rains, and he was praised not only by the Dumpling Kingdom, but also by all the countries of the central continent. Lightning struck near the destroyed village. The main character noticed that this only lasted 5 days before his reputation began to decline. He reported that 10 days later, the unprecedented rainfall that had hit the central continent had finally stopped. The sun's rays illuminated the blue sky. Looking at the sun, Hansu said that this was the perfect weather to break the demon lord's neck. Rays of light fell on his face. He wondered if he should start a 4th playthrough. Professor Morality stood behind him and said that the demon lord was not a ticket for recertification. Smiling, the main character noted that she came right after he ruined his vacation. Crossing her arms, Moral said that she expresses her sincere condolences. However, student Hansu, as they say, should not throw away the axe even if the blade is dull. The protagonist's face was excited. Professor Morality stated that although things didn't go according to plan, he solved the drought and freed the mermaids. He imagined the angry mermaids and screamed that they were the ones who were using him. He loudly declared that this fish family had awakened the strange catfish and ruined his reputation. He started jumping and shouting that he would catch them and turn them into sushi and spicy soup. Professor Morality asked him to stop thinking about it. The main character frowned at her words. She said that this is not the end, and whether his reputation rises or falls, he will be judged by it. He imagined people standing at a rally against him. Professor Morality stated that people on the continent began to pay attention to him. Now he can calm them down if he does one more good deed. Hansu began talking seriously about another good deed. She looked at the main character and asked him to give her advice. Morality asked how about helping his friend grow. The sunny sky illuminated the castle. Zig sighed loudly and said that he could no longer do this and was going to die. Alex looked at him with a dissatisfied expression. He asked to be saved. Many beads of sweat ran down Zig's face. Alex asked him to stand up. He stated that the journey to find the sacred sword would be very different from this one. Crossing his arms, Alex said that the kingdom had been very supportive of the hero Zig so far. Zig began to try to get to his feet. Ailes added that, however, he tried to follow the saint without further questions and disappointed all the nobles of the kingdom as well as his majesty. Ailes suggested that they probably wouldn't give him any more support. He grabbed Zig by the shoulder and said that he believed in him. An enraged Alex screamed that Zig must be the only hero to obtain the holy sword. He started talking about the thug hero, noting that he believed Zig could defeat the Demon King anyway. Leaning on a column, Hansu listened to their dialogue. Ailes shouted that since Zig was alone, he was still too weak to find the sacred sword. He ordered him to believe everything Alex says in order to succeed in his training. A grin appeared on the protagonist's face. He thought that Zig might die first, without even getting stronger. He thought about giving him a little break. The girl was walking towards them. Alex jumped aside with Zig and asked him to pull himself together, noting that he still had a long way to go. The girl walked towards many columns. Standing over an exhausted Zig, Alex declared that he was still missing the zest. He picked Zig up by the collar and said that if he kept this up, he wouldn't beat this guy. Alex raised it above his head. The woman called him. Alex was taken aback by her voice. He knelt in front of her. Looking at him, the girl said that it was quite arrogant of her to ask, but, sitting on her knee, Alex asked what she meant. Lowering his head, he cried out that her desire was his law. A grin appeared on the girl's face. Daylight illuminated the castle. Water was flowing from the sewer pipes. She said that there was a sewer underneath their royal palace. Red eyes began to glow from the dirt. She noted that this is the source of unusual rumors. Sitting on the throne, she watched Alex and asked him to get rid of this problem, even if it does not harm her people. Alex lowered his head even lower. Closing his eyes, he cried out that protecting the kingdom is the duty of a knight. Zig raised his hand and said that by order of the queen, he. Stunned, Alex looked at him. The trembling Zig noted that he would help too. He looked at Zig in surprise. Smiling, the queen agreed. Zig was happy with her answer. They lowered their heads and screamed that they would do whatever she said. Sitting on the throne, the queen wished them good luck. Jeff began to rub his nose with his finger. The main character watched this from the window. He started clapping at what he saw. He remembered Zig and in his thoughts suggested that he had already realized that if this went on, he would become a bag of sand for Alex. He remembered. As Alex grabbed him and threw him, Zig was scared. Hansu noted that in addition to this, he needed experience points. The main character sat on a mountain of gold in front of the queen. He noted in his mind that this would be a special event. The queen bowed to him. Hansu noted that he had prepared this event for him. Smiling, the main character emphasized that this would happen if Zig did not overdo it and die. He suddenly tensed. Looking out the window, Hansu offered to go with them. Furious, Alex and Zig screamed that they didn't need this. Waving his hand, the protagonist suggested that they did not want this. He thought about what he had done, everything he could, and he could do nothing if they refused his help. Sunlight fell on the knights' feet. Their armor was illuminated by the rays. Frowning, Alex said that their goal was the sewers under the royal palace and, as the queen warned, no one should let their guard down. They stood in front of the lattice door and talked about how if there is only one entrance and exit, then the enemy is trapped. Frowning, Alex ordered his mission to be completed. He looked at the knights and noted that everything should be done according to the knightly code. Zig's face was serious. The knights advanced through the sewers with flags in their hands. The light from the torches reached the dark passages. The rat's eyes glowed red. Hansu noted in his mind that as he had already said, he did everything he could. The knight looked around, holding the torch in front of him. The main character emphasized that he gave them all the necessary information. The knight was suddenly taken aback. Hansu noted that he gave them the location of the hunting grounds, the danger zones, and even how to enter them. Alex and Zig were dumbfounded. They started to run. They approached a dark room and Alex said that the sound came from there. They saw that the torch was lying on the ground. Hansu noted that he gave them all but one. Alex looked up, looking scared. The main character noted that the most important thing that he did not tell them was this. The huge monster looked at Alex. His eyes glowed red. He lowered his head. Ailes held the sword in front of him and frowned. The monster began to scream loudly. Hansu noted that he didn't tell them the boss's level. The characteristics of the chimera appeared, where it was written that she had level 450. The lower part of the armor of the fleeing knights of the royal detachment is visible. They were ordered not to stand in a pillar and take up fighting positions. Out of breath, Sieg and Alex found themselves behind the knightly detachment, which stood with swords at the ready. A monster appeared before the knights, with the hand of one of their brothers sticking out of its mouth. Alex turned to the wide-eyed, frightened Sieg with the words that heroes are the hope of the kingdom. Filled with determination, the commander-in-chief of the kingdom shouted that he would fulfill his knightly oath and make sure that Sieg could get out of here. The knights of the royal detachment, led by Alex, rushed into battle with the monster, whose jaws opened. Memories of the decisive expression on the commander-in-chief's face before the battle. 2 nights and 3 days have passed since that moment. In front of us is the facade of a building with a tavern sign. It's bright, noisy, and crowded inside, and there are several customers sitting at the counter, one of whom is raising a toast. The man standing behind the counter smiles welcomingly and offers the guest a free beer as the hero hand treats. The wooden pint glass is raised and cheers can be heard for the Sieg hero. He, bowing his head, was surrounded by raised toasts and shouts. Hero hand cleared his throat to continue his speech. While Sieg was crying with a blank look, in his background hand called to honor the memory of the captain of the knights, Alex. Up close, the devastated face of the guy is shown, from which tears and drool are flowing. Tensive profile of Han, who thought that the captain would not die. The transition to one of the memories with the chimera opening its throat is accompanied by Han's thoughts that Alex could well compensate for the difference in strength with the monster thanks to his skills. A flashback where the commander-in-chief stands with Sieg, surrounded by knights. Reflections lead Han to the conclusion that the cause of Alex's death was the guy he was protecting. Memories of the captain's angry face full of determination and the continuation of Han's thoughts that Alex fought to the end to protect the hero. We are shown a dark-haired guy thinking about the fact that even the saint could not resurrect the injured commander-in-chief. A guy with his hand raised, holding a pint of drink, reflects that only the ignorant sacrifice themselves for one hero. The 2 men in front of Han talk about how Alex was always scolding the heroes. Words about the amazing hero Han reached the ears of the dark-haired guy. He opened one eye and noticed a saddened Sieg. Han turned to the crying guy with a wide smile. The two men were delighted by this act and called Han a kind soul. The next moment, they were horrified by the guy's words that Alex's death brought Sieg experience points. With his mouth wide open and his thumb pointing upward, Han wishes the guy to cheer up. Sieg continues to cry in a gloomy environment. The guy with glasses opens his mouth, loudly shouts the name Alex and knocks over his mug. Sweat is dripping from Han's face. He is worried about what happened. A statistics window appeared above the guy's head lying on the table in which it was written, Race, Archman, Level 125. Profession, Hero, Skills, Interpretation, Endurance, Fencing, Survival, Fortitude, Condition, Thoughtfulness, Regret, Fatigue. Han kept thinking that Sieg's level had increased. Shown is a portion of the stats on a crimson background with white lettering, with a note that there is still time to invest in defensive-related skills. Lanival appeared next to Han and said that Sieg must have loved Alex very much, although he pretended to hate him. In response, the guy joked that the girl was also pretending to be cute. Lanival puffed out her cheeks and stated that she is not pretending and is the personification of cuteness. Han's face showed bewilderment in response to the glow emanating from the girl. The next moment he laughed until he cried, and she exclaimed why he was laughing. Han replied that it was the best joke of the day. We are shown a broken sword lying in a pool of blood and the guy's thoughts that the death of the Royal Order of Knights was unexpected. The guy sighed and thought that the boss, who was supposed to help them raise their levels, had killed all the knights. Han stared in surprise at the girl drinking the drink straight from the barrel. Lanival placed another empty barrel on the table with a pile of others and exhaled with relief. The angry guy attacked the girl, asking how much she drank and whether she wanted him to finish her off. Lanival casually asked the man for another glass, and Han continued to get angry. He was deafened by a sharp loud sound. Sieg, through sobs, shrilly shouted the name Alex. He then stood up abruptly and shouted at the top of his voice that he was Sieg's hero and that he would continue to fulfill his aspirations and dreams. The guy opened his mouth wide and continued to cry. Han watches as Sieg quickly runs away towards the door, saying that right now. The two characters froze in complete bewilderment. Han asked Lanival whether the guy who ran away had been drinking. The girl replied that he was underage. A guy ran out of the tavern into the street shouting that he needed a worthy task. At this time, Lanival pours another mug into himself, and Han thinks that Sieg is going through adolescence. Against the background of clouds are the towers of the fortress with red flags. The dark-haired guy has his arms spread out and is sleeping on the bed. A girl bursts into the room and calls the hero Han, who at that moment screams. Lanival is standing by the bed of a guy who doesn't understand why she drank so much yesterday, and is so cheerful since the morning, and asks her to leave the room. The girl shouts that now is not the time for his dissatisfaction. A close-up of Han's surprised face after saying that Sieg has a girlfriend. A guy with a blank face sits on the bed and asks the girl again. Lanival is happy to announce that there are 3 girls, not just one. Han, against a gray background and with a puzzled face, thinks that this is so impossible that he is most likely having sound hallucinations. He continues to think about when such a busy guy who was always beaten up got a girl, and about whether the plan to kill the Lord of Darkness will have to be postponed a little. Han thought and imagined a dark-haired guy with glasses and an open mouth standing surrounded by girls. He realized that he was very curious. Sieg was accompanied by 3 female companions. The green-eyed girl in armor and with red ribbons in her hair was the daughter of a famous count family and a priestess. A blonde with a bob and pointed ears was an elf and archer redeemed from slavery. The girl with violet eyes and a red hood over her silver hair was a thief and a lady of dubious reputation. Lanival concluded that, as she had been told, all 3 were beautiful and young. With a bewildered expression on his face, Han couldn't believe what he was hearing. With his arms crossed, he sat on the edge of the bed and said that no matter how you look at it, this is very curious. A girl stood nearby and exclaimed that he really thought so. The despondent guy sighed and thought about how much simpler everything would have been if Alex had not been stupid. Memories of the monster with its mouth gaping were accompanied by thoughts that if he wanted to save the hero, he would only sacrifice himself. The guy didn't understand why he took innocent knights with him to the next world. The next memory is of a guy in a red tie, who lies in front of a huge skull with a characteristic symbol on its forehead. The main character continued to think that soon everyone would know that he rules the country. He was worried about his reputation if the kingdom was in decline when the secret was revealed. He imagined angry people shouting that all this was happening to our kingdom because of the hero Han. He stood up abruptly, which attracted Lanival's attention, and thought that nothing good should be expected. The guy left the room into the corridor. The girl turned to him and asked if he would follow Sieg. Han wondered if she was crazy and asked what she would order him to do with his reputation and kingdom. The guy suddenly pointed his finger at the frightened Lanival and asked loudly, because of someone, the kingdom lost all its knights and through whose fault Alex died. A close-up of Han's angry face with sharp teeth. The guy is outraged that Sieg is not going to take responsibility and plans to go on a trip with women. The dark-haired guy, gritting his teeth, thinks about how he managed to get an excellent grade for personality and doubts the adequacy of the teaching staff. Behind Han is a silhouette of a girl in a mask who declares that he does not refuse responsibility. The next moment we see Moral Professor wearing a white mask and a black dress with red sleeves, who continues to say that he only wants to become stronger through adventures and payback for everything. Han, with frowning eyebrows, asks displeasedly about who will guard the kingdom all this time. In response, he hears that this is why he needs to become stronger as soon as possible. The frightened guy thought with his mouth slightly open. A masked girl looms behind a dark silhouette with bright violet eyes. The facade of the palace is then shown with towers and red flags, with the comment that it now looks more like an empty hut. Memories of a gray-haired man and a woman standing next to her, who holds a key in her hand. The guy thinks that he could usurp the throne without even lifting a finger. He imagined a silly Sieg, giggling and visibly embarrassed. Han thought that this boy did not even suspect that something was wrong with the kingdom. The main character gets angry. The moral professor is behind him and advises the student not to think about it in such a negative way. With her arms crossed, the masked girl says that what makes us happy is not the circumstances we face, but the nature of our soul. The guy then interrupts her and continues her statement. Behind the main character with a serious face, the space with the moral professor begins to disappear. The guy understood what she meant, but he thinks it's like playing roulette. Close-up of Han's eyes, full of determination. He is confident that he is not like that and he does not gamble with life. His foot confidently steps on a pile of gold coins. There are many people standing in front of us with their hands behind their backs, and in front of them is the main character on a pile of gold. A boy with a chilling gaze, and behind him a tall man with a massive chin. A man with a muscular chest and dripping sweat and his characteristics: race, human, level 117, profession, warrior, skills, killing, fortitude, endurance, combat, dark magic, condition, nervousness, excitement. These newcomers are meant only for battle. The girl swings at the bald man's face, with another guy approaching behind him. Initially, 10,000 people were selected, and all of them were put into battle against B-rank demons. A silhouette with sparkling red eyes is on top of a mountain of rivals. During this fierce battle, only 100 survived. In other words, only 1% passed the selection. The guy opened his mouth to say that the order of the royal knights had fallen and now they were the future of the kingdom. One of the recruits had sweat on his face after these words. Looking into the blue-violet sky, Han concluded that their time had come. With sparkling eyes and an inhuman grin, the guy threw his hand forward and addressed those present that so far none of them even had a name, but he would give them a chance to fix it. From his pedestal with a skull behind him, Han urged them to become stronger and earn a name for themselves. In the enveloping purple haze, the recruits listened with excitement to the speech of the leader, who shouted that he would show them the right path. Veins bulged on the face of one of those present and a horn began to appear from his temple. A dark knight with glowing purple eyes and horns was born before us. His statistics: race, man of darkness, level 117, profession, fighter, skills, killing, dark energy, durability, endurance, combat, state, mutation, blind faith, exaltation. Satisfied with the result, Han saw what SS rank dark energy was capable of. He said that they were all born again and asked if they believed him. A horde of people with horns, standing under a pedestal with a skull, shouted that they believed the leader. With confidence on his face, Han said that he would tell them about hunting grounds that would help them become stronger faster, and where they could reach level 200 even under pain of death. A crowd of horned recruits ran in the direction he had indicated to the shouts of the leader. The guy shouted that he was giving them a month to do this, and it didn't matter if they screwed up, because he would find another job for the week. With a satisfied grin, Han exhaled and was convinced that there would be no problems with restoring his strength. Already with a serious face, he thought that in a month he would need a good reputation, so he needed to go on a trip now. Memories of the desert, where he saw a girl with blonde hair and mermaid ears. The next memory is of a creature that disappeared in an unknown direction. With an ominous smile, the protagonist thought that he could just finish off the demon lord and be done with it. Glowing with joy, Landival turned to the displeased gentleman and expressed her admiration. He asked how long she had been here. Inspired and with her mouth wide open, the girl said that if she had not seen Han and relied only on the atmosphere around her, she would definitely have decided that the demon lord had sent him. She praised his performance. Han was indignant and asked if she had ever seen the demon lord. Landival responded in the negative. The guy got very angry and yelled that since I didn't see it, there's nothing to say, and why are guys like this girl always talking, while others' reputations are spoiled? Memories of a battle with a one-eyed monster where the main character destroyed all the demons. Signs are shown burning in fire with the guy's images crossed out. He recalls that even despite all his achievements, his reputation then sank. He concluded that this time he needed to choose a different method and means. Now his ratings look like this: combat strength, indifferent, achievements, let's kill the Elf King again, reputation, failure is inevitable, personality, no problem. Close up of the last 3 characteristics, they have dropped greatly due to Alulu and now they need to be restored. If he fails, he will definitely go to the 4th round. A hooded crowd with glowing purple eyes. The guy recalls that on the 2nd round, manipulating public opinion through Lanival did not bring any benefit. He decided that this time he would crush him with numbers, and his faithful demon worshippers would help him with this. In his imagination, he stands wide-eyed between 2 hooded people who praise him, and he agrees with them. He is confident that the creation of a certain public opinion is only a matter of time. Han's eyes lit up and a satisfied grin appeared on his face. He rejoiced, because the dark nights and the falsification of opinion in this kingdom would begin to correct his assessments. A guy wearing glasses and dripping with sweat was wrung out his damp underwear when the elderly woman thanked him. He replied that there was nothing to thank. Sieg, with a plaster on his head, handed the apple to the dragon, whose face had scars. The guy asked if the creature was hungry and said that they did not need to quarrel. He put his hand behind his head and with embarrassment on his face began to answer his companions, who said that Sieg was very kind. The previous scene flashed into the sphere the hand was holding. The girl said that such guys also have their own charm. Lanival held the ball with both hands and, with her mouth wide open, summed up that this was all the report for today. The main character, gritting his teeth, swung his sword and asked if they were just fooling around. 2 months have passed since then. The main character stands surrounded by 3 girls, one of them kills the monster in the throat. The girl with turquoise hair smiles charmingly and invites the gentleman to go along. Her statistics, heroine a level from 235 rose to 537. Lanival is worried and asks the gentleman if this can continue. He explains how. Against the background of a blue monster with red horns, the girl replies that killing all monsters indiscriminately and that previous heroes only killed evil monsters. The profile of the dark-haired guy seriously exclaims that this is why this world has come to such a state that until people start begging for help, no one will lift a finger. The main character opened his eyes wide. He realized something important. In the dark, the guy stands alone and thinks about the fact that people only ask for help when they feel bad. He understands that therefore the hero who appears at such moments will be loved by everyone. The main character presented a happy guy with glasses and a tie surrounded by people. Han was horrified and his mouth agape. He realized that if someone clears out the monsters in advance, then there will be no need for heroes at all. The guy thought that he was stupid and voluntarily dug a hole for himself, and that it was necessary to follow the example of Sieg. Lanival, who did not understand anything, heard the master's words that she was right. The main character lowered his head and took a deep breath. At this moment, he thought that certain things were necessary to improve a hero's reputation. In the darkness, the violet eyes of a guy glowed, thinking about the chaos of SS, the destruction of SS and the oblivion of SS, which would create the necessary crisis. A deafening scream was heard from the middle of the wasteland. The border of the forest was calm. At one moment there was a rumble and the forest began to tremble. A bunch of monsters ran out of the thickets and began to make characteristic sounds. A crowd of monsters rushed towards the city from the direction of the forest amid a frantic scream. The helmeted watchmen began to panic and shout that a large wave of monsters was approaching from the direction of this roar. They also shouted that they needed to report to the Lord that the legendary Supreme Dragon of Oblivion had awakened from a 500-year sleep. The joyful Han exclaimed that his comrade Nebius does not fail, and you just have to want to. The girls lying on the ground were trembling and indignant, wondering if Mr. Hero had lost his mind. The green-eyed blonde was indignant at how a hero could attack a human settlement for the sake of some kind of reputation. In response, they exclaimed to her that she was such a saint. Pleased with himself, Han exclaimed that she was loud and that it was all because he was allergic to reputation. In a trembling voice they asked him what he was talking about and what kind of allergy he had. The main character ran into the distance shouting about the offer to save the city. Lanival and another girl ran after him, and the saint turned blue and trembled. A horseman galloped along the city street. They shouted that they needed to light a signal fire and ring the bell, and also called on them to take up arms. The windows in the houses quickly slammed shut. The girl ran with a screaming child in her arms. The baby suddenly opened his eyes and stopped crying after he heard a scream. A man stood on the edge of the wall and convinced the townspeople not to worry. Han's face covered the sun and with his mouth wide open he declared that they should leave everything to the hero Han. The guy looked at the girls angrily after they asked what they should do and told them to defend the gate. The main character landed on the ground in front of the wall and shouted about the power of friendship. The monsters were approaching the wall with a roar. A loud roar rang out over the horde of monsters. The guy watched the approaching crowd of monsters and said that he would not like to use Endymion. Han took a fighting position. When he moved his hand forward, the space around him began to glow. The shock wave was approaching the crowd of monsters. At that moment it lit up brightly and overtook the monsters. Han stands with an outstretched fist. His characteristics: type, skill, name, carnage. Statistics: window, rank, SS, SSS, experience, reduction, cancel. SS deals damage over a huge area. S terrain has no effect. A significant increase in affected area. D significant increase in damage. C added armor piercing attribute. D increase affected area. E increases damage. F deals area damage. Han exclaimed with his mouth slightly open that he was ready. The guy ran, waving his arms, and began to count. The blinding light destroyed the monsters. A bright flash threw several of them away. The one-eyed monster ran, kicking up dust. It swung at the man in front of it with a scream. The main character punched the monster in the stomach. Han said okay with a grin. He stood on the ground among the defeated monsters and said that it was fun. People looked out the window and heard a cry that Hero Han had successfully defended the city. A joyful guy came into the city through the gate and assured that there was no need to worry because he had taken care of everything. There were appeals to Mr. Hero. The cheerful main character began to say that he was the same Hero Han. The hero was asked to get up quickly. The guy who didn't understand anything fell silent and listened. In the distance he saw a crowd shouting about Mr. Hero. Sieg sat surrounded by people who asked if he was okay. He replied that he was completely fine. With horror on his face, Han listened to how the hero Sieg saved the child from the cart and how he was praised. The furious look of the main character in the twilight against the backdrop of screams with the name Sieg. Those accompanying the main character praise their master and say what a great guy he is. He replies that he was correct in his calculations. Lana then asked Han again with a dark expression on her face. He thought that naive townspeople did not care about the truth. With a glassy gaze filled with malice, Han realized that he needed to control the opinion of the crowd and that from now on they were in a cold war. He decided to show them the reputation of the SS rank. Manipulating public opinion has already borne fruit. In the castle there was talk that the hero Khan was amazing. There was a flood in the world that demolished all the objects on the street. Everyone said that this flood happened because of Zig. Someone thought that it happened because of Khan, but no one knew anything for sure and no details were known. Zig has changed a lot too. Zig walked the streets with a smile and joy, flirting with girls. Khan walked through the streets and kicked all the girls he saw. Khan looked back with a sly look and a satisfied smile. The guy knew that no matter what, he would remain a real hero and would be content with what was under his feet. Lana covered her eyes and shouted to Khan that they had arrived at this place. Khan stood with a dissatisfied face on the edge of the rock and looked down. Behind Khan stood the surprised Aqua and Saint. The guy decided that the time had come for him to strike the decisive blow. Khan had a satisfied smile on his face. All four stood on the rock and looked down where the dark blue sea was located. The Saint opened her mouth in surprise and fear. She insisted that these were just rumors and that there could not be a beautiful girl at the bottom of the sea protecting the holy sword. Khan covered his ear with his finger and tried not to listen to the Saint, who told him that in the whole world there was only one holy sword, so you should not trust the rumors that the fishermen spread. Khan decided that this may be true, but this place is the target of Ululu. Their seas carried sounds that were heard by Khan, standing on the edge of the cliff. Since the guy heard this howl, he decided that he should search this place. Aqua looked at Han with her sweet smile, telling and showing the guy that she could dive in and check. Han extended his hand towards Aqua's face and touched her cheek, saying that Aqua is a freshwater mermaid, and this is a carrot with salt water, so the guy ordered the girl to stay away. Khan jumped deep into the sea so hard that all the water foamed. Khan stopped and looked into the depths. There was a huge red spot in the water, from which came the sounds that Han heard when he stood on the rock. Khan began to pick up speed and swim towards this spot, looking at it carefully. Khan floated towards this place with a focused gaze. Sounds and waves appeared in the water, telling the hero of this time to leave this place. Khan stopped and covered his ears with his hands, closing his eyes a little. A huge arch mermaid appeared in the water, who was a guard. She was several times larger than Khan. The guard opened her mouth and, looking at the guy, told Khan that if he decided to leave, she would not do anything. Khan still covered his ears with his hand and with a sly grin asked the mermaid what would happen if he ignored her warning. The guard looked at Khan and told him that this was impossible. The arch mermaid closed her eyes and began to shout to Khan that now he would not remember anything. Because of such a cry, huge waves occurred in the water, which carried Khan away and he did not understand what to do. The guard began to open his mouth even more and shout to Khan that he would open his eyes on the shore and forget everything. The arch mermaid opened one eye and looked at Khan, telling him that he would forget everything that he experienced here. Khan jumped onto the mermaid with all his might and kicked her so hard that she flew away. Khan smiled and looked at the guard with wild eyes. The guy asked the mermaid what would happen to his memories now. A system window appeared, which did not yet show the guy's indicators. The guard, with surprised eyes, covered her mouth with her hand and asked Khan how this happened. Khan was a couple of meters from the mermaid and, closing his hands into a fist, decided that one blow would not be enough. Khan looked at the mermaid with a wild smile and eyes, telling her that he would beat her until she passed out. The sounds of Khan carried through the water as he beat the arch-mermaid. Khan, with a smile on his face, began to swim away from the guard, with whom he had already finished everything. Behind Khan there was an arch-mermaid who was unconscious. The guy swam and thought where this place could be. Moving away from the guards, Khan noticed something in the seaweed and decided to swim towards it. Behind the seaweed there was a hole from which a red light appeared. There was happiness on Khan's face. The guy realized that the guard must guard a secret place, so Khan thanked her for leading her to him. Khan swam to this place, a little with frightened eyes. The guy decided that maybe during the first passage he also found this place, but his memory was erased. There was no one in the tunnel. Khan noticed a black passage behind the algae, from which that same sound was coming. Khan knew that he didn't have a black box then, so it could all have been just that. Khan came closer to the tunnel and, holding the algae with his hands, looked at this place in surprise and a little fear. The guy immediately remembered the sword and decided that the rumors were not true at all. Sitting on the seaweed, there was a chaos mermaid who was holding the holy sword with both hands. Khan swam up to the mermaid and reached out with his hands to the sword, saying that he liked this combination of colors. Khan's hand was practically touching the sword. Professor Morality began to swim towards Khan with all speed, telling the guy not to do this. Khan watched the professor as she floated towards him. Khan looked at the professor and told her that he assumed that she would appear, while the girl looked at the guy in surprise. Khan's hand began to reach out. Khan quickly grabbed the sword and looked at it with a smile on his face, telling the professor that she was late. A system window immediately appeared near Khan, containing new data about him. Professor Moral was very frightened. She began to shout to Khan that only one sword could fit into one scabbard. The professor asked the guy what he was going to do, taking out a defective thing hidden from prying eyes. Khan began to examine the thing with surprised eyes, not understanding what the professor was talking about. Speaking about the defective thing, the girl answered Khan that now he would not be able to use the original sword. Professor Morality remembered the murder of the guards, in which Khan was involved. The professor opened her mouth and asked Khan in surprise if he understood that he himself had invaded her territory. Khan showed the professor a thumbs up and with a smile on his face told her that illegal excavations and thefts are the task of a hero. Professor Morality turned away from Khan and decided that she would be replaced, while the guy laughed joyfully. Khan had his back turned to the Chaos Mermaid and heard her lying on the seaweed making sounds that Khan was already familiar with. Khan fixed his gaze on her and watched carefully. Khan decided it was time for him to leave. Khan was climbing the rock on one leg. Landival and Aqua immediately began to run up to Khan, saying that they had problems. The veins of anger stood out on the face of the Elf King. He became furious when he learned that his daughter had been sold into slavery to people, so the king came to them with a declaration of war, and Sieg, meanwhile, took the side of the elves. Khan remembered that he never found Sylvia at the previous auction. The guy was wondering if this was somehow connected. Landival looked at Khan with admiration, her mouth parted and waiting for an answer from the guy. Khan immediately changed his face and began to laugh hysterically. Looking into the distance, the guy told them all to believe him, since he had something in stock. Looking at Han's face, everyone said that he had a scary expression. The Elf King's hand rose up and he ordered everyone to go forward. The king was at the top and sat on the throne, telling his many warriors to go and punish the nasty little people. The king's face was filled with anger. He wanted to destroy everyone without exception. There were explosions in the distance. The Elf King watched this. The knights realized that they had a strong enemy in front of them, so they decided to start retreating. The king shouted at his knights. Veins of anger showed on his face. Fear flashed on the faces of the king's servants. The king told the knights to only go forward and not dare to retreat. Blue drops appeared in the sky and fell on the knights at high speed. The road was divided into two parts, and a silhouette could be seen in the distance. The Khan held the holy sword and with a wild smile on his face told the knights to come to him so that he could correct his reputation. Khan smiled and looked at the holy sword and said that he liked it. The system window showed information about the sword. Holy Sword 2 enhances skills. For example, several skill effects are enhanced in a similar way, thanks to which the area of +100B damage caused by carnage becomes much larger. Khan brandished the holy sword. The entire area was covered with a powerful force and killed all the knights who went to the guy. The throne of the Elf King was breaking, fog and sand were rising. With a surprised and frightened face, the Elf King could not understand how this was possible. Many demons of different elements gathered around the king. The king of the elves shouted that some pathetic human dared to go against him. The king opened his mouth furiously, shouting that he would destroy the Khan. The Elf King stood with surprised eyes, and the king's chest was pierced by a sword. The king still could not fully understand the situation that had happened to him. The Elf King was scared and angry as Nasus stood behind him. looking carefully into his father's eyes. Nasus removed the sword from his father's chest, telling him that he was ending the war. The Elf King fell to his knees. Khan put his hands to his forehead, looking into the distance. There was a smile on his face, and Khan answered that everything was going like clockwork. Khan's face quickly changed and he stopped smiling, looking at what was happening in the distance. Zig and Sylvia ran up to the bloody body of the king and began to call him. Nasus stood with his back to the children and said that the king was surrendering. Sylvia hugged her father and with tears in her eyes asked her brother why he was doing this to him. Nasus looked half sideways at his sister and told her to look around. Many dead knights lay on the ground and it was all due to the stupidity of the king. Nasus put his hand on his chest and, looking at Sylvia, told her that he, as the rightful heir to the crown, would not allow the number of needless victims to increase. Sieg looked at Nasus with anger, holding a sword and telling Nasus that he has no right to become the king of the elves. Sylvia stood behind Sieg, looking at her brother. Khan was still looking into the distance with surprised eyes, trying to figure it out and see what was happening there. Nasus held his hand to his heart and, despite Zig, told him to think carefully. Nasus took Sylvia with one hand. Let's leave only Zig. Nasus answered Zig that this had nothing to do with him. Surprised, Zig stood still, and Nasus walked behind him, with Sylvia on his shoulder. Nasus answered the girl that he would not kill her, but would only force her to go to the human kingdom in order to serve as a guarantee of a truce and alliance between their peoples. Zig opened his mouth, turned towards Nasus and ran towards him, asking who would allow him to do this. Iris looked at Zig with concentration and quickly walked towards him. The priestess quickly covered Zig. The girl's face was filled with fear. Zig also opened his mouth in surprise, trying to understand what to do. The priestess turned to face the guy, winked and with a smile said to go save Sylvia. Zig held a sword in his hands and, with worried eyes full of fear, told the priestess that he understood everything. Khan looked into the distance. The guy realized that it was not his imagination and Zig was his former partner of the Holy Sword One. Zig opened his mouth, holding the sword with both hands and confidently shouted to Sylvia that he was coming. Sylvia was lying on the ground, and Nasus turned to Zig and, looking at him, said that he was not a fan of mocking the weak, but since Zig wanted to die, Nasus would help him. Zig flew towards Nasus in a jump, swinging his sword. Khan understood that if you do not take the sword into account, then Zig will commit suicide. Sieg looked into Nasus's eyes with anger, holding his sword against him. Nasus held his sword with his hand, blocking Ziga. Khan knew that Nasus was his recognized mid-boss. Purposeful Nasus looked straight at Zig, fighting with him. His gaze was dangerous and everyone understood that Zig was finished. The system window showed information about Nasus. Holy Sword 1 emitted light very brightly. Khan knew that this sword could save the whole situation. Nasus looked at Zig's sword, and Zig himself tried to hit Nasus with his sword, looking angrily at Nasus's hand with the sword. Zin's characteristics haven't changed one bit. Zig jumped, raising his hands to the top. Holy Sword 1 can automate the process. The sword pulls Zig along with it and acts as it sees fit. The stone in the sword emitted more and more light. Nasus looked at Zin, swinging his sword and telling the guy that he had unique movements. Sieg, together with Nasus, fought with concentration and confidence. Nasus looked confidently at Zig, placing his sword next to him and said that he was satisfied. Zig flew several meters away from Nasus, covering his face with his hand from the dust and dirt that rose. Zig knelt down and stuck his sword into the ground, trying to catch his breath a little. Zig, with surprised eyes full of fatigue, looked at the priestess, who shouted at him so that he should not dare to lose. The priestess covered her eyes and, defending herself with a shield from Iris, who was attacking the girl with a sword, shouted to Zig that he must win and she believed in him. Zish lowered his head and looked at the sword with a smile on his face. The stone near the holy sword began to glow more and more brightly. Raising the sword upward, a light of extraordinary height appeared, which enveloped a large area. The light was from all sides and was so bright that no one could see anything. Nasus could not understand what was happening. Nasus raised his head up along with his sword, but the light broke Nasus' weapon into two parts. Nasus' eyes were full of fear and misunderstanding. Zig directed the light with all his might directly into Nasus' chest. Khan closed his eyes and folded his arms over his chest, pretending that he already knew all this. The guy understood that, as expected from the Holy Sword 1, he easily dealt with such a boss. Khan was still standing with his eyes closed. Someone started calling the guy. Zig raised his sword up and, looking at the ground, asked the guy how he dared to kill civilians and free elves. Zig answered Khan that he could not forgive him. Zig stood up and looked straight into Khan's eyes, opened his mouth with anger and shouted that today he would defeat him. Khan lightly looked up at Zig and, with a barely noticeable smile, asked the guy if he was sure of this. Zig stood, holding a sword in his hands and looking at Khan, who was simply looking at the guy. Khan asked Zig about what Alex advised him to side with the elves and go against the people and the kingdom. Zig opened his mouth slightly and, with more tired eyes, told Khan that Alex would understand why he was doing this. A smirk appeared on Han's face. Khan ran at Zig as fast as he could and swung his fist at the guy's eye. Zig could not understand what happened. Since it was all fast, Zig saw Khan's fist approaching at high speed right into his eye. The holy sword began to shine brightly. Khan hit Zig with great force so that he flew away from Khan. Khan looked at Zig carefully. Fast, strong and yet smooth movements were the level of SS rank swordsmanship. Zig held a sword in his hand, which sparkled and, gritting his teeth, tried to attack Khan. Khan did not even add any effort, stood with a grin and watched Zig. Khan noted that this entire spectacle was no different from his first run. Khan once again pointed his fist at Zig and, looking at the guy, quickly ran up to him. Zig shouted and placed his sword directly on Khan's fist. Khan's hand almost touched the sword. Khan stood, raising his sword, and Zig did not understand what was happening. A terrible smile appeared on Zig's face, and the guy's fist swung in different directions. Zig screamed looking at his sword, which was sparkling brighter. Zig's sword swung in different directions, creating wind and ruffling Zig's hair. Han's foot was rising towards Zig. Khan hit Zig's leg with all his might, preventing the guy from hitting him. Already in the first playthrough, Han guessed that the automatic defense of the Holy Sword 1 was completely useless against a really strong opponent. Khan ran up to the guy and punched him in the face. Zig screamed and flew back. From Khan's blow, Zig fell several meters away from the guy. Khan understood that automation remains only automation. Zig was lying on the ground, leaning his elbows on it and coughing. Khan asked Zig if he was comfortable with the weapon doing everything for him. Zig lay on the ground and looked down, trying to clear his throat, and Khan lowered his head to Zig's ear and told the guy that this way he could save everything on weapons and take victory and a good name for himself. Zig's eyes were full of fear, and Khan looked at Zig with a crazy smile and with the same eyes, asking him if such an offer was tempting for him. Khan stood next to the lying Zig. The priestess covered her mouth with her hand, trying to make the sound louder and, closing her eyes, screamed at the guy so that he would not give up and not lose. Sylvia looked into the distance and, covering her eyes, tried to shout to Zig that she believed in him and he must definitely win. Khan looked back, trying to see who was screaming. Meanwhile, Zig stood up from the ground, holding his sword, which began to shine brighter. Zig raised the sword up and the light from it was even brighter than with Nasus. Khan stood next to him, who was trying to hide from this sword. The guy realized that the Holy Sword 1 accumulates friendship and love. Zig, with a face full of anger, shouted at Han. Khan, with a calm face, held the Holy Sword in his hand and scratched his ear. Zig shouted to him that he was warning him for the last time. Khan smiled, looking at his red sword. Khan, with quick movements, chopped off the heads of all those who were next to Zig. The surprised Zig did not know how to react to this. Zig looked back in surprise and looked at the dead bodies. Next to the guy stood Khan, who looked like a real demon. Khan could not afford to leave alive those who go against him. Sylvia's crown flew off her head. Zig's sword emitted an incredibly bright light. Zig looked at Khan with anger and tears, which themselves came from his eyes. His mouth parted in anger. Zig answered Khan that he was the devil. Khan closed his eyes with a smile and asked Zig if he really thought so. Zig directed the entire blast of light towards Khan. Khan raised his head to the light and decided to accept it. Khan wondered if this could also be considered an achievement. A battle between an angry hero with a Holy Sword 1 and a Khan with a Holy Sword 2, which increased immunity to damage. Khan closed his eyes and took in this entire stream of light with a smile. The light condensed in one place. The next stream of light was slowly leaving. There was only a huge cloud of dust on the ground, which Zig was looking at. Zig tried to see something in the cloud, believing that he had killed Khan, tears flowing from his eyes along with sweat. Surprised, Zig heard someone call him. The guy did not know how to react to this. Zig saw Khan in front of him, who told Zig that it hurt. Khan stood on a broken tree, pointing with a smile at the abrasion on his forehead. Khan pointed his finger at the place where the abrasion was, but it had already healed. Zig ran towards the guy, contorting his face and not knowing how else to kill Khan. Khan stood next to Zig, holding a holy sword in his hands, and then swung his hand and wounded Zig. Khan approached Zig, who was lying a few meters away from him. Holding his hand, Khan answered Zig that if it had been his will, the guy's head would have been gone a long time ago. Zig was already looking at Khan with fear and tears in her eyes. Khan smiled a sly smile and looking at Zig, asked him if he could stand it, since he was also a hero. Khan's inner peace and reputation were very important to him. Khan turned around at the sound of Zig and, with his hands on his hips, listened to the guy's curses. The heads of the priestess and Sylvia lay on the ground. Blood and bodies were everywhere. Hands and other parts lay next to their heads. Zig shouted to the guy that he would never forgive him for this. Khan, looking into the distance, smiling from ear to ear and folding his hands back, believed that everything that happened was perfect. Opposing the elves who attacked the kingdom, defeating the fallen rogue hero, completely defeating the enemy without losses on their part. Khan decided that no one could repeat this and it was terrible for him since he was just aiming for a reputation score on SSS. Han's grin never left his face. Zig lay on the ground and cried, looking at Khan and holding his wounded hand. Zig did not know what else he could do. Meanwhile, Khan thanked him. Khan put his palm to his forehead and, smiling, thanked Zig for everything. Khan answered the guy that now is the time to defeat the Demon Lord, and Zig lay on the ground and called Khan names. Night has fallen, the kingdom of demons. Khan ran to them with a smile and began to ask for forgiveness with all his heart. The Demon Lord saw Han and immediately smiled. Sitting on a huge throne and holding her love on one hand, the demon angrily asked the guy if he had been taught to knock. The girl kissed the demon on the cheek and told him not to lose to the hero. The demon blushed and told the girl that he understood everything. The demon stood up from the throne and with an angry face began to approach Khan, saying that he had entered very successfully. Khan calmed down and told the Demon Lord to immediately get down to business. Khan held his hands on his chest and looked at the demon with a smile on his face, who asked the guy where he was in such a hurry. Since this was a historical moment, Khan pretended that he did not know what was on the demon's mind. It's all about the Demon Lord's penalty and he needs time to get used to the sharp drop in level. The Demon Lord's face was incredibly fierce. Khan, with a serious smile and purposeful eyes, knew that he was not going to listen to the demon's chatter, but the situation was right in Khan's favor. The Demon Lord calmed down in his face and, listening to Khan, looked at him carefully. The guy told the demon that if he wanted to talk about something, then they could start a conversation about Alulu. The Lord stood a few meters from Khan and told the guy that this topic was very interesting for him. Khan looked attentively at the demon, trying to hear what he needed. The demon began to tell Khan that he had come to the right place, since the demon had all his knowledge neatly organized. The Lord looked at Khan and told him to listen carefully. Violet circles began to appear near the demon's throne, which sucked in the ruler himself. The demon told Khan that he had come to the right place. Khan smiled, slightly covering his mouth with his lips and narrowing his eyes. The Lord answered the guy that he was soon evil and he was the Demon Lord Pedinar. Khan noticed how much passion there was in the demon's words. Khan had a holy sword in his hand. Pedinar answered the guy to use his pitiful power of love and friendship to defeat him. Khan told the demon that he agreed that love and friendship are pathetic feelings. Pedinar's face showed surprise for a few seconds at everything that was said. Khan held the sword in his hands, looking at the demon with disgust. The demon immediately recognized this damned sword. Khan held the weapon in his hands and told Pedinar that he apparently already knew something about the sword. The demon looked at Khan and told him that he should have guessed this when, despite the drought, rain fell from the skies, which meant that Alulupad and Khan were getting closer to the secret. The Demon Lord immediately changed his appearance and, coming closer to Khan, told the guy that he still would not be able to defeat him. The Khan smiled, holding the sword behind his back, and with a calm face asked the ruler that maybe he would tell all this before his death. Khan gathered himself and focused on Pedinar. The demon told Khan that he would find out everything if he defeated him. The Lord descended from the throne and began to quickly approach Khan, who ran towards the demon, not afraid of him at all. The demon answered Khan that this was the final battle. The whole earth was broken and spoiled. The demon, gritting his teeth, began to cough. Lying on the ground, the demon looked with surprised eyes at the holy sword that Khan was holding in his hand. The Lord did not understand how this could be possible. Khan came closer to the devil's face and with a smile on his face, laughing, began to tell him that he was very strong. In the case when the levels are equal, skills come to the rescue, but even in terms of skills, the Devil Lord is stronger than Khan. But the guy, unlike the demon, has the main weapon, which was the holy sword too. Khan closed his eyes and smiling told the devil not to laugh, lean back and tell everything to him. Pedinar looked at Khan with eyes full of anger, but could do nothing but cough. The Dragon of Oblivion, who has a rather wise look, the devil began to tell Khan to show this damned holy sword, who suddenly disappeared 500 years ago, the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion, Nobius. The devil told Khan that this is all he can say. Khan's holy sword pierced the devil's head. Khan looked at the guy with a dissatisfied face and holding a sword behind his back, realizing that the devil had said very little. The dark energy of the Demon Lord began to fit into Khan's hand. Thanks to the black box, Han still had SS rank dark energy from his second playthrough. Khan smiled and looked at his hands, full of power. Khan decided that now he could definitely be called a Demon Lord. Now Khan had a second SSS rank skill and the Holy Sword too helped him in this. Khan looked at the sword, which gradually disappeared in the guy's hand. Khan was a little sorry to part with him, since they were quite close to him. Han looked up and saw a system window asking if Han's adventure had been fun. Khan smiled, looking into the distance, and told himself that it was not exciting, because due to vile rivals and stupid volunteer work, Khan was only exhausted. Another system window appeared, in which it was written that although the real hero was thorny, but on this path Khan met people who supported him. Khan grew up, learned love and friendship from all these people, and was finally able to defeat the evil Demon Lord. Khan noticed that this time these repeated lines especially touched his soul. Khan remembered his third playthrough, which was really hard for him. Khan raised both hands, laughing hysterically, the guy talking to himself about how he had been on the verge of despair so many times because of Sieg, the master of hypocrisy and propaganda. Khan looked upset, but he was not allowed to feel sad by the demon worshippers who constantly supported him. A system window appeared that invited the guy to look at his grades. Khan began to look intently at the system window, assuring that this time he would definitely pass. The system window began to ask Khan to check the report card, and after a while the second system window showed the guy's not very good data. Khan looked at the system window in surprise, not understanding how this happened. The system windows showed that Khan had failed the exam, and the reason was that given the deplorable situation, the window did not know where it would be better to start. The system window began to show that the hero must go on an adventure with hope and a dream in his heart. An adventure full of propaganda and lies are no different from circulation. Khan angrily pointed his finger at the system window and shouted that Zig started first. Han was full of anger. He looked at the system window that said that he was being sent back to the first day of the exam. Khan was jumping with anger and didn't understand what this nonsense about personality assessment was all about. A white light began to appear around the guy. Khan shouted and asked how they even dare to talk about such a thing, having kidnapped a man from the earth who lived well. The system window showed a message that the entire teaching staff would pray for Khan's success. A special instructor would be assigned to help the guy. After a while, a system window appeared that Khan did not have a suitable instructor to assign. Khan opened his eyes in surprise and heard someone calling him immediately. Lanival closed her eyes with happiness and asked the guy if he had already come to his senses. Khan looked at the huge world, where there were many houses and other buildings. Lanival stood next to Khan and told him that this world is called fantasy. A surprised Zig sat with Khan. Khan punched Sieg for asking Khan how he dared to do this to his Sylvia. A knight stood next to Zig with Sylvia. Khan looked at it all and smiled, as it looked like the third approach. Khan looked at the sky and laughed with pleasure. Next to the guy stood a frightened Lanival, who could not understand what had happened with the second run. The fourth playthrough has begun. The girl looked at the bright rays of light. She thought about the fact that today was her first training practice. She noted that her senior colleagues unanimously made this decision. She looked at the bright light in complete darkness. The girl noticed that she took up the duties of a professor without proper preparation. She began to hear a loud sound and noted that she would still give it her all. She began to look out of the purple sphere and asked what it was. Hansu looked at the small purple ball with an excited look. She asked for forgiveness. The main character looked up with a smile. He looked at the sphere from which the girl's voice came. She asked if something had happened, noting that she was confused. Hansu asked in his thoughts who it was. He said with a surprised face that it didn't look like it was Professor Morality. He wondered if she had actually been replaced. A loud voice began to be heard from the sphere. The girl said that she had not introduced herself yet. She greeted the main character and said that from now on she would be in charge of the students undergoing internship. Hansu was surprised. The girl noted that she still has a lot to learn since this is her first practical experience, but she hopes that everything will go well. Taken aback, the main character asked her to answer whether she was a man or a woman. The girl replied that to improve the quality of training, personal information cannot be disclosed. Putting his hand to his chin and smiling, Hansu stated that he realized that she was a man with hairy legs. The girl screamed that she honestly and carefully shaved her legs every morning. With his hands behind his back, the main character cried out that he was pleased to meet Miss Intern. He bowed to her. The girl thought that she was stupid and she promised herself not to lose her head at work. She asked to save their kingdom. Hansu cried out with an inspired look that he would certainly save them and this work should be left to him. Closing his eyes, he asked how. The girl replied that everything was very good. The main character put his hands on the back of his head. She said his greeting was just perfect. Hansu thanked her for this. Crossing his arms, the main character noticed that Miss Trainee was attentive and almost didn't run away, unlike the previous teacher. She replied that she had a lot of time since she was assigned to monitor student Hansu's progress. He began to push Lanival into the door and said that, unfortunately, he thought that she would be bored watching him now. The red door slammed shut. The main character lay down on the bed and declared that he would lie and wait for night to fall. The intern asked why he wanted it that way. Pointing his finger at the pink projection, Hansu replied that it was because he just wanted to laze around. Holding his finger to the screen, he thought about how, thanks to the biased and unfair decision of the teaching staff, he received an FF for personality on his third playthrough. His stats list began to glow yellow. He looked at the inscription about the holy sword. Hansu noted that he needed to come up with his own plan. He grabbed the red blade and said he was glad to see him again. He looked at the purple sphere. The girl asked what the holy sword was doing there. Smiling lightly, the main character thought about the teaching staff. He suggested that they thought that all the problems would disappear when he returned to the beginning of the assessment and did not even explain anything to the new teacher. Closing his eyes, Hansu mentally stressed that they had simply thrown her into the thick of things without any information. He wondered why this was so familiar to him. He looked at the sphere and addressed Miss Intern. Smiling, he asked if she wanted to be secret friends. Loud screams came from the castle. She screamed that she didn't want this under any circumstances and it was completely immoral, a student, and she was his teacher. Hansu asked her to tell her right away if she changed her mind. Darkness enveloped the castle. Moonlight illuminated the room and the main character stretched. The girl said that the night he had been waiting for had arrived. Hansu replied that it was great. Having opened the window, the main character noted in his thoughts that during this time he was able to improve skills that require long-term concentration. A message appeared that his skills had been greatly improved. Looking at the nights from the window, the girl asked if he was really going to go for a walk at such a time, noting that it was very dark now. Hansu started to climb out the window and said that she guessed wrong. Smirking, he declared that he was going to the Demon Lord's castle and had no intention of returning. Hansu jumped out of the window. The girl asked if he was going to the Demon Lord on the first day. The main character jumped through the entire fortress. Veins appeared on his face. Hansu asked if they thought the problem was his character. The protagonist ran at great speed and stated that if he just dealt with the Demon Lord, he would see if they could find anything to complain about this time. A cloud of dust rose behind Hansa. He suggested that the trip would be a little boring and asked if she could sing well. Miss Intern replied that it was a secret. He ran past the monster and shouted that they would ignore low-level demons. A huge monster looked out of the cave. Hansu ran up to the castle and shouted that he was going to reach the Demon Lord in half a day. The main character had a wide smile on his face. The intern noted that they really came. Hansu replied that this was true and that he had been there several times already. They approached a gate on which a demon was depicted. Sylvia sighed and said that she shouldn't do that. Pedinar replied with a serious look that she didn't have to do that. She looked at him and said that she had a husband and children. She hugged the demon and stated that she was his prisoner and she simply had no choice. Pedinar shouted loudly and said that he was wrong. He cried out in shock that he had kidnapped her only because the Elf King was always bragging about his wife. He noted that he was mercifully letting her go and she could leave sooner. Sylvia replied that it was too late to say. Pedinar noted that it was not too late because they were only holding hands. The intern and Hansu were spying on them. She noticed that it was noisy there. The enraged main character shouted that if they wanted to do something, then they did it and stopped resisting and finished it faster. Stunned, Pedinar asked how a hero who was called only yesterday could get there. Jumping up, Hansu declared that he came there on his own 2 feet. He kicked Sylvia. The main character pierced the demon's body with a sacred sword. Taken aback, the demon asked how he dared to be so cowardly. He stood in front of Pedinar's corpse. A notification appeared asking if his adventure was fun. Stunned, Hansu cried out that this was so. He started reading the congratulations message and shouted that it was so. Smiling, he noted in his mind that there was no reason to lower his grades because nothing had happened. A projection appeared asking him to look at his grades. He stood in front of the door from which a bright light was coming and cried out that this time it was definitely his graduation. A notification popped up asking me to check my report card. Hansu looked at his report card. A smirk appeared on his face. A message popped up that he had passed the test successfully. The main character shouted that he had finally passed. Tears appeared on his face. He stated that he could finally get out of this wild world, noting that a lot of time had passed. A sphere was flying above his head. The intern congratulated him. Hansu asked what she was talking about, adding that he only succeeded because of Miss Inter. The main character began to laugh loudly. The girl said she didn't do anything. Hansu noted that she is very modest. He noted in his mind that she had helped by at least not grumbling all the time, like Professor Morality. Her smiling face was visible from the sphere. She said that she completed her internship in just 5 days and her colleagues would definitely be jealous. The girl emphasized that she didn't even know how to thank student Hansu for this. She stated that if they met in person in the future, she would definitely become his friend. Smiling, the main character noticed that they had agreed. He began to whisper and asked if he would not be a simple friend, but a secret one. He wished her to become a wonderful teacher. He stood and looked at the screen, on which it was written that the entire teaching staff was amazed at his success. He guessed that his brilliant strategy had managed to impress even them. A message about the certificate appeared. From the moment the aforementioned disciple set out on an adventure, he had always performed good deeds solely of his own free will. In addition, he became a role model among the citizens of Fantasia by caring for his comrades. From now on, the aforementioned student is appointed as a B-rank hero. Sighing, he noted that this was again a prepared speech. A message of sincere congratulations appeared. Hansu noted in his mind that it doesn't matter now. He spread his arms in front of the golden door. He wondered why he felt the same as when he was sent for recertification. Smiling, he assumed that it was just his imagination. He emphasized the fact that he had suffered greatly working with these teaching staff and hoped that they would never meet again. He presented the planet and stated that he was going towards Earth. A powerful stream of pink mana enveloped the space. He saw a white light. Hansu woke up on a stone chair. He asked where he was. The sun's rays illuminated the entrance to the cave. He looked at his hand. The surprised protagonist began to examine his skills. He raised his finger to the line about body and skills. He flipped through his characteristics and noted that everything was in order. He was taken aback by this. He saw that his profession was unemployed and wondered if the hero's profession was gone. Frowning, he asked if they had thrown him out into the street. He asked if he deserved anything as a gift for his graduation. He looked at the exit from the cave and emphasized that now it is not important, because now he just needs to leave the cave and start a new life on Earth. A bright light made its way into the cave. Hansu thought that first he needed to find his parents, and then watch all the films and TV series that he missed. There was a smile on his face. His face suddenly became surprised. He looked at the tall settlements and declared that no matter how you looked at it, this was definitely not land. Hansu asked in his thoughts if the earth had collapsed like this in the 2 years of his absence. A message appeared in front of him, which made him dumbfounded. He read that his release had been delayed. A message appeared on the projection that the reason was that he passed the test using tricks and loopholes not intended by the examiners. Although he is on the graduate roll, his actual graduation will be delayed until he has satisfactorily passed the examination. The note asked him if he realized that such tricks would no longer work. The main character was furious at this. He pouted and thought about this absurd test and grading system. He stated that it was not his, but theirs that had FFF rank characters. He looked at the moon and emphasized that, in any case, this did not look like the beginning of his typical passage, otherwise Lanival would have already started chattering annoyingly. The girl from above was watching him and called out to him. Looking at Hansu, she asked if it was his first time there. The main character looked at her in surprise. In his thoughts he asked who this girl was. He began to examine her clothes and noted that she was not dressed in the shabby and tasteless outfits that they were used to wearing in Fantasia, but normal clothes from the earth. Frowning, he suggested that she too was a hero. He looked at her characteristics and noticed that she was not the first level and she was not a hero at all. Hansu emphasized the fact that he needed information. Throwing out his hands, the main character replied that it was so and that he was very confused and did not understand anything. A grin appeared on the girl's face. He called her a beautiful lady and asked her to tell her where they were. She jumped down to him and replied that this was the place. She prepared to strike with the blade. The blade was near his throat. Hansu parried her with lightning speed. The girl fell to the ground. He stepped on her back. The main character, with an angry look, said that he would ask again where he was. He looked at her with a cool gaze and noted that it was in her interest to answer him now while she was still able to speak. Lying on the ground, she muttered something. She started screaming loudly that she was giving up. Smiling, Hansu assumed that she still didn't understand. She ran away from him with great speed. The main character was taken aback by this. He glanced at the notice that a special instructor would be assigned to help him. Hansu thought that now he would not even refuse the help of Professor Moral. An enraged Hansu screamed and asked if they didn't understand the jokes. He stated that he did not need to appoint anyone. A notification appears that there is no suitable instructor to assign. The outline of a girl was visible from the sphere. She greeted Hansa and remarked that she did not expect them to meet again so soon. The main character looked at the purple sphere in surprise. The intern said she heard his graduation was postponed. She assumed that Hansu was very upset. She noted that he would succeed and she would support him. Looking at the ball, the main character asked why these formalities were needed, because they were together throughout the entire fourth playthrough. Hansu greeted his secret friend with a wink. Night, towers among the trees, mountains in the distance. The hero asked what this place was. There are black swirls around the purple ball on a blue background. The trainee asked not to be too surprised. The hero closed his eyes, covered his face with his hand, protecting himself from the flash coming from the sphere. She said that this place opens once every 4 years. Graduates gather here, enjoying fun competitions and colorful events, and this is the Festival of Heroes. The ball is at the hero's eye level. He looks at him with a sly smile. She explained that today is already the 15th day of the festival, and she, as a trainee, had a hand in its organization. The guy clarified that this means she helped in its preparation. He moved closer with an ingratiating smile and asked if they were friends. She said that the information about the competitions was secret. He put his hands behind his head, turned away and said with offense that she had lied when she said that they would become friends, since he always appreciated sincerity in the previous teacher. In the distance there are snow-capped mountains. She asked if they didn't look cool. Among the trees there is a winding path leading to the top. Next to a round spring with stones along the shore, the trainee shared that she had a feeling that something might happen there. The hero crossed his arms over his chest, grinned. She noted that it would be something good. He understood everything. He jumped from the top floor of the tower and commanded forward. The guy quickly flew to the right place, with the trainee following him next to him. He thought that since this is a graduate festival, which takes place every 4 years, it means this is not some kind of test. Khan removed his foot from the place where the cloud of dust appeared. He thought that, according to the words of the teacher, here you can give up at any time, and the reward for victory is great. A sphere on a pink polka dot background, the teacher announced that the festival prize would go to the last 3 survivors. There is a drop of sweat on the sphere. The guy looks with enthusiasm. She was scared when he, in response to her proposal to organize a team of 3 people, said that it would be possible to covet all the prizes by getting rid of the last 3 survivors, except him. He jumped onto the grass and ran into the forest, thanked his secret friend for the advice. She said in confusion how he came to this. The hero walked through the tall grass, making his way. He asked if the festival was really so large scale. Wasn't the period of 4 years too short? She was surprised. He didn't know. The intern explained that time moves differently in the fantasy and festival dimensions. 2 planets, Earth and space, one obscures the other. She clarified that it flies 10 times faster, which means the festival lasts a maximum of 40 years. He froze, eyes and mouth wide open. The intern didn't expect that he really didn't know. The planet is revolving around another. He thought that not 11 years had passed since he disappeared from Earth, but about a year. The guy closed his eyes and exhaled. This is even good. It means that if only a year has passed, he can do it. He frowned. This means if he returns to Earth. He threw up his hands and desperately shouted that he would still be considered a minor, which the trainee confirmed. He covered his mouth with his hands and fell silent when someone loudly called out to him, calling him a fool and asking him to show himself. The man in front gritted his teeth. Behind him was a girl with long pink hair and a pink sweater and a guy with blue eyes and brown hair. She, with an expression of boredom on her face, said that Wolf was being too assertive. The guy agreed. There is no need to create unnecessary problems. Can looked ahead in confusion. A large guy with the body of an athlete with short red hair, wearing a black t-shirt and armor on his hands with a large blue stone, placing his hand on his chest, exclaimed, "What an idiot." He leaned over Can. The guy covered his ears with his palms since he was too noisy. Wolf laughed. "This is just a first-level baby, you don't have to worry." He gritted his teeth, looked down furiously at the hero, and told him to perish while he asked in a good way. He did not kill him only because such a trifle with the first level would not increase experience points. The hero looked up and asked in surprise, "Here they also give experience points for killing?" He grinned. Wolf's company was about to leave. He, bursting into laughter, loudly declared why ask this question, if it was so obvious, and expressed a lack of understanding of how the hero even graduated. They told him to quit and go. An ominous aura appeared around Can. He smiled and said, "Yes, Wolf." He raised his head, looking ahead with a crazy look, and said that Wolf should run. He would kill him and get a lot of experience from him. There was bewilderment and anger on the guy's face, and a bright red flash flashed nearby. Khan raised his sword and Wolf's head fell to the ground. The girl and guy looked at what happened in horror, grabbing their weapons. The main character calmly swung his sword and cut off the girl's head. Clouds of smoke instead of defeated opponents. Kang crossed his arms over his chest and asked importantly, "These simpletons call themselves graduates?" The trainee replied, "All because after graduation, the holy sword and the hero's profession disappear." The smoke cleared. A black jacket and a small bag of gold coins lay on the ground. She said that if you don't pull yourself together, the hero interrupted her and finished the sentence, "Then this is how it will all end." The hero put his hand into the sleeve of his jacket, putting it on himself. The intern noted that this is not the case with all graduates, so he should not relax. He agreed and said that he would be more careful about the simpletons. Can, wearing a short sports jacket, t-shirt and jeans, puts on a second fingerless glove. He said contentedly that he now has a normal appearance and is ready. He noticed that in the window with his information in the profession section it was written thief. He blushed, looked at the screen indignantly, put his hands on his hips, and began to say that he simply took his battle trophies, but then stopped. He also didn't understand what the fortune skill meant. He thought it sounded vague and at the same time inspiring. There was information about this skill in the window. He found it strange that it had no meaning without improvement. The hero examined the red sword with a heart on the hilt with interest and thought what would happen if he used Holy Sword too. He looked at the screen. 2 pluses were added to the rating. Now it was a different matter. The guy leaned over. He was amazed that this was even better than the accelerated leveling from the hero profession, if considered by example. A huge green troll with glowing red eyes was running towards the hero. Fangs were visible in his open mouth. The guy was thinking about how the effect of fortune would work. The monster stepped on a stone. He began to fall, waving his arms. The troll fell straight onto the source. He hit his head on the rocks near the shore, and the flow of water rose up. The hero stuck the sword into the chest of the monster. It was dead, lying with its tongue hanging out. The fortune skill rose from C to B. For example, this level 100 troll, the incredible cooperation of the thief and the sword saint. He presented further. The guy saw a mermaid lying on her back in the source. It seemed she died. Suddenly the mermaid began to breathe. The hero screamed. She scared him. He squatted on the troll's head. She rubbed her neck with her palm, telling him that she was going to show herself to the one who would seduce her with his sweet singing. She lowered her eyes, put her fingers to her lips, embarrassedly said that, apparently, their meeting was destined by fate, and asked if he could give her his hand. The guy, trembling with fear, gave her his hand. She reached out to kiss. He warned that he would cut the mermaid into sashimi if she bit him. She objected. Are mermaids similar to piranhas? In the purple window, information appeared about increasing swimming skills, charm, and blessing. The hero was surprised. She explained that this was a blessing given by a mermaid from legends and wished that luck would illuminate his path. The mermaid dived into the water. The guy waved his hand at her. He thought that luck from a skill is, of course, good, but we must not forget about the main prize. A purple ball next to the back of the hero's head. The intern asked how he liked the prizes. They are what he needs. He answered in the affirmative. There were beads of sweat on the ball. She was embarrassed when the hero added that the prizes were so good that she didn't want to share them with others. An ominous aura. The hero stands with his back, shoulders raised, his jacket fluttering in the wind. He said that the festival will last until there are 3 survivors left, and then he laughed evilly and shouted that they needed to finish off everyone except 3 people. It was not too late to fully enjoy the festival. Khan saw a line on the screen telling him to always dodge the arrows. He wanted to not only pass the competitions, but also increase his luck level, and this is what he needed. He looked at the screen. There was a sphere nearby. The guy happily suggested that if he fought with the archers, the level of his fortune would rise. The hero looked at the sphere. The teacher, stuttering, replied that she could not, according to the rules of the competition. He approached her, smiling widely, with a sly look, and asked where most of the elves and people gather here. She said excitedly that a cool southeast wind had blown. Kan put his jacket on his shoulder and saluted. He clarified the direction. She repeated that the southeast wind was just blowing. A large tree rises above the others, mountains in the distance. The hero has found a place. He climbed to the very top, looking out from the crown of the tree. Up close it looked even larger. People were climbing up the trunk. The hero said that they looked more like cicadas. The guy in the blue t-shirt kicked the guy with red hair in the head to stop him from climbing higher, demanding to let him go. Elves with bows were hiding behind the crown. They had to stop the attack of people and not allow them to climb the shrine. Khan put his hand to his side, watching as people fell to the ground, hit by arrows. He leaned over to the guy with red hair, lying with an arrow in his back, and asked what was up there that everyone was climbing there. The hero put a sword blade to his forehead. He was very frightened. At first he did not want to speak, but after that he shouted that the tears of the Elf King were there. Kan stabbed his sword into his opponent and looked to the side, putting his fingers to his chin. He wondered what he meant. One of the 3 treasures of the kingdom of Elfheim. There is a purple ball above the hero's head. The teacher said, as far as she knew, this is the elixir of life, capable of curing any disease, although it is just an exact copy. A man was flying down from a tree. He looked at it and laughed meanly, noting that if they continue like this, they will never reach the top. A man with arrows in his back fell to the ground. A guy in a blue hoodie with a small staff was running towards him. He shouted at him to be patient a little longer. A boy in a hood bent over the wounded man, holding a staff with a blue ball in his hands. He said that he would heal him. He touched his back and a purple screen with information appeared. Light began to emanate from the boy's staff and palm. Kan watched disapprovingly as the man stood up and thanked the guy, who, embarrassed, rubbed the back of his head. They started laughing. The hero rolled his eyes. The man promised to pray for the boy. They ran up to the victims lying at the roots of the tree and offered help, found out if everything was okay. The intern asked if it was cool. Violet flames emanate from the hero, a ball above the back of his head. She began to tell what is possible with the help of love and friendship, but noticed his irritation. Holding the sword in his hand, he raised his head and said with a crazy look, "What nonsense." There was a flame around the blade. There was a shadow on the hero's face. His eyes flashed furiously. He angrily asked that after 11 years of suffering he should be equal to these people. He lunged forward and swung his sword, shouting, "Do they think he can agree to this?" The blade of his sword collided with another. His opponent replied that he needed to watch how he was trying to stand out. Kan stood with his hand drawn back. Behind him, smiling, stood the owner of the sword, in a dark vest with stripes and a white shirt. He was sure that the hero had just graduated. The main character looked back. He couldn't believe that he couldn't sense the man's presence, and noted the weapon itself. The enemy has white and gold armor on his hands. The hilt of the sword is decorated with ornaments. The blade is wide. The hero thought that the weapon itself takes swordsmanship to a whole new level. A man with short black hair standing in a fighting stance said that this was not a fantasy that existed specifically for the hero. Kang thought that this Saint Demonic Sword Master was just a real diamond among a pile of stones. The master knitted his eyebrows, smiled coldly, and suggested sticking to the established rules of the competitions. Other warriors began to run towards the heroes from different directions. He clenched his fist as he watched his opponents gather. Knights, a magician, a gnome, men with different types of weapons, one of them was holding a log, stood behind the master. He said that for such people they have a punishment, and if he continues to behave as he pleases, then everything will become more complicated. The hero stood with his back to him, turned away. He asked if he meant the sword. The man laughed. Right. The guy grabbed the hilt of his sword and swung it. The master smiled. A flash of light appeared next to him. He began to talk about his difference from the others. With a sharp blow of his sword, the hero cut off his head. The body began to fall. Khan raised the sword. There were black horns on the hero's head. He triumphantly said that he hated men who talk a lot. The trainee worriedly reminded that without a sword, his skills were useless. The knight in armor and the guy with red hair looked at the main character in fear. A cloud of smoke appeared in the master's place. They could not believe that he fell with one blow. Kan with a devilish smile, glowing eyes, the guy politely asked how they were enjoying the festival and then noted that it was time for everyone to go home. Flashes from impacts against the background of trees. He said goodbye to them. The hero crossed his arms and exhaled. He stood in a vacant lot, flashes instead of opponents. He spread his arms and shouted that they should thank him for sending them to Earth, although he himself would never get there. The purple ball is in the foreground. Kang is climbing up the tree. The trainee worriedly said that the place has become empty. What will happen if the seniors who were preparing the event see this? He shouted for her not to think about it. He held onto the tree with one hand, made a thumbs-up gesture with the other, winked. He confidently declared that he would pass this competition. The elves began to shoot with arrows. They shouted for the hero to stay in place. Kan did not pay attention to the arrows flying past. Humming, he rose up. In the purple window, the property of the fortune skill is always to dodge arrows. He climbed into the hollow. The hero frowned, looked forward with a grin, and noted that he had arrived without a single injury. The screen says that class means that sometimes the universe helps him. He thought that he achieved his original goal by improving the fortune skill to this class. There is a glowing flask on a stump. The hero goes to him. He asked the teacher if these are the tears of the Elf King. She said thoughtfully about the senior competition. A red star lit up brightly in the sky. The inscription on the screen about the help of the universe. Kan drank the liquid from the bottle. He was pleased to note that this thing was effective. The trainee said that even though it was a copy, it was still not a dummy. The glowing red star is getting closer. Rainbow light comes from the meteorite inside. With a bright flash, he crashes into a tree. The tree is cut in half. An explosion occurs. Kan looks down, his face covered in dust, a cloud of smoke at his mouth. He wondered if the universe itself was helping him and asked what it was. He stood on a split tree trunk, next to a huge hole. He was wondering if this competition would continue. He crossed his arms over his chest and thought. Miss Trainee replied that she didn't know. Her mentors weren't that thoughtful. He jumped. The guy flies down to where the flames are burning. He said that, in this case, he would trust the energy of the universe. Kan plunged into a hole shrouded in light, followed by a magic ball. Kan slowly descended into a darker place from the brightest. Kan noticed something in the darkness and began to watch intently. In front of the guy there were many houses and various buildings. Kan decided that it all looked painfully familiar to him. Kan's feet touched the ground. Kan looked up, not understanding what it was. A huge closed gate stood in front of Kan. Kan admitted to the magic ball that the search for the secret of peace and truth is always so tiring. The magic ball admitted to Kan that she also did not know that there was such a huge palace underground. Surprised, Kan looked at the ball and asked her that she didn't know too, to which the ball answered her yes, absolutely right. Han was sure that even the teacher had not heard of this place, despite the fact that she occupies a temporary position, so she could well not know about it. But be that as it may, it all still looked very suspicious. Kan began to approach closer to the gate, telling the magic ball that first they should take the trouble of creating an entrance. This was enough to attract attention. Kan, with a smile on his face, broke a hole in the wall with his foot. The entrance was a little close to where Kan made a hole. The magic ball told the guy about this. The gate was old, but in good condition. Magic also emanated from it. Kan told everyone to look at this gate more closely and see that no one had been here for a very long time. Kan could assume that a trap was in store for the first visitor. Kan ran past his hole with a smile and a chuckle, as he did not want to risk his life. The guy realized something when he looked at the building from above. Kan stood in this building, which constantly showed the way somewhere, which looked like a labyrinth. Shar began to study the light, telling Kan that life is a series of big and small decisions, so Kan should not be afraid of failure and he should boldly move forward. Kan looked at his magic ball with a smile and, closing his eyes, thanked her for such words. The guy's hand held the holy sword too. Kan told the magic ball that it means he will not be afraid to destroy the labyrinth. The magic ball did not know how to react to this. Kan swung his holy sword and ran to the wall of the labyrinth, telling the ball that this was his decision and Kan should be supported. The eyes and the rest of the space were filled with light. The entire tunnel was covered with this white veil. Khan stood next to the dust that had risen and, looking at the ball, asked her how she made this decision. The magic ball told Khan that this was also a decision, so she had nothing to object to, though now Khan would not be able to pass the test as expected. Khan, I told my ball that all these tests are only for weaklings. The rest of the traps seemed like nothing to Khan. Khan went through all the difficulties with a smile on his face, not being afraid at all. There was a house in one of the places. Han didn't think there was something he would do twice in a day. Khan broke down the door of the house with his feet, showing pleasure on his face. Khan watched who was in the house and looked at him intently, asking him who he was. Khan noticed something that scared him to some extent. There was a throne in the house in which someone was sitting. The Elven King looked at Khan in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Khan remembered the moment with the war with the Elven King and decided that nothing good should be expected from him, so the time has come to eradicate evil. Khan held the holy sword tightly in his hands. The Elven King saw this sword and began to examine it, feeling fear, but at the same time curiosity. The Khan looked at the King of the Elves, holding the holy sword with one hand, and asked him if he knew such a weapon, to which the king answered the guy that he knew it very well. Khan remembered the battle with the Devil Lord and decided that perhaps a clue from the history of Pedinar had been found here. The Elf King began to reach out to the guy and, with a smile on his face, asked Khan what he was doing here all alone. Khan ran up to the king and hit him in the face with his knee with all his might. Khan looked at the lying Elf King, who asked Khan why he attacked him. The Khan opened his mouth with all his might and ordered the king to shut up and die. Khan hit the king several times in the face and killed him. Khan understood that he almost fell into a trap, and now the experience points of this boss are important to the guy. The system window appeared and showed all the data about the King of the Elves. Khan decided that such characteristics did not suit the elves at all, and they most likely suited the monster. Khan, thinking and fixing his gaze, began to look at the body of the Elf King and think about his words about his daughter. Khan did not want to believe that another monster was wandering nearby. The guy did not know how to fight them in this case, if Khan won, and there are two of them. The Khan beat and wounded the Elven King, and he tried to talk to him. The holy knife passed through the back of the Elf King. The king looked into the distance and did not understand why they did this to him. The Khan held the holy sword, which was in the back of the Elf King. Khan smiled, looking at the king's body with a slightly worried look. The guy told the ball that it was difficult. Khan looked at the system window for experience points, but suddenly noticed something. The system window showed that even the black box had increased in rank. Khan wondered if there was a connection between races with this attribute. Khan received a message that he had received a new black box. In some world there were terrible monsters, some strange creatures. Once upon a time, Khan received a holy sword too. He killed the King of the Elves. The guy decided that this could not be a coincidence and it was worth looking into this issue. The Khan looked with surprised eyes at the King of the Elves. The Khan stood thoughtfully, still not taking the sword from the body of the Elven King, when the daughter of the Elven King began to approach the guy. Sylvia looked at her father and slowly said that she had not met a hero who could break the seal. The Elf King's body was motionless. The holy sword was in the king's back. Khan smiled, looking at Sylvia, because he did not know what else he could do in this situation. Sylvia looked at the Elven King with a worried and frightened look. Khan decided that he could immediately begin research, and to do this, he just needed to deal with the remaining character of this event. Khan began to smile wildly again, and a game appeared in his eyes. The magic ball began to tell Khan that the guy could see from his face that he would kill. Khan's foot moved. Khan, with a face full of anger, jumped on Sylvia to cut her head. Sylvia quickly dodged the sword. The holy sword slid past. Khan raised his head up in surprise, looking at the silhouette of the girl. Khan was surprised that Sylvia dodged the attack, despite the fact that the blow was powerful. Sylvia stopped in her tracks. Sylvia held her sword in her hands and, looking at Khan, asked him if he was really a hero. Sylvia began to look carefully at the guy and asked Khan why he attacks if he is a hero. Han looked at Sylvia half sideways. There was a smile on his face. Han understood that Sylvia had turned on SS rank agility. Khan was interested in the fact that the girl did only yoga 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. Khan stood with his back to Sylvia and pretended that he was leaving. The guy explained to the girl that this battle was a competition, and in the competition we had to confront each other. Khan turned at high speed and ran towards the girl, waving his sword. Khan shouted to Sylvia that, given that he was weaker, the guy needed to fight even more actively. Sylvia jumped, dodging Khan's attacks, telling the guy that all his words were nonsense. Khan decided that this was not just agility. The girl's whole body was filled with smooth movements and it would be difficult to capture her. Khan swung his sword at high speed. Khan knew that after killing the boss, one should not get rid of the only character who could reveal to Khan the secret of the world. The guy decided that he needed to target Sylvia's arms and legs since he would break them, and if he hit her in the torso, then there would definitely be nothing left of the girl. Sylvia dodged Khan's attack with quick and paid movements. The guy decided that he needed special measures. Han stood there with a smile on his face and waited for Sylvia to approach him. Sylvia ran at high speed and aimed at Han's body. Sylvia pierced part of Han's body with her sword. Khan looked at the girl who left her sword in his body with a smile on his face. Sylvia began to look at Khan in surprise and understand that he did all this on purpose. Sylvia let go of the sword, trying to get away. Khan grabbed Sylvia's hand and asked her where she was going. Khan held the girl in his arms, laughing and shouting that he had finally caught her, while Sylvia tried to escape. Khan looked at Sylvia with a smile, grabbing her body with one hand and not letting her escape. The guy said that he would not let her go. Sylvia was angry, her face was red with anger, and her fists were swinging at the guy. Sylvia's fist hit Han's face with great speed. Sylvia and Khan began to fight, where the girl screamed at Khan to let her go. Khan's hand reached for Sylvia's ear. The guy shouted to the girl to stop. Khan began to curl and pinch Sylvia's ear, telling the girls that he knew all the weak points of the elves. Khan raised his head and closed his eyes. Khan brought his head to Sylvia's head and hit the girl very hard. Sylvia fell to the ground, and Khan stood next to her, looking at her. Khan looked at Sylvia with a smile and hysterical laughter, asking himself where he could start. Someone began to call Khan from behind. Khan turned back in fear and saw the king of the elves. Khan screamed and did not understand how this could happen, since he killed him. The guy definitely remembered that he killed him, since Khan received experience points. Khan did not want to believe that the boss could be reborn. The Elven King began to clear his throat and call for Khan. In the system window, it was clear that the race of the Elf King had changed from Chaos Elf to High Elf. This small village was a living hell, and the ancestors of those living above locked the Elven King and his daughter in this place. The Elven King told Khan that no one could die in this prison. Khan looked carefully at the king, who told the guy that after a while they were simply reborn. The Elven King asked the Khan if he would deign to stop and talk. Khan knew that one way or another, he was interested in many things. The Khan began to ask the King of the Elves to briefly state everything to the point. The Khan raised his hand and began to look at the Elven King, not allowing him to speak. The king fixed his gaze on Khan, and behind the king was Sylvia, who was rubbing her forehead with her hand and looking at Khan with resentment. Khan began to tell the king that they were both busy people, so the guy decided to do without prolonged acquaintances, simply exchanging important information. The Elf King watched the guy and told him that he had lived as the third Elf King for an eternity, but this was the first time he had seen such a hurried hero for the first time. Khan began to look with anger at the king, who closed his eyes, trying not to anger Khan. The whole house began to shake. The Elf King and Khan looked up, only the king was scared, unlike Khan. The guy knew that when something happened suddenly, he doesn't like it at all. An entrance opened in the ground through which Khan entered this world. Khan asked the guy that uninvited guests had come to him. The light was getting brighter and brighter. The Elven King said that most likely, these are the ones who locked them here, and they admitted that their imprisonment could weaken. The Khan looked at the Elf King with an angry face and told him to stop talking like that. The small feather slowly fell to the ground. Khan told the king to simply say who it was, and not the one who locked them up. The king of the elves looked into the distance and told the Khan what he understood, but the king did not know what they were called in this era. Sylvia covered her eyes with her trembling body, trying not to think about it. The Elven King tried to say what they were called before. The Khan looked at the Elven King with a dissatisfied face, waiting for his answer. The house and the whole place began to shake again. A huge light appeared from the hole, which began to fall at high speed. In this light, snow-white wings began to appear, golden swords that sparkled in the light, and feathers flew next to the swords. 3 angels began to appear in the light, slowly flying towards the place. One of the angels began to look at Khan with a thoughtful gaze. Khan raised his head to the angel and, looking at him, asked Miss Intern if she knew about these angels. The magic ball answered the guy that she knew about them. A demon with an angry face is looking for a victim, and an angel is opposing him. The intern began to tell Khan that angels are the main enemies that graduates face. Khan realized that demons are the initial course. The angels flew at high speed, holding golden swords in their hands. During his first playthrough, Hen came across a bunch of different creatures, but this was the guy's first time seeing these. Khan smiled, looking at these creatures and asking himself if he would look for some cool angel. The tip of the spear gradually releases a cloud of solar energy. The 3 angels fire blasts of energy from their spears, blowing up the buildings below them. The main character stands right in the epicenter of the explosions, causing people to fly up in his background and the ground to break. The story notice states that his skill is called Luck, rank A, and he can always dodge invisible arrows. The guy, gritting his teeth and smiling from underneath his forehead, said out loud that instead of fighting, they could solve the problem through conversation. Unknown light source. The male angel, closing his eyes and holding a spear in his hands, says that, as expected, the intruder was a hero. The angel girl, holding a knife, also with open eyes, tells the main character that he will be executed for trying to free the prisoners. The angel opens his eyes filled with solar energy, adding that he should not count on a quick death. Looking at the three angels with spears on top of him, creating light, the guy folds his arms across his chest and suggests that they seem to think of themselves as the embodiment of justice, and he himself would prefer that. The angel abruptly jumped out of his place, attacking the guy. All three angels stick their spears into Hansu's location. They look at empty spears on the ground where the main character is not present. Suddenly, from behind the angels, the hero with an ominous hostile face flies straight at the angels, saying that he would prefer justice to meaningless chatter. He hit the angels with all his might, creating a huge explosion, causing them to fly away. Leaning against the wall, the man shouts that the ceilings are too low. Suddenly, the tense little hand of the protagonist takes him by the face. The main character, blazing with energy and anger, says with a crazy smile that in this prison you are always resurrected. Sticking his sword in and holding his face, the guy shouts to the angel if he will survive this, to which he asks about dark energy. The male angel, flowing around his body with purple energy and as if cracking into fragments, asks why the hero has such strong dark energy. His wounds begin to spew purple toxic smoke. He tries to stipulate that he needs to report it. The remaining angels fly up to Hans, who is holding the sword. The crazy-faced guy turns to the angels, telling them that he died so easily, to which the angels looked on with all their attention. They fly at him, release their blasts of energy from their spears, and ask each other why this man is even called a hero. The angel behind is knocked down by the main character, causing her to cough. Standing on her flying lifeless body, the guy now looks at the male angel, and he looks at him. Hansu, with an angry face, bulging veins, and an ominous smile, flies straight at the man angel, to which he begins to scream in fear. The male angel tries to fly away from the guy, shouting that he is flying for reinforcements, but no, he needs to retreat. Holding his sword full of dark energy, the guy says that if he started a fight, then let him bring it to the end. Flying out of the city into the sky, towards his fellow angels, the man shouts for everyone to retreat back. An explosion begins to occur from the roof of the building, incinerating the bodies of angels in the sky. The guy walks out of the building, holding a sword on his shoulder, to the place where the angels begin to fall. He approaches one of the angels, to which he, lying on the floor, says that they are the apostles of God, and he is chosen by the Lord, so why does he do this? The main character thrusts his sword into the body of the angel, to which he begins to cough in pain. Looking with an ominous face and a terrifying wide-open smile, he asks about the apostles of this gentleman kidnapper, and this fact is more than enough to destroy them. A guy holding a sword in the body of an angel, from which purple poisonous smoke oozes. He looks at the back of the distant angel. Standing over the body of an elf in a blue robe, an angel with a spear in his hands addresses him, saying that let him take the secret with him to the grave, a former ally. The elf slowly opened his eyes, trying to catch his breath, to which the angel began to call out to him in surprise as the third king of the elves. The guy looks kindly towards the angel and the king, telling the elf that he will stop pretending to be a weakling, as a body flies behind him, screaming for the angel not to touch his father. A white-haired elf with a black cloak flies up to the angel, aiming his sword at him. The sword approaches the angel's neck, but a barrier begins to protect him. An explosion suddenly occurred from the angel's defense, throwing the angel to the side with all its force. The elf falls to the ground, covering one eye and holding her hand. She looks at the angel, listening to him say that her turn will soon come, calling her a bastard. Both elves look at the angel illuminated by white light, who says that the king of the elves will answer for his sins. Looking towards the elf's daughter with magical light eyes, he says that he will know humiliation and shame at his hands. Unexpectedly, the protagonist's sword digs into the angel's body, causing him to stop. Instantly, his body began to explode into purple poisonous smoke. Looking at the angel, with his hand standing next to him swinging and burning with a fiery aura, the guy says that the angel barks but doesn't bite, and this reminds him of an unpleasant person. A small dark cloud of energy flies next to the guy. The history notice indicates that his divinity skill has reached a new level. He says he got the skill for killing skills. Looking at the dark space ball, he says that powerful divinity can repel everything except holy sword attacks, divinity itself and its opposite, dark energy. And that is why the two were beaten so badly. Looking at the ball, the guy winks at him and thanks him for the explanation. Remembering the images of angels, the guy thinks that since divinity is equal in power to dark energy, it's better for him to pump it up while he has the opportunity. The dark energy ball says it's a nuisance, drawing the protagonist's attention. The guy looks at the Elf King. The ball says that the event character who knows the secret is about to die, which is why the main character begins to swear on the sly. The elf's daughter sits over her father, calling out to him and crying. Hansu runs up to the Elf King, who calls him to him. The man, turning blue and slowly cracking, tells him that he trusts the guy with his daughter since she does not shine with intelligence, but she has a good heart, to which the daughter called out to him displeasingly. She looks at him with tears in her eyes and says that now is not the time for jokes, and the guy sitting next to her begins to clench his teeth in anger. Hansu grabs the elf by the collar with all his might, shouting at him that he is a shameless pig and he will not accept this. The guy swings his hand at the king, releasing solar divine energy from it and clenching his teeth. He begins to suck the light energy from the man's body with his hand, thereby attracting the attention of his daughter, who is already saddened by the imminent death of her father. The wound left by the angels on the elf's body is healing. He, continuing to suck in the energy of the angels with his hand, shouts at him to respect his tastes in women, and he will die later, but not now, to which the elf blushing behind him asks about his tastes. The bright sun illuminates the light blue sky with lush clouds. The elf king with a kind face against the backdrop of his daughter and guy notices that how wonderful it is to see the sun again and the air is so fresh, to which the main character irritably tells him to hurry up. Hansu emotionlessly walks forward, leaving behind the happy elves among the mountains and sky. The three of them walk along the road, and the guy grinningly thinks that they said words of gratitude to him, calling him a hero, but he immediately corrected that it would be better to say that he is their savior. They stand opposite each other on a stone surface with broken cobblestones. Hansu looks at the king and his daughter and tells him that since he is better, they need to talk, to which the man with a smile and holding his hand on his heart says that let her ask anything, and if he wants, he can tell everything about his daughter, from which she closes her eyes again and blushes and begins to scream indignantly at him, but the guy replies that he is not interested in this. Standing above them, and holding his hand with magic blazing with fire, he says that first, let him tell him everything about why the angel tried to silence him. The story notice says that his divinity skill has risen again. The man's face changed to a more serious one. Hearing the elf's story, the guy with a disappointed, dissatisfied face opened his mouth in misunderstanding at what he heard. Sitting opposite each other on a rocky surface, the main character says that he already knows all this, to which the elf king said in surprise the word what. Rising from his sitting position in front of the surprised king, he says that he knows very well that he is like a fish caught in a net, and understands that for the king this all sounds overwhelming. With neutrality, he waves his hand towards the elves and says that he has nothing more to do here, bidding them farewell. The two elves silently watched the guy leave as he thought about how he could climb back up. They decided to follow him, and found themselves outside next to a blazing fire explosion. The guy continues to look around and ask himself where he needs to go. They found themselves in the next sunny location, father and daughter communicating with each other with smiles against the background of someone already irritated by their incomprehensible company. He turns to the elves and starts yelling at them with all his anger, asking when they will stop chasing him. The upset elf with his daughter in the background says that the angels will soon realize that he and his daughter are alive and will come for them. Raising his fist up to show his attitude to an even more irritated guy, he says that so for now, he will not be able to resist the divinity as he once did in his youth, and they will follow him. The upset daughter next to him says that this embarrassing to admit, to which the main character tells them to stop talking nonsense and leave. Hansu rolls his eyes and silently looks up. He asks the elf why he is so sure that they will come for them, to which the king, spreading his arms to the sides, is about to explain with a calm expression on his face. Looking at the guy with his hands folded on his chest, he says that this is all because angels show incredible vigilance towards the creatures of chaos, to which Hansu replies that he believes that this makes sense. Presenting images of angels, the king continues to say that the only thing that angelic divinity is vulnerable to is divinity itself, or dark energy. Presenting a picture of a small demon striking with divinity, the elf says that although demons have dark energy, they are weak against divinity. He explains why the angels are afraid of the creatures of chaos, who do not weaken from the angelic skill, to which the main character, sighing, looks with pity at the king, asking him again that they are pursuing them because they are their strongest enemies, but not are elves too weak. The man and his daughter begin to scream that this is because they lost their weapons and skills, and from such screams, the guy covered his ears, asking the dark ball flying nearby, asking him, calling him Miss Trainee, if he can ask a question. He asks Miss Intern where angels live, to which the dark ball tells him that his question sounds very ominous. Hanging over the proudly standing guy's folded arms, she replies that she understands that he is very strong, but angels are opponents for graduates, and they are much stronger, and besides, they live in another dimension. The guy, with a slightly saddened but sinister smile, tells her that he believes that he cannot destroy them right now, to which the ball notices that she knew this would happen. Standing opposite the elves on the forest road, Hansu turns to them and says that he will allow them to come with him, to which he receives words of gratitude. Looking at 7 of the 2 elves sweetly communicating, the guy thinks that if he can't find them himself, then he just needs to throw bait. He says that this dimension or some other, the energy of the universe will certainly help him if he really wants it. The history notice shows that the energy of the universe periodically provides assistance. Looking at the notification that appeared in front of him and holding his chin with his hand, the guy continues to think about how he needs to upgrade his luck skill, and if he wants to receive help more likely, but before that he needs to make sure that his profession of a thief does not disappear. He turns to the dark ball, asking if he can ask her something, to which she replies that today his questions scare her. He, holding his hand to his face, with a smile asks her, first, where is the place for him to steal, when he suddenly changed his question and repeated again, in which direction is the city with the largest population. Standing on the mountain, the guy, covering his face with his hand against the backdrop of two elves, says that this is the city itself. Looking at the road to the city through the arch and beautiful houses, Miss Trainee wants to say the name of the city, but then the main character interrupts her, saying that this name is too complicated and let it be just a city of beginners. Entering the city and looking at the different people in the middle of it, the guy asks in confusion what kind of place this is. A saint from the Empire in blue armor invites the man to take weapons and armor, handing it to the man and saying that he should take it with him on his journey. Looking at this, folding his arms on his chest, the guy begins to turn blue with anger, saying that he started in some cave, not knowing where, to which Miss Trainee giggled tensely. Opening his eyes in shock, he says that they are also given clothes, equipment, and even money, when suddenly, trying to get away from the topic, the dark ball asks that isn't the city beautiful. He points out the buildings against the yellow sky, saying that from the magnificent buildings to the waterways, everything was built with incredible care. Shifting her gaze to another beautiful 3-story building, she adds that a great sanctuary has also been built where heroes are summoned. Looking at the shaking guy, she says that since the prizes for the festival are kept there, it is especially important. The guy with a malicious, intimidating smile turns to the ball. Miss Intern starts screaming at him in dismay that he shouldn't do this and it's too dangerous, even for him. The guy confidently gives the mantle to the elves and tells them to cover themselves with this, when suddenly he is about to go through the passage through the gate, but the ball tries to reach the main character, asking him to listen to her. He orders the robed elves to go there and make a fuss, to which the sad elves replied that they would do as he said. Standing with the elves with their arms folded on their chests, looking at the ball, he appeals to Miss Trainee that there is no need to worry and the energy of the universe itself is on his side. He asks her if she has any advice for his crazy student, to which Miss Trainee says that she doesn't even know the inner structure of the sanctuary. Looking at the sunlit sanctuary, the guy admits to himself that he himself does not like such circumstances when he has to rely only on intuition and luck. Peeking out from behind the wall with a malicious smile, he tells himself this, that if he could maintain his profession as a thief through burglary and at the same time take away the prizes for the festival, he would be a fool if he did not take advantage of this chance. He peeks out from around the corner with an even more sinister and crazed face with a smile, creating a special aura around himself. Pointing his thumb into the gap, he tells everyone to go forward with a forced, confident smile, thinking to himself that in addition, even if something happens, the energy of the universe will help him. The elf steps with one foot from behind the wall. Suddenly, the blonde boy points his finger at Hansa, making a characteristic sound. The guy looks at him with a surprised face when he asks if he is Kang Hansu. The happy blonde says that it's him, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The main character, still in a state of incomprehension from the character, asks him who he is, to which he began to ask Khan with shock that he did not recognize him because of his dyed hair. The boy puts his hand on his heart, and with a smile he imagines that he is the guy who always says that he wants to go on a trip with beauties from the world of fantasy. To which, sticking his face out from around the corner, the hero pretends to recognize him, opening his eyes wide mouth and speaking, "It's him." Giving each other fists, the blonde asks the main character, now he remembers who he is, from the unnaturally smiling guy. Continuing to smile unnaturally, Hansu replies that yes, he is that guy, to which the boy begins to swear at him, telling him that he never remembered anything. Someone walks into a place with brown signs holding a cup, and the owner shouts welcome to the guests. Elves with Blanen and the main character are sitting at the same table in a cafe. Next to the elf who is choosing food from meat, a blonde guy confidently asks Hansu what he has been doing all this time. Holding his hands on his chest, Han emotionlessly replied that it was nothing special, also asking the blonde how long he had been in the fantasy world. The boy, holding his head, says that it would be better not to ask, and he has been here for 3 years, to which the main character asks again in shock. The boy admits that this is stunning, saying that he was in no hurry and created his own harem, but when he killed the annoying demon lord, he was sent here. At the moment of the story, a stone tablet in the form of an expression fell on the guy. He is only 11 years old. Holding his hands to his face and looking away with envy, Hansu says that it must have been hard for the kid, to which he happily says that it took him a year just to get to the northern continent. Imagining the image of a woman in armor with a sword and red hair, the blonde says that there he lost for the first time, and it was the princess of the sword who refused a political marriage, remembering her words about that. that she will marry only the one who defeats her. Remembering the moments when he walked into the room after seeing her naked and then got punished for it, he tells the boy that she really is strong, thinking to himself that they met her under different circumstances. Looking to the side and remembering various thoughts, the boy, drooling and blushing, says that she simply has the most beautiful body, to which the main character replies that he is surprised that she did not chop him into mince. The blonde asks what the hero is about. She's a polite girl, to which Hansu sipped tea from a mug in shock. Listening to the story with envy from the boy and imagining the sword, the blonde says that he defeated her with the help of a holy sword that he found on the northern continent, and no matter how many times they fought, he won against her, so she joined his harem. The boy adds, imagining the image of a snow girl with gray hair, that Hansu should not be surprised, but the notorious Snow Queen from the north has also become part of the harem. The main character remembers that he simply killed her because she went crazy and froze hundreds of people, so he couldn't let her live. Imagining the situation, how the boy kicks the sage aside and gives his staff into the queen's hands, he says that he gave her the sage staff, and in gratitude for helping him regain control of her powers, she went with him. Suddenly Hansu asks, "What's wrong with the sage?" to which he receives the answer that he is a guy. Imagining the image of the demon lord, the blonde said that he continued in the same spirit, and in 3 years 18 girls accumulated in his harem. And then, it seems, the demon lord began to interfere because he was jealous and tried to kill his women. Showing fingers up on both hands, the boy easily says that he broke into the Lord's palace and, of course, cleared it, adding that his women were so strong that he did not have to do anything. The main character thinks to himself that it was so easy, and apparently, the effect of the Demon Lord's penalty does not apply in any way to the hero's companions, and in this case it will be easy if the hero's level is lower than the level of his companions. The guy looks at the dark ball from above. Miss Trainee says that love and friendship. This answer was known from the very beginning, but despite this, many students fail and are sent to retake. Abruptly placing the cup on the plate, the guy looks at the blonde, who asks him what about him, and how long it took him to get through. While sipping tea, Hansu looks away and replies that it's been 1 day. The guy becomes embarrassed by the boy's questions, which is just 1 day. Suddenly, the kid starts laughing, noting that the main character is a joker and let him forget, and he doesn't have to tell him, to which Hansu looked away with displeasure. The boy still asks if the main character has gone through anything serious in 1 day, and this is very funny. An empty cup and plate are on the table. The main character asks the blonde how his parents are doing there, to which the boy, standing opposite the hero and the elves behind him, asks that he also returned to Earth, so why is he asking him? The blonde, understanding, asks the hero standing opposite him that he is one of the earthly outcasts, to which the guy incomprehensibly asks who. The boy explains that these are people who endlessly scurry around in search of adventure. Hansu thinks to himself about what is happening on Earth. The blonde extends his hand with a smile, telling the main character that he will come to them when he returns to their world, to which the main character, standing with his hands on his chest, said thank you. Suddenly, a girl calls out to the blonde boy with the word Appa, and he and Hansu turn to look at her. A beautiful girl with a sword on her back waves at him and shouts for them to go already, and there is an event going on. Hand in hand, the romantic couple ran away to the event, and the boy said goodbye to the hero, saying that they would see each other later. The main character weakly waves at the blonde, exploding with envy and anger, thinking to himself that even he already has a girlfriend from the earth, and the elves on his 2 sides say that they hear something unpleasant, and he is also a man. In the end ends. After receiving the bump, the upset king stands with his tired daughter as they listen to Hansu shout that they have put off their plans for too long and they should hurry up. Dark Ball Miss Intern tells the hero not to forget that she tried to stop him. Standing between the walls with the elves, the guy spreads his hands in front of her and tells her not to worry, and even if he dies, then the 6th passage will only begin, to which she replies that this is what she is trying to avoid. In a moment, the guy sends the elves out from behind the wall, waving them away and telling them to go make a fuss, just like he said. The elves look at the great sanctuary and the people standing nearby. Hansu thinks that since luck favors him, this will be easy. Remembering Miss Intern's grumbling ball, he tells himself that even though Miss Intern doesn't know the building plans, he is still a thief. Looking at his sword, a notification appears in front of him. He continues to tell himself that he has the energy of the universe on his side, enhanced by the holy sword too. The notification shows the characteristics of the luck skill. He, standing between home and holding a knife in his hand, pokes at the notification and says why the skill's characteristics have become worse. The guy looks at the notification with shock, his mouth open, and thinks to himself so that they don't tell him that this is exactly what happened. He looks at the history notice that says his profession has changed to saint. Having fallen to the ground and holding his head, the guy screams in his thoughts and swears whether they are serious, remembering the robber, explaining that it's all because instead of stealing, he was distracted by a classmate whose name he doesn't even know. Holding his head in his hands and screaming as he remembers the image of the blonde, he tells himself that because of divinity he lost his profession as a thief. The guy comes out of the street of houses, thinking about how he screwed up by calling out to a family of elves. He shouts to everyone to shut down the operation, when suddenly his expression changed to misunderstanding after he heard the saint address him. A girl in a hood, holding her hands, looks at the profile of a guy with her mouth open. The rest of the men begin to ask in confusion about the saint and where he is. Hansu turns to the side without a smile and with a crazy look. People shout to him that the saint has condescended to them. The crowd that has gathered around the guy who has just come out from around the corner shouts to him that he is a saint and asks him for help. The rest of the heroes discuss among themselves and are surprised. One hero thought that it was unrealistic to become a saint, and the heroine said that she had never seen a saint. Another man at the back of the crowd says he hasn't even met one among the graduates. The guy stands with a satisfied smile in his head and thinks that he can't deny that it's cool when people envy you. But why? Suddenly, golden robes and shoes pass along the ground. The girl apologizes to the people and asks to be allowed to pass. She looks at the main character, calling him a venerable saint, to which the entire crowd looked at her with open mouths in shock. The blonde opens her mouth slightly and asks him if he doesn't mind, then she will do something. A girl in the most beautiful clothes glows with beauty and asks the hero if she can take him to the great sanctuary. Hansu looks at her in surprise, amid a raging crowd discussing the fact that the saint is also there and when to expect Jesus. Suddenly the guy put a smile on his face, creating a dark atmosphere around himself, and began to think that he had already begun to pray just to enter the building. As he follows the girl step by step towards the sanctuary, he says that it seems that the energy of the universe is too strong. With his hands in his pants, the guy follows the girl with an ominous grin, thinking that he will see what is inside the great sanctuary. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, illuminating a huge temple of 3 floors with golden decorations, while the saint spoke to the saint, saying that he should follow her. The saint, bowing her head down, closing her eyes, holding her hands together, slowly walked forward through the inner garden of the temple, while Kan walked right behind her, turning to the side, with great surprise. The saint tilted her head down a little and closed her eyes and seemed to be all sparkling with a bright golden glow. And the protagonist reasoned that by earthly standards she is the embodiment of beauty. And seeing her experience points, you can go crazy, while the system notification window notified about her characteristics. Immediately after this, Kan reasoned that from the outside she looked fragile, but if she were thrown into the very heart of the battle, there would not be a scratch left on her, and imagined how the saint stood in place, arms outstretched, smiling while everything around her exploded and collapsed. Then the protagonist, turning sharply back, looked straight ahead with great surprise, reasoning that, meanwhile, they entered, while the saint standing right in front of him, smiling broadly, looked forward and asked that the garden is so beautiful, isn't it? At the same moment, Kan noticed several strange stone statues that stood against the wall, and reasoned that he knew absolutely nothing about this place and where to start. While the saint said that she was sorry that it was closed to the inhabitants of the city, and then there's even a pond. Immediately after this, the stone golem slowly opened its eyes with a slow movement of its eyelids and looked forward with its bright red furious gaze while the system notification window showed its characteristics. The protagonist turned his head to the side, looking straight ahead with great fear and surprise, reasoning that maybe he could just ask the saint and it would look creepy, when suddenly he was called out. The saint slightly tilted her head to the side and with a benevolent look, closing her eyes, turned to the saint, laughing a little, and she herself seemed to sparkle brightly with a golden glow, and Kan said that yes, indeed, very majestic. Immediately after this, she asked what the golems were bothering him, and Kan, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, said that yes, and this was the first time he had seen such large golems. And the saint, raising her hands to her chest, smiling widely, said that, of course, this so, and all because they received the blessing of God himself. At the same moment, she immediately said that they say that a total of 3141 golems protect the prayer house, and this place is so well guarded that he cannot find a safer one. And the protagonist continued to awkwardly scratch the back of his head with a slight fear on his face and reasoned that considering that they have SSS rank enemy detection skill and his luck skill is all a rank, he can't bypass them. Suddenly the saint said that, but there is one problem, and Kan, still scratching the back of his head, looked straight ahead in great surprise upon hearing these words. Then the saint, turning back, with a displeased expression on her face, standing right in front of the stairs leading down, said that she actually wanted to ask him something. Immediately after this, the doors opened slightly and a bright golden light poured out from a small gap. The saint stood still with a frightened expression on her face in the doorway, while behind her was the protagonist, who looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension. Directly in front of them was a long staircase leading down, and on the floors between them, eyes of a bright purple color could be seen from the darkness, and a certain voice said that the saint was here again today, and she had a new trinket with her. She should sing to him with her beautiful voice. After all, every time he sees her, he cannot wait for the day when he will be released. Then the strange voice continued to say that he would do so much to her, until the saint, lowering her head a little, began to speak with a dissatisfied look, and Kan looked to the side, waiting for an explanation. Immediately after this, the saint began her story, saying that they kept the main demon worshippers in the prayer room, and they could execute them, while a strange man with brown eyes smiled madly, holding his hands to the cage. At the same moment, she continued to say that it was too pity to kill such heroes, because they are the main human forces, while the dark-skinned man, along with other people, was in another dungeon. The saint then turned to the great saint with a request, while Kan, standing still, looks forward with great surprise and incomprehension, trying to comprehend what he heard. Immediately after this, the saint looked forward with a pleading expression on her face, holding her hands clasped in front of her chest, and asked him to return them to the side of humanity. At the same moment, she continued to say that, of course, he would be given a reward for this, so she asked, and Kan gave a sharp, wide, malicious smile and reasoned that that's how it is, and he came to become a thief again, and he voluntarily offered gifts. The protagonist then abruptly said that the saint should trust him and reasoned that he was thanking the powers of the universe as she stood in her place and smiled widely with joy, holding her hands to her chest. Was it after this that Kan, leaning forward a little, holding his hand to his face, asked if it was possible to show his reward first, and said that they live in such times, and she herself understands, while the saint, continuing to rejoice greatly, said that yes, of course, and he must follow her. Huge stone golems stood motionless near the wall inside the temple while they were illuminated by the bright glow of the sun. At this moment in time, Kan walked right behind the saint and raised his head, looked ahead with great surprise and misunderstanding and reasoned that this is where it is. Immediately after this, they stopped at a place right in front of a large golden door, which was guarded by several golems, and the protagonist continued to reason that the prizes of the festival were kept here. Suddenly, one of the golems sharply opened its eyes and looked to the side with a menacing and terrifying look with its blue pupils. Immediately after, the two guards pressed their stone palms against the door using blue light energy and opened it slightly. At the same moment, Kan stood still and looked forward with great joy, smiling maliciously, reasoning that this is an excellent nobody and you won't have time to blink an eye. Then the huge golden doors opened wider and a bright golden glow could be heard from inside as Kan continued to reason that he would clean everything out. Behind those very doors there was a huge room with shelves on which there were various artifacts in the form of weapons and armor, and in the middle stood a beautiful golden sword. On one of the shelves there was a large mop, which stood in the middle of the rest of the weapons right behind the glass, which Kan was very surprised and puzzled by. The protagonist stood in his place and looked forward with a blank expression on his face, asking that there was nothing special about it, and said that he had heard that the festival prizes were kept here, and had already hoped, and the saint standing next to him looked in his direction with great surprise, not understanding his words. Immediately after this, she said that most of the prizes were stored in another place, and Kan looked away with great displeasure at the ball flying next to him, which conveyed the words of the professor that she did not know that there were two warehouses. At the same moment, the saint continued to say that weaker things are stored here, but they also have very valuable qualities, while on one of the shelves stood a large beautiful sword with a blue blade and a tag on the hilt. Then the protagonist's attention was attracted by the same price tag, and he said that 15 points and from one converted demon worshipper give 1 point, and they can already be exchanged for prizes. Immediately afterwards, Kan went deep into thought, raising his hand to his face and trying to think things through. The protagonist stood near one of the shelves, in which there was an increasingly large red book, and, deep in thought, looked straight ahead while the saint watched him. The saint looked forward with great surprise and misunderstanding. Kan stood right in front of her and continued to diligently reflect on everything that was happening, holding his hand to his face. Immediately after this, the protagonist sighed heavily and, with a clearly dissatisfied look, began to argue that he did not like anything. At the same moment, Kan reasoned that for him the local equipment was useless and nothing could compare with the holy sword too, while several beautiful and high-quality blades continued to be on the racks. Away from everyone stood a beautiful golden sword, decorated with blue stones, and sparkled brightly, while the protagonist continued to reason that fake holy swords one looked good, but the time when he played with such toys had already passed. Kan walked forward, looking to the side, looking at the flasks with liquids with great dissatisfaction and contempt, and reasoned that elixirs for increasing the mastery of skills beckon, but he did not come here for such small things. Suddenly the protagonist stopped in place and again thought deeply, expressing complete dissatisfaction with his appearance and reasoning that maybe he should just take and bring out everything he sees. And the saint standing behind him was very confused by what was happening. At the same moment, the saint looked forward with a guilty look and turned to the saint, apologizing and saying that even if he didn't like anything. She then continued to say that please, he still has to choose the reward from what is here, and Kang continued to stand in his place, listening to her. Immediately after this, the protagonist, opening his mouth slightly, said that in this case, while the saint continued right behind him, he was greatly delighted at his words. Suddenly Khan asked how much she, the saint, was worth, while she stood still and looked ahead with great surprise and bewilderment. After this, the saint, with great displeasure and surprise, shouted that but she was not a thing, and the protagonist, stretching his hand forward, interrupted her and said that, but she herself said it, from what is here. The saint continued to stand in her place, raising her head up, and was very frightened and dumbfounded by what was happening, trying to object to something. At the same moment, the protagonist seemed to be hovering over her, smiling maliciously, and surrounded everything around with evil energy and said that if she wanted to rehabilitate the bad guys, she would have to get down to business herself. Immediately after this, Khan, with his mouth wide open and looking forward with a crazed gaze, said that the saint selflessly sacrificed herself for the good of humanity sounds good, asking if she thought so. Khan then asked if he was wrong, while the saint continued to look up with a dumbfounded, uncomprehending expression on her face and was unable to argue. Immediately after this, the saint went into the dungeon to the demon worshippers, whose gazes were visible from the cells, and one of them said that she was here again, and he missed him so much, and they were all like that. At the same moment, the man with brown hair looked up and, with great surprise and incomprehension, kept his hands on the bars of the cage. The saint stood still, closing her eyes, and was very embarrassed by what was happening, while the tag hung on her neck, and the man, very surprised, said that it was a price tag. She continued to stand in her place, looking embarrassed, until Kan suddenly appeared from behind her, smiling mischievously, and said that the saint should entrust this to him. The protagonist stood still and smiled broadly while the saint with a dissatisfied look left the dungeon, closing the doors, and said that she was counting on him. Immediately after this, Kan greeted the bad guys with an angry voice, and the demon worshippers who were in the cages turned their heads to the sides with great fear and did not understand what was happening. At that moment, Kan stood in his place, with his arms spread wide apart, and smiled maliciously, illuminating everything around him with evil energy, asking that they were not S-rank, but he was SSS. Kan's voice echoed throughout the huge hall of the dungeon, saying that everyone should bow down, and the demon worshippers in the cages said that they would do as he wished. Immediately after this, they called the protagonist the Lord of Darkness, while he stood in place with a smug face, folding his hands to his chest, and said that the training was over. At the same moment, the magic ball conveyed the words of the professor, who said that the main goal in this event, while Kan stood in his place with a smug look and said that he would achieve a good result. Suddenly, an unknown voice said that he was next, and the protagonist sharply turned his gaze to the side with a menacing look. Immediately after this, Kan looked away with great surprise and incomprehension, while an incomprehensible voice asked that first it was a saint and then some kind of brat. At the same moment, a huge fist hit the ground with great force, shaking everything around. A dark-skinned man sitting in a dungeon held his fist to the ground with a dissatisfied look, saying that it was all in order to lure them to the side of God, while dust flew around. Then he raised his head up and, gritting his teeth with dissatisfaction, looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze, called them hypocrites. At this moment, the protagonist stood in his place and looked forward with confusion, did not understand what was wrong with him, saying that he did not look like an ardent fan of demons, and the professor, through a magic ball, said that since they were not accepted into the team of heroes. She then continued to say that they had to join the side of the demons, while the red-haired girl looked away with great displeasure while in the cage. At the same moment, the man in the helmet expressed his dissatisfaction with his gaze, being in the same cage as the dark-skinned man. The dark-skinned man continued to look ahead with great displeasure and menace as the system notification window showed his characteristics. Immediately after this, Kang, tilting his head slightly to the side, looked forward with a malicious and smug look, asked what this SS-rank divinity was. At the same moment, the dark-skinned man who was in the cage said with obvious dissatisfaction that he knew them, the heroes, and they pretended to be fair and kind, but in reality they were cowards. He then continued to say that they were hiding behind the others, while the protagonist approached the cage at great speed and kept his hands on his belt, emitting yellow and purple energy, and he was very scared. Immediately after this, Kan smiled widely and continued to radiate two different energies, said that he was describing something to him as some kind of nerd, he should sit and keep quiet. At the same moment, two energies of purple and golden glow rushed forward with great speed straight towards the dark-skinned man, who was very frightened by what was happening. Then he sharply raised his head up and screamed loudly in pain and said what he was doing, while he was engulfed in the energy of a purple and golden glow. Immediately after this, the dark-skinned man leaned on the ground with both hands and did not move, trying to say something. At the same moment, he suddenly raised his head up and smiled widely, saying that he was overcome with a feeling of kindness while he was enveloped in bright purple energy, and the system notification window showed his characteristics. Then the protagonist, stretching his hand forward, smiled widely and maliciously, surrounding himself with bright golden energy, said that he would save them all, and the system notification window notified about the change in the rank of divinity. Immediately after this, Khan continued to look away with his crazy gaze and said that, but before. At the same time, he added that they had to do something while the three people in the cage were shrouded in bright purple energy, and the shadow of a demon could be seen inside. The narrative of the story then moves outside, where the sun is shining brightly, to a large 3-story temple decorated with gold, where a voice of extreme surprise was heard. The saint raised her hand to her chin and looked forward with great surprise and joy, saying that there were 3 in a day. After which she added that he did a great job, and the protagonist stood in place with his hands behind his back, while 3 people from that same cage knelt behind him, bowing before him. At the same moment, Khan, smiling widely, said that this was just the beginning, surrounding himself with evil energy, and reasoned that it was already the end. Then the saint came closer to the dark-skinned man, stretching out her hands forward, turning to the gentleman, saying that they were finally there, and he sharply hit her hands. Immediately after this, the dark-skinned man raised his head up with a dissatisfied expression on his face, saying that she should remove her dirty hands and he only trusts the saint. At the same moment, he and the red-haired girl looked at the saint with displeasure and said that only he was their truth and faith. Then the saint, backing away, with great surprise and fear on her face, said that, but they had re-educated, while Kan stood right behind her with a smug grin and hid his hands behind his back. Immediately after this, Kan, as if looming over the saint, who was very frightened, said that nothing can be done about this and re-education is re-education, and the memories of imprisonment cannot be erased so easily. At the same moment, the protagonist extended his hand forward right next to the saint, who was very frightened by what was happening, and said that, however. Then Khan, smiling widely and maliciously, looked forward at the frightened saint with a mad look, showing a gesture with his hands, and said that if he tried, then everything could change. Immediately after this, the saint, with a frightened look, slightly tilting her head down, turned to the respected saint. At the same moment, she turned sharply back, looked at Kan with a frightened look and said that if he helped her gain their trust, they would add a point for each. Then the protagonist, smiling broadly, holding his hands behind his back, said that he would do his best. Immediately after this, the professor spoke through the magic ball that yes, he is a master of deception, and Kan, tilting his head slightly to the side, with a smug expression on his face, looking up, said that this is business and nothing personal. The events of the story move closer to night, when the moon sparkled in the sky, illuminating with dim light a large 3-story temple decorated with gold. At this point, Khan, with his hands folded over his chest, was saying that from now on, they must listen to the advice, while the 3 people standing right in front of him bowed their heads, and the black man said that they were listening and obeying. Then the protagonist, turning sharply to the side, with a serious look, smiling a little, said that and more. After which the narrative of the story is transferred to the next day, when the sun is already shining brightly, illuminating a large 3-story temple decorated with gold. 7 robed novices bowed their heads and asked forgiveness for their rudeness right in front of the saint, who stood in front and said that there were so many of them. Then the saint, with great joy and surprise, holding her hands in front of her chest, said that she was grateful that they had returned to the righteous path. Immediately after this, a certain voice addressed the saint, and she, continuing to rejoice and smile, was sharply surprised, expecting a question. At the same moment, Kan was sitting right next to the fountain with the mermaid, leaning his head on his hand, and seemed to be all sparkling, while one of the novices asked if she could see him. Then the saint looked forward with great surprise and asked what they were talking about the saint. One of the novices, slightly tilting his head to the side, asked that she should look at his pose and isn't it cool. Immediately after this, the novice said that he was so perfect and still lonely, while the protagonist continued to sit in the same position, resting his head on his hand, and radiated innocence. At the same moment, several novices continued to say, being on either side of the saint, that he was the height of perfection, and she agreed with them, while she looked forward with great surprise and, not understanding what was happening, gave a positive answer. Then the saint, opening her mouth slightly, said that they were right. One of the novices leaned towards her ear and said that in this case they believe in her, and she said that it was good. Immediately after this, she turned sharply to the side with great embarrassment and misunderstanding on her face and was greatly surprised. The saint continued to stand in her place while right in front of her were all the novices in robes, who grinned maliciously and said that he was the best, cool, wonderful, and sexy. At the same moment, the novices continued to say that this is so because it is true, and she also thinks so, if only it were possible to be in his arms, while the saint seemed to be plunging into a trance from hypnosis. Then the events of the story move forward a week when the moon shines brightly in the night sky, illuminating a large 3-story temple decorated with gold with dim light. The protagonist turned to the side with a malicious and smug grin, looking forward and turning to the saint, asking what she wanted. At the same moment, the saint stood still and with great embarrassment looked away to the side, holding her hands together at her waist, and turned to the saint. Immediately after this, she opened her mouth slightly, still very embarrassed, and said that she wanted to tell him something. Then the protagonist, sitting on a bench, smiling a little with his eyes closed, said that she could tell him this. At the same moment, the saint, tilting her head down slightly, blushed greatly with embarrassment and looked away, saying that there were too many witnesses here. Immediately after this, Kan smiled sarcastically, showing his teeth, and said that in that case. The two of them then headed forward into the green garden, while the protagonist said that they could walk a little and reasoned about the benefits of this festival. At the same moment, Kan, tilting his head down a little, looked forward with a serious look, smiling a little, and radiated violet energy, reasoning that he needed to take everything he could. The saint, tilting her head down a little, said that no one would see them here. Then Kan, raising her head up a little, asked with a malicious grin if she wanted to say something. Right through the huge hall with 3 floors inside the temple, the voice of a saint was heard, addressing the saint and saying that in fact she was. Immediately after this, the saint, opening her mouth a little and being very embarrassed, said that it was him, until Kan raised his finger to her face and interrupted. At the same moment, the protagonist, tilting his head slightly to the side, smiled, putting it forward, and everything around was illuminated with a bright golden glow, saying that words were superfluous here. Hearing this, the saint looked forward with great surprise and admiration and was very much embarrassed by what was happening. Immediately after this, Kan bowed his head closer to the saint and, smiling a little, said that they had already begun their conversation. At the same moment, the lips of the two reached forward towards each other and there was silence all around. Then their lips touched together and they kissed. At this moment, the saint looked forward, her eyes wide open, with great surprise, while Kan kissed her. The saint tilted her head to the side in surprise and confusion as the protagonist continued to kiss her directly on the cheek with her eyes closed. At the same moment, the saint continued to stand in her place, trying to understand what was happening, and was greatly dumbfounded while the protagonist continued to kiss her cheek and radiate bright golden energy. The narrative of the story then moves to the outside of a 3-story large temple, decorated with gold, which was illuminated by the bright sun, and a voice was heard around the area saying that at last. Immediately after this, the saint, holding her hands folded at her chest, was very happy and said that all 514 demon followers had been re-educated. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to radiate golden energy, kissed the saint on the cheek and said that it was all thanks to her, the rice bun. She chuckled a little and said that he was very humble. Then the professor, through a magic ball, said that he had just called the festival's mascot a rice bun, and Kan, continuing to pull his lips forward and emitting golden energy, said that it suited her, and she should look at her cheeks. At the same moment, the saint stood in her place and smiled widely, showing her joy, while the protagonist said that, despite all her piety, she turned out to be normal. While the professor said that if something happens to one of the main characters of the festival, then all the holiday plans will collapse, and the stone guards should also hint to him about this. Immediately after this, the protagonist wiped his mouth with a malicious grin and said that everything was fine with him, while the magic ball was clearly unhappy with what was happening. The notification and system window notified that the level of divinity had been increased to SS. Suddenly Kan looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension. You smile a little, lowering your hand down until a certain voice called out to the saint. The saint stood in her place, turning her head slightly to the side and holding her hand to her chest, saying with great embarrassment that it was time to spend the accumulated points. Immediately after this, the protagonist said that indeed, and asked how many of them he had now, while the saint answered that a total of 1028. Several stone golems stood motionless near the wall. At the same moment, Kan, clapping his hands, said that he did not think he could spend it on his own, and the saint was next to him and smiled a little. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a silhouette appeared, stepping on the ground, addressing the hero, asking if he called. 2 elves, robed elves, stood in their places and looked forward while Kan said that he wanted to give them something, and the saint said that he was sharing degrees with his comrades, and that was generous. Then the protagonist, along with the saint and 2 elves, entered a huge hall and, to great surprise, looked around. Immediately after this, Kan said that he was taking this, meaning several vials of a strange liquid, while the system announced that it was a summoning increase potion. At the same moment, the protagonist added that he would also take these, meaning several other flasks with multicolored liquids, while the system notified that this was a storage expansion potion. Then he said that he would also take this, meaning several completely different flasks with different liquids, while the system announced that this was a potion of increasing divinity. Immediately after this, Kan, holding huge quantities of the flask in his hands, drank one of them, looking to the side, and said that they were his. And then the choice was theirs, while the elves looked forward with great surprise and was greatly dumbfounded, opening his mouth wide. At the same moment, the elves held several flasks in their hands and drank the liquid contained in them, expressing their great gratitude and saying that these were very valuable things, while the protagonist with a malicious expression on his face continued to drink the potions and reasoned that it would be bad if they will die at the hands of angels. Khan then licked his lips as he looked down at his hand and surrounded himself with bright golden energy. Immediately after this, the protagonist, slightly tilting his head down, smiled maliciously, baring his teeth, and said that the effectiveness of the potions was amazing, continuing to radiate energy. At the same moment, the system notification windows appeared as if out of nowhere, notifying about the increase in the level of the divinity, summoning, and storage skills. The saint, raising her head up and holding her hands to her chest with her eyes closed, said that with so many points he could take everything in this room, and Can, hearing her, was suddenly distracted. Then the saint, turning her head slightly to the side, with great embarrassment, still holding her hands to her chest, said that everything in this room means absolutely everything. Immediately after hearing the words, the protagonist tilted his head down slightly and smiled sarcastically. At this moment, the saint continued to stand in her place, smiling a little while the protagonist took a step towards her and reasoned that in fact, having received SSS rank divinity, he no longer needed it. He then continued to reason that he no longer needed her as the saint continued to look away with a wide smile and confusion. Immediately after this, Khan walked straight up to the saint very close, stopping right in front of her, and reasoned that, however, at the same moment, the protagonist, raising his palm to the cheek of the saint, who was very embarrassed and happy about what was happening, said that, using 500 points, he reasoned that he became curious. Then Kang, leaning down a little, stretched his hand forward and grinned mischievously, saying that he was taking her rice bun and speculating on how the teachers would react while the pink price tag disintegrated right in front of him. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to smile maliciously and look ahead and reason that the festival NPC would disappear while the price tag continued to disintegrate into small particles. At the same moment, the professor said through a magic ball that if he appropriates the saint of the festival for himself, then who will it be? And she does not know the answer to this question. Khan then laughed a little and said that she shouldn't worry so much as the huge golden door began to crack. Immediately after this, the protagonist, holding the saint in his hands, smiled smugly and said that how could anything worse happen than just closing the festival, while several stone golems ran right behind him, destroying everything around him. At the same moment, Can turned sharply back and smiled maliciously, looking straight ahead. Suddenly, a huge stone golem slashed forward with great speed and force with its fist. At this moment, the protagonist, with a deft movement of his hand, took out his red blade with a heart and held it by the hilt. Then, with a sharp movement of his hand, he swung his blade, turning sharply back towards the angry golems running towards him. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked forward with a serious look, holding the blade straight in front of him, and the saint next to him was very surprised by what was happening. Khan continued and extended his blade straight in front of him and released a huge amount of energy straight towards the large stone golem as it disintegrated into pieces. At the same moment, the protagonist with a smug look, continuing to hold the blade in his hand, said that she should look. This is a mere trifle. And the professor, through a magic ball, said that yes, and now the remaining 31-39 golems are moving here. Immediately after hearing the words, Kang lowered the blade emitting red energy with a smug look and laughed a little. At the same moment, with a sharp movement of his hand, he thrust the blade directly into the ground next to his foot, destroying the blue crystal. Then Khan, continuing to hold the blade in one hand and hold the saint with the other, said that she should not worry while purple smoke was emanating from him in all directions. Immediately after this, a huge amount of thick purple smoke spread throughout the area, filling a huge amount of space. At the same moment, several novices in robes stood in their places and, holding their hands together, were shrouded in bright purple smoke. The dark-skinned man bowed his head down and showed no emotion while a huge amount of purple smoke hovered around. Immediately afterwards, Khan, smiling a little with a smug look, said that they should get rid of them while purple smoke was floating around. At the same moment, the dark-skinned man, slightly raising his head up, looked forward with a furious and merciless gaze with pupils burning brightly with purple light. Huge stone golems moved forward at high speed, looking straight ahead with a menacing and merciless gaze. Suddenly, a powerful blow of red energy hit one of the stone golems directly, and it scattered in different directions into small pieces. Immediately after this, the robed novices, led by a dark-skinned man who said that he would follow his order, along with a green-haired guy and a red-haired girl, rushed to attack. At the same moment, the dark-skinned man, his mouth wide open with anger and rage, looked forward, addressing the Lord of Darkness. The protagonist looked to the side with a malicious and evil grin, watching everything that was happening, and said that from this moment a fascinating extermination competition begins, while the saint was next to him. The hero summoning building shimmers in the sun. The next moment it begins to shake. The golem's fist quickly moves forward. Several of them are fighting fiercely. A golden glow begins to cut through the fist of one of the creatures. One of the golems is cut into pieces by people with swords. A man with glowing purple eyes exclaims that he is following the orders of the Lord of Darkness. Khan hums the song with a grin on his face. People rush past him and the saint, shouting that they had just been called, and this happened right away. A man with long blonde hair fends off a golem's attack with a sword. The sword with scratches rests on the golem's stone fist. The swordsman flies off screaming, unable to parry the blow. His body lies and trembles behind the protagonist and the saint. Khan thought and looked away. Golems were approaching the bodies that lay on stone slabs. The guy with red hair was bleeding from his mouth. With a grin on his face, the main character said that as he thought, they are also dying, but nothing can be done about it. With his eyes and mouth wide open, he joyfully asked the saint standing next to him to revive them. The girl called him master and agreed. The saint slightly opened her mouth and whispered. Someone's hand began to shine with golden light. The girl rose into the air and ordered the heroes to stand up. A large shadow covered the golems. In front of them, something with glowing eyes rose to the sky. The man with purple eyes shouted that it was in the name of the Lord of Darkness. There was an explosion in the hero summoning building. A blue stone lay on the ground and glowed. Someone's foot stepped on it and broke it. In front of the saint and the swordsman, Khan addressed his servants with the phrase that it was time for them to go on the big stage. Opening his mouth wide, he joyfully ordered to arm himself with the treasures of the chapel. Many hands stretched in one direction amid cries of gratitude to the Lord of Darkness. The order was given to go straight outside. A blonde guy walks down the street with a girl and asks where they will go next. With a wide smile, she replies that they will go to the prayer house, which at that moment explodes. The two opened their mouths in shock and froze. Khan stood with the saint behind the fleeing crowd and shouted that in the end only two would be left alive. Screaming heroes flew above the crowd of people with swords. Satisfied with himself, Khan, standing in the dust, wondered how these weaklings could be called graduates, and felt sorry for his little head. A magical sphere appeared and asked when everything had gone wrong at the festival. The main character advised to enjoy it, because it is a festival. The next moment, Khan found himself in the violet subspace, and a voice spoke to him and said that he should enjoy the festival and not spoil it. With a grin on his face, the guy greeted Professor Morality. The masked girl exclaimed for him to say hello later. Khan listened with empty eyes to the words that he would lose absolutely everything because of his greed, and then noticed that the professor's loud temper had not gone away. The masked girl opened her mouth wide and said that he would not gain anything by ruining the holiday. In response, she heard that he was simply enjoying the festival. The girl's profile became sad. She sadly said that they really put their whole soul into this festival. Khan put his hands behind his head and remained indifferent to the professor's warning. The magic sphere shone with words of relief that the presence of the girl in the mask stresses her out every time. With an angry face, Khan listened to the sphere's advice that if Professor Morality suddenly returned again, he should behave. In response, he asked her what nonsense she was saying. Someone loudly called the hero and Khan turned around. The elf with alarm on her face shouted at him to look at the sky. From above, against the background of a stone platform, the silhouette of a young man with a sphere could be seen. The main character's face was covered by a large shadow. A dragon with 6 wings flew over the city. His eye was pink. Purple smoke came from his mouth. Its system characteristics: race, Chaos Dragon, level 999 plus, profession, Supreme Ruler, skills, Chaos, Destruction, Oblivion, Morale, Deadly Poison, condition, curbed. A bright glow began to emanate from Nobius's mouth. Someone called the dragon's name. He directed his flames down towards the ground. People tried to escape from the dragon's fire in horror. A purple haze clouded the area where the flame was directed. A huge paw stepped on the ground, and the ground began to tremble. A full-length dragon appeared before us with a golden collar around its neck. The angelic girl held the leash in her hand and thanked Nobius, and then ordered her to direct her forces to the dark-haired guy. Someone resolutely came out to meet the dragon. The guy's hand clenched the hilt of the sword. The main character noticed what an opportune time the teaching staff appeared. Khan looked angrily and clenched his teeth. The hilt of the sword in his hand glowed. Among the destroyed buildings in the purple fog there was a dragon. Khan closed one eye and protested that now was the best time for someone to interfere with his plans. Nobius hovered over the guy, and the angel girl called the dragon and asked what happened. Up close, the girl seemed even smaller. She ordered the dragon to hurry up and punish the guy. There was determination in the dragon's eyes. Khan turned to the statistics window and asked why Nobius was waiting. The system window showed that Khan's profession had changed from saint to unknown. One part of the stat window was hidden, and skills were also hidden. Khan looked up and said that there was no change in the body. At that moment, the dragon's paw began to move. Nobius bowed his head in front of the main character. The dragon's eyes reflected the hilt of the sword the guy had. A magical sphere appeared next to the guy and asked what would happen. Khan smiled slyly and answered with the words, "Who knows?" He wondered if this was what Pedinar was talking about. The angel girl from the dragon's neck exclaimed that the guy had a holy sword in his hands. Sweat appeared on her face. She ordered the guy to stop. Characteristics of the girl: race, Archangel, level 999 plus, profession, tamer, skills, divinity, taming, animal training, empathy, whip mastery, state, rage, nervousness, surprise, fright. The guy's leg left the ground amid shouts that he needed to be eliminated now. Khan found himself opposite the girl and swung his sword. The girl clenched her teeth and tried to dodge. The main character clenched his fist and muttered that she was too slow. He dealt a crushing blow to her stomach. The girl opened her eyes wide and the contents of her mouth flowed out. The bracelet with the whip from the collar broke on her hand. Other angels flew to the people who were on the back of the dragon. They called their commander and advised them to be careful. At this moment, the pupils in the dragon's eyes shrank. Then he unsheathed his claws. A sparkling beam passed by the angels. The profiles of their faces were horrified at the sight of the beam. The blonde guy felt the effect of this ray on half of his face. Everything around turned into ruins. The dragon opened its mouth wide and roared. The girl opened her eyes wide and began to cough. She tried to fix the whip bracelet on her hand and asked Nobius to get ready. The whip almost reached the dragon's collar. A sinewy hand grabbed the girl's wrist, followed by a request to let go of the whip. Khan smiled widely and pulled the angel towards him. He asked her to focus on him. The girl swung her hand and shouted for him to let her go. The main character grabbed her hand and repeated that she was too slow. The angel girl opened her mouth wide and told him to just watch what happens next. She then kissed the protagonist on the lips after speaking about the young dragon's power. Two people stand on the dragon's shoulder and characteristic sounds are heard. The dragon suddenly bared its sharp teeth and roared. The angels got scared and decided that they needed to run away. The dragon's tail struck one of them. A purple mist appeared in front of the other angel. The dragon growled and spewed flames from its mouth. 5 angels flew down and shouted that they did not want to die and that they needed to retreat. The dragon interrupted them and ate one angel. Nobius followed the angels who prayed for salvation. A yellow flash of light appeared in front of the dragon. He opened his mouth and revealed sharp fangs. Among the ruins of the city there is a dragon that was breathing fire. The next moment everything around turned purple. A direct beam of fire erupted from Nobius's mouth. He stood in a purple mist when the words were announced that the cleaning was complete. Khan turned to the Dragon King with a wide smile. He threw the last angel off Nobius's back. The dragon closed its mouth, and the guy said that he did everything right. The creature turned and looked menacingly. The joyful Khan extended his hand with a sword and asked if in this case it would be worth holding an unplanned competition. The foot stepped on a purple surface. Khan, holding a sword in his hand, decided to look at something. It turns out he was standing on Nobius's back. The main character opened his eyes wide and swung his sword. There was a bright flash near the dragon's neck. Khan looked down in surprise. Not a single crack appeared on the red sword. Something caught the protagonist's attention and he thought about doing something differently. A hole in the collar was visible at the tip of the sword. Khan remembered the face of Pedinar, who said that he needed to show the holy sword to the supreme dragon Nobius. The sword was pointed at the blue hole. The hilt of the sword was almost stuck in. Then the hole closed, and the handle remained in the hands of the protagonist. After this, the collar disappeared from the dragon's neck. A small yellow collar hung on the tip of the sword, and Khan said that even the holy sword could not break it, but it simply shrank. A magical sphere appeared next to the guy and heard him say that such a dangerous object needs to be carefully monitored, so it should be put into inventory. The sphere said gloomily that a mouse never trusts its fate to just one hole, and for some reason it has the feeling that the guy has filled up all the holes. It also seemed to her that all the characters who should not die become just another form of entertainment for the main character. Khan opened one eye and convinced her that she was imagining it, and if something went wrong, the teachers would find out and fix it. He raised his head and turned to Nobius. The dragon looked at the guy, who asked if he was grateful to him. Its mouth opened and it made a sound. Khan smiled broadly and said that he understood. The leg came off the purple surface. The hand touched something pink. Khan found himself between the dragon's 2 horns and shouted that they would go to the end. From the ground, 3 people called the hero and asked where he was going. The elf and the saint shouted that they would go with him. Khan looked away and thought that he had completely forgotten about them. The Elf King was surprised when he heard that it was time for them to say goodbye. From the dragon's head, the guy shouted to be expected at the next festival in 40 years, and until that time they must gather huge forces and give him a good welcome upon his return. The Khan, with an angry face, shouted at the Elven King to take care of his education, because his descendants had an unreasonable hatred of the human race. Sweat appeared on the faces of the elves. They were afraid of his words. At this moment, a hand gently touched the white clothes. The main character hugged the saint while standing on the dragon's head. He opened his mouth wide and shouted to the elf to drink more milk. The Elf King's daughter stared up in bewilderment. The dragon's shadow covered the two people who were standing on the ground. The dragon raised dust and flew high into the sky. The saint opened her eyes wide and screamed. A man's hand grabbed his thin wrist. The saint smiled widely and became embarrassed. Han grinned when the girl called him master. Suddenly, a collar appeared on the saint's neck. Khan pointed to himself and told the saint not to fall. The girl hinted that he should hug her. The guy offered to jump if she didn't like something. The dragon flew high in the sky above the ruins of the city. A magical sphere appeared behind the main character and asked if he was really going to kill the festival participants with the help of the supreme dragon, and reminded him that the next competition should begin around the full moon. The sphere began to sweat after the guy's negative answer. He pointed his finger at the saint and asked her where the prize for winning the main competition was kept. She replied that he was in the Palace of Angels. Nobius opened his eyes wide and growled after the guy asked who he would like to kill most now. Khan clenched his teeth and agreed, looking up angrily. He exclaimed that they were in the Palace of Angels. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds. Clear sky with clouds on the sides. One cloud pierced something. It then shows a calm sky with fluffy clouds. A huge something similar to a fin pierced the thickness of the clouds. A palace appeared before us in the rays of the sun. Two angels were talking on the edge of the platform. One turned around and looked to the side. They saw two purple wings that pierced the clouds. A huge dragon with a rider on its head appeared in front of them. Khan turned to Nobius and told him to look where he was being held captive. The hand clenched the sword, which began to shine with golden and purple colors. They merged in a purple mist. The sword completely glowed yellow, with a purple spiral surrounding it. They showed an image with half of Khan's face and half of a dragon's muzzle. The main character asked Nobius if he was ready, and the dragon growled in response. The dragon flew towards the Palace of Angels to show these winged fools the true power of friendship. A huge dragon flew to the Island of Angels. The monster opened its mouth, from which flames came out. The dragon's face looked angry. The monster opened its mouth more and more, gaining more and more flame. The dragon opened his mouth wide and with all his strength directed the flame towards the small island. The angels screamed and flew away from the dragon flames that covered the entire island. The fire scattered throughout the entire area, making it impossible to escape. On the dragon's head was Khan, who folded his arms across his chest, looking at everything that was happening. Khan opened his eyes wide with joy and had a wide smile on his face. The entire island was filled with flames, and they tried to quickly fly away from the angel. Pegasus was flying in the sky. The angel asked him to stop flying so fast. The angel could not cope with the control of Pegasus and shouted to him to stop, gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, Pegasus quickly flew towards the dragon, not listening to the girl. Khan smiled and looked at Pegasus and asked him where he had been hiding all this time. Pegasus shot at the dragon with his power. The monster swung its paw to hit Pegasus. The dragon hit the horse with great force so that it flew away. Pegasus looked at his horn, from which great power began to appear in the form of a ball. Pegasus' huge lightning bolts fell on the dragon's entire body. Khan smiled. Pointing his finger at the saint, who controlled her power on the dragon, Khan told the girl that they worked well together. The saint began to smile, closing her eyes. Khan began to ask the girl to show everyone how great a team they had. The girl said that she understood. The saint directed all her strength to the dragon's horn so that he would not be angry with them. The dragon's eyes became kinder towards Khan and the saint. One of the main angels closed his eyes and shouted with all his might to all his assistants to aim at the dragon's head. Khan looked at the angel with a smile and told her that this answer was something meaningful. A large number of arrows began to fly straight at the dragon's head. Khan began to get angry and then jumped from the dragon. Khan kicked Pegasus in the wing with all his might. The main angel pointed a sword at the guy and angrily asked Khan how he dared to touch the holy animal. The angel's sword hit Khan in the stomach. Khan clenched his teeth, pretending to be in pain. Khan turned sharply to the angel with a mad smile and began to tell her that he was in a little pain. The main angel was surprised and clenched his teeth, not understanding what she should do next. Khan killed the angels one by one. Khan used his sword power on each angel, saying that he was doing it heartlessly. The guy's strength went to the angels. They shouted to each other to be more careful and quickly get away from this. The light pierced all the angels, not allowing them to leave. It was throughout the entire territory. The dragon flew up to Khan and the guy stepped on the dragon with his foot. Khan stood on his head, smiling and telling the magic ball that the school doesn't teach anything about murder. The magic ball began to tell the guy that the school simply doesn't teach how to kill. The magic ball looked at the smiling Khan and said that at school Khan had to learn the concepts of good and evil. The guy began to talk about how he understood everything. The magic ball looked at Khan and asked him if it was true. The guy stood facing the ball and said that he really understood everything and now he would prove everything. Khan pointed his finger at the smiling saint and asked her about her condition. The girl felt that 986 creatures were alive and they had all gathered in one place. On the island full of dragon fire there was a golden tower that was not damaged in any way. The dragon stepped with its paw on an area on the island. The monster sat down near the tower and began to look at it. The monster began to get angry and growl, showing its grin. The dragon's paw was on the tower, and its claws began to scratch it. The dragon abruptly removed its paw from the building as it heard some sounds coming from it. The monster wanted to fly up and damage the tower. The dragon began to calm down because Khan called him. Mobius sat down near the tower and began to wait calmly. The gates of the building began to slowly open. An angel appeared from the tower and raised his hands up, looking at the dragon sitting in front of him. Khan looked questioningly at the angel and asked him if he was a representative of the dragon. The angel closed his eyes in fear and told Khan that he had understood everything correctly and his name was representative. Khan leaned against the dragon and, looking at the representative, said that he would be brief. Khan immediately changed his face and, with wide eyes, told the representative that he was a victim. Khan looked carefully at the angel, who told the guy that he understood everything. Angels surrounded the house in which Khan was on all sides and fired weapons in different directions. The guy was extremely surprised by this attack. Khan stood around the chaos, folding his arms on his chest. The guy replied that if he thought about what happened, it made him shiver. Khan pulled himself closer to the angel and looked at him. Khan opened his mouth wide and folded his hands on his chest and began to tell the angel that he had the right to demand compensation for the damage received. The angel looked at Khan and told him that since they were faced with chaos, they would have to accept the inevitability of fate, so the angel would give them everything that they themselves had to the winner. The representative lowered his head and pointed at the other angels, asking Khan to spare the lives of all the survivors since they had nothing to do with what was happening. Khan smiled and folded his hands on his chest, telling the angel that only a reward would be enough for him. Khan looked at the angel from the dragon, who was trying to tell him something. Khan got angry and told the angel that if he wants to say something, then let him do it quickly. The angel covered himself with his hands and told Khan that in their palace there was a treasure vault where not only prizes were kept, but also various equipment. Khan put his hand on his chin, wondering what to do. Khan immediately remembered the equipment in the prayer room and decided that they would have nothing useful. Khan looked at the angel from the dragon and shouted to him that this was not necessary and Khan could simply be told where the reward for the main competition was. The angel began to tell Khan that he understood everything. The angel pulled a pillow with golden balls towards Hana. Khan stood on the dragon and asked the frightened angel what it was. The representative began to say that he would show everything. The angel threw the ball up so that it began to open up. Someone's foot began to step on the ground. A wing appeared in the sky. A sword appeared in the golden light. A girl appeared in the sky, looking at Han and smiling. The representative began to tell Khan that, following the will of the owner, at his one call, the daring angel protector, Sexerial, appears. The girl looked at Khan and smiled sweetly. The representative looked at the girl, closing his eyes. Khan stood on the dragon with surprised eyes. Khan opened his eyes wide in surprise and some kind of disgust, asking the representative what it was. Khan raised the holy sword into the sky and told the angels that their cooperation was cancelled. Khan held the sword tightly in his hands. The representative and the angel looked with fear at the dragon as it took off. The golden balls in the representative's hands began to crack. Golden ash came from the golden balls. Sexerial's hand began to disappear. The girl with frightened eyes screamed and asked everyone what was happening. All the power went into the holy sword towards Khan. The guy stood with a surprised face full of misunderstanding. Khan's call began to change to a higher level. Holy power began to flow into the holy sword. With a frightened face and tears in her eyes, the saint asked the guy what was happening. The magical thread pulled the girl straight into the holy sword. The surprised Khan looked at the saint's hand, which was peeking out from the sword. The holy sword began to shine incredibly brightly, blinding Khan's eyes. Khan covered his eyes from the sword, afraid that something would happen. Khan's eyes spoke of fright and fear. The holy sword made sounds. Khan cried, holding a sword in his hands, and the magic ball began to tell Khan to look up. Khan raised his head with tears in his eyes, looking at what was there. In the bright light, the saint stood in the sky. Khan could not believe that it was her. The saint smiled at the guy and said that it was her. Khan stood with his head raised in tears and holding a sword. He told the girl to come back. The saint flew into the sword, asking the guy what he meant. The guy just watched the saint leave. Khan began to look carefully at the system window that appeared. The system window showed a large number of the guy's skills. Han had many skills, such as Festival and Infinity. Khan looked at the skills in surprise, and the magic ball asked the guy that responsible people are given 2 skills. Khan began to look at the representative, who was asking why nothing was happening. The angel looked to the side and said that apparently they were puzzled by the fact that, unlike the events in the prayer house, the security system did not work and, most likely, the assistants had forgotten. Khan began to laugh, holding his hands on his chest. Realizing that the representative wanted to give him the award for a reason, the guy began to say that they would end everything with this. The dragon began to shake the island, and the angel began to shout at him not to do this. Khan smiled, closed his eyes, and told the representative that he was now just an observer. The dragon opened its mouth with all its might, approaching the representative. Khan closed his eyes and stood smiling. Opening his eyes, Khan was surprised at where they were. The place looked like a universe. A huge system window appeared in front of Khan, in which they asked Khan if he enjoyed the festival. The guy was not surprised by this. The system window began to tell Khan that having found countless bonds that inspired him, he did not lose hope and continued to believe. Khan knew friendship and love, and after growing up together, the guy finally became the final winner. This infuriated Khan very much. The system window asked the guy if he wanted to know his grades. Surprised, Khan did not understand what kind of ratings for the festival these were. The magic ball began to tell the guy that the main goal of the festival is to repeat what he had learned. But at the same time, the ratings do not affect anything and Khan can watch them calmly. The system window began telling the guy to carefully study his grades. Khan laughed with a sly smile and said that he had a wonderful scoreboard. Khan closed his eyes and light began to appear around him. The guy was thinking about what it was and whether it was a reset again. The light appeared brighter, covering the entire surface and taking Khan with it. Khan opened his eyes slightly, not understanding where he was. Khan found himself in an area full of people. Khan looked at the magic ball, which told the guy that it seemed like this was the system from the inside and Khan was here because the festival was forced to end. The system window began to tell everyone that even if the hero is really difficult and now everyone will be given 2 paths. The system window said that there are 3 winners. People can kill other survivors and steal the reward. But if people decide to cooperate, they will receive a big amount of experience. The decision-making time was 10 minutes. Khan began to smile and, standing with his back to the magic ball, tell her not to worry. Khan began to smile madly and say that it would not be difficult for him to kill everyone in 10 minutes and leave only 2. One of the people stood looking at the system window and was surprised by this information. All the people stood next to each other and said that there were many more people here and they would not receive the reward. Khan's holy sword slid next to one of the people. Khan ran towards the people with great speed, waving his sword. Khan ran with a smile on his face and told people that they didn't have to worry and he would quickly send them home. The holy sword flew in different directions. A furious fight broke out between people. Khan stood next to this crowd of people. Khan smiled and held the sword in his hands, saying that his profession had changed at just the right time. People looked at Khan in fear and said that they were giving up. Khan stood next to groups of people, holding a sword behind his back and not believing that they were really surrendering. Khan looked at the people calmly and without fear. People looked attentively at Khan, who began to count them. Khan raised his hand to his chin, and behind the guy there was a man with a knife who was jumping at Khan. The guy was interested in whether there were 6 of them, including him or not. Khan hit this man in the face with all his fist and with a smile on his face began to say that now there are exactly 6 of them. Khan turned to this man. 2 fists were flying around Khan's head from different sides. The guy told the man to be silent if he attacked from the rat. Khan jumped up with great speed so that his 2 fists touched. Khan flew several meters up, doing a somersault. The 2 hands came together, holding each other tightly. Khan flew back down at high speed. Khan put his hands behind his head and began to look at everyone with a smile. Khan's gaze fell on something. People fought with each other. Fire and flames were carried out throughout the land. The girl smiled, clenched her hand into a fist and asked if she succeeded. Khan approached the girl from behind and told her no with a smile. Khan fell with great force on the girl. One guy ran at the guy, screaming and calling him names. Khan extended his fist and hit the man in the face with it, smiling and saying that he understood everything. Khan noticed something. A man with a face full of anger looked at Khan and told him that he would not allow Khan to even touch her with his finger. Khan smiled slyly and asked the guy if he really thought so. Khan quickly jumped away from the guy. But the warrior was not going to give up, so he quickly ran after Khan. The warrior girl looked out of the smoke. The girl looked at Khan in fear. Khan smiled, looking at the girl and holding a sword in his hands with the sharp side towards the girl's body. Khan flew towards the girl to kill her. A warrior ran behind the guy, shouting at Khan not to do this. Khan turned and smiled at the guy and told him to appreciate it. The girl stretched her hand forward, trying to stop Khan. The holy sword passed near the warrior's face. Khan jumped and, swinging his sword, cut off 2 heads. Khan smiled as he jumped back to the ground, saying that these couples were very unpredictable. Khan began to look in fear and surprise at the guy who called him a villain. The huge man held his hands on his chest, telling Khan that he would punish him for the fact that the guy first attacks the girl. Khan raised his sword up, which greatly frightened the warrior. Khan raised his head up, thinking about what to do next. Khan squinted, looking around at the rest of the people and realized that now there were only 3 of them left. Khan lay on the ground, leaning against huge pillars, and told two girls that he would not kill them. One of the girls looked at the guy with anger, asking him if this had something to do with the festival. Khan closed his eyes and lay with a smile, hiding his hands on the back of his head. The girl asked the guy that he was leaving them alive for the sake of the reward that was chattering to the survivors. Khan understood that they had about a minute. The girl stood and shouted to Han, who did not pay attention to her. The girl told the guy that maybe he had not heard her real name, but Han must have probably been aware of the Yalma. The girl was angry that the guy ignored her until the very end. The girl pointed her finger at Khan and told him with a smile that she remembered his face and they would meet on Earth. Khan looked at the girl with incomprehension, thinking about what kind of stalker she was. A system window appeared, which began to say that 10 minutes had passed and the three winners had united, deciding to cooperate. The system window said that they had made a difficult decision, for which a large amount of experience would be granted. Khan was still lying down, and the girls stood with their heads raised and looked at this information. Light began to appear around Khan. The guy smiled and said that he didn't know this. All of Khan's data began to change. Two girls disappeared, one wished him luck, and the second told the guy that she would get to him. Khan lay there, and there was a light near him. The system window began to tell Khan that it was beginning to reevaluate. Khan's face changed and he looked with some fear at the system window, which said that the teaching staff was discussing what to do with the guy. Han did not understand why the teaching staff never discussed this in advance. The system window showed Han that he would be assigned a special instructor. The system window began to disappear, and in its place a light appeared that filled the entire area. Khan woke up in the hay with a frightened face. Someone began to shout to him and call Khan brother. The girl leaned towards the guy's face and told him that he was an unemployed brother. Lanival, with admiration and sparkle in her eyes, told Khan to get up faster. There were houses on the territory, and the entire village was surrounded by a fence. All the village people were very friendly and smiling. Some people left their villages by carriage. Khan smiled. Looking into the distance, the guy understood that in this world he did not have a certain law, where he was obliged to be a hero. Behind Khan there was a smiling Lanival, who told her brother to quickly change clothes and go eat. Khan opened his mouth in surprise, not understanding what Lanival was talking about. The girl told the guy that she was his younger sister Lunaval, who was not at all like him. Khan looked up and angrily told the girl to say his name. Opening her mouth wide, Lanival smiled and asked Khan what he was talking about. The girl asked the guy how she knew his name if he didn't say it. Khan stood on the balcony, looking at the street, and meanwhile Lunaval ran up to the guy. Khan understood that everything has its limit. The guy didn't understand how he suddenly ended up in this house and became a member of the girl's family. Khan took off his clothes with a dissatisfied face. The guy decided to get rid of them and adjust the settings a little. Lanival closed her eyes in embarrassment and asked Khan how he could undress in front of his little sister. Khan's clothes flew into Lanival. The guy told the girl to shut up. Khan rubbed his forehead with his hand and rolled his eyes, saying that it was still good that he ended up in this house. Khan looked at Lanival with some anger, his mouth open. The girl told the guy that she would wash the clothes and then return them. Khan answered Lanival that he would not wear them, so there is no need to do this. Khan looked half sideways at something in surprise. Lanival sent Han's clothes to the new system space and said that she would put them away. Lanival smiled sweetly. Han understood that this four-dimensional space was a high-level auxiliary magic, which in the first playthrough Lanival received only several years later. Khan did not understand that, among other things, the girl's status had also changed. Khan looked at something in surprise, raising his eyebrows. Data about Lanival appeared in the system window, where the girl's status remained the same. Lanival dusted off her hands, looking at Khan. Information about the girl's profession appeared on the system window. Khan was curious about whether the sorcerers of fantasy increased their powers at the expense of willpower. The guy decided that apparently the basic settings had changed and now Lanival was endowed with a lot of knowledge. Lanival smiled with her sweet eyes, looking at Khan. The guy was sure that all these changes with Lanival were made in order to control Khan. The guy decided that he needed to beware of this imposter. Lanival still smiled sweetly at the guy without saying anything. Khan decided that he would do everything alone. Khan walked through the village, hiding his hands in his pockets. Khan called up the system window and looked at it with confusion, trying to figure out his skill points. Khan's finger reached for the data written on the system window. The system window showed a large variety of skills. Han looked at this and said that the defense of infinity could not resist the new circle, but this did not mean that it was useless, despite the fact that it had effects that Han did not understand. Khan looked carefully at the system window, his eyes wide open. The guy decided that now was not the time to deal with this and that he needed to start with more significant problems. The system window showed Han's many skills. Khan pointed his finger at one of the skills, realizing that due to the next return, he did not even have time to check this skill. The guy thought that the max rank was the last. The system window began to say that Khan had reached the limit of growth in the ordinary field of knowledge and now Khan must sacrifice other skills to overcome the limit. The higher the early skills sacrificed, the higher the efficiency. Ordinary domain skill mastery levels will no longer be used starting from Transcendental Domain, Z rank. Khan clenched his teeth in fear, looking at the system window. The guy did not understand whether a system for bypassing restrictions had appeared. A magic ball appeared behind the guy, which told Khan that he also thought this was madness. The intern answered Khan that everything was becoming so complicated that anyone might want to give up. Khan looked at the magic ball with a smile. The guy told the ball that it was her. Miss Trainee greeted Khan. The magic ball told Khan that, at the insistence of his elders, he was again assigned to the guy. The intern wanted to answer the guy that he was getting used to the new place well, but immediately changed her mind about saying this. Khan looked into the distance with a very exhausted face. The intern looked at the guy and told him that he didn't seem to be settling in very well. Khan stretched and told the magic ball that even if it was so, Khan still couldn't sit idly by. The magic ball told the guy to be serious in his decisions, because if Khan tries to get around the restrictions, you will be able to make a decision which will lead to bad consequences. Khan tilted his head down, telling the intern not to worry so much about the guy. Khan stood next to the huge window of his skills and, smiling, told the magic ball that he was the hero of the 6th circle and he had a lot of skills that he could sacrifice. Khan began to smile hysterically, looking forward, saying that it was time to break the piggy bank. 6% appeared on the system window. Khan was not happy with this. Khan looked at the system window with wild eyes and talked about how he could donate another skill. The magic ball watched Khan and asked him if he was okay. A rank skills began to disappear in the system window. S rank skills disappeared. 28% appeared on the system window. Khan looked down with a tired face, saying that this was not enough. This intern began to ask Khan about the fact that maybe he should stop. Khan sat down on a log and directed his head down. The guy thanked the magic ball for the fact that she was worried about him. Khan told the magic ball that he regretted something else. Khan, gritting his teeth in anger, began to say that he regretted the first replay. The guy's first circle took 10 years. Khan walked with a sword, and behind the guy were the bodies of monsters. Khan looked at these bodies carefully. The guy didn't care what the outcome was, it became part of his life. Han's face was full of surprise and indignation, as all these 10 years had disappeared due to recertification. Khan smiled and told the magic ball that compared to that loss, the skills accumulated over the year were not that significant. In the system window, the skills began to disappear one by one. Khan smiled, looking at the system window and removing the skills with his finger, saying that he did not feel sorry for them. The hero stepped forward. A gray-haired man and a girl with blonde hair and a ponytail squinted in the light. He asked what it was. The girl exclaimed in surprise. Khan smiled widely and shouted for the inhabitants of this miserable village to listen to him and look into his eyes. He stood up straight with his arms outstretched, promising that they would be happier. The crowd shouted that he was a deity and a saint. He pursed his lips, looked up with tears in his eyes, and thought that with such a meager amount of skills, he only wanted to grin. There was a description of Class Z on the screen, but he was still a saint. Village, 15 days have passed. A girl with a basket of apples, a man showing a vest. She shouted for him to come and accept it. The hero had no doubt that, thanks to the kindness of the local residents, this time he would definitely be appreciated as a saint. Khan thrust the sword into Pedinar's stomach. But there was no reason to rush, because despite the fact that the hero eliminated the Demon Lord in one day, it was not possible to graduate normally. He looks displeasedly out the open window. The purple ball emits light. The trainee reminded him that living things grow not only thanks to nutrients. The hero gritted his teeth, looked at the screen. There was a sphere above him. The teacher noted that the same applies to the development of superior skills. He will not achieve good results by continuing to simply gain new skills and sacrifice them to remove the restriction, the guy cursed. The hero pursed his lips, a tear sparkled in his eye. The character on the right was in the form of a drop. He noted with regret that the teachings of Master Malin would no longer help here. He sits on the bench, eyes closed, hands on his knees, violet flames around him, so he decided to devote himself to developing other skills and only then think about removing the restriction. Little brother screams. Lanival ran into the room. Khan clenched his teeth and frowned. He told her to back off. She loudly declared that he should not be harmful and listened to her. Besides, she had not yet had time to say anything. The mermaid swims in the water. She began to tell that in their village a legend has been passed down from generation to generation that a beautiful mermaid lives in a large lotus pond in the northern forest. The sword lies at the bottom. On the hilt there is a glowing green stone, and if the chosen hero suddenly appears to her, she will give him the strongest holy sword from the bottom of the lotus pond. Khan moved the girl away, covering her face with his palm. He wondered what kind of sword it was. In the window there is a mountain with a snowy peak. He thought that he was on the northern continent, and this can be understood by looking at the mountain, the top of which looks like the symbol M, snowy peaks against the dark sky. He thought that if in Fantasia they were talking about the Saint Sword, then always meant the sword hidden in the so-called grave of the hero of the past. a sword with a straight blade, a thin hilt, decorated with 3 stones, the same automatic holy sword one. He held her with his palm on her forehead. The girl rushed forward. He thought, what a pond. The guy looked ahead thoughtfully. He couldn't understand. Maybe it was some kind of defective sword, like the holy sword too. Kan held his palm on the forehead of the indignant heroine. He said that he didn't care. She screamed, why? The girl flies out of the house. He throws her out the door, shouting for her to shut up. A red sword with a heart, a division sign, and a smiling hero. He thought that the sword is an important part of the hero, but the holy sword too did not interest him very much, because he already has the holy sword one. There is a drop of sweat on the hero's cheek. He is sitting in the violet flame, with his hands on his knees. He decided that it was better to fully invest in developing his skills. A man with a black mustache and a blue vest and shirt opened the door and shouted that he needed the help of the saint. His daughter was sick. Kan rolled his eyes and looked at him in confusion. Huts, they came to the man's house. The girl is lying in bed with a towel on her head. The man complained that the temperature did not subside. The heroine looked at the man, who, lowering his head, said that the medicine needed ingredients from the pond blessed by the mermaid. They were in its purest water. Lanival turned to Kan with a joyful face. The man began to talk about the monster. Kan put his hand on the girl's head. There was light all around. She sat up and told her father that she was hungry. The guy said with boredom that she was fine. They were shocked. The hero knitted his eyebrows, a vein bulged on his face, and sternly asked, what about payment? The man holds a mug and a jug. He offered him mare's milk, milked in the morning. It is good for health and youth. The hero replied that this is not enough. The man froze. He timidly asked what he said. A crowd of people watched from the window. Kan shouted menacingly that he wanted to pay for the life of his beloved daughter with milk, and this was very little, and said that he was disappointed in him. People noisily agreed with the hero. The man clasped his hands in prayer and began to cry. He said loudly that the guy was right, and along with the milk he would give him a newly born foal. The girl's father knelt in front of Kan, who crossed his arms over his chest, grinned and said that this is another matter. The screen shows that the skills of blackmail, incitement, and bargaining have increased. Sunset, village, Lanival said that he went too far. He followed her with a dissatisfied look. The girl noted with regret that this was an excellent chance to look at the pond from the legend. He, through clenched teeth, asked why she was dissatisfied. It all ended well. He poked her forehead with his index finger and asked if something had happened to the girl while he was driving to the pond. The heroine could not object and became upset. He looked up. There was a purple ball above his head. The trainee confirmed that by going to the pond, he could easily get the holy sword. He asked not to worry. There are question marks next to the ball. He decided to do it right, otherwise everything will go on forever. The girl winked, putting her hand behind her head. He thought that he was enduring the annoying Lanival, whom he just wanted to hit. A crying man with a mustache hugs his daughter, and he also fulfills the annoying requests of the townspeople. Green background with sparks, the hero exhaled. He thought that so far everything was going as it should and he needed to focus on developing his skills. Someone shouted. The guy got nervous. A large man's hand grabbed the girl's hand and laughed evilly. The men attacked the girl with a basket of apples. A large man with a helmet covering his eyes said loudly that although she was a hillbilly, she looked okay. A guy with short brown hair suggested that she not break and go into his arms. Houses are burning. People are running around. A man in armor shouted that he liked this village. Kan crossed his arms over his chest. Lanival stood nearby. There was black smoke behind him. The man shouted that there were a lot of cuties here. They asked him where. Kan pursed his lips. One of them asked if this girl had a boyfriend. The hero grimaced, raised his head and said with disgust that these scum made him angry. He extended his index finger and thumb. The rest pressed into his palm. The guy in the helmet and the bald man looked with delight at the light that illuminated them. A powerful flash threw the invaders a long distance. A bald man with a scar on his head is dead, lying on the ground, smoke approaching him. The heroes stand among the defeated opponents. The girl quietly said that all the mercenaries are dead. Kan tried to look tough, a vein bulging on his cheek. He sternly replied that there was no need to fight. The window showed that the score for the slaughter skill had increased. A ball appeared above him. The hero froze with a puzzled face. The teacher asked if this was not the debut scene of the hero who had acquired the sword. He took the red sword with a heart on the hilt. The hero cleared his throat into his fist. An admiring crowd looked at him. He raised the shining sword above his head and shouted with an important look that he was a hero. He thought that this would not cause any problems. The men threw the bodies of the mercenaries into the pit. Kan turned to the headman. A bald old man with a beard and mustache stood with his head down. The guy said that if anyone asks. He hit himself in the chest with his finger and declared that he should say that a hero did it. Men throw earth into the hole. Dawn, a high fence, residents said goodbye to the heroes, thanked them and wished them a successful journey. Lanival turned around with a joyful face and said that she saw him in a new light. She ran forward. Kan followed her. He asked her to stop talking irrelevantly and lead him faster to the pond. He looked forward thoughtfully, thinking that the order of events was now a little out of whack, but maybe if he reached the greatest holy sword, the course of the plot would be restored. The hero looks ahead. He thought that he told the villagers how to deal with the problem of mercenaries, so that the village will now be safe. They are standing near the forest. In the distance there are mountains. He thought contently that his personality assessment and reputation should be ideal and there would be nothing to complain about this time. Can in profile against the background of trees. He shuddered when the girl said that it was here and they had come. The shore of a pond, yellow flowers in the grass. They stood in front of a large pond. The girl spread her arms. She clenched her fists in fear. The guy, taking out his sword, said that everything was designed exactly to create the impression of some special place with a reward. She asked if he was too careful. He turned around. A shadow fell over his eyes, with a terrifying expression on his face. He said that the girl could say what she wanted, and noted that she was now standing in such a way that a mermaid could easily jump out from behind and break her neck. Lanival was scared. A mermaid stood behind her in the shadows. She looked with fear at the mermaid with short blue hair standing next to her. The girl fell and screamed. Ken noted with an evil grin that she almost died. The mermaid near the shore put her hands on the grass, said that she did not intend to kill her, and with offense asked who he took them for. She looked indignantly at Ken. He triumphantly explained that mermaids are an evil race that preys on innocent guys like him, who only held hands with their mother and then squeezed them dry. She loudly objected. What a negative attitude. She tilted her head down and said in disappointment that she had heard about people who treated them badly, but now that she had met such a person in real life, she was simply shocked, and the guy demanded to stop talking and give him a sword. The mermaid looked at him, frowned, and said that the holy sword could only be used by a hero. She rose from the water, pointed at the guy, and shouted that she would test him to see if he was worthy of being called a hero. For example, in the eastern part of the forest there lives a mutant salamander, a purple salamander with 2 black horns. The mermaid said that he must slay her and bring the horn from her head. The mermaid froze, a sword blade in front of her. Khan showed a sword with a heart on the hilt. He explained that she was looking at the holy sword. The mermaid looks at him puzzled, an awkward pause. She broke the silence and carefully asked how he became a hero. The guy angrily replied that it didn't matter, the main thing was that he was a hero. The mermaid dived. Kane crossed his arms over his chest. She replied that she understood and asked to wait a second. Lanival poked the hero in the shoulder. He said with an evil grin, "It's good that this fish is smart." He turned around and asked what else. She nervously said that she forgot to tell the hero that if he wanted, he could replace the holy sword. The heroes are standing in the distance. The mermaid emerged from the water. Lanival said that the hero should smile because his sweet little sister was addressing him. The mermaid called him. There were drops of water on the mermaid's hair and face, and she shouted that it was him. She was holding a sword in a blue scabbard. The hilt was decorated with a green stone. She loudly announced that this was the greatest holy sword. The hero, with a gloomy look, asked why he was the greatest. The mermaid extended her thumb and index finger, noting that it was a very good question. The sword, behind the spirit of a man with long white hair. She said that in this sword there is a beautiful and noble soul of an ancient hero for the sake of future heroes. She, dying, imprisoned herself in the sword. She grabbed the sword, pressed her cheek to it. The mermaid added that at any moment you can listen to the advice of the soul and use its knowledge, and also, she has such a sweet voice. The mermaid froze, hugging the sword. The hero indifferently asked, "So what?" She looked at the hero in surprise. He crossed his arms over his chest, added with irritation, "There is a soul in him, and whatnot." She showed the sword, smiled desperately, and explained that this was an opportunity to get an individual consultation with the beautiful heroine. Asking for more was already arrogance. Khan put the red sword on his shoulder, grinned, and called her a stupid fish. The sword in the hero's hand began to glow. He asked to look carefully. An angel was looking at them from above. The halo was connected with a golden thread to the guy's sword. The angel was a girl with long blonde hair in a white and gold dress and stockings. She addressed him like a master and asked where they were. He put his hand on her waist. The girl laid her head on his shoulder. He said that this was the holy sword. The angel is nearby. He rested his hand on his side and declared that his sword has excellent combat power, is equipped with a delicate padded jacket, and can resurrect. The mermaid opened her eyes and mouth wide. He asked not to compare her sword with the sword that even the demon lord could not destroy. A hero with a furious face, he sternly said that if she understood him, then let her hide her piece of iron back into the pond. The mermaid silently looked at her weapon. Lanival looked at the hero and said excitedly that he was going too far. The mermaid indifferently threw the sword into the pond. She asked for forgiveness and added that she was not the greatest. She was interrupted by Lanival, screaming in fear. The angel disappeared, leaving a cloud of smoke. Next to the hero there was a purple ball with a drop. The intern asked embarrassedly if this was definitely normal. He answered, "Of course." The heroine put her hand on the mermaid's shoulder, trying to cheer her up. The guy said that something was wrong with the main plot. He closed his eyes, cupped his chin in his palm, and asked thoughtfully whether the problem was still in the disturbed order of events. He opened his eyes and froze with his hand at his chin. When the teacher suggested that the soul of the holy sword could help, he praised her for her genius. He put his hand on the shoulder of the offended mermaid and asked her to take out the sword again. The heroes are opposite each other. Lanival looks with great surprise. Can crossed his arms. The mermaid, lowering her head, asked why he needed this trinket. He replied that he needed to ask something from that soul. The mermaid folded her palms. She was delighted and asked if they still wanted to listen to the soul and find out the will of the ancient hero. She waved her tail. The sword flies into the hero's hand. She noticed that he, as befits a hero, is very kind. Can raised an eyebrow and curled his mouth. In response to his partner's request to quickly get his sword, he glanced sideways at her and told her to shut up, otherwise he would throw her into the pond. The hero moved the hilt of the sword up with his thumb to remove it from its sheath. He raised his weapon, light emanating from it. A sword decorated with a green stone hung from a yellow belt. Lanival waved her arms and jumped up and down, singing a song, the sword attached to the belt of her dress. Can looked at the carefree girl with displeasure. He had a gloomy expression on his face. The guy held a sword in his hand. The spirit said that she was glad to meet the hero of the present time. She wanted to introduce herself, but Can decided to do without it. He looked at the weapon irritably. She did not expect such treatment. He said that from now on she is the Holy Sword 3. He is angry. There is a drop next to the sword. She clarified, he is definitely a hero. He angrily replied so that she stopped chatting and got to the point and then asked what he should do. The green stone on the hilt sparkled. She announced that the training would now begin. The trunk of a large tree, she explained, in order to effectively wield this sword, you need to have basic physical strength and advanced fencing. A day requires 500 horizontal and vertical swings. At first it will be difficult and unusual, but the heroes learn quickly. A horizontal streak of light, he cut through the tree. Powerful explosion. The hero rested his hand on his side, held the sword in front of him. Smoke was coming from the blade. The spirit was surprised how he did it. The hero replied that this was nothing, and with the holy sword too you can cut mountains. He threw the sword to Lanival. The girl caught it and bent over from the weight. The spirit said that then they would continue. The sword in the heroine's hand shrank. The guy said that this was a good opportunity to practice. He looked at his partner, clicking his tongue. The girl raised her sword victoriously and said that it was easier this way. She looked in surprise at the departing Can. He said that he had started all this in vain. He looked around. Lanival called out to him and said that the woman from the sword said that there were hidden ruins here in the north. Snowy peaks in black and white. He asked if there was Snowy Mountain M in the north. She clarified that it was somewhere a little closer. The entrance to the cave. The girl conveyed the words of the spirit. She trained there when she was a little girl. This place is called the Training Cave. Lanival looked with a smile at the hero standing with his back to her. He asked if only the hero was allowed to enter the cave. She confirmed, surprised how he knew about it. The guy looked up thoughtfully. He had no memories of this place from the first passage. It was worth going there. She raised her clenched fists and said how great it was that the villagers had supplied them with large supplies of food and they could immediately go to the ruins without thinking about it. But he seriously said that they would go to the city first. Lanival shrugged. The hero looked back with an evil grin and said that he had business there. The building is protected by a transparent dome with gold ornaments. Several covered wagons with horses, people walking around. The buildings are decorated with gold stripes. In the foreground there is a guy with a backpack on his back, people in robes with hoods. The girl admired the view of the city. Lanival delightedly pointed her finger at the sky and asked the hero to look at the flying carpets. He asked her not to squeal like a hillbilly. She lowered her eyes and stood behind the hero, who looked up thoughtfully. Tall golden tower. Khan found what he was looking for. The girl waved her hands, unsuccessfully trying to attract attention. The hero, continuing to look, indifferently said, "This is the Tower of the Sage?" She asked. "He knows everything in the world." Lanival followed him. She clarified that he was going to go straight to the tower. He confirmed. The tower has several entrances where crowds of people enter. The heroes stand at the end of a long line. She asked if it would be today. Lanival pointed to the line. When he went in the other direction, she asked where he was going, because the end of the line was here. A guy in a blue jacket with short brown hair looked confusedly at Can, who stood next to him. He frowned and demanded that he get in line. The light fell on his face. He looked ahead in amazement, not even having time to finish his sentence. The crowd parted. The hero walked forward with his arms outstretched. Light emanated from him. People asked to move, admired that a saint had condescended to them. One of them asked where the holy energy came from here. There is a magic ball next to the guy's head. The guy opened his eye and looked at the intern. He asked if there were any problems. She nervously said that there were no moral questions and he radiated only kindness and cordiality. Khan opened the doors. The girl in the purple hat greeted the guest with a smile. Behind the hero's back, Lanival bit her lip. They asked him what question he had come for. The guy replied that he wanted to meet with the sage. She clarified that they had agreed on a meeting in advance. The partner looked with concern at Ken, who was beginning to get angry. He repeated that he wanted to meet the sage. The heroes are standing on the red carpet. Opposite them is a girl in a hat. She hesitantly said that everything was clear to her and she would inform the sage about their arrival. The doors are signed with gold numbers on top. The girl politely asked the hero to go through the third door. Blue vertical lines on the sphere. The intern asked the hero in fear if he was counting on a meeting without an appointment. He stood on the step and asked the teacher not to worry. The heroes climbed the spiral staircase around the tower. Kan asked if he had ever caused trouble to this place. Lanival asked him to look at the magic staircase. The ball is over the hero's head. He smiled wryly and noted that everything was always resolved more than peacefully. On the screen, increasing marks for blackmail and fraud. The green lamp above the door came on and the bell rang. The heroes entered a room with golden walls and a ceiling. The girl happily said that they were there. He noted that it was dark. Their faces were illuminated by a muted light. Ken did not have time to finish. They asked him if he was that same holy guest. Waves of flame come from a golden rod with a large purple stone. The man noted with displeasure that he had not signed up in advance and did not deign to wait in the reception area. A boy with dark curly hair, wearing a black robe with long sleeves, a hat and boots, holding a staff in his hand, looked at them with an angry face. He slightly tilted his head forward, opened his eyes wide and defiantly asked what kind of impudence. Information about the sage was displayed on the purple screen. Lanival turned to the hero with a worried face and asked him to apologize now. She recoiled in fear when she saw the sword in the hero's hand. The sage swung his staff and shouted with rage that he would make him regret it. Behind, above Kan's head, a sword spirit appeared, an angel girl. She asked. The owner was calling her. She pressed her hands to her chest. She wore a white dress with gold accents and stockings with garters. The sage's nose began to bleed. He fainted. Kan looked at him and spread his arms. The hero raised an eyebrow, looked at the purple ball opposite, and asked with a victorious grin if there were still any problems, she thought. The sage was lying in a pool of blood from his nose. With a happy expression on his face, the trainee asked how to explain this. The protagonist's hand squeezed the staff with great force, taking it from the sage. Immediately after this, Kan raised the staff in his hand a little higher and looked at it with great surprise and said that it was the staff of a sage as it emitted golden energy. At the same moment, the protagonist became lost in thought and did not remember the silhouette of a happy boy with a blade and reasoned that now he could check whether he was telling the truth or not. Then Kan turned sharply to the side, looking at the beaten dead man lying on the floor below, who was trembling and quietly muttering something. Immediately after this, the protagonist said that a magician of his level would not die so easily, while the sage continued to lie on the ground, not showing any signs of life, with blood flowing from his nose. At the same moment, Kan put his hand directly to the face of the wounded sage, from whom blood continued to flow. Then the protagonist, holding his hand near the sage's face, began to exude a huge amount of purple energy, concentrating strongly. Immediately after that, he removed his hand from the sage's face, which no longer looked so shabby, and purple particles hovered around while the system notification window showed his characteristics. At the same moment, Kan raised up a little, held his hand to his chest and looked down with a malicious smile, saying that this was his payment for the staff. Suddenly, Lanival, who appeared as if out of nowhere behind the protagonist, with her arms spread wide, turned to her brother with great joy and asked that they would now go to the ruins. Immediately after hearing the words, Kan sharply gave her a negative answer, which the girl was very surprised and continued to spread her arms to the sides with a dissatisfied look. At the same moment, the protagonist, smiling broadly, looked to the side and said that they were going to the magic arena. The events of the story are transferred to a huge area with a large number of stands, in the center of which there was a large arena. The huge battle arena was getting bigger, and right in the middle there were several silhouettes that seemed to be fighting with each other. Two huge white and gray iron golems fought each other in a fierce battle while bright sparks flew around. Immediately after this, they jumped in different directions from each other, landing directly on the ground, and got into fighting stances. The golems continued to fight each other in a fierce battle while the stands of the battle arena were filled with a huge number of people. The people in the stands cheered and shouted with joy as they watched the battle, saying that he should burn him, kill him, and defeat him. At the same moment, the leader of the battle, with her mouth wide open, spoke into a magic microphone, asking which magician's golem seemed the strongest, and called on her to place a bet on the right magician. She then immediately said that she defeats number 5, magician number 5, while in the arena the gray golem fell to the ground and the white one stood on his feet, defeating his enemy. At this moment, the protagonist was on the podium and watched everything that happened with a smug look, saying that there is no better place to train the skill of fortune than the magic arena, while Lanival screamed, watching the fight. Immediately afterwards, Khan thought for a bit as he watched the battle and reasoned that, of course, that wasn't the only reason they were here. At the same moment, a red mechanical golem leg stepped into the arena with enormous strength and speed. Then a huge red metal golem walked forward with a menacing look while the presenter said that this was number 15, repeating several times. Immediately after this, the foot of another blue golem stepped into the arena with great force and speed. At this moment, the large blue golem stood in place in the middle of the arena and held his hand at the ready while the presenter said that number 16 does not give up easily and wished him good luck. Suddenly, the presenter said that the fight was about to begin and turned the microphone towards the loud ringing bell. Then a loud ringing sound spread throughout the arena, and the blue and red golems rushed towards each other with great speed. The huge red golem, with the help of its mechanical claw, stopped the blow of the blue golem, which put all its strength into it. Suddenly, right on the blue golem's hand, with which he struck, bright blue magic crystals flashed. Immediately after this, the blue golem used its magic crystals to spew out a huge amount of orange fire directly towards the red golem. At the same moment, the blue golem swung its other arm, drawing a blade from under its armor, which suddenly appeared as if out of nowhere. Then the blue golem, continuing to release a huge amount of fire from the magic crystals, struck with his blade hand directly at the red golem's head. Immediately after this, the blue golem's blade stabbed straight into the red golem's neck with great force and speed, penetrating deeper and deeper. At the same moment, the red golem sharply jerked its body and destroyed the blue golem's blade, the fragments of which scattered in different directions and flames burned brightly around it. The red golem then clenched its mechanical claw with great force, destroying the blue golem's hand, shattering it into small pieces. Immediately after this, the red golem swung its mechanical claw arm, showing its ruthlessness. At the same moment, he struck with his hand with enormous force and speed directly at the blue golem's head and destroyed half of its body, smashing it to pieces. The red-haired girl stood on a pedestal in the middle of the arena right in front of her opponent as a huge amount of dust kicked up around her. She continued to stand on the podium with a smug look, her hand on her waist, while everyone around her cheered that she was the best and they loved number 15. Right after that, the guy with the red scarf leaned down and cried after his defeat, while people in the stands shouted that he lost and number 16 was shot down. At the same moment, the guy with the red scarf left the pedestal and headed forward, while things were flying towards him from the stands, and the protagonist watched everything that was happening from above. Khan then, looking down with a smug grin, said what he had found. Immediately after this, Lanival asked if he was going to show him his displeasure due to the loss and ran after Khan, who left the arena and said that if she did not shut up, he would not take her with him. At this moment, the guy with the red scarf, leaning forward with sadness after the defeat, moved towards the exit from the arena. That same guy continued to walk further and further away from the arena until Khan placed his foot near the exit and just stood there. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a voice appeared asking who he was looking for, to which the protagonist was very surprised, while a certain silhouette was visible behind him. Khan then abruptly turned back with great surprise and incomprehension, saying that he had filled him with magical power. Immediately after this, she asked what but how did he manage to wake up so quickly, while the sage with an awkward expression on his face, with cotton in his nose, looked ahead, saying that for such cases he had blood for transfusion. The protagonist, continuing to stand near the exit from the arena, said that thank God, otherwise he had already begun to worry about his grades, while the sage stood still and Lanival tried to understand what was happening. At the same moment, the sage suddenly, with his mouth wide open, called out to the master with great embarrassment. Immediately after hearing this, Kan turned sharply back with great displeasure and contempt, asking what he just said, while the sage said that he should teach him the tricks of love. At the same moment, the sage, with a serious look, raised his hand to his chest and said that how he could see everything just by approaching the girls. Then the sage blushed all over and became embarrassed, remembering the saint, and said that, but master, he was calm next to such a beautiful girl. Immediately after this, blood poured out of his nose in huge quantities, and he lifted his head up while the protagonist watched everything that was happening. At the same moment, the sage fell to the ground after everything that had been said, and his body was immobilized, and Kan and Lanival stood nearby and looked at it. Then Lanival, turning sharply to the side, looked at the protagonist with great joy with wide eyes. Holding a blade in her hand, turned to her brother and said that Auntie Holy Sword said that she wanted to become this boy's mentor. Immediately after this, Khan asked what the mentor of the guy who was dying from the approach of the girl was, and Lanival gave a positive answer while the sage lay on the ground, blood flowing from his nose. At the same moment, Khan looked down with great displeasure and contempt, cursing heavily, and reasoned that the difficulty level had increased dramatically. Memories about the god of war arose in the protagonist's head, and he said that in the northern lands there lives a man who has an absolute means of containing war. At the same moment, he imagined the image of a unique sage standing with a menacing look with a staff in his hands under the night sky. Immediately after which Kan remembered a certain man in a black cape and said that there was also that one. On the ground, with its head raised up, stood a huge golden golem with the same man in a cape on his shoulder, while Kan said who in the end. The sage levitated in the air, surrounding himself with blue energy, while from below, right in front of the destroyed building, burning with a bright flame, stood that same golden golem, and Kan said that he even destroyed his tower, and this is a brilliant magician. A huge golden golem stared forward with a merciless gaze, while the protagonist reasoned that the golden golem he created was invincible. Immediately after this, Kan reasoned that, but eventually so did his golem, until a bright red slash of energy appeared as if out of nowhere right in front of the creature's face made of gold. At the same moment, the protagonist reasoned that he was destroyed by the power of friendship, while he himself in the past cut into the face of a golem, standing on its back, and holding a blade in his hands, which illuminated everything around with a bright blue glow. Kan then reasoned that, however, this event was the starting point in changing the paradigm of war and fantasy, while he held his hands above his head with a serious look. Immediately after this, the protagonist imagined an image in his head with the faces of a man and a golden golem and reasoned that from people to golems. At the same moment, he remembered the image from the large red golem eye and reasoned that the golem of dark commerce would become the main person on the battlefield, and the existing social order would collapse. Kan then reasoned that this one, along with Lanival and the sage, were peeking around the corner, looking ahead with an interested look. Immediately after this, the protagonist reasoned that this pitiful-looking boy would become the god of war, while he, holding his head straight, walked and cried heavily in grief. At the same moment, Kan continued to reason that in order not to screw up 6 times, you need to lure him to your side in advance or simply finish him off, while the guy with the red scarf, with a clearly dissatisfied and disappointed look, walked forward to the exit of the arena. Then the protagonist continued to peek out from around the corner with a clearly dissatisfied and uncomprehending look, looking ahead, reasoning that this was just it. Immediately after that, he continued to reason that how with such characteristics he could become the god of war, while the guy with the red scarf continued to walk forward with a dejected look, and the system notification window showed his characteristics. At the same moment, the protagonist turned sharply to the side with a clearly dissatisfied look and reasoned that something like this could happen, while a certain man rushed forward with great speed and called out to the young magician. Immediately after this, the guy with the red scarf turned sharply back with great surprise and incomprehension, continuing to cry, and asked what was wrong, while a hand covered in black fragments touched his back. At the same moment, an unknown old man with a distraught look, his mouth wide open, shouted that he was being pursued by the henchmen of dark commerce, and they became interested in the golem that he was now developing, holding that same boy by the back. The unknown old man then opened his eyes even wider as a huge amount of sweat ran down his face, shouting that they had to stop them or else the world would fall to the golems. Immediately after this, the boy asked what but how to do it, while the old man sharply shouted that he should listen carefully, and Kan, along with his allies, watched everything that was happening from around the corner. At the same moment, Lanival, peeking around the corner, said with a dissatisfied look that she could not hear anything, while the protagonist, doing the same, looked forward with great contempt and said that yes, she would not have understood even if I heard, because they use special words, while incomprehensible sounds were coming from in front. Then Kan continued to look ahead with great contempt and a menacing look, thinking that although he himself would not understand anything, and said that he was absolutely talking about some place. The crazy old man, with his eyes and mouth wide open, shouted something incomprehensible, while the protagonist reasoned that, apparently, he knew something about the secret of the god of war. While the system notification window showed his characteristics, and Kan continued to reason that his recruitment skills ideal for creating golems, which was the essence of magical engineering. Immediately after this, a guy with a red scarf, with his arms spread wide in surprise, asked about this place, while the old man fell to the ground and said that this is the peace of all mankind. At the same moment, he suddenly fell straight to the ground and no longer showed any signs of life, bleeding, and the guy began to scream loudly in fear. Then the guy with the red scarf ran away from the old man's body with great speed and screamed in fear that he had nothing to do with this. Immediately after this, several people ran up with great speed to the body of the old man lying on the ground and said that they had found him. At the same moment they said that he wasn't breathing, and they were idiots, and there was no need to stab him with a knife while the old man's body continued to lie motionless on the ground. Then these people apologized, and their leader, cursing, said that they should at least take the drawings from his house, while Kan, along with his allies, continued to watch everything that was happening, peeking around the corner. Immediately after this, those same people said that they understood him and ran forward while the protagonist came around the corner, taking a step forward directly towards the old man's body. At the same moment, Kan, turning sharply back, raised the red blade up and turned to the rice cake, until behind him, as if from nowhere, the saint appeared and gave a positive answer, turning to the owner, immediately singing. Then her voice came straight to the dead old man lying on the ground, and he seemed to come to life, exclaiming loudly while the system notification window announced his characteristics. Immediately after this, Kan called out to the old man, and he sharply turned his head to the side, looking straight ahead with great surprise and incomprehension. At the same moment, the protagonist with a serious, terrifying look stood right in front of the surprised old man and emitted a bright golden light, saying that from now on he would be ready to give his life for him. Then Kan, still looking forward with great contempt, figuratively shouted that he should not regret bringing him back to life. Immediately after hearing the words, the old man raised his head up, as if he was shining, and was extremely grateful and happy, saying that he understood him. At that very moment, the old man called him great while the gold-decorated peak of one of the buildings next to the battle arena sparkled brightly from the sun. The story then moves to another place, where the protagonist took out a huge number of things from his subspace and put them on the table, saying that he brought all the materials of his research from the place, he said. Immediately after this, Kan, with a confident and joyful expression, full of enthusiasm, holding a clenched fist to his face, said that they would begin to create a blue golem that could resist the scarlet golem of dark commerce. At that moment, images of several huge red mechanical golems appeared in his mind, and he said that in the next few years, scarlet golems would gain popularity and war would break out in the northern lands. The protagonist then spread his arms wide apart and with a crazed expression on his face shouted that by then they should have developed a blue golem, while a large stone golem appeared behind him and seemed to appear. Immediately after this, he continued to say that he would take over the northern lands and dark commerce, while the old man and the sage looked enthusiastically straight ahead at the bright yellow glow. At the same moment, Kan clenched his hand into a fist with great force and said what is even more important. Then he, standing in the same place, began to cry and remember the same golden and blue golem, saying that they should try their best in creating it, thinking that when the golden golem fell, it was a damn shame, while his allies said that he listens to the saint and he is very prudent. The gold-decorated peak, one of the buildings next to the battle arena, was illuminated by the bright glow of the sun. Immediately after this, when night fell, the moon illuminated this same golden peak with its dim light. At the same moment, the protagonist, raising his hand to his chin, looked straight ahead with great surprise and interest and thought, while the old man and the sage stood behind him. Kan continued to say that he was smaller than he thought, and stood in his place in the middle of the room right in front of the tank, which had wires connected to it, and a certain silhouette could be seen inside. Then the protagonist, coming a little forward, with a joyful and self-satisfied look, raised his hand to a small pedestal and said that, oh well, this is an experimental sample, so it's okay. Immediately after this, Kan leaned his hand against the magic pillar, and everything around suddenly lit up with a bright golden glow. At the same moment, a bright golden liquid began flowing at great speed right through the pipes connected to the tank. The protagonist then said that he should come to life while the two glass doors of the tank slowly opened and thick steam poured out. Through the thick steam, a face resembling a woman's was visible and did not express any emotions, while Kan said that it was super. Immediately after this, the body of a golem began to be visible through the steam, which had a woman's breasts and a narrow waist, while Kan said that it was a robot. At the same moment, the protagonist, standing in his place, raising his head up, looked forward with great surprise and misunderstanding, saying that from his dreams, while there was thick steam in front. Immediately after this, the steam dissipated, and a beautiful girl with her eyes closed was visible in the tank, and the protagonist, watching what was happening, asked what it was, while the system notification window notified about the characteristics of the golem. At the same moment, Kan turned sharply back and looked with a furious gaze, while someone chuckled maliciously behind him. The old man and the sage stood in their places and smiled widely, showing their teeth, while evil energy hovered around them. They both then smiled widely and became embarrassed, laughing loudly at the whole thing as their faces turned red. Immediately after this, the protagonist, putting his hands in front of him with a frightened, dissatisfied look, shouted that they were idiots, and asked what they had done to his dream, while these two stood behind him, radiating an evil atmosphere. The protagonist looked down directly at the blue book, holding it in his hands, and, smiling broadly, said that great, and this is the perfect drawing. Immediately after this, Kan said that he was so perfect that they could not say a bad word about him, while the sage and the old man stood next to the tank in which the golem was located, with large bumps on their heads. At that moment, the protagonist, holding his hands in his pockets, was heading towards the exit from the room, saying that this time they should try to do everything right, and the sage, awkwardly stretching his hand forward, asked where he was going. Then Kan, abruptly turning back, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, said that he should do his homework, which he had been putting off. Immediately after this event, the narratives are transferred to the forest to the trees on which green leaves hung in huge quantities, and Lanival said that this is so. At the same moment, she added that the Cave of Trials, which only heroes can enter, and Kan said that he was aware, standing right in front of the huge stone gate with a golden tablet, while she immediately asked that how he knew everything. Then the lightsaber that was on Lanival's belt spoke sharply and said that it would help him gain true hero power in this cave. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a confident look, holding his hands in his pockets, walked straight towards the huge stone gate with a golden tablet and said that they should go, addressing the Holy Sword 3, while the Blade and Lanival watched him. At the same moment, Kan, holding his hands on his belt, with a malicious, self-satisfied grin, entered that same cave and said that if this requires passing the test of friendship and love, then he is ready. Then the narrative moves inside the cave, on the walls of which strange drawings carved in stone and decorations made of gold and magic stones could be seen, and Kan, lost in thought, watched this. The protagonist held his hand against the wall and looked in its direction with great surprise and incomprehension, saying that these are demons with Mike, but this horned one resembles Prince One. Suddenly Kan turned sharply and looked forward, as if noticing something right in front of him. Immediately after this, the protagonist stopped right in front of a huge stone door, which was closed, and with a confident look said that he already felt how steamy it would be, while the system showed that this was a beginner's room. At the same moment, Kan, with a deft movement of his hand, struck the stone wall and with a calm look said that it was already clear from the name of the room. Then, as if out of nowhere, a wooden golem appeared in this room with a weapon in its hands, ready to fight. Immediately after this, the protagonist, upon seeing him, sighed heavily, clenching his fist, and said that he was not so bad. At the same moment, Kan sharply raised his hand up and straightened his fingers, greatly surprised and not understanding what was happening. Then the system notification window showed his characteristics, while the protagonist stood in his place with great bewilderment, reasoning that his race, level, profession, skills, condition, everything had disappeared, and he, consider himself, was left completely naked and alive only due to his holiness. Immediately after this, Kan, with an awkward movement of his hand, clicked directly on the notification window and system that appeared in front of him and reasoned that in this case, what was hidden under the squares. At the same moment, the system notification window, which appeared as if out of nowhere, notified about a skill with an unknown name and its characteristics. The wooden golem then rushed forward with great speed straight towards the protagonist, who stood in his place, looking out the system window, and said that something had changed, asking that it had something to do with the site for this task. Immediately after this, Kan, with great strength and speed, struck directly at the wooden golem's head, shattering it into pieces. At the same moment, the protagonist, after the perfect blow, stood with a smug and malicious grin, saying that he didn't care, and as they say, until a huge number of wooden golems jumped into the air right behind him. Kang then clenched his hand into a fist with great force and tensed all his muscles in his body, talking about skills. Immediately after this, he emitted impulses around with the help of his muscles and said that not everything is decided, while the golem's body disintegrated into small pieces. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to stand in the middle of the room with a confident look, saying that these golems were not a problem for him as long as they surrounded him from all sides on the ground and in the air. Then Kan, with a deft movement of his hand, struck one of the golems directly on the head with enormous force, shattering it into smithereens. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with enormous strength and speed, sent his leg forward, hitting the head of another golem and destroying it into small pieces. At the same moment, Kan continued to stand right in the middle of the room, surrounded by several golems that were both on the ground and in the air. Then the protagonist turned sharply to the side with great displeasure and contempt, looking straight ahead, saying that, in fact, there are more and more of them. Immediately after this, the professor, using a magic ball, addressed her student with great fear. At the same moment, with the help of a magic ball, she continued to speak, asking how he felt, that he was passing the test, while Kan fought off the golem attacking him with his leg, and said that absolutely not. Then several more golems fell down from the ceiling, ready to fight, and Kan said that it felt like he was doing exercises, and the professor told him that she thought so too. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a clearly dissatisfied expression on his face, stood in the middle of the room next to the broken golems and said that he was tired of waiting for them to come down, and asked that the ceiling could simply collapse. At the same moment, right in front of Kan, who was standing in the middle of the room, a stone door suddenly opened from the front and a new room was visible, which he was very surprised by. Then the protagonist looked forward with great dissatisfaction and sighed heavily, saying that really. Immediately after this, he asked that everything would continue in the same spirit, while on one of the walls of the cave there was still one stone closed door, and the system notified that this was a test room. The story then moves forward to the moment when Kan, with tremendous strength and speed, kicks his foot directly at the head of the metal golem, destroying it. At the same moment, the protagonist stood with a dissatisfied look, crossing his arms over his chest right in the middle of the room next to the defeated golems, and asked why his premonitions were always justified. Immediately after this, several metal golems armed with wooden weapons rushed forward with great speed while Kan said that, but in front of his fist. At the same moment, Kan, holding his hand clenched into a fist, radiated a huge amount of golden energy with a menacing look, saying that he was endowed with holiness. Then he rushed forward with great strength and speed, scattering the metal golems to the sides, releasing golden energy outward, and shouted that they were all more like toys. Immediately after this, Kan rushed with great speed to the next stone door in the cave and said that this was an excellent one, we need to move on, while the system notified that this was a specialist room. At the same moment, the protagonist, with enormous strength and speed, struck with his fist, surrounded by a huge amount of yellow energy, scattered golem parts to the sides and said, "What next?" Then Kan stood right in front of the huge metal golem in a fighting stance and said that now it's time for the boss, while the system announced that this was the owner's room. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with enormous strength and speed, struck his fist directly at the golem's body and destroyed it to pieces, saying, "What next?" At the same moment, the system notification window notified that this was the winner's room, while a golden sign hung right at the entrance to the next door, and Kan said that this was the end. Then the protagonist rushed forward with great speed straight towards the columns rising above the water, and golems immediately rushed towards him. Immediately after this, Kang rushed forward with great strength and speed, leaving his legs straight in front of him, and destroyed everything in his path, saying that he was ready. At the same moment, the system notified that this was the applicant's room, while a golden plaque with the name also hung above the entrance to the new room of the cave, and the protagonist did not understand what it was. Kan then turned his attention to the sign at the side of the entrance to the new room and asked about the way out of the cave after going this far. Immediately after this, the protagonist stood in his place with a self-confident and dissatisfied look, saying that he did not want and would not go out until the door suddenly opened right in front of him. At the same moment, Kan continued to stand in his place right in front of a huge number of golems of different sizes that were on pillars and ready to fight. The protagonist then clenched his hand into a fist and released a huge amount of golden energy, straining greatly. Immediately after this, Kan rushed forward with great strength and speed, leaving his hand straight in front of him, and loudly shouted that everything was ready, while behind him everything exploded and was destroyed. At the same moment, the protagonist brushed dirt off his shoulder with a clearly dissatisfied look, saying that like this, while a huge amount of dust rose behind him. Then Kan asked how long he should continue this path, standing right in front of another stone door with golden tablets, and the system announced that this was a room of superiority. Immediately after this, the protagonist turned his dissatisfied and disappointed gaze forward while a bright light began to illuminate his face. At the same moment, Kan opened his eye wide in surprise and misunderstanding after what he saw right in front of him. The man's huge, inflated back was covered in a huge number of scars. Suddenly, a certain man with stubble sharply turned his head back and with a menacing look said that he was not an angel, but a man. Immediately after this same man, turning to the side, with a surprised look, said that he possessed such an amount of holiness, while the system notification window showed his characteristics. At the same moment, the protagonist, tilting his head forward a little, tried to find the appropriate words for the current situation. Then Kan raised his head a little, looked forward with great surprise and asked who else it was. The man from the past looked with great surprise and asked about the hero. Immediately after this, the protagonist, looking straight ahead, with a menacing expression on his face, asked that he was also a hero. At the same moment, the person from the past tilted his head and asked about Z-rank holiness with great surprise. Then Kang, tilting his head down back to front, with a furious and merciless gaze, says that he will take a look, he also has 2 Z-rank skills. The protagonist continued to stand in his place directly in front of the man from the past, and they both did not move and were silent. The man from the past continued to look forward with a serious and confident look while Kan reasoned what with such skills. Immediately after this, the protagonist turned his attention to the muscular body of the man from the past, which was covered with scars, and reasoned that he would easily heal so that he would not even have scars from his blows. At the same time, Kang reasoned that he also had as many as 2 Z-rank skills while the system notification window showed his willpower and implementation skills. Then the protagonist, looking forward with a menacing expression on his face, reasoned that this meant that his opponents were at least 2 times stronger than him. Immediately after this, Kan reasoned that he too had the skills and strength to deal with them, and he was a dangerous opponent as long as the man from the past stood in his place and radiated bloodlust. At the same moment, the protagonist asked what would tell him what kind of person this was, while the professor, using a magic ball, answered him that this was a hero from the old generation. Then, with the help of the same magic ball, she said that she could not reveal all the details, since it violated the established rules, but she could say that it was unacceptable for him to exist in the fantasy dimension. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to talk about the hero of the old generation, that it was probably not just about the fact that he was old, and because everyone he had seen before was not so strong, while he, tilting his head down a little, looked forward with your red pupils. At the same moment, the person from the past, opening his mouth slightly, said that this was strange. He then added that everything was not as described in the report he had received, and Kan, with a clearly dissatisfied and incomprehensible expression on his face, asked what he was muttering about. Immediately after this, the person from the past said that he heard that modern heroes are still wimps, and struck with his fist with great force and speed, while Kang stood in his place with a dissatisfied expression on his face. At the same moment, the man from the past struck with his fist, and the protagonist covered himself with his hands, reflecting him, and everything around was illuminated with a bright golden glow. Khan then looked to the side while blocking his opponent's blow with a scared and furious expression on his face, calling him a psycho. Immediately after this, the protagonist flew back, leaving a mark on the ground, continuing to hold the block while the person from the past lowered his hand down and said that he was using energy reflections. At the same moment, the man from the past, looking forward with a serious displeased look, clenched his hand into a fist in front of his face and said that even though all his powers were blocked in the previous rooms. Then Kan, with a dissatisfied look, continued to hold his hands to his face, putting a block, and reasoned that if you look at his strength objectively, then he is stronger than him. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to reason that he was stronger than him, while the man from the past rushed forward with a menacing and self-confident look. At the same moment, Khan clenched his fist with great force and released bright golden energy, reasoning that considering that they were in the trial cave, it was still possible to fight him. Then the protagonist stood in a fighting stance and expressed his air of self-confidence, releasing golden-colored energy outward, and reasoned that he only had to take one step and he would become the winner. Immediately after this, Kang fixed her stern, menacing gaze forward, reasoning that demonic energy, sainthood, demonic sword, holy sword, he had none of those things. At the same moment, the man from the past stood in his place with a menacing, intimidating look, while the protagonist reasoned that, therefore, he would not be able to inflict damage on him. The person from the past then continued to stand in his place while the system's notification window notified the embedding skill, and Khan reasoned that it was perfect. The system notification window continued to notify about the implementation skill, but he reasoned that initially this skill was more of an auxiliary type. Immediately after this, the image of a man jumping on the castle walls on a dark night appeared in his head, and Khan reasoned that it was used to conceal the infiltration of a highly protected area. At the same moment, the protagonist focused on the rank of skill Z and reasoned that as the rank increased, the range of its use greatly increased, going beyond just locations and objects. Khan then imagined in his head a red man hitting the blue one, killing him, and reasoned that to the extent that one could penetrate a living body, it was similar to the piercing skill. After this, the protagonist continued to argue that it was thanks to this skill that he had not yet lost control of the situation, and the man from the past looked forward with a furious gaze, remaining in his place. At the same moment, the man from the past rushed forward with a self-confident and menacing look, saying that he was clearly an unusual opponent, but this was just part of the test. Hearing his words, Kang waved his fist emitting golden energy with a crazed expression on his face and said that this would not be a test for him, but a day of death. Then the man from the past smiled maliciously, continued to rush forward at great speed and said that he was too slow. Immediately after this, the protagonist suddenly flew into the air, swinging his arm, while the man from the past moved forward with great speed from below, destroying the ground under his feet. At the same time, Kang punched with his fist covered in bright golden energy, thrusting it forward, and reasoned that he had 2 Z-rank skills and one of them was a defensive skill. The fist of the man from the past was directed forward with great speed and strength, but for now the protagonist reasoned that he had important knowledge and holiness, and he had no chance. Immediately after this, the person from the past, smiling widely, his eyes all burning bright orange, said that he had to admit it. At the same moment, Kang, his eye wide open, was very angry, screaming loudly from tension. They then met in a fierce battle, striking each other as the ground cracked and broke under their feet. Immediately after this, the protagonist took the blow directly to his torso while the person from the past carried him with his fist. At the same moment, the person from the past, lowering her fist down a little, saw that there was not a trace left on Kan's body. Then the protagonist with enormous force struck directly at the chest of the person from the past, which he was very surprised and frightened by. Immediately after this, Kang struck his opponent with great force with his knee directly to his opponent's face, and he was greatly surprised by this, saying that he would admit it. At the same moment, the protagonist struck with his fist with enormous force, hitting directly on the head of the person from the past, who said that one blow would be enough for him. Khan then continued to throw fierce blows directly at the muscular man, who was trying to defend himself and talked about one punch and screamed loudly. Immediately after this, the man from the past fell backward due to loss of balance, and a huge amount of sweat flowed from his nose as he screamed in pain. At the same moment, the protagonist kicked his face with enormous force and speed, causing even more pain. Then Khan, taking a fighting stance, prepared to strike again, while the person from the past ran away from him with great fear. Immediately after this, Protagonist 2 used his legs to strike directly at the back of his opponent, while he loudly screamed in pain and coughed up blood. At the same moment, Kang launched a strong punch with his fist with a furious look on the man from the past, who was badly beaten and exhausted. At the same moment, the bathroom coughed up blood, groaning loudly, and near his foot, right on the ground, there was a huge puddle of it. The man from before then raised his bruised head forward and tried to catch his breath, grunting a little as a huge amount of bruises were visible on his body. Immediately after this, Kan, clenching his hands into fists right in front of his face, smiled sarcastically and said that it was time to finish off. At the same moment, the professor, using a magic ball, asked that he didn't think now was the best time to ask him a couple of questions. Then the protagonist, turning sharply to the side, asked with great indignation that if he ran, she would take responsibility, and the professor immediately said that she was asking for forgiveness, that she was interfering in her own business. Immediately after this, Kan turned sharply to the side with an incredulous look and reasoned that, but it seemed to him that this was some kind of joke. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to look away with great misunderstanding and reasoned that something was definitely wrong here. Then he glanced straight at the back of the man from the past, which was strewn with a huge number of bruises and holes from blows, and reasoned that it was like this. Immediately after this, the man from the past stood in his place with a beaten look, emitting purple energy, while the protagonist mentally asked himself the question of how the hell he survived. The protagonist and the person from the past stood in place right in the middle of their battlefield while everything around them was destroyed and a huge amount of dust was raised. The muscular man looked forward, looking tired and haggard, all beaten up, and groaned loudly. At the same moment, Kan looked forward with a serious and thoughtful look, trying to comprehend what was happening. The man from the past remained in his place, arms wide apart, and groaned loudly while the protagonist watched him and speculated about what he had broken him. Immediately after this, Kan began to remember his opponent's back, which was littered with bruises and pits from blows, and reasoned that there were about 6-7 vertebrae, but despite this, he was still alive. The protagonist then turned his stern and menacing gaze forward, coming to the conclusion that this must be the effect of Z-rank willpower. Immediately after that, out of nowhere, several large metal golems fell down from above, while the system notification window announced their characteristics. At the same moment, several iron golems landed right on the ground next to Kan and the man from the past and shook everything around them. The protagonist stood in his place and looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, while a golem appeared next to him. At the same moment, the man from the past looked to the side and was very surprised and scared, while a golem also appeared next to him. Kan then abruptly moved forward straight towards the man from the past standing in his place, running past the golems and leaving behind only a trail of yellow energy, saying that everyone should go to hell. Immediately after this, with a deft movement of his hand, he grabbed his opponent right by the neck, who groaned loudly at what was happening. At the same moment, Kan abruptly lifted the man from the past a little higher, holding him by the neck, and he tried to break free and grunted loudly. The protagonist then continued to squeeze his hand with a clearly furious and dissatisfied look, shouting that he should die as soon as possible. Immediately after this, a huge metal golem found itself right behind the protagonist, who stood still and swung his fist. At the same moment, Kan, sharply turning back, with great dissatisfaction and a menacing look, said that this is it. He then called them slow-witted and, still holding the man from the past in his hand, threw him straight at the head of the metal golem. Immediately after this, the protagonist clenched his hand with great force and grabbed the man from the past right by his neck. At the same moment, several metal golems rushed forward with great speed, ready to fight. Seeing this, Kang moved his arms to the sides and looked forward with a fierce and menacing expression on his face, releasing a small amount of energy. Then the protagonist, holding the body of the man from the past in his hands, directed it forward and repelled the blows of one of the metal golems, which made its attack with its fist. Immediately after this, the spine and the body of the person from the past began to crack slightly, releasing bright blue energy. At the same moment, Kan flew into the air and used the muscular man's body to strike directly at the metal golems and destroy them to smithereens. Then the cervical vertebra of the person from the past was torn apart, and bright blue energy was released. Immediately after this, the protagonist rushed forward with great speed and a furious expression, moving one arm back. At the same moment, the huge metal golem swung its mechanical fist, preparing to strike. Kan then lowered the body of the man from the past to the ground while the metal golem stood directly in front of him in a fighting stance. Immediately after this, the muscular man's head flew to the side while Kan held his body on the ground and the golem prepared to strike again. At the same moment, the protagonist, sharply turning back, held his bloody hand in front of him without expressing any emotion. Then Kan smiled sarcastically and watched everything that was happening, saying that finally, immediately after this, the huge metal golems, with great speed and force, struck with their fists directly at the protagonist, who was standing still and sarcastically smiling. At every moment, Kan, sharply and with his gaze to the side, radiated a huge amount of golden energy outward. The protagonist would then slam his hand directly into the golem's mechanical fist and release golden energy. Immediately after this, Kan stood in his place, deflecting the metal golem's blows, and enveloped him and the others in a huge amount of golden energy. At the same moment, the protagonist, with his mouth wide open in displeasure, shouted that this was the essence of this place and continued to radiate energy. He then released a huge amount of golden energy, striking directly at the metal golems and destroying everything around him. Immediately after this, Kan stood right in the middle of the room, raising his hand up and releasing golden energy, saying that now, while he was surrounded by the fragments of metal golems. At the same moment, the protagonist looked at the empty place on the ground where the body of the man from the past had just lay, and asked where he had gone. Then, as if out of nowhere, a voice suddenly appeared, saying that a modern-day hero should listen to him, and Kan abruptly turned back in great surprise. Immediately after this, a muscular man with a shabby appearance and a black eye said that he would never forget the humiliation that he had to endure today. At that same moment, he was suddenly struck by pain in his lower back, which spread throughout his body with tremendous force. Then the man from the past fell to his knees and screamed loudly in pain, sweating, and the protagonist stood aside and watched what was happening. Immediately after this, Kan looked forward with great surprise and misunderstanding, asking what and how he was even alive. At the same moment, the man from the past, raising his head up, with a clearly shabby, exhausted look, said that this is the essence of this place. Then Kan, standing in the same place, with an incomprehensible expression on his face, said that it was clear, although how could he know, and he was not dying. Immediately after this, the man from the past, raising his head up, said with a menacing and confident look that if they met outside the Cave of Trials. At the same moment, he sharply turned around and walked towards the exit of the cave, saying that then he would not just let him go, and Kan followed him with his gaze, standing in his place. Then the protagonist looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension and tried to comprehend what was happening. Immediately after this, Kan grinned maliciously and exhaled, reasoning that he was not so weak outside of this cave. At the same moment, the protagonist turned sharply to the side and stepped on the ground with his foot, reasoning that so let him go. Then he suddenly raised his head up, as if seeing something, until he seemed to be covered with a huge shadow. Immediately after this, out of nowhere, a huge golden golem with a blue cloak and a blade in his hands appeared right in front of the protagonist standing still. At the same moment, that same golden golem tilted its head down slightly while the system notification window notified its characteristics. Then Kan, smiling maliciously and smugly, looking up, said that he was needed for protection, but had good characteristics. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to stand motionless in his place and said that it seemed that he would not fight against an empty place, while a huge golden golem he struck with his blade directly at him. At the same moment, Kan took the blow from the huge golem blade directly with his head and did not even move from his place. Then the protagonist raised his eyes upward and smiled maliciously, enveloping the enemy's blade with golden energy, and thanked him, saying that he destroyed himself with his own hands. Immediately after this, the huge golden golem continued to slash with its blade while Kang said that if he hadn't attacked, he wouldn't have known how to break through his SSS rank defense skill while everything around him was shrouded in bright golden energy. At the same moment, the protagonist stood in his place in the middle of the room around the ruins, and in front there was a passage. Then Kan, tilting her head down slightly, looked forward with a menacing, incomprehensible look, deep in thought. Immediately after that, he said that this was a promising name, while there was a golden sign hanging above the next door in the cave, and the system said that this was the graduate's room. At the same moment, the protagonist slowly walked forward, entering the very last room, which was illuminated by a bright glow. Then, raising his head a little, he closed one of his eyes from the bright light and looked forward with an interested expression. Just outside the doorway of the cave was a beautiful green meadow, in the middle of which stood a beautiful girl in a white dress with clouds visible behind. At the same moment, a beautiful elf with a friendly look, turning to the side, said that welcome to the hero. Then the protagonist, having heard her words, with a clearly dissatisfied and angry look, said that she should not pretend to be cute and he would kill her. The protagonist's foot in a brown boot stepped right on the green grass of the meadow, crushing the vegetation beneath it. Immediately after this, Kan rushed forward with slow steps, keeping his hands in his pockets, following the beautiful elf in a white dress. The protagonist and the elf continued to walk along a small road right in the middle of a beautiful meadow, strewn with a huge amount of greenery. At the same moment, Kan, leaning forward a little, looked straight ahead with a clearly dissatisfied look, until the elf said that it was here. Kan and the elf found themselves right in front of a huge two-story Chinese-style house, and she told him to follow her. The events of the story are transferred to a room where beautiful chandeliers hung on the ceiling, illuminating everything around, and the elite said that this temple was built a long time ago. Immediately after this, the protagonist, along with the elf, entered the same temple and found themselves inside it, while she continued to say that everything was for the sake of praising the achievement of one hero. At the same moment, right in the middle of the beautiful landscapes in the form of mountains and a green meadow, a cut of space appeared leading to a cave, and the elf continued to say that now, as he can see, it is separated from the rest of the world. Then the elf, turning back with a benevolent look, grinning a little, said that she meets and guides the followers of the first hero on the right path, while Kan looked at her with a dissatisfied look, full of contempt, and said that and how she does not get tired of such it works. Immediately after this, the elf, stopping in place with her eyes closed and a friendly look, said that yes, she just likes to do this, and, as a rule, with great power comes responsibility. At the same moment, with great passion, smiling a little, she said that her task was to not allow the newcomers to fall, as happened with the first hero. Then the protagonist, looking forward with a disdainful look, thought that she was saying some strange things. Immediately after this, the elf said that the hero should pass here, while a hole formed on top of the ceiling, to which a large staircase leading up from below led. At the same moment, the elf continued to walk forward, while Kan sharply turned to the side with great surprise, looking right behind her. Then they walked together straight to a huge statue of a warrior holding a blade in his hands and with a crown on his head, and everything was made of pure gold. Immediately after this, the protagonist turned his attention to the golden blade with a green stone inside and asked about the holy sword. At the same moment, the elf with a serious expression on her face, looking forward, said that this is the sword that was with the first hero all his life, but before it was called not the holy sword, but the strongest magic sword. Then she, sharply raising her head up and leaning her hand to her chest, said that as the wife of the first hero, she had protected this sword for a long time. Immediately after this, Kan looked to the side directly at the elf standing in front of the statue with great contempt and misunderstanding. At the same moment, the protagonist, with his mouth wide open, asked if there was any other sword, thinking that he already had one, while the elf, with a clearly confused look, continued to stand right in front of the statue of the first hero. She then sighed heavily and closed her eyes and said that she would give a little background. Immediately after this, she began her narration, saying that by destroying the very first demon, the first hero brought peace to the world, and imagined the events of the past, how a warrior with a blade attacked a huge demon with white hair. At the same moment, she continued her story, remembering the image of the first hero, and said that, but before 500 years had passed, he had changed. Then the elf began to remember how she and another girl stood still, and the hero left them, and said that he did not care about the feelings of the wives who had helped him all this time. He simply disappeared, and yes, everything is correct. Immediately after this, the elf, as if she understood something, holding her hand bent in a fist, said that he simply began to cheat, while the protagonist behind her, with a dissatisfied look, said that yes, he does not care about someone else's family, and she should just talk to the point. At the same moment, the elf, turning sharply back with a clearly dissatisfied look and opening her mouth wide, shouted to the hero that everything was not as simple as it seemed to him. Then Kan, with a clearly dissatisfied and tense look, looked in her direction and menacingly said that she should get down to business. Immediately after this, the elf, greatly frightened, raised her hand to her mouth and asked for forgiveness, saying that she had misunderstood something. At the same moment, the elf continued the story, saying that in the end the first hero was sentenced, and remembered the hero at whom the blade, staff, and spear were pointed. Then she said that, having been condemned by a friendly party, he escaped into another world, and recalled how the hero ran forward with great speed. Immediately after this, the elf said that the reason why she was telling him about this was very simple, while the protagonist, standing still, looked forward with a clearly disinterested look. At the same moment, the elf, slightly tilting her head down, said with a serious look that she just wanted the same thing not to happen to the followers of the first hero. She then asked him that even if he defeated the Lord of Darkness, he should not give in to temptation and give up his righteousness, while Kan, standing in his place, listened to her words with a serious and emotionless look. Immediately after this, the protagonist, opening his mouth slightly, interrupted her, asking what was going on. At the same moment, the elf smiled a little from everything that was happening, taking a short pause. She then stepped forward with her foot and continued to say that there were a total of only 3 trials in this room. Immediately after this, the elf turned her attention to the huge golden statue of a warrior and said that the first is to fight and win against the statue of the first hero. At the same moment, she turned her attention to the huge golden blade with a green magic stone in the middle and said that the second was to gain recognition of the lightsaber. Immediately after this, the elf spoke about the third test of obtaining and assimilating power, while Kan, raising his head up, looked forward with an emotionless face and listened to her. At the same moment, attention turned to the golden statue of a warrior, and the elf continued her story, saying that the first hero was sealed inside the statue. Then the protagonist, stretching his hands, walked forward with a confident look, said that he had been ready for a long time, so they could begin, and the elf, who stood aside, said that as soon as he approached the start, the test would begin. Immediately after this, the elf sharply said that, by the way, he should not worry about his defensive skills, while Can sharply turned in her direction with a surprised and incomprehensible look. At the same moment, she held her arms out to the side, emitting a bright golden energy, smiling widely and expressing kindness, saying that she would show him how important love and friendship are, while the system notification window showed her characteristics. Suddenly, the protagonist's attention was drawn to a Z-rank blessing skill, and he reasoned that skills brought to the maximum had never been so rare. Immediately after this, Khan looked forward with a serious and imperturbable expression, saying that as she wished, and reasoned that without knowing the power of this statue. At the same moment, the joyful elf emitted a bright light of goodness and smiled widely, while the protagonist reasoned that he had no reason to refuse the power that was offered to him for free and, of course. Then the protagonist continued to reason that he would not be stupefied by this power as much as it happened to the guys on his first run, when they lost their common sense, and chuckled maliciously, remembering the events of the past, how he killed his allies. Immediately afterwards, Khan walked towards the huge golden statue, stepping on the ground with his foot. At the same moment, the protagonist sharply raised his head up with a calm and surprised expression on his face, looking at the huge golden statue standing right in front of him. Then suddenly the statue of the first hero moved, and everything around seemed to begin to shake. Immediately after this, the blue magic crystal, located right on the forehead of the statue of the first hero, sparkled brightly and illuminated everything around with its glow. At the same moment, a huge golden blade rose up with great speed, bursting out of the ground. The holy sword then suddenly stabbed straight into the ground with great force and speed, raising dust all around as Kang continued to stand in his place with an impassive expression and watched what was happening. Immediately after this, the protagonist, raising his head slightly upward, looked forward with a serious and menacing expression on his face. At the same moment, the golden statue of the first hero seemed to come to life, and a huge amount of thick steam came out of his mouth. Then the statue of the first hero finally woke up from its sleep and stood in a fighting stance, holding the holy blade with its hands while the system notification window notified about its characteristics. Immediately after this, Kan raised his head up and looked forward with a smug, malicious grin, saying that under the black squares was hidden a level C skill. At the same moment, a huge golden statue of the first hero struck with a light blade directly at the protagonist, who sharply dodged, jumping to the side. Then the magic stone, which was located directly on the forehead of the golden statue, sharply sparkled with a purple glow. Immediately after this, Khan clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction and hissed loudly, realizing the complexity of the current situation. At the same moment, the entire room suddenly lit up with a bright green glow after the blow struck by the statue and scattered in different directions. Han raised his hands and muttered that Z-rank chaos was causing a little difficulty. The guy hovered in the air above the holy sword of the statue of the first hero. Then the main character began to fall down. The golden statue swung and struck. A shadow hung over the stone floor. Then someone's foot landed on him. Khan stood with a reddened chest and torn clothes and looked forward angrily. The girl appeared behind the guy and turned to him. She said that she would help him. The hand of the first hero's wife began to shine. The main character's body was enveloped in golden light. The guy opened his eyes wide and clenched his fist in front of him. The statistics window appeared, and the main character thought about how strong her blessing was, that even her profession changed from it. He realized that with the change of profession, he also had a Z-rank skill. Its characteristics: type, professional skill, name, blessing, rank, Z, ZZ eternal blessing, Z multiple blessing, SSS impure blessing, SS divine blessing, S blessing of luck, A blessing self, B blessing of battle, C blessing of protection, D blessing of death, E blessing of life, F bless the target. Han smiled widely and laughed. He realized that he didn't think this could happen. Golden light enveloped the clenched fist of the protagonist. The silhouette of a guy with sparkling eyes emitted a bright yellow light. He shouted that he decided to test his strength. The statue of the first hero swung at the guy. Part of the statue almost touched the main character's head. The hand was able to hold the directed blow. The face of the statue of the first hero with a stone on the bridge of his nose remained unchanged. Khan, with a predatory look, put his hand in front of him and joyfully exclaimed that he really liked this ability. The guy's hand jerked forward. A golden statue loomed over the main character. The next moment the guy jumped off the head of the statue. His knee almost touched the golden statue. Khan snatched the huge holy sword from the statue's hand. The boy's eyes flashed with purple light as he hugged the hilt of the sword. The holy sword pierced the head of the first hero statue. The blue stone on the bridge of the statue's nose split. Khan jumped onto the stone floor next to the sword and the lying statue. He turned around and looked at the huge blade, saying that it was nothing. The guy touched the blade of the sword and said that it already had a holy sword in it. His arm bent sharply, and he did not understand what had happened. The Khan stood sideways and looked to the side as he was addressed and congratulated for receiving the recognition of the holy sword. The girl stood in front of him and said that the green glow around the main character was the preserved soul of the sword, and from now on she would help him in battle through influencing consciousness. The wife of the first hero smiled slyly and said that it was planned that way. The cracked blue stone began to glow. The main character was enveloped in a green glow on one side and a blue glow on the other. A guy stood in front of the girl and asked if it was a trap from the very beginning. Her foot landed next to the main character's foot. The girl replied that she did not understand what he was talking about. She closed her eyes and said with a smile that she once again congratulated Mr. Hero on the fact that the forbidden power stolen from the hero of origins began to belong to him. The girl's hand first touched the guy's shoulder, then she moved to his chest. The girl pressed herself against the main character's body, saying that he would have to forget everything and come to terms with the fact that the holy sword would command him. She looked up and said that she wished him to become better and better as a hero, asked him to take care of her and love her as a colleague always. The guy's hand covered her mouth. He thanked her for her congratulations. The statistics window indicated that the protagonist's unknown skill had risen from level D to level C. There was a girl lying at the guy's feet, and with an ominous smile he said that he would gladly accept the powers. His stats have changed. Type, skill, name, unknown, rank, C, be unknown, C, hit the target into oblivion, D, never be knocked down, E, cannot be destroyed, F, cannot be consigned to oblivion. The wide-eyed protagonist gloomily told the girl that he was so grateful to her that he could not help but repay her. She lay on the floor with her eyes closed, clutching her neck and screaming. A shadow loomed over her and she opened one eye. Khan kissed the girl on the lips, and a green light enveloped them both. From the girl's mouth, something green moved into the guy. The main character rose above the glowing body of the first hero's wife. He smiled broadly and asked the girl what she now thought about what happened. She covered her mouth with her hands, began coughing and whispering about mind protection. A statistics window with an unknown level C skill appeared, and the girl's face began to crumble. Khan crossed his arms and watched the body disappear before him. The guy looked at his clenched fist and smiled contentedly, saying that he didn't think it would really work. His characteristics changed again: race, human, level 1, profession, bishop, skills, divinity, blessing, unknown skill, condition, training. Seeing the girl's body disappear, he thought about what she said, that the hero was able to escape into the crack between the worlds. While the guy with the cloak on his back was running away, the main character was thinking about what this means, that this is in principle possible, and he needs to find out how to do it. In front of him was an exit through which bright light entered the building. Khan crossed his arms over his chest and smiled decisively, saying that for the first time in all his time in Fantasia, he had a spark of hope. He stood in the exit doorway, cast a long shadow and promised that no matter what, he would get out of this damned world. The mountains and forest are illuminated by sunlight. A narrow path can be seen among the dense thickets. A woman's foot, wearing high-heeled shoes, steps on the ground. A huge paw of an unknown creature presses the ground. A blonde girl with her mouth slightly open is breathing rapidly. The creature bared its sharp fangs and screeched. Among the trees and bushes, someone was exhaling often. The frightened girl ran out from behind the trees and screamed for someone to help her. A huge orc appeared behind the girl and screamed. Meanwhile, the stone and the staff glowed with a white-violet light. The orc's head lit up with a bright glow. The monster, which was behind the frightened girl, stopped and threw its head back. A shining beam pierced the monster's head. He fell to his knees with a crash. A girl stood in front of a dense forest and held something smoking in her hands. The green-eyed blonde held a staff in her hands and turned to her brother, saying that she took care of the orc. Someone's foot stepped onto the path between the bushes. The dark-haired guy lifted the leaves with his hand and said that dying at the hands of a girl pretending to be cute, you should blame your fate for being born weaker than her. Khan looked from under his brows, and one of his hands was in his trouser pocket. He looked away with displeasure when a loud sound interrupted him. A crowd of green screaming orcs jumped out of the forest. The fingers of one of the protagonist's hands showed a certain gesture, and he sighed. When the guy's face and raised hand were engulfed in flames, he said that order needed to be restored here. After snapping the fingers, a spark appeared. Against the background of a bright flash, the dark silhouette of a guy could be seen. Nothing was visible except a stream of light. There was a blinding explosion in the middle of the forest. Khan and Lanivel, standing behind him, opened their mouths and looked to the side. They came to the battlefield between the orcs and humans. A statistics window popped up, in which the slaughter skill rose from level C to level B. A golden glow erupted from the mouths of the orcs. On the ground lay a knight covered in bloody sludge. Khan opened his eyes wide, looked straight, and said that before his intervention there was a total mess there. There were people near the overturned carriage. They turned out to be two unconscious girls, a maid and a swordswoman. The magical sphere next to the main character said that she felt sorry for these girls, and the guy answered her that he also felt sorry for them, and that from now on these women would live with scars not only on their bodies, but also on their hearts. His eyes lit up with purple flames and he said that's what usually happens, and then he decided to completely erase their bad memories using a black box. A statistics window with an unknown level C skill popped up, and Lanival was helping a girl with a green stone on her forehead. She opened her eyes and looked up with fear. Han loomed over the girls with a creepy smile and glowing eyes and addressed them as if they were ladies scared of a bacon party. A statistics window immediately appeared with the words that he had made the goals oblivious. The guy's pupils were very narrow. He asked to look into his eyes. Khan thought that he was able to heal even the divinity of their body, and that they should be overly glad that they had met such a specialist. The three girls were enveloped in a purple glow and looked up in fear. Then their gaze became clear and they came to their senses. Satisfied with himself, Khan stood in front of the girls, one of whom turned to the princess asking where she had gone. In response, the princess apologized and someone asked about the corpses around. Princess statistics window, race, human, level 15, profession, princess, skills, coquetry, charm, sociability, magic, state, scared. The main character stood peacefully and was surprised when he learned that one of the girls was a princess. A blonde man lay on the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. Someone shouted that the prince was dead. Khan stood behind two frightened girls who hovered over the body and began to scream about how this could happen on the first hunt and about what would happen to their kingdom now. The main character looked up thoughtfully and decided that he had nothing to do with the death of the heir to the throne. At this time, horse hooves walked along the road. Khan turned around and looked towards the approaching sound. A man in armor held the reins in his hands and ordered the horse to be quiet. The protagonist's profile looked surprised with a wide eye. A man with a thick mustache and sitting astride a horse appeared before us. His statistics, race, human, level 285, profession, royal family member, skills, magic, magic power, sorcery, evil spirits, dignity, status, confused. Up close, the man's face was more stern, many wrinkles were visible. He seemed familiar to the main character, because in the future he would become the king of the magical kingdom. The guy introduced an elderly man who was lying in a coffin and remembered that the current king, his older brother, would die after 3 years of fighting the disease. Then he imagined how a crowd of people greeted the new ruler in front of the castle, and a man with a red stone on his forehead and a staff in his hand looks confidently to the side. Khan concluded that a man, having received the support of citizens and nobles, would gracefully take the throne. The image of the future king of the magical kingdom, who is sitting at the table, was accompanied by the thoughts of the main character that this man always acted masterfully and, as is typical for a magician, was quick in calculations. The blonde man looked to the side and pointed his finger forward as Han thought that he had always adhered to the rule of equal exchange. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and thought about how glad he was to see him after so long. At that moment, the future king looked menacingly and resolutely ordered to kill them all. Khan frowned and looked up fiercely, and then asked the man what he said. On the road in the middle of the forest, opposite the main character, the future king of a magical kingdom stopped with knights who begged the gentleman to come to his senses and not kill the guy, because he was a saint. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. He thought that for them the murder of the prince and princess of their own country was in the order of things, and realized that ultimately he had intervened in a useless matter. The future king opened his mouth and said menacingly that if he were left alive, he would certainly become a source of problems. Khan looked displeased from under his brows after saying that he should simply be killed without causing unnecessary suffering. When looking at the man on the horse behind the knights, the main character thought that not everyone is vulnerable to divinity. As the future king frowned and looked ahead, Khan thought that however, everyone who sees him feels divinity. The main character smiled slyly and looked up. The guy thought it would definitely be useful. The knights began to sweat, but they accepted the order of the future king. They stood opposite the main character and prepared their swords with a request that the saint would forgive them. The knights went to attack the guy, shouting about his beloved fatherland. Khan smiled, began to glow with a golden light and thought that there was no point in killing them. His palm shone dazzlingly, and he thought that he had divinity, confirming his righteousness. He raised his hand and grinned, for he had the grace that would bring peace to their body and mind. A purple light enveloped his shoulder because he had dark energy that affected demon worshippers. His hand flickered green as he had fortune, which reduced the chance of unforeseen circumstances occurring. The main character's entire body lit up, since he still had the ingenuity to complement it all. He opened his mouth wide and told everyone to stop. Knights with spears froze in front of the guy. A golden shimmer spread near their helmets. The next moment they were covered in sweat and were afraid of something. The Khan smiled ominously and grimly addressed the knights with the words that the murder of the prince and princess was high treason, and that they should think about their wives and children who were waiting for them at home. He laughed evilly, and the knights realized in horror that his words were true. The main character thought that 10 years of experience in this world were not in vain. The future king extended his hand forward and shouted that they should not listen to the guy, and that if they killed everyone, then no one would know anything. Khan continues to beam. He opened his mouth wide and advised him to make the right choice. Sweat appeared on the face of the future king. He shouted for people to come to their senses for the sake of the future of the kingdom. The main character was still beaming. He interrupted the man with the words that if the prince and princess were incompetent, then they should just appoint a regent for them, and that there was no need to be obsessed with the position of king. The knights doubted, they thought, and Khan thought about how much they were devoted to this man. A violet flame lit up behind the main character, and he thought that he, too, had an ace up his sleeve. The future king opened his mouth wide and began to scream. The next moment he covered his mouth and froze. A knight attacked him from behind with words about the glory of the greatest. A violet eye shone through a hole in the helmet. Knight statistics window, race, human, level 235, profession, nobleman, skills, fencing, dignity, communication, dark energy, politics, status, recklessness. The man started coughing up blood and asked why he did this. The future king lay on the ground with a sword in his back, and his knights were nearby. Khan smiled contentedly and thought that he was connected with them by magic, which was much stronger than their devotion. The girl sitting by the overturned carriage looked towards the main character. The princess screamed that she could not even think that her uncle wanted to kill her, and that his majesty needed to be informed about this. The purple light from the guy's eyes hypnotized all the girls. Khan said reproachfully that he shouldn't say that in front of his accomplices, and the magical sphere nearby asked if everything would be okay. His hand clenched the hilt of the sword, and Khan himself replied that there was no need to worry. A saint with angel wings appeared behind the guy. Khan opened his mouth wide, looked up and asked to resurrect everyone. He ordered the man with blood dripping from his mouth not to be resurrected. A beam of golden light shone and magic happened. Khan rolled up his sleeves and said that now, in order to restore order, we need to erase the memory and replace the memories. The guy turned around coughing. Someone called him despicable and asked if he saved him. The fair-haired young man crossed his arms, opened one eye and turned to the main character with the words that he should not dare look at him. The prince, with such a look, and that this time he would be spared, since he was a saint. Lanovel, standing next to the dark-haired boy, beamed when the prince called her a sweet sorceress. The fair-haired young man closed his eyes, giggled and said to take it as an honor to be invited to tomorrow's party because she also played a role in his salvation. A hand shrouded in violet flame lay on the prince's shoulder, and someone addressed him. Khan, with sparkling violet eyes, told the prince to look at his face. While the prince was sitting by a tree surrounded by girls, the main character understood why people rebelled and thought that since he had resurrected the prince, he should start a new life. When the frightened princess looked at the prince, the guy thought that now instead of this fool, a princess who did not understand the state of affairs in the world would ascend to the throne. He imagined a mustachioed man with a staff and a woman with a crown on her head and remembered that, according to the traditions of the magical kingdom, the strongest magician is appointed regent for the queen. Khan smiled and said that there would be no problem, and Lanovel behind him said that this was strange. He turned to her and asked what it was, and she replied that it was not an adventure at all. The main character got very angry and clenched his fist in front of him. He said that the useless droning girl was even stranger and advised her to be quieter if she did not want to be punished. The girl turned around and started talking about the prince's invitation, but Khan interrupted her and said that she wouldn't go anywhere. Two people walked along the road among the trees. One said that they no longer had business in the magical kingdom. The main character looked up thoughtfully. He remembered the fair-haired boy who said that he gave the ice princess the sage staff and helped her master the power that had gotten out of control, and she followed him as gratitude. Khan smiled. An image of a girl appeared behind him. He said that he would like to try the sage staff. Snowy mountain. It was a huge snow-capped mountain in the center of the northern continent. People looked at the hot springs with faces full of joy, and the hot springs that appeared everywhere attracted a huge number of travelers. An area enclosed by a fence, inside which there were many houses, the villages that emerged in this place gradually turned into tourist centers. Khan looked at it all with a smile, and Sylvia stood behind her with a surprised face. People were walking all over the village. The bandits stood with faces full of anger and looked at someone. In the village there were knights who sat on horses. Khan looked at it all with a smile, but Sylvia, on the contrary, was very surprised by this. If this were only the case, then such a diverse group of people would not have gathered here. Monsters gathered near the springs. They were attracted by the powerful magic that appeared along with the springs, and thanks to the abundance of these monsters, a variety of villains settled here, using the monsters as a natural line of defense. The hunters stood in the bushes with sly smiles and looked at the monsters. Armed heroes jumped into the bushes towards the villains. They fought with these people. In this place, which has gathered many different people, information is also accumulated. Khan's foot firmly planted itself on the ground, sending out dust. Khan stood with Sylvia near a large building. Khan began to break the door with all his might. The doors opened from Khan's confident kick. All the villains looked at the guy. The evil faces of the villains looked at Khan and asked him what he was doing. Khan, with wild eyes and an open mouth, told the robbers to remember his face, since he was a divine hero who would conquer the ice princess living on the snowy mountain. Khan pointed his finger at the smiling bartender and told him to open the wine cellar, as they would be hanging out until the morning. The robbers covered their eyes and laughed loudly. They asked Khan if he knew where to start. Khan stood at the entrance with his hands folded on his chest. All the villains raised their mugs and told him that he would definitely cope and would be able to conquer the ice princess. Khan smiled slyly, looking to the side, and realized that he had attracted enough attention here. The bartender smiled sweetly, closing his eyes and digging through the bar. The girl in black clothes watched Han out of the corner of her eye. Khan stood at the bar and looked to the side with a smile on his face and called to the bartender. The bartender laughed and asked Khan if he wanted some appetizers. Khan directed his gaze at the bartender and said with a smile that he wanted a very spicy appetizer for dinner. The bartender received a stream of words from Khan. He smiled and told Khan that he would do it in the best possible way. Voices were heard from the beer building as the villains praised Khan and wished him good luck. Night fell and the beer building was still in operation. The villains sat at tables and chatted nicely. There was a lot of dirty dishes on the tables. The angry Khan clenched his hands into fists, and behind him stood a satisfied Sylvia, who said that she had eaten too much. Khan told the girl to go to bed, since she would only empty her wallet. The bartender brought the dish to the table and asked for forgiveness for the wait. Khan looked at the girl in black incredulously, and the bartender wished the guy a good dinner. The girl lowered her black clothes and, looking at the guy with her red eyes, asked what Han was interested in. The girl carefully watched the guy. Khan realized that this was dark commerce. Many people in black clothes smiled evilly. Khan decided that if there were customers in demand, then they were ready to sell anything. Be that as it may, they live off their self-confidence. The girl was still looking at the guy with a smile on her face. There is no doubt about the veracity of the information. These people were the reason Han came here. Khan looked up at the girl and said that he wanted to know about the hero of origins. The girl leaned towards Khan's head. The girl raised her hand to her mouth and, looking at Khan, asked him what he meant by the hero who was the first to defeat the demon lord Petinar. Khan ran his finger over the plate and told the girl that she had understood everything correctly. The girl looked at Khan, raised her hand to her cheek and said that 7 years had passed before his appearance on these lands and the victory over the demon lord. The girl said that this period may seem short to some, but the achievements he has made are truly surprising. Khan brought a piece of meat to his mouth and, closing his eyes, told the girl that he wanted to know everything. The girl smiled slyly at Khan and told the guy that there might be more information than Khan could imagine. Khan held a blue rag and, chewing meat, told the girl that if she collected information that did not coincide with the generally known, and its volume was sufficient to publish a whole book, Khan would give the girl what he was holding in his hands. Khan opened this rag, and the girl looked at it carefully. A woman's body was drawn on this paper. The girl picked up this paper. Finding out what it was, Khan brought a piece of meat and told the girl that the first page was an advance payment. Khan put away the fork and told the girl that if she couldn't collect the amount of information he needed, that would be the end of it all and all the information would be free. Wiping his mouth, Khan looked at the girl and asked her how she liked the idea. The girl snapped her fingers and told Han in surprise that she was not an expert in this field. After a while, the bartender approached the girl. Khan looked at the girl who was saying something to the bartender. The bartender took the guy's dirty dishes and began to leave. The girl and Khan were left sitting alone. The girl with a smile invited the guy to take dessert. Khan agreed. Khan was brought dessert, with a spoon lying next to it. Khan was eating dessert and watching the girl at the same time. Khan opened his eyes in surprise, holding a spoon in his mouth. Someone's feet began to approach Khan. The bartender, with a smile on his face, brought in a little man with red hair and a beard. The little man looked at Khan and greeted him. Khan looked at him with fear, still holding the spoon in his mouth. The guy did not understand why he was called. The golden golem stood on the rock. Although he surprised the whole world with his appearance, he would never have managed to become famous if no one had played the role of the villain at that moment. A golem with light coming from its body stood on top. In one place there was one red invention. A man in all red began to approach the invention. He took the main role of the villain. His name was Bloody Red Dwarf. The man in all red looked into the distance with wide eyes. The red dwarf created an alcoholic golem, in whose right hand there was a huge mace designed to destroy the castle gates. A red hand with a mace at the end. In his left hand there was a drill designed to pierce enemies. The left hand, at the end of which is a drill. The red dwarf stood on huge golems that were thousands of times larger than him. Now the creator of such golems looks with reverence at the lame golem. The dwarf carefully studied the drawing. Khan, with a spoon in his mouth, looked carefully at the dwarf. The man folded the drawing and then thought about it. The dwarf pressed his hand against the drawing with all his might. Khan watched the man with confusion. The dwarf began to open his mouth wide and show his fist to Khan, shouting that this drawing was a treasure and even better. Khan smiled slyly and asked himself if this was true. The dwarf's eyes shone with admiration. The guy said that he could not watch it in full, but even one sheet was filled with the philosophy and passion of its author. Khan folded his hands and, smiling with a spoon in his mouth, listened to the dwarf, who said that he knew that he should not say such things as a business partner, but the guy simply needed this drawing. The dwarf answered the girl that she should hear him. The man began to leave, and the girl looked at Khan with a smile and told him what she saw. The guy provided them with an amazing item. Khan looked askance at the girl, and then sharply asked her what was wrong with her answer. The girl looked into Khan's eyes and said that everything regarding the hero of origins, his companions, lovers, friends, and enemies would be written down, without losing sight of the slightest rumor, and then everything would be handed over to Khan. Khan looked carefully at the girl again and said that it was wonderful. Khan began to get up when the girl called him. Holding the drawing in her hands, the girl asked Khan if he could stay in this village until all the information he requested was collected, since collecting information would take about half a month, during which time Khan would be provided with housing. Khan looked carefully at the girl and noticed that she spoke friendly. The girl also looked at the guy and understood that they would receive the drawing before the Ice Princess killed him. Khan rolled his eyes and agreed with the girl's decision. Khan walked up the stairs. The guy decided not to rush in the 6th playthrough, and this is proven by the fact that he still hasn't killed Petinar, so the guy decided to prepare properly. Khan walked confidently down the corridor with a smile on his face. Khan looked somewhere with a dissatisfied face. Khan watched as Lanival slept in her arms with the sage staff. Khan shouted to the girl to let him in, and then the guy took him away. Lanival raised her hand and said that it was her staff, and then began to ask Khan where he had gone. Khan covered Lanival with a pillow and shouted for her to sleep. The door of the room closed. Mountains. Khan looked up with a smile on his face. The guy decided to go to the girl who considered herself the most unfortunate in the world. The magic ball asked the guy that he was going to climb the mountain. Khan closed his eyes and told the magic ball with a smile that he did not use such crude methods. The guy remembered that he had a good means of transportation during his first passage. A huge forest in which there was a village. In the depths of the forest there was a house. Someone was chopping wood. The guy wiped his forehead from sweat and, covering his eyes from the sun, said that he thought there was no need to chop wood anymore and that was enough for him. Khan quickly grabbed the guy's throat. Khan pressed the guy to a tree and began calling him a lizard. Khan looked defiantly at the guy and told him to take his original form. The guy shouted to Khan that he was a man and he hadn't done anything like that. Khan looked at the guy carefully and decided that if he didn't like it in a good way, then he would do it in a bad way. Khan began to choke the guy and saw how a blue light appeared on him. The light began to cover the entire village. Fog appeared. Khan stood next to the ice dragon. The dragon looked at Khan carefully. The village heroes began to point their fingers at the dragon. The heroes ran along the corridor, not understanding where this white dragon came from. The monster began to spray all its icy flames onto Khan. Khan stood watching the dragon do this. Khan smiled and looked at the dragon, telling him that his repertoire was no different from the first passage. Khan jumped into the dragon's jaw with all his might. The monster began to throw its power in different directions. Standing on 2 legs, the dragon removed all of its icy flames from its mouth. Khan looked at the lying dragon. Khan looked at the dragon and called him a lizard. Khan looked into the dragon's eyes, using the powers of taming, husbandry, and empathy. Mountains with plains. An ice dragon's wing peeked out from the grass and trees. Khan was sitting on the back of an ice dragon that was walking through the forest. Han smiled a wide smile and told his dragon to go forward, calling him Bika. The tops of the huge mountains were covered with snow and a strong wind was blowing. The top of an unknown, icy building could be seen between the mountains. Kan on a huge white dragon quickly flew past the mountains. Then the main character clenched his teeth tightly, looked straight ahead and noticed that there he was. Khan looked carefully at the beautiful castle of the Ice Princess. The main character carefully looks at the marked road. Then he looked away and saw the frozen silhouettes of the warriors. Some froze with fear on their faces. Kan flew on top of the frozen people on the ice dragon and the ball next to him noticed that, contrary to expectations, there were more female people in the ice tomb. The main character folded his arms across his chest with a dissatisfied expression. Heard the ball add that she thought that more men were targeting the Ice Princess and replied that everything was not like that at all. Kan withdrew his hand with 2 fingers and, covering his eyes, added that adventurer girls of 2 categories were sleeping here. In the protagonist's head, the girl looked at the huge flame and Kan said that the first category is girls who are envious and jealous of the Ice Princess. People pointed their fingers at the magician's girl and she shouted enough, and the main character added that those born on the northern continent were magicians and therefore constantly compared to her. Kan closed his eyes and, opening his mouth, added that the second category, but he was interrupted by shouts to leave here if they did not want to die. The main character sharply opened his eyes and looked straight. He saw an ice shoe on a girl in a white dress. Kan looked carefully at the ice princess who came out of the castle. The girl opened her mouth slightly and noted that she would not repeat it a second time. A moment later, the main character jumped away from a loud cry from the side calling for the princess. Kan put his finger in his ear and, gritting his teeth, noted that this was the second category. A warrior in red armor stood surrounded by girls and shouted for the princess to give birth to a child from him, and Kan added that the girls around him made up a harem of men. Zig looked at the princess lovingly and shouted that if he was an orc killer and she, the best woman on the northern continent, united, an incredible child would be born, capable of defeating even a dragon. The main character glued his displeased face together and snapped his fingers and called the ice dragon. The ice princess and warrior looked at the dragon in the sky in surprise. Biku opened his mouth wide and began to use ice magic. A huge beam hit right at the place where the knight stood. Zig hid behind a small cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Zig and his squad found themselves in a huge block of ice. The dragon began to slowly land next to the ice princess. She looked up in surprise and asked how he could do it. Kan abruptly jumped from the dragon, and the princess looked in surprise. He then landed next to the ice princess. She put her hand in front of her and, using magic, shouted at him to stop. If he approached her, there would be a raging frost. A huge, icy wave flew towards the protagonist. Everything around was hidden under the avalanche. The ice princess put her hand on her chest and looked at the protagonist. Then she looked down and opened her mouth slightly. She watched as all her magic began to be absorbed into the main character's staff. Kan smiled broadly and the weather changed to sunny. The main character remembered the little guy and noticed in his head that what this guy said was true. Kan suddenly became dissatisfied. The ice princess folded her arms across her chest and asked what this staff was. The main character put the artifact in front of him and noticed that it was the sage staff. Kan looked thoughtfully at the frozen princess. The girl suddenly began to cry and noticed that if she had this staff, she could control this power. Fog began to move towards the main character, and the princess said that this was a misfortune. The princess reached for the staff and added that it seemed that this long misfortune was over. After the princess's touch, the staff glowed with golden light. Kan abruptly pulled the staff away from the princess's hand. The ice princess stretched out her hand and shouted that she would do anything, just let him give it to her. Kan hit the girl sharply on the head with a scream. The girl flew away from the blow and opened her mouth. The main character straightened up and called out to the shocked girl. The princess looked dumbfounded at the protagonist and he called the princess, who considered herself the most unfortunate in the world. Kan hit the staff on his hand and added that from now on, every time she would not be able to control the power. The main character looked at her gloomily and noted that he would beat her so much that she would defecate blood. An angel appeared behind the protagonist after he said that she need not worry about death. The princess became gloomy. Kan added that he could resurrect her 40 times. The main character smiled gloomily and said that it was better not to ask questions, even if there were any. Kan folded his arms on his chest and thought that life is short, but misfortunes make it longer. There is such a proverb. The princess opened her mouth, and the main character added that today would be the longest day for this princess. The princess suddenly became gloomy after the protagonist called her. Kan glared at her and asked her what she thought, that she had been alone all this time. She opened her mouth and answered in the negative. The main character opened his mouth and made an approving sound. Kan looked at the princess's palace and noticed that she was able to survive amid the eternal snowfall in a place where not even a tuft of grass grows. The princess wrinkled her face and heard Kan add that only thanks to someone's love and support. Kan pointed at her and shouted about the dress she was wearing. Then he pointed to the fruit and added that it was a food full of vitamins and nutrients. The main character folded his arms across his chest and shouted that even the toilet paper with which she wiped her butt. Kan looked away. I remembered the box of letters and wondered if there was another room filled with love letters. The princess looked pitifully at the protagonist. The girl began to cry after the protagonist noted that all this is proof that the people who love her still believe that she can cope. The princess listened sharply to the protagonist. Kan held the staff tightly in his hand and said that therefore, if she tried, she would succeed this time. The main character put out his staff and added that he would protect himself from his attack. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted the raging cold spell. The princess folded her hands. Then she opened her mouth and shouted that she could handle it. The main character sharply pointed his staff at the girl's head. The staff came closer to the head. Blue energy came out of the princess's hands. The staff stopped as close to the head as possible. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. A huge avalanche of snow and ice came from them. Everything around lit up brightly, and the staff froze. Kan stood with his staff outstretched. Then he smiled broadly and noticed that she had succeeded. The princess leaned back and noted that she had done it. Then she put her hand to her chest and added that she learned to control her powers thanks to the hero. Khan remembered how he killed her several times and said that she died dozens of times trying to do it. The girl began to summon blue energy, and Khan began to think that it would be much easier if he used his dark energy and turned her into a demon worshipper. The main character remembered the red-haired guy in his head and added that there was no need to use cheats when even he could cope without it. The main character looked away nervously, heard the magic ball ask that resurrecting a princess 10 times was not a cheat, and answered that resurrection is a common thing for saints. The princess looked up sharply when the protagonist called her. Kan looked at the village in the middle of the forest and noticed that today they would go down to the settlement below. The princess stood up dissatisfied, and Kan added that she should wash and change into clean clothes. The main character threw the object away from his hand and said that she would spend some time with him, and then she was free to go wherever she wanted. The princess was surprised and asked how to take her with her forever. Kan looked displeased and asked why he needed this. A dead sage appeared in his head and he said that the sage had already signed up to be his companion. He did not want to take on unnecessary responsibility. The princess smiled, and Kan added that there was only one reason why she would go with him. The main character smiled broadly and thought that she would strengthen his reputation. The main character imagined how he would bring the princess to the settlement, and everyone shouted that the hero Kan had tamed the evil ice princess. Kan made an arrogant face and thought that he could already see this wonderful completion, and the residents added that no one had ever succeeded. It was simply incredible. Bhikkhu sharply waved his wing. The main character and the princess climbed onto the dragon. Kan petted him and commented that he was cute. Bhikkhu pushed himself off the ground sharply. The ice dragon flew away from the castle. The main character folded his arms across his chest and shouted that he could speed up a little. The dragon began to fly very quickly. The ice and snow began to crack under the flying dragon. A huge creature jumped out of the ground and opened its mouth. The monster's mouth closed, and in it was an ice dragon. The main character and the princess flew over him. Kan looked down in confusion and froze. The Ice Titan looked at them furiously, and the main character saw a screen with information about him. Then Kan opened his mouth and asked what her relationship was with him. The princess looked straight in surprise. The Ice Titan looks at her carefully. The princess stood next to a huge monster and said that it was a snow-white cat that sometimes appeared in her dreams. The princess touched him and noticed that he was soft and warm. Then she raised her head and looked straight. The Ice Titan lowered his gaze and looked at her, and the princess noticed that he just sat and quietly looked at her. The princess opened her mouth wide and looked straight. The Ice Titan looked at her carefully and she shouted that he was not so huge and did not walk on 2 legs. The main character pursed his lips and noted in his head that in general he understood what was happening. The huge cat looked at him carefully. Kan stared at the information screen next to him. I paid attention to a few lines and noticed in my head that he was on the verge of death from old age. Then he looked at the next lines and added that with the same skills as the Ice Princess. Kan grinned and said that this was who was behind all this. The main character looked at the princess's palace and noticed that the princess was hiding not on private territory, but on the top of a snowy mountain. He remembered how she used magic and added that the Ice Princess had a power that she could not control. The huge cat stared at him in fear. Kan sharply took out his sword and shouted that all this could not have happened without the intervention of this monster, weak-minded from old age. The main character rushed towards the monster. The Ice Titan opened its mouth and screamed. Then he launched a huge paw straight at the protagonist. The main character flew straight into the monster's face. The main character confidently flew past. His sword then burst into flames from the energy. The blade became covered in powerful energy, and a notification announced that some skills had been improved. Kan rushed at the monster's face with the speed of a bullet. Then he pulled out his sword in front of him and shouted for it to become his experience points. The main character raised his sword behind his back, and the world began to turn purple. A moment later, Kan noticed this intense. Professor Morality appeared behind him and called out to him. She turned to him and noticed that being cornered and a mouse biting a cat, if he was so careless, even he could get hurt. The main character threw his hands behind his head and noted that he was also glad to see her. Kan opened his mouth and asked what carelessness is. The professor stared at him carefully and heard that he had 11 years of experience living in a fantasy world. He roughly understood what was happening at the moment when he did not receive experience points for it. Kan quickly exited the purple world and noted that he had seen too much to be careless. Professor Morality began to hide and noticed that she had warned. The main character continued to fly towards the monster. Kan landed on soft fur. Then he extended his arms. The princess fell screaming right on top of them. The Ice Titan began to fall to the ground. A moment later, a huge carcass landed. A fog of dust rose all around. The main character stood heroically upright in his arms with the princess. The princess, lying in her arms, thanked the protagonist, and he noted that, as gratitude, she should not die until his reputation increases. The monster's head turned into liquid, and Kan asked the girl to step aside for a while. The Ice Titan's head took on the shape of a face. Then the monster stared straight ahead in horror. Kan took out his sword and noticed that nothing was over yet. Then he smiled fiercely with a brightly burning sword in his hands and noticed that cats have 9 lives. The huge cat opened his mouth wide, and Kan added that one way or another, he would someday die if he continued to kill him. A moment later, a powerful blow was heard. Then the next one, from which the ground shook and screams were heard. After a while everything calmed down. The protagonist's hand glowed brightly with golden light. Kan, standing in the middle of the monster's corpse, noticed that the experience points had arrived. The main character put his fist in front of him and smiled. He looked at his leg, which was covered in ice. He remembered about the catfish and noticed in his thoughts that when he killed the catfish, he remembered the flooded streets and added that there was a terrible rainfall. Kan remembered the look of the Ice Titan and wondered if after killing this cat it shouldn't have just snowed. The main character began to be completely covered in ice. Kang opened his mouth with rage in the ice and thought that he did not think that he would become the king of carelessness. The ice has completely hardened. Then suddenly it started to crack. 2 red eyes appeared in it. Kan, squeezing his hand, said that if you kill the cat, a curse will fall on him. Then, a second later, he broke the ice around him and, standing in a stance, angrily clenched his teeth and shouted that this would not happen. Looking ahead angrily, he shouted that they were in trouble. An ice princess appeared behind him. She said that he had finally woken up, to which the protagonist, removing the ice from his shoulders, replied that he was slightly delayed and it was time for them to go down. Then, turning around dissatisfied, he heard the princess ask that she needed to get ready right now, to which he replied that he asked her to get ready when they were in the castle. Then suddenly he opened his eyes wide and looked ahead in surprise. Looking at the puzzled princess, he saw a system message that her race was a person of cold, level 573. Looking ahead in surprise, he asked what it was, Ant, and then wondered what to call the young girl Ant. Then, looking at the princess, he shouted that if you just look at her, she is already at such an age that he will not be able to address her as a princess. Then he looked around in surprise. The girl looked at the purple sphere, and he asked how long he had been in the ice. Then, looking at Kanu's dissatisfied face, she answered that she was 6 years old. Then she raised her finger and, looking ahead, began to tell something, and Kan thought that a lot had happened during his stasis. He imagined a map that was on fire, and thought that while he was shackled in ice for 6 years, a war began on the continent. He imagined the small island being consumed by fire, and thought that all the continents except the southern one were in the midst of war. Then he imagined the island in the middle and thought that on the northern continent everything was relatively good, because the Lord Magician and the goddess were winning victory after victory. He grabbed his head and, exhaling, asked what kind of goddess she was. He imagined in his head a girl surrounded by green light, and the Ice Princess replied that the golem created by the Lord Magician, her size is no different from them, but her combat power is beyond imagination. Then she, extending her arms to the sides, added that, most likely, this was an ego golem with the soul of an ancient hero. Looking ahead in surprise, she extended her hand, and the protagonist replied that they first needed to go down the mountain, to which the girl said that the village was already there. Kan, looking down, saw only a wasteland. He turned pale and replied that he understood her, and the princess asked that then they would head to the Tower of the Lord Magician. A second later, it seemed to dawn on the protagonist from the words of the princess that the Lord of Magicians had conveyed that he had prepared a special golem for him. Then, smiling, she looked forward and added that, according to rumors, his power was enough to destroy the world. Looking at the purple sphere, he said that he must kill the Demon King and begin the 7th playthrough immediately. Then his cheeks turned pink, and, menacingly extending his hand forward, he shouted that he would only start this after he saw this golem. Staring displeasedly in front of him, he heard the girl's words that they would get there, but her Lord Magician made a golem for her as well in gratitude for curing his fatal illness. Then the princess closed her eyes and extended her hand, a blue light appeared around her, and she said that the Lady of Ice commands. Looking at this, Kan blushed and stared in front of him in surprise. A second later, he saw a huge creature with shining eyes appear out of nowhere. The princess continued screaming for the Glacera to awaken. The protagonist watched what was happening with a smile, covering his face with his hand. He shouted that Lord Mac was the best in the world. Then he stared ahead in fear. A huge golem in the form of a girl appeared in front of them. The princess stretched out her hand with a smile and asked if he was ugly. Kan, looking at everything around with disappointment, smiled and answered okay. The golem crossed the mountains at great speed. Looking menacingly in front of him, he ran a huge distance in a second. Kan, resting his head on his hand, looked out the window with interest. He thought that creatures less than level 200 are now just dust underfoot, which is probably why the war began. Then suddenly the princess, looking ahead, said that from now on they need to be careful, there may be enemies here. Hearing this, the protagonist became cheerful. He smiled and thought that if there are enemies here, this means. The princess, looking ahead, saw ice explosions, and then she shouted contact. A huge red golem, and she added that these were golems from a hostile organization. The protagonist's cheeks turned pink, and he thought with a smile that the golems were red if that dwarf had made them. The princess, looking at the 3 golems in the form of girls, shouted that they could not break through. Seeing them, Khan turned pale, and then, with his mouth wide open, thought that this couldn't be true. The 6th passage was the future. He then started to fall as he thought about what went wrong. I imagined a gnome with a thick beard in my head. And then, falling to his knees in his mind, he thought that everything was his fault. Because of him, a stupid idiot, everything went wrong. The princess, looking ahead, shouted at him to hold on tighter. Her golem swung its long spear, pointing it towards the opponents. Their weapons clashed. A huge hole appeared in one of the red golems. The princess, controlling the golem, tore apart the enemy, piercing the next one right through. She, looking menacingly ahead, shouted that she was requesting reinforcements. She then stabbed her spear into the ground and a strong aura appeared around her. Looking out the window, she added that they must have learned that Khan had awakened. Then she turned around and added that they did not have time to wait for reinforcements. Although they would have to take a little risk, they had to take a shortcut. The protagonist exhaled and then thought that it would be better to immediately begin the 7th playthrough, at least for the sake of his own sanity. The princess swung her golem's spear and cut the enemy in half. She, menacingly throwing her weapon up, stared forward. And then, looking out the window, she said that they were there. A large tower appeared in front of them, and she said that it was the Tower of the Lord Mage. She saw a crowd of red golems and added that they were here. After which she rushed towards the tower as fast as she could, adding that they were trying to prevent Khan from reaching her. The protagonist stared out the window in surprise when he heard screams. He saw his comrades, who were stretching their hands towards him with a smile. Then he jumped down. The sage, looking at him, shouted that he was glad to see him. Suddenly Khan grabbed him by the collar and pulled him towards him. Staring menacingly, he said in a frightening voice that the golems, the whole world is in shit, what was he doing here? To which the sage, raising his hands up, shouted that he was creating the golem of his dreams. Smiling broadly, he shouted that his task was very difficult, both the extraction of materials and the production process itself. He shouted to the side with his hand at the old man that finally they could. Then Khan looked up in surprise, and the sage shouted that now he would see them himself. Something suddenly flew out of the mage tower at great speed in different directions. The protagonist continued to watch in surprise. Then a second later something fell not far from them. Blue eyes appeared in the smoke, and then the protagonist saw 5 golems of different colors with different weapons. He carefully examined the black and blue golem, and then he looked at the shining pink armor. Then he turned to the princess's golem. He silently looked at the real robots in front of him for several seconds, and then, continuing to hold the sage by the collar, he turned to him. Khan turned around and, smiling menacingly, said in a frightening voice that if that was all. The sage extended his hand upward and shouted that, of course not, he was not finished yet. The pink robot's eyes began to glow brightly, and then suddenly all the golems rose into the air, and then they began to fly to the pink one, and he, in turn, hit it. The orange golem turned into a huge right hand with a drill. Blue turned into a left hand with a gun. Green stood back with 2 long guns, and the black turned into legs. Then a golden mask appeared on the pink one's head, and a huge golem appeared in front of the protagonist. As it fell to the ground, it caused a violent flash. Khan looked ahead in surprise. The sage, looking at the giant golem, said that it was a megazord. Then the protagonist let him go, and the sage asked if he liked it. A second later, Khan grabbed him by the collar with all his might, and then he let me go and said that he was a smart friend. He smiled and, sticking his thumb up, said that the rest should be left to the best hero in the area. A purple sphere flew up to him and asked what about the 7th passage. Khan pushed off the ground, and, flying up to the giant golem, he extended his arms in different directions, shouting that it was still in standby mode. Walking inside, he smiled broadly, and a system message appeared in front of him that the golems possessed the attributes of all 5 elements. Combining them, they became immune to magical attacks. He looked at the central sphere, from which a voice came that multi-sphere magic weapons can be used at his discretion. They consume a significant amount of mana, so even a hero should use them wisely. The sage looked in surprise at the tablet, from which a voice came that they didn't know about it. The protagonist, smiling broadly, replied that the heroes had mana. He, happily looking in front of him, shouted that it was infinite. A system message appeared in front of him that the name was Infinity Ranky. The golem's heart was covered with a blue aura. The sage covered himself with his hand and shouted that this was impossible. Looking at the blue energy in the golem, he shouted that the huge mana reservoir was full. Khan, with furrowed brows, shouted that he had no desire to be satisfied with only 5 elements. A system message appeared in front of him that the magic power from E had transferred to the magic power, then a strong aura appeared around the golem, spreading in different directions, and he shouted that it was time for him to test his strength. The red golems looked ahead in surprise, asking what it was. They looked up and then said that it was up there near the magician's tower. A second later, everything around began to shake. The protagonist, controlling the golem, went out to the edge of the cliff, looking at the large number of his opponents. He thought about earth, fire, wind, water, heart. The golem's heart began to glow brightly, and a system message appeared in front of him that the Ultra Golem race, level 999, after which someone shouted that why the golem was so huge, the 5 forces apparently united. The protagonist blushed and shouted with a smile that they would destroy everything. Khan and the golem lunged forward at great speed. He jumped down from the mountain. Looking down at the red golems, he added that they were vile midges that disturbed the peace of the 6th passage. Then he brought his drill forward. At great speed straight past his opponents for an hour, he added that he would never forgive them. In just a second, he pierced their bodies right through with his drill, and then a second later he looked forward menacingly. Around him, the remaining surviving golems began to gather, forming an encirclement, and then they shouted that they needed to return fire, because he was alone. Khan watched as red golems surrounded him on all sides, screaming that they needed to give up fear. One of them rushed forward at great speed, swinging his weapon. Khan began to turn around and look at him. Many sharp spears were approaching his body. His eyes glowed brightly, and then one of the golems, looking at his opponent, shouted what kind of light this was. The protagonist, smiling broadly, replied that it was useless. A second later, his body released a bright flash. Turning around, he laughed, and then a system message appeared in front of him that this was the name of the divine country of the SS. He stood menacingly and looked ahead. He then raised his blue hand, which had guns on it, and he began to shoot them, emitting blue energy. Smiling widely, he shouted that it was barrage fire. Plasma projectiles flew forward at great speed, destroying everything around. The explosions consumed the entire battlefield, destroying the red golems one by one. A second later there was a big explosion. Khan, looking at the control panel, said that this eats up a lot of mana. He smiled and replied that he was not running out of it, so he had no problems replenishing it. A system message appeared that the magic power from A has transferred to the magic power from C. He then rose into the air, emitting a strong aura. The old man who stood behind the red golems appeared. He frowned, looked menacingly ahead and shouted at them not to retreat. Looking at his creatures, he added that they should calm down because their opponent did not have infinite mana. Looking ahead menacingly, he added that this was a battle of attrition. Khan looked down frighteningly, a strong aura, and then he asked that he was sure that it was not infinite. Many red golems began to approach Khan, forming a huge tower. But a second later, he released a plasma beam from his chest, destroying all the golems under him. And then, smiling widely, he rushed downstairs. Upon landing, he released another plasma wave, which destroyed a large number of opponents. The old man stepped back in fear, covering his face. He watched as the mana around the protagonist began to intensify. Such force threw him back. He lay on the floor with his eyes closed, and drops of sweat flowed from his face. Then he raised his head in fear. He saw Khan, controlling the golem, land next to him. And then the head and hand of the red golem fell to the floor. The protagonist looked menacingly at his helpless opponent. He began to get up, backing away in fear. Then Khan, looking at the helpless old man, added that he had missed his chance. And smoke fell from the golem's shoulders. And then Khan grabbed his sword. He held it out in front of him and added that this was a chance to end the war. The old man, opening his mouth and eyes wide, screamed. And a second later, the protagonist, at great speed, using mana, rocked forward. He pushed off the ground. And at great speed, holding the sword in front of him, he flew by. The golem was quickly approaching the helpless old man lying on the ground, and then he swung his sword, and then he made the cut. A huge rift formed in the ground, with blue energy coming out of it. After that, Khan, in the body of a golem, calmly landed on the ground. There was a huge explosion behind him. After waiting a little, he turned around, and, smiling broadly, he said that he did it. A system message appeared in front of him that his characteristics had been improved. Khan, looking at the destroyed golems, thought that the war, if you can call it that, was coming to an end. A map appeared in front of him, which was on fire. He thought that the others were still fighting. He remembered his continent and thought that the conflict in the northern continent had been resolved. He then held a scroll in his hands and then said that they were asking them to accept surrender. Smiling widely, he tore the scroll and said that this would not happen. The purple sphere behind him asked why he thought so, to which the protagonist, turning around, replied that she should not ask unnecessary questions. Karadin said that she should just take it and forgive the villain who perpetrated this whole farce in the 6th playthrough. Of course not. Smiling widely, he shouted that he would convince everyone. Then the frightened king appeared before us. Standing next to him were tense aristocrats. There were guys in dark capes nearby. Khan shouted that the ruler and the community of darkness knew too. He stood in a golem in front of the crowd and then shouted that they would be publicly executed. People, happily looking at the golem, shouted that they were grateful to the hero, to which the protagonist calmly listened to their screams, and then he exhaled with a smile and said that he felt like the king of the beggars. We are taken to the magician's tower. Kan, putting his hands behind his head, said that he entrusts the restoration of destroyed countries, cities, and villages to the sage. A second later there was a bright flash, and the sage, laughing, shouted not to worry. Someone's legs appeared, under which there was a green aura. The sage extended his hand towards the girl and said that this was their lady goddess, and she would handle everything perfectly. The goddess smiled, hugged the sage, and added that she would take care of him too. The purple orb that was near Kan blushed and said that they looked great together, which they were happy about. The protagonist replied that he literally felt the fatigue of the soul of the holy sword imprisoned in the golem. Then, folding his hands, he asked that they should deal with the rest. Standing behind his golems, he smiled and shouted that he would lead his army into the heart of the community of darkness to start a war. Then, frowning menacingly, he shouted Captain Fantasia Unification. The golem's eyes glowed, and all the golems rose up in a second. The pink golem removed its arms and legs, leaving only its torso. Red turned into the right hand. The blue one turned into the left one with a gun. Green turned his back, and brown became 2 legs. Suddenly, all the golems were covered in purple energy. Kan turned around in fear, his mouth wide open. He watched as his unassembled golems fell down. A second later, he saw the severed head of a pink golem. Clenching his fists, he raised his head up. Tears began to flow from his eyes and he screamed Captain Fantasia. Looking around in disappointment, he shouted that this couldn't be true. He extended his hand towards the purple cloud that was gathering above him and then shouted that how could she attack during the unification? She is a heartless coward. The girl in the purple cloud began to descend. Kan, stretching his hand upward, used strong magic and attacked the girl with lightning speed. He smiled madly and laughed. And the girl, looking down with displeasure, shouted in response that how could he attack during the transformation? He is a coward. Smiling, the protagonist shouted that he was doing what he wanted. Then he frowned and looked ahead with displeasure. The girl laughed and extended her metal arm, with a purple aura appearing around it. She grabbed her head and looked down with displeasure. She was wearing a short dress and had a strong aura around her. Kang frowned and clenched his fists, a yellow aura surrounding him. Looking up, think that in the society of darkness there was such a monster. Looking at the girl, he saw a system message that her race was the second demon, level 999, profession queen. After that, he said that with his previous blow, he could even send the pedophile demon king to another world, but she was fine. Khan raised his red sword. The demon girl took out a small blade and said that it had the same power as the first hero. Suddenly plasma jumped out of her blade and she looked down menacingly. The smoke around them cleared and they looked at each other in silence for a few more seconds. Khan then shouted with his mouth wide open that the lightsaber was in a fantasy world. The girl blushed and, looking down with displeasure, shouted that there were rules prohibiting its use. Then she made a jerk towards the protagonist and shouted that she generally did not want to hear this from a person who loves robots for children. Kan made a jerk towards her, shouting that she should not dare to condemn male passion. Uniting transforming robots are the best. Looking at each other menacingly, they clashed their swords. The purple sphere looked at them and said that they looked great together. We are taken to the magician's tower. The sage runs out of it and shouts what is happening there. And then he looks ahead in fear. Observe how yellow energy and violet energy come together. Kan's sword and the demon girl cross paths. They give off a strong aura and resist each other with all their might. The girl, frowning, looks ahead with displeasure, and then, swinging his sword, he pushes the protagonist aside, to which Kan, having landed on the floor, immediately pushes off, clenching his teeth. His impact was so strong that it destroyed the ground beneath him. Then he flew forward at great speed. He pushed the girl away, and they rushed forward like lightning. The girl, frowning, shouted that Kan took thousands of lives from representatives of his own species. He was no hero. To which the protagonist, smiling broadly, pressed on his sword, and the girl continued to shout that what hell did he come from? A fake angel. Then Khan smiled widely and added that she should not even compare. Swinging his sword with all his might, he threw the girl aside and added that she should not compare him to those cowardly bastards. Flying to the side, the girl clenched her teeth, and then she looked ahead in fear. He appeared in front of her, brandishing his sword. At the last second, she managed to place her sword near her shoulder, but Khan destroyed her sword and cut her shoulder. Suddenly he fearfully thought, looking in front of him, that she had done this on purpose. The girl looked menacingly in front of her, and then she turned on her sword. She then swung her sword with all her might. Khan looked at her in fear and thought that it was a deception. He saw 2 cuts on his body and continued to think that he would recover soon anyway. Suddenly the girl threw rivers of blood in his direction. A second later the blood turned into sharp thorns, and they rushed at great speed towards Kan, who only managed to put his hands in front of him. She smiled widely and, stretching her hand forward, shouted that he was finished. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, tried to catch the sharp blood spikes, shouting who said that. He put his sword in front of him, deflecting the spikes back. The girl laughed, blood splashed on her face, and she shouted that he was a brainless idiot. He was trying to harm her with her own blood. Then suddenly Kan appeared next to her, stabbing his sword into her chest. Smiling widely, he shouted that it was a miracle. He suddenly looked ahead of him, puzzled. He saw that his sword was unable to pierce her body. It ricocheted back. Seeing this, the protagonist turned pale and shouted that she was a creature. The girl blushed, beads of sweat appeared on her face, and she shouted what was her fault. Kan swung his fist and shouted that it was time for him to finish. The demon girl also extended her hand forward and shouted that this was her line. They began to fall down from the sky at great speed. They continued to fly directly above the ground, inevitably approaching down. A second later they fell, causing a plume of dust. It spread in different directions. The protagonist grabbed the girl by the hand and tried to overcome her. Their swords crossed again. The girl, looking displeasingly in front of her, shouted that he was a coward. She smiled and added that he could not defeat her. Then she punched him below the belt with all her might and shouted at him to give up. To which the protagonist, smiling, shouted that how desperate she was since she switched to dirty tricks. Their swords fell from their hands. Kan, smiling, released a strong aura around himself and shouted that since everything had already turned out this way. The demon girl stood in a stupor, looking ahead. The protagonist threw his lips at her and shouted that she should not complain if he did this, to which she shouted in response that he was crazy. Suddenly, Kan opened his eyes wide and stopped. He heard someone say menacingly to the chosen hero. They froze and heard someone's menacing voice, which said that he considered it unacceptable to maintain a relationship with the daughter of the Demon King. They were near a huge rock. Kan, raising his head, saw a giant black castle, behind which yellow lightning flashed. A demon king with long white hair appeared in front of us. He folded his hands and smiled. And then, looking down calmly, he added that he was too old-fashioned. The demon princess looked ahead in fear. Kang raised his head up and asked what the demon king was doing in the northern continent. The purple sphere said that they were in the central continent. Pedinar extended his hand forward. He stood with his hand on his side. With a menacing grin, he shouted that he was the embodiment of evil and the lord of demons. The elf with long blonde hair was sleeping on a large pink pillow. He said that as a tribute to the hero's courage for such an attack, he would release the Elf King's wife without delay. Kan furrowed his eyebrows and grinned. He stated that he did not need the demon's tribute. The hero looked ahead sternly. A purple glow appeared around him. A powerful stream of light hit the ground with enormous force. Kan was lying on the ground, surrounded by a cloud of smoke. A girl with long purple hair and 2 horns on her head, glowing wings, covered her mouth with her hand and cried out in displeasure that Kan is a pervert. In the purple screen there is information about her. This is the second demon and the queen. The guy, lying on the ground, contemptuously shouted a curse at her. The skirt on the girl's dress was torn. He shouted that she was flying around here with torn clothes. She shouted back that he tore hers himself. Continuing to lie there, he asked with irritation whether she had heard anything about the rules of decency. She was immortal. Pedinar coughed into his fist. The rock, a flash of light in the sky, heads down. The hero frowned and opened his eyes wide. The guy got up and sat down. The demon lord said that he knew that the hero was in love with Sophia. Pedinar's eyes glowed red as he grinned evilly and asked if it wouldn't be a problem if the enemy of the demons. The hero thought such a thing. Kan clicked his tongue as he cursed the levels. He squatted down, looked up. He thought that the only time his level was higher than now was during the very first passage. The demon crossed his arms over his chest. He looked at the hero, smiled ominously. The guy thought that the demon lord's penalty in this case was no longer active. Pedinar spoke. Fangs appeared. He admitted that he would like to thank the hero for 2 things. The demon's daughter flies up. He said that the first thing is that the hero spent time with her. Kan pursed his lips, looked gloomily from under his brows, and he moved on to the second. The lord smiled benevolently and said that the hero had become stronger than he thought. Streams of air, the hero jumped up. With flames around him, he clenched his fists and swung, preparing to strike Pedinar. The hero's furious look told him to swallow the dust and get out of here. There was a flash of light and the roof of the tower collapsed. Kan in profile, arm extended, hair flying in the wind, shirt sleeves torn. The demon wrapped his hand around the guy's fist. His eyes glowed red. He tilted his head slightly and smiled, noting that the blow was quite strong. The heroes are in the air. The guy has yellow flames around him. The demon has purple flames. Pedinar said that he almost lost hope when he learned that Ken disappeared on the northern continent, but he returned even stronger. Frozen in the same position, the hero felt that the dark energy of SSS was resisting his Z divinity and could not believe it. He shuddered and opened his eyes wide. The Lord grinned evilly, showing his fangs. He admitted that he was very happy and grateful. His characteristics were reflected in the screen. The hero recoiled, looking in fear at the hand in the violet flame. He wondered what kind of abilities these were. The guy was thrown back. Pedinar stood with his arm outstretched, his red eyes glowing. He explained that the hero has divinity even without the holy sword, but he handles dark energy very poorly. Khan looked intensely at the hand. The forearm was in waves of violet flames. The demon said that he would teach him how to use it. The hero thought that if he hesitated even a little, he would be torn apart. The demon's brush is in violet flame. He ordered the hero to watch. He clenched his fist forcefully, veins bulged on his arm, and there were whirlwinds of energy around him. The hero tried to resist the energy directed at him, clenching his teeth. The demon pulled his hand back, whirlwinds of light swirled around his clenched fist. He slammed his hand forward, Khan raising his hands in defense. The blow hit the hero's forearm, and purple cracks appeared from this place. A stream of violet light passed through the guy, with a circle of fire around the stream. High in the sky was its origin. It traveled a long distance down and was of enormous strength. A beam of light passed near the water, raising waves. He walked from one bank to the other. A guy stands on the shore in a torn shirt. In front of him is a flash of light, around which there are high waves. He grabbed his head and blood poured from his mouth. The hero had a desperate look. He thought that it was very dangerous. He jumped back from the demon. Pedinar raised his hand to face level, noting his speed. He waved his hand, sending out a wave of energy. Rays of light hit the guy. He raised his hands to protect his head, closed one eye. He thought he might die like this. It wasn't like the dark energy he was used to. He shuddered, looking sternly ahead. The Lord apologized for wasting his time. The hero looked at the figure of the enemy, around which whirlwinds of light swirled. The demon's arms and shoulders were covered with armor. A red stone on his chest, black armor around him. The face was protected. He stood, fully dressed in armor, and said that it was time to start a serious game. He looked forward with glowing red eyes. Khan slightly bowed his head, crossed his arms, grinned and said decisively that he thought that he would never say this. Light comes from parts of the armor on the back. The demon lord clenched his fists, star-shaped wings behind his back. The hero looks forward tensely. He thought that he would attack now. The demon punched the guy in the stomach. Light appeared where the fist collided with the body. The streak of light throws the guy a long distance. There is an explosion and clouds of smoke where the hero falls to the ground. Khan lies there, gritting his teeth. There was blood coming out of his mouth. There was a black hole in his chest. His hand was lying on a stone. He thought that he could die like this. Pedinar sank to the ground and stood opposite the hero. The guy did not expect him to be so strong. The demon leaned forward, raised his knee. Khan thought, shouldn't he be a pathetic loser, overcome by the power of love and friendship? The Lord's eyes glow red ominously. The hero frowned sternly. He began to say that until this moment, there is no defense on his face. The demon smiled. He said that he only fought as a demon lord. He, flexing his fist, said that now the hero will fight him as the father of the girl can. The hero is confused. A vein bulges on his cheek. He runs towards Pedinar, raised his fist, and shouted angrily about what kind of girl. The demon grinned and tilted his head slightly to the side. He directed a stream of light at the guy running towards him. The guy put his hands forward. A ray of light emanates from them. They stand opposite each other. The energies collide, forming a flash of light. Pedinar looks ahead confidently with a slight grin. Khan is angry, clenching his teeth, bleeding from his mouth. In the hero's other hand there is a luminous ball in the palm of his hand. A ray of light emanates from this hand. He thrust it forward against the violet energy of the enemy. A ray of light hit the demon's head. Pedinar opened his mouth, absorbing this energy. He closed his mouth and grinned, saying he was impressed. Khan angrily shouted how much he hated him. Powerful explosion, purple mushroom cloud. Khan was hit in the back and flew up. He hit the ground, bouncing forward. A guy's foot in a boot in clouds of smoke. He was lying on his back, bleeding from his mouth, a big hole in his chest. He thought that he might lose to the demon lord. Pedinar approached the guy and said that he seemed to have problems. The demon placed his hand on the red glowing stone on his chest. A glowing sword appeared in his hand. The guy remembered when the demon lord was fined. The demon sword was weak. Its hilt is a skull with horns. He thought this is the first time it has emitted such a dangerous aura. It seems like it has raised too many levels. The demon grinned. Khan is indignant. A vein bulges on his cheek. Pedinar says that his daughter has finally found a worthy man. Sophia flies in the dark sky, looked down with irritation. The hero shouted that if he really is the demon lord, let him just finish him off and end this humiliation. The girl objected. She is a humiliation for the hero. The demon's lips formed a smile. He swung his sword and said that the guy would now receive his unofficial patch. Khan raised his head in surprise. The shin of a demon. In the background the hero lies, raising his head from the ground, looking at him. The demon ripped open his stomach. Blood gushed out. A large stream of blood spilled around. The guy began to drown in blood. He could not understand. The demon lord was committing suicide. He raised his hand and head to avoid drowning, thinking that he needed to take off. The guy started to drown. He was immersed in blood and could only see with one eye. He saw Pedinar standing with his arms outstretched. He stood with a grin, a satisfied expression on his face. Kan jumped out of the blood, pointing his finger at the demon, and cursed at Pedinar and his daughter. Wave of blood. Purple flash in the form of a cross. Purple stains. Purple screen. The main character was asked if he liked this adventure. The hero's name is written on the glowing screen. The window displays parameters and a note that this hero cannot be so righteous. The hero saw on the screen a parameter with a rating of other lines had the same ratings. The last parameter rated a. He looked at the screen where the note was displayed. He raised his hands and shouted in victory that his hard work was finally starting to pay off. The screen says he failed the test. Standing in front of the screen, arms crossed over his chest, he said that this time he would take everything calmly. The hero in profile, Pedinar grinning above him, he remembered that he lost to the demon lord. The hero's fist rests on the demon's palm. He thought that his skills were better. The demon holds the hero's fist with a grin, and their levels were equal. The hero exhaled, closing his eyes. He was still able to surpass him. He looks at the screen, where it is written that Kang is a noble man who acts for the sake of others, and this deserves respect. But the world is not so reasonable, as the defeated one is given another opportunity, also the wish to become stronger and save the world this time. Kan with a stern face, he noted that the line about his nobility is similar to what is written to everyone. He looked at the wish, but the world had already been saved. He remembered how blood flowed from the wound on Pedinar's stomach. The world was then saved by the demon lord. A light appeared under the hero's feet. He thought that, be that as it may, let there be a seventh passage. He flew down with indifference on his face, crossing his arms over his chest. The screen indicated the start of recertification. A figurine of the hero flying down. Above him there are messages from the teaching staff. They are amazed at his results and confused. They will appoint a special instructor. Glowing purple star. The fist is pointed forward. The hero is politely greeted. He stopped his fist in front of a girl in a white dress with a pink scarf. She had long blonde hair, a green stone pendant and a brown belt. She asked what he was doing. Khan, wearing a suit and red tie, sat on the floor with his fist removed and replied that he was just warming up. He looked at his palm and thought that everything was back to the very beginning. A smile appeared on his face. He noted that this was not so bad. The sixth playthrough was still a nightmare. He remembered the scores for achievements, reputation and personality and thought that the results were right. The fact that the combat power was rated in FF was because of the loss to the demon lord. The blade of the sword is in Pedinar's head, but he knows how to deal with it. Khan looked ahead confidently, thinking that now graduating would be a piece of cake. Lanival with a smile asked if he had come to his senses. He gloomily replied that he had never left. He looked around while the girl reported on the fantasy dimension. There were knights in blue capes with hoods standing against the wall. Holding pikes, he didn't understand why there were magicians everywhere here. There are knights on opposite sides of the door, and there were magicians there too. He noticed a canvas in blue and gold colors above the door. A coat of arms hung above the door. He realized that he was in the kingdom of magic. Khan looks to the side with a sly smile. He was starting his 7th playthrough in the Northern Kingdom. It was not bad. He sat there, leaning on his hand. He decided that he would just do what he did last time. Kan stands with his fist raised, tears flowing from his eyes. Behind him is a large robot. He remembered Captain Fantasy, promising to resurrect him. Lanival leaned towards the guy who looked at the screen in front of him. She apologized for forgetting to introduce herself. He clicked on the purple monitor. Information about the hero was displayed. The skill line, he thought it wasn't like that last time. Skills with ratings on the screen, he thought with annoyance. This would reduce the level of his abilities by 1/10 of the total level. This usually happens if a demon wins. The girl's face was illuminated by the light emanating from Kan. She did not have time to finish the story about the meaning of her name. The hero sits cross-legged, arms outstretched, emitting light, because everything can be removed with the help of his divinity and blessing. The letters on the screen break into fragments. People in robes look at the hero in surprise. He decided not to hide his strength in the 7th playthrough. He laughed evilly, raising his hands. With his divinity, he would force those two to obey. The two magicians look at the light in fear. They fell to their knees in front of Kan, shouting that they believed in the saint. Kan looked displeasedly at the trembling knight. The knight shuddered, clenching his teeth. The hero said that he could resist his holiness. He looked at the man with a sinister smile, purple flames around him. He asked what about his dark energy. The knight fell to his knees in front of him, pressing his forehead to the floor, exclaiming saintly. Khan raised his hands. A purple glow emanated from one, a yellow glow from the other. He looked triumphantly at the magicians who bowed their heads, shouting holy and great. Lanival looked at the guy in surprise and noted that this was strange. He replied that she was the strange one here, and that was wonderful. She put 2 fingers to her face, winked, said that she is who she is, and not at all strange. Kan told her to shut up. The door opened and light entered the hall. The hero walked forward with a satisfied grin. The magicians bowed to him. He frowned and smiled wryly. Behind, the knights began to shout out greetings when he ordered to greet his majesty. The main character looked straight ahead with displeasure. In front of him was a huge door to the throne room. After some time, the doors opened. The main character entered the throne room. Khan bowed deeply. Then he raised his head and stared straight ahead. The king coughed on his throne. Then he smiled and greeted Sir Hero. The main character closed his eyes and thought that he should go to the hospital. Khan looked at the line about the king's condition and added that you just need to look at his skills. He can live a long, healthy life. Then he looked carefully at the line and noticed in his head that if this continues, as in the 6th playthrough, he will soon die. The prince turned around with a dissatisfied face and noted that such a greeting was enough. Kan looked at the prince and, remembering him, noticed that he had a familiar face. The knight sitting next to the king lowered his head and said that it was quite cold today. The red-haired man turned his head and added that his brother would take care of the hero. Then he tensed his gaze and added that he needed to retire. Kan smiled and wondered what he was thinking. He forgot to say eternal. The king stood up with the help of the servants and noted that he was leaving everything to them. The duke looked at the king carefully, and the main character noticed in his head that the king listened to him, which means he trusted him. Kan grinned and added in his head that he should do what he wants. Then he raised a disgusting smile and noted in his head that he would not become a king upon graduation. The main character took a step forward and called the king. The guard suddenly became alarmed and began shouting at the protagonist. The guard opened his mouth wide from the bright light. The main character glowed all over and began to walk straight. The king smiled and heard the protagonist's request to accept his light. Kan smiled broadly and noted that everything would be resolved instantly. The king looked straight in surprise. Then the whole room was filled with bright light. The main character stood in the middle of a cloud of smoke. The king sat down on the floor near the throne. The king leaned his hand on the floor and began to cough. Kan spread his arms to the side and asked how he was feeling. The king opened his mouth wide and let out air. Then he clenched his fist and shouted that it was as if he had been born again. The king raised his head with laughter and added that he did not know that the body could be so light. The duke turned and asked how it happened. Kan smiled sarcastically and thought that he had noticed it back in the 6th playthrough. The children hugged the king sharply and began to shout joyfully. The ruler looked at the protagonist and called him. Kan bowed and heard the king say that he had given him a blessing that words could not describe, how he could repay the debt. Kan smiled sharply and the king added that he could ask for anything. The main character tossed the bundle in his hands, and the king said that on his part it would sound like bragging, but his beautiful daughter. The ruler smiled sharply when Kan noticed that he had what he wanted. The ruler unwrapped the package with a thoughtful look. Then he opened his mouth and asked what it was. The main character smiled and replied that this is what half of humanity dreams of. The king saw a drawing of a robot on the package. Kan smiled fiercely and added that he also dreams. The world suddenly turned purple. Professor Morality appeared behind the protagonist and said hello. Kang screwed up his face and heard that she had already said that time would not wait. It was expected that this day would come. Morality grinned and noted that she was still amazed. Kan turned to her with a dissatisfied look, heard that she was seeing with her own eyes how a student was thanks to the perseverance and work of the teacher, and interrupting asked why. The main character turned his head to the side and told her to stop with this meaningless lie and instead call the intern's teacher, and she replied that she did not understand, it was just an intern. Kan looked at her furiously and asked that she had already forgotten about the FFF. Morality abruptly went into her own world and shouted that she needed to wait a little, she would solve this issue. The main character raised his hand to his mouth and thought that the teaching staff did not try to help him in any way, they only interfered on the sly. Kan closed his eyes and added in his thoughts that because of their terrible teaching, he had already lost 17 years, in the real world only a year and 7 months, and also so many experiences and suffering. The king looked attentively at the drawing. Then he raised his head after the protagonist called him. The main character put his hand to his chest and noted that if they create the perfect golem, the world will be theirs. The king looked carefully at the window and turned to the hero. The ruler turned and said that he absolutely could not imagine such a scale. The king looked fearfully at the drawing and added that he needed to be given time to think. Kang smiled and said that he would give him time, he is so generous, a rank hero, after all. The main character suddenly made a dissatisfied face and thought that carelessness is fatal for him. There are no guarantees that he will again be able to get an AAA rating. The king put a drawing in front of him, and Kan added in his head that he needed to maintain friendly relations with the king and earn a decent grade. Of the main character released dark and divine energy from behind his back. He directed curls of energy towards the king and thought that in general they should not be combined in the king of the state. Kan grinned and added that it was a little regrettable, but there was nothing left to do but take feelings in check and support the ruler. Kan parted his lips wide into a smile and said that he needed to think about everything with feeling and balance. The king jerked sharply and shouted to the protagonist to wait. The main character smiled sweetly and thought that how quickly he moved, as expected from the result of his 17-year-old omniscience, a smile on everything SSS. The ruler looked carefully at the window frame. Then he opened his mouth wide and noted that he had discussed this drawing with his best engineers. It seems that his words were not an empty phrase. The king put his hand in front of him and loudly declared that they would immediately begin creating this golem. Kan bowed and noted that this was truly a wise decision, and the king inquired that he called him Captain Fantasy. The king held out 3 fingers in front of him and noted that the golem of his dreams would be completed in 3 years. Kan froze in surprise and looked at the king. Then he became gloomy after the king's phrase that he was so surprised by the future pace of work, which is understandable. No state in the world is capable of something like this. The main character became upset and gloomy. He imagined in his head how he was killing the devil and thought that in 3 years he would have time to kill the demon king 1,000 times. This is too long. The king stood up straight when the protagonist addressed him. Kan handed over another drawing and asked what he would say about it. The king slowly began to unfold the drawing. Then he looked at him with surprised eyes. He saw the girl's robot drawing and shouted that the engineer who developed such a machine must be a heaven-sent genius. Kan looked carefully at the king discussing the drawing with the engineers. The king nervously lowered his head and noticed that the necessary materials were simply absurd, incredibly rare, but at the same time the golem was quite small and the drawing was intuitive. Kan bowed and heard that it would take 5 days to collect materials, the same amount of work. They should finish it in a maximum of 10. The main character sharply opened his eye after the king's clarifying phrase. The ruler looked at the golem's chest and noticed that he did not see the golem's core itself. Kan lowered his head and noted that he didn't have to worry about it. The main character imagined a sword in his head and thought that he had already done this. He remembered how the sage showed him Golem D. He showed himself well in battle. Kan remembered the stone on the golem's chest and noticed in his thoughts that he had a completely different goal. The sage and Golem D were connected in the thoughts of the protagonist, and he thought that all high-class golems have a summoning function. If necessary, it can be called since the user's soul and the core of the mechanism are connected. Then, in the protagonist's head, Golem D was tied to the sword, and Kan added that the Holy Sword and Golem D had such a scheme so the latter could use it. The main character imagined how he connected himself with the golem and the sword, and then wondered what if he connected with the golem. Kan put 2 swords in front of him and thought that one hero could only have 1 holy sword, then theoretically, after binding, he would be able to use another one. Kan bowed and added in his head that he would have to test it in practice. He didn't want to resort to that. Kan gritted his teeth in rage, remembering the demons, and added in his thoughts that if he wants to defeat them, he must use everything. The king smiled and heard that in this case, first he asks him to start creating it. Kan smiled widely and shouted that he was grateful to him. He would pray that with the help of Captain Fantasy, His Majesty could unite the northern continent. The ruler smiled broadly and thanked the protagonist. The magic ball hung in the air from misunderstanding. Kan turned with a smile at the ball and the intern greeted him. The magic ball hung and a voice from inside noticed that she had just arrived, but already felt something suspicious. He didn't cause trouble in her absence, and Kan smiled and replied that he didn't do anything like that. The main character gritted his teeth and added that he was glad to see her again. The magic ball sparkled with joy and the voice noticed that she did too. The protagonist shouted from the castle that there were 10 days until the end of the work. Kan folded his arms across his chest and added that there was no time to sit out his pants. An ice titan appeared in the protagonist's head, and Kan thought that he had already been an ice titan for 6 years already. He would rather die than waste time again. Lanival jumped out from the side and asked where he was going, and Kan clenched his jaw and noticed that he was moving away from her. Lanival was all glowing with happiness and shouted that she was the hero's friend. The girl opened her mouth wide and shouted that besides, it would be more profitable for him to take her with him. Cleaning, washing dishes, laundry, camping, cooking, hunting, spying, and a bunch of other things. She can do a lot. Kan clenched his teeth and noted that this was a cowardly recitation of facts. The main character stood near the window and said that she could do what she wanted, and Lanival, approaching the protagonist, asked where they were going. The main character pointed his nose out the window and replied that they were going there. Lanival looked at the huge mountain and asked why the snowy mountain. Kan opened his mouth slightly and replied that it was not enough. The main character smiled fiercely and added that he did not have enough skills to finish them off with his own hands. The house stood alone in the middle of the forest. Bhikkhu carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead. A moment later, a hand flew to his neck. A small scuffle broke out. A moment later, Bhikkhu transformed into an ice dragon. Kan smiled fiercely and ordered them to go. Kan pointed his finger at Lanival and said not to take her. The dragon quickly pushed off from the ground. Bhikkhu abruptly headed towards the mountain and shouted that his destination was the top of the mountain, and Lanival shouted for the protagonist to take her with him. Kan smiled fiercely and noted that the snow cat should just wait. The magic ball became nervous and the voice asked not to forget kindness, and Kan smiled and replied that he may forget kindness, but he is vindictive. The main character saw the palace of the Ice Princess. The princess was sitting at the table. She calmly drank tea. Then she opened her eyes in surprise when a shadow appeared above her. Biku suddenly rushed over her. The dragon squeezed the princess tightly in his teeth, and she began to scream who he was. The dragon hung over the lair of the Ice Titan, and the princess screamed to be released. Kan smiled and noticed that there he was. A moment later, the snow began to crack. The Ice Titan suddenly jumped out and opened its mouth. The main character jumped away from the dragon's back. Then he directed a powerful beam into the eyes of the monster and shouted that this time nothing would work out. A hole appeared in the Ice Titan's head. A moment later, the wound was restored and the cat screamed loudly. The main character squeezed his hand tightly. Then he put out his sword and shouted furiously that he could not even hope to die without agony. Kan flew forward with wild eyes. A moment later, he flew through the monster's chest. Then he turned around and looked at him. The Ice Titan opened its mouth and began spewing energy. The main character powerfully hit the monster on the back. Kan sent a wave of energy directly at the cat. A huge column of magic hit the monster directly. The Ice Titan fell to the ground with a crash. A huge cloud of snow rose. The main character furiously opened his mouth and shouted for the monster to die. Then there was a powerful blow. A huge column of dust appeared in place of the monster. Kan smiled and noticed in his head what had begun. It slowly began to become covered in ice. The main character let out steam from his mouth and noted that nothing would work out for him. The ice on the protagonist's leg has cracked. Then he spread his arms out to the sides and broke the ice. Kan smiled widely and noted that it was perfect. The main character turned back and said that this time the Ice Princess was not needed, so he could let him go. Biku swallowed the princess and calmly looked at the protagonist, and Kang noticed that he did not see anything. The Ice Titan turned into a cloud of liquid. The dragon spread its wings and shouted to the protagonist that there was still a lot of work ahead. Biku began to quickly fly over the forest, and the main character added that next, according to the plan, they had a cave. The ogres looked up at the dragon, and Kan noted that they would not waste time while they were flying. The dragon's eyes sparkled brightly. A huge beam of ice hit the forest with ogres. Kan smiled and noted that it was great. So far everything went without a hitch. A shockwave went through the forest, and Kan added that it was the last lap. They would look around while they were landing. The main character suddenly jumped to the ground. Then he pointed a place for the dragon with his finger and told him to sit here quietly. Kan stood in front of the entrance to the cave and thought. Information about him and his skills appeared in front of his face. Then he took a closer look at the latest skills, looked closely at the energy at the max level. The next moment the energy became level C. The main character smiled and noted that it was time to go. The main character hit the robot. The next robot broke from being kicked. Then the main character cut the robot with a sword. The main character cut the last robot with a sword. Kan smiled broadly and noted that it was easy even with one transcendental domain. The main character looked at his skills and thought that when he entered the cave for training, his previous profession was removed and the combination of divinity with blessing made him a priest. Kan looked at the propaganda skill and noticed in her thoughts that the propaganda skill had increased due to the bonuses of the profession, a total of 4 transcendental skills. Kan began to run forward and shouted for the prince to wait for him. The main character approached the exit and added that he would not beat him, but would exclusively wait for him in the last room. Kan looked at the blue sky. He entered the room of transcendence. The main character looked around and noticed that there would be an annoying girl again. The next moment, Kan's eyes widened in surprise. He saw an unknown person standing opposite him. The main character saw horns on the elf's head. Then he looked at his suit. Lastly, he looked at the red weapon on the unknown man's back. Kan looked displeased and asked who he was. The unknown person put his hand to his chest and greeted the hero of the future generation. The demon looked at the protagonist and said that Kan had arrived at the museum, which honors the memory of the first hero. The fool, he is the demon who looks after this place. Kan put his hand on his side, and the demon added that, nevertheless, he wanted to believe that prejudices had not clouded his mind. Demons were not his blood enemies. The demon lowered his head and added that this place was created to give him a chance to find out the truth. Kan watched carefully and thought that he didn't seem to know that this was not his first time here. The main character remembered the guy with the tiara on his head and heard that in time immemorial, the first hero was called to the continent of fantasy. He became stronger, just like the protagonist. The demon approached the protagonist and added that with his outstanding talents and oratory skills, he led an army of people in the United Allied Races. The demon remembered how the first hero fought with the Demon King and said that in the bloody final battle against the Demon King himself, he won. Kan looked dissatisfied and noted that he knew all this. The main character turned his gaze to the side and heard the question whether he knew the continuation of the story. The demon looked at the grass path and said that the hero who defeated the Demon King lived a happy life with a beautiful princess, fairies, mermaids, and saints. Something like that was what they told him about everything. Kan opened his mouth and asked to get closer to the point. The demon smiled and noted that the truth sounds different. Kan remembered the hero in his head and said that the warrior who killed the Demon King was not happy, the first warrior whose enemy died. Then the protagonist looked straight and added that he had become an unnecessary hunting dog and, tired of the restrictions that bound him, ran away. The demon turned and noticed that he had a sharp mind. The main character became gloomy and asked not to mock him, and the demon, smiling, added that it was also modesty. Kan looked up carefully. They headed to a building in the middle of the plain and the demon noticed that he was talking and did not notice how they arrived. The main character looked at the edge of the roof and wondered why it didn't look like last time. The demon and the protagonist entered the building, and Kan added in his head that there was a different manager. The main character strained his gaze and noticed in his head that it was as if a thief had been here. The demon looked at the girl and told him to look at that girl. The main character looked at her eyes and the demon added that she was a ghost. She used to be the wife of the first hero. They quickly walked past her, and the demon noticed that she was scurrying among illusions and did not see them, so let her not pay attention. Kan turned his gaze to the side. The demon pointed his hand towards the stairs and noted that now the hero of the future generation would have to see the truth down there. The stairs led into emptiness. The main character took a confident step forward. They came to the statue of the first hero. Kan winced and asked that the reward was a holy sword. The main character became sad after the demon replied that this was not the reward, so he should watch him closely. The demon raised his leg. The statue began to move and a cloud of dust rose. The statue released steam from its mouth. Then she leaned over and looked at the demon. The demon looked at him carefully. The statue swung its sword sharply at the demon. The demon took a quick step to the side. The sword hit the ground without catching the beholder. The demon withdrew his hand with the spear. The spear touched the statue's sword. The sword twisted sharply. The demon picked up the sword in his hand. Then he turned and walked towards the protagonist with it in his hands. The demon stood up with a sword in his hands and froze. Kan was surprised and noticed that this was a scary devil. The demon put out his hand with a sword and asked to pay attention to the sword. His hand glowed brightly green. The demon released some of the energy into the sword. The holy sword began to crack. A moment later it shattered into small pieces. Kan froze in surprise. Then he opened his mouth and froze. The main character looked at the remainder of the sword and noticed in his head that holy swords could not be destroyed so easily. The weapon that defeated the Demon King crumbled into pieces at the hand of the demon servant. Kan looked displeased, and the demon said that he had already guessed. The sword fell to the ground, and the caretaker added that this particular holy sword was in the hands of the first hero and at the same time not. The main character looked at the fragments of the sword and heard, because the fantasy world is not the only one of its kind. Kan looked at his reflection, and the demon added that, just like him, he was not the only hero. A group of planets appeared in the demon's head and he added that this world had not become an exact copy of the original. Then the planet was divided into several pieces and the demon added that only one of its parts. Kang paid attention to the hilt of the sword and heard that it was not the original 100-fold power that appeared here. It was divided into 100 parts, which is why the holy sword broke so easily. Kan, looking displeased, asked that the Demon King did too. The caretaker smiled and replied that it was so. A king appeared in the demon's head and said that people on the continent believe that the Demon King has awakened, but this is not the first time this has happened. Pedoner was divided into many parts, and the demon added that he was still sealed somewhere, and his power was divided between other worlds. Khan raised his head and noted in his thoughts that this was literally training for heroes. The demon put out his hand and noticed that his true enemy was not the Demon King. The demon smiled and added that he would understand if he could not believe his words right away, but asked him to at least remember them. Khan gritted his teeth and agreed. Then the whole world around him darkened and Khan wondered what or not. The main character looked at the demon and wondered why he should remember this. Under no circumstances could anything good come out of such confusion. Kan pressed his lips to his nose and noticed in his head that there was such a strange feeling. He wanted to graduate quickly before everything became even more difficult than it was. Kan's ears perked up after the demon's phrase, which isn't interesting. The demon smiled, heard the request not to go off topic, and asked for forgiveness. The caretaker imagined the Demon King in his head and said that why are they training heroes if there is no Demon King to defeat? Khan opened his mouth and asked who they were, and then asked him to answer quickly before an assassin came out from somewhere and shut him up. The demon smiled and noticed that he was very careful. The demon imagined the crown of the first hero in his head. Then the very first hero responded to defeat the first hero. The first hero ran away into the void, and the demon noticed that he was the one who succeeded, was able to escape and start a new family. The first hero looked into the white void, and the caretaker added that, unlike the previous one, this was a harem of absolute submission. The first hero's eye glowed purple, and the demon added that it would not be strange to call the members of this family the new demons and the Demon King. Khan looked straight and noticed that the hero had become the Demon King, and the next generations were training to defeat him. The demon hit the spear into the ground and noted that this is all he wants to tell. The caretaker withdrew his hand and added that those who have come this far are entitled to a worthy reward. The demon bowed and said that this body had been divided countless times, and now he would give it its power. The demon smiled and added that his adventures would be exciting and filled with hopes and dreams. Khan froze in the dust. Then he looked at his hand and thought. The main character climbed the stairs and thought that his abilities had not changed, so it's not clear, but the increase in skills and levels is felt. Khan froze abruptly from the loud scream. The wife of the first hero looked at the protagonist and shouted what he was doing here. Khan hit her sharply on the back of the head. Then he looked at her and noticed that the girl had been here all the time. A moment later, Khan smiled sarcastically. He laid her on the bed. Then he ran his hand over his cheek. As soon as she woke up, Khan began to hit her. The girl looked at the fact that she was tied with a pillowcase. The main character hit the girl on the head with his fist. Then he grinned and noted that a guest was waiting for him, so let him lie in bed for now. Khan smiled fiercely and added that he should say thank you for being a gentleman. As soon as he remembers her vile track record, he immediately wants to. Behind me, someone stepped onto the wooden floor. Khan turned sharply. He saw a silhouette in the aisle and wondered how he felt. He was finally here. Khan smiled fiercely and remarked that he would personally come to meet the ancient prince. The protagonist's foot with a deft movement stepped directly onto the ground, raising dust around it that settled from below. Immediately after this, the system announced the night of newcomers, while Khan stood in his place right in front of the stone gate with a golden tablet and thought that this was the end point, and it seemed that he noticed that he had arrived. At the same moment, the protagonist smiled maliciously, looked forward with a menacing gaze, holding a demonic weapon in front of him, and thought that even more so then. He then rushed forward with great strength and speed, crushing everything in his path as stone golems looked down at him from a hole in the ceiling. Immediately afterwards, Kang, holding the demonic weapon in his hand, looked to the side with a malicious smile and said that this time, all the information he had. At the same moment, the protagonist, looking down, was very surprised when he saw a guy in a black suit lying right on the ground among the rubble of golems. Then this same guy with a confused expression on his face, continuing to lie on the ground, raising his hand up, asked what he was here and why he was taking so long. Immediately after this, Kang, who landed hard on the ground next to him, holding a demonic weapon in his hand, was greatly surprised as he looked at the guy lying in front of him. At the same moment, the protagonist, leaning forward, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asked what he was doing here, while a guy in black clothes, lying on the ground, with a confused expression on his face, asked that he apparently remembered him. Then Khan, smiling broadly and expressing goodwill with his appearance, said that it was so long ago, turning to his dear friend, while that guy exclaimed with displeasure that he was a damn child and had he forgotten. Immediately after this, the memories of a blue man with a sword in his hands, who stood on a planet in the middle of a huge number of stars in space and reasoned that a man living in his fantasies, arose in his head. At that very moment, the same blue man rushed forward with his sword straight towards the demon lord and killed him while his allies rejoiced, and the protagonist reasoned that he was obsessed with defeating the demon king through friendship and later returning home. Khan then remembered the image of the magic ball through which the professor communicated with him, and reasoned that for him it was an unmistakable fact that everything could be done peacefully, however. Immediately after this, the protagonist asked what and why he was here, while the guy in the black suit awkwardly scratched the back of his head and laughed. At that same moment, this same guy, sitting on the ground next to the wreckage of the golems, said that well, he went hunting with his friends as a mercenary, and then due to the unstable weather, he was left alone while Khan stood next to him, holding the demonic weapon, and listened attentively to the story. Then the guy in a black suit, turning to the side, stretched his lips forward, and an atmosphere of love hovered around him, and said that he also only had one sleeping bag, and he and his girlfriend slept in it, hugging each other, because she was scared cold, and she was still angry with him for being too loud at night, until the protagonist, with a displeased expression on his face, gritted his teeth, said that he should shut up and just answer his question. Immediately after this, the guy in the black suit, spreading his arms to the sides, said that well, they had a great night, and now he had to listen carefully while Khan stood in front of him with a dissatisfied face. At the same moment, that same guy, continuing to spread his arms to the sides, said that when he woke up in the morning, he saw a fairy tale city in front of him. Then the protagonist, having heard all this, with a blank expression on his face, asked that maybe he was overheated, and he replied that he also thought so at first. Immediately after this, the guy in the black suit turned his head to the side with an arrogant look, said that, however, he talked to its inhabitants and even pinched himself for this, thinking that maybe it was a dream, while Khan reasoned that he knows this guy. At that moment, Khan stood in his place right in front of the guy in a black suit, holding a demonic weapon in his hands, and was lost in his thoughts, reasoning that the guy who was recognized as a hero 3 years ago was here again, in this wild fantasy world. Then the protagonist's face suddenly changed to a frightened one, and he reasoned that but why and really he had encountered an anomaly of this world. Suddenly, a terrifying thought came to the protagonist's head and he opened his eye wide, realizing the whole situation, thinking that now they were going to kidnap him again. Immediately afterwards, Kang was shaking all over as he continued to hold the demonic weapon in his hands and tried to hold back his fear while the guy standing right in front of him smiled widely and asked if something was wrong and said that somehow. At the same moment, he continues to say that he went into the forest for medicine and now he ended up here, and Kang, hearing his words, was very surprised and abruptly turned away from his thoughts. Then the guy in the black suit, smiling widely, said that he had found a new holy sword, while the protagonist was thinking about the holy sword. Immediately after this, Kang suddenly called out to the guy in the black suit, and he was very pleased with this and said with a disdainful look that he should call him by name. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, full of confidence, called him a friend, and he asked that so be it and what is it? Khan then sharply asked what he was hunting for, dressed in combat clothes, while the guy in the black suit stood in his place with an emotionless face. Immediately after this, the same guy, looking forward, with an incomprehensible and surprised expression on his face, asked that isn't it obvious? At the same moment, the protagonist stood in his place and simply remained silent, not knowing what to answer, reasoning that if he kept his mouth shut, there would be no problems, while the guy in black clothes standing right in front of him was very confused. Then the guy in the black suit started talking about the android and that it was the main weapon of the aliens who invaded the Earth 6 months ago, and imagined in his head the image of a certain creature that controlled the girl's robot standing right in front of planet Earth. Immediately after this, the guy in the black suit continued his story, saying that despite his appearance, he was very durable, while Kang stood right in front of him and listened to him with a puzzled face. At the same moment, the guy said that it was even impossible to distinguish him from an ordinary person until you see his abilities, and asked that isn't it interesting, and the protagonist continued to be perplexed by everything he heard. Then Khan became lost in thought, imagining space surrounding him on all sides, with a huge number of stars, and thought about aliens. Immediately after this, the protagonist imagined in his head an alien and a mechanical robot who were in outer space, and talked about androids and the Earth invasion. At the same moment, he recalled the events of the past, when a huge mechanical robot fought in a fierce battle, rushing forward, and reasoned that he had met robots that were quite strong. Then Khan remembered how a certain creature was holding in his hand a blade with a bright and energetic glow instead of a blade, and reasoned that he also saw lightsabers. Immediately after this, the protagonist, as if withdrawing from everything that was happening, plunging into darkness, reasoned that in a fantasy world everything should be like this, but the fantasy world is only here. At that same moment, Khan began to wonder why it had reached the Earth, and imagined an alien saucer firing its beam directly at planet Earth in outer space. Then the protagonist remembered a man from the past, who was badly beaten and exhausted after a fierce battle, and reasoned that not knowing the time of events irritates him so much, and 6 months ago it was also when he met the old prince. Immediately after this, Khan turned around and walked forward, holding a demonic weapon in his hand, and reasoned that now was a different time, while the guy in a black suit watched him with great surprise, sitting on the ground. At the same moment, the guy asked something, what he was doing here, and said that he was the only one talking. He was wondering what he had been doing all this time, while the protagonist walked forward and was sharply distracted by his words. Then, turning sharply back, with an emotionless expression on his face, he began to speak, trying to find the right words. Immediately after this, Khan, standing in his place with a demonic weapon in his hands and a displeased face, reasoned that nothing was suitable, while the system showed possible choices in the form of ignoring, looking like he didn't hear, and superficial telling. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to reason that, although there were no problems, he could simply ignore his stories about aliens, and focused his attention on the choice that he could pretend that he had not heard. Then he reasoned that now it's better to approach each new information wisely, while the guy in the black suit looked to the side with a smile on his face. Immediately after this, a scream calling for a warrior suddenly came from the side, and Kang and the guy in the black suit staggered back from its volume. At the same moment, an elf in torn clothes stood with great embarrassment next to the broken stone door and said that he leaves her like this, and he decides to run away, and he must take responsibility. Khan stood in his place and listened to her words with great anger and dissatisfaction, covering his ears with both hands. Then the guy in the black suit asked what was happening, and the protagonist, covering his ears with 2 hands, asked what he was saying and said that he should speak louder. Immediately after this, the same guy, his mouth wide open in anger, shouted what is this all about, while Khan stood in his place, covering his ears with his hands, and was even more angry. At the same moment, the guy in the black suit continued to shout that she was so beautiful and how he could leave her, while the protagonist, covering his ears with his hands, leaned away from his screams. The elf then shouted that he shouldn't even think about running away, since it had already happened. He couldn't, while Khan leaned the other way and continued to cover his ears with his hands. Immediately after this, the protagonist began to be overwhelmed with anger, and he was very angry, reasoning that if they continued now, he would not live, and lowered his hands from his ears. At the same moment, he said that that's it, he left, and the guy in a black suit looked forward with great surprise and indignation on his face. Khan then rushed forward with great speed, holding a demonic weapon in his hand, and with a smug face, he said that he will leave, they should follow him, while the elf and the guy in the black suit shouted that no, and he should stop watching. Immediately after this, the protagonist's leg stretched forward to once again step on the ground, and he reasoned that he was actually worried because his goal was to return to the earth and protect it, no matter what happened. At the same moment, the smile on Khan's face disappeared, and he was full of seriousness, reasoning that this was the only way. Then the protagonist turned his menacing and serious gaze forward, surrounding himself with pink energy, and reasoned that now was not the time to relax. The narrative of the story moves to the exit from the Cave of Trials, which consists of a stone with a large and beautiful golden tablet on top. A guy in a black suit lay on the ground looking very tired and said that they barely made it out, and the protagonist stood right in front of him near Bikku and said that it was great. Immediately after this, Khan said that the most boring training was over and therefore they would go kill the Demon King, which the guy lying on the ground was very surprised by, and, having risen a little, looked to the side with great bewilderment. At the same moment, the protagonist turned sharply back with a dissatisfied look and asked if there were any problems, and the guy in a black suit with great fear said that of course, and what was he talking about. Then the guy sharply asked how it was possible to fight the Demon King at such a level, and at the same moment, it was as if a stone of awareness of the entire current situation had fallen on Khan, and he was extremely dissatisfied. Immediately after this, a guy in a black suit with a thoughtful look, raising his hand to his chin, said that then. At the same moment, he added that he needed to go meet the Ice Princess, and while Khan stood in his place next to the Ice Dragon and was extremely surprised by what he heard. The protagonist then turned sharply to the side with a confused look, looking at Bikku, who squeaked happily, and the guy in the black suit asked what he was up to. Immediately after that, a huge ice dragon flew into the air and flew forward right above the green forest and across the beautiful blue sky. At the same moment, a guy in a black suit with a joyful face said that what was he talking about, sitting on the back of a dragon, while the protagonist, being right in front of him, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, reasoned that he really does not rest and chats incessantly. Then Khan continued to reason that, well, thanks to him, he could find out useful information. But while the guy in the black suit, tilting his head down, with a dissatisfied face, said that cataclysms had occurred on Earth. Immediately after this, he continued to say that several countries had suffered greatly, but also imagined in his head destructive green rays that destroyed buildings and people fled in fear. At the same moment, the guy said that the heroes did not sit idly by, and imagined images of black men with blades and staves who rushed forward. Then the guy in the black suit said that with the help of love and friendship they defeated the aliens, and now they are catching the remnants of the defeated army, imagining in his head the image of Khan in the form of a black man who, holding his blade, was heading towards the evil alien. Immediately after this, Khan, hearing his words, said that this is it, and, lost in his thoughts, reasoned that despite this, there was still a lack of essential information. At the same moment, the protagonist began to reason that the first heroes and the aliens were different forces, while images of the first hero and the big green alien appeared in his head. He then continued to reason that it was too difficult to, when suddenly the guy in the black suit suddenly exclaimed and pointed forward with great fear with his finger, while the protagonist turned back and asked that why he was screaming again. Immediately after this, the guy asked what happened to the mountain, while the ice dragon, being right above the dense forest, flew up to a huge gray mountain, which was badly destroyed. At the same moment, the protagonist recalled the events of the recent past, how the Ice Titan was defeated after inflicting a huge number of blows from yellow energy, and said that it was true. The ice dragon would then land on the surface, bringing one of its black clawed paws to the ground. Immediately after this, Bikku landed right next to the destroyed white fortress and just stood there, not moving, while there was complete silence around him. At the same moment, the protagonist, with an awkward expression on his face, asked that he shouldn't have started by looking for the sage staff, and the guy in the black suit was very surprised and shouted that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Then the guy couldn't imagine in his head how he, holding the staff in his hands, gave it to the Ice Princess, and on top there was a big red cross, and he said that if you give the staff away right away, you won't be able to achieve the desired effect. Immediately after this, the guy in the black suit continued to say that first he needed to instill hope in her, that there was a way to control the power, and presented the image of an Ice Princess who, with hope in her eyes, said that she would do anything. At the same moment, the guy with a malicious grin and bad intentions said that even then the princess herself would begin to worry. And Kan, watching him from the side, thought that he would have to acquire such a bad character in order to graduate, and he was far from that. Then a guy in a black suit with a joyful look, holding his thumb up, said that in any case, he understood what he meant and he needed to find the Ice Princess first. Immediately after this, the guy in the black suit ran forward, spreading his arms to the sides, and called out to the Ice Princess, while the protagonist, walking at a calm pace behind him, thought that maybe he could pretend that he was looking for her too. At the same moment, Kan sharply turned his gaze to the side, as if noticing something, and looked forward. Directly in front of the protagonist standing still, among the ruins there was an incomprehensible dark depression made of several fragments of stones. Then Kan, realizing everything that was happening, was greatly surprised and frightened, his eyes wide open in bewilderment. In that very dark recess among the fragments of stones that lay on top of each other, a quiet sound of crying was heard. Immediately after this, Kan, with his eye wide open, expressing rage and anger, called out to the man sitting there, addressing him. At the same moment, he added that if he did not want to be eaten by a dragon, he must quickly get out of there, until a voice from that very dark recess between the fragments of stones was suddenly frightened by what was happening. Immediately after this, an unknown voice said that it was good and he was leaving, and bright purple energy wafted from the side, while the guy in a black suit rushed back, perplexed by what was happening. At the same moment, he ran forward straight to the protagonist, who stood still with a serious look, and addressed him by name, saying that it seemed like there was something there. Then the guy in the black suit, looking to the side, was very surprised and dumbfounded by what he saw right in front of him, shouting loudly. Immediately after that he asked about the Ice Princess as she walked straight out of that very dark recess and held her tattered dress by the edges and said something they should allow to introduce herself, and she is the Ice Princess. At the same moment, she sharply raised her head and opened one eye, looking forward with great surprise and misunderstanding. The Ice Princess stood in her place while a huge ice dragon and the protagonist along with her ally were right in front of her. Biku, seeing the Ice Princess, opened his blue eye wide and squeaked in surprise, looking straight ahead. Then the Ice Princess, breathing out cold from her mouth, was greatly frightened, remembering how the ice dragon grabbed her with its mouth and carried her forward straight through the sky. Immediately after this, the protagonist, suddenly appearing right in front of her, said with a friendly look that he was glad to meet her, the princess, which she was very frightened of. At the same moment, Kan pointed his finger towards the guy in a black suit and said that he is Hero A. This kid is Hero B. Then the protagonist, as if towering right above the fragile girl, posing as a demon, asked that she was the famous Ice Princess, while she looked at him with great fear on her face and did not understand anything. Immediately after this, Kan, smiling maliciously, said that it would be great if she was ready to release her claws, like that white cat, and recalled in his head the image of a crying ice titan. At the same moment, the Ice Princess, hearing his words, trembled sharply with fear and did not understand what was happening. Kang would then say, smiling widely, that this was great, and the guy in the black suit, with great surprise, would reach forward and call out to the Ice Princess, while the system notification window notified him of increasing the ranks of the brainwashing and intimidation skills. Immediately after this, the guy asked what happened to the castle, and the Ice Princess with a confused expression said that not long ago someone attacked. At the same moment, the protagonist with a menacing and dissatisfied expression on his face, expressing his anger, looked to the side, and she immediately came to her senses, shuddering sharply. Then the Ice Princess, trembling a little, awkwardly said that it was all because of her ability, while Kan stood right in front of her, and the guy in the black suit, spreading his arms to the sides, shouted that he knew so. Immediately after this, the guy with a joyful expression on his face, stretching out his hand in front of him, said that now she can be calmer and he knows how to control her abilities. At the same moment, with a hopeful look, she cried a little and asked if it was true. He answered that of course. Then a guy in a black suit and with a joyful look said that she should wait a little longer and he would return as soon as he got the right item, and said that they need to go, turning to Kan, while he, with a dissatisfied look, turned back and, agreeing with him, called Biku. Immediately after this, the ice dragon began to slowly lift its wing upward and open it, showing its power. At the same moment, Biku opened his wings wide and raised his paw, opening his mouth wide, and exclaimed loudly while the Ice Princess, Kang, and the guy in the black suit stood nearby on the ground. Then the Ice Princess looked up with great surprise and admiration, raising her head a little. Immediately after this, she suddenly became completely clouded and began to exhale freezing air from the fear that had accumulated inside her. At the same moment, she covered her face with her hands and loudly screamed that they should leave, while a huge amount of freezing blue energy was released outward, and the protagonist turned back and looked at her. Then the guy in the black suit, speaking to Kan, said that he had to be careful, and regardless of their level of this frost, and shouted loudly, being caught in a stream of frosty energy while the Earth Dragon rose into the air. Immediately after this, the protagonist stretched his hand forward straight through a huge stream of freezing energy. At the same moment, Khan put his hand against the Ice Princess's head, which made her very surprised and frightened. Then she, being very happy, began to cry, becoming very embarrassed and blushing, talking about the hero while he continued to hold his hand on her head. Immediately after this, the protagonist, expressing his ruthlessness and mercilessness with his appearance, told her to freeze. At the same moment, Kang continued to stand in place and keep his hand on the head of the Ice Princess, who suddenly stopped emitting a huge amount of freezing energy. Then the protagonist, abruptly turning back, said that it seems he managed to convince her, and she needs the sage staff, while the Ice Princess was shaking violently from fear, sitting on the ground. Immediately after this, Khan asked if he was okay there, while a guy's silhouette was visible in a huge stream of freezing energy with an ice dragon flying above. At this moment, the guy in the black suit was in a huge piece of ice and did not move at all while the blue freezing energy gradually dissipated. Then the protagonist, looking ahead, said with a smug look that it looked like that, and then he would go. Suddenly, the professor, using a magic ball, said that if he makes the same mistake every time, he will not achieve anything, because in the 6th attempt he did not abandon the princess, did he? Immediately after this, memories of an event that happened an hour ago arose in Kan's head, when the Ice Princess was very surprised, and he said that he had to kill the Demon King, so if she understood everything, then she should go to the village. At the same moment, the professor, with the help of a magic ball, asked what to do with the golem that he ordered from the magicians, and whether he was going to go to capture the Demon King like this, and the protagonist looked away with a guilty expression on his face. Khan then said that in order to get AA, he had to repeat what he did in the last attempt, while the Ice Dragon rushed forward at great speed right above the dense forest. Immediately after this, the protagonist sharply turned to Biku and ordered him to turn around, and the Ice Dragon, immediately obeying the order, squeaked loudly and turned back towards the huge grey mountain. At the same moment, the events of the story are transferred back to the dilapidated castle, located right on the grey mountain. Khan then took a step with his foot and stepped directly on the ground, making a slow move with his destiny. Immediately after this, the protagonist, leaning forward a little, said with a malicious look that he remembered. At the same moment, Khan stood in place right in front of a huge ice floe in which there was an immobilized guy in a black suit. Then the protagonist with a malicious grin said that he almost forgot him here, and the professor, using a magic ball, turned to the pupil and said that this was great and that you need to take care of your comrades, and for this a plus in karma. Immediately after this, Khan, with a joyful expression on his face, held the sacred blade in his hand and said that he would now examine him. At the same moment, the professor showed her dissatisfaction through a magic ball, and the protagonist, turning his gaze to the side, turned to Biku, saying that he needed to look for the princess and leave here. Then the narrative of the story moves to the foot of the mountain, where there was a dense green forest, the trees of which were shrouded in snow. At the same moment, right through the snow, the Ice Princess was moving forward with slow steps, making her way past a huge number of trees surrounding her on all sides. Immediately after this, she closed her eyes from fatigue and exhaustion, continuing to walk along the same path, covered in snow. Suddenly, the Ice Princess opened her eyes in surprise and misunderstanding, trying to comprehend what was happening, until a huge shadow seemed to cover her from above. Then, out of nowhere, a huge ice dragon appeared right above her head, squeaking loudly and flying towards her, while the Ice Princess, standing in her place, was very scared and surprised, screaming loudly. Immediately after this, the voice of the protagonist suddenly called out to the Ice Princess, and she sharply turned her head upward with great surprise and incomprehension. At the same moment of the hour, he sat upright astride the dragon and looked forward with a serious look, addressing the Ice Princess. Then, seeing him, she immediately began to cry with joy and looked up, turning to Mr. Hero. Immediately after this, the arms of the fragile girl hugged the protagonist's body on both sides and formed a castle. At the same moment, Kan turned to the Ice Princess with a serious look, while she, sitting behind him, said with an embarrassed look that he should listen carefully to Mr. Hero. The protagonist then said with a straight face that when they arrived, the first thing she should do was go and wash herself, and the Ice Princess sitting behind him awkwardly said that it was okay. Immediately after this, she asked that, however, where they were going, while the events of the story's narrative were transferred to a huge castle with towers with blue peaks and the same color flags on the walls. At the same moment, the king in red clothes looked up, covering his face with his hand, along with his mage servants, while from above something huge covered them with its large shadow. Then the huge paw of the ice dragon, with its fingers spread out, stepped directly on the ground and raised dust around. Immediately after this, the king said that every time he was very surprised and asked that he had tamed the dragon, and Kang, sitting right on Biku's back with a joyful face, said that this was nonsense. At the same moment, the king, raising one hand, said with a serious look that he needed to be more modest, and he was just in time. And the golem he ordered was ready, while the protagonist took a step towards him, stepping on the ground with his foot. Suddenly the king stopped in his tracks and looked forward with great surprise and incomprehension, trying to comprehend what he saw. Then, right from behind the protagonist, an ice princess came out, who did not express any emotions with her face. Immediately after this, she burst into tears at what she saw and was greatly surprised and shocked by what was happening, turning to her father. At the same moment, the king also began to cry sharply and was greatly impressed, looking straight ahead and asking if it was the princess. Then they met each other in an embrace, and the king said that this was his daughter, and the ice princess addressed her father, while Kang and Biku watched everything that happened from the side. Immediately after this, the protagonist reasoned that he thought that she was a noble princess of some large country, while the ice princess hugged, all in tears, along with her father the king. At the same moment, Kan, sighing heavily, with a smile on his face, reasoned that, however, this country turned out to be the kingdom of magicians, while the ice dragon stood behind him. Then suddenly the king called out to the holy hero, and he was greatly surprised by this, looking forward with confusion on his face. The king continued to cry with joy, hugging the ice princess with his arms, who was also sobbing, and said that not only had he cured his incurable illness, but he had also saved a girl who had lost hope. Immediately after this, he said that how could he repay his kindness, and the protagonist standing right in front of him refused the offer with a joyful expression, saying that his majesty should not worry. At the same moment, Khan, smiling broadly and pointing his thumb up, said that it would be better to look at the golem together, reasoning that because for him there is no better reward than release. Then the huge wooden doors slowly swung open, and a huge amount of bright light suddenly flooded into the room. Immediately after this, several blue-hooded magicians bowed their heads and joyfully said that they were glad to greet the Great One and see him, the holy hero. At the same moment, the king, together with the protagonist, entered the laboratory, against the wall of which stood a huge tank with an iron golem inside it, while other magicians bowed their heads and greeted the Lord Hero. Then Kan, with great surprise and admiration, opened his mouth and looked forward while the king was behind him. Immediately after this, the protagonist said that he was perfect and focused his gaze on a metal golem in the form of a beautiful girl, while the system notification window notified about its characteristics. At the same moment, Kan, with a malicious and satisfied smile, turning his head to the side, reasoned that if you add a pinch of divinity to him, then no one can compare with him, and the king suddenly said, turning to the hero, that he needed to wait a minute. Then he waved his hand to the side and ordered it to be brought, and the magician standing aside with a blue hood on his head, holding an unknown box in his hands, obeyed the order of his majesty. Immediately after this, he placed a small purple box directly into the hands of the king, who took it away while Kan, standing to the side, watched with great surprise. At the same moment, the king stretched his hands forward with a small purple box lying in them, while the protagonist reasoned that this was a familiar thing to him. The king then began to say that this golem was made as a reward for saving a life, and Kan stood right in front of him with a serious expression on his face, while behind him was the same golem in the tank. Immediately after this, the king continued to say that its production required very unusual materials, from the heart of a dragon to the teardrop of an elf king, and everything was settled by order of the kingdom. Theirs is that the attention is right on the face of the golem in the form of a beautiful girl. At the same moment, he continued to say that, however, while the protagonist looked forward with great surprise, directly at the bright purple light emanating in front of him. Then the king, with a joyful look, opened this very purple box, which contained a red crystal, and said that saving the precious daughter was a matter that could not be carried out by order of the kingdom. Immediately afterwards, he continued to say that this was why they were giving national treasures as a token of gratitude, while Kan's attention was focused on the beautiful red stone that lay inside the box. At the same moment, the protagonist, with great surprise and a stunned look, said that one could go crazy, and thanked him, imagining the image of an angry and gloomy king, and reasoned that how generous of him, and let someone watch and learn. Then Kan suddenly opened his eye very wide in surprise, looking straight ahead. Immediately after this, the king continued his story. It is said that the archmage who helped the first hero, their bindings, and it is said that he, who refused to become part of the hero's family, received this stone as a parting gift. While the beautiful red crystals began to emit energy, a voice came from him that he wants to kill the depraved saint and princess, and he should look at him, not paying attention to the idiots that surround them, and asks that he doubts his sincerity. At the same moment, the beautiful red crystal continued to voice voices saying that love is very similar to magic, and said goodbye, and Kan, after all that was said, reasoned that these were the thoughts of the ancestor that the king spoke about, and judging by what he said, he was quirky. The protagonist then stood still with a stern expression while thick red smoke was directed towards him. Immediately after this, the letter C, indicating rank, suddenly began to disappear from the system notification window that appeared out of nowhere, and Khan was very surprised by this. At the same moment, the protagonist looked forward with a malicious and smug smile. While he was enveloped in dark red energy, the system notification window notified about the unknown and its contents. He then seemed lost in thought, realizing everything that had just happened, and reasoned that as long as his skill level increased, nothing else mattered. The protagonist used his finger to push a beautiful red crystal directly into the mouth of the golem in the form of a beautiful girl. Immediately after this, the crystal on the sacred sword, which was implanted directly into the golem's body, shone sharply. At the same moment, a huge amount of green energy illuminated everything around, coming from the alcohol in front of which the protagonist was standing, while the king covered his face with his hands. Then the golem girl began to move the fingers on her hands, slowly moving them, and tried to say something. Immediately after this, the golem girl clenched her hand into a fist with great joy and said that at last, while the system notification window notified her characteristics. At the same moment, Khan turned to the tin can, and the golem girl, with great surprise and disappointment, asked about the tin can standing right in front of him. Then the protagonist, with a hypnotic expression on his face, slowly said that she should look into his eyes and asked that who he was. Immediately after this, the golem girl with hypnotized eyes answered without hesitation that she was her master. At the same moment, Kan, with a smug and malicious grin, looking forward, raised his hand up and said that they had decided everything, and then the protagonist then began to imagine in his head an image of golems that were connected with one hand to a lightsaber and the other to him, and reasoned that the hero could not have more than 2 holy swords. But what if he had a golem that there is a holy sword? Immediately after this, Khan, stretching his hand forward, sharply clenched it into a fist and shouted about canceling the summoning, until suddenly only dust remained in the place where the golem girl was. At the same moment, the protagonist, turning to the side, looked with a serious look directly at the system notification window, which appeared as if out of nowhere. Kang then continued to look directly at the system's notification window with the characteristics of a man of chaos and studied closely. Immediately after this, the protagonist turned his attention to the skills and status shown in the system notification window with characteristics. At the same moment, Khan, with great joy on his face, said that he liked it, while the professor, using a magic ball, said that it was impossible for a hero to possess a hero. Then the protagonist rushed forward with great speed, stretching his arms, and smiled maliciously, saying that from the very beginning it was an experiment, and now he could move forward while the magic ball levitated next to him. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to a huge and tall stone castle, next to which bright lightning struck, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. At the same moment, the devil Pedinar sat on his red throne, decorated with huge bones, with a smug look. Then he, slightly tilting his head to the side, leaning his elbow on his hand, looking forward, said with a satisfied grin that this was a feeling. Immediately after this, the devil Pedinar directed his gaze forward, straight to the beautiful door of bones and gold, to which the red carpet led, and said that he had arrived. At the same moment, Khan, with great strength and speed, destroying everything in his path, landed on the carpet right in front of him and left behind a trail of golden energy while the devil said that he was the chosen one. The protagonist then raised his head up and looked forward with a smug grin while the devil said that he was the hero. Immediately after this, Pedinar, with a very dissatisfied and angry expression on his face, shouted that he apparently had not been taught to knock and asked that it was impossible to enter through the door. At the same moment, Khan stood in his place right in front of the throne where the devil sat and emitted bright purple energy, asking why it was so important. Then the protagonist began to release a huge amount of his own purple energy, standing still with a malicious smile. Immediately after this, the devil Pedinar, leaning forward a little, getting up from his seat, smiled sarcastically and, laughing a little, said that it was challenging him, the pinnacle of all evil. At the same moment, he abruptly stood up from his throne and emitted a huge amount of dark purple energy, smiling smugly. The devil then began to speak to the chosen hero, saying that he would show him how foolish it was to renounce the power of love and friendship, choosing dark energy instead, while Khan, standing in his place, abruptly turned to the side with a calm expression and emitted his own energy. Immediately after this, the protagonist interrupted Pedinar, saying that he should listen, and he abruptly stopped with great surprise, looking straight ahead. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a self-confident expression on his face and continuing to emit a huge amount of violet energy, asked where Sophia was. Then the devil, standing in his place and emitting energy, asked that how did he know her name, and shouted that really, while Khan stood right in front of him in his place. Immediately after this, Pedinar sharply exclaimed, greatly embarrassed and blushing, that there was something between them. At the same moment, he continued and said that without his knowledge, turning to the hero, asking what kind of relationship he has with his daughter, while the protagonist leaned back a little from the loud cries of his opponent. Khan then reasoned that, judging by his reaction, Sophia was not here, and if she were here, he would have called her and asked her directly, while the devil, with great interest and incomprehension, raising his hand to his chin, said that without thinking, that they didn't have time to conceive the baby, and asked who they were waiting for, a girl or a boy. Immediately after this, the protagonist, extending his hand forward, said that he was calling for her tin can. At the same moment, the golem girl appeared as if out of nowhere right in front of the protagonist and stood in place with a smile on her face. Then Pedinar, still holding his hand to his chin, with a thoughtful look, was greatly puzzled by what was happening. Immediately after this, the protagonist sharply asked what if he thought about whether the Demon Lord's penalty would still apply if there were two heroes in front of him, and stood in his place next to the tin can while the devil was right in front of them. At the same moment, Pedinar fell sharply to the ground, knelt down and groaned with dissatisfaction and heaviness, asking about the hero golem. Then Kan, with a malicious smile, said that he needed to finish off him before he came to his senses, and the golem girl standing right in front of him also smiled maliciously. Immediately after this, the protagonist said that he needed to go forward, and, holding a blade in his hand, rushed to attack directly towards the devil, and the golem girl followed his example and said that she was obeying her master. At the same moment, Pedinar, sharply raising his head up, screamed loudly with rage and discontent, opening his mouth wide. Then, after a loud cry from the devil, the stone castle shook sharply and everything was gradually beginning to collapse. Immediately after this, the top of a huge and tall castle made of stone exploded abruptly, and fragments of cobblestone scattered throughout the area. At the same moment, a small pebble bounced to the side, bouncing off the floor several times, and pointed far ahead. Then the golem girl, leaning down, took the devil's cloak with her hand, while the protagonist stood aside and watched everything that happened, and says that that's it, and like last time, he lost. Immediately after this, the tin can, with a deft movement of its hand, tightly squeezing the end of Pedinar's cloak, tore it off. At the same moment, suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a system notification window appeared, addressing Mr. Hero and asking that he liked his adventure, and Kan, turning around and looking in his direction, asked with a surprised look that already. Then the system notification window said that the path of a true hero is full of difficult trials, but having found countless bonds that inspired him, he did not lose hope and continued to believe, and he knew friendship and love, and after growing spiritually, he finally defeated the evil demon lord and must accept congratulations while Khan said yes, yes. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a deft movement of his hand, with a serious look, threw the devil's body into the wall and said that he was still not trying. At the same time, the system notification window asked if he wanted to check his grades. Then the system notification window suddenly flashed with a bright golden glow right in front of Khan, and he reasoned that finally. Immediately after this, the system notification window said to look at his ratings, after which it showed the character's characteristics, and Khan reasoned that it was time to return to Earth. At the same moment, the system notification window notified that this bastard received a grade of B, and there was clearly something wrong. Then the protagonist stood still with a smug look, saying, turning to the god of fantasy, that he was not alone and the grades prove his honesty and success. Immediately after this, the system notification window, sparkling brightly, notified that he had successfully passed the test. At the same time, the system notification window notified congratulations on the completion of training and further processes, while the professor said that she felt relief, but at the same time sadness, addressing student Kang Hands. Then Kan, turning sharply towards the magic ball flying out next to him, said that she had done a great job, and the professor answered him that she congratulated her. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to say that if it weren't for him, she would have made an excellent teacher, while the professor, using a magic ball, said, laughing a little, that it was true that she was usually perceived as a student. At the same moment, Kang turned to the side with a joyful and happy expression on his face and wished him well while a bright golden light surrounded him. Then the system notification window announced the next point, which was the end of the graduation ceremony. After everything that happened, Khan was in pitch darkness with his eyes closed. At the same moment, he opened his eyes a little and looked straight ahead with a gaze that still did not understand reality. Then the protagonist, standing still, looked forward with a surprised, calm expression on his face, trying to comprehend what he saw. Khan stood in place right in the middle of a green meadow in a forest with large trees on a dark night. Immediately after this, the protagonist took a few steps forward and looked at the huge metropolis located right in front of him, which sparkled with bright light from the lanterns. At the same moment, Kan, with a smile on her face, inhaled the fresh air of the place in which he found himself. Then the protagonist, looking at the huge number of high-rise buildings of the metropolis, right in front of which he was located, said that even a breath of this air seemed to shorten life expectancy. Immediately afterwards, Kang fell straight to the ground with her arms and legs spread out to the sides and just lay there, not moving. At the same moment, the protagonist suddenly exclaimed with joy and began to cry loudly, shouting that he had indeed returned and laughing. Then the system notification window, seemingly out of nowhere with a bright purple glow, notified Khan's characteristics. Immediately after this, the protagonist, lying on the ground, picking up his head with his hand, looked into the system notification window and with a joyful face said that everything was a dream and that's all you're talking about now. At the same moment, Khan focused his attention on the profession graph in the system notification window and reasoned that there were no specializations, and no, it was because he was no longer a hero. Then the protagonist imagined himself in his head as a thief with a bag on his shoulder, who said that luck is for the weak, and if you also use a lightsaber too, and reasoned that it means that now he can choose the strongest specialization, and he can even choose a thief. Immediately after this, Khan, still lying on the ground with his hands behind his head, with a joyful expression, reasoned that first of all he needed to make obtaining the thief specialization his priority, and said that there were no more worries, and this was the beginning of a happy life. At the same moment, the protagonist, looking confused, opened his eyes, looked to the side and asked what, however, and where he was. Then he, having risen a little, continued to sit on a small hill right in front of a huge metropolis, which was glowing with bright light. The street of this huge city was illuminated by large lanterns located near tall and beautiful buildings. Right along the orange road in the city, people were walking in different directions, and everyone was doing their own thing without distracting others. At the same moment, several cars were passing by on the roadway while the traffic light was shining brightly yellow. Khan, using the skill and surrounding himself with bright blue energy, looked forward, holding his hand to his forehead, and asked about the English-speaking country. Immediately after this, the protagonist, looking up and straight at the starry night sky, reasoned that, well, judging by the stars, he was definitely on Earth. At the same moment, right in the sky, a red dot suddenly appeared out of nowhere, glowing with a bright light, which Khan was very surprised by. Then the protagonist, standing in his place in the middle of the forest, watched strange meteorites falling from the sky in a huge number, which glowed with a bright red glow, and he asked about the shooting star. Immediately after this, people who were right on the street in the city suddenly jumped up from their seats and ran away while others watched what was happening, and everything around was illuminated with a bright red glow. At the same moment, right on the roadway, the cars simply froze in place and the traffic light stopped working, while everything around continued to be illuminated with an even brighter red glow. Then the red something crashed straight into the ground with tremendous speed and force, destroying everything in its path. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked down with a calm expression on his face and said what was causing this suddenly, while an incomprehensible red something appeared in the sky above him. At the same moment, this red meteorite landed sharply in the ground and raised fragments of stones around, while Khan, who was very close, fell sharply to the ground in surprise. Then the protagonist turned sharply back with a calm expression on his face, saying that this was unexpected, while a bright red color illuminated him from behind. Fragments of stones were flying around. Immediately after this, a foot in a black boot stepped on the ground, emerging from the crater that was formed after the fall of the red something and blazing with fire. At the same moment, a beautiful girl in a black suit with a red cloak took a step forward from the burning flames while Khan asked what the Valkyrie was. Then this same girl opened her yellow glowing eyes wide and looked ahead with a national look while the system notification window announced that it was a chaos golem and showed her characteristics. Immediately after that, a huge amount of red bright energy was suddenly released directly from the chaos golem's hand, forming a blade. At the same moment, the golem girl rushed forward with great speed, striking with her blade arm, and leaving a trail of red energy while the protagonist dodged her attack with a deft movement of his body. Kang then dodged each of his opponent's strikes with a calm expression and reasoned that despite the fact that she is a golem. Immediately after this, the protagonist reasoned that at this level she only has 4 skills, and turned his attention to the system notification window with her characteristics. At the same moment, the Chaos Golem, with an emotionless expression on her face, swung her hand in the form of a blade of red energy, and Khan reasoned that it was quite natural that endurance was needed to wield a sword, and magical power was needed for magic, and that was it. Then the protagonist, with a malicious and smug grin, holding a blade in his hand that was enveloped in purple and gold energy, said that there is chaos and she is not like everyone else. Immediately after this, Khan slashed with his blade and left a slash of purple golden energy, cutting off half of the Chaos Golem's torso, which shattered into 2 halves. At the same moment, the protagonist looked forward with a menacing gaze while several spare parts and mechanical fluids from the golem flew next to him. Khan then focused his attention directly on the cut of the golem's torso, from which a strange liquid was pouring, and reasoned that it was different from those machines that were made in the magical kingdom, and the shape was held in place by plaster applied to a metal mesh. Immediately after this, the cut of the golem's torso suddenly sparkled with a bright red glow, and the protagonist continued to reason that whatever this thing was, it was not just a machine. At the same moment, Khan, looking forward, noticed a line in the system notification window with the characteristics of a Chaos Golem with the self-destruct skill and was very surprised. Then the protagonist continued to stand in his place until an explosion occurred right in front of him with enormous force, which destroyed everything around it and sparkled brightly. Immediately after this, a crater appeared in a small clearing in the middle of the forest with a bright burning flame inside and smoke emanating from it. At the same moment, Khan, with a dissatisfied expression on his face in the middle of the smoke, brushed the dirt off his shoulders and said that he had just returned from the fantasy world and immediately found himself in science fiction. Then the protagonist turned sharply to the side with a serious and calm expression on his face, looking straight ahead. Immediately after this, he had a view of a huge metropolis, in the middle of which there were several huge bright explosions, and he said that the graduates should work hard to protect the city. At the same moment, explosions in the middle of the huge metropolis began to grow larger and filled a huge space in the middle of the streets until Khan said to say what they told him then. Then Khan, standing in his place, looked forward, observing everything that was happening, and reasoned that this really often happened on Earth. Immediately after this, the explosions in the middle of the huge city died down, and everything was plunged into dust and smoke, which rose upward after the disaster had occurred, while the protagonist reasoned that he was a little worried and needed the latest information about the Earth. At the same moment, Khan, standing in his place, raised his head up in great surprise as air began to blow towards him with great force. Then the protagonist turned sharply back, standing in the same place, while a huge combat aircraft appeared behind him out of nowhere and was preparing to land. Immediately after this, the huge landing gear of the aircraft landed directly on the ground while a huge amount of dust rose around. At the same moment, immediately after landing, the cargo door of the plane opened, a bright yellow light bursting out from inside. Then several soldiers in black uniforms suddenly began to emerge from there, while Khan stood in his place and watched everything that was happening. Immediately after, the protagonist observed the situation with a displeased expression on his face and reasoned that their average level was 600 and their skill sets were even more pathetic. At that same moment, something caught Khan's attention, and he opened his eye wide in surprise. Then a beautiful girl with red hair turned her head to the side while the system notification window next to her announced that her specialty was a sorceress, and the protagonist talked about the sorceress and that it was a rare specialization. Immediately after this same girl with a joyful look, pointing her finger forward, called out to him and said that they had met again, and she told him that she would find him no matter where he was hiding on the ground. At the same moment, the red-haired girl continued to point her finger directly at the surprised Kang standing right in front of her, and said that who would have thought that he could hide from her intelligence network for 6 whole months, and asked what made him appear so suddenly. Then the protagonist, with a surprised and incomprehensible expression on his face, asked if they knew each other, and she sharply exclaimed in her displeasure. Immediately after this event, the narratives are transported into a dark night in a completely different place from the previous one. At the same moment, the sea surface was full of silence, and there was not a single wave in the sky. Then, right on the water, a huge dark shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Immediately after this, a large gray plane rushed forward at great speed directly over the surface of the water and cut through the air currents. At the same moment, the red soda can, completely crumpled, flew to the side while the remaining water it contained dripped from it. Then the protagonist, raising his head up, drank directly from a red iron can of soda at a very fast pace. Immediately afterwards, Khan tilted his head down without clenching his teeth and grunted loudly in joy as soda ran down his lip. At the same moment, the protagonist, sitting on a comfortable chair, with a joyful and satisfied expression on his face, clutched a soda can in his hand and said that it was very tasty. The girl with red hair then drank a cocktail from an orange can and said that now that she finally met him, she doesn't know what to talk about first, while Can sat right in front of her with a surprised face. Immediately after this, with a serious expression on her face, continuing to drink a cocktail from a can, she said that she even created a manual. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a self-confident expression on his face, pointing his finger in front of him, said that then he would start one, and asked what was with her level, what place she occupied among the inhabitants of the earth. Then the girl slowly put the jar directly on the table and asked about what place and how in the game they say that victory or defeat can depend on the current state, as well as on opponents. Immediately after this, she carefully wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and continued to say that especially for sorcerers like her, everything depends on how well they prepare. At the same moment, the girl with red hair, raising her head up, said with a smile that, but if you focus on this, she ranks 8th in the official ranking of the Earth, while the system notification window showed her characteristics. Then the protagonist simply silently looked at the girl who was right in front of him with great joy and pride. Immediately after that, Kang suddenly asked what in which area, and the red-haired girl said with an awkward look that in all. At the same moment, the protagonist with great joy put his thumb up and said that this was amazing, and the girl with great displeasure said that enough of the soulless compliments. The red-haired girl then continued to sit in her seat with a dissatisfied and confused look as Khan reasoned that with such characteristics, it would be difficult for her to kill even a demon lord's pet, and the fighting abilities of the Earthlings were half of what he expected. Immediately after that, the girl with red hair said that this time it was her turn to ask, and asked the question that what was his name. At the same moment, a beautiful blue moon sparkled brightly in the night sky while the protagonist answered that his name was Kang Hansu. Then a beautiful girl with red hair said that her name was Victoria and that now she worked as a technician and was doing business, and not being a hero. Immediately after this, Victoria continued to say that she currently runs a large ammunition factory and retail business as the gray plane continued to rush forward at great speed. At the same moment, the protagonist, holding his hands behind his head with a relaxed look, said that yes, and he was pleased to meet her while she asked what she said was her name. Then Kan, turning sharply to the side, with a serious look, said that she did not believe in him at all. Her name was Factoria, asking if this was so, and she answered that Victoria, and he should not treat a person like a factory. Immediately after this, the protagonist, turning sharply to the side with one eye open, said that yes, her name is Factoria. At that same moment, Kan suddenly opened his eyes with great surprise and confusion as a bright blue light illuminated his face in front of him. The protagonist then abruptly said that she should go to bed. The one sitting right in front of him was very surprised by this, while a bright blue glow came through the window from outside. Immediately after this, Kan, with a deft movement of his hand, took out his red blade with great speed and held it in his hand. At the same moment, a huge blue slash of energy fell directly on the nose of a large gray plane that was flying directly over the sea. Then this very huge gray plane split into two parts after receiving a blow from blue energy. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a furious expression on his face, holding a red blade in his hand, looked out from behind one of the wreckage of the plane. At the same moment, Kan moved forward with great speed, pushing off from the wreckage of the plane, leaving behind only a trail of dust. Then the protagonist found himself in the air and holding a blade in his hand while a huge gray plane, shot down, fell into the sea right below him, with a huge amount of smoke coming out of it. Immediately afterwards, Kan snapped his head upward with a menacing expression on his face as a bright blue light illuminated him in front of him. At the same moment, the protagonist raised his head up and looked forward straight at a cross of blue energy that appeared as if out of nowhere and was in the sky. Then, with a deft movement of his hand, he moved the blade of the red blade and pointed it straight forward, striking. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to be in the air while he was surrounded on all sides by a bright blue energy that carried a slash attack and raised waves in the sea. At the same moment, Kan, looking forward with great displeasure and holding a red blade in his hand, in which bright golden energy sparkled sharply, called out to the rice cake. Then, out of nowhere, beautiful white wings, showered with feathers, appeared right in the sky with a bright golden glow. Immediately after this, the protagonist suddenly froze in the air as if stepping on something invisible, while beautiful white feathers flew near him. At the same moment, Kan, with enormous strength, withstood a red blade with his two hands, which sharply grew white angelic wings. Then the protagonist, looking up, saw a point with a bright blue glow, hidden among the thick smoke, and said that there he was. Immediately after this, the cross of blue energy burning brightly in the sky became larger and larger. At the same moment, right from the epicenter of that very brightly burning cross in the sky, blue energy rushed down at great speed and scattered the smoke around. The protagonist then looked forward with great surprise and was greatly taken aback by what was happening while a bright blue energy illuminated him ahead. Immediately after this, in the sky, in the middle of dark thick smoke, an image of a man from the past appeared in a black suit and with a white cloak, who was holding a lightsaber with blue energy in his hand. At the same moment, he clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction, looking down, and said that it was him. Then the protagonist raises his head up with great displeasure and contempt, saying that this is the old prince who ran away then. Immediately after this, the man from the past gritted his teeth with obvious dissatisfaction, looking down, and said that this was the same vile bastard he met in the training cave. At the same moment, with great surprise and incomprehension, he said why he called him old while Kan was below and held in the air with the help of a red sword with angel wings. Then Kan, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, looking to the side, asked if this was a strange question. Immediately after this, the person from the past, as if releasing all his anger and rage, said that he would not make a mistake this time, while the system notification window showed his characteristics. At the same moment, Kan began to remember the events of the recent past, how he stood in the middle of a room in a cave, and a man from the past, all wounded, left for the exit, and he reasoned that in the 6th playthrough he allowed him to leave. Then the protagonist, with a malicious and smug grin full of anger, reasoned that it was a pity that he missed him then and did not think that they would meet again. Immediately after this, Kan, still holding himself in the air with his red blade with angel wings, looked up at the man from the past and said that he was surprised that he had found him, and asked that how he knew that he was here, and apparently he's a stalker or something. At the same moment, the man from the past, very angry from all the words he heard, opened his mouth wide, shouting that he had to hold back this terrible thought and was only attracted by his erratic hero power. Then the protagonist remembered in his head the system notification window with an unknown B rank and reasoned that by hero power he meant a black box. Immediately after this, the man from the past with an angry expression on his face, holding a blade of blue energy in front of him, said that now everything will be different, addressing the arrogant hero. At the same moment, the protagonist, having heard all his words, smiled maliciously and smugly. Then Khan, with a joyful and confident look, enveloping the blade in a bright purple golden energy, said that he was quite talkative and then the second round should begin. Lightning flashed over the sea. A large wave began to rise. There were ripples across the water surface. The air stirred in the sky. The Khan and the old prince crossed swords. A crater formed in the middle of the sea after their collision. The guy thought about the Transcendent Realm skills. The prince looked forward menacingly. He had 2 Z-rank skills, that is, willpower and implementation. Khan with an evil smile had 3 Z-rank skills, among which were Divinity, Blessing, and Dark Energy. The protagonist thought that his opponent had quite a lot of max rank or SSS rank skills, but they were all ordinary and nothing could compare to the strength of the Transcendental Domain skills. There was a bright flash after their next clash. Khan realized that he could not lose. He grinned contentedly and thought that he had hit the mark. He suddenly frowned and looked down at his torn shirt. The old prince smiled and looked forward confidently. The sword came into contact with a beam of white light. The prince turned to the main character opposite him and called him clumsy. The guy told the man to shut up because he knew that this would happen just by looking at his face. The prince became angry and clenched his teeth. The hilt of the sword that the main character was holding began to glow, and a system window appeared indicating that this was a blessing of rank. Khan was rapidly approaching the man, who did not understand what was happening. The protagonist's pupils narrowed. He looked menacingly and turned to his opponent with the words that even his cool skills are useless if he is slow. The prince gritted his teeth as the wave of light almost hit him. A blinding flash appeared in the middle of the sea. The man drew his laser sword and looked forward angrily. While Han tried to dodge the lightsaber attacks, the prince shouted that the guy was not worthy of the skills he had. The main character looked forward decisively through the sword attacks. Khan kicked the man in the stomach and shouted that he was good. The silhouettes of 2 people were visible in a crater in the middle of the sea. Khan moved his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and looked determinedly. He thought that he now understood the reason why he was pushed aside. The prince frowned and looked down angrily. The main character opened his eyes wide, raised his finger up and started shouting that the prince was mean, and that his level was as crazy as his age. The prince became angry, swung his sword and muttered that this was a product of effort, not age. The golem girl appeared next to the guy's hand when he summoned her and asked for a knife, and she told him that it was not a knife, but a holy sword. When the sword was in the protagonist's hand, he asked the girl to be silent. A laser sword appeared in front of the man's face. Khan repelled the attack from above with one sword and struck the man in the stomach with the second sword. The prince clenched his teeth and sweat appeared on his face. The main character laughed. Holding 2 swords in front of him, he turned to the prince with the words that it had finally dawned on him. The prince suddenly flew away from the guy. Khan flew after him, shouting that this time he would not let him get away. When the main character looked up with displeasure, the prince called him a vile hero and said that he would recognize him. Lightning flashed under the clouds. With his hand, the prince threw off his white cloak and said that from now on he would fight not like a warrior, but like a prince. A silhouette of a man in a tight suit appeared in front of us. A statistics window appeared where it was indicated that his profession was prince. Khan clenched his teeth and said that something incomprehensible was happening. A man with sparkling blue eyes swung from the side at the main character. Instead of the guy's face, the sword took the blow from his fist. The main character flew a long distance away from the man. The prince clenched his fist in front of him and confidently said to make Khan proud, because the number of times he used the peak of his specialization can be counted on the fingers of one hand. The guy's foot stopped over the sea. The main character frowned, gritted his teeth and thought about how amazing his kingdom was, and that if he lost, he would lose everything. The prince stood under the starry sky and confidently looked forward. The guy's hand threw off the holy sword, which began to disappear. He said that if the prince uses cheats, then he also has a secret advantage hidden. Both hands clenched the hilt of the blade as they began to glow with golden light. A huge flash of light appeared behind the main character. Something began to happen to the hilt of the sword. A dazzling white light appeared over the sea, and a statistics window with a new open skill, Infinity, appeared. The heart on the hilt of the sword began to shake. The prince, with a serious expression on his face, turned to the guy and said that this was not his home planet. Khan placed the sword in front of his face, smiled widely and shouted that he didn't care about Earth if he wasn't on it. A chip began to appear on the blade of the sword. The sword cracked and a piece broke off. The main character swung his sword furiously at the blonde man. The waves were raging in the sea. Dark clouds appeared in the sky. Lightning struck the water. The main character, with a blade in his hands, swung at the old prince. The guy opened his eyes wide, gritted his teeth and shouted for his opponent to go to hell. The prince, with a serious face, replied that he told the guy that he was clumsy. The sword almost touched the blonde hair, stopped the blade of the blade near the man's chin. The main character's sword rested on the head of the old prince. The waves were raging in the sea. Lightning struck the water. The main character stared forward in surprise. He thought that time had stopped. Half of the protagonist's face was covered by a sword. He decided that time had simply slowed down and asked the man what he had done. The prince opened his mouth slightly. His eyes glowed with blue flames. He replied that this was the power of a hero, brought to the point of superiority. The main character remembered the face of the statue of the first hero. In front of the guy with the sword was a blonde man. He turned to the guy with the words that he never had doubts and never thought where this power came from. A statistics window appeared. He continued to talk about the excessive generosity and favor shown by the transcendental being, who provided a system called status, capable of trampling the enemy without much effort. A flash of light appeared outside the statistics window. The main character's eyes widened when asked if he was irresponsibly ignoring all this while enjoying the moment. The prince opened his mouth and asked him to listen carefully, because these trifling abilities do not belong to him. Something glowed in the night sky as the prince continued to say that even if he had the power to destroy a galaxy in one breath, it would disappear like a mirage if the original owner took it back. The main character's face showed only wide eyes when he heard that this was just a fantasy. He opened his mouth and asked that it was all a hoax. Lightning flashed behind the sword as the prince answered positively and added that it was a false power. Two people hovered over the sea. The guy turned to the man with the words that he himself was not shy about using these powers, to which he received the answer that this power was very convenient. The blue stone shimmered in the light. The man continued to say that he could easily become strong or transfer power to others, which is why he regularly uses it. Both hands held the hilt of the sword. The guy answered in the negative. The man's eye glowed blue. The prince turned to the guy and said that he was really strange. Khan looked forward and replied that it was not for him to say this. The man's mouth opened slightly. He laughed and said that instead of letting him die in complete ignorance, he would like the guy to realize that he had been betrayed by the very abilities in which he had believed until now. The main character got angry, gritted his teeth and asked if he was a pervert. The prince opened his eyes and mouth wide and shouted that this is the only time for a guy when he can hold his head so high, relying on someone else's strength. The main character bared his teeth and looked forward furiously. The prince's eyes emitted white light and he advised the foolish hero to wake up from his dreams and hopes. The protagonist's pupils shrank with rage after hearing what he heard. There was an explosion in the sky above the sea. Khan closed his eyes. Then he opened one eye. The main character hovered in the air above the sea. A statistics window appeared, in which level and profession disappeared. The guy's hand reached out to the statistics window, where it was written, race, man of chaos, level 1, profession, unknown, skills, divinity, dark energy, blessing, status, saint, unknown. He said that his hopes and dreams were truly dead. When he saw the change in profession, he wondered why the black box became a profession. The main character looked at his characteristics while he was above the water and thought that this was illogical and that it should have been this way from the very beginning. His hand reached out to the light. He called upon the saint. She appeared and hugged the guy's torso. The blue-eyed blonde nuzzled the back of his head as Han wondered where the holy sword too had gone, and that this was exactly how a person who had all four limbs cut off felt. The main character's profile looked forward angrily. He said that he felt like he was missing something. Suddenly he looked to the side with fury. A flash appeared far in the sky. The old prince, with a sword in his hands, quickly moved forward. His statistics, race, ancient man, level 1, profession, unknown, skills, willpower, implementation, status, magic sword, unknown. Khan hovered over the sea. He thought that the man's status had also changed, and said out loud that he did not know what kind of trick he had performed. The main character gritted his teeth and clenched his fist in front of him. A blinding flash appeared in the sky above the sea as the guy shouted that he shouldn't look down on him. The prince stared furiously ahead. The main character looked resolutely from under his brows. Khan was in front of a blonde man. The guy knocked out his opponent's sword and paid for it with his own hand. The main character squeezed the prince's neck with his hand. The man raised his hand and exclaimed something. Khan bit his hand and told the prince that because of him, his ability to automatically translate had disappeared, so he could not understand him. The two grappled and fell into the sea. The two people continued to dive into the depths. Khan caught the sleeve of the prince's suit with his teeth. The blonde man clenched his fist and began to release air bubbles from his mouth. The fist struck the arm/shoulder. Shoulder. The prince again swung at the main character, who was opposite. He clenched his teeth, his fist trembling. The man opened his mouth wide and let out air, his face turning blue. The main character opened his mouth slightly and inhaled air bubbles. He then smiled widely despite the fact that his shirt was torn. The silhouettes of two men were visible deep in the sea. Khan was angry and thought that his opponent should surrender. The blue prince was running out of air and didn't understand what was wrong with the main character's strength. Bubbles were coming out of the wound on the guy's body. He understood that the prince would not understand him even if he answered him. The man's eyes became empty. He decided that he could not accept defeat. Khan smiled widely and thought that he didn't care. The main character was completely enveloped in warm light. He held the man by the neck, who raised his fist above him, and realized that his abilities were returning. Khan looked up sharply. His hand grabbed the prince's blonde hair. The main character violently kneed the man in the face. Something shone brightly from the surface of the water and attracted the guy's attention. His foot stepped on the blonde man's back. He pushed off sharply and rushed to the surface. A dome of water formed over the sea. Then a large whirlpool appeared. The outlines of people could be seen in the air in front of the main character. The red-haired girl was angry and called for her prince. The blonde in a white headdress shouted that she would help him too. The girl with pink hair held a laser blade in front of her and said that her sword belonged to him. The man with the blue sword quickly moved to attack. The main character gloomily asked who was bothering him here. He looked furiously at the girl with pink hair. She swung her sword at him and started screaming. Khan struck her with his blade. He kicked the girl in the direction of her friend with the word that he was giving her. Sweat appeared on the red-haired girl's face. She did not understand what the hell was happening. She turned around and looked back when she heard the words about not going crazy at the sight of her comrade's body. Khan thrust a sword into her back, saying that there would be punishment for this, and she screamed. Two girls in the distance watched what was happening. The blonde called the main character terrible, and the girl behind with lilac hair addressed her as a sister. The prince's hand reached towards his comrades. He asked not to approach that guy. He opened his mouth wide and asked them to leave. The blonde man stretched his hand up and began to say that the main character was real, but did not manage to say it to the end. The girls were scared. Sweat appeared on their faces. They asked the prince again. Khan was approaching them from above and greeted the girls. He, holding a sword in his hand, blocked the sun. His eyes turned red. He threatened that whoever stood in his way would pay a heavy price. The main character opened his eyes wide and raised the sword to his face. He greeted the girls again and said that he was glad to meet you. The next blow hit one of the girls and she told her friend to run. The hand reached out to a girl with lilac hair and ears like a mermaid. The silhouettes of two people were visible high in the sky, and a scream was heard. The prince, who was lying on the surface of the water, shouted to his comrades to quickly retreat. The blade of the sword was pointed towards the last girl when shouts were heard that the guy was dangerous and they needed to hurry. There were many cracks on the edge of the sword. The prince shouted that Khan was not a hero, intoxicated with fantasies. The blonde man opened one eye. Khan looked ominous. He was shrouded in darkness when he asked that he was not a hero. The prince opened his eyes wide and was horrified when the guy shouted that he was a rank hero, and that he even had a certificate. The girl trembled when the guy turned to her and asked what he looked like. She opened her mouth wide and said that he looked like a Mao. Khan got angry and said that he would hit her if she lied. 6 wings with sharp ends appeared behind the main character's back. He turned around, looked at them and asked who stuck them there. The wing was spread in the air. There was a rounded hook at the bend. The tip of the wing looked like a predator's claw. Khan turned around and looked back. A girl with pink hair tried to attack him from behind. Sweat appeared on her face. She screamed death wishes for the main character. The next moment, she was pierced by the sharp wings of a guy. He turned to her, smiled and said that it looked more like a weapon than wings. The girl with lilac hair flew down after her sister. There was blood on the wing hooks. One of the wings became long and pierced the girl. The hook tore her pink clothes. Khan was floating above the sea. He said that he didn't think he could do it again if he hit it wrong. The prince opened his mouth wide and shouted for the guy to stop. The guy with 6 wings laughed. He smiled ominously and said that this was the way to start. The prince watched the main character fly away and told him to stop now. Khan smiled widely. He pointed his sharp wings in front of him. He cut the girl with the square first. He then stabbed the blonde with bangs. The claw pierced someone and went right through. It was several times larger than a human hand. A guy without an arm and with wings behind his back looked forward and smiled. There were 2 girls in front. One said she would capitulate. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she repeated that she was surrendering. The second girl asked in a trembling voice why he did this. The main character silently chopped up her friend when the girl repeated that she had given up, so why did he kill her anyway? Khan smiled good-naturedly and said that she left painlessly. He stopped in front of the girl and apologized for not being able to end everything with one blow. Blood dripped from the sharp claw as Khan told the girl to go into the arms of her lover. The prince looked up in fear. The main character smiled slyly and looked from under his brows. The girl trembled. Sweat appeared on her face. Khan suddenly appeared behind her and called the girl. Someone started approaching them, shouting for the guy to get away from her now. Blood began to splatter from behind the girl's back, and her face turned pale with fright. Khan decided to clarify with the girl how she wants to die. He is capable of cutting, piercing, or breaking. Bloody streaks appeared on both sides of the girl. The prince approached the girl and the main character while she screamed that she did not want to die. Sweat appeared on the man's face. He was scared and begged the guy to leave the girl. hand floated upside down behind her. The girl pursed her lips. She was terrified. A statistics window appeared next to her with the following skills: race, human, level 999 plus, profession, crown princess, skills, charm, coquetry, captivity, magic, eternal youth, status, fear. The crown princess, the girl's profession, attracted the attention of the protagonist. He looked coldly in her direction. The next moment, Khan stabbed her in the back. Blood spilled. The prince froze. He raised his head up. Blood flowed onto him and he opened his eyes wide. The prince caught the crown princess's body. Tears poured from his eyes and he screamed heartbreakingly. The main character smiled contentedly while he listened to the prince shouting about what this guy learned in the fantasy dimension, and what they were thinking about raising and releasing such a monster like him into the world. Blood dripped from the girl's palm. Tears flowed from her eyes and blood flowed from her mouth. At this time the man was perplexed that Fantasia was able to create an even more disgusting monster to defeat them. The prince sobbed, he clenched his teeth, then shouted that they were truly crazy. Khan smiled broadly and exclaimed that he agreed with him on this. The main character quickly flew down to the prince and crown princess. He swung the tip of his wing. In front of him was a girl in the arms of the prince. Khan pierced the man's wrist with his wing. Tears flowed from the prince's eyes and he called the guy disgusting. The main character swung his sword at them, said that the prince was stupid, and advised him to wake up from his love and friendship. The prince was angry. He asked the guy what he was. The main character grinned ominously and struck with his sword. Yellow-orange sunset, ocean, wave off the shore. Kan takes the hand that the angel extends to him. He thanked her, calling her rice cake. Behind the hero sitting on the sand, the soul of the sword, he returned his hand to its place. He frowned and looked thoughtfully at his wings. The wings grow directly from the ribs. The hero tore out his wings. The wing in his hand began to disappear. He thought it was easy and was glad that he would not have to hide them. The hero is sitting cross-legged. He looked around. Someone called him. With her foot in her shoe, the girl went ashore. Behind the ship, Victoria said with a smile that she was sure that the hero was alive. With a gloomy face, he quietly said that Victoria should have died in a plane crash. The girl loudly objected that her name was Victoria and she did not die. Storm in the ocean, lightning, multi-story buildings. The girl said that the coastal cities that were their destination are currently in a state of emergency due to natural disasters. Khan looks at the figures of people in the distance. Fortunately, much damage was avoided thanks to the heroes stationed in these cities. Kan, with a sly face, looking to the side, said, "What a relief that people were not hurt." Victoria clarified that there were still victims. The guy raised an eyebrow and objected, relieved. She said in confusion to forget about it. White liner, she added that, in any case, we need to set off quickly, the journey ahead is not close. He stood up, putting his foot into his slipper. The guy spread his arms, wings appeared behind his back. The girl screamed in fear. She screamed with horror on her face what these creepy wings were. Victoria extended her hand to the hero and asked where he was going. Kan replied that he was going home. She raised her index finger and, with an important face, asked if she could ask him for one favor before he left. Kan raised his head and answered no with a grin. A hero with an angry face, she, embarrassed, offered a good reward. He said that there was no need for it. The wing against the background of the sunset, she said that nothing could be done then. He noticed that the girl quickly gave up this time. She turned around and walked towards the ship, answering that she was studying herself and also roughly understood his personality. She walked towards a man in a brown jacket waiting for her. She said that she did not want to try in vain. Knowing that the hero would not listen, Kan wanted to answer, but the man turned to her. "Here, Kan." The man whispered that the alien woman they caught from the ocean had come to her senses and they had better go to the captain's cabin. The hero put his hand on the girl's shoulder. There was a shadow on the girl's face. Her veins were bulging. Kan called her Victoria. She angrily reminded her that her name was Victoria. The girl turned her head. He added that there was not much difference. She screamed. There was no difference. The guy winked, showed a finger up, and offered to entrust peace on earth to this hero, meaning himself. He beamed. The girl grimaced and remained silent, then said to follow her. The door to the cabin opened, with a green cross above it. The heroes follow a man in a black robe. He said that the alien is now resting and is too weak to speak. The heroes entered. The doctor bowed. In response to Victoria's gratitude, she said that she would go further herself. Kan looked ahead in surprise. On the bed lay a mermaid with long purple hair. Information about her appeared on the screen. Kan thought that she was able to survive after falling into the sea. She opened her eyes slightly when the girl said hi to her. She saw Kan and Victoria leaning towards her, who said her name and that she was in charge here. The girl asked if they could talk. The guy stands with his arms crossed over his chest, smiled and said hello. The mermaid opened her eyes wide. She was scared. The heroes are standing by the bed. Victoria sat down, covering her ears with her hands as she screamed very loudly. Kan took the sword. He didn't expect her to cause such a commotion just by opening her mouth. All that remains is to thank her very much for this. Victoria turned around. He swung his sword. The girl spread her arms to the sides to protect the mermaid. She shouted that everything was fine and he should calm down. Waves of violet flame emanate from the hero's eye. He thought that it was becoming too noisy when others began to interfere, but nothing could be done. Flames surrounded the hero. He leaned over to the girl and told her to look into his eyes. She said irritably so that he, too, looked into her eyes and said where he got this unusual holy sword from. She froze and opened her eyes wide. Kan looked at her point blank and asked if Victoria knew who he was. She started saying his name. She blushed a little, looked at him excitedly and asked why this was, and added that, of course, his name was Kan. A screen appeared with information about the girl. He leaned closer to her. Victoria blushed more and shouted that the guy was too close and should stay away from her because she knew him. Kan looked at his palm. He slightly bent his fingers and said that he had never seen such a crazy status. In the information window in the status line it was written Holy Sword, Holy, Golem and Oblivion. The girl moved away from the hero, raised her hand, became worried. She did not understand what kind of status he asked. He meant her level. Light comes from the angry old man's eyes. Kan couldn't understand how it happened that even though his skills weren't sealed like when the old prince used the eye beam, his level dropped to 1 and his status changed to Playboy. The mermaid, trembling, looked out from under the blanket. Kan looked at her, frowning. A ray of light came from his eye. She timidly asked, "Is this the hero's power?" The liner was sailing on the ocean. The hero replied that she should close her gills and listen carefully. The men ran to the room in which the heroes were. Victoria looked out from behind the door. The guy continued if she answered his question quickly and clearly. The hero clenched his teeth and sternly said that then he would kill her quickly and without pain. The heroes stand opposite a mermaid hiding under a blanket. Kan looks seriously at the mermaid, crossing his arms over his chest. Victoria is indignant. She shouted, turning to the guy, "Who will answer if he threatens like that?" The mermaid agreed to his condition. The girl asked loudly, "She's okay with this." The mermaid sits with her head bowed, almost crying. Victoria said that she should not give up her precious life so easily. The mermaid squeezed the blanket. She quietly replied that she was still destined to die. Victoria put her hand on her arm. She frowned and said seriously that she shouldn't worry, they weren't going to do that. The mermaid raised her head, blushed a little, her eyes sparkled with tears. She asked, "Is it true?" Kan looked at their conversation. Victoria assured that it would be so and suggested that while she was completely disarmed, they could just talk. The guy thought that she was a terrible woman because he was going to deal with her after extracting all the information. Purple screen, the girl politely asked her to summon her golem and move it to the corner. The mermaid extended her hand, a blue light appeared, and she ordered the golem to stand up. A girl appeared in a black suit with long green hair. The heroes watched her walk to the corner of the room. Kan looked angrily in her direction. The golem stood in the corner. Information was displayed on the purple screen. The guy opened his eyes wide in surprise. In the window there are profession and skills lines. The bangs fell over the golem's eyes, she said. Kan looked at the girl standing in the corner. She nervously said that she was a pet golem and did not know anything. There were drops of sweat on the golem's face. The hero approached her. With a sly smile he asked, "A pet golem?" Victoria, behind the hero, clutching her head with her hands, screamed in horror, Z-rank skill, and even 2. Kan looked questioningly at the anxious girl and told her to relax. She retorted that she looked like she could relax and noted that this was not a simple skill, but a transcendental one. She, holding her hands on her head, approached the mermaid. The hero turned around, grinning evilly. The girl began to explain to her what a transcendental skill was. The guy decided to see what had changed since last time. The girl with green hair turned around, standing against the wall, and clenched her teeth. The mermaid looked worriedly towards Kan, who called out to her. He placed his hand on the golem's head. The guy, resting his hand on his side, said that he liked this golem and asked if she wanted to take a swing with him. The hero made a gesture with his fingers as if he had shot at the golem. She recoiled and turned blue. Kan explained that he was created by a sage, and inside him was the soul of an ancient hero. Kan looked away to the side. Victoria, with a fanatical sparkle in her eyes, touched the golem, she exclaimed loudly. The same sage from the Sage Tower. The golem shouted to the owner that this was too much. How could he hand it over to an incomprehensible evil alien? The mermaid pursed her lips, a drop of sweat on her cheek. She silently looked with her big sparkling eyes when Kan asked, "So what?" A shadow fell over the golem's eyes, and he angrily shouted at them to wait a minute. Kan looked at him with an evil grin and said that the owners were talking now and ordered him to move away. The golem looked angrily at the hero and said that if Kan ensured the safety of the mermaid, then he would follow him without a fight. The guy with a crazy look smiled even wider. Victoria touches the golem. "It even feels good." Kan said how scary it is and asked if the home golem can threaten. The girl with green hair frowned, a drop of sweat on her cheek. She asked so what would he say. "The windows are on the ceiling." The guy agreed. The mermaid opened her mouth in surprise. Kan promised not to touch her. The golem's eyes glow red, and with a menacing look she asked not to waste words. Kan exhaled. Closing his eyes, she added that he should not make mistakes and look for shameless excuses for why others touched her. He grinned. There was deception all around. The golem clenched his teeth furiously and said that he did not believe him. The guy pointed his palm at the mermaid sitting on the bed and assured that he would do everything in his power to protect her. A drop of sweat runs down the golem's cheek, his mouth slightly open. Kan raised his palm to him. The mermaid looked at them with concern. A green glow emanates from the golem's chest. Long hair fell into her eyes. He said that she did everything she could. The mermaid's lips trembled. Tears appeared in her eyes. The golem said that he was quite happy with this. The green stone on the golem's chest glows. Kan said that the contract has been concluded. The guy pointed his finger to the side. The golem saluted. The hero called her a tin can and asked if she heard the contract well. He must give his life, but protect the mermaid. The mermaid timidly asked what was wrong with his name when the golem greeted her. She winced as the golem's eyes sparkled and streams of tears poured out of them. The mermaid moved to the edge of the bed, looking at the moved golem, and, stuttering, asked if she said something wrong. He finally said it. The hero, with a triumphant grin behind the golem, explains to the mermaid that she finally met the owner who will call her by name, no matter how much she taught Kan. He constantly called her a tin can. The guy said that his ears were burning. Kan and the green-haired girl looked at each other silently. A vein bulged on the golem's cheek when the hero again began to mispronounce her name. He shouted that his name was Boris. The golem scolds Kan. He furiously shouted that he would not cooperate if he did not call him by name. The hero noted that this was not in the contract. The golem shouted that this was just basic politeness. The guy closed his eyes, raised his head, said that the name is an indestructible force that makes our existence obvious. This is a higher concept than false strength, the strength of a hero. He cannot give up so much. A man in a black suit ran into the room and addressed Victoria. The protagonist's ear, he heard him whisper that they had received many requests for the extradition of captured alien prisoners. They would have to hurry. Victoria turned around with a smile on her face and told Kan that she knew about his desire to return home, but now he was not a stranger and could go with her. Kan, smiling broadly, replied that he did not want to, irritably thinking about when he would get home. The ship slowly stopped, floating on the sea and creating high waves. Victoria's foot stepped from the ship onto land, signaling that they had finally arrived. Victoria and Kan found themselves in a place full of mud and a lot of water. Victoria said that they had finally reached their original goal. Victoria looked with tears and anger at her factories, which were flooded by the tsunami. Kan stood behind the girl and with a smile on his face asked her about the hotel being in that direction. Kan sat on the bed, holding the phone, and listened as Victoria told him that she had a lot to do, so the guy should rest. In a bathtub full of foam there was a mermaid who lay with her eyes closed, humming a song. Kan's hand was holding the phone. The guy decided that the number most likely had not changed. Kan put the phone to his ear and waited for an answer with a calm face. Kan stood with the phone in his hands, listening to the beeps. Kan stood there for a long time with the phone in his hands, but no one answered. Kan realized that they seemed to have decided that this was some kind of scam. The guy wrote messages on his phone that he was the son who had left home and he was asking for his call to be answered. Kan wondered if this would be enough. Kan, with an irritated face, began to look at the one who called him. The mermaid's eyes looked out of the foam and the girl told Kan that there were a lot of people outside. Kan began to carefully look at the door at the end of the corridor. Outside there were many people in camouflage clothing and weapons, all of them listening to Kan's conversations. Kan began to move away from the mermaid, who was in the foam and had only one face peeking out. The guy told the mermaid that he would sort it out and the girl could return. Kan looked at the door, behind which people were shouting to give them the prisoner. Kan changed his face to a rude one and, with his eyes closed in anger, asked people about threatening the holy hero. Voices began to be heard from the door that this was the last warning and they needed to hand over the prisoner. Kan began to break into a long smile. Kan's eyes began to shine with anger and bullying. The guy smiled and told people that if they want to see their family, they need to get out. Kan stood with his hands on his chest and looked at the door, which flew away from a large amount of fire. All the hinges from the door were flying in different directions. Pens and other things also flew away. Kan stood near the entrance of the full fire and waited for people in disguise to approach him. One of the people in black clothes began to aim a weapon at Kan. All the people began to point their weapons at Kan and shoot quickly. Kan closed his eyes, taking in all the bullets that were flying at him. A system window appeared, indicating that the guy had turned on divine attack deflection. Fleetingly, the bullets flew straight to Kan's head. One of the bullets traveled faster than all of them. Kan stood with his arms folded on his chest. All the people shot at the guy, trying to kill him, but they could not do it. One man in black began to take poisonous gas from the bag and then began to open it. The guy began throwing poisonous gas onto the ground. Khan stood confidently, still folding his arms on his chest, not afraid of the poisonous gas that enveloped Khan's entire territory. The people in black began to slowly descend from the roof, looking at Khan from the window, who was completely in this poisonous gas. People rushed towards Khan, breaking glass with their feet. Khan quickly turned angrily towards the guys, who were completely on fire. All the poisonous gas came out of the windows into the street. The man in black began to carefully look for Khan with his eyes. Han was nowhere to be seen in the villain's eyes and simply disappeared. The guy looked everywhere for Khan, who was on the ceiling with wings. Khan began to say hello to the guy, looking at him with a sly and frightening smile. The guy raised his head up in fear, looking at the ceiling. The spy began firing his weapon, shouting to everyone that Khan was on the ceiling. Khan flew all over the ceiling so that no one could hit him. Khan looked at the guys with a smile. Holding his hands on his chest, everyone shouted that the guy was crazy. The spies began to open the door, looking at Khan, who was on the ceiling. Khan flew out of the door as fast as he could, knocking over the guys. Khan grabbed one guy with a sharp hook and pulled him towards himself. Khan quickly pushed the spies away with his wings so that they flew out the window. One man held the walkie-talkie, calling for an auxiliary squad, and Khan's sharp hook slowly began to approach the guy. One of the hooks grabbed the door tightly. In a room full of smoke stood Khan with scary eyes and sharp wings behind his back. The spy began to look at the guy with fear. Khan's silhouette was visible on the guy's helmet. The guy was screaming and asking for help. Khan spread his wings at full strength, throwing all the people out the window. One of the helmets lay on the floor covered in blood. The spy's hand lay motionless in a pool of blood. One of the guys looked at the standing Khan while sitting on the floor. Khan turned to the spy with a terrible look and began to look at him carefully with bloody eyes. Khan's eyes bulged and began to ask the guy why he didn't shoot if he was given the order. The spy's hand slowly reached for the pistol and the guy said that he was the commander. Khan opened his eyes, asking the guy how much he knew. The spy quickly took out his weapon and began shooting at Khan. Khan took off and with the look of a demon began to quickly rush towards the spy. The guy was still trying to kill Khan. Poisonous gas was still emanating from the building, which could not be ventilated. Several windows were broken, and poisonous green gas was coming out of them. In addition to the smoke, there were dead bandits in the window. The bodies lay in pools of blood and could not move. Women's legs walked near the dead bodies. Someone's phone started ringing on the floor, and it said "Mom." Someone's hand began to raise the phone. Khan, with a calm face, began to look into the distance and, taking the phone, began to talk to his mother. Khan opened his eyes in surprise when he heard them calling him a fool on the phone. Khan moved the phone a few meters away, from which his mother screamed and asked the guy if he was thinking about his mother. The mother shouted to Khan that he had run out of money and he immediately began to remember his parents. Khan looked at the phone with a dissatisfied face. The mother began to tell the guy that his friend was telling how Khan hangs around with some girls, whom the guy treats like slaves. The mother asked the guy if he is sane and if he knows that my mother started taking heart medication. Khan carefully put the phone on the bedside table with a calm face. His mother was still screaming and telling Khan that there was chaos in the world and the guy should follow his father's example. The phone was still lying on the nightstand, and Mom told Khan that his father, in order to gain her favor, ran after her at the university with an armful of flowers. Mother asked Khan about what made him do this. Mom asked Khan, "Where is he?" What could be heard from the phone was that my mother was telling Khan to decide on his choice and not to hang around with just anyone, and also until Khan finds a decent girl, he might not even come close to the house. Khan stood near the bedside table with his phone and told himself that he was tired. A demon appeared near Khan, who put his hand on his chest and with a smile on his face asked Khan if he had any problems, calling the guy his lord. Khan glanced sideways at the demon and asked him how he was his master. Khan sat down on the floor and, closing his eyes, began to tell the demon who was behind Khan that he was just an alien. The system window began to show data about Khan. The guy began to ask himself how he could submit a request to the support service. Khan quickly ran towards the commander. Due to the fact that characteristics change quickly, Khan made the commander a demonic follower. Khan looked at the commander, making sounds, while the guy was sitting on his knees, covering his ears and screaming in pain. The commander's hands became larger, with sharp nails appearing at the ends. Horns appeared on the commander's head. The commander began to get up. He became a demon who swore allegiance to Khan. A system window appeared near the commander. Khan wanted to make Earthlings become pure-blooded demons. Everything began to change in the system window. Khan looked at the system window with anger on his face and said that this was definitely some kind of conspiracy. Khan jumped in anger, raising his hands. The commander watched Khan, who shouted that if this were not so, then his specialization as a rank hero would not have changed so dramatically. Khan began to watch the system window and tell himself that he needed to calm down. Khan pressed his finger on the window to check this information. A huge message appeared on the system window that the Demon Lord is an absolute being, standing above all other demons. He rules over the demons below him, has a full understanding of the dark energy skill, but is vulnerable to divinity. Moreover, the system window said to be careful, since in a fight even with a relatively weak hero, the level decreases significantly due to the penalty. Khan's hands began to study the light. The guy replied that divinity was not a problem for him. Khan stood with his back to the commander and looked at the system window. The commander turned his head to the side and looked at something carefully. Khan was thinking about something of his own. Khan stretched out his hand to his chin and looked at the street. The commander began to call the guy, saying that his former comrades were heading here. The demon called Khan the ruler. Khan confidently turned to the standing demon and said that he was the ruler. The commander stood and looked at Khan with a smile on his face, who told the commander that there was no point in being a ruler and having only one subordinate. Khan looked at the commander out of the corner of his eye and folded his hands on his chest and said to spread the dark energy. The spies began to carefully climb the stairs. They told each other that the enemy was on this floor. Violet energy began to come out of the door. The spies could not understand what it was. The commander knocked down the door with all his might and began to move towards the spies with great speed. The commander smiled with fangs, looking at his former people. The spies looked at the guy in surprise and asked him what happened to him and why he was like this. Energy came from the commander's mouth. The commander opened his mouth wide and began to blow with all his might on the spies, who flew several meters away from the commander. The commander watched as his former partners were in all this smoke. All this flame came in fragments throughout the room. The commander began to smile a wide smile and laughing began to tell the spies to stand on the side of darkness with him. A sword passed quickly next to the commander's muzzle. Heroes with their weapons began to run towards the commander. The hero of Ranka began to say that it was good that they decided to send a special group of heroes. The hero said to heal everyone who was exposed to the energy. All the spies began to turn into demons. They began to have fangs, horns, and their behavior began to change. The heroes began to say that she was late and these spies had already become followers of the demon. The rank hero looked at the demons and told himself that he needed to eliminate the source of dark energy. The hero began to look into the distance in fear. There were huge sharp hooks on the wing. Khan's wings were of extraordinary size. The hero began to carefully enter the room, holding his sword tightly and his mouth slightly open in fear. The hero's legs walked uncertainly towards Khan. At the end of the room was Khan, who had terrible wings behind him. The hero looked at Khan in fear and asked him if he was the demon lord. Khan began to smile slyly, looking at the guy. Khan's eyes filled with inspiration, and his lips spread into a smile. Khan began to tell the guy that he was a pharaoh rank hero. Victoria slammed her hand on the table angrily. She didn't know how many times she had already said this. Victoria's face filled with anger and the girl began to shout with anger that the board of directors was exceeding its powers, although the girl promised to guarantee the safety of the captive. The directors looked attentively at the girl with a dissatisfied face. Sitting at the table, one of the directors began to tell Victoria that if she was going to demand extradition, then the girl must go through all the formal procedures. Khan's foot began to slowly approach Victoria's office. One of the directors looked at the girl angrily and, gritting his teeth, told her that they could not exceed midnight since they were large investors. Khan was approaching the office and his assistants were walking next to the guy. Victoria kept telling the directors that they would ensure the safety of the aliens instead of all of them. The second director looked askance at the girl and, clenching his hand into a fist, said that Victoria only has a number of rights and powers. Victoria looked at all the directors with anger and rage. She didn't know how else she could explain anything to them. Victoria began to look into the distance with surprised eyes, not understanding what was happening. The directors watched in amazement at what happened. Victoria began to look out of the corner of her eye to where it all happened, her mouth slightly open in surprise. Khan's foot began to slowly enter the office, pursuing magical energy with it. Khan stood in front of the directors, next to whom stood his subordinates, and the guy himself was holding a hero of Ranka in his hands. Khan held the guy and with a smile on his face began to tell all the directors that he had come to them to restore order. The directors were angry and with furious eyes asked Khan who he was and said that they were having a meeting here. Khan's magic flowed through the directors. The directors immediately began to bow to the guy and, with a smile on their faces, ask for his forgiveness and say that they did not know that it was him. One of the directors sat down on the card and with a surprised face did not understand what it was and whether there was also a demon lord on earth. Khan's magic did not work for one director. The guy decided that he was a former hero. The director began to ask Khan where all the guild members were. The bodies lay all over the room without moving. Khan began to tell the director that they were praying for death, so the guy fulfilled their wishes. The director did not understand what was happening. Several spies stood in a row near Khan. The guy told the director that some of them became valuable experience points for him. The director began to show anger on his face and, taking out his sword, began to tell Khan that he was the Lord of Demons from the earth. The director's weapon began to swing at Khan from different directions with great speed. The guy folded his arms on his chest, looking at it calmly. Khan began to smile slyly at the director and, holding his sword, said that his weapon was out of control. Victoria stood behind Khan and with a surprised face and wide open mouth began to call the guy. Khan did not understand what was happening. Khan looked over his shoulder at Victoria and with a smile on his face began to say that he was just cleaning up. The directors, on whom Khan's magic worked, looked at the guy with a smile on their face. Khan looked at them and said that they would soon turn their assistants into Khan's subordinates. Khan moved his hand to the side and, closing his eyes with pleasure, said that he had eliminated the obstacles and gained strength. The guy asked himself what else could be better. A huge lightning bolt of power began to go straight towards the guy. Khan raised his head, not understanding what had happened. Lightning of power pierced the holy sword. Something incomprehensible happened. A bright light covered the entire space. Fog has set in. The holy sword was stuck into the ground. Khan held one half of the sword in his hand and watched in surprise at the second, which was in the ground. One half of the sword was on the floor. The holy sword was broken. Khan became incredibly angry. The veins began to show on his face, and Khan decided to squint his eyes. The guy knew that such a sword could not be found even for millions. Someone's foot began to jump in the sky. An elf stood on the ground, holding a sword in his hands, from which light came. The elf began to carefully look at Khan. The elf opened his mouth a little in surprise and with wide eyes began to tell Khan that he was not Petinar. The elf asked the guy who he was. Khan stood looking down, magic radiating around Khan. The elf began to move from one place to another. The elf immediately stuck out his sword and, quickly heading towards the frightened Khan, began to say that Khan did not need to introduce himself since he would soon die. Khan gave himself a penalty for becoming a demon lord. Khan, with sharp movements in his hands, slipped away from the elf's sword with which the elf wanted to kill Khan. Khan began to look frighteningly at the elf with a smile and tell him that, as he said, the demon lord is not Petinar. Khan asked the elf that he was still going to kill Khan. The elf pointed the sword at Khan and with wide eyes told the guy that it doesn't matter and the elf's duty is that the elf wants to stop what came to Earth. For this level Khan increased his level and skills. The elf with great speed was heading towards Khan, who with quick movements was escaping from the elf. Fire and a large raging sea began to happen around them. Khan put his hand to his lips and looking confidently at the elf, began to say that the guy always wondered. The elf began to get closer and closer to Khan. The elf with anger in his face began to ask Khan if this was enough to defeat the demon lord. There was a huge fire and fire on the spot. The whole earth shook. Khan began to slowly step on the ground. Khan stood in the middle of a street full of smoke, covering his lips with his hand and holding half a sword in one hand. Khan's two hands reached for a new sword. Khan began to carefully observe the elf, quickly revealing his new sword. The elf saw this weapon from afar and told Khan that it was a magic sword of the latest model. The elf began to say that he did not know which nobleman Khan killed to get this weapon. For the elf, wielding the holy sword with a tilt is not a problem. The elf put his sword to his lips and began to look at Khan with an attentive gaze. The elf and Khan began to fight, and a huge circle of dust began to appear around the guys. Khan and the elf pressed their dreams to each other. Khan looked attentively at his sword, and the elf, meanwhile, looked straight at Khan with surprised eyes. Khan got angry and, taking the sword more firmly in his hands, decided to cut the elf's sword. The guy swung his sword. The elf quickly turned away from the attack of Khan, who raised his sword high, trying to kill the elf. Khan began to look at the elf with murderous eyes, not allowing him to do anything. The guy attacked the elf, and the elf himself tried to defend himself from Khan. Khan pointed his sword at the elf with a menacing look. Khan looked at the elf with a smile on his face and told him with a wide smile that he was a coward. The elf confidently raised his eyes to Khan and calmly told him that he was well prepared to fulfill his duty. Khan, with anger on his face, began to look at the elf, and then pierced the elf's body with his hand. Blood began to flow from the body in a stream, and the elf himself lowered his head. The elf began to look at Khan with anger and bloody eyes, holding his first shell in his hands. The elf looked at the wounded Khan in surprise and said that he thought that Khan would be cut in half with one blow. There was a huge wound on Khan's stomach, where the torn t-shirt used to be. The guy told the elf that he had stolen his phrase. Khan smiled confidently at the elf with cunning eyes. The elf held his sword tightly in his hand, and Khan, meanwhile, simply watched. The elf began to slowly approach Khan, and the guy put his hand forward, not allowing him to go. Khan shouted the name Boris. The elf stood with a surprised face and an open mouth, not understanding why Khan said such a name. The heavy object hit the elf's face with all its might. Someone hit the elf with such force that he flew back, creating a huge explosion of dust. Boris's fist emerged from the dust, with which he beat the elf. Khan put his hands on his hips and asked Boris with complaints why he didn't kill him with one blow. Boris looked into the distance and asked Khan about killing the fencing instructor of the Royal High School. Boris answered Khan that if it weren't for the contract, then he would have let Khan die. Khan looked up into the distance, trying not to listen to him. Boris stood near a huge statue and looked at him carefully. Khan decided that this was his teacher and this was not a fantasy god, but an assassin sent by a hero of origins. A hand began to appear from the rubble, rising upward. Khan and Boris looked at it. A golem girl appeared on the covers, summoned by the elf. Golem began to look carefully at Khan and Boris. Boris, looking at the golem, told Khan to return her sword. Khan calmly looked at the golem. Boris, despite Khan, said that he would buy the guy time. Khan folded his arms and began to shout in surprise to the golem that he did not want to win time, but to kill him. Boris looked into the distance and told Khan not to be a fool, because this is not so. The golem was still looking at Khan. Boris began to tell Khan that his opponent was the beloved of this elf. She was a historical figure until she was killed by the daughter of the demon lord Pednar. Boris extended his hand, took the sword and told Khan that this was a difficult opponent. Khan's legs began to approach Boris. Khan replied that he was a difficult opponent for the home golem. Khan clenched his hands into fists and looked at the golem with a smile. Completely surrounded by dark power, the guy told Boris to take hold of him. Boris looked askance at Khan, calling him a fool. At some point, an incredibly large explosion occurred that enveloped a large area. The elf began to fly towards Khan with great force. Holding a sword, Boris was fighting with the golem next to Khan. Khan looked at the elf with a smile. Khan held a sword from his dark power in his hand and looked at the elf with a sly smile. The sword of dark power collided with the elf's sword, creating a bright light. The elf's sword easily broke Khan's sword into two parts. Khan created another sword from dark power, going to the elf. Khan lifted the elf several meters with enormous force, and he pointed his sword at the dark force. The elf began to look down at Khan and shout with anger and ask him what he thought such a trick would work. Khan looked up at the elf and with a slight malicious smile began to tell him no. Khan created weapons from dark power in two hands, confidently looking at the elf. Khan began to watch the elf and, smiling, told him that he knew about this very well. Khan understood that he could not defeat someone with ZZ rank fencing with a sword. All the weapons made by Khan shattered into two parts, but the guy created new ones, which the elf broke again. Khan began to look at the elf with a smile on his face, watching him carefully. The elf's eyes began to emit fear and misunderstanding of what he was up to. The elf opened his eyes in surprise and fear. Near Khan there was a trail of dark power, which slowly enveloped the entire territory in which the elf was located. Khan looked at the elf with a smile on his face, and dark power also came from the guy's body. Khan confidently directed his gaze at the elf, showing how energy was coming from his face. The elf calmly looked at Khan, telling him that he skillfully controls dark energy and this is what the demon lord is all about. The elf told Khan that he was hopeless and was only playing for time. The elf's assistant mercilessly maimed Boris, cutting off his hand with her sword. The elf told Khan that soon his golem would defeat Khan's golem and then help him. Khan began to point his finger at the elf with his dark energy, which turned into a bunch of sharp arrows and began to fly at the elf at high speed. The elf, with deft movements, broke the dark force with his sword and calmly looking at Khan told him to kick until the very end. A sly smile appeared on Khan's face, with which he looked at the elf and said that he was very interested in learning something. Khan looked at the elf with a mocking face and asked him about the fact that his girlfriend also fought to the end before she died. The elf immediately changed his face. He showed surprise, but also strong aggression. There was a struggle between Boris and the golem, which caused a strong fog to rise and break the path of the elf and Khan, preventing them from going at each other. Boris's head lay on the ground and made sounds. Boris's body lay without arms and pelvis. He did not want it to be just a domestic golem. The elf golem's knife was motionless. The golem held a sword in two hands and looked down. Doing nothing, the elf began to tell the golem to kill the demon lord. The golem immediately changed its gaze, looking closely at Khan. The elf and the golem began to move at high speed towards Khan, who stood calmly and did nothing. In Khan's hands was one of the halves of the holy sword. Khan's hand pointed the sword at his stomach. The elf, with a surprised face and incomprehensibility, began to ask Khan why he chose suicide. Khan's face broke into a smile. Khan held the holy sword in his stomach and with a sly, malicious smile began to talk about what he, too, did not understand at first the first time. The fantasy dimension says that everything revolves around the main scenario, which is hero versus demon lord. The enraged demon looked at Khan with a grin, and Khan looked at him. The elf's grin couldn't leave his face. Khan did not understand how the school could not function without students. The picture of elf and hand still couldn't go away. Khan understood that this world could not exist without the two main actors of the action. Khan wondered what would happen if the fantasy world ceased to exist. Khan stood opposite the elf and his golem, holding a sword in his stomach, a large amount of blood flowing onto the ground from different sides. The golem stood and watched Khan, doing nothing. The elf looked angry and also did nothing but watch. Khan looked at them with a grin and sly eyes. Wings began to appear on Khan's back, and Khan himself told them that the patch was really nothing to him. Khan knew that all these characteristics would be lost. The golem and the elf stood looking at the living Khan and asked him why he did not die. Khan smiled slyly, remembering the demon lord pointing the sword at himself. Khan remembered that that demon lord was already dead, but the dimension was deceived, and the dark energy reached Z rank. Khan was deceived by committing suicide, but did not die. The golem and the elf looked at Khan's wings with fear. Some of the sharp ends of the wing were driven into the ground. Han wondered how long the characteristics would be sealed. Khan confidently walked towards the golem using his wings and asking them if they should have a fair fight. The golem looked at Khan carefully, remembering his order to kill him. The elf opened his mouth wide with frightened eyes and began shouting to the golem not to do this. Khan knew that a golem devoid of all skills was the same as a fragile girl in 100-kilogram armor. Khan opened his eyes wide like a madman and began to look at the elf. Khan, with quick movements, reached the golem and, with the help of his wings, pierced the girl's body. Parts of the golem's body scattered in different directions. The elf watched in fear as parts of the golem's body scattered in different directions. Khan, with a smile on his face, held the golem's head with one hand and, looking at it, told the elf that he would take it as a souvenir. The elf's eyes and entire face were filled with anger. Veins appeared on his face. The elf was seething with anger. The elf's sword began to swing at Khan with quick movements. Khan stood at a distance from the elf and calmly watched him, still holding the golem's head in his hands. Khan began to look askance at the elf, and the smiling guy understood that even ZZ rank fencing would not help. The elf held a sword near him and looked at Khan, all red with anger, gritting his teeth. Khan flew in different directions at the speed of light, preventing the elf from hitting him with his sword. Khan carefully watched the elf's sword, which was swinging in different directions. The guy did something strange. Khan realized that even though the elf had lost his abilities and his beloved, he still looked discouraged, and Khan couldn't understand how the elf looked so calm. Khan's wings flew towards the elf's angry face. The elf's eyes were filled with hatred and revenge. The elf angrily ran straight towards Khan, not afraid of his wings. Khan noted that this is what those who are ready to make sacrifices look like. The elf's sword completely pierced Khan's wing. The elf jumped, holding a sword in his hands, and cut Khan's wing into two parts. One part of the wing was no longer there. The sharp hook from the wing became even sharper. Khan jumped at the elf with great speed. The sharp part of this wing was behind the elf's back. The elf stood with his back to this hook, carefully watching it and being wary. The elf began to run towards Khan, cutting off one part of this wing. Another part of the wing flew away calmly. Han's hand reached out to the part and grabbed it. The elf quickly jumped, flying over Khan as he put out his hand to grab the hook. The elf's face was injured. The elf without one eye looked at Khan still with anger, although he was killed. The golem's head was on the ground. With quick movements, the golem's head was picked up. Khan confidently began to run towards the elf, fearing nothing. Khan's hand held the golem's head tightly. The elf began to quickly run towards Khan, and Khan himself was heading towards the elf with the help of his wings. Khan flew incredibly fast towards the elf, and he began to lean his sword against Khan's wings. Khan looked attentively at the elf with a sly smile and took out the golem's head, showing it to him. The elf was completely covered in blood and looked at Khan in anger, swearing at him. The elf's foot hit Khan's hand with all its force. Khan's wings sank very low, which only benefited the elf. Khan tried to sit on his knees, but the elf, with deft movements of his hands and sword, with all his might, broke even more the wings of Khan, who was still holding the golem's head. The elf's foot hit Khan's hand again, so that the guy threw his head back with deft movements. The golem's head flew to the ground. The elf's legs confidently ran towards Khan. The elf ran towards Khan with all his might, his mouth wide open in anger and holding a sword in both hands. The guy shouted that he was a hero. The elf's face filled with more and more hatred. He shouted to Khan that he would never lose to the demon lord. Khan, with deft movements, directed all his sharp hooks to double the sides of the elf, who was trying to kill Khan. Khan asked the elf who knew him. One of the sharp hooks came out of the elf's body. Khan's eyes filled with calmness and playfulness. Khan calmly began to answer the elf that he was not a demon lord. The elf lay motionless on the floor, and next to him stood the huge silhouette of Khan with bloody eyes. Khan calmly lowered his gaze, watching something. A system window appeared. Khan looked into it and noticed that all this was strange. The system window showed level 100. The guy could not understand why the level had not been restored. Khan turned his head to the side, looking at something. On the ground lay an unmoving elf, who was completely covered in blood on his sides. Khan did not understand that he was really still alive. One of Khan's wing hooks hit the elf right in the heart. Khan calmly looked forward as his wings carefully rose up. Khan turned to the elf, who was completely covered in blood, and realized that he did not look like one who was still alive. One of Khan's wings was still in place. Khan's legs began to slowly move away from the elf's body. The guy decided to just wait, and now it was important for Khan to deal with another problem. Khan began to approach the body of Boris, next to whom the saint was. The saint held one half of the holy sword in her hands. Boris watched Khan carefully. The guy decided that they needed help as soon as possible. The saint closed her eyes in joy and, smiling widely, began to tell Khan that from now on she would be with him both day and night. Khan understood that everything was fine with the saint, but she was closely connected with the broken holy sword too. Khan held the saint with his hand, who was reaching out to the guy to hug him. The guy closed his eyes and asked the girl if she wanted to see how mother will hit him in the head when he sees them together. Khan knew that the situation was not going to be easy. Khan lowered his gaze to Boris, who was looking at the ceiling. A sly smile appeared on Khan's face. On Boris's body there was one half of the holy sword. Khan told Boris that it was now his. Khan, with a smile on his face, began to pull Boris's palm with his dark power closer and closer. All the power was directed towards Boris, who shouted to Khan asking what he was doing. The dark force covered a large area from Boris. Out of the corner of his eye and with a wide smile, Khan began to look at the system window and think what would happen if he activated the black box. The system window began to show all the data. Khan realized that this suited him perfectly. Boris was in full Khan energy, opening his mouth wide and screaming very loudly. Khan calmly looked at the smoke of dark energy with a smile and clenched his hands into fists. On the ground, a huge puddle of Boris peeked out from the smoke. Khan sat down and, looking forward, began to think about what would happen if he did something. Khan began to look with admiration at the hand in which there was a sharp stick. Khan decided that it was a little boring. Khan's head noticed Golem's head a little far away from him. Khan again began to look at his hand, in which there was a sharp stick, and at its end sat the head of a golem. Khan laughed and said that his magic wand was ready. The golem's head was calmly on the stick. A system window appeared that began to show the golem's skills. The head on the stick began to shout that it would kill the demon lord. Khan smiled and said that there was even a voice assistant. The system window still showed skills. Khan decided to remove the useless skills and add a couple of useful ones. The golem's head began to look at the system window, its mouth wide open. Khan answered the head that its owner would take good care of it. Khan's hand began to point to the saint, who was holding the golem's head on a stick in her hands. Khan began to tell the girl to handle him carefully. The saint smiled and said that she would appreciate all this. The golem's head opened its mouth, shouting again that it would kill the demon lord. The saint immediately changed her friendly face to a serious one and, looking at the golem's head, thought about the demon lord. Khan looked askance with a smile at the saint, who was holding her head and talking about how they would soon become friends. Khan's eyes fell on something and interested him. In Khan's hands was the holy sword Nuclean. Unlike the holy sword 2, the true power of which is divided between many worlds, the Nuclean sword was in a single copy. For Han, this was very strange. The guy slowly tilted his hand towards the holy sword into the light, carefully observing the reaction. Khan knew that two heroes could not wield a sword. The elf was still motionless on the ground while Khan held his sword tightly. Khan decided that since the sword came into his possession, it meant that its former owner was dead. The elf began to look at Khan with insanely scary eyes, quickly pointing his hand at Khan. The elf jumped on Khan by surprise, who did not expect to see this, so he looked at the elf with a surprised face. The elf rested his head against Khan's body. The elf began to talk about the elimination program being launched. Khan began to look at the elf in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Khan realized that it was a mechanical voice and it looked very ominous. Khan began to point his wings at the elf with an angry face. Khan's eyes began to show surprise and fear at the same time. There was a monster near Khan, who was burning all over and looking at the guy. The monster looked at Khan carefully with its eyes. A mechanical voice began to say that the playback of the recorded message had begun. Khan stood next to a monster full of fire, which filled the entire territory with its light. A mechanical voice began to ask Khan how he was, calling Khan a Pednar and his worthy opponent. The saint stood behind the guy and holding a stick with her head began to scream. A mechanical voice began to tell Khan that if he listened to this, it meant that he had violated the agreement. The monster watched Khan, telling him that since he received this message, it means the monster is forced to take extreme measures. Khan's legs began to slowly rise up. The voice told Khan that he was sorry that Khan crawled out of the real world because he had no place there. In one of the offices where Khan was, a bright flash flashed, came out and flew high into the sky. A mechanical voice began to tell Khan to go back and become the prey of the students, as it was before in the name of humanity. The monster, completely on fire, began to smile at Khan without doing anything. Khan, with his eyes wide open, began to see a bright light that sparkled right into the guy's eyes. Khan clenched his teeth with all his might in anger. Khan's face was full of anger, as it had never been. The guy opened his mouth wide and with veins on his face began to shout that this was the first hero and that one should not involve an innocent person in one's agreements. The bright light covered the area more and more. A bright flash covered Khan and the entire environment that was there, preventing him from seeing anything. The sunny image against the background of the red sky awakens from sleep. Without opening his eyes, he wonders what happened to him. Opening his eyes a little, the image realizes that since he can still think, it means he is still alive. Seeing the pitchless darkness covered with a red haze, he does not understand where he is. The image, surrounded by darkness, blurs with the thought of how warm and pleasant it is here, but is interrupted mid-sentence. Peering into the darkness, he asks himself if he is underwater. Already in silence, the image moves further and further into the darkness. There is a sharp change in the situation. A pregnant pink-haired girl with a painful expression on her face holds her stomach with her hand. Unable to resist, she leans on the hand of another girl, sinking to her knees. The girl is already lying helplessly on the ground in a cold sweat and sighs heavily. The saint strokes her face and apologizes that she cannot help her. The solar image, still in the darkness, hears the words that the situation with the girls would not have happened if the circumstances had been different. This makes him shake his peace and remember his instincts. The same pink-haired girl, breaking into a smile, addresses her interlocutor as Hippolyta and thanks her for the opportunity to be with her. The image is increasingly gaining strength and becoming brighter. At this moment it confidently says that the time has come to be reborn. The image becomes even brighter upon hearing words of gratitude from the pregnant girl towards her companion. Everything is covered with white sky. The hero with his eyes closed is illuminated by white light. He opens his eyes. There are blurry colors and bright lights all around. A night landscape of the forest opens. Two bright white objects shine in the sky. The saint, with a smile on her face, looks away and loudly addresses the hero as a master. She says she is glad to see him in good health. Touching the hero's cheek with her hand, she wonders what they can do now. The saint declares that she has no milk. The hero, looking alarmed, makes a questioning exclamation. He realizes that he cannot speak, but does not understand why. Everything is illuminated by white light. The hero opens his eyes wide in shock. The saint looks with tenderness at the rosy-cheeked baby in her arms. The alarmed baby makes questioning noises with obvious bewilderment on his face. The girl looks at this with emotion and calls the master a delight. And at that moment he thinks with irritation that he cannot say a word, even swear in response, as if censorship had overtaken him. The girl says that they urgently need to leave. She will tell about everything on the road, to which the hero makes an affirmative sound with a stern look in the form of a baby. In front of the saint with the master in her arms lies the same pregnant woman with no signs of life. They look at her, and the girl turns to the baby with words of regret. The pink-haired girl lies with her mouth slightly open on the ground. The saint explains that this is the master's mother, who died during childbirth, and there is no way to help her since her level is low. A rosy-cheeked, dark-haired baby listens attentively to a girl who says that under different circumstances the girl would be alive. Among the red haze and the darkness, the image of the sun with its eyes closed is again visible. The baby is illuminated by a bright purple light similar to a flame, and he looks at it in surprise. The saint with the master in her arms watches in shock as the girl's lifeless body is enveloped in a purple glow. She is still lying on the ground, her entire body illuminated by a purple glow. The girl's lifeless body is completely covered in purple bright light. The glow fades, the hero's gaze falls on the girl. She lies with her mouth slightly open and her eyes closed on the ground. She opens her green eyes and looks questioningly at the heroes. She rises up, all illuminated by a purple light, and turns to a girl named Hippolyta, asking what happened to her. A window with characteristics appears below her. The baby makes an affirmative sound with a calm look, and a window with characteristics also appears under it. The hero mentally decided that now they were even. The pink-haired mother of the baby with a happy look and a joyful exclamation flies up to the saint, who is holding her child in her arms with a smile. Mom hugs the embarrassed man with a happy smile. He exhales sharply from the unexpected hug, but he is ready to accept such a relationship, thinking that this is still tolerable. The three of them turn in surprise towards the forest and see lights in it. Screams are coming from the darkness. They say that someone heard a sound from the heroes. The saint believes that it is time to tell the story of her mother and declares that that princess is from the country defeated in the war. Tears flow down the sad face of the princess. She looks at the saint and listens to the story that now the enemy power is hunting for members of the royal family in order to exclude the appearance of an heir. Images of armored knights emerge, waving torches and swords in their hands in search. Hippolyta says that now, wherever they go, they are pursued by enemy knights and magicians. The baby, with a cry, escapes from the mother's arms and flies into the air. The saint at this moment claims that she helped the princess survive, and a couple of times they manage to accomplish something. The baby is enveloped in a violet glow, mentally inviting him to forget about all banal explanations. He soars above the girls with lightning speed. The mother looks at him with her mouth open in surprise, raising her head, while the saint also watches what happened with a grin. The baby towers above everyone, shrouded in a purple glow. He looks at the string of lights behind the forest, from where comes an exclamation, indicating in an orderly tone that his order is on behalf of the great emperor. A knight on horseback raises his sword and orders the traitors to bow their heads and surrender. He is surrounded by an army of knights who also do not take their eyes off the heroes. From above, the view falls on the girls who are standing close to each other. The army shouts to them that they are surrounded. An order comes for the bride of the exiled prince to give them a child with unclean blood. The princess closes her eyes with fear and folds her hands in prayer to the knights. The saint looks at her with a smile and hugs her. The knight says that the ruler will be generous to the girl if the order is carried out. He angrily claims that after the birth of the baby, he will only be surrounded by suffering. A baby in a purple glow flies over a knight in a red cloak, who is uttering an order. Everyone turns in surprise in his direction. The baby calmly flies above them, surrounded by a starry glow. All the knights are shocked by what they see. Watching him, they randomly shout out phrases about a child in a panic. One of them orders to pull himself together and, sharply raising his sword, runs at full speed, starting his attack. The baby hovers high above them in a purple glow. The knights raise their bows, armed with arrows in his direction, preparing to shoot. After shooting an arrow, I fly up to the violet flame, which is shrouded in the baby. At the same moment, they ricochet and fly back to the kings. The shells, in contact with the glow, create a bright glow around the baby. All the knights begin to quickly run away screaming. A knight on horseback, dressed in a blue robe, approaches and sees his comrade in arms on the ground, an arrow sticking out of his neck. The wounded knight manages to tell him that there is a demon child in the sky. A knight in a blue robe loudly orders that everyone needs to retreat and report the incident to his majesty. At that moment, a shell pierces him. All the knights turn around in shock as their commander in blue robes falls dead. A baby watches this whole picture from the sky and understands that if the rumor that he is a demon leaks out, it will bring a lot of trouble. In the hero's fantasy, images of people running away in horror from a fire-breathing dragon appear. He understands that because of this fantasy, he will again have to take an exhausting test, if only for the sake of his reputation. The baby is still enveloped in a fiery glow. The heads of the knights are directed to the sky, where the glow around the baby takes the form of bladed weapons, and wings of the glow appear behind his back. The hero's eyes glow with red lights. With a calm and sweet look, he exclaims victoriously. Against a blue background, a window has appeared that asks to become an experience for this cute hero. There is a view of the tree canopy and bright daytime sky. The wounded knight, bleeding, makes a dying cry and begins to fall. The mother looks in shock at the bloody knight who has fallen dead. His dead comrades lie around him. In her arms is a baby, above whom rises a purple flame in the form of a sword. Behind them, the saint is watching everything with an angelic and smiling look. The baby, with a touching look, thinks that his current condition is now outrageously weak. The princess smiles and looks at the hero. He thinks that all this is due to the fact that he was reborn as a resident of a fantasy that extends into countless dimensions. The hero and the beast-like creature made of flame look at each other calmly. The hero claims that his strong earthly body turned up for the second time to a certain first hero. A window appears with an offer to doom the enemy to death. The hero thinks that the power of the black box is definitely involved here. A second board appears with a proposal to spare the enemy. The hero thinks that his soul was also not harmed because of the black box. The hero decides that this sounds ironic, because with his help he simultaneously died and survived. At that moment, hiding behind the foliage on a tall tree, the knight, raising a dagger in his hand, watches the hero surrounded by his fallen comrades. He doesn't have time to come to his senses when a bright purple beam pierces his body. The hero, looking angry and still surrounded by violet flames, comes to the conclusion that no matter the outcome, he will not let the first hero get away with everything that is happening. The baby, curling his lips like a cute baby, lies in his mother's arms and thinks about what he needs now. The heroes stand against the backdrop of the bright sky. The baby understands that he needs to refresh himself. The saint, folding her hands in a touching pose, watches the princess with her child in her arms, looking at them from the side. The princess stands with an alarmed face. The hero continues the idea that because he has become a demon with a Z rank of dark energy, nutrients are not formed in him by themselves. The hero, surrounded by violet flame, with a serious look, thinks that the growing body must receive enough nutrition so that complications do not arise. With an excited look, he realizes that he will need help with this. At that moment, a bright purple light illuminates his eyes. The glow emanating from the hero takes the form of an arrow indicating the direction. The princess holds the baby in her arms and looks at this picture with surprise. She turns to the child with a question about the meaning of the direction, as if asking whether they should go there. Hippolyta looks at them with smile and tenderness. A large white castle rises above the forest, with mountains visible in the background. Bright sunlight fills the room from large windows. There is a round container filled with water on the floor. The princess kneels in front of the container and bathes the baby with a smile on her face, while the maid watches them from behind with emotion. The mother turns to the child with the words that they have completed the refreshing procedure. The baby, wrapped in clothes, lies with a contented look. The princess asks the maid to prepare a dinner of green vegetables with cheese. The maid bows with a smile and says that everything will be done. The princess with a permanent smile turns to the sound behind her. Holding the baby in her arms, they are illuminated by sunlight from the window. A blonde, mustachioed man appears at the door with a bow to the princess and asks if the girl needs help from him. In response, the man is addressed as Mr., and a window with characteristics appears below him. He bows to the princess and asks to treat him like a simple servant, to which the girl looks at him in surprise and replies that they are only guests. How can that be? After worrying about his condition, the baby, surrounded by a purple glow, winks cutely. He thinks that he is surrounded by demon worshippers everywhere, but he has never seen such poor people. The blonde man is surrounded by a purple glow. The hero understands that the man is relentlessly following the orders of dark energy. The man begins to tell the story with an alarmed look. He claims that the greed of the newborn empire has finally reached the threshold of our neutral country. The people will soon be announced about this. The princess directs an alarmed look at him, her mouth parted in surprise and as if hiding her child behind her. The man, closing his eyes, bows his head in front of them and says that he will tirelessly serve the master until the very end, but as soon as the conversation turns to war, he falls silent in alarm. A view of a snow-white castle opens up. The man continues that if war starts, then there will be nothing left of this place. Because they are on the very border, he says that he wanted to give a warning. The baby thinks about the newborn empire from the words of a man. The hero understands that this is exactly the country in which the god of war dealt with the golden golem. The image of a golden golem appears. It rises with a menacing appearance. Its entire body is covered with golden armor. Its gaze is directed to the sky. The hero continues the idea that the war occurs exactly 7 years after the hero's call. A sunny image appears against the background of red haze in the darkness. The hero wonders how the castle could not collapse to this day if it was not there. He understands that in this situation, the hero did nothing before his appearance. At this moment, the outline of the image of a young man against a dark background appears in his thoughts. At the end of the thought, the baby, lying in the excited mother's arms, comes to the conclusion that if the war starts soon, then it's too late. What is this hero doing then? The mother at this moment has no face from anxiety. The princess, eyes wide open in surprise, looks at her baby, who puts his hand on her. The baby, with his mouth wide open, utters a confident exclamation towards his mother, mentally assuring her to simply believe in the sweet and righteous hero. The princess breaks into a smile looking at the hero. Tears of joy gather in her eyes, and she turns to her baby. It turns out that the baby has cut his first teeth. The blonde man and the mother and baby are touched by this and break into a smile. The hero's thoughts in response say that this can be dealt with for the sake of their development and future revenge. The man, looking alarmed, turns sharply towards the door. Against his background, one can see the still happy princess and the baby. From the closed red doors, there will be an appeal to the gentleman with an apology for the disturbance. In response, the man looks towards the door with an angry look and replies that he previously warned that he would talk about everything later. The answer comes from the door that this is an emergency. The baby's face takes on an interested grimace. He appears questioningly. The man warns the knight for the last time to leave because his behavior is simply inappropriate. The view falls on a golden door handle with a keyhole. From the keyhole comes the knight's apologies for his insolence. With a loud noise, the door is pierced by red rays from the sword. Against the background of the splinters of a destroyed door, a girl in knightly garb appears. She stands in a confident pose, armed with a large sword. The enraged man exclaims that this is shamelessness. The princess at that moment looks in the direction of the knight with admiration and a wide smile, recognizing her. The baby, with an interested, important look, thinks that he has already heard this familiar voice somewhere. The knight with force and great speed inserts his sword into the scabbard so that sparks bounce off it. The knight turns to the princess with an exclamation. She smiles in response, apparently recognizing an old acquaintance in the girl. A window with characteristics appears below her. The princess's eyes watered with happiness. She recognized the swordswoman in the knight. The kid lies with a face conveying a state of bewilderment and cannot remember what kind of girl the swordsman is. The princess and the swordswoman run towards each other in joy. The man from the side looks at them in bewilderment. The remains of a broken door lie around, but this does not bother them. The princess, approaching an old friend, asks if she has come to pick her up. The swordswoman happily answers in the affirmative and calms the girl down. The princess with a happy smile shows her baby to the swordswoman. She looks at him with eyes full of happiness. The princess claims that now her child will be calm next to the girl in armor. The mother turns to the hero to make sure that the baby will really be calm. The hero, with an alarmed, incomprehensible look, utters an exclamation in response. A window appears that proclaims the phrase about disappearance. The girl with red hair stood still with a serious look and looked down while the protagonist reasoned that this was the princess of the sword. Immediately after this month, he recalled the events of the past, how he saw her half naked and she was very angry, attacking him, and reasoned that in his first playthrough, it was the abnormal woman who was swinging the sword because she accidentally caught his eye naked. At the same moment, the sword princess continued to look down with a serious expression as an aura of displeasure spread towards her. Khan, in the form of a baby with a displeased expression on his face, then expressed his anger by emitting an aura of displeasure. Immediately after this, the protagonist, who was in the princess's arms, reasoned that the number one object to be careful about was made and made humming sounds while the sword princess, down on one knee, looked at him with great joy. At the same moment, the princess with a happy expression on her face, smiling widely, said that it seemed that the child was also glad that he had met the princess of the sword. Then the sword princess, with a joyful expression on her face, looking forward, said that she was glad that she had earned such an attitude from the future king. Immediately after this, Kan, in the form of a baby, with great anger and dissatisfaction, reasoned that no, and screamed loudly. At the same moment, the narrative of the story is transferred to a huge beautiful window in the castle room, through which the bright light of the sun entered inside. Several delicate small fingers of a woman's hand clasped the cloth in which the baby was wrapped. The sword princess, sitting at the table, said with a surprised look, turning to the princess, that she needed to hide in her homeland, while she sat right in front of her and held the protagonist in the form of a baby on her shoulder. Immediately after this, the sword princess continued to say that she would accompany her, while the princess, looking away to the side, looking at her child, tried to answer something with a confused look. At the same moment, the protagonist, in the form of a baby, sitting on his mother's shoulder, reasoned that she was very annoying, and his eyes sparkled brightly with a purple light. Then the lord, who appeared out of nowhere next to the women, said that she thought she could swing the sword left and right. Immediately after hearing the words, the sword princess looked forward with a frightened and offended look, exclaiming loudly. At the same moment, the lord, with a menacing look, exuding violet energy, said that they would not abandon the innocent inhabitants and would not flee, and Sir Baby would defeat the prosperous empire with the help of strategy. He then continued to say that she should just stand back and watch, and his words echoed throughout the area, even beyond the territory of the huge white castle that was in the middle of the forest and towering upward. Immediately after this, the sword princess asked with great displeasure what he was even saying, and they were short of troops. At the same moment, the lord asked about not enough with a confident look, while the baby sir was next to him, and they both looked forward with brightly sparkling purple eyes. Then the lord continued to say that the impossible must be accomplished, and the events of the story were transferred to the second peaks of the mountain, which were covered with a huge amount of snow. Immediately after this, the princess and the sword princess stood right at the foot of that same mountain and in a dense forest with large trees. At the same moment, the princess asked that this was a forbidden forest, while pitch darkness was visible between the thick leaves of the trees and bushes. Then the sword princess, with a confused look, said that there was a demonic lair nearby, and it was too dangerous here, turning to the princess, and even if they turned now, while Hippolyta was behind her. Immediately after this, the princess, with a joyful look, holding her hands to her head, said that everything was fine, and the princess of the sword was with them. At the same moment, the sword princess spread her arms to the sides, standing in the middle of the dense forest, saying that if she says so, while the princess standing right in front of her laughed joyfully. Then Hippolyta rose into the air and with a joyful look, with the help of her white wings, held in her hands the baby in whose form Kan was. Immediately after this, the protagonist, lost in thought, emitting violet energy, reasoned that this moment had finally come. At the same moment, rays of violet energy began to descend directly from Hippolyta, who was holding in her hands the one who was still in the air, in different directions straight into the dense forest below her. Then these same rays of bright purple energy struck with enormous force and speed straight into the caves located in the dense green forest. Immediately after this, the energy beams stopped working, and the caves where they had just struck were silent for a moment, and it was very dark inside. At the same moment, a rumble began to be heard right from those same two caves, which were located in the middle of a dense green forest, and everything around suddenly began to tremble sharply. Then the huge foot of the scary monster rose up, preparing to step directly on the ground, while dust flew around. Immediately after this, a huge number of different monsters and mutants ran forward at great speed, growling and screaming loudly as they were consumed by rage. At the same moment, several monsters, running forward with great speed straight through the dense forest, escaping from their caves, laughed loudly. Then these same monsters in huge numbers with great speed continued to run forward, emerging from the dense green forest, while Khan said that in the name of the great. Immediately after this, the protagonist in the form of a baby emitting purple energy reasoned that they should submit to the hero, calling them demon worshippers. At the same moment, Hippolyta continued to hover in the air right above the forest next to a huge mountain and emitted a huge amount of purple energy, which enveloped the angry monsters located directly below her, while Khan reasoned that he needed to play with the prosperous empire. Then the princess, standing in the middle of a small wasteland in a thick green forest, asked about the earthquake while everything around was shaking, and the sword princess said that she would protect her. Immediately after this, a huge crowd of monsters shrouded in purple energy ran out of the dense green forest at great speed. At the same moment, a huge white castle, standing right in the middle of the forest, shook sharply from the earthquake that spread throughout the area. Then the mountains right next to that same dense green forest also began to shake sharply as the earthquake spread further and further. Immediately after this, the baby-shaped protagonist, held by Hippolyta while flying through the sky, reasoned that blind defense was not his fighting style. At the same moment, the protagonist with a serious and thoughtful expression on his face, lost in his thoughts, reasoned that, but exchanging blows with such a fragile body was not suitable. The story then moves to a warrior's camp with a huge number of green balloons with yellow flags on top while the wind was blowing around. Immediately after this, a knight in armor emerging from one of the green balls asked with great surprise what it was. At the same moment, this same knight stood in his place while a huge crowd of monsters, shrouded in violet energy, descended from the mountain right in front of him, and Khan reasoned about what to do then. Then a huge scary monster with a furious look struck with his hand directly at the knight in armor and destroyed them, creating a bleeding wound for him, while the protagonist reasoned that he needed to attack. Immediately after this, a huge crowd of monsters, shrouded in purple energy, rushed towards the camp with green tents and destroyed them while Khan continued to reason that they needed to attack. At the same moment, several monsters with a furious and merciless expression continued to run forward while the protagonist reasoned that he needed to attack again. Then one of the knights, raising his hand to his helmeted head, shouted that a full-scale attack was coming, while the other knights behind him, armed, ran forward. Immediately after this, the same knight loudly shouted that magicians should summon golems, while a wizard in a black and red robe, spreading his arms to the sides, summoned a huge red golem right behind him. At the same moment, the command came to the knights that they needed to protect the magicians, and they stood in combat readiness with shields and blades at the ready right in front of the sorcerer. Then the huge metal blade met the monster's large wooden bat with a loud clang, clashing with each other. Immediately after this, the knight in metal armor, along with the red golem, rushed forward straight towards several formidable and furious monsters, clashing with them in a fierce battle. At this moment, the protagonist in the form of a baby with a calm expression on his face watched everything that was happening, reasoning that, however. Khan then began to reason about why there were so many demons and bandits and what the hero was doing for 7 years, while a huge crowd of monsters shrouded in purple energy advanced on the knights who lined up right in front of their camp, protecting it. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to reason that although thanks to this, while the huge red golem fell down, while it was absorbed by a crowd of a huge number of monsters surrounded by purple energy. At the same time, Khan, with a serious and smug look in the form of a baby, reasoned that he had less trouble, while the system notification window announced that several of his skills were increasing in rank. Hippolyta then flew through the air and held the protagonist in the form of a baby in her arms, and they both turned sharply to the side at the joyful cries, and a bright golden light shone from in front. Immediately after this, the armored knights rejoiced and shouted, saying that they were saved and now they would win. At the same moment, the golden golem's huge foot stepped straight onto the ground, kicking up a huge amount of dust into the air as the knights continued to say that the very embodiment of victory was here. Then Khan, watching everything that was happening, with a clearly dissatisfied expression on his face, said that he had finally shown up. Immediately after this, a huge golden golem stood with a menacing look on a small hillock, emitting a bright golden light, while the knights below rejoiced with joy, and the protagonist reasoned that it was the god of war. This ends the 3rd season of this. A huge crowd of monsters, shrouded in purple energy, rushed forward, encountering resistance consisting of knights in armor. Immediately after this, a huge scary monster with a crazy look laughed maliciously, attacking one of the knights in armor and said that they needed to start with the magicians. Immediately after this, he continued to say that their golems would become useless, and with a furious expression on his face, he was very surprised at what was happening. At the same moment, a huge golden golem seemed to appear out of nowhere right above the crowds of armored knights and monsters shrouded in purple energy, covering them with its shadow. Then the huge golden golem took a step forward towards the crowd of angry monsters, raising the blade above its head, swinging it. Immediately after this, a big scary monster with a furious expression on his face said that it was damn. At the same moment, a huge golden golem struck with its blade directly at the ground, where there was a crowd of angry monsters, and left behind only a trail of golden energy. The huge golden golem then stared forward with a merciless expression on his face as the monsters flew up right in front of him, rising sharply upward from his strike. Immediately after this, the golden golem, taking a fighting stance, prepared to strike the next blow, releasing a large amount of golden energy, while the knights, admiring it, said that they should follow the god of war. At the same moment, a huge golden fighting robot struck with its blade and pushed a huge crowd of angry monsters aside, while Hippolyta continued to fly in the air and watched everything that was happening. Then the protagonist, in the form of a baby with a satisfied expression on his face, watching everything that was happening, reasoned that he was finally here. Immediately afterwards, Khan continued to talk about the god of war while the huge golden golem stood in place with a serious expression on his face. At the same moment, an evil laugh was suddenly heard from the battlefield as Hippolyta continued to fly forward through the sky, holding Khan in her arms, and was suddenly distracted by an incomprehensible sound. Then, a huge crowd of angry monsters, shrouded in purple energy, rushed forward at great speed. Immediately after this, a huge beam of blue energy swept right through that very crowd of a large number of angry monsters and destroyed them, leaving no chance. At the same moment, the sword princess, holding the hilt tightly in her hand and the blade, shrouded in bright blue energy, addressed the bastards of the prosperous empire. Then, with a menacing expression on her face, she extended her hand with a blade in front of her, enveloping herself in blue energy, and said that they had committed a crime against the princess and should die. Immediately after this, the sword princess with great strength and speed kicked straight off the ground with her foot and flew forward, leaving behind only a trail of blue energy. At the same moment, she flew into the air, enveloping herself in a huge amount of blue energy, and found herself right above the crowd of monsters and a huge golden golem standing right in front of them. The sword princess then continued to rush forward with great speed with a fierce look and prepared to strike. Immediately after this, she made her choice, striking with her blade and leaving a huge number of wounds on the body of the golden golem, which glowed brightly with a blue light. At the same moment, Hippolyta continued to fly through the sky, observing everything that was happening with Khan in the form of a baby in his arms, who reasoned that the fierce battle continued, but there was nothing to see as the bodies of monsters rose up. Then the huge golden battle golem stood in place, despite its shoulder, which had a huge cut left by the sword princess after the blow. Immediately after this, the war god golem was healing that very large wound on its shoulder at a colossally enormous speed. At the same moment, the princess of the sword, with great surprise, being in the air, watched what was happening, and asked that the golem was being restored. The sword princess then continued to fly forward at great speed straight towards the blade made of gold that belonged to the golem. Immediately after, the huge golden battle golem slashed its blade directly at the sword princess and knocked her aside, leaving a trail of golden energy. At the same moment, the sword princess's blade lay on the ground, split into 2 equal parts, while she grunted loudly. The sword princess then lay on the ground, looking beaten and exhausted next to her blade, barely conscious, grunting loudly in pain. Immediately after this, she opened one eye slightly from powerlessness and looked forward while blood flowed from her mouth and a dark shadow covered above. At the same moment, the huge golden golem extended his hand forward in a slow motion and said that she should not pretend. He then brought his massive arm to the ground and leaned directly on it as dust rose into the air around him. Immediately after this, the golem of the god of war, holding the body of the exhausted sword princess in his hand, bringing it to his face, said that he deliberately did not hit hard. At the same moment, the protagonist in the form of a baby shouted with great joy and said that the golden golem was great and should finish her off. Then the foot in the brown boot slowly stepped directly onto the flesh of the golden golem. Immediately after this, the god of war in a brown cape with a malicious grin, laughing a little, standing on the golem's shoulder, said that even the princess of the sword is nothing in front of him. At the same moment, he brought the sword princess even closer, who was very exhausted after the battle, and addressed the beautiful sword princess. Then the god of war, placing his foot on the hand of his golden golem, which contained the princess of the sword, said that no one would help her. Immediately after this, the god of war with a smug and lecherous grin, looking ahead, said that she would become part of his harem. At the same moment, the princess, looking barely alive, gritting her teeth with dissatisfaction, said that he should not make her laugh. Then the god of war laughed sharply and said that he liked more than just her appearance, while Hippolyta, along with the protagonist who was in her arms, continued to fly in the sky and watch everything that was happening. Immediately after this, the god of war continued to say that it was great and he liked it, and the more she resisted, the more interesting it became, until Khan in the form of a baby was very dissatisfied with what he heard, watching what was happening. At the same moment, the god of war continued to say that this was very good, and laughed maliciously, while the protagonist was very angry about the current situation. Khan, in the form of a baby, then abruptly escaped from Hiplia's arms and fell down while she continued to fly in the air and called out to her master. Immediately after this, the protagonist headed down at great speed, wrapped in fabric. At the same moment, Kan, in the form of a baby, suddenly took out a weapon from nowhere and kept it next to him, continuing to fall down. He then activated the very weapon that was next to him and released a huge amount of orange energy, replacing the blade of the blade. Immediately after this, the god of war, standing on the shoulder of his golem, who was holding the sword princess with his hand, said that they would quickly finish here and spend time together. At the same moment, out of nowhere, a bright orange cut flashed from above, dividing the huge golden war golem of the god of war into two parts. Then the gold golem's face suddenly split into two halves due to a slash of orange energy, which surprised him greatly. Immediately after this, the huge golden battle golem split straight into two halves and fell down, while the god of war, standing on one of his shoulders, watched with great surprise. At the same moment, the god of war, with an incomprehensible and dumbfounded look, asked what was happening and why the automatic recovery function did not work. Then Hiplia suddenly appeared right behind him, brandishing a new demonic weapon, and he asked with fear on his face what happened. Immediately after this, Hiplia's force struck him, and the god of war fell straight down from the golden golem's shoulder and shouted loudly in surprise. At the same moment, the god of war continued to fall down from the shoulder of his huge golden war golem, while Hiplia rushed down with great speed, gathering her wings together. She then quickly scooped up Khan in baby form and said to the owner that it was great, while behind her the god of war fell to the ground next to the golden golem's foot. Immediately after this, several knights in metal armor, observing everything that was happening, said that this was the god of war and asked about the defender of the empire. At the same moment, the golden golem's leg lay on the ground and did not move at all, while the protagonist reasoned that there was only one defeat. Khan then, with a smug and joyful expression on his baby-shaped face, reasoned that he was enough to destroy a prosperous empire. Immediately after this, the huge golden battle golem, cut into two halves, fell to the ground with a loud roar. A huge golden battle golem lay on the ground, split into two halves, while Khan reasoned that it was the embodiment of victory. Immediately after this, the protagonist, lost in his thoughts, reasoned that soon news of the death of the god of war spread throughout the northern part of the continent. At the same moment, he imagined images of dissatisfied knights and reasoned that the heirs of the fallen states had begun uprisings. Then the protagonist began to imagine in his head images of maddened sorcerers who, surrounding themselves with flames, were preparing for battle, and reasoned that the opposition forces of the prosperous empire, previously oppressed by the god of war, began to struggle for power. Immediately after this, Khan imagined in his head a flag hanging from a broken pole, which was completely shrouded in flames, and reasoned that a prosperous empire had been torn apart in just a few days. At the same moment, the protagonist, finishing his thoughts, wondered what about him. Then a small foot in a black boot slowly prepared to step on the ground. Immediately after this, the aristocrat with a frightened look shouted and asked that if he was the last one with royal blood flowing in him, while the other one spoke, which means the royal line will continue. At the same moment, a huge number of aristocrats who were in the hall shouted loudly, calling out to His Majesty, and said that they were his humble servants, while right in front of them a very long red cloak was stretched down the stairs. Then Khan, in the form of a grown child, sat on his throne with a serious look, while the aristocrats shouted that their family again vowed to serve the royal family faithfully. Immediately after this, the protagonist sharply told them to get out, while two of the aristocrats, hearing his words, seemed to fall into a stupor of surprise. At the same moment, Khan, sitting on his throne in a beautiful red cloak, said with a smug look that they should get out of here. Then the protagonist, with his eyes and mouth wide open, said with a malicious look that they should get out, and reasoned that he was slowly starting to speak, but his vocabulary was a little limited. Immediately after this, he continued to say that everyone should get out, when he was suddenly distracted by a knight running towards him, who interrupted him, calling out to His Majesty. At the same moment, the knight, with great fear on his face, loudly shouted about the Demon Lord, saying that the Demon Lord's army had invaded the central continent. Then, after hearing all his words, Kang looked forward with a calm and serious expression, realizing what was happening. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to a brightly burning flame that rose up to a great height in a large city. At the same moment, several huge and terrible monsters with evil laughter attacked the surviving people, who ran away in fear along the city street. Then Kan rushed straight through the sky with great speed, being above the houses of the city, which were engulfed in bright flames. Immediately after this, the protagonist recalled the events of the recent past with the frightened knight who made the denunciation, and reasoned that they had finally learned about the whereabouts of the hero, and he, possessed by the elf princess, abandoned his duties and deserted to Elfheim. At the same moment, Khan recalled the events when he watched a huge crowd of monsters shrouded in purple energy descending from the mountains, and reasoned that while the hero was inactive, the number of the Demon Lord's submissions was growing exponentially. The protagonist then imagined in his head a huge, angry monster attacking a defenseless knight, and reasoned that this was to be expected in the end. Immediately after this, Khan, still flying in the air, reasoned that of course he did not care, and turned to Hippolyta as she flew next to him with a joyful look, holding a demonic weapon in her hands, and said that she was obeying her master. At the same moment, the demonic weapon with the head of a golem sharply sparkled with a bright golden glow, illuminating everything around. Then Hippolyta, concentrating very hard and holding the demonic weapon right in front of her, enveloped it in bright golden energy and told it to scream. Immediately after this, the demonic weapon with a golem's head on the end suddenly began to scream and flashed with a bright golden glow as the system notification window announced its characteristics. At the same moment, a huge number of demons with great surprise raised their heads up to the golden light shining brightly in the sky and asked what this sound was. Then the bright golden light spread further and further, and the demons were greatly frightened by what was happening, screaming loudly in fear. Immediately after this, a huge number of demons ran forward in fear with loud screams and screams from the bright illumination of golden energy. At the same moment, several people with joyful expressions spoke about demons and that they were saved, while the huge monster behind them fell apart from the golden light. The protagonist then abruptly began to say that those with dark energy should listen, while the monsters turned back with fear on their faces. Immediately after this, Khan, in the air with a long red cloak and a serious look, said that people were under the protection of a hero. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a serious and menacing expression on his face, added that this only applies to people. Then the monsters, standing in the same places, listening to Khan's words with a serious look, were greatly surprised, trying to comprehend everything that was happening. Immediately after this, the huge purple monsters smiled widely in recognition of everything they had just heard. At the same moment, the monsters pushed off the ground with tremendous force with their feet and quickly headed forward, saying that they immediately need to move out and attack the western part, into the forest where there are no people. Then a huge crowd of monsters rushed forward with an angry look and said that they were heading to the kingdom of the elves. Immediately after this, Khan flew through the air directly above a huge crowd of angry monsters, who were rushing forward at great speed in a narrow column. At the same moment, the protagonist watched everything that was happening with a malicious and smug grin, reasoning that for a hero with 20 years of experience, the current situation was not a big problem. Then Khan, smiling widely from the anger building up inside him, looked forward and reasoned that, however, he must resurrect the lustful student. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to rush forward at great speed, flying right over a large crowd of monsters that was heading towards a dense green forest, and reasoned that he was sabotaging his graduation. At the same moment, a frightened elf, peeking out from behind the leaves, sitting on a tree, watching everything that was happening, said that this could not be. Then a spear flew straight at this elf with great force and speed, piercing his chest as he said that this was the army of the Demon Lord. Immediately after this, the elf sitting above in the trees, hiding in the foliage, said that this was an invasion by the Demon Lord's army, while a huge crowd of monsters shrouded in purple energy headed forward with a furious look. At the same moment, several elves, armed with bows, sitting on the treetops, fired arrows with deft movements of their hands. Then these same arrows in huge numbers, fired from bows, were sent forward, hitting the monsters, stuck right into them and causing enormous pain. Immediately after this, the other monsters laughed evilly with enraged looks and headed forward in anticipation of future events. At the same moment, a huge crowd of crazy monsters rushed forward with great speed straight towards the forest, in which several elves were hiding among the trees and, greatly surprised, talked about their numbers. Then the elf with a confused, frightened expression on her face, turning back, said that they could not cope with them. Immediately after that, she added that they needed to call the hero, while his leg suddenly rose sharply into the air, leaving the ground. At the same moment, Khan, laughing smugly, stretched his hand forward, tightly squeezing the elf's neck, lifting him up. Then the protagonist, levitating in the air right above a huge crowd of angry monsters, holding a groaning elf in his hand, asked why she first of all turns to a person, a hero, for help. Immediately after this, Khan, with a joyful expression on his face, said that elves were like Nasus to her. At the same moment, the elf, who continued to be held by the throat, answered with the last of her strength that it was the hero who punished the traitor. Then the protagonist, looking away, recalled the image of Nasus and reasoned that this hero must have known the future and was a good friend. Immediately after this thought, Khan was abruptly interrupted by the words of the elf, who groaned and asked that he was the captain, commander of the army of the Demon Lord. At the same moment, the protagonist with a joyful expression on his face, smiling a little, said that this was nonsense and no matter how you look at it, he is a fair hero. Then Khan continued to squeeze the elf by the throat with great force and she said with a malicious grin that he was a fake. Immediately after this, the elf, with the last of her strength, shouted with great rage that Princess Sylvia and the hero Zeke would soon appear here and save them. At the same moment, the eyes of that same elf suddenly began to roll upward, and she gradually began to die. Then the protagonist, continuing to vibrate in the air, abruptly released this elf, and she fell down with great speed until her body did not move at all. Immediately afterwards, Kang looked forward with a malicious and smug grin, thinking that he still hadn't graduated. At the same moment, memories of Hero B, Zeke, swinging his sword appeared in the protagonist's head. Immediately after this, the huge green forest suddenly burst into flames with a beautiful orange flame that billowed upward along with black smoke. At the same moment, several elf houses were shrouded on all sides in bright orange flames, which burned everything in its path, and one of the elves lay on the ground, bleeding. Then a huge crowd of monsters with evil laughter rushed forward straight to the sacred tree, running past the houses of the elves while everything around was burning with bright flames. Immediately after, a large slash of blue energy rushed forward and someone shouted loudly. At the same moment, the hero Zeke, with a tired look, holding a blade with both hands, stood on the ground surrounded by a huge number of monsters and fought off them while the system notification window showed his characteristics. Then, sharply clenching his teeth from dissatisfaction and fatigue, closing one of his eyes, he jerked sharply. Immediately after this, Zeke, holding his blade with both hands, struck at the monsters, leaving behind only a slash of blue energy, and said that the demons must die. At the same moment, he was standing right in a small stone arena, which was completely covered in blood, and was trying to catch his breath while a huge crowd of angry monsters was around him. Then the terrible monsters with a furious and merciless look headed forward with an evil laugh. Immediately after this, Zeke, looking straight ahead, groaned with a frightened expression on his face and said that there was no end to them. At the same moment, a huge, scary monster suddenly appeared right behind him, swinging his arms, preparing to strike while the hero stood in his place. Then the priestess, with enormous strength and speed, flew straight into the head of that same monster, putting her shield forward, and said, turning to Zeke, that he needed to be careful, and he, standing on the ground, was very frightened by what was happening. Immediately after this, the hero turned sharply back with great joy on his face and said that she was fine and what a relief it was. At the same moment, the priestess pronounced Zeke's name with a joyful look, standing right on the corpse of the monster that lay below. Then the hero, with a frightened look, began to amaze, saying that since she was here, it means that everyone else had evacuated, while Risa continued to stand directly on the immobilized corpse of the monster. Immediately after this, she sharply lowered her head down with a guilty look and, after a short pause, apologized while Zeke looked straight ahead with great surprise and incomprehension. At the same moment, the thief suddenly rushed right next to the hero standing in the same place and shouted that he should come to his senses. She then slashed her blades directly at the huge monster and left cuts of blue energy, saying that if it breaks, who will protect the survivors, while Zeke listened to her with a scared face. Immediately after this, the thief, being right next to the huge monster she had just struck, groaned loudly, looking at the paw with which he was about to strike her. At the same moment, the monster launched its blows, which were blocked by strange yellow energy, while the thief sharply closed her eyes in fear and hopelessness. Then the archer standing above said that this, of course, was a disaster, but this hot-tempered fool was right, while Zeke stood below in the same place looking at her with great surprise. Immediately after this, the archer, standing on a stone building, exuded a bright yellow glow of energy from her hand and with a wounded eye said that it was too early to give up and he must fight to the end. At the same moment, with a joyful and tired expression on her face, she smiled a little and said that because she was with him. Then Zeke, having listened to all their words, began to cry and, gritting his teeth, said, turning to the guys, that he asked for forgiveness for his pitiful appearance, while the priestess also cried, hanging her head down. Immediately after this, he sharply raised his sword upward, which sparkled brightly from the energy released outward, and said that he was the hero Zeke. At the same moment, Zeke, with a self-confident and serious look, holding his blade with both hands and releasing energy of different colors, said that even if he had to give up his life, he would protect Elfheim. Then several angry and menacing monsters continued to rush forward at great speed, laughing loudly. Immediately after this, one of the monsters continued to say that he should not talk nonsense and just need to die, until a bright glow of energy suddenly appeared right in front of him, which he was very surprised by. At the same moment, Zeke, with his eyes wide open, released a colossal amount of blue energy in different directions and spoke about strength. He then slashed with his blade, destroying everything with a colossal amount of blue energy that surged upward in the dense forest, and spoke of love and friendship. Immediately after this, a huge number of monsters in their places screamed in great fear from the pain that Zeke's bright blue energy inflicted on them. At the same moment, bright blue energy rushed forward at great speed, destroying everything in its path, coming directly from the direction of the sacred tree. A huge amount of dust then began to rise around the area while everything around was still illuminated by a bright glow of blue energy. Immediately after this, the hero Zeke, along with his allies, stood in the stone arena with a tired look, breathing heavily, and said what to do with it. At the same moment, out of nowhere, a monster's limb suddenly appeared right in front of him with great speed, rushing straight towards him, while he said with great surprise and fear on his face that he should. Hero Zeke then flew backwards with his allies and screamed loudly as a colossal amount of pink energy exploded right in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he flew backwards, hitting his head on the ground as his glasses flew off, and grunted loudly, spitting blood out of his mouth. At the same moment, a huge furious monster with its head on its shoulder looked forward directly at the hero Zeke lying in front of him. Zeke then lay unconscious right on the ground while blood flowed from his head in huge quantities, and his allies called out to him, asking him to wake up. Immediately after this, the thief squeezed the hilt of her blade with great force and said that nothing could be done, and she would stall for time. At the same moment, she continued to say with a confident look that until Zeke opens his eyes, and the priestess and archer were also ready to take the fight, standing next to her. Then the hero's allies, abruptly moving from their place, rushed forward in the direction of a huge scary monster, who was swinging his mace with a furious look and screaming loudly while magic arrows were also flying at him. Immediately after this, they clashed in a fierce battle, which the plot decided not to show, but the loud sounds of battle echoed throughout the area. At the same moment, the events of the plot are transferred to the hero Zeke, who continued to lie on the ground unconscious, with blood flowing from his head. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and mouth very wide, screamed loudly, regaining consciousness, and was very scared. Immediately after this, Zeke abruptly jumps up from his seat and with great fear asked the guys where they were, and said that he had passed out for a while. At the same moment, the hero stood in the same place, while right in front of him there was a huge number of angry monsters, behind which orange flames sparkled brightly, and in front of them Zeke's allies were tied on spears. Then one of the demons, laughing evilly, said that he had already woken up and how weak he was, while the thief and the priestess were tied right on the spears, while the orange flame was burning around. Immediately afterwards, the demon continued to say that he was an incompetent hero and laughed evilly while the archer was also tied to one of the spears as the fire continued to burn around her. At the same moment, Zeke, with a frightened and incomprehensible expression on his face, watched everything that was happening, trying to comprehend what he had seen. Then the monster continued to laugh maliciously and asked if he was surprised, saying that everyone should move aside, while the hero sat right on the ground and tried to comprehend everything that was happening. Immediately after this, the monster said that the princess was coming, and at the same moment Sylvia became visible on a huge spear tied to it while raging flames flared up around. At the same moment, the hero Zeke, with his trembling hand, tried to grab the hilt of the blade, while the demon said that he was still puzzling over what could be done, and in this case he would fry the princess, and he said, okay. Then several evil and furious monsters loomed right over the hero, and one of them asked if he had heard correctly. Immediately after this, the hero Zeke, kneeling and raising his hands up with a frightened look, said that he was giving up. At the same moment, chains of pink energy flew towards him with great speed and pierced his arms and legs, which he was greatly surprised by. Then these same chains sharply tightened everything and spread Zeke's limbs in different directions, until he screamed very loudly in pain, and the monster, laughing angrily, said that it was so loud and he was squealing perfectly, and he needed to continue in the same spirit. Immediately after this, the demons rejoiced and shouted that Elfheim was over and the kingdom of the elves was now theirs, while the protagonist's cloak fluttered in the wind. At the same moment, Can, watching everything that was happening with a disappointed expression on his face, said that this was what had to be done in order to allow such an end after 9 years. Forest fire. The monster kicked Zig in the head, laughed and shouted at him to get up and walk on his own feet. The guy is lying on the bridge, the monsters have tied his legs and arms with chains, shouting how pathetic he is. The hero is watching him from above. He silently looks down. Can raised his eyes in surprise. Morality stands behind the hero. She asked why he was here. She said his name in a serious tone. Khan grinned and asked if she was too carefree. There is a white spot in front of the hero. A professor stands behind him. He said that he has been here for 3 years, became an emperor who captured half of the northern continent, and asked how they could not know about him. The girl answered nervously, it's quite natural that they didn't know. They didn't call him into this world. He looked down thoughtfully. She asked how he got into this dimension. Zig is lying on the ground in chains. She explained that it is not because their training is wrong, but because this student did not follow the program, immediately forgetting about it. Can looks ahead detachedly. He said that this is already clear. Zig runs forward in tears, shouting, swinging his sword. She said, to cheer up the student who failed last time, she explained what benefits can be obtained by graduating. The hero's lips formed a smile. She said that after that everything went wrong. Kan furiously thrust a sword into the chest of a girl with red hair. Behind were other heroes with wounds. He clarified that she was talking about the fact that he would have to part with his companions, with whom they shared the power of love and friendship, and added that for him personally there was no benefit from them benefits. He looked down. However, there are students who think differently. Zig stood up, leaning on his hands. Zig is in a fighting stance, putting his sword forward. Next to Sylvia, the hero said that such people value friendships and love connections found in the fantasy world too much. Planet Earth and space, Khan continued, when a graduated hero returns to Earth, he ceases to be the protagonist of a fantasy novel forever. Morality was silent. The guy said that from a great hero you turn into an elite guard. The hero stands with his back turned. She replied that all students should graduate from school. Staying here forever is absurd. He was indignant that she did not listen to him at all, or she wants to say that the graduation that he knows is not like that. The heroes, their eyes blurred. He explained that connections in this world are reset every time after regression. The guy is sitting in the room on the bed with his head down, Khan said. That as a result of this, many heroes develop mental illness. They begin to miss the fantasy world after returning home. City, flames come from the guy's hand. He added that they cannot adapt to life on Earth, which is why they sink to the point of becoming criminals. Silhouette of a crying man. For them the fantasy world is a utopia. Morality looks at Khan. He asked, they don't see what happens to the students who graduate. The hero stands with his back turned. She replied that overcoming sadness and the pain of parting is also a kind of teaching. Nothing is eternal in the world. Everyone parted someday. The back of the hero's head, she added that the teaching staff is not responsible for the students who graduate from school. It is the student's fault if he cannot use the knowledge that he was given. She raised her voice. The teacher only instructs on the right path, and it is the student's choice to follow the lesson or not. Morality's eyes are hidden behind a mask. She said that the meaning of life lies in independent knowledge. Everyone must live their own life. Kan raised his head and said irritably, yes, yes, to speak in plain text. He turned around with a gloomy face and said, really, enough is enough. She, embarrassed, said that she answered all his questions honestly. He froze with his eyes wide open. She asked how he got back here. Kan turned his head, his eyes flashing angrily. She noted that his body had a strange structure, that there was something involved in it besides the earthly and fantasy elements, something unidentified, otherworldly. There was a drop of sweat on the teacher's cheek. He noticed that it was straightforward and asked if she thought her answer was sincere. He raised his hand, raising his index finger, and asked to ask one question. The hero pointed his finger at the teacher. Shadow Kang, eyes glowing, points forward. He sternly asked who the first hero and the teaching staff who are hostile to him are. There is a blue spot next to Moral. She replied that conversations not related to education have gone on too long, but if the person in charge allows it, she will tell. The hero thought about it. Morality said that that was all. Kan in the starry sky. The moon, he expected this. The hand is in shackles, covered in blood. Zig is suspended by his arms and sits on the floor. He raised his exhausted red eyes, tears flowing from them. Kan approached the bars and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Zig looks up, crying, asking the hero to kill him. In the place of the shackles, on the wrist, blood poured out. The hero asked why he had to kill him. The guy replied that he was in so much pain that he could not breathe in this suffering. The hero grinned, and others may suffer. Zig was surprised. Khan explained that while he lived happily for 9 years, the inhabitants of Fantasia suffered. Robots in red armor on fire and monsters, he explained, endless wars and demons whose numbers are growing. The supreme dragon of oblivion, he added, and the 5 disasters that no one stopped. Zig's hair fell on his face. He looked at his friend. Khan said, he also has a personal life and there is no such law that a hero must protect people, but the fantasy world works like that. He added with a stern face, if the hero does not save this world, then within 10 years it will fall. Tears streamed down Zig's face as he cried and said that he just wanted to live a happy life with Sylvia. Khan pursed his lips. He snapped his fingers. Behind Hylia holding a glowing rod, he said that it was time for his friend to wake up from his fantasy. There is a flash of light in front of a large tree. Trees, smoke clearing. Empty area, stairs leading to the tree. A gray creature with a broken face lies on the ground. The hero goes to the stairs. Khan sat down, lowered his head, and asked himself what he had done. Having cried, he asked Moral if it was possible to return this stupid hero 10 seconds ago. 10 minutes ago. The hero snapped his fingers and said that it was time for his friend to wake up from his fantasy. The golem's eyes and mouth began to glow. A flash of light near a tree. The monsters retreat back. They are engulfed in fire and screaming. Smoke dissipates in an empty area in front of a large tree. Khan connected the fingertips of both hands, grinned with satisfaction. On the screen, improving skills, massacre and justice. He looked at the monitor in surprise. The screen shows that giftedness has improved. Displays information about the skill. Khan opened his eyes wide. He thought about changing the structure from the very beginning. On the monitor is a description of rank. Khan smiled widely. He blushed a little and laughed contentedly. This was what he needed. He shed a tear. Purple ball with a drop. Miss Trainee asked what happened, because he had such a sad face. He knelt down and pounded the ground with his fist, shouting that he had been deceived. On the monitor there is information about giftedness. He was indignant. It says that overcoming the limit is becoming easier, but he only has 2%. The hero began to foam at the mouth. How much did he need to sacrifice? The teacher reminded that with each new transcendental skill it becomes more and more difficult to make a breakthrough. The hero turned his head, tears in his eyes. She clarified that he now has about 7 transcendental skills. He laughed, answering that this was nonsense. Magic ball, the guy listed, divinity, dark energy, blessing, giftedness, a total of 4. The trainee added that there is also willpower, implementation, resistance to dark energy, a total of 7. He knitted his eyebrows and thought. A head with short blonde hair with a hole instead of an eye, the girl said. A golem, like a staff. Kan looked at the angel with the staff in surprise. The teacher explained that the skills are connected to his soul, so they cannot be separated when counting. Veins bulged on the hero's face. He shouted angrily, how could he know about this if no one taught him this? The trainee timidly replied that this material is part of the higher education program. The hero melts. He smiled slightly and said that if a problem is known, it cannot be ignored. Sweat is flowing from the guy's face. He smiled crookedly, announcing the beginning of the reorganization of skills. The trainee said that he had a very scary look. The words on the screen shatter into pieces. He loudly announced that he would sacrifice transcendental skills by sacrificing a Z-level skill. The screen said that Z's talent had become 6%. He shouted that he could reduce the number of transcendental skills. There are bloody tears from the hero's eyes. He grinned evilly, and the fun begins. Night, moon in the sky, trees. On the screen, Z's giftedness is 99%. The hero lies on the ground in front of the purple screen. He is very tired. He, pounding the ground with his fist, shouted that he had no skills that could be sacrificed. He raised his head, smiled with tears in his eyes, and said that if you donate dark energy, kill Pedinar, go back to the beginning and repeat this process several times. The trainee replied that the Demon Lord is not a dark energy production plant. Khan stood up and answered no. He flashed his eyes angrily, bent over, spread his arms and legs, and said that now there is only one way. The ground collapsed under the guy. He flew down, screaming, what else? He felt that he had stepped on a stone. The guy frowned, not understanding what was happening. He stood on a pile of stones, in a tunnel with water. He realized that this was a sewer. He looked around with disgust on his face, saying that he was too busy. He didn't have time to smell the elven ones. The guy looked around in surprise. The elf queen stands with her eyes closed, hugging herself with her arms. There are fireballs of different colors around. He thought that in such an advanced time, there were no sewers in the elven kingdom. They completely relied on elementals. A sewer tunnel? He couldn't understand why they needed a sewage treatment plant. Sewage water? A guy walks on a concrete block. He walked with his hands on his hips. He looked at the walls, thinking that there was not a single disgusting slug here, and, no matter how you looked at it, it was all artificial. Several entrances and lines of water. Khan noted the dimensions. He thought that the place had definitely been made a long time ago. He grinned, wondering what the elf king was hiding here. Whirlpool. He hoped that these were not the sapphire earrings that the king gave to his wife for her birthday, but, in any case, it was better to be ready to go to another world. Night sky, moon shining. The starry sky is visible through the space between the beams. The walls are covered with mold. The wind blows in the passages. Khan walks through the sewer. He turned his head towards one of the entrances, sensing a disgusting smell from there. He looked ahead thoughtfully. An iron door. The hero thought, this is it. Kan is standing in front of a huge door, and he knew that there was some kind of suspicious door here. He looked up. The door is covered with mold. The trainee read, an ancient demon is sealed here. Do not approach the door out of pure curiosity. The ball lit up. The teacher explained, this is exactly what is written here. Khan looked at the ball, crossing his arms over his chest. She said that if he still wants to go inside, he needs to solve the mystery of this tablet or use the blood of a royal elf. Khan asked if she could read it. The trainee replied that yes, as a teacher, she could read the contents of this sign. Kan raised his hand. She excitedly told him to keep it a secret. The guy assured that he knew how to keep them. Dashes near the purple sphere. Khan took out a glowing sword and, smiling, asked if there were warnings on the sign not to open this door. Sword in hand, opposite the door, he asked, are they sure that no one will ever open this door? The guy raised the sword, from which a beam of light emanated. Up, he asked if there was a trap there that would be activated when the door was opened. The sphere behind the hero. The teacher was worried about the demon that was sealed there. He frowned, thinking about the ancient demon. A dim light illuminates the door. He figured that if there was one, he would have already felt it. Moon in the sky. The hero's intense gaze. All he heard was the sound of someone's heartbeat. There was a flash of light and he swung his sword, shouting that he needed to open the door and find out. The door is undamaged. There is a streak of light and smoke on the door. The guy smiled contentedly. He expected this. Lowering his sword, standing in front of the door, surrounded by a cloud of smoke, he asked Morality how she liked the power of his sword. The door collapsed. They entered. The teacher excitedly noted that the sign could not be read. The hero happily said that he knew the intentions of the examiners. He raised his leg and asked why it was so dark here. He stepped on the grass. Khan looked down in surprise at where she was coming from. He looked up. He squinted against the light. The hero saw patches of grass with flowers and flying multicolored spheres. He thought these could be spirits. They were also at the wall of the cave. Wall painting of an elf stretching his arms towards the sun. The hero put his hands on his hips. He looked ahead. Khan saw a passage at the end of the cave. The spirits looked at him with white eyes. The elf stepped onto the grass, asking him to stop. He stood in front of the hero. She was wearing a crown, long white hair and a white dress. She was a guard and a great elf. A screen with information appeared. Khan knitted his eyebrows and asked what if he didn't want to. Her eyes were covered with a golden crown. She replied that it was up to her to decide. In her hand is an emerald stone on a gold chain. Khan looked at the golden chain. She said, "Brave and wise hero." The chain is in front of the elf's face. She told him to return from where he came. His feet left the ground. She told him to forget everything he saw here. She stands in front of Kang, long hair shining brightly. She told him to leave. The hero figurine looks at the elf. She extended her hand forward. She added that he should take his beloved girl by the hand and live happily. Her hair fluttered in the wind and she smiled. Kang grabbed the elf by the hand. She was scared. He leaned towards her. She blushed, shouting something about his hand and his beloved. The hero kissed her. After the kiss he apologized. A shadow fell on the heroes. Kang kissed it again. He looked thoughtfully at the elf and said that if he really could return, he would have done so long ago. Khan looked to the side as he heard the sound of a heartbeat. A narrow passage in the cave. He thought that this sound was definitely not hers. The elf loudly hit the ground with his boot and shouted for the survivors to come here. He stuck his hand out to the side and added that they needed more hands free to take care of the survivors first. The magician put his hand with magic to the forehead of the wounded man and asked him to lift him very slowly. The magicians carried the wounded with the help of magic and shouted that they needed to be lifted very slowly and carefully. The elves turned in surprise and heard that they would not expect mercy. Sylvia put her hand to her head and shouted that she would wipe out demons and even people from the face of the earth. A tearful Zeke fell to the ground and told her to calm down, because it was him. She looked furiously and recognized him. Zeke became gloomy and heard that he was a useless warrior. Sylvia opened her mouth and shouted that he was only bragging, and at the most important moment he had screwed up. Zeke opened his mouth in horror and heard that because of him, her father and mother all died. Sylvia looked at him with crazy eyes and added that if he has a conscience, then let him commit suicide. Zeke started crying harder. The spirit of fire turned around after the elf's order. Zeke covered himself as a spirit of fire flew at him with orders to burn him. He looked scared and asked not to do this. Sylvia smiled fiercely and froze. Then suddenly reason came to her. The spirit of fire quickly flew forward. Sylvia turned and looked surprised. The spirit of fire flew up to the protagonist. The main character stood on a hill next to the elves. Then he turned towards them with displeasure. Light leaked through the crack into a small room. The main character slowly entered her. The girl in shackles opened her mouth slightly. Khan looked at her in surprise. She looked in surprise and asked that he was a hero who had come to save her. Khan opened his eyes looking at her. The girl smiled and asked why he looked at her like she was a delicious chicken. The main character looked at the little girl and said that he was just curious where the spirits lay their eggs. Before he opened her, let him introduce himself. Spheres appeared around the original spirit and she said that she was the original spirit, born in the ancient times of the fantasy world. Earth, fire, wind, water, ether can consider her the queen mother of all 5 types of spirits. Kang folded his arms and pointed out that he was an older auntie, and she raised her fist and asked if she could hit him once before he dissected her. The main character looked at the chain and said that it was better to share useful information about why it was imprisoned here. The original spirit lowered her gaze and replied that the elf who lost consciousness because of the hero was the wife of the 3rd king of the elves. The chief remembered how he jumped on her. Then he looked away and asked that by chance this is not the one who loves the girl of the human race. The original spirit, sitting on the pedestal, answered that, to be more precise, the slender tribesmen were unpleasant to him. How did he know this information? And Khan began to bypass her and replied that he was simply unusually smart. The girl smiled and noticed that the hero was his friend. The elf extended his hands to her and the original spirit added that even she. The elf looked straight in surprise while her comrade was being chopped down behind her, and the original spirit noticed that the elves had no merits except longevity. From her point of view, they were weak. She remembered how the elf poked his finger at her and added that, however, despite this, there were elves among them with a pure heart. The original spirit lay on a tree branch, and then said that although he had his own preferences, he never lied to her. The girl smiled sweetly and added that, ironically, that's how they became friends. She extended her hand to him with the 5 spirits and told him that since they were friends, she lent him the power of the spirits. The lives of the elves changed for the better. The new king spread his arms in front of the public, and the original spirit said that moreover, they even began to resist external forces. The third king of Elfheim did an excellent job. The people bowed before him, and the original spirit said that, however, sincerity had nothing to do with the royal moral principles. The third king looked closely at the human girl's breasts. The elves saw this from behind the tent cape. One of them looked at him furiously, and the original spirit added that the marriage proposal from the people did not please some of the elves. The crown fell from the king's head, and the girl added that they staged a coup d'etat and overthrew the third king. The girl looked at the narrow passage and noticed that she was sealed here. The original spirit touched 5 spirits and noticed that since then the relationship between the spirits and the elves had deteriorated. From friends they turned into master and slave. The spirit of fire looked directly attentively, and the girl said that the spirits who were born later did not know about this. They took orders for granted. The pedestal glowed brightly in the darkness. Khan stood next to the pedestal, and the original spirit added that, therefore, as soon as the hero breaks these chains. The girl smiled hopefully and added that she would kill all the elves. Khan looked blankly and asked if he had said that he was going to let her go. She looked at him in horror and asked again. Khan sharply took out his sword, and the original spirit began to scream that if he freed her from these chains, she would help him deal with the demon lord. In the past she was the companion of the first hero. Khan opened his mouth and asked her if it was true. The sword pointed towards the girl, and Khan noticed that he was saying hello to a friend. The narrow passage lit up brightly. All the spirits began to fly from the sky. Khan turned around, surrounded by all 5 spirits. The elves extended their hands to the spirits, and the main character wondered what would happen if he concluded a contract with the primordial spirit. His transcendental skills would increase by 2 values. The elves were surprised when the spirits began to fly away from them, and the main character added in his head that if the original spirit was killed, the elves turned and began to shout to the spirits. Khan stood surrounded by spirits and answered in his head that all the spirits must be going crazy. The main character walked straight, and the elves shouted that he was not even an elf. Why was that? Sylvia stood up straight and shouted to the spirits. She looked furiously and added that they should return to her. Khan looked at the primordial spirit and asked if she would tell them herself. The girl put her hand to her cheek and addressed the children of Elfheim. She narrowed her eyes and noticed that she had lent them her power for a while. The perfume had never belonged to them. Zeke fell to the ground screaming, and the first spirit noted that if they wanted to borrow them again. The girl smiled and added that they should dance for them. Sylvia looked at her in surprise. Then she fell to her knees. The main character jumped up from his seat. Then he leaned his foot on a branch. Khan sat down on a branch among the spirits and thought that he was cheating a little. They had neither an agreement nor a relationship based on abilities. A screen with the protagonist's skills appeared. The main character looked up and heard that Mr. Hero was such a coward. The first spirit lay on his head and added that it seemed that she would have to love him since there was no one else. Khan opened his mouth slightly and told her to leave if she didn't like something. The girl blushed and said that she, too, had pride, but she would definitely love him like a blind woman. The tree was surrounded by spirits, and Khan asked her to try harder. A screen appeared in front of the hand and announced that the skills had been improved. The inscriptions cracked, and the main character noticed in his head that the preparation was completed. A bright inscription appeared about ZZ's talent. A huge table appeared with the protagonist's new skills. The main character turned his gaze to the side. I saw a notification that said that he, special from birth, was able to overcome the limit of his race. Even God cannot predict the outcome of this situation, whether he wants to start all over again. Khan looked at the answer options. Then he smiled and said that he was still asking, after which he confidently began to say yes. The next moment, Khan began to fall down. The main character looked up in surprise. I saw a notification with a question. He looked closer and saw a question about what he liked best. Then he narrowed his eyes and wondered if everything should not have been recreated from scratch. What a sudden psychological test. Khan chose the trophies option and said that he hated charity, so he thought trophies would do. Khan folded his hands and looked at the next screen with displeasure. He saw a screen with the following question, what does he hate most? And said that it even means that he doesn't like charity anymore. He imagined his team in his mind and thought that leveling up skills, communicating with people, everything was pointless. The main character chose to start from the beginning. A sparkle appeared near the eye and can read the question what he does best. What kind of question is this? The main character chose the embodiment of justice and noted that he is the fairest hero. The next screen asked him what he was most afraid of. Can opened his mouth and said that isn't all this in the universe. It turns out that what he is most afraid of is the vast universe. The main character saw a screen asking what was the most impressive thing for him. Can looked thoughtful. Then I remembered Lanival and the girl with horns, after which Nobius appeared in my head. Kan imagined a slug in his head and said that it seemed he was mistaken, that he was a girl, that he was a flying lizard, and that he didn't even want to become a slime. After which Alex chose the option and said that nothing could be done. After all the replies, a huge notification appeared in front of it. Kan grinned and said that they were keeping him in suspense until the end. Then he clicked yes and shouted. The main character opened his eyes wide. Kan froze with his finger outstretched. Then he began to fall and thought that he was falling asleep. The main character began to close his eyes and saw a girl screaming in front of him for him to wake up. Kan fell asleep abruptly. The main character opened his eyes. Surprised, he woke up on the foliage. The first spirit looked at him and said that he had finally woken up. She smiled sweetly and asked if he slept well. The main character looked at her silently. The girl was lying on him and he asked why she was sitting on him. The first spirit hugged the protagonist and replied that it started last year. A very pleasant smell began to emanate from his body, especially his breath. It was so sweet. The girl inhaled and opened her mouth. Kim stood up, heard that this is why, as the first spirit, she monopolized the best place, and asked what she was talking about. The main character was surrounded by perfumes of different colors. Kan began to wave his arms. Then he pointed his finger at the screen. The main character saw his skills and statuses. Then he pointed his finger at the race and noticed that it had changed. Another screen appeared with detailed information about the race. Kan looked displeased and wondered what else he receives from the love of spirits. The main character turned his gaze to the side. Kan saw a huge tree and asked what happened during these 5 years. The first spirit raised her head and replied that since the Sir Hero unexpectedly fell asleep, she could not leave her benefactor. The little girl hung on her chest and added that that was why she called on the children to protect the hero. The spirits carried seeds across the sky, and the girl noticed that after that they celebrated her liberation. The girl looked at the green edges of the trees and added that the spirits had planted a whole forest. Kan opened his mouth and noted that this was a real paradise for spirits. The first spirit turned and said that this was no longer the kingdom of the elves. Kan opened his eyes and heard that, besides, he woke up in time. The girl opened her mouth and added that Zeke had gathered an army from different kingdoms of the central continent and was now heading here. He said that he would make the entire race of elves slaves because they betrayed people. Kang made a face and asked if she was serious. The main character turned sharply on the branch when he heard someone calling him. Sylvia stepped on the grass. Then she opened her mouth and shouted for the protagonist to save the elves. Kan looked down at her and asked what was wrong with her clothes. Sylvia covered herself and replied that this was necessary in order to live with noble spirits in nature and unity. The elf looked away, and Kan looked at her characteristics and noted in his head that she must have worked hard these past 5 years. Kan looked away and asked why she called him. Sylvia remembered how she attacked the guy and said that Zeke was doing this because he harbored anger towards her in his heart. Let him stop him. Sylvia began to sob and added that she would do whatever he said if he wanted, even this body. Kan abruptly jumped from the tree. Then he looked at her carefully. She opened her mouth and looked at him. Kan opened his mouth slightly and noted that her zeal was enough. Sylvia began to sob and asked the protagonist again. The main character suddenly reached out to her. A moment later he kissed her. Kan looked at her and thought that he had said something wrong. The characteristics of the race are that a natural person is superior to the arch-elves. Sylvia blushed all over. Then she began to pull her hand behind her neck. Kan quickly hit her hand and told her not to misunderstand him. Sylvia opened her eyes when she heard that it was not her body that he wanted. The main character burst into flames and added that he needed experience points. Kan moved his lips away from her. Then he rubbed his lips and received 640 levels. Sylvia fell to the ground and lost 647 levels. Kan took a step forward, after which he smiled and noted that since he had received an advance payment. The main character screwed up his face and added that a guy named Zeke would go to catch him, and then thought about how to use experience points. Of course, you need to experiment with this. There was a bright light above the trees. Steel warriors walked along the ground. The banner rose high into the sky. 2 girls in armor followed the warrior. Tired Zeke in armor looked straight. The torch flew into the sky. The night stood on fire and burned the forest. Then he began to pour liquid into the lake, thereby polluting it. Zeke put his hand down and shouted that it was more difficult to protect than to destroy. They could take advantage of the chaos. The guy opened his mouth and added that he needed to get over the elves. The first spirit grabbed her hair and screamed that Zeke must be crazy. Kan put his hand to his chin and said that he doesn't understand his actions. This is the kingdom of spirits now. The main character saw how the whole forest was on fire and asked if he had really gone crazy. The elves began to shoot with bows and shout so that people would not dare to set foot on the sacred lands. Spirits flew over the river. The knight covered himself with a shield and shouted that the elves and spirits were separated. Without spirits the elves are not so terrible. Do not leave anyone alive. The next moment the knights killed several elves. The main character looked at the burning edges and asked not to worry. The first spirit looked in fear. Kang grinned and pointed out that this pharaoh rank hero would solve the problem impartially. The main character saw a notice about his third ability and noted that we will respond to violence with violence. The main character turned green and asked what it was. The hilt of a sword appeared in his hand. Khan grabbed it tightly and the sword began to glow. The first spirit in the hair noticed that they would also help. 5 spirits flew forward after the girl's order. The main character raised his sword and lit up even brighter. Khan grinned and noted that the level was indeed increasing due to the spirits. The blade of the sword burned and the protagonist shouted that it was necessary to protect the environment. The human warriors saw a bright light above the forest. Zeke gritted his teeth and noticed that it was Khan. The sword began to emit lightning and the protagonist asked the guy to come here. Then Khan smiled and remarked that he would cut it into pieces beautifully. Zeke reared up on his horse and shouted for the army to go into battle. The guy furiously contorted his face and shouted that the kingdom of the elves had come to an end. The steel warriors ran forward shouting. Dust rose among the trees. The core of the sword flared up brighter, and the main character thought that apparently he didn't feel sorry for his ex-wife at all. The core of the sword began to burn evenly, and Khan added that it was none of his business. The main character put the sword to his head and used 600 levels. The core began to burn dazzlingly brightly. A powerful explosion was heard in front of the protagonist, after which a high and bright beam appeared. The beam hit straight from the sky into the center of the forest. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he thought that the main thing was that he attacked, knowing that he was in this place. A huge blade flew over the army of people. Zeke opened his mouth and screamed. Then he raised his glowing sword. The green energy hit him directly. Zeke gritted his teeth in pain, after which he turned his gaze because he was called. 2 sorceresses looked at him and shouted that they would give him strength. The knight opened his mouth and shouted that Zeke must definitely win, and the girl nearby shouted that she believed in his victory. The gems in the guy's sword glowed brightly. Zeke smiled confidently and called the protagonist. The sword glowed bright blue and Zeke picked it up. The guy looked with glowing eyes and shouted that this is the power of true love. Khan opened his mouth slightly and called the guy. Then he smiled and remarked that he should receive the power of his ex-wife. The human warrior's sword was covered with green lightning. Zeke's mouth opened at the bright light. A huge beam hit the entire forest. A bright flash rose above the trees. The trees shook from a powerful explosion. A small crater from the explosion appeared. Broken branches lay on the ground. Zeke was lying on the ground and moaning. Then he started to get up and asked what he had lost again. Zeke lay on the ground and said that he was a hero who had defeated 3 of the 5 disasters. A moment later, the main character appeared next to the guy. Zeke raised his head in fear. Khan smiled and folded his hands, and Zeke saw his characteristics and shouted that ZZ rank was just an outrage. Zeke coughed up blood and the main character asked if he was still alive. The guy stood up on trembling legs. Then he glared and shouted that he was the king of energy, Zeke. Zeke opened his eyes and added that he would never show weakness in front of women. Khan pointed his finger and noted that this means how, but those women are no longer there. Zeke's eyes widened in horror. Then he collapsed to the ground. Khan put his hand to his chin and asked what was the energy of Z, and not the spirit of Z. The sun appeared from behind the mountains. Zeke was lying on the ground. The first spirit smiled and asked that they would bury it. The main character quickly pierced him with a sword. Khan held his hand in front of him and looked at the sword. Khan lit up with green flames, gained many levels, and replied that they would bury him. The hand of the human warrior was sticking out of the ground. The first spirit lay on his head and noticed that she wanted to make him pay for all his sins by burying him alive. Khan looked at the bright star and noticed that if she was dissatisfied with something, let her get off him. A magic ball suddenly appeared and a voice shouted that they had not seen the student for a long time. Kang smiled and asked where Miss Intern was hiding. The magic ball flew closer and the voice noted that not a word more, she followed the guy named Zeke, whom he defeated. The magic ball remembered how he looked at the lying guy and said that after escaping from the kingdom of the elves, Zeke was only interested in mating. They only chatted and flirted with women. Zeke stood opposite the catfish, and the ball added that he was strong in words. The catfish powerfully hit the guy, and the ball noticed that in reality everything turned out to be much worse. Alex and the elf jumped forward. The huge cat fell, and the ball noticed that despite the fact that he managed to defeat 5 disasters, the hero's entire squad lay dead, and the ball added that all of his companions eventually died. Zeke stood with his mouth open, and the magic ball noticed that due to the late intervention, the continent was now in ruins. Zeke scrunched his face. Miss Intern lit up and shouted that after all this, there were only women in his head. The magic ball twitched after the protagonist's words so that Miss Trainee would be more confident in herself. Zeke was lying on the bed with the girl. Then he fought with a catfish, and the main character noticed that Zeke was sitting only in the kingdom of the elves, busy with thoughts about women, but then, under the influence of Miss Trainee, he dumped 5 disasters. This fact is difficult not to admit. Khan opened his mouth and added that this was a feat that Professor Morality could not accomplish. The ball lit up and noticed that this calmed her down a little. The main character looked at the ball. She said that she didn't come for this and asked why. The world began to slowly fall apart, and the ball noticed that this world, in which the hero who opposed the demon lord died, would soon disappear. Khan pointed his finger at himself and asked him too. Miss Intern imagined the explosion and replied that he was still alive, but apparently the system did not recognize him as a hero. The main character relaxed his face. The world began to be covered in purple light, and Miss Intern added that, of course, the system cannot reboot thoughtlessly. She looked at the hand of the dead hero and noticed that the heroes are given about 10 seconds to resurrect. She does not think that Zeke comes to life. Kan looked at her and asked whether it was possible to disclose such things, and Miss Trainee twitched and replied that of course it was impossible. Kan's gaze sharpened, after which the ball lit up and the miss added that they were secret friends with him, and besides, he consoled her. Kan smiled and thanked the girl, noting that he would use the information the next time he tried. A huge screen appeared in front of the protagonist. Khan folded his hands on his chest and noted that this was the first time he had seen such a thing. Apparently, such a message comes when the hero dies during the passage. The notice noted that he needed to look at his grades. Then a screen appeared with his grades and a note about why he was here again. Khan looked at the note carefully. Then he clenched his teeth and said that it was he who should ask, so they would rather send him to the ground. The next moment, the notification noted that he had failed the test. The main character doubled over and cursed. Khan put his hands in his pockets and thought that he had learned something. The main character imagined that he was in the face of the Demon King and noticed in his thoughts that the hero and the Demon Lord, if one of them is not there, the world will disappear. The first spirit leaned on her hands and noticed that she only came out into the world after a long time, but the world suddenly began to disappear. After all, he would save her again. Kan opened his mouth and asked why he needed this. He wouldn't remember her anyway. The girl grinned and asked him why he thought so. Kan opened his eyes and asked again. Then the first spirit glowed brightly and noted that she would be waiting for him. Kan opened his mouth and shouted for his aunt not to drag her feet. A bright light appeared in front of him. The main character had his eyes closed. Then he opened his eyes when he was called. Lanival smiled brightly and greeted the protagonist and said that she knew he was very embarrassed that he was called upon like that without warning. Dissatisfied, Kan sat on the pentagram, and the sorceress added that this was a fantasy. Lanival smiled and said that this was another dimension, different from the one where he was, but the protagonist abruptly cut her off. The girl in front of him disappeared. Khan looked at it. Lanival lay in blood, and the guards shouted that it couldn't be. Wings appeared behind the main character's back, and the guards asked if he was really a hero. The protagonist's eyes lit up. The guards drew their spears and shouted for him to come to his senses. Khan opened his mouth slightly. Then he folded his hands on his chest and ordered him to bow. The spears quickly fell to the ground. The guards fell to their knees. The main character began to bend his fingers and count. Having bent all his fingers, he became a hero. The guards knelt before him. Khan smirked slightly. Then he opened his eyes and noticed that it was as expected. A notification about his profession, Demon Lord, appeared, and he wondered what his profession was. Demon Lord, before the black box was deactivated. The main character remembered how the world began to disappear and added in his head that when the hero disappears from this world, the system restarts if the hero does not return to life within 10 seconds. The notice said that his profession had changed to hero, and Khan wondered what if he would become a hero during this time. The main character spread his hands and noticed in his head that then nothing would happen. During the 8th playthrough, he did not know about this system. Khan remembered the protruding hand and added in his head that that's why he was now undergoing recertification, but now everything was different. Miss Trainee suddenly appeared and noted that this was a cool trick. Khan smiled and asked what she thought too. The main character looked at Lanival's hand and asked that he wasn't too sentimental. In his head, the sorceress smiled and noted that if he could cope with the Demon Lord, he would be able to return home. Then Lanival appeared in his head again in different clothes and asked him to get up. Kan looked away and thought that he only came across scammers who were trying to prove that they knew how to return home, but the way to return to Earth was known only to Lanival. The main character looked at the bloody hand again and added in his head that that's why he thought there was something transcendental in it, but it just died. Everything didn't go as he expected. Miss Trainee got nervous and noticed that he was the first hero to immediately kill a cute companion, and Kan grinned and asked her not to worry. Hyplia appeared behind the protagonist. Then she opened her mouth and responded to the protagonist. Lanival's hand glowed brightly. Then the blood began to be drawn into her. The sorceress jumped up sharply and screamed. Khan closed his eyes and listened to the cough. Lanival looked at him carefully. Kan opened his eyes and thought that she would finally show her true face. Lanival opened her mouth and shouted that this was too much to pay for not kneeling. The main character rolled his eyes and wondered what it was. Lanival grabbed the angel's hands and shouted that she was grateful for saving her. She was an archaeologist. The main character folded his hands and heard that in the ancient language Lanival means truth. Khan put out his hand and thought that Lanival was just Lanival. The main character closed his eyes and noticed in his head that it seemed that he had really become more sensitive, and Lanival shouted how he did it. The sorceress opened her mouth and asked what the Holy Spirit was. Khan hit her on the head and she fell silent. The main character clenched his teeth and asked to be silent while he asked kindly. Khan pointed his finger at the guard and called out to him. The knight twitched after the protagonist's request to bring him the most elegant clothes of the royal family. Khan opened his mouth and asked not to force him to repeat it. The main tower was illuminated by the sun. The king's beard glistened in the sun. The ruler sat on the throne, surrounded by his subjects. The main character took a step and thought that the course of the story resembled the second playthrough. Khan remembered how he crooked in the past and noticed in his head that this time he didn't need to scream. He was the only hero, why don't they kill him? The guard trembled when he saw the protagonist. Then he began to sweat profusely. The doors to the throne room opened. The aristocrats glared furiously down the aisle. After a moment she began to look scared. The protagonist's cloak flew up and he thought that he simply intended to show himself as he was. The king sat on the throne under the bright sun, and Khan added that, unlike the Dumpling King, the ruler opened his mouth slightly, and the main character noticed that he received the throne by inheritance. Khan took his step onto the red carpet. The main character in a royal outfit grinned and noted that he was born the emperor of the Northern Kingdom. The main character opened his mouth and greeted the king. The tower spire glowed brightly in the sun. Lanival ran forward. The main character remembered how he stuck out his tongue and thought that if you compare the current one with the one, he was so immature. Lanival opened her mouth and asked where the protagonist was going, and he added in his head that even though the situation was the same, the differences between 10 years of experience and 25 years of experience were obvious, so he decided to correct the mistakes of the second playthrough. Khan turned to the girl and replied that he was on the black market, and then noticed in his head that in other words, this was a repetition of what had happened. The sun illuminated the foliage of the trees. A wall could be seen from behind the treetops. Khan and Lanival were sitting in the bushes. The girl opened her mouth and asked what the forest was, and Khan asked why she was following him. Lanival ran after him and replied that she was the hero's companion, and Khan noticed that she should remain silent. The main character sharply tensed his gaze. The spirits rose above the foliage. The main character looked up at the spirits and thought that the spirits were attracted by his smell. Khan grinned and noted in his head that, however, the skills began to grow too quickly. The main character smiled broadly and added in his head that in other words, he realized that someone was nearby. A noise was heard from the forest. The elf turned her head and noticed what she had found, a black market right below them, and the sorceress nearby shouted joyfully. Sylvia leaned on a tree and heard that she needed to start digging a tunnel immediately. The elf queen glared straight ahead. The sorceress put her hand to the ground and turned to the spirits. A moment later, the fire spirits began to fly away. All the spirits rushed into the sky, and the elves shouted where they were going. Sylvia sharply tensed her gaze and asked if it was a man. The main character in green fire walked towards them. Kang smiled after being notified that his spirit had reached S rank. The elves began to attack and shout how dare he steal their spirits, let them return. The main character opened his mouth slightly and replied that he would introduce himself only once, so let them prick up their sharp ears and listen carefully. Sylvia pressed her lips together. Khan smiled broadly and said that he was a kind aristocrat. They live in the capital of the kingdom and just decided to take a walk in the forest. Khan suddenly changed his gaze to a sinister one. The elf clenched her teeth after the protagonist said that the elves brought people to Earth and this is strange. Sylvia glared. Then she walked forward and asked to look at his clothes. The elves looked at his outfit and noticed that so ugly and shiny, this aristocrat was clearly looking for the black market. Sylvia gritted her teeth and noted that he must have resorted to a dirty trick to steal their perfume. She sharply raised the sword and ordered to grab it and take away the spirits. Khan smiled. Then he looked at the tip of the sword and noted in his head that he knew what the elves were planning. The main character remembered about the elf on the black market and thought that, as in the second playthrough, the elves wanted to get into the auction to save Sylvia's teacher. The elves jumped on him, and Khan added in his head that, however, he knew more. Khan raised his head and noticed in his head that peaceful negotiations with the evil elves were useless. There was a huge explosion. The black market tunnel shook. The guard gritted his teeth and asked what these vibrations were. A moment later, the ceiling burst. The main character opened his mouth slightly and noted that he was asking for forgiveness for the intrusion. He would like to sell a few elves. Khan had several elves on him. The guard opened his mouth and shouted who he was, let him identify himself. The man with blue eyes smiled and remarked that if he didn't mind, he would take a look at them. Kan showed his teeth and allowed. The man reached into his inner pocket and began looking for his monocle. Then he put it on and froze. The elves' bodies glowed through the glass. He noticed the armor on his shoulders. The man with the monocle pretended to be smart and thought that excellent uniforms and good health, he had no reason to refuse, although the level was rather low. Then he raised his head and opened his mouth. A moment later the monocle cracked. The main character lit up and asked why he didn't like them. The man fell to his knees and shouted that he liked them, even if they were of low level, he would personally buy them for the highest price, just ask him, no need to be angry. The main character smiled after he was called noble, and thought that what a great result from repeating the game, a good start. A red pentagram lit up on the ceiling. The man smiled and noted that they had arrived just in time. He looked at the stage and added that the auction would begin now. The main character put on a mask and thought that what was happening was not much different from the second playthrough. On the contrary, everything turned out for the better. Kan remembered the elf with the sword and added in his head that they parted ways with her and her followers peacefully, without killing them. Lanival opened her mouth and said that she didn't like it, how the chosen hero could sell people, and Kan grinned and added in his head that now all that was left was to find a porter. Kan looked at the girl and noted that if this was the case, then let her go back, and Lanival spread her arms and shouted that she wanted this even more. Lanival held her head and told the presenter that the auction was beginning. The main character sat down at the table and heard that the first product was a survivor in the demon territory. Kan smiled and thought that everything was exactly the same as it was, even the skills. Kan saw the man in shackles and added in his head that in this case, his goal remains the same. A barefoot stepped onto the stage. The porter stood under a bright lamp. Kan smiled widely and noticed in his head that here he was. The main character looked at his face and added in his head that when he saw him again, he could proudly say that this was a complete failure, which is why no one would bet on him. The hammer hit the bell. The porter stood next to the protagonist, and the presenter shouted that he congratulated him. The guest in the wolf mask, he bought a good product at a low price. Kan looked to the side and asked him to bring him food, just enough to fill his stomach. After some time, food appeared on the table. The porter opened his mouth slightly. Then he looked straight and shouted that he was not a slave. Kan put his finger to the mask and noted that he knew that his comrade had betrayed him and sold him here. Kang opened his mouth and added that at the end of the auction, she would give him 2 options. The main character looked at the soup and said that the first one should trust him and follow him, the second one could just leave. The main character looked at the chain and added that he didn't have to worry, he wouldn't take revenge for his departure. Kan smiled broadly and noted that if he wonders why he is doing this, he thinks he did something good in a past life. The porter opened his mouth and asked if he was lying. Kan looked at the bell and replied that he was speaking sincerely. Besides, what could he gain by deceiving him? The soup on the table was hot. The porter slowly took the spoon. Kan looked at him with a smile. Lanival grinned widely, and the protagonist asked her to move away. The main character pushed her away with his hand, heard that she knew that Sir Hero wanted to save the unfortunate slave, and shouted that because of her he did not hear about the next lot. The main character looked directly and heard that the elf they picked up in the famous forest located in the southernmost part of the continent. As they can see, her mind is a little broken. The hammer hit the bell and Kan thought that at the same time in the second playthrough, Sylvia should have attacked this place to save her. The main character remembered how Sylvia was lying on the ground tied up and added in his head that he did a good job and prevented the attack. Kan grinned and noted in his head that since there were no problems, then, as in the second playthrough, all the results were clear. The elf was brought to the protagonist, and the presenter said that they were once again congratulating the guest in the wolf mask. What an active person. The porter opened his mouth after the protagonist called him and asked him what he meant. Lanival stood behind the porter, and Kan replied that he saw someone else besides him. He wanted to let him go, but he had already become attached to Lanival. The porter took the elf in his arm on the order of the protagonist. Kan withdrew his hand and noted that it was nice to hear. The main character grinned and noted in his head that following the plan, as in the second playthrough, they went to Master Malin. The main character stopped abruptly when the presenter addressed everyone. The host smiled broadly and shouted that they would like to present an unexpected surprise. The girl was sitting on the stage, and the presenter said that she was a thief who was fearlessly trying to get in here. The thief looked away and heard that according to the rules they had to cut off both her hands, put a brand on her forehead and put it on display. but they felt sorry for spoiling such beauty, so they decided to put it on display too. The main character strained his gaze and thought that this was a hidden branch. The main character remembered about the elves and thought that, taking advantage of the attack, she tried to hide in the warehouse. Kan folded his arms across his chest and added in his head that, nevertheless, everything did not go according to plan. He subjugated the elf queen. It seems that he feels some responsibility for her. The leader tightened his grip on the rope tied to the thief's neck and shouted that in the process of capturing this thief, they suffered quite a bit of damage, but in the process they noticed its value if they managed to tame this violent thief. The presenter grabbed the hood and added that they could steal anything in this world. Under the hood were elf ears, and the leader shouted that she could even steal their hearts. Zig opened his mouth and shouted that he should buy it. The hammer hit the bell sharply. The main character looked straight ahead furiously. Kan looked at the thief carefully. Then he looked closely at the screen with her race. A screen with information appeared in front of the thief. The elf looked attentively at the protagonist. The main character remembered the third king of the elves and wondered what the Chaos Elf remembered about this race. The main character put his hand to his chin and added in his head that the father and daughter were just from her. It seems that the hidden branch gives more clues. A crowd of people began to raise their hammers and place bets. The elf looked at them in fear after someone bet 25. The guy in the rhinoceros mask opened his mouth and shouted that he would not give up. This elf would be his. A bag suddenly fell onto the table. The main character opened his mouth and bet 50. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. The presenter raised his hand and shouted that maybe someone else would like to bet. The bets are over. The main character folded his hands on his chest and heard that the guest in the wolf mask had taken away all the most precious flowers. The main character took the chain and the contract in his hand, and people in the hall noticed that he didn't have a lot of money. The presenter opened his mouth slightly and noted that if he wanted, they could provide him with a free escort. The presenter looked up and heard that he did not need an escort. Kan pointed his finger at his men and asked them to prepare the carriage. The carriage began to drive quickly over the bumps. A bright light fell on the castle wall. Kan went to the door, and the coachman announced that they had arrived. The door opened abruptly. Lanival fell on the bed and shouted that they had finally returned. She was so tired. Kan pointed his finger at her and asked her to go and feed the porter, and she shouted that they had just returned. Kan looked furiously and asked if she could go after being spanked. Lanival quickly ran away and shouted that they were leaving. The door closed abruptly. The main character took a step to the side and noticed that it was finally quiet. Two elves were sitting in a carriage. Kan looked at them carefully. Then, on his orders, Hippolyta appeared. The thief was covered in golden energy. Sylvia's teacher was also covered in healing energy. Kan opened his mouth and noticed that now they were able to move and were not going to run. The thief turned away, and the elf next to her opened her mouth and said that he would have already killed her. Then she broke the bonds, after which she put her hand to her chest and noted that she could not help but repay for healing from the demon's curse. She was not a shameless elf. The thief sat with her face turned away, and the protagonist called her. She then suddenly widens her eyes after the protagonist asks how she is related to that third-generation elf king who loves boobs. She clenched her teeth tightly and shouted that this pathetic king was her ancestor. The thief suddenly became gloomy and heard that he could understand that she was of royal blood by her long ears. The main character looked at the screen with the Chaos Elf race and noticed that he was more interested in her race, namely in chaos. Kan opened his mouth, heard the question of how he knew, and answered because he was a hero. The elf looked at him and shouted that this meant it was his dirty trick. Kan opened his mouth and asked about the dirty trick. The thief imagined the elf queen in her head and said that she deliberately gave information to that stupid elf princess. Kan grinned, heard that it was because of him that she didn't attack the black auction, and asked what she was trying to steal with Sylvia's help. The thief opened her mouth and shouted that she was the first to ask the question. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he noticed that he was its owner. The thief began to sweat and noticed that she was not a slave. Kan put his hands in his pocket and noted that they would achieve nothing this way, but there was a good way out of this situation. The elf looked at him in fear. Kan smiled widely and noted that he would strip her naked and hang her at the castle gates. The thief rolled her eyes in fear. The main character raised his hands up and added that this is a great way to attract attention. Hang out there for a day. Kan grabbed her by the strap, and the elf began to shout at him not to come. She would make him regret it. The strap suddenly tore. The torn strap fell to the ground. The empty breastplate then fell to the ground. The thief fell in front of him. Then she began to sob loudly and shout that after that he called himself a hero. Kan opened his mouth with teeth and shouted that he should be the one complaining. Kan looked at the increasing breastplate and asked what he spent all his property on. MC, in front of the elf, kicks the piece of armor to the side, saying that it doesn't matter and it will do, which surprises the elf. Close up of Kan, he asks the elf what she was going to steal, and that if she needed money, she could choose another place. The elf shyly turns away from the hero, looking to the side with a tense expression on her face. The hero gazes to the side and is distracted by the words of the elf, who says that she was looking for a relic. The elf is close to the reader. On a white background, she says that she was going to steal the relic of chaos. Can wrinkled his face in incomprehension. The elf asked him what was wrong with his face and whether he happened to like the answer. MC opens his mouth and says that the elf is an inveterate thief and that there are a lot of relics in the world. The elf cries and shouts that she is not a thief, and that because of the relics that her ancestors left behind, her profession is interrupted. MC scratches his ear. The elf yells at him, asking if he is listening at all, to which the hero dryly responds with a question about what kind of relic the elf is even looking for. The hero takes his finger out of his ear and stands with a serious face, and listens as the elf tells him that the relic she is looking for is a thing with the power of chaos, that it is a fragment of power that has broken away from the rules established by the god. Memories of the first hero against the backdrop of the starry sky. MC thinks that the power of chaos must be associated with the first hero. Can stands with a red blanket in his hand, beckoning the elf with it, and asks if this thing is at an auction, and that if the elf answers, he will give her the blanket. The elf grabs the blanket with her teeth, trying to snatch it from the MC's hands. She replies that her words are true, and that she senses the energy of chaos, which means that the relic is on the black market. MC looks thoughtfully towards the reader, holding the blanket, which the elf is diligently trying to snatch, in her hands. The elf, holding the blanket with her teeth, with an inspired face, says that she swears by her name, Elena Lou Elfheim. Can looks at her with a blank face. He opens his mouth and asks whose name this is, causing genuine anger in the elf, and she shouts that it is her and that it is her name. The hero, surrounded by question marks, asks why she swore by her name. He lets go of the blanket and the elf, without expecting this, begins to fall, shouting that the barbarian hero should watch his tongue, but the fall interrupts her mid-sentence. The hero, holding his hand open, which previously held a blanket, turns to a voice, uncertainly, calling him. The elf, with her gaze downward, asks where Princess Sylvia is, whom MC mentioned earlier, and asks if she is somewhere nearby. The hero looks around, silently. After that, he looks away from the elf in a robe and says that he saw her in the forest. Elena sits with a satisfied grin, holding a blanket in her hands. The elf in a robe says that Sylvia should not encounter people from the black market, to which Elena replies that she saw Sylvia running away cowardly. The elf asks who she is if she dares to insult the royal family. Elena is dissatisfied with the close angle. The elf tells her that judging by her ears, then she is from the same dynasty as Sylvia, but she thinks that they, like her breasts, are fake, to which Elena shouts that her ears are real. An elf with glowing golden eyes looks intently at the reader, surrounded by a murderous aura. She asks if she really thinks that she will believe the deceiver and that Elena is daydreaming. Lou turned blue with fear and hiccuped. They stare at each other, trying to scare each other or glare at each other. The elf has level 851, and Lou has level 137, which plunges the latter into shock and she gives up in this mental skirmish. Elena screams, asking a rhetorical question about how can a royal knight be so dangerous, and that she now understands why the demon took the queen. Sweat begins to drip from the elf's cheeks. It is clear that Elena's remark shocked her and she asks how Elena found out that the queen was taken by a demon. The devastated elf looks at Elena. The latter says that she saw everything with her own eyes while she was looking for the relic, to which the elf asks who she is related to the demon. Elena, gently bowing her head, says that she only knows that he did not kill the queen immediately after the abduction, and that she does not know further details. MC remembers that the queen is having an affair with the demon king, and in his thoughts he notes that they are inseparable. The elves look back at Can's voice, who says that they are both too noisy. Close up of the elf, Can says that from this day on her name is Archer E. Elena screams with displeasure. Close up, MC says that her name is now Thiefy, to which Thiefy shouts that this is unfair. The hero looks with indifference towards Elena, who screams, indignant at the fact that she was given such a stupid nickname. Thiefy screams, bursting with discontent, asking why the hero was not satisfied with her noble name, to which Can interrupts her, repeating that she is now Thiefy. The elf again tries to shout him down, trying to say her name. MC with an evil face, her eyes glowing purple and giving off a deadly aura, and he just calmly repeats that she is now Thiefy. Elf, wrapped in a red blanket, with watery eyes. Thiefy lies with his legs tucked under him. Next to Archery, Can notes in his thoughts that now he must look after them. The thief's stomach gurgles. MC notes to the reader that in this hidden route, they need to check the relic mentioned by Thiefy. MC looks at the armor removed from the elf, wondering what else he needs to do. Having removed the armor from the elf, MC thinks that he needs to return the money he lost to Thiefy. Flashback to Thiefy being gagged. Kang thinks he should have figured it all out by seeing the ears. The hero stands on a blue, calm background, thoughtfully with his hand at his chin. He thinks that this is all just his mistake, and that he is a fair hero. Close up of Archer E, the hero calls her new name, wondering what he should do first. MC says with a satisfied grin, standing sideways, that the archer needs to contact the Elf King and report the location of Sylvia, the disappearance of the Queen and the hero. Starry Sky, Can continues that the archer must tell the Elf King everything. Castle against the background of the night sky. Castle against the backdrop of dawn. The horses are galloping somewhere very quickly. The wheel, the ground under the finished one, begins to get very hot. The carriage enters the castle. The wheel is slowing down. A foot in a white shoe with a gold cut touches the ground. Nasus comes out of the carriage with his head held high. A smile spreads across his face. A castle against the background of the night sky, laughter coming from it. A man raises a glass in the air against a bright yellow background. Behind him is an elf making the same gesture. The man shouts that he needs to drink to the union of elves and people. Nasus goes out onto the balcony where Can is already standing. MC, with a happy face, asks if the prince wants to find Princess Sylvia. Nasus, with an extremely satisfied smile, replies that of course he wants to find his younger sister, about whom their father is so worried. Close up of Nasus's eyes, he says that if he finds out, he is afraid his heart won't take it. MC lets out a pleased, ironic exclamation, raising his hand in the air. Half of his face, he smiles, and says that since Nasus says so, then of course he will help. The bag falls heavily on the table. A handful of gold coins fall out of the bag. Lanival looks at the gold coins with a surprised expression on his face. He asks where so many coins come from, and notes that it is very suspicious, to which Can replies not to be smart. Sylvia and MC's memories. He continues that this is all a reward for the information that he told Prince Nasus and that it is honest money. Lanival turns to Khan and shouts that it is dangerous to reveal the whereabouts of the princess, who wants to take the throne, to which Khan notes to her that she seems to want to interfere with the family reunion, and asks if Lanival wants to take responsibility if she is mistaken. Lanival begins to say that responsibility is the job of a hero, but Khan's powerful blow abruptly interrupts her speech. Khan holds his tense fist in the air, and Lanival lies with a bump on her head. He says that she needs to stop if her life is dear to her. The thief approaches MC from behind, saying that she is not interested in the prince and princess, and scares the hero by quietly approaching from behind. The elf looks at MC with a confident face. A star begins to shine near her ears. She says that if Nasus continues to pursue the princess, then she will have a chance to bring her plan to life. MC laughs against the blue background, saying that he has nothing more to teach the thief, and that she should probably be released, which scares the thief. MC turns to the elf with a cynical face, saying that at the party the prince offered a huge sum for the thief. The elf begins to sweat in fear, but MC continues to say that it is a pity because she is busy searching for the relic. The hero turns to the thief with an angry look, saying that he does not need a talkative elf. Alina grabs the hero's hand, screaming and begging him to leave her and that there is no need to sell her to Prince Nasus. The thief begins to cry in fear, screaming, asking that Can didn't see the prince's eyes, and that if the latter had known that she was of royal blood, he would have killed her on the spot. The hero pushes the thief away with his hand, saying that most likely Nasus already knows about her royal blood, and saying that everything will wait until tomorrow, in response to which Alina thanks him. MC points his finger at Lanival, telling her to prepare everything for the journey with the porter, to which the lady replies that Mr. Hero is only having fun and that it infuriates her. Can stands with a displeased face, saying that he is going to take them with him, moreover, to a very dangerous place. The walls of the castle against the backdrop of mountains and the sun emerging from them. Forest and some noise. Masked people are walking through the forest, carrying something in a stone box. Top view of people carrying a box. The elf sits on a tree, looking at the bearers. He gives the ambush a signal. Someone begins to walk along the ground towards the reader. Nasus looks at the reader with Iris standing behind him. Nasus, in a closer shot, he gives the signal to start the fire. A bunch of arrows fly through the forest at great speed. The arrows kill the people carrying the box. A couple of the arrows hit the box. A masked man, receiving a blow to his neck, screams that they were ambushed. Iris was the one who cut the man's body, just below the neck. The top of MC's head sticks out from behind the bushes. He looks at how the elves' attack ended. Can sits next to the thief, saying that everything happened the way he wanted and that now they need to wait until Nasus and his squad enter the black market. The hero turns dissatisfied at Alina and, glaring at her, asks again whether she can definitely feel the relics, to which the elf replies that of course, and that the relic is below. 3 yellow balls, each smaller than the other. Nasus tears open the entrance to the black market. Nasus's squad looks at him. He says that now they will go to save their fellow tribesmen. Nasus's sword, which he takes out of his sheath, he says that if they are being held hostage. Iris stands with her head down as Nasus continues, saying that they must put aside all regrets and take revenge, and that Sylvia is no exception. Nasus stands with his back to the reader. Holding a sword in his hand, he says that while they are saving their friends who have become slaves, it is as if he is enslaving himself. Nasus turns around, her eye glowing bright green as he continues, saying he hopes this doesn't happen. The elves begin to descend, following Nasus' command. Khan smiles brightly, noting that the elves have finally entered and that it is now their turn. 3 orange spirits are floating in the air. Khan says it's time for them to stop having fun and get to work. The elf calls out to the hero, to which he turns to her. She says that the spirits are not his slaves, and that if he treats them like that, then he should expect retribution. MC stands, all wrapped up and entangled in spirits and their energy. He answers the elf that she can't see that they are having fun. The elf is extremely amazed and asks the hero a rhetorical question, not understanding what is happening. A staircase down, entangled in yellow energy. Can, sitting next to the thief, smiles and says that they can go down, to which the elf notes that yes, and that they are almost there. The hero looks back at the elf and laughingly asks what she will do, how she will take the relic. Elf, side view, close up, white background. She says that she will save her ancestors who are stuck in another dimension, and immediately answers the hero that he can laugh at her, but does not have time to finish. MC abruptly approaching Helena scares her and looks at her intently. She screams that his face is too close. The hero with a surprised face says that it would be nice for the elf to tell in more detail about what she just blurted out. The elf from the MC's memories, he tries to remember, thinking that it was in the 6th playthrough, that it was something in the learning cave. The first hero runs away into the distance in MC's memories. He thinks that after defeating the Demon King, he started a family and ran away, starting a new life, which means even before graduation. The first hero is in close-up, with text on top of him stating that he left the world of fantasy on his own. The hero thinks, trying to understand how he managed to do this. Elena, close up, she says that she doesn't know the details. Relics of chaos in energy circles of purple, yellow and red colors. The elf says that each of the 3 relics of chaos has 3 attributes, and that if you collect all 9, you can change the world. The hero is in close-up, against the backdrop of the forest. Looking at the reader, Elena continues, saying that this is how her mother told her everything, and that her family has collected 4 attributes, and that the 5th is kept at the auction. The hero looks away, wondering if the chaos is connected to the black box. Miss Trainee flies over Can. He thinks that most likely the black box is a completely different force, and then asks Miss Trainee if she knows anything. There's a close-up of Miss Intern saying that she doesn't think that's possible and that it's a very old story. MC stands thoughtfully with her hand on her chin. Miss Trainee continues, noting that opinions among teachers also differ, to which Kang replies that he understands. Miss Intern is on a pink background. Small, excited clouds are coming from her ball. She says that she will try to find out about everything as soon as possible, and that she is also interested, to which MC reassures her, saying that she can take her time. Khan looks at the green spirits flying above him. Green spirits fly up to Kan's ear and appear to be telling him something. Spirits calmly fly across the sky. MC stands with an evil grin, saying that everything happened as he expected. A purple lamp burns on the blood-splattered walls. Someone's hand is next to the mask. The mouth of a man with a pronounced chin. He shouts at someone not to move. It turns out that the man is holding the elf hostage. Putting a blade to her neck, he shouts that if they do not lay down their arms and surrender, the elf will die. An arrow flies into the elf's forehead. Her eyes lose life. The elven archers draw their bows again, preparing and shooting. The man who held the elf hostage is in a state of shock. Holding in his hands the elf repeatedly pierced by an arrow, he screams, asking that the elves really killed their own. Many arrows fly at the man and he falls, emitting a death rattle. The black market guards run away, shouting that all the hostages are dead and that they need to get out of here. Nasus, standing behind the archers, hears someone shouting that they thought the elves valued their kind. An empty passage from which everyone ran away. Silence. In front of him lies a dead elf and a dead black market employee. Nasus's face, close up, and in red tones. 3 people, one of whom is holding a hostage on his shoulder, stand at a dead end. They are all breathing heavily after running. A man is holding his wounded hand. In front of him is a man with a wounded cheek, holding his hand, turning to the manager, saying that the magic circle of movement is not activated, to which the wounded man in the cheek shouts that the secret exit is blocked and all the hostages are dead. Close-up of a dark-skinned man. He is holding some kind of hostage on his arm. The view moves away. It is clear that the man was holding Sylvia in his hand. He says that he will now prepare a teleportation circle. Kan looks out from around the corner at the trio. The Chaos Elf suddenly looks out from behind him and says that it is him, and that this man has the relic, to which MC replies that she should be precise, because if he finds out that she is lying, then, but does not finish the sentence. Sylvia bucks on the black man's back. MC wrinkles his face with displeasure, realizing that he sees Sylvia again. The foot of a hero who decided to come out from his hiding place. The leg of Nasus, who also came. The wounded turn around, surprised by their exit. A yellow mark from the impact sharply sweeps across their heads at eye level. Yellow energy comes from their heads, behind them, and Nasus looks at them, holding his sword as if he had just completed a blow. The black man's neck is also cut and blood spurts out. He falls dead, knocking Sylvia to the floor as well. Nasus looks at Sylvia, who is lying on the ground with horror in her eyes. He says, addressing her as a beloved sister, that their precious relatives trusted her in vain, that many of them died. Sylvia, shaking, looks back towards the reader, raising her head a little. Nasus continues, asking how now to convey the news to the families of the victims, and notes that this is regrettable. Nasus looks at the reader, red energy blazing around him. He asks, horrified, how Sylvia is now going to atone for her sin. Close-up of Sylvia's eyes as she repeats her name, stuttering and trembling. Nasus twirls his sword in the air, interrupting Sylvia's attempts to say something, saying first. The tip of the sword points towards the wall where MC was hiding. Nasus addresses him, calling him Mr. Hero. He smiles softly, holding the sword at arm's length, saying that MC can come out and that he knows he's here. Kan comes out from around the corner with Thief E. He asks how Nasus noticed them. After all, they were sitting quietly, to which Nasus replies that even the skill of concealment is useless against him. A close-up of Nasus, he smiles tenderly, saying that to be more precise, it's the thief because she stinks. Kan moves away from the thief, and she with a frightened face, holding her hood, screams that this is not so, that all this is dishonest and all this is a lie. The angle moves closer to the elf. She looks scared and closes herself tighter in her hood. Nasus laughs and says that she smells like a traitor. The wall, with blood smears, a purple lamp burning brightly. Nasus continues, saying that he knows why Sylvia is here, and that he knows that she deceived her by leaking information to her. Nasus's leg, against the background of the heroes, he says that this is a good job, but the ending let us down a little. Nasus smiles, holding the sword at the level of his chest. He says that thanks to her they have established relations with the hero. The connection between people and elves has also strengthened. Nasus turns his sword, and Alina is visible in the reflection of the blade. He says that there is one thing, she wanted to harm the royal family, and that this is a sin that cannot be ignored. Nasus's sword is standing right at Sylvia's throat. He says that besides, they, watching this scene, can influence his actions, interfering at the right moment. Kan's calm face, looking to the right, he says that he doesn't care if Sylvia dies. Nasus smiles, looking to the left, he says that everything turned out great. The sword stands at Sylvia's neck. She is sweating and looks up in horror. Nasus says that the hero's story about what happened will still not reach the audience. Nasus faces the reader, swinging his blade, leaving a trail of golden energy after the blow, and says that he did not intend to leave witnesses. The purple lamp on the wall begins to shine brighter. Nasus takes a step, raising dust behind him. Smoke begins to flow near the lamp, and it flares up even more. Nasus' leg disappears from where it was standing. MC pushes the elf, telling her to get lost. Nasus, at incredible speed, hits the place where the heroes stood. He looks at the reader with a dissatisfied face. Kan looks at the reader with a smirk on his face, clearly enjoying the battle. Close-up of Nasus's leg, he says that Mr. Hero's special perfume is useless. Nasus stands with his back to the reader, looking at the crack in the ground, and says that contrary to the speed of the spirits. Kan stands with a cut shirt on his shoulder. Nasus looks back at Kan, his eyes glowing green menacingly. He continues, saying that despite the speed of the spirits, he will cut Mr. Hero faster. MC dusts off his shoulder, smiling and thanking Nasus for the remark. Nasus smiles. His head is located on the left side towards the reader. Kan runs towards Nasus. Nasus runs towards the hero. Nasus almost hits the hero, but he grabs Sylvia and puts her in the path of Nasus's strike. The evil look of Nasus. Sylvia's pitiful face, tears flowing from her eyes. Memories of Nasus, where Sylvia, calling him brother, hands him a wreath of flowers. Nasus's eyes are angry, frowning, and he asks if she has forgotten whose death he came for. But, contrary to Nasus's expectations, MC simply pierces him right through Sylvia, distracting his attention with her. But Nasus, not yet realizing this, turns to Sylvia, asking if she remembers his words. Nasus with a surprised face. Sylvia with a surprised face. MC says he doesn't care whether the elves die or not. The sword stops burning. The elves lie next to each other, covered in their own blood. The tile is covered in blood, but the elves are no longer there. MC, raising his hand covered in purple energy, says that he doesn't want to be caught in such a mess. The violet lamp began to burn weaker. Someone says that no one should be left alive, and they ask where the prince went. Iris, looking at the purple energy around the bend in the corridor, says that it seems that the prince is there. Iris, along with the other elves, runs around the corner, calling for the prince. Close-up of Iris's frightened look. Sylvia, crying, holds the dead prince in her arms. Iris is surprised. Close-up of the dead prince's face. Iris begins to sweat. Crying Sylvia, saying that her brother died protecting her. Sylvia is crying. Close-up, someone is talking to her. Dead Nasus in her arms, Sylvia holds his head in her hand. She says that she will fulfill her brother's last wish and create a world in which people and elves will live in harmony, and that she will devote all of herself to this. Iris cries looking at this scene. Sylvia continues, saying that even her father will not be able to stop her, and that all those who are dissatisfied will become her enemies. Close-up of Sylvia's tears as she asks Iris and the elves if they would help her. Iris and the rest of the elves kneel in front of Sylvia. Side view of Iris's face, she says she swears by Sylvia. She stops crying and starts smiling. Sylvia is enveloped in purple, demonic energy and says that she is very grateful to the elves. View of the room from the corridor, it begins to fill with purple light. The hero and the thief walk along the corridor. He asks if the thief found the relic and says that Nasus took too much time. Thiefy replies that she found the relic. Khan looks at something hanging from Alina's fist. A medallion with a blue gem in the middle. MC is surprised, asking if it's true and is an artifact of chaos. The hero takes an extremely close look at the relic and says that it looks like a fake. The elf, taking out a dagger, explains that the relic is simply sealed, which the MC asks about. Alina pierces her finger. She drips blood onto the locket. The blood begins to soak into the blue gem. The hero's face is close up, illuminated by blue light. He is surprised that the medallion actually reacts. Blue lightning starts coming from the medallion. A kind of darkness fills the entire space. From the darkness, the thoughts of the hero are heard, who says that nothing happened and everything is as before. Someone's blue eyes in a close shot. Can mentally says, turning to Alina, that this is all a pure scam. The man's face moves away. We see the full head of a man. MC asks the elf why she is silent. We see a man sitting naked, MC mentally screaming that he doesn't understand anything. Light entered the room through the window. A man with a scar on his shoulder was sitting on the bed and looking forward. The main character thought that these were the memories of the first hero. The man's gaze dropped down. In his hand lay a pendant with a blue stone. The man turned around and looked back. His hand reached out to the hair of the girl lying in the bed. He stopped his hand and clenched his fist. Then the man left the room and closed the door. The main character thought that he felt nothing but loneliness. The man's foot stepped forward. The man walked out of the house onto the porch. His foot left the ground, and the main character thought about where he was going. The man took off over the house and flew upward. The sun was shining in the sky through the clouds. The foot stepped onto the ground. A man stood on the seashore. He walked along the sea along the beach. A white umbrella appeared. Beneath him lay an elf with blonde hair. He opened one eye and asked what the hero, busy with official business, was doing on this beautiful beach. A blue-eyed man stopped next to him. The elf raised his hand, opened his mouth and said that it seemed that the 7th summit about the reunification of elves and humans would begin in only 2 days. A man stood near an umbrella, looking at the sea, and asked to put it aside for a day. He was told that it was easy to say. There was a glass on the sun lounger as the man continued to say that this summit should finally help end all grievances between both races, which is why it is extremely important. The ice in the glass began to melt, and he continued to say that important people representing great nations and races would gather there, and that they should be asked to wait not an hour, but 1 day. Then he fell silent meaningfully. The man stood with his back turned. He apologized. Against the backdrop of the sea, a man asked another about family problems, then laughed and added that his problems did not end even after he killed the Mao. The elf closed his eyes and said that nothing could be done, because if there is peace in the hero's family, then there will be peace in the whole world, and then he laughed. While the sea was in front of them, the man thanked the other for his understanding. The tree stood under the night sky. 2 people were sitting at the counter. The blue-eyed man looked at his open palm. There was a pendant with a blue stone in it. They asked him what it was. The man opened his mouth and replied that when he was a novice mercenary, he spent all his money to buy her for his wife, because at that time he wanted to match the one who was already an experienced mercenary. Blue Eyes looked down sadly when he was told that it was very romantic. The man had a pendant in his hand. He replied that he found it in the trash today. He was asked if she had really thrown it away. The man clenched his fist and replied that he did not know that he had kept it a secret from his proud wife, but this pendant protects the one who wears it. Sweat appeared on the elf's face. He asked if the man had really sacrificed part of his strength to do this, but he was not answered. The elf closed his eyes and laughed, and then said that he wanted to ask for it for his daughter, and the pendant turned out to be a treasure. The elf was surprised when the man told him that if he wanted, he could take the jewelry, and the man with long ears asked if he really could take it. The man clenched his fist and it began to glow. The first hero asked the elf if he would definitely give the jewelry to his daughter, and then said that he had configured it so that the effect would only work on a representative of his bloodline. The man with blue eyes extended his hand with the pendant forward and told the elf to accept it as an apology for delaying such an important summit because of him. The blonde man smiled and replied that if he said so, then he would take it. The hand reached out to the palm with the decoration. He took the pendant and squeezed it in his hand. There was a bright flash. The main character opened his mouth slightly. He looked forward. A girl with blonde hair asked the main character what was wrong. She looked at him blankly when he said that she had not seen anything. Khan opened his mouth slightly and asked Thief where the rest of the collected chaos artifacts were, because, apart from this pendant, she said that she had already collected 4. The girl blurted out that they were on the southern continent, and the guy asked if the entire southern continent was her home. Thief raised her index finger and replied that she could not tell him more, and since the well-being of her beloved family was at stake, she would not say anything even under torture. The main character looked seriously in her direction, and she added that she would not do this at least until she was sure that she could trust him. The girl opened her mouth wide and was surprised when Khan suggested that they slowly learn to trust each other. She clarified whether he was serious. Thief asked in bewilderment what he was going to do when the main character asked why she was so surprised, although she herself said that they needed to trust each other. Khan opened his mouth wide and exclaimed enthusiastically that he would start first and tell about his home, and in response he heard that she did not need it. They stood in front of the forest. The guy said that his family lives in another world, so even if he tells her the address, it will not prove anything. He smiled and added that therefore, instead of his family, as a sign of trust, he would introduce his respected teacher to her. The girl looked at the main character in surprise. Thief was horrified when she repeated out loud that she would meet the teacher of the savage hero. She thought about the horned monster and exclaimed that she couldn't even imagine how terrifying he was then. Han crossed his arms and proudly said that his teacher was very gentle. Clouds floated across the sky. The sun was shining on the hills. At the foot there were many houses. Something green covered the sun. The main character looked up and asked himself what he should do. Khan was lying on the grass, arms and legs spread out to the sides. On his chest was a smiling being, whom he addressed by the name of Master Malin. It opened its mouth and made a characteristic sound. We were shown an unknown skill, and the main character thought that he actually remained at the A rank level. He remembered the 2 monsters and realized that until A rank, the skill grew on its own, but then it got stuck, as if an invisible wall was blocking it. However, the main character found a solution to the problem. He remembered how he stood and smiled surrounded by his comrades and exclaimed that he was going to meet his teacher. In the memories, the little girl with the bob opened her mouth. Han remembered the shining green creature and thought about the teacher he admires most in this fantasy world. Master Malin smiles live against the sky. The main character summed up that now they have been here for 5 days. Khan lay on the grass and addressed the teacher with the name Master Malin. He spun from side to side when the main character asked him if he had any tips on how to cross the insurmountable wall. The creature turned its back on him, and the guy said that now that Malin was older, he thought he could find out more. His companions looked out of the window. Khan said that time was passing, and they were starting to look at him strangely. The main character looked at the green creature and asked how these guys knew about training, which is comparable to the universe. You could see the sky through his green teacher. His appearance turned into drops of liquid and then into an inverted reflection of the main character. An unknown skill has appeared. Various words flashed around him, and Khan thought that on the one hand, these are ordinary skills, but one still stands out among the rest. An empty white rectangle appeared. The main character imagined the first hero and the black silhouette standing next to each other and thought about the creator. He continued to think that the first hero, in order to counter the gods of Fantasia, had invented his own skill. The designation of the unknown skill began to crack, and Han thought of something that allowed him to ignore the current rules. He realized that it was all a matter of perspective. Master Malin shook his hand, recalled that he had vaguely assumed that the unknown skill was created by the first hero. The main character realized that this was obvious. He opened his eyes wide and thought he was being frivolous. He rose from the grass and came to the conclusion that everything now fell into place. The rank of the unknown skill began to disappear, and the guy realized that he did not need experience points or achieving balance. The unknown skill was promoted to S rank, and the main character realized that he only needed to understand the basics. Sweat appeared on his face, and he joyfully said that he had succeeded. His new stats are Type, Skill, Name, Unknown, Rank, S, SS Unknown, S Record, A Consigned Target to Chaos, B Destroy Target, C Consigned Target to Oblivion, D Immunity to Chaos, E Immunity to Destruction, F Immunity to Oblivion. The record ability attracted the attention of the main character. He remembered the first hero and thought that perhaps the Chaos artifact was created using this effect. He suggested that all that is needed to grow a skill is to pump up mental abilities, at which time Master Malin smiled. Khan looked down thoughtfully. He remembered himself with 6 wings during the battle with the old prince. He also remembered his friends over the sea when he had to fight an unfavorable air battle in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. He imagined himself fighting furiously with only one arm when he desperately needed wings. He remembered the unknown S-rank skill and thought that he had heard his soul's cry and answered his call. Khan lowered the green creature to the ground with words of strong desire and awareness. He thought about creating a crisis situation. The main character smiled broadly and stretched his arms, saying that he just needed a strong opponent. He looked away and thought. The guy remembered a familiar dragon and said that a strong friend lived in the area. He looked at the mountains in the distance and talked about whether he could do him a favor after so much time, because most likely he was sleeping now. He remembered how he and the dragon spent time and decided that in this attempt, like the last, he was not too worried about it, and that he needed to deal with it right away. The main character smiled and added that for now he was half asleep. A guy stopped in front of several houses and said that if someone dies, his grades will be lowered, so he needs to take care of this in advance. Two blondes and a man opened their mouths wide and called out to the savage hero. The Khan was delighted and exclaimed that on the occasion of the completion of his training he had a gift for them. He wanted to add about the orc settlement right ahead, but he was interrupted. The guy looked away. A sunset was visible in the sky. Then a wing appeared, and then two more wings appeared. Nobius was flying towards them. The main character stood on the ground, his eyes widened. He looked ahead blankly. The dragon's eye glowed red. Nobius planned to breathe fire. A blinding fire burst from his mouth. He breathed fire straight into the ground. A pink mist thickened in the air. The winged Khan flew out of it. A burn appeared on the main character's cheek. Yellow spots appeared in the fog. A blonde stood on the ground, her arms outstretched. A golden dome appeared over the settlement. The guy thought about a green creature. He was safe in the girl's arms. The main character clenched his teeth and thought that he could not do anything. He decided that he needed to take the dragon as far as possible. Khan stopped in front of the lizard and began to call him to him. He wanted to attract his attention. The dragon's eyes glowed with rage. He opened his mouth wide and growled. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he was very different from the little supreme dragon of Oblivion he was at the hero festival. He realized that he would rather fight the demon lord. Nobius opened his mouth and roared. His statistics window, race, chaos dragon, level 999 plus, profession, supreme ruler, skills, chaos, destruction, oblivion, morale, deadly poison, status, anger, excitement, withering. The skill ranks chaos and destruction attracted the guy's attention. He noticed that he did not have a single transcendental skill. He understood that if the dragon, the Imba of the fantasy world, had a transcendental skill, it would have an advantage. Khan flew up to his muzzle. The guy opened his eyes wide and looked forward. Something big appeared right in front of him. He found himself upside down and screamed. Khan turned over in the air, thinking that he needed to quickly regain his balance. He opened one eye and looked behind him. The dragon was above him. The guy was surprised why he didn't fall. Nobius turned his head from side to side. The main character remembered the dragon's eyes and thought that due to poor eyesight, the dragon could only track his energy. The guy reflected that, however, for some reason he sharply deviated from the original goal. Colored balls appeared in the sky, and Khan snapped that he would survive without treatment. They flew up to his shoulder, and he barked at them to stay out of the way and stay away. The dragon's eyes sparkled. He growled and a glowing orb erupted from his mouth. The main character pulled out his sword in front of him and shouted that Nobius was crazy. The dragon opened its mouth and flames came out. Khan attacked with his sword. Both attacks met in the sky. Up close, a clear boundary between purple and yellow was visible. Violet suppressed yellow. The blow hit the ground. A depression has formed in it. Blood was dripping from the guy's mouth. He looked up with displeasure. He lay in a deep crater and said that it was not only the poison, he also wondered whether he would really be crushed just like that. Multicolored spheres appeared in the sky. Khan replied that he was fine and did not need help. Statistics appeared. Skills, spirit, blessing, taming, inspiration, endurance. The main character understood that in terms of skills he had a clear advantage. A shadow fell on his face and he opened his mouth slightly. He decided not. His foot stepped on the ground. The guy wondered why he was doing this like a fool. He decided that it was stupid to focus on just skills. A window for his full statistics appeared. Race, natural human, level 2833, profession, hero, skills, spirit, blessing, taming, inspiration, condition, stamina, holy sword, holy, magic sword. The main character realized that this is not his strength. The dark silhouette shone with a golden light, and Khan thought that this was the power that the god of fantasy had granted him. He stood before him as he accepted that someday there would come a day when he would completely lose these skills, and that these were unfavorable conditions. The entire dark silhouette sparkled and shimmered, and the main character realized that he would fight with the slaves of the fantasy god who abused their skills. He turned his back and wondered if he could win in this case. The guy decided it was time to find out. His foot left the ground. Khan rushed towards the dragon with the thought that in the end he only believed in himself. Nobius roared. The main character smiled broadly and laughed. The next moment he flew away from the dragon's head. The guy ended up upside down. He managed to open his eyes and frowned. A blinding light pierced the dragon's body. Khan landed on his head. He smiled joyfully and exclaimed that he would not get him here. Nobius looked back and growled. The sword in the guy's hand glowed. He swung it, and a bright pillar of light descended from the sky. The dragon opened his eyes. The guy decisively struck, looking forward. A flash was visible from the sky to the ground. Khan looked forward in surprise. He found himself in the air and began to fall. The man with the beard opened his mouth slightly. It turned out to be a gray-haired man with pink horns, who said that he had not seen this image for a long time. A gray-haired man in gray clothing appears in the sky. A bright crystal shines on his chest. He looks at the hero with a menacing look. He recognizes him as an old companion of Nobius. The man continues to look at the hero with his bright purple eyes filled with determination. A window with characteristics appears below him. Next, a window appears with an inscription saying about the Z rank of a man's taekwondo. The hero read it with a questioning expression on his face, shocked by this information. He considered such a rank a joke. The hero with a serious and decisive look hovers in the air. He listens to the man's words that he came because he felt a familiar force, but the hero is not the one the man expected to see. They float opposite each other in the sky above the mountains in the embrace of a pink sunset. Nobius asks the hero better not to use this power. The man hovers with a menacing look, his eyes filled with rage. He tells the hero that being under someone's subordination is not very pleasant. The hero looks at the man and smiles widely. His clothes are stained in battle. He clarifies whether the man is talking about the situation when he was captured by the angels. The man, with an invariably serious look, opened his mouth in surprise. He asks the hero whether he is the same one he thought about. They both float in the air and look at each other. The man looks at the hero from below. The hero in response asks the dragon, specifying that is what he is thinking about. The man, directing his gaze at him, replies that he is talking about a person who saw him in his youth, clarifying that this happened a very long time ago. The man in the air points his body towards the hero and interrupts the dialogue, saying that he also has a lot of questions, but there is no time for them now. Nobius shoots forward with such speed that his image becomes blurry. The hero invariably hovers in the air and with a surprised look continues to look towards the man. At this moment the man is already walking around him from behind at high speed. The guy only manages to utter the beginning of a phrase in the direction of his interlocutor. The guy only has time to exclaim before he is struck with impressive force. At this moment, a bright beam with a rounded cloud at its base is directed from the sky to the ground. The beam rushes towards the ground with all its strength. The beam makes a loud sound and hits the ground with such force that a crater is formed around the falling object. In the smoke among the bright light, the outlines of a young man are drawn. He lies in the very center of the crater, with his arms spread wide. At this moment he understands that his interlocutor simply decided to gain time through dialogue, getting used to his human appearance. The hero directs his gaze towards a bright glow in the sky. A bright purple beam pierces right into the place where the hero lay a second ago, but with an exclamation he manages to dodge it to the side. Floating in the air, Nobius directs his gaze to his opponent and tells him that he is moving well in battle. The hero, sharply dodging the beam, directs his gaze in its direction. Baring his teeth, he turns to the man, not understanding why he is fighting if death awaits him very soon. With great speed, Nobius turns around. The threatening features of his face become vague from the high speed. In the moment he answers that is why. Continuing the phrase, he asserts that this is why it is necessary to fight. At this moment Nobius, with all his strength, already from the ground, directs a sharp kick at the hero. At this moment he groups his hands and, with his legs spread wide apart, takes the blow in the air. Everything around him shines bright colors from the force of the impact. The hero, covering himself with his hand, looks furiously at the dragon. Baring his teeth, he shouts out to him with sarcasm, as if he understands the man's motives. A man lands in a standing position in a crater with his legs spread wide, his hand down in front of them on the ground. A hero soars upside down in the air above him. Everything around him is painted with a bright neon light. The man turns his violet eyes from under his brows towards the young man. The hero thinks that the opponent has become smaller and faster. Thanks to this, blows that cannot be used in a dragon's body have become available to him. The man's face becomes vague in rapid movement. The guy continues the thought that his weight and strength have decreased. The leg of Nobius is visible, which is in rapid motion, striking, and has large red claws on it. The man throws many quick kicks towards the hero, who towers in the air above him. The hero, crossing his arms, covers his face. The guy, with eyes filled with rage, exclaims, preparing to strike back. A bright green beam illuminates him. The green beam is directed directly at Nobius's face. He, trying to dodge, sharply tilts his head, directing his gaze to the glow. The man's eyes fill with determination, and a bright purple glow appears in his slightly open mouth. The man, mischievous by the bright lights, stands in a confident pose, pointing his face towards the hero. A giant purple glow in the form of a beam bursts out of his mouth, which demolishes everything in its path. Everything around is covered in smoke with a purple glow, and fragments can be seen around. A large and powerful green beam breaks the haze with noise. Nobius looks at the ground in shock and takes a step back. The entire surface is covered with a grid of green rays that burn with flames. Nobius is stunned. He opens his eyes wide in surprise and looks at the hero. He notices that he fights well. Finishing the phrase, the dragon says that the hero is similar to the first hero. At this moment, the guy is in the air and smiles with a confident look. He looks at the man, completely surrounded by a purple haze. Holding a weapon with a green beam in his hands, all his clothes are torn in battle. The guy replies that he doesn't think it's true. The smile doesn't leave his face. He dynamically begins to move in the next blow. The guy with a sharp movement passes a bright beam along the ground right in front of the man. He stands opposite him and begins to say that he is not giving his all. The guy holds on tightly to his weapon. At this moment, Nobius abruptly intercepts his blow. The man's face is completely serious and unshakable. His face is half blocked by the rays from the battle. The man sharply presses the guy's weapon into the ground with his foot. The hero at this moment is still holding the weapon. A bright light emanates from the force of the impact on the ground. The guy looks with anger and bewilderment at the enemy's leg, which presses his weapon into the ground. The man points out to him that he does not rely on his skills. Nobius towers many times over the hero. The guy looks at him, pointing his head up. The man tells him, looking down, that he is hiding his strength. Nobius's bright purple eyes are shadowed with anger. The guy answers everything in the affirmative. His face illuminates with green light. He smiles widely, grinning at what is happening. A bright green glow forms between the rivals, and everything around is illuminated with bright light. The impact emitted a lot of smoke and fragments of earth, and the opponents flew away from each other at high speed. A man in flight dynamics belligerently spreads his arms. Fragments of the earth fly around him. He says that he understands the guy. Heroes have always liked to seem mysterious and look cool. He continues that the main thing is that he knows how to fight. At this moment, among the flying fragments, the guy, ready for battle, with an angry look, swings his weapon towards his opponent. The beams from their weapons hit each other with great force. They stand opposite each other at a distance. Rays from weapons rise into the sky from their rivals. In the sky they touch in a bright fiery flash, surrounded by smoke. The guy's face is illuminated by the light of the fight. It conveys emotions of anger and determination. He thinks that the advantage is not on his side now. The hero's face is all covered with bruises and abrasions. He understands that he does not even have time to regenerate. The hero's hand points the weapon to the side to grab it. Nobius's face illuminates with a violet light. His appearance expresses surprise. He asks the hero about his hidden power. The guy's eyes are covered with hair. He is surrounded by a purple light. The guy replies that the only person you can rely on is yourself. A hero with a menacing look is in the air. A bright purple light begins to emanate from him. The guy's eyes turn violet. His eyebrows furrow in a menacing manner. He says that however there is no point in this unless you are on death's door. He asks Nobius how much he wants to see the hero use his dirty tricks to survive. The man looks at the guy questioningly. He asks what the hidden power is that the hero is now showing. The guy is in the air. He is all illuminated by a bright purple light. The hero's face, shoulder, and arm are covered with wounds. All his clothes are torn and bloody from injuries. In a second, the wounds disappear from the main character's body and he regenerates. With a confident look, the guy raises his hand with an exclamation towards the enemy. He answers affirmatively about his strength to the man. At that moment, the guy takes off with lightning speed towards Nobius, leaving behind a bright purple light and fragments of the earth. The man points his head towards the glow and says that he misses the time when the hero flew faster. Suddenly, the dragon's gaze fills with fierce confidence. He tells the hero that now is the time to die. The guy, surrounded by violet light, moves at full speed towards the man, but towards him the man sharply raises his leg in a blow. Seeing this, the guy's face lit up with a smile. Approaching the man, he calls him a fool, because he is surrounded by divinity. Windows pop up saying that you need to be careful and leave, because you can die. The guy's face freezes in horror. The man, with an unshakable expression, delivers a powerful blow. The guy's head flies back from contact with Nobius's leg. The man screams and delivers a lightning-fast blow to the guy. The guy flies into the ground with a bright flash. Smoke from the impact surrounds everything around him. A man stands on the ground in smoke. The bright light disappears. The guy rises from the ground with a sigh. Leaning on his hand, he is still surrounded by smoke. He is surprised how the man was able to break through his divinity. The hero asks his opponent about this. Nobius looks down at the hero and notices that he had a rather harsh blow. The guy was shocked by the confidence in the man's words. He could only squeeze out a questioning exclamation in response. The man's face lights up with a condescending smile. He turns to the guy with the question that this is all he is capable of. The rivals stand opposite each other on the ground. The man asks the guy if he enjoys this world. Blood flows from the guy's mouth from combat blows. He sternly and sharply answers the question in the negative. The man looks at the hero and repeats that he is very similar to the guy, as he expected. At this moment, Nobius sits down on a ledge on the ground. The guy looks at him in surprise. All surrounded by dust, the hero sits on the ground. With his hand on his knee, he emotionally asks his opponent not to look down on him. Nobius continues to sit in the smoke after the fight. The guy asks why he didn't use his skills and hid his power. Nobius turns his bright eyes on the hero and replies that he didn't want to use them, even if he had to die. The guy, with his mouth slightly open in surprise, says that he understands his opponent in this. The guy with a swagger and a grin tells the man that he fought dirty to survive, to which Nobius just grins. Nobius's hands seem to dissolve, a reddish liquid flows from them. At this moment he says that he would fight again. Nobius's entire body dissolves and turns into a liquid state, dripping from him. His face takes on a tired look. He says that it seems his time has come. The guy with surprise on his face shouts towards his opponent that he cannot die just like that. He continues that Nobius should leave at least something for last, to which the man only grins. Liquid continues to flow from him, a purple haze envelops his body. With a grin, the man invites the guy to look at his skills. The guy exclaims questioningly, not understanding why he needs Nobius' skills. The hero's eyes suddenly open wide in surprise, his face expressing shock. A window with characteristics appears. Windows with more skills appear. Half of Nobius's face has already dissolved and is flowing down his body. He sits silently. His entire body is already taking on an indistinguishable liquid form. A window with a status appears. The man closed his eyes. His body was almost completely glass. It was illuminated with purple light. An explosion formed in the place of the man. The purple liquid from it scatters in different directions. The guy quickly heads from his place towards Nobius. The hero's mouth opened slightly in shock at what he saw, his entire face covered with abrasions from the battle. The guy looks in shock at the scene of Nobius's death, surrounded by a bright light. He realizes that it seems he misunderstood him. His hands are lowered against the backdrop of light. He concludes that if you really want something, it will definitely come true. The hero understands that this is true because if you think about it, as a child he became the emperor of an entire continent. Before his eyes a small version of him appears on the throne, saying something with an important look. The hero's hand resolutely clenches into a fist. He does not understand what would happen today. The purple liquid that remains from Nobius's body is almost reaching the guy's feet. The guy doesn't understand what would have happened today if the man had not died of natural causes. Opposite the guy, bright purple flashes are flickering. Everything is surrounded by smoke. He does not understand what would have happened if Nobius had activated the black box like he did, and if he had used all his experience points. The guy continues to look motionless at everything that is left of the man and understands that he could lose. He continues to stand motionless against the backdrop of bright light and understands that this could and can happen not only today. The guy anxiously and tensely raises his hand to his face. He grabs his hair with his hand. His face conveys confidence. He understands that the foundation needs to be relaid. The guy's eyes look forward confidently. He understands that the foundation needs to be laid not for the sake of the sandy beach, but for his own sake. The guy looks at the light from the round hole and realizes that as soon as he thinks about getting rid of the skills of the fantasy world, then things that urgently need to be done immediately pop up in his head. The guy withdraws his hand and takes out something, turning his gaze to this place and begins a monologue. In his hand he holds a pendant with a blue stone and says that he has nothing left to do. He sharply squeezes the pendant in his hand and realizes that he will also follow in the footsteps of his older colleague. The hero stands in the middle of a deserted land. A beam of light is directed at him from above. He decides to return, but does not really understand where he is. A red wing opens behind the hero's back and he begins to speak. The hero raises his head upward towards the light. Wings appeared behind his back. With a smile on his face, he says that now he can move to where he was already heading earlier. He bends his legs a little, preparing to push upward from the ground. He tries to push off. His heel leaves the ground, followed by a piece of soil that bounces off. The hero takes off so quickly that a bright trail is left behind him. Everything around is covered with smoke and fragments of soil. The hero flew into the sky and, with his hands on his sides, looked at the ground from above. He comes to the conclusion that it was fun here even without him. The guy opens his eyes wide in bewilderment and lets out a questioning exclamation. The gaze falls on the image of something gigantic blue light. The hero flies closer and finds himself right in front of a giant arched door. The hero opens his mouth in shock and realizes that there was a door to the dungeon, which he knew nothing about. His face turns into a wide smile and he loudly thanks Nobius for leaving this for him. The door breaks with a crash, large pieces of debris falling to the ground. The hero, grinning, goes down the stairs. Behind him can be seen the light from the empty arch, in the place of which there used to be a door. He thinks that it is unlikely that the Dragon of Oblivion could have made such a journey purely by chance. He continues to go down the large staircase. A light flies above him, illuminating the way. He finds it amazing that he had a premonition that all his dreams and hopes would come true here. Suddenly exclaiming, the hero draws attention to many pairs of purple lights in the darkness, which are aimed directly at him. The lights begin to approach the hero with screams. Now their skeletal heads and wide open mouths from screams are visible. A window with characteristics appears under them. The hero, with his legs spread wide apart, looks down at them from a high staircase. He is surprised because he is seeing these mobs for the first time. The ghouls, enraged at this moment, continue to approach him at high speed, their mouths wide open. With a wide smile, the hero stands in place, confidently folding his hands, red wings open behind his back. He tells Golem that he is too busy for them now. The hero quickly and confidently moves towards his opponents in the attack. He confidently begins to smash them with his blows. In a second, the guy turns his gaze to another place and exclaims in surprise. His gaze falls on a whole horde of ghouls who have accumulated in one place. Behind them a door is visible in the distance. The hero finds it suspicious that there are so many of them in that direction. The hero throws his arms back with great speed and confidently heads in that direction. Hordes of ghouls are looking at him from below. He is sure that something important is hidden there. Approaching that very door with lightning speed, the guy scatters all the ghouls in his path. They are trying to stop him. An explosion occurs from a strong blow. The guy hangs in the air above this explosion. Fragments of the door fly to the sides, and many sharp peaks can be seen below. The guy didn't expect to see this outside the door. He looks at these peaks in bewilderment. Many peaks flicker at the bottom. The hero mentally cannot believe what he sees. He can't believe it's just a trap, but at that moment his gaze falls on a bright rainbow glow. It comes from the rocky depths above the peaks. The hero flies with lightning speed over the many peaks under his feet towards this glow. He flies up to the glow and sees a cone-shaped image hidden behind a rock. It all shines brightly with different colors. Multicolored small lights fly up to the guy's leg. The guy stands on the ground and looks towards the long staircase, which goes far into the darkness. Multicolored lights continue to fly around him. He is interested in what could be hidden there. The hero breaks into a smile and hopes that the find will not let him down. You can see a slightly open door, behind which comes a bright light. The hero opens the door and looks inside with a look of surprise. A bright light illuminates him from behind. The hero has a view of the room. Papers are scattered everywhere. There are tables and various equipment. The hero looks at something similar to a turbine. A large screw can be seen on the mechanism. There are wrenches and electrical wires on the table. The guy looks at all this equipment in bewilderment and says that this place somehow smells strongly of science. There are many crumpled sheets of paper lying under his feet. He is surprised how something like this could end up in a fantasy world. The hero's gaze falls on the scribbled sheet on the floor. The hero, opening his mouth in surprise, is amazed that the inscriptions on the paper are in Korean. The guy quickly grabs the sheets with the inscriptions and reads that as soon as the author learned that this world was an artificial garden for his return, he began to look for a way to return to Earth. An image appears in a dark robe. He sits at a table on which various flasks lie. The author says that during his school years his grades left much to be desired. Bowing his head over the table, he says that because of this the task was quite difficult for him, but at one point something happened. The gaze falls on the foot in a dark robe. A girl in a dark robe with a red robe appears above the author. Black horns protrude from her head. She looks at the author with a serious look. He calls her the beautiful demon Sophia. Sophia invariably continues to look at the author with a serious look. He talks about how she attracted her to him. The hero, reading the story, scatters the sheets of paper around him and angrily asks the author to get to the point quickly. Dark-haired Sophia moves away into the distance towards the bright light, and the author talks about how she rejected his feelings, but passed on her knowledge. The gaze again falls on the image in a dark robe, who is bent over the table. There is already a lot of equipment around him. The author talks about how when he was a schoolboy he did not have the opportunity to bring all his ideas to life, but when he wised up with the help of Skill's fantasy world, then he could do everything. The author, in an unchanged position at the table, exclaims that he has finished his work. The hero opens his eyes wide in surprise while reading this story. The hero holds in his hands a white sheet on which a diagram of the mechanism is depicted. The hero finds the equipment from the diagram in the room and understands from the story that this is equipment for returning to Earth. The guy exclaims in surprise and continues to look at the equipment with a piece of paper in his hands. The hero begins to squeeze the sheet of writing in his hands. On the sheet below you can see an inscription that Sophia deceived the author. Khan returned to Earth. Khan walked through the city in a cape, not attracting attention to himself. Khan's head, which was in the hood, was stained with a green mixture. The guy only came back for a little while. Khan was only able to send his avatar, created from experience points, and control it remotely. The avatar's hand, slightly tinted green, went out of the room outside. The picture with the hand began to crack into many pieces. Khan began to talk about how the cost of moving between dimensions was simply terrible. Khan walked through the city, and his body half-heard disappeared in green. Khan began to say that in just a week he had spent the power that he had been accumulating for 7 years. Khan stood in the hood, looking down. The guy was able to stay on Earth as long as he had enough strength, but his soul and body were forever tied to the fantasy world. Khan walked through one room, still in his cloak, next to green smoke. Khan's hand reached for the white napkin. The weakened guy was stuck in this secret place. Khan was very hungry and really wanted to eat. Khan's hand began to hold onto the napkin more and more tightly. Khan, with an angry face, clenched his teeth, tightly grabbed the napkin and began to get angry that only 7 days had passed. His hand was still tightly gripping the napkin. Khan understood that the entire accumulated experience was only enough for 7 years, and this is a considerable period. Han was still clutching the napkin in his hands, looking at the many papers that hung on Han's wall. One of the drawings showed architecture. The second picture showed a car. On the third there are people. Khan lowered his head down. Khan stood in a dark room and raised his head and began to examine all these drawings. The guy was worried about whether the avatar would have the same power that Han had now. One of Khan's test tubes fell onto one of the guy's things with a loud sound. Khan understood that the avatar would not have the same power, since if this were possible, then the period of stay on Earth could be extended. Khan reached out with his hand towards one thing that was emitting light. The guy was wondering if they would give him 25 days with his 25 years of experience. All test tubes and things were broken while in the room. Khan understood that everything he said could not be true if this attempt is considered the starting point. Khan's leg began to confidently rise upward. Khan went up to another room, confidently opening the doors with both hands and looking into the distance. The guy realized that he didn't need so much time. Khan's serious gaze was silently looking at something. The guy did not intend to spend so many experience points. One of the test tubes contained a green liquid. Green steam began to flow near Khan's face, which slowly enveloped the entire space. Khan carefully looked forward. Without being distracted by anything and being in full green fire, Khan began to tell everyone that he would simply visit his parents and that would be enough for Khan to live on. Khan closed his eyes, despite the smoke that was already covering his entire face. The rays of the sun have already begun to shine brightly. Khan opened his eyes slightly and began to look forward with a dissatisfied face. Khan's eyes immediately became larger, as if they saw something. Khan stood in the middle of the street, looking at the huge city. Khan's eyes were full of surprise. They were wide open, like his mouth itself. Khan realized that he was back. Cars drove through the city streets. A man was walking down the street and holding a phone in his hands, talking very loudly on it. Khan's eyes began to radiate joy and admiration. The guy with a smile on his face understood that he had returned to modern civilization. A man walked down the street with a worried face, shouting into the phone. Han saw this passerby very happy. Many houses were simply destroyed and smoke was coming out of them, but Khan saw these houses as clean and modern. Han looked at the red light that was emanating from above in the sky. The light turned into a huge ball that emitted more and more light. All the buildings and things located there began to be carried away in different directions. One of the blocks of concrete pinned Khan, who tried to ask for help, waving his arms. Khan closed one eye and, gritting his teeth, tried to leave on his own. The light became brighter, covering more and more territory. Standing in front of him was Valkyrie, who was carefully watching Khan. Khan's face radiated surprise, and at the same time he was drained. The guy bulged his eyes, looking at the girl. Valkyrie left Khan with a sharp movement and began to run to another place, changing her face and taking the sword out of her hand. The lock on the door began to quickly break. Khan still had the green smoke capsule in his hideout. A sound wave began to pass throughout the city, enveloping the entire territory. The door to the shelter began to knock, trying to open. A gust of power began to envelop Khan's shelter, creating dust and dirt. The force scattered in different directions and fell into all the cracks. Monsters began to appear on the ground, of which there were a large number, all of them looking at Khan. Khan, with anger and bloody eyes, began to look at these monsters, telling them to get out of the way. There were still wings behind Khan. Khan's dark energy was carried out on each monster. Khan began to fly and move away from these monsters with great speed, looking only forward and not looking back. The guy said that he didn't have time to play with small fry and he needed to return to Earth now. Khan quickly flew out of the shelter, leaving all these monsters behind. Han's face was very concentrated and at the same time a little fearful. The sky began to thicken with different colors. Lightning flashed and fell on the vast demon realm. In one of the rooms there was a long corridor, at the end of which there was a demon. The demon leaned his head on his hand and looked forward with a smile on his face, not thinking about anything. The huge lightning began to shine incredibly brightly. A stream of energy threw Khan into the room, who looked upside down, not seeing the demon who was looking at him. Khan raised his head and opened his eyes wide in surprise. The demon with a small smile on his face looked at Khan with red eyes and asked him if he was a hero. Khan stood next to the demon's throne and told him that he was a hero and that it was better to get straight to the point and do without introductions. Khan began asking the demon lord if he remembered him. The demon began to understand that Khan was going through regression. The demon lord closed his eyes and asked Khan about what seemed like half a month had passed since Khan was summoned. Khan clenched his hands into fists and with a malicious smile told the demon that he was quite outstanding. The Lord raised his red eyes to Khan and smilingly told the guy that he was sorry, because with Khan's growth, if the guy had raised his level for 500 years, he would have been a good opponent. Han opened his eyes wide in surprise as he listened to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's foot began to rise from the throne. The huge demon looked at Khan, asking him if he was wrong about this. The demon's red eyes looked intently at Khan. The Demon Lord approached Khan, lowering his head. The guy himself put his hands on his chest and watched the demon with some pretensions. Khan's eyes became full of surprise and at the same time fear. The guy knew that after defeating Nobius his level had increased. The Demon Lord's hand began to form into a fist. The dark power of the Demon Lord scattered in different directions, but Khan skillfully dodged such streams of power. Khan's stomach began to hurt again as he was hit. Khan's face began to fill with anger, and Khan himself shouted that this was the second time he had been hit in the stomach like that. Khan began to quickly run towards the demon, who was trying to slowly and calmly leave. Khan ran towards the Demon Lord with all his might, and the demon himself simply calmly turned to the guy, and he went to meet him. The demon pressed Khan's fist with his hand and, laughing, began to tell the guy that he had a proposal for Khan. The demon stood calmly with Khan, not doing anything to him. The demon looked at Khan carefully and waited for the guy's answer with a sly smile. Khan tried to hit the demon with his sword and with amazing eyes began to ask the demon what he was talking about and what proposal he was talking about. The Demon Lord lifted his head up and began to tell Khan with a smile that he had gone through regression, so Khan thinks he knows well about this world, but all the guy's knowledge is superficial. The demon smiled at Han's reaction. Khan opened his eyes wide in surprise and began to hear the demon's proposal to become stronger and then challenge the Demon Lord again. Khan began to frantically run towards the Demon Lord and, smiling, said that if he thinks that the guy came because he lost in the last adventure, then the demon had miscalculated. Khan broke pieces of concrete with his hands, from which the demon flew in different directions. The demon, with a smile on his face, carefully watched Khan without doing anything to him. A huge green beam began to pass through all the concrete that was lying. Khan, with wide open eyes and a smile, began to tell the demon that he was even able to defeat S1-4. The Demon Lord walked behind the surprised and frightened guy, laughing and saying that he knew it. The demon tells Khan that he is an excellent vessel who can become a Demon Lord. Khan gritted his teeth and swung his power, dreaming of hitting the demon. The Demon Lord dodged Khan with a smile, still not doing anything to the guy. Khan began to look at the Demon Lord with incomprehension, opening his eyes wide and gritting his teeth in anger. The demon answered Khan that all this was in order to escape from this world. The demon stopped smiling and calmly looking at Khan began to tell the guy that he, too, needed to quickly get out of this place. Khan opened his mouth and, with wide eyes, began to shout to the demon. Khan's sword began to shine brightly. Castle of Demons. An incredible green light began to occur in one of the rooms, which enveloped the entire castle of demons. All the things that were in the room began to fly apart. Khan's face showed anger and rage. The guy clenched his teeth and shouted to the demon to die quickly. The Demon Lord looked at Khan and with a smile on his face told him that it was still not too late for Khan to agree. Khan's eyes began to radiate more and more rage, and the guy himself shouted at the demon to shut up quickly. Khan was away from the demon, and the system window began to show that level 2829 had dropped to level 900. The Demon Lord looked at the system window in surprise and did not understand why this happened. Khan's sword began to emit light again with the same force. A huge, wide stream of light was directed and enveloped the entire space. The whole room was filled with green light, taking everything with it. All things flew away in a stream of magic and power. Khan's eyes were full of surprise and fear. Somewhere in the darkness a small piece of light began to appear. Khan did not understand that it was all a trick. A message began to appear on the system window stating that they would now look at Khan's grades. The hum in the dark room begins to get closer and closer, illuminating the area around even more. A naked Hansu sits in the middle, clasping his arms and legs closer to himself under a glowing satanic design. The guy's face distorted and turned pale in incomprehension, and he began to ask himself out loud what was happening. Looking at the snippets of pop-up notifications, his name Kang Hansu, the strength and achievements of F, the reputation and character of F, with a note that the hero was caught. The main character asks what is going on here. He reads the following notice that he failed the exam due to the fact that he killed a comrade, and this is a highly unacceptable act, and in addition, the money obtained through illegal means is invalidated and blocked, and the system sincerely hopes that such incidents will not happen again will repeat. The next notice indicates that retesting is beginning. Bright sunlight illuminates a cute blonde girl who greets the hero with a smile, telling him welcome. A guy with a tired, blue face sits next to the incomprehensible Lanuval. He thinks that she ruined everything. The girl turns to the upset and angry guy, asking if he is listening to her, and this is a fantasy world, to which Khan interrupts and shouts at her to leave her alone. Suddenly the guy's look changed after he heard someone else's voice saying that the other guy was listening to her. He looked towards the blonde with a stunned look. The blonde man looked back at Hansu with kindness in his blue eyes. Suddenly the guy told the hero with a smile to repeat after him. The main character opened his eyes in shock, asking the word what. Taking a step beyond the bright gothic design, the guy tells Lanival to go because the king is waiting for them. Walking forward along the corridor, together with the girl, a blonde man, and Hansu, dissatisfied with the brown robe thrown on top, the girl says that he will help them and let them follow her. The guys stand calmly, both with their eyes closed, in front of Lanival. The next moment, Lanival opened her mouth from what she heard against the background of the calm guys, because Sir Alex began to exclaim about the newly summoned heroes, and that they did not have a single drop of courage, to which another man began to stop him so that he would refrain from using rude words aside heroes. Also standing in place, the blonde turns to Alex, saying that he is pleased to meet you, noting that his strength will be needed in the fight against the Demon King, and he is looking forward to him guiding him on the right path. Alexa hesitantly responds positively, repeating each other against the backdrop of a satisfied Lanival. The guys, pressing their fists to their hearts, bow to the king at his words that let them defeat the Demon King Pednar. Standing there, the blonde tells him that she understands, and like the heroes from the future who already defeated him once, they will do it again. Taking a step to leave the hall, the king asks him again that they are really from the future and they can count on his support. The heroes came into the room, where Hansu plopped down on the sofa with his eyes closed, and the blonde man, standing opposite, sighed heavily. Hansu opened his empty eyes and looked at the blonde with incomprehension. He looks at the kind blonde, who says with a grin that they are fast, and on Earth this process of conquest has already been completed. The main character opened his eyes with hope and looked at the panorama, and asked about the land. Blondie looks at Kang Hansu out of the corner of his eye, introducing himself as Luke, asking the hero if he would like to come up with a nickname for himself. This increases reputation. The main character, wincing, replies that his name is Kang Hansu, and they finish with the introductions. Hansu asks Luke why the graduate is here again, to which he looks away and begins to tell him that a little earlier he fought with the Valkyries. Remembering the moment from the battle, and the flying comets from the night sky, he says that he held out long enough. Looking at his image, he says that, however, they were outnumbered and he would have been killed. Hansu looks warily at the guy, who says that when he opened his eyes, he found himself here, to which the guy asks himself inside that if you die on Earth, then you come back here, telling himself that the jokes of the fantasy gods have gone too far. Sitting on the sofa, the main character asks Luke, standing opposite him, how the situation on Earth is, to which he replies that it's not very good. G-Con asks the blonde, who is looking at him with kindness, whether Luke will believe him if he says that he has 30% of the power of the entire population of the Earth, to which the blonde replies that this is a sad situation for everyone. He remembers the image of a girl in a raincoat. The main character, sitting on the sofa, sharply turned his gaze to Luke, hearing his assumption that it seemed that Han was worried. Taking a step to the side, Luke says that he will tell him about the fastest route. The main character, with incomprehension and narrowed eyes, asks the man if he is mocking him. The blonde is illuminated by sunlight, and he begins to talk about graduation, that he needs strength and Han wants to graduate quickly. Watching Luke closely, Hansu looks ahead clearly. The guy across from him suggests that they help each other. The main character, getting up from the sofa opposite the other hero, grinned. Watching them through the glass window, Hansu says that his answer will be this. The view moves further and further from the window with the heroes. It moves further away, showing the entire fortress. And even further, and a white dragon with emerald eyes is already looking at the fortress. Suddenly the dragon's mouth begins to charge with an incomprehensible green energy. He absorbs more and more energy, creating a ball of energy charge in his mouth. Hansu and Luke look at the light that appears from the dragon with confusion. The dragon launched his strongest charge straight into the kingdom's fortress with all his might. With one charge, it destroyed everything around it, illuminating everything with green light. The main character closed his eyes, being in some bright place. He opened them sharply when he sensed a whirlwind of dust flying right in front of him. Standing in the dusty desert, he asks what's going on. The bright sun is shining in the blue sky. It illuminates the bright desert. Right in the middle of this entire landscape stands the main character, in an absolute lack of understanding of time, place, and space. Turning around, the guy angrily asks where he is. Looking to the side and noticing someone, Luke says they are on the high school playground. Stepping out from behind a flurry of dust, having updated his suit to a green classic, and covering his eyes with his hand, Luke says that novices can't stand the fight of the strongest men. Looking at his image, a notification appears with his information, stating that he is a human race, level 999+, profession sword god, fencing and divinity at high levels, fencing skills, connection, evil spirits, seal, maximum durability, status sacred sword, blessing, strengthening, energy, armament. Standing opposite each other in the desert, the main character says that this is also a kind of reward, asking the guy that he is Miss Trainee and all this time, he was a man. With a kind look, the blonde laughed and said that this is not entirely true, and he is a member of the student council, not a teacher, and roughly speaking, he is the senior of the main character from the same year. Looking at the main character against the blue sky, Luke says that he would like to talk more, but uninvited guests will arrive soon. A huge shadow flies directly above them and over the desert, creating strong wind currents. The same white dragon with emerald eyes flies right between the guys. The blonde says that together they will now look at Hansu's skills. The dragon collects energy from its mouth with all its might, accompanying all this with a characteristic snort. He immediately releases his strongest charge, creating an explosion of incredible force. On the head of the dragon there is an angel with a sword. An angel with emerald eyes and a halo above his head clearly looks at Luke, telling him that he is disturbing her, and he has already noticed everything. The blonde, turning to her with a smile and standing with a sword, says that she is not the only one looking after her little brother. Revealing his blue gaze, he calls the girl a descendant of traitors. The angel frowned with contempt at what she heard and announced that he was the only traitor here. Immediately, a huge white dragon begins to attack the small standing guy with its mouth, emitting characteristic roars. Luke, illuminated by blue magic, calmly speaks a spell, saying the name of his friend, the goddess of battle, that he calls on her. Suddenly, a strong green explosion formed in its place again. The dragon rises majestically above the broken earth with an angel on its head. At that moment, a huge polar bear appears from Luke and begins to fight with an equally small dragon. Another explosion occurs in the desert. Someone steps foot into the battlefield in the desert. The main character turns around, having heard and seen the image of the girl and her words that he will speak kindly. Looking at the main character with seriousness, she tells him to give up the sword. Hansu, squeezing his eyebrows together, looks at her with incomprehension and anger, asking what else and maybe give her another sword. She walks forward, looking at the bright green sword in the hero's hands, and says what to him, talking about Luke. The girl, calmly looking at the guy and opening her mouth little by little, says that he hopes that Khan will be able to escape from this place. The guy, continuing to look to the side, asks about him and says that she is about the first hero. The girl looked at the main character standing opposite her in the distance on the sand, saying that once his name was really Ak, but now he is the king of the galaxy. Looking at the explosions of sand in the distance, Khan asks her why he then thinks about him, because there are a lot of capable students. The girl, standing far from the guy's developing cloak, says that this is not at all, and there are too few talents in such a territory. Presenting the image of a person from the past, the girl says that those who were killed by the guy, the prince and the heroes were skilled people, after presenting the image of an elf with a sword. She says that the places and roles they occupied were not at all easy. Hansu, looking forward, asks her why the god of fantasy is hostile to everyone. The girl, hiding her gaze, languidly replies that she does not know who he is, and the creator who founded the educational institution for heroes, for convenience they call him president. The guy looks at the girl seriously, holding a green sword in his hand and listening to her say that his goal is to deal with all the enemies, so he raises them as hunting dogs, and the guy today and the one from the past are very similar. The girl asks the guy what he will say to this, to which he, squinting, asks about what. A stranger with long hair and a cloak, illuminated by the sun, asks him if he agrees to give her the sword in desert. The girl's gaze continued to be the same neutral. She says that that person promises the guy the best reward if he does this. The main character silently began to think. Suddenly, from behind him, against the backdrop of the bare sky, the voice of a trainee is heard, shouting to him, calling him a student, that he should not run away. Opposite the guy, the bodies of fighting monsters suddenly appeared. Luke, having fought in battle, shouts to the guy that the first hero is afraid of his hidden potential, and he is trying to convince the main character with these sweet speeches. The angel Luke is fighting furiously yells at him to shut up, and how dare he talk about him like that. Hansu stands in a whirlwind of dust against the background of the screams of the disciple and the angel screaming at him to die. Khan stands with his back, illuminating his silhouette with bright sunlight. He notices something. Luke and the angel fix their gaze on hands in confusion. Among the sandy landscape with blue sky and scorching sun, the main character asks them that they said that this is a high school playground. The silhouette of a guy from behind is wrapped in the wind, and he says that he is something else. Suddenly, from behind his back, his silhouette begins to be doused with dark purple magic, and he says that he is an elementary student. The wind flies among the desert. The guy explains that this is why there will be something different. The wind begins to howl even more. Suddenly, a bright purple light begins to burn from the location of the main character, thereby illuminating the monsters and scaring them. Luke, on his bear's head, covers his face and one eye with his hand, trying to see what's going on. The protagonist's bare leg is illuminated by the magic of their robes. His hair flutters in different directions, standing up like a stake, and he himself, with an ominous smile and violet eyes, asks that everything he does here will not be reflected in the report card. The main character takes himself by the shoulder, surrounding his entire body with magic. The history notice says that Hansu is a human of nature race, level 2837, profession is a demon king. Next, the notification shows all the characters' skills. The hero's face was distorted into a satisfied grimace, illuminated by an incomprehensible light, either from magic or from something else. He asks everyone that he can start slowly. The angel with a halo, grinning, begins to shout at Khan, asking what he is up to and calling him names. The dragon, along with the angel, turns away from the fight with the bear and approaches the small body of the protagonist, covered in magic. Suddenly, the guy's malicious face begins to distort from an incomprehensible shaking. His legs begin to tremble from the impending explosion. Suddenly, right in front of the dragon, the guy's body explodes, spreading a light purple set around. Throwing his head back, the dragon tries to see through this magical light. Suddenly, someone's huge paw grabs him by the mouth. Freshly destroyed sand falls from the monster's figure, revealing his emerald eyes. The monster stands up more and more, showing how big it is, which is also observed by its owner, standing on top behind the creature's horns. Looking at the angel on the dragon's head, the main character shouts to his creature full speed ahead. The guy's monster, opening its eyes even more and releasing light from them, calls out to the main character, calling him Captain Kang Hansu. The angel girl falls from the head of her dragon from such a grip on the monster's neck. The Sandman throws the dragon straight at the bear with all his might, causing them both to fall backwards. Suddenly, Hansu's monster grabbed both of them by the throat, causing them to bare their teeth in pain. The Sandman began to burn them with his gaze, and at the same time crumble onto the small sand. The guy on his head assesses the situation, and sees how he received a notification that he had risen from level 2837 to 3460. With a confident wide smile, the guy looked down and asked them who would be next. Standing on his monster, the guy looked at the emptiness on the ground and asked himself where everyone had gone. Suddenly, a girl with a sword and a menacing look begins to attack the guy from the side. She, opening her mouth wide, furiously screams at him that how dare he kill her dragon, saying that she will finish him off. Suddenly the girl began to shudder, remaining in the same emotional state on her face. The huge Sandman simply kicked her. The main character, squeezing his eyebrows between himself and looking at what happened with laughter and shock. He tells the angel that she is too small and he cannot hear her. A girl with 2 daggers sneaks secretly behind the main character. Hansu turns back with a crazy look, letting him see the magic sphere next to him. The sphere abruptly releases its single charge. He hits her right in the head, causing the girl to open her eyes in surprise. She hesitantly begins to ask him to stop. The brunette's eyes began to soar in the clouds and swim with fear and madness. The girl, towering over the guy standing on the head of his monster, grabs her head and begins to write. The main character stands around spheres of different colors and says that someone apparently has a lot of bad memories, asking if nothing will happen if he adds one more. The guy's eyes widened even more, and he began to pour out magical light. All the spheres, in unusual waves, flew straight towards the exhausted girl. They all slammed it into one big gray cobblestone. As a result, he fell to the ground with a strong blow. Luke, standing next to the huge ball, says that this is impossible. He looks forward among the fog of dust and speaks of the strength of the main character. The land surrounding the space, the blonde says, cannot belong to an elementary school student. A huge sandy living statue with blue eyes rises above Bondin's small body. Luke, looking up, shouted at the guy to wait, and he was not his enemy, he was a member of the student council. The main character heartlessly said, looking down at him, that if he is a member of the student council, then he is its director. The guy's huge creature instantly trampled the poor blonde with his foot. The monster carefully raised his leg. Yuck, in the ground, trying to stretch his hand forward, tells him that he is his elder, to which the monster's leg rises again. And then he falls, not giving Luke a single chance to survive. Maddened by strength, Hanu released his facial veins in an angry, mad grin, saying that he only respects those elders who are not as weak as Luke. The protagonist's monster continues to trample the guy in the middle of the vast desert. Suddenly the characters stopped, starting their time of rest against the backdrop of the blue sky and the brightly scorching sun. Kang Hansu looks down with a smile, saying that he feels better. The notification states that his level has risen from 3460 to 3524. Looking warily at the notification stat, the guy remembers that he needs to deal with the black box before returning to the elementary school playground. Looking at the notification, which shows the level of divinity and dark energy, the guy voices their increase and adds that this will take a huge amount of resources. With a confident face and a smile, Hansu looks the other way, saying that he found what he was looking for. The history notification indicates the maximum level of one skill. The inscription of the maximum skill has become even more golden and victorious. The skill has reached a certain level. The notice also talks about increasing his spirit control skills, and now he has a huge number of new skills. Khan closed his eyes. He opened his eyes. Khan was wearing a brown cloak. Khan stands on the edge of a cliff, looking into the distance, light and greenery around him. He looked around with his eyes, thoughtfully saying that he had returned. An information window appears with Khan's characteristics. He is a man of nature, his level is 3524, his profession is Demon King, he has many skills and statuses. The information window indicates race, natural spirit. Khan reflects on the slight shift in racial characteristics. Khan sees his new characteristics and realizes that he has become a spirit. He contemplates this change. A hand from underground was extended towards Khan. A girl with golden hair emerges from the rubble. Khan is surprised that she is alive. Noticing him, she shouts that now she will definitely finish him off. Suddenly, she notices that something has gone wrong. Khan, standing opposite her, wonders why her wings are not appearing. The concerned girl examines herself. Khan realizes that she is now a spirit, not an angel. A window appears with the girl's characteristics: Ancient Spirit, level 990+, profession Holy Guide, many skills and statuses. Khan, standing in the distance opposite her, shouts for the girl to call him master. She is shocked and tries to object, but then, obeying, calls him master, remaining in bewilderment. Khan and the girl are standing opposite each other. He asks her to repeat the word. She calls him master and screams in bewilderment, asking why this is happening. She clutches her head, expressing her indignation. This is the true meaning of appointment by the spirit. The giant stone golem raised its leg. Khan thinks that everyone he killed can be brought back and appointed as a spirit. A green glow, a hand bursts out of the ground. 3 figures appear, Khan extending his hand towards them. The man from the past shouts Khan's name. An information window appears with its characteristics: Ancient Spirit, level 990+, profession Prince, many skills and statuses. Khan smiles and says that he is glad to meet you. Calling him Spirit A, Boris is indignant at being called Spirit A, and Khan laughs, teasing his old acquaintance. Khan turns to the next spirit, asking about his well-being. Spirit B replies that he can follow orders. The extremely serious face of a man who says that he does not intend to cooperate. An information window appears with its characteristics: Ancient Spirit, level 100, profession Hero, many skills and statuses. Khan tells the spirit to do as he knows and turns to the last spirit. She smiles and thanks Khan for the new body and is ready to give him her flesh and mind. Raising her hand, the elf asks if she can call him master. A window appears with her characteristics: Ancient Spirit, level 999+, profession Exorcist, many skills and statuses. The elf remembers her old face. Kang smiles and tells Spirit S that of course she can call him master. He thinks that the soul trapped in the golem has received a real body. Spirit S then trembles and asks where the Holy Maiden is. Khan asks why she is trembling. Spirit C replies that everything is fine. Khan smiles and raises his hand to tell the spirits to rest until he calls them again. The spirits disappear in the green light. Khan orders the evil spirit D to disappear too. Khan stands among the glowing green clouds, wondering if he still has experience points left. Khan thinks that there are those whom he cannot appoint as spirit. Images of the fantasy residents Nasus and Iris, the separated souls Pedinar, and the earthling Luke holding his head appear. Khan understands that he cannot make them into spirits. Then he looks at his hand and wonders what the conditions are for this. He suggests that this may be a hero with a whole soul. Khan turns around, exclaiming. The purple orb addresses Khan, calling him an intern, and inquiring about how he is doing. Khan notices that she hasn't been seen for a long time. The sphere says that 7 years have passed since Khan last disappeared. Khan smiles awkwardly. Realization dawns on the strangely smiling Khan and he asks again. The wing straightens. Khan shouts that this is nonsense. Flying up and holding his fist out in front of him, the furious Khan suggested that the joke was unfunny. Khan with a surprised face. He turned his head slightly to the side. Khan soared on his wings, over a huge forest. Below him were destroyed buildings. Confused, Khan asked if his reputation would suffer. The sphere hovering behind him replied that he should not worry, it was not entirely his fault. Confused, Khan said that the sphere was responsible for him. The flying sphere against the sky reminded him that this was not an event that could quickly change the situation. Khan had not been notified of any changes, and the demon birth rate had increased. He talked thoughtfully about changes that even the teachers did not know about. He remembered the situation when Pedinar stuck the sword into himself and told him to accept his unofficial patch so that he could finally escape from this world. Pedinar looked straight in surprise. Khan talked about the desire to raise the level of the hero. Khan continued to reason, raise the level to touch the rules of this world. This is what the Demon King's patch was for. A smiling Ken near the sphere noticed that there was more work again. The inspired hero, ignited with green energy, thought that matters that had stood for 7 years could be resolved in one go. The ancient stone fortress is covered with greenery. 7 years have passed since the human kingdom was conquered. The man and woman appear anxious and tense. People were expected to resist fiercely, but they adapted more easily than expected. The same man and woman look happy. A woman sells vegetables at the market. In front of her is a demon who also looks happy. For people, it makes no difference who rules, the king of humans or the king of demons. A woman comes out of the door of a building covered with greenery. Many men were sacrificed to protect against the horde's invasion. A woman stands in front of a wall and looks thoughtful. The proportion of women in the city has become extremely high. The demon smiles and scratches his head, looking forward. Naturally, these missing men had to fill these vacancies. The demon stands in front of the woman. At first he thought how he could coexist with these unclean people. The demon's hand reaches out to the woman's hand, but after meeting her, his thoughts completely changed. The demon smiles, holding a basket of vegetables and a bouquet of flowers. Despite being a demon, her sensitivity and understanding touched his heart. Unlike demons, she understood his sensitive heart. The woman smiles with joy. He was able to take the place of her cruel ex-husband, who made her unhappy. The tenderly smiling demon called it demonic life. She couldn't get any happier. The bright sun against the background of clouds, the demon turned to his beloved. Noticing that today was beautiful weather, she agreed and noted the singing birds. The smiling demon and his woman looked up. The demon confirmed that the melody was excellent. An unusual silhouette appeared right against the background of the sun. The happy demon asked about the melody. The girl screamed loudly, creating sound circles in front of her. Kan, floating in the air, held the girl tightly. He happily noted that in this way they would quickly clear the earth. The sound waves reached the demon and began to burn him to the ground. He screamed loudly because of this. All that was left of him was ashes, his beloved screaming because of this horror. The crouched green demon did not understand who they were. He urgently needed to report this to the demon king. Suddenly, the demon screamed, making sounds of death. The summoned spirits appeared before the burning demon. Spirit A thought. Spirit B thought that he was a strange hero who strives for maximum efficiency. The elf said that he was very interesting. A barefoot stepped in front of the two spirits. A joyful Kan, against the backdrop of the exploding city, shouted that they needed to continue in the same spirit and there would be no problems with their reputation and personal assessments. Encouraged, Kan said that before heading to the next goal, they need bushes fluttering in the wind. Demons climbed the base of the tree. The huge oak was burning. Crowds of elves were hiding in the bushes. The chief elf decided that this was the end for Elfheim. The alarmed elf looked forward, not understanding what was happening. The sound waves from the girl and Kan flew straight towards them. The waves illuminated the huge tree, saving it from the fire. The spirits exterminated the demons. Silhouetted against the background of the sun and sky, people shouted that God had finally visited them. A barefoot sharply steps on the tile. Kan ordered to find all the wounded and heal them. They will restore order later. Raising his hand, Kan ordered his spirits to rest and called them away. Kan spins around on the tile, trying to find something. He slams his foot down on the slab. Making a hole underneath him, he falls down. Joyful Kan notes that he found what he was looking for. He breaks through many obstacles, falling further and further down. His foot finally stops on the surface. Kan is in a shining place. A woman stands opposite him. A woman with shining balls next to her orders her to stop. While she was trying to finish her sentence, a smiling Kan moved forward with lightning speed. Purple light seeped through the tent, and various sounds were made within it. Satisfied Kan noted how good he was. His level rose from 1 to 1545. The dissatisfied original spirit told the hero that he was clearly in no hurry. Surprised, Kan asked if she really remembered him, to which she answered in the affirmative, and asked if Kan had finally become a spirit. The astonished Kan looked at her and said that she had not forgotten even after the rollback. She happily put her hands on her hips and replied that it was because there was only one original universe, even if the world was divided into parts. Kan asked about the Demon King if he could, to which he was told that he simply did not want to remember that he lost to a newcomer. A tent with colorful balls, Kan replied that it was better for them since she knew that he had become a spirit. Then she probably knows his main feature. The original spirit interrupted him, angrily declaring that she would not tell him anything. Kan was unhappy about this. The original spirit said that she would not say until he freed her from the chains. This was a penalty for such a late visit. Kan began to talk about 7 years, but then stopped. The chain broke. The hero looked down uncertainly, holding a weapon in his hand. Closing her eyes, the original spirit began to tell him that his main feature is man. Kan opened his mouth and was extremely surprised by this discovery. Kan stands on a desert plain. In front of him is a pedestal with a bright glowing ball. He reflects on the fact that his attribute is human. Kan looks at the pedestal in surprise. Its peculiarity is human. He wonders if he was originally human. Kan screams in rage. He is indignant that, having been reborn as a spirit, nothing has changed. Kan continues to scream, calling it a ridiculous fantasy. Kan stands stunned. A spirit flies near him, saying that he needs to understand this correctly. The original spirit with golden wings indicates that Kan is simplifying the concept of specialization into a single attribute. She explains that the fireball that glows with bright light is the fire spirits who have absolute influence over the flame. Their nature also shows passion, they also often take it out on others. Con, under the light, the spirit next to him reflects on what people call hot temper. Original Spirit C explains that as a hero and spirit, Kang's human attributes will stand out more than those of an ordinary person. Con's purple figure with shining eyes, he muses about dominance, influence, and unpredictability, and how he is not just a spirit that looks human. Kan, standing under the light of the spirit, she expresses doubt that he underestimates the spirits while standing right in front of the primordial spirit. As he turns around, he realizes that his attribute is human, and that's all he needs. The original spirit sitting on the hero's head asks if Kang is going to the Demon King. Kang confirms this and remarks that it is sad for her because she has just been freed. The original spirit flies forward and tells the hero not to worry because she has come up with something Kang asks to tell him. She laughs, turning around, she promises to tell the method at the next meeting. Kang looks at the glowing orb and apologizes, saying that he won't have to date her anymore. He smiles with confidence. Kon remembers the tree being illuminated by a bright light. He saved the continent from an unexpected disaster without using illegal skills, and the spirits he received were earned honestly. His bare foot steps on the slab. He declares that now he will definitely be able to graduate. He walks barefoot on the stone surface, preparing for an important event, declaring that the time has come. Kon confidently declares that it is time to return to Earth. Thunder Sky. The demon runs quickly on all fours. He looks ahead. The demon's head turns and he expresses fear. An explosion of bright fire spreads across the ground. The demon's bodies scatter after the explosion. The alarmed demon screams about the monster, causing everyone to panic. Kon flies in the sky with wings. Beneath him stands a massive spirit and other summoned creatures. With a wide smile on his face, he calls upon the spirits to continue at the same pace to the Demon King's castle. Lightning flashes over the demon's gloomy castle. Someone orders to detain the hero and not let him pass. Approaching the demon's castle, a voice stops them, declaring himself to be the Demon King's right hand. Golden door to the room. Someone is screaming about blocking opponents, claiming that this hero is worse than a demon. There is a bright light. Fragments of the door fly in the air. Kon stands with his arms crossed. The Demon King Pedinar smiles, resting his fist on his cheek. Sitting, he addresses the adventurers. Boris looks at the demon, saying his name. The elves looked at the demon. Kon and his allies came face to face with the Demon King Pedinar. Kon noted that chatting is fun, but it can have a negative impact on his grades. Smiling, Kang immediately asked the Demon King to leave. Closing his eyes and grinning, Pedinar stated that it was a shame to be defeated by a hero. He reminded the hero that as long as he lived, they would meet again someday as enemies. Furious Kan shouted that this was a lie. Having broken the slab with his foot, Pedinar laughs loudly. His laughter sounds ominous. He challenges the hero, calling him to fight. Kon is focused and ready to fight. Meanwhile, Boris rushed into battle. All the heroes rush to attack the demon, ready for battle. Lightning strikes near the castle, illuminating the dark sky. The light intensifies in the castle. A powerful explosion occurs on the top floor of the castle. The battlefield is in thick smoke and ash. There is a red cloth on the ground. The king says that the hero is not bad. The hero looks at the vanishing defeated demon. Pedinar smiles, shows a thumbs up, and says that this fight is an honor for him. Unhappy, Kon orders the demon to finally die. There is a purple glow around the hero. He wonders if the demon really retained his memories. That's why he knows who he is. Kon remembers that it doesn't matter now. The purple window asks if the hero is happy with his adventure. The smiling Kan turns slightly, answering that he hoped not to see such proposals again. The window offers to show the hero's ratings. The system window showed all the data about Kon. The system window showed Kon's combat power, achievements, and reputation. Reputation, along with personality, began to change rapidly. The system window showed a note stating that Han had this as a learning result. The system window congratulated Kon on completing his training. The hero specialization began to be cancelled, the holy sword weapon was removed, and the apprentice status was deleted. Kon was in a lying position with his eyes closed. The system window showed the end of the graduation ceremony. Kon's eyes were closed. The guy realized that he was really coming back. The light began to shine so brightly, blinding everyone around. Kon was still lying with his eyes closed. Kon's eyes opened wide and sharply in surprise and fear. Kon's body was sitting on a chair, being in a huge room with a table and sofas. The penetrating sun filled the entire room. Kon sat on a chair with his hands on the armrest and with a dissatisfied face began to talk about how this was not like an ordinary graduation. Kon's eyes began to look carefully to the side, hearing someone calling him. The little shoes began to walk towards Kon. There was a maid near the guy, who began to look at Kon with a smile on her face. The girl began to smile sweetly, closing her eyes and opening her mouth slightly with joy. Kon began to look askance in displeasure at the maid, asking her where he was now. The maid closed her eyes and with a smile on her face answered Kon that he was now in his bedroom. Khan, with dissatisfaction, despite the maid, asked her about the fact that he was now at the alumni festival. The maid smiled sweetly and told Khan that now everything was a little different. Khan looked out of his chair with a surprised face and, looking at the maid, asked how this was so. The girl answered that starting from this festival, graduates are ranked according to their abilities and academic performance. People were climbing the mountain, some stood at the very top, and some could not climb at all. The maid answered the guy that there was obvious discrimination. The maid's hand threw a small cube onto the table. Khan was sitting at a table that was filled with various foods that looked very tasty. The maid looked askance at the guy and with a smile on her face said that everything was different between them, from the clothes of the graduates to the quality of service. Khan brought his face close to the chicken and, smelling it, told the maid that he deserved it. Khan held the head of a chicken in his hands, asking the smiling maid why everything had changed. One of the people was in tears in the basement. The maid looked forward, answering with a smile that this was due to a decrease in the level of graduates. At least that's what she heard. Han ate chicken, realizing that he seemed to understand everything. There was an incredible number of dishes on the table. The maid replied that discrimination was necessary to stimulate growth in the face of fierce competition and prevent the level of heroes from falling. Khan understood everything. Khan began to smile slyly at the maid with his mouth, which was in the food. The guy asked the girl what would happen if he died here. Khan wondered if he would then be able to return to Earth. Khan's face immediately changed to a sad one, as the maid told Khan that participation in the festival is mandatory since it is designed to stimulate the growth of heroes. The maid closed her eyes with a smile and, with her mouth wide open, told Khan that if he died, his rank and level would fall and everything would start all over again. The murdered Khan lay on a chair and thought about what would happen if he continued to die constantly. Khan was lying in a consecrated room. In a pool of blood, the maid answered Khan that the rank would continue to fall and if Khan died at the FFF rank, the guy would return to Earth. Han's eyes began to look at the maid, full of enthusiasm, and a sweet smile played on the guy's face. Khan looked at the fork, thinking about his own things. The maid stood behind the guy and told him that she had not finished yet. Tired and angry, Khan looked out of the corner of his eye at the maid, who told him that he would lose all his skills, and after that he would have to work off all the time during which Khan received privileges. The maid closed her eyes and put her hand to her forehead. The girl told Khan that in his case the sentence would be 5 years. Khan's eyes opened so wide that they popped up onto his forehead, and the guy began screaming in surprise and saying that, by earthly standards, it should be a maximum of 3 years. The maid looked attentively at the guy and began to explain to him that the festival is held once every 4 years, and if the girl is not mistaken, this will be Khan's second time, and the guy spent about 2 years on Earth. Khan raised his head, still looking up in surprise. Khan remembered how he stood with the man of fire. The guy decided that then he was not reborn immediately. Khan slowly went down the table, realizing that he would never set foot on Earth again. The maid approached the guy from behind, telling him with a smile that this was not the only way to return to Earth. Khan rolled his eyes and, looking to the side, began asking the maid what other ways there could be. The maid began to show Khan with her hand at the system window. The girl told Khan that they had 2 ways. The system window showed ways. The maid began to say that the first way is to fight with other graduates, so Han can enter the top 5. The system window showed the first place, followed by the second. The maid began to say that first and second places were tickets straight to hell. Khan began to look at the maid, asking about another method. The girl began to think. The maid's hand stretched to the side. The girl told Khan that this method would suit him better. A strong guy appeared in the system window, holding a long sharp sword. The maid began to talk about how another way was to defeat the first hero during the peak of his powers, when he defeated the Demon Lord. Khan calmly asked the girl how much weaker he was than the real one. The maid looked at Khan with a smile, telling him that he was the same. Khan closed his eyes, holding his hands behind his back and lounging on a chair. He began to tell the maid not to lie, because if the first hero had been reproduced the same way he was, this place would have been destroyed in an instant. The girl closed her eyes sweetly and began to tell Han that the complete information is hidden from the S rank, so the maid cannot tell everything to Han. The girl answered that his combat power is similar to the president of the student council of the secondary education course. Khan collapsed with his whole body on the table, asking the maid how he knew how strong he was. Khan closed his eyes, lying in his arms. The maid asked to forgive her, and Khan began to tell the girl that nothing could be done. Khan began to ask the maid what he should do next. The girl's hand began to emit a blue light, which Khan watched closely. The girl gave Khan a badge, telling him to wear it on his chest, since it serves as an identification card for the festival. Han's hand was putting a badge on his chest. The maid began to smile sweetly and pointing to the door, which was glowing, and began to say that she would now show Khan the elementary school. Han slowly followed the maid, thinking that at his age he was a junior high student. Khan and the maid walked along a long corridor. The girl showed Khan tents and said that they were inhabited by graduates and graduates of F rank and below. People came out of the tents, constantly shouting and cursing for something. The maid answered Khan that there was complete discrimination in this place. The two men opened their mouths wide with anger and talking about how they were going to party to hunt a mutated two-headed ogre. The guys shouted to everyone that they needed people to deal with the demon who was stealing girls. Han listened attentively to the stories, directing his eyes directly to them in the tent. The men asked each other about what this S-rank hero was doing. Many men asked to take them. Khan looked into the distance with a smile on his face, listening to all these requests. A snow-white wing appeared in the sky. The men stood with surprised faces, watching who they had. Khan, with a smile on his face, pointed his hand at the saint, who closed her eyes and smiled sweetly, fluttering her wings. Khan answered the guys that he already had one companion. Peaceful mountains, calm village, a village where everyone walked around nicely and minded their own business. The saint watched everything that was happening with admiration and told the unhappy Khan that she believed that she had returned to her homeland and her powers as an administrator had not changed. Khan looked forward confidently and directly, thinking about the reward for the festival. Khan immediately remembered the system windows with 1 and 2 places. The guy remembered that these places go straight to hell. Khan knew that he would not be able to go home and he would have to work as a laborer for the god of fantasy. Khan began to remember the 3rd, 4th, and 5th places. The guy understood that he was not interested in secondary awards, but at the same time they could allow Khan to instantly return to his homeland. Khan walked next to the saint and thought that maybe he shouldn't rush forward and just take 4th place, because Khan didn't want to become a slave. Khan's smile began to spread all over his face, and his cunning eyes began to look forward. Khan decided that he needed to adjust his rating. The saint began to smile sweetly at the guy who asked the girl to find 3 graduates with high scores. Han continued to walk next to the saint. The guy decided that instead of aiming for the unknown combat power of the student council president of the secondary education course, the guy decided to better focus on an objective assessment. The sun was still shining brightly on the mountains. A huge mace fell to the ground. A girl with a body and red hair was holding a weapon in her hands and with an angry face began to look at one girl, asking her why she crawled out of her hole and she was again going to take the position, throwing equipment around. Next to the girl with red hair, there was a girl with green hair, who asked the silhouette that she had also gotten her boyfriend involved. Victoria adjusted her glasses with her finger, telling the girls that she was a businesswoman. Victoria smiled widely, looking at the girls and telling them that she doesn't waste money and pays for what she gets. Victoria made a surprised face, asking the girl what her boyfriend looked like, since the girl said that many people pestered her. The girl with green hair looked at Victoria with anger, saying that she would come to an end. Victoria asked the girl why she decided so, because the girl only told the truth. Victoria, with a smile on her face, began pointing her finger at something, telling the girls that she already had a boyfriend. Khan stood calmly away from the girls. Khan's face showed surprise and a little fear. The guy didn't know how to react to all this. The mace began to rise quickly and the girl shouted to Victoria that this would happen for leaving other people's guys. A girl with red hair jumped at Victoria, holding a weapon in both hands and screaming at the girl to die. A huge explosion occurred on the ground, which raised a lot of dust. Khan's foot began to emerge from the dust. Khan held Victoria in his arms with incomprehension, asking her who her boyfriend was. The girl smiled and asked Khan to help her, since they wanted to kill her. Khan began to look carefully at Victoria, asking her why he. In any case, Khan was considering keeping Victoria alive to adjust the ratings. Victoria looked at Khan with a smile on her face, saying that she had information that Khan needed. Khan turned away from the girl and, gritting his teeth, began to tell her that if we are talking about ways to return home, then Khan already knows this. Victoria began to tell Khan that his parents were safe. Han's eyes opened wide in surprise. Victoria looked at Khan carefully, saying that the girl found them before the Valkyries attacked. Victoria told Khan that she did not do this in order to find out more about the guy. Victoria smiled at Khan and said that she was also a hero who protects people. The girl told Khan that she placed them in the safest place. 2 girls stood in the distance, asking Khan what they were whispering about and asking them not to flirt in front of them. The red light began to quickly pass between the girls. Khan held Victoria in his arms with one hand and held the sword with the other. Girls in the dust screamed that they are hurt. Khan slowly lowered Victoria to the ground. Khan's eyes looked into the distance and thanked Victoria for this. Victoria smiled at Khan and told him that there was nothing special about it. The girl could not believe that Khan knew how to thank. Khan began to move away from the surprised Victoria, telling her that he was serious and in any case, the guy did not like to be in debt. From the dust, the girls looked at Khan, who was holding a sword, and said that this man was strong and most likely he was the same S-rank hero from the rumor. Khan lowered his gaze. Looking down, the girls were wondering if the guy had any other rumors besides these. The monsters in the army decided that if they rushed into battle all together, they would be able to cope with Khan. An army of people began to run towards Khan. The guy understood that even if they looked like dust, one must understand that they had gone through the same course as Han. The guy knew that something had to be done before using the cowardly power of friendship. Khan looked confidently at the army of people, not showing a single emotion. Khan's eyes and entire body opened wide, and the guy's entire shell was filled with the guy's dark energy. Khan stood opposite the army, and a system window with a huge number of skills appeared on top of Khan. People screamed and, with their eyes wide open, shouted at each other to attack together. People's faces began to fill with surprise when a system window appeared near each person's head. The system window began to ask that the brave and energetic heroes were enjoying the festival. The system window said that they would continue to spare no resources so that the heroes could develop love and friendship. The information was shown even more. It said that the demon lord Pedinar, who lost to the first hero and was once sealed, fears the strength of the heroes. So the demon lord decided to attack the dormitory, which was filled with the dreams and hopes of the heroes. No one understood how he could create such a terrible plan. The system window further said that the heroes who contributed to the victory over the demon lord would choose the top 5, and a reward would await them, so the chance could not be missed. The girls looked at all this information with surprise and misunderstanding. The system window began asking people if they wanted to see the real demon lord. The system window began telling them to look at the sky. A huge arrow pointed to the location of the demon lord. Surprised people began to look into the distance. A huge red arrow appeared in the sky. The end of the huge arrow pointed towards Khan, who was not far from them. Khan's eyes began to be very surprised. The guy did not know how to react to this. Everyone was shocked by this information. The guys are confused how this could happen, because this is not Pedinar. The arrow points to Ken. The bald guy stuck out his tongue and shouted that he knew that the S-rank patch was a fake, created for this event. The hero grinned and said that you need to think in a positive way. The guys run towards him. One of them shouted that he would be the winner of the event. A strip of light in front of the bald guy's face. On opposite sides there is a hand and a frightened face, splashes of blood. Can, with a furious look, sword in hand, called the next one. They look at the hero with fear. The bald guy loudly asked where the demon lord got the holy sword. The other shouted that it was another fake. The guy in green clothes swung his glowing rod. He shouted that he was attacking from a distance and asked the spirits to help. He looks in surprise at the multicolored spheres. Burning ball. The spirits hit the hero's opponents with rays of light, and they run away in fear. An explosion, shouts of caution, and what the hell. Blue rays pass through the spheres. A girl with short blonde hair runs at the hero with a sword, screaming that she cannot believe that he will harm the spirits. Khan swung his sword, blocking the attack. He said that she blames others even though they killed him on purpose. A powerful wave of light comes from the hero. The light hits enemies with weapons. The man screams as a line of light hits his body. Those remaining run away in fear. A girl with short brown hair desperately screams for the hero to spare her, making excuses for the events. Lines of light intersect. Defeated opponents, splashes of blood, a hero with a sword on his shoulder, thinking about experience points, why he couldn't absorb their souls. Coldly, he thought that he would know for sure if he cut down a couple more people. The shadow of the evilly smiling hero fell on the man lying on the ground. He covered his hands in fear. The sun in the blue sky, green trees and mountains, cries asking for help and mercy. Starry sky, forest and mountains. A girl with dark hair pulled back into a ponytail addressed Kang, telling him that she had good news and bad news, and asked which one he wanted to hear first. He sipped his tea and said it was bad. The girl looked at him and calmly told him that he should not leave the dorm until the system stabilized. The guy, still drinking from the cup, looked at her and asked how long it would take. A room with sofas and floor-to-ceiling windows. She replied that this was unknown, but the event lasted 5 days. The girl's palm, she added, therefore, in 5 days he will be released. He said indifferently, understandable. She raised her index finger and with a smile suggested moving on to the good stuff. Khan is sitting in the chair. The arrow is still pointing towards him. She said that he was confused with the demon lord due to an error in the education system. That is, it was because the system recognized the graduate as a demon lord. The red arrow points down. She added that all responsibility lies with the festival organizers. He asked if they would give him a reward. He pours tea from a teapot into a cup. He said that they can consider it a bribe. The girl replied that he needs to sit quietly while everything is put in order. The hero is in a chair, looking at the cup. He again asked what they would give him. The maid winked and, smiling, replied that for these 5 days the 5th floor would be temporarily open for him for max rank. He frowned and asked what. The guy looks down from the balcony in surprise. The pool, a glass building several stories high with trees on top. She asked, isn't that amazing? Mermaids swim in the pool. Unicorn and dinosaur in an enclosure. There are green trees around the pool and a glass floor. Can opened his eyes wide, looked down. He was delighted, said that it was very spacious here. The girl asked what he would like to eat, clarifying that if nothing came to his mind, then he would be served the chef's recommended menu. The maid stands opposite the hero. He chose what was recommended. She accepted the order. A bright light from the doorway showed where the dining room was. The heroes entered the hall. In the center there was a round table with a white tablecloth and candles. The hero approached the transparent walls to look at the inhabitants of the pool. The maid asked to wait a little. A mermaid swimming past turned her attention to Ken. A hero with a gloomy face, she swam closer, looking at him with curiosity. She leaned her face against the glass, making a face. There is a drop of sweat on the hero's cheek. Someone asked if he liked the interior. He replied that until that moment everything was fine. The hero turned around and shuddered in surprise. Pedinar is sitting at the table in a black suit. The demon lord's lips curled into a smile, and the guy asked what he was doing here. The demon replied with irritation that he was left without a job because he was mistaken for the lord. The hero looks at the demon at the table. An awkward pause. Can interrupted her with an indifferent answer. That's how it is. It's a pity. Sunny day. Building among trees. 5 weeks later. A raised fist. A cry at last. A guy with brown hair and a black t-shirt shouted that he was now also S rank and was now so close to the top of the rankings. His comrades raised their fists. One of them, wearing a helmet, shouted that they would watch again. A shadow fell over them. Khan jumped onto the concrete blocks. The opponents were flying in different directions. There is smoke all around. He is squatting. His face is stern. He looked to the side. Someone loudly asked who this guy was and where he came from. Angry guys are running towards him. The blonde man in a green jacket shouted that the hero defeated him last time. They run with swords in their hands. Kan looks at them from the cliff. The hero looks ahead thoughtfully. The guy with a fork at his mouth said, "It means the demon is not real." He wanted to say that remaining unemployed is, after all, a little. Pedinar raised his hand, smiling, and replied that if he were a real lord, it would be so, but now he is more of an actor. The heroes are sitting at the table. The demon added that there is no need to apologize. It's still better here than in the dull room in which he was waiting. Pedinar extended his hand. With a joyful face, he offered to split the bill together. A fork, an empty plate on the table. He added that he would like to say so, but he is just one of the many fragments of his divided soul. The demon scratched his temple, embarrassed, and said that therefore he could only offer information as payment. A shadow on the hero's face, he sternly asked how one could cross dimensions. The demon, raising his index finger, replied that everything was simple. The hero needed to get his sister's permission. Kang slammed his fist on the table and asked irritably how he could know who his sister was. The hero froze in surprise. Behind him was a glowing female silhouette. Pedinar said that she is also called the god of the fantasy world. Vortexing around a star in space, the demon lord said that he was the first living being to be miraculously born in the middle of the dark matter of the universe. The star flared up brightly, and his sister is the first creature to survive the Big Bang. The transparent walls of the pool, later called the angel and the demon, he added that history is still written by the winners. Kang replied with a casual grin, "This is valuable information." He thought, the god of the fantasy world is the first angel. The heroes are at the table opposite each other. The guy, crossing his arms over his chest, complained that the one who called him here is not going to send him back, despite the fact that he wants it. The demon closed his eyes and answered with a smile, "That's true." Khan looks forward. Pedinar added that, fortunately, this is not the only way, there is a second way. The opponents, swinging their weapons, jump on Kan. The hero extended his hand forward. He pointed his palm upward. The space divided into white and black behind the hero's hand. He stands on a rock with his hand raised. Enemies fall into a wide dark streak emanating from the knot. The guy in the shirt looks down in surprise. Part of the body below the shoulders is in the dark part. The person there is completely dead. Bodies are flying down. The hero looked thoughtfully at his palm. The shadow of the palm, the dark glow, he didn't understand. It was dark matter. Pedinar, in a suit, smiling widely, proposed Kan to marry his daughter. They are sitting at the table. Kan is confused. He paused and asked if this is the second way. The demon laughed, mockingly asked if he didn't like it, and added that he already considered the other hero a son-in-law. The guy shouted, "Who would agree to this?" The hero is furious. Veins are bulging on his face. His eyes are looking in different directions. The Lord told him not to be shy. He indignantly asked who might be interested in this. The guy looks displeased in his direction. He asked if he knew where the abilities came from. Kan replied that he would not listen to anything related to the second method. Through the transparent walls you can see fish swimming in the pool. Pedinar said how impatient. The space is divided into yellow and purple, a flashing star in the center. The demon explained that the abilities are a synergy of light and darkness. Glowing female silhouette in space, the first angel. A girl with horns in a purple glow, standing with her back, and a second demon. The yellow and violet energies swirling around the star in a vortex. The power was truly amazing. a small figure of a hero with a sword against the demon lord. They bestowed this power on a mortal who was able to single-handedly defeat the one who ruled the universe. Khan frowned, pursed his lips. He thought about the first angel. Wine in a tall and narrow glass. The demon asked, "Is it simple, isn't it?" He said, "What it is. And what about the abilities of that hero?" Pedinar took the glass in his hand and happily announced that only 2 creators could make adjustments to them. The demon girl turned around. Pedinar asked, "So it's faster and easier to convince his daughter than his sister, isn't it?" He raised his index finger, clarifying that there is a but if Ken doesn't like it either. The guy looks at the demon's finger. The demon grinned evilly. His eye glowed red. He said that there was one last way, but you had to put your life on the line. He asked if the hero wanted to learn this. The guy in the hood staggered to the side. The other one, behind him, froze in his jump. Can on the rock, below the bodies of the killed opponents. He turned to the demon lord. The hero clenched his glowing dark fist and said with a determined smile, instead of chattering about the wedding. There was a blue crack on his cheek. He opened his eyes wide and said that he should have told about this method in the first place. The events of the story moved to a large white building located near the forest, while there was silence around and the sun was shining. Immediately afterwards, everything around the building began to shake a little. At the same moment, the shaking suddenly stopped and everything calmed down, becoming as before. Then the shaking became much stronger and everything around began to collapse, revealing a dark space. Immediately after this, several pieces of stones flew to the side at great speed. At the same moment, the protagonist stood right in the middle of the arena, raising his hand up and throwing people away from him, raising a huge amount of fragments of stones and dust into the air. Khan then looked forward with a serious expression on his face after the blow he had taken on the people. Immediately after this, the protagonist with an earphone in his ear, which glowed red, turned to Victoria, asking why she didn't die there. At that same moment, right from the earpiece, she immediately shouted that thanks to someone who does not know how to control his power, well, yes, she is alive and well, while Can stood in a stupor from the loud sound. Then Victoria, with a serious look, sitting on one knee next to 2 unconscious people, said that the top 3, including her, were safely evacuated. Immediately after this, she stands on a small hill next to the same people, watched everything that happened and said that she wishes Kang Hansu good luck, while a huge amount of dust was rising in front. At the same moment, the protagonist, using 2 of his fingers, holding the earphone between them, broke it and said that yes, and then Khan, with a smug expression on his face, smiling a little, destroying his blue scientific, said that from now on. Immediately after this, he, with his eyes wide open from the madness accumulated inside, said that he would only move forward. At that moment, someone raised his hand with his index finger extended and said that he would omit the complex explanations. Kang then watched with a surprised expression on his face, holding a spoon of food in his hand as the unknown person continued to talk. Immediately after this, the gloved hand, making a slight movement to the side, left behind a dark trace, and the voice said that this matter, which makes up 30% of the universe. At the same moment, the blue demon with a serious look, clenching his fist directly in front of him, which was shrouded in dark energy, said that they call it dark matter. Then he, unclenching his fist and straightening his fingers, continued to say that only gravity could act on her. Immediately after this, the demon, stretching out his hand in front of him, palm forward, said that he had minimal impact on it at a cost. At the same moment, he was sitting at the table with the protagonist and, moving his hand to the side, created a huge stream of blue energy and said that his eternal life. Khan then looked away with great surprise and incomprehension, as if he had fallen into a stupor, while the demon continued to say that therefore one must be careful when using this power. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to observe everything that was happening, while the blue demon sitting right in front of him, holding his hand out to the side, said that nothing in this world is eternal, and this is only a sign that the recovery rate is higher than the absorption rate, and this power must not be abused. At the same moment, the demon looked forward with a menacing look with his red eye, saying that the consequences for him, immortal. Then Can, with a thoughtful expression on his face, lowered his head a little and, raising his hand to his chin, was lost in thought. Immediately after this, the protagonist found himself on the battlefield, where several warriors with weapons in their hands were approaching him from above and shouting that they could not give him a chance, and they needed to attack all together. At the same moment, Can, with movements of his hand, as if out of nowhere, pulled out a weapon with a bright orange glow. One of the enraged warriors then continued to march forward with a menacing expression, saying that he could not defeat them all alone, while a slash of orange energy suddenly appeared right in front of him. Immediately after this, the protagonist lands on the ground with a menacing expression on his face while a large explosion of energy occurs in the air behind him. At the same moment, Can looked forward with a crazy look with his violet eyes and said that only forward. Then several warriors, frightened by everything they had just seen, trembled sharply and froze in place. Immediately after this, the protagonist with enormous strength and speed pushed straight off the ground and headed forward. At the same moment, Khan flew forward with a crazy look and a malicious smile, holding a blade in his hand directly towards the frightened warriors who were screaming loudly and said that they only need to move forward. Then the protagonist, with a deft movement of his hand, struck with the blade and cut everything around the orange energy. Immediately after this, Khan continued to rush forward with great speed while a huge number of cuts with orange energy flew from above, destroying their people, who screamed loudly. At the same moment, the protagonist turned his gaze to the side with great surprise and incomprehension until a bright yellow light suddenly flashed on his side. Then the flashbang grenade with the lever flying away from it flashed with a bright yellow light while in the air. Immediately after this, a huge number of flashes of yellow light appeared right in the air, while the protagonist rushed forward at great speed, trying to avoid getting hit by their attacks. At the same moment, right next to Khan's leg, several fragmentation grenades suddenly appeared out of nowhere and flew towards him. Then the huge space of the arena was filled with fragments of stones and dust rising into the air, through which a bright yellow light was visible. Immediately after this, several warriors armed with firearms fired without stopping and said that now there was fire from all guns. At the same moment, a huge number of bullets, leaving behind yellow trails, rushed forward straight into the accumulation of dust in front of them. Then the protagonist, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, standing still, hissed while a bullet flashed right next to his shoulder, cutting his shirt. Immediately after this, he thought that the spirits could not answer them since they did not use magic, while several clumps of different colors of energy flew in the air and bullets flew towards them. At the same moment, one of the warriors with trembling legs asked if they had succeeded, while in front Khan, who was in a cloud of dust, thought that in this case. Then, a stream of wind rushed straight through the huge accumulation of dust that rose into the air, while people asked about some ominous sound. Immediately after that, out of nowhere, a huge dark square appeared right in the middle of the cloud of dust. At the same moment, black darkness with great speed, moving forward, enveloped several warriors, who did not even have time to react and were very surprised by what was happening. Then the protagonist, extending his hand forward, fingers spread, said that he would personally send them home. Immediately after this, Khan, continuing to stand in his place, extending his hand forward, watched what was happening, while only the legs and arms of people falling to the ground were visible in front. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a crazy and pleased expression on his face, looking forward, said that they should say thank you. Then several frightened people, clutching their heads and shaking with fear, asked why he was still alive and called him a fraud. Immediately after this, one of the warriors loudly shouted that this was a nightmare, while a slash of orange energy appeared out of nowhere right in front of him. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to stand in his place after destroying several people, while the warriors shouted that there was no need to surrender and it was better to take up fighting positions, pointing weapons in his direction and throwing grenades. Then the protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, moving his hand to the side, snapped his fingers, spreading the sound throughout the area. Immediately after this, Khan, standing in his place, began to emit a huge amount of dark energy around him, filling everything around him. At the same moment, several warriors, as if suddenly losing consciousness, exhausted, fell to the ground. Then, right in front of them, out of nowhere, a slash of orange energy suddenly appeared. Immediately after this, Khan, his eyes wide open from the pleasure he was receiving, laughed a little as he watched everything happen. At the same moment, he struck, leaving behind only a cut of orange energy right along the back of the fleeing person. Then the protagonist looked forward with a malicious and smug expression on his face and laughed loudly. Immediately after this, a guy in a black suit, scratching his head in pain, grunted and asked that he had been resurrected. At the same moment, the protagonist suddenly appeared right in front of him with a menacing and insane expression on his face, stretching out his hand in his direction. Then the fair-haired guy, seeing him, became very frightened and screamed loudly, opening his eyes and mouth wide. Immediately after this, the protagonist would slash with his blade with orange energy until he was suddenly stopped by a white-gloved hand. At the same moment, Khan stood in place with a blade in his hands, which was stopped by a certain man in a white suit with his hand. Then the protagonist, looking away with his dissatisfied and stern gaze, asked who he was. Immediately after this, the same man with glasses said with a small smile that he was welcoming graduate Kang Hansu. At the same moment, with a friendly look, smiling a little, closing his eyes, he said that he was an educational consultant. Immediately after everything happened, the protagonist asked what the educational consultant was, and right in the arena a bright yellow light suddenly flashed, illuminating everything around. At the same moment, Khan's foot braked, rushing straight across the ground, and tried to stop his body. Then the protagonist, with a smug smile and a menacing look, asked that is, he was not expelled and didn't he know why he was doing this. Immediately after this, the educational consultant with a benevolent look said that he knew and could read minds. At the same moment, he added that, however, this was not necessary, while a guy in a black suit was lying right on the ground, looking exhausted, foaming at the mouth. Then the protagonist, with a clearly dissatisfied expression on his face, clenched his teeth, asked that since he knew, he thought they would stop him. Immediately after this, the educational consultant, smiling a little, said that he understood his desire to return because he had been in this world for so long. At the same moment, the education consultant took a step forward, stepping on the ground with his foot, saying that, however. Then, with a benevolent look, surrounding himself with evil red energy, walking forward, he said that having such abilities and refusing to study. Immediately after this, the education consultant, with a benevolent look, similar to displeasure, said that this was tantamount to an act of betrayal of the earth and humanity. The protagonist then moved his hand to the side, enveloped it in dark matter energy and laughed smugly while the education consultant stood right in front of him. Immediately after this, Khan waved his hand with a crazy and smug expression on his face, saying that he was simply special, and sent a blob of dark matter energy forward. At the same moment, the educational consultant, standing in his place, watched everything that happened while the energy of dark matter rushed towards him. Then, with a deft movement of his body, leaning to the side, he dodged the beam of dark matter energy that flashed next to him. Immediately after this, Kan, with a smug and menacing look, rushing forward with great speed, said that, of course, he would return. At the same moment, Khan swung his hand straight at the education consultant and looked forward with a menacing expression, gritting his teeth as he parried his attack with a calm expression. Then, after their collision with each other, all the impulses from the impacts were carried throughout the area, and the dust raised into the air seemed to dissipate. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a serious and menacing expression on his face, looking forward, reasoned that since he dodged, it means that the blow was fatal for him. At the same moment, the education consultant with a benevolent expression said, "Didn't he say?" and said that he could read minds. Then Kan stepped directly on the ground with his foot with great force and said that until he tried, he wouldn't know, while a roar echoed throughout the area. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to stand in his place, stepping on the ground with his foot, while a huge amount of dust rose high in the air right in front of him after his impact. At the same moment, the education consultant with a benevolent expression on his face waved his hand to the side and scattered dust right in front of him. He then looked forward at the place where the protagonist was until there was only a trail of dust thrown into the air. Immediately after this, Khan found himself directly behind the education consultant with a menacing and furious look. At the same moment, the protagonist struck with his palm, swinging it with great speed, directing it forward, passing next to his face. Khan would then slash his palm directly at the education consultant, who effortlessly dodged his attack with a deft movement of his hand. Immediately after this, the protagonist struck with his other hand, which was shrouded in dark matter energy, directly on the back of his opponent. At the same moment, the entire arena suddenly became filled with a huge amount of dust, kicked into the air as a huge column of dark matter energy erupted from it. Then the education consultant held the protagonist's hand in his hand, moving it slightly to the side. Immediately afterwards, the education consultant with a calm expression said that such tricks would not work no matter how much he tried, and held Khan's hand while there was a mark on the ground right next to them from the impact of the dark matter energy. At the same time, the educational consultant, smiling a little, said with a friendly face that, however, he would look forward to developing this skill in high school. Then the protagonist, with a smug and menacing look, said that he did not know what would happen in the end. Immediately after this, the education consultant said that this was the end and continued to hold Khan's hand, the symbols on which suddenly began to fill with dark matter energy. At the same moment, the educational consultant continued to say that understanding his condition is also a skill. Then he suddenly opened his eyes slightly from the intense atmosphere that seemed to envelop everything around him. Immediately after this, the education consultant asked him what he thought about death, while Khan, standing still, said with a menacing and smug look that he had finally understood. At the same moment, they were both right in the middle of the arena, standing in their places, and the protagonist said that it was true and he was really thinking about death. Then Khan, very tense and looking forward with a menacing gaze, said that he would lose his levels until he brought him back to Earth. Immediately after this, the education consultant, opening his eye, asked with a serious look what he would return and what next. At the same moment, the education consultant continued to say that in this state it would be extremely difficult to protect the planet from invasion, while the protagonist continued to fill the symbols on his body with dark matter energy. Then the education consultant said that even if he managed to recover as time passed, he would not be able to return like these graduates, while the guy in the black suit lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Immediately after this, the education consultant continued to look ahead with a serious gaze, asking that why get involved in a war that he would inevitably lose. At the same moment, the protagonist, listening to his words, looked straight ahead with a dissatisfied and menacing look. Then Khan, lowering his head a little, standing directly in front of the educational consultant, said that she was the reason and asked whether it was not obvious. Immediately after this, the protagonist, being in the same position, said that he wanted to see his parents. At the same moment, Khan, smiling widely and with a smug look, continued to say that he wanted to enjoy cultural life. Then he, very tense, with a menacing and serious expression on his face, said that he would take life back into his own hands. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to say that the god of fantasy or anyone else does not matter to him, and let him take his power and do what he wants, and the education consultant looked ahead with a surprised look. At the same moment, Khan said that as long as he had the skills, the result would always be the same, as long as the education consultant continued to hold him with her hand. Then the education consultant suddenly released his hand, loosening her grip and moving her fingers to the side. Immediately afterwards, they stood in their seats in the middle of the arena, and the education consultant spoke to graduate Kang Hansu and said that he understood him very well. At the same time, the education consultant continued to say that they would allocate personnel to protect his family, which he was sure was the best way to keep them safe, while a purple-colored spatial slit appeared right in front of him. Then, taking a step forward with a slow movement of his foot, he said that at this point he would take his leave, while looking behind him, the protagonist stood in his place. Immediately after this, the education consultant, turning back, said with a benevolent look that he was on the course of secondary education, while the cut space right in front of him became more and more large. At the same moment, he added that everything happened as the consultant said, while Khan watched everything that happened with a dissatisfied look. The protagonist then continued to stand in his place, observing everything that was happening, until the cut of purple space directly in front of him began to close. Immediately after this, Khan sat down on the ground with a dissatisfied look and reasoned, which was tantamount to fighting windmills. At the same moment, the protagonist raised his trembling hand a little upward and repeated himself, reasoning that this was tantamount to fighting windmills, and this fight proved that he could not control the new power. Kang then suddenly clenched his fist with great force and was ready for the next action. Immediately after this, the protagonist, sitting on the ground, created a pink magic circle under him and reasoned that the storm had subsided and he was given the opportunity and time to hone his technique. At the same moment, Khan, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, reasoned that they needed a talent like him. Then the protagonist, with a malicious and smug grin, continued to argue that someday he would be given an FFF rank. Immediately after this, Khan, with a menacing and joyful look, smiling widely, said that this time would definitely be the last, and enveloped himself in a bright pink glow. At the same moment, everything around was suddenly filled with pink energy, disintegrating into small particles. This ends the 4th season of this manhwa. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.